Nangong Li smiled with a kindly expression which looked strangely incongruous on the face of this low-level demon. I saw your formation class students. They said using this holographic avatar would be a surprise. Yun Qing. Even the principal dared to joke. Instructor Yun always has some ingenious ideas, and the formations are interesting too. They train mental power while also honing insight. Not knowing where the opponents will emerge from makes it quite interesting. Nangong Li was very satisfied with this new formation and immediately reported it. Nangong CI also had the same intention. Yun Qing's recorded formation lessons had been playing on loop in the military corps. He had originally planned to build a formation tower in the holographic world, launching it, while the entire empire was curious about formations to cultivate interest. In the near future, formations would become another basic discipline alongside mecha and alchemy. The empire also needed more talents. Nangong CI also entered the formation to experience it. After coming out, he suddenly understood Yun Qing's intention and immediately gave the green light. That evening, a new module appeared in the holographic world arena. Mecha Arena Combat Arena Psychic Arena. Now there was a new formation arena. Unlike the other three, the formation arena currently had no competition platform, only a challenge project. Below the project was a single formation mirror. Know yourself, transcend yourself. Go Deli was the first to notice the module change. Formations. The man confidently opened his live stream. Hey, the previous potion shop let Huang Songwang ride the wave, turning him into a major hot streamer through a half-baked expose live stream. This time he finally got lucky. The Empire's first case. Don't regret it for 300 years. Dog Bro takes you to uncover the mysteries of formations. Gritting his teeth, Go Deli spent another 500 star coins for promotion. Thinking of the recently popular bald strongman, Go Deli changed his own face to a strongman face for higher buzz. The number of viewers in his live room finally increased. Monkey No Tree, how to uncover. Are you a formation class student? Imbaldia, your holographic avatar is something else. Fight. Aren't you afraid of being sued? When I logged into the holographic world today, I thought I was dreaming. The streets are full of bald men. Go Deli smiled. I'm just following the trend. Well, let's get straight to the point. I believe after watching Cultivation Chronicles, everyone is curious about the things that appeared in it. The Qi introduction technique is an energy circulation route. Formations have also appeared in reality. Today, Bro Dog will take you to uncover the secrets of formations. Wild Yellow Dog Bro Dog. Not only using the avatar's popularity, but also the nickname. Wild Black Monkey, are you the legendary Wild Bro Dog? Wild today, haha, I can laugh at the name, Wild Green Dog for a year. Go Deli held back his laughter. Although he didn't know why this formation instructor had such a funny nickname, he couldn't laugh on air. He was a public figure. Hold it in. Spending 1-star coin to buy access, Go Deli shouted at the camera again. The Empire's new formation module, I'll explore the path for you. Don't miss it. Follow me, I'm your Bro Dog. After saying this, he teleported into the formation module. With no previous experience to reference, Go Deli smiled on his face, but his heart was uneasy. But to ride the trend, he could only keep cheering himself on inside. He must perform well and create interesting footage so that whenever people think of this formation module, they would think of him first. Ding. Teleported into the formation. He opened his eyes and looked at the endless ocean around him, smiling. Hey, it feels like I've entered a holographic movie scene. Where's the formation? Shouldn't there be a formation coming out to attack me? Bai Jingming's formation compilation video had been watched to death. The well-known formation types were only offensive and supportive. Yellow Maleg Hair Streamer Walk Around. Maybe you need to trigger it. Kill Border Beast, it's like a holographic game. The scene is so realistic, but why is the sky so dim? A cold wind blew. In the distance, a faint light flickered. There's a clue over there. Let's go check it out. Go Deli excitedly ran forward and found the light was a red lantern. Not knowing what it was, he reached up and took it down from a tree branch. Out of curiosity, he tore off the outer red paper, revealing the flickering candle flame inside. A cold wind blew. The flame went out. The vision went dark. I can't see anymore. Can you guys see, friends? Go Deli reached out to feel around. When he turned, his hand seemed to touch a wall. The shape felt like a human body. The touch was icy cold, no warmth. Friends, what is this? It feels like a person. The viewers outside could see the screen and sent comments one after another. Wild Yellow Dog, and another person entered the formation. Streamer asked him if he found any clues. Wild today, that bald strongman face is really popular. Everyone I run into has it. One beast, no, look at the other person's clothes. It's clearly the streamer. The mole on his face is the same. What's going on? Two streamers. Clone. Replica. Oh right, what was the name of this formation? Mirror. Go Deli was kicked in the chest and flew backwards. The red moon rose, and he also saw who kicked him. Friends, here it comes. The attack is here. Go Deli rubbed his chest, his expression becoming more excited. He got up from the ground, struck a fighting pose, and said, looks like I need to defeat him to get the clue. Go Deli was a game streamer. This formation was more like a game setting. Fortunately, this was his forte. Go Deli confidently charged forward to kick the opponent. This kind of enemy usually needs me to initiate contact, then he'll either fight back or surrender and give clues. Unexpectedly, the bald strongman's mouth stretched wide like a crack, and he bit directly onto his head. Go Deli. Why doesn't he play by the rules? He bit off his head in one bite. Go Deli looked up, his body still standing, neck severed, yet he could still control his body. He picked up the fallen head and tried to put it back on his neck. I can still move. The wound on the neck slowly healed while the floating bald strong man grinned and drifted over again. Yikes. Wild Black Dog, this seems interesting. Yellow my leg hair, it's similar to a holographic game. I may not know formations, but I know games. They also saw the team mode. Isn't this a team battle? Watching others play is not as good as doing it yourself. What are you waiting for? Charge. In the arena lobby, bald strongman made up half the crowd. Everyone who had watched Cultivation Chronicles poured into the formation. After experiencing the array, evaluations were sharply divided. AAA purified fruit seller. That's not right. I only encountered a mirror person in there. All the martial arts moves I know he knows too, and he gets stronger the more we fight. It's more useful than hiring a private martial arts tutor. Wild Black Dog, impossible. Haven't you seen bald fish, bald sharks, bald beasts, and bald trees? There's no safe place at all. They can even twist off their own bald heads and kick them like balls. Wild again today, bald heads. I never want to see bald heads again. As soon as I see one, my legs go weak and I want to run. Extreme flight, love it. Super thrilling. On the StarNet mini livestream clips appeared showing all sorts of chaos in the array. You never know where a bald head might pop up. They also found a pattern. Only those with a bald strongman avatar triggered the more interesting mode. Those who hadn't changed their holographic avatars also modified them out of curiosity just to experience the special treatment. In the end, only a few persisted and found joy in it. Most people developed a phobia of the bald strongman face. Some even dreamed of being surrounded and devoured by bald heads and woke up cursing Qing. She must have done it on purpose. Petty. She's taking revenge on the entire empire. In just one day, Qing's image was completely reversed. Originally thought to be an extremely lucky young woman, beautiful, strong, and elegant. Now when mentioned, she is labeled as petty and having a twisted sense of humor. Now you should know we were right. The instructor really does have a twisted sense of humor. Qing browsed the StarNet comments and let out a long sigh. They curse and complain after being tortured just once, but we get tortured over and over every class. Their endurance is too weak. To wash away the shadow of yesterday, Qing decided to watch a movie to relax. Xuanfei want to watch the Cultivation Chronicles. Lu Xuanfei was about to shake his head when he heard Qing continue. I heard it's a movie personally directed by the great master, a lone cultivator. Maybe we can find some inspiration. Watch. Lu Xuanfei withdrew his leg that was about to step out the door. Alright, let's watch together. Wait for me. In the holographic world, Lu Xuanfei bought a movie ticket and stood outside the holographic cinema city. Xuanfei. A large brown bear waddled over. I sent you a movie binding request. Accepted. Lu Xuanfei looked at his light brain and saw the message. After accepting, the two were teleported into the holographic movie. Viewing perspective selection. Female-led. Female lead. Of course we have to be the protagonist. He pulled Lu Xuanfei to select the female lead's perspective and the movie officially began. With dual-person binding voice, chat was open for chatting anytime. The opening scene showed them flying on swords at high speed. They were mecha department students accustomed to flight and gravity training, so they stood in the sky well adapted and even had the mood to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Xuanfei, this is so real. Xuanfei, are you there? Xuanfei, talk to me. It's boring without chatting. Lu Xuanfei, annoyed by his chatter, hummed in response. The special energy in his body was channeled through some path to the spirit sword under his feet. Lu Xuanfei carefully sensed it, wondering if he could also control a sword or objects in reality. Energy weapons could carry special energy. Maybe it could work. He had earned many points in the school ranking tournament, enough to exchange for an energy weapon from the school's point store. Looking at the spirit sword beneath his feet, Lu Xuanfei pondered. He wondered if the school's point store had an energy weapon of this style. Ouch! Qing cried out in pain. I forgot to adjust the pain level. They had been training in the holographic world with the pain level set to 100 for training effectiveness. A heart-piercing arrow tightened Qing's relaxed mood. Lu Xuanfei heard Qing's cry, but did not adjust the pain level. Pain kept him sensitive. He had entered with a learning mindset, putting the viewing experience second. Soon came the first climax. The female lead's dantian was shattered, yet she still held her sword to fight. Lu Xuanfei felt the wonder of the movements, closed his eyes, and completely immersed himself, merging with the female lead. Just as he was about to grasp something, Qing's loud voice startled him awake. Xuanfei, look at the bullet comments. Someone awakened their special ability. Lu Xuanfei jerked his head up. Golden bullet comments domineeringly occupied the entire screen. I have a treasure mountain V, a lone cultivator. From today you are my god, my life mentor, my light. I awaken my special ability while watching the movie. Thank you, great master, for your selfless contribution. The same bullet comment was sent 10 times in a row. Golden full-screen bullet comments cost 100,000 star coins each. 1,000,000 star coins, really splurging. Qing thought of his own penny pinching to buy a custom mecha and was almost crying with envy. Then another flood of golden bullet comments appeared. Jin Yuan, congratulations big bro. Jin Can, celebrations big bro. Jin Shan, big bro is cool. Jin Dudu, big bro is handsome. These seem to be the Qing family, the empire's richest. Cheng An's eyes were filled with a sea of gold. Each of these bullet comments was star coins. Truly worthy of the empire's richest, so lavish. The Qing family not only spammed the movie's bullet comments, but also were active on the StarNet. I have a treasure mountain V, awakened ability, celebrating with wealth. Drawing 1,000 people from the comments to give energy gems. I have a treasure mountain V. Thank you, Great Master, for your selfless contribution. Does the Great Master need investment? Free. No strings attached. Just hope the Great Master gives me a chance. Alone cultivator. Mouse shaking paw. JPG. Below the comments, a group of beastmen howled. In a private sanatorium, Jean Bao Bao lay in a soft, round, fluffy nest, legs crossed. On his furry little head was a delicate gemstone chain, with multicolored energy stones cut into 100 facets sparkling. Brothers, the era of our mice has arrived. Opposite him, 4 little mice sat in a row. Big bro, you're right. Jean Bao Bao's tiny paws fiddled with the dangling gemstone chain, raising his arm. This is the best era. Squeak. X4 awaken abilities surpass beasts. Overthrow everything. Squeak. X4. Jean Bao Bao curled his lips. Good. Starting tomorrow, use energy plants to assist, and go into the movies every day to comprehend. Strive to awaken abilities soon. We must catch this wave and rewrite our fate. His black, moist eyes burned with powerful ambition. Jean Bao Bao raised his paw. Become the strongest family. Squeak squeak. X4. For pairs of paws raised together over their heads. After arranging the future actions of the family, mice, Jean Bao Bao packed his things to head to the capital star. Bring 1,000 defense robots, particle guns, energy cannons, 1,000 energy shields. Carrying the dreams of the whole clan's safety must be guaranteed. He must succeed in becoming a disciple. Sufficient wealth must be matched with top-tier martial power. Overcoming this only weakness, they, the treasure-hunting mice, would be the strongest beastmen in the empire. Boarding his fully modified private starship, Jean Bao Bao left the Qing family's energy mine planet. Below, a group of gorgeously dressed treasure-hunting mice waved goodbye with tears. Big bro, come back soon. Big bro will surely succeed. Big bro, you've worked hard. Jean Bao Bao's heart surged. At this moment, he seemed to see the path of the mouse clans rise, bathed in golden light, even the most detested Black Panther prostrating on the ground as his foot warmer. Jean Bao Bao set a goal for himself. Find a lone cultivator. Use star coins to shower him. Star coins pave the way. The Qing family is determined to cling to this powerful connection. As the starship ascended and departed, a black medium-sized warship broke through the sky and hovered overhead. A black leopard leaped down from the open hatch. The group of mice below did not scatter. Instead, they cried out joyfully, "Big sister." Compared to the black leopard, the mice were merely tiny specks. Where is Jean Bao Bao? A mouse in a pink dress hopped out. Big brother went to the capital star. Leopard, his eyes narrowed slightly. Big sister, are you going to find Big brother? Big brother traveling alone is very dangerous. Leopard, he returned to the starship. Goodbye, Big sister. Good luck, Big sister. We miss you, Big sister. Captain Jean Bao Bao actually didn't wait for you. The team member was somewhat surprised. Jean Bao Bao was a mouse beast man with the talent of ore seeking. Before energy minerals could be mined and extracted, they were shielded by a layer of substance, making exploration impossible. However, ore-seeking mice possessed a unique perception for various metallic minerals, particularly keen sensitivity to energy minerals. Perhaps finding the name, ore-seeking mouse, unrefined, it was later renamed treasure-seeking mouse. Other weak beastmen hoped to mate with powerful ones, hoping to produce strong cubs. But the treasure-seeking mice were different. Their ore-finding ability was tied to their bloodline concentration. To ensure bloodline purity, the treasure-seeking mice did not intermarry with outsiders, and their overall strength ranked at the bottom of the Empire's combat forces. Backed by the royal family, aside from their own weakness, few would provoke them. Jean Bao Bao remained in the Empire, while half of the clan followed the expeditionary army to the New Star regions to seek minerals. Leopard, he was the captain of the guard squad assigned to Jean Bao Bao. Treasure-seeking mice were naturally timid and death-averse, and Jean Bao Bao was so eager to cling onto the captain the moment he stepped outside. This time he actually left on his own. Strange. Leopard, he smiled. Not strange. The awakening of his ability gave him confidence. But improving one's strength required relentless hard work. Was Jean Bao Bao the kind of mouse who could endure hardship? She didn't believe it. Pursue. The black starship ascended into the sky as the cluster of treasure-seeking mice below waved their paws in farewell. Jean Bao Bao was not the first person to awaken an ability while watching a film. The built-in holographic energy circulation system of Tsang Yuan, combined with the holographic scene model parameters adjusted by Yun Qing, perfectly replicated the flow of spiritual energy from reality. Some beastmen on the verge of ability awakening were inadvertently guided through cultivation techniques during the film, making their awakenings a natural progression. However, the experience was too brief, and those who awakened only thought it a sudden accident, never connecting it to the movie. It was not until Jean Bao Bao posted about distributing wealth on the stellar social network that those who had awakened abilities began to find similarities. Jean Bao Bao's comment section became a massive gathering place for discussion. Misfortune brat, I also suddenly awakened an ability while watching a movie. I only realized I was on fire after being forcibly ejected from the holographic world. The holographic pod even exploded, both fortunate and unfortunate. Pay up, is it a coincidence? I'm the same as you, except my awakened ability is water-based. Always smiling, so you all experience the same thing. What a coincidence. When will I awaken coincide my foot? It's because of the holographic movie. A humble rogue cultivator, my guiding light. What? Awakening abilities by watching movies? And not just one or two cases. Over 1,000 examples had already flooded the comments. This was absolutely not a coincidence. Then again, if a humble rogue cultivator could embed research findings into a novel, then perhaps it was only natural that the films he directed could help with ability awakening. Those who had watched the film began rewatching it for the second and third times. But the scenes where the protagonist circulated cultivation techniques were sparse and disjointed, so everyone flocked to the film's official website to request access to the holographic scenes. The film's viewing numbers continued to climb. Ding Chung panted. With these results, absolutely no one will surpass it easily. It's on fire, explosively popular. Entertainment was not particularly thriving in the empire, but this film catapulted all its cast members to fame across the entire empire, an unprecedented, brilliant achievement that he could boast about for the rest of his life. Even the assistant was so excited his face turned red. Brother Ding. Brother Ding. Over half of the actors in the film were signed artists from Yunli Studio. Even the background extras were recruited directly from the team, and the assistant himself played a minor role. He was famous now. Other entertainment companies watched these results with deep envy. When Cultivation Chronicles became popular, they had also tried to contact the humble rogue cultivator to purchase the adaptation rights. But they couldn't reach him, and they didn't take it too seriously. After all, at that time, the humble rogue cultivator was merely an obscure newcomer author. Let him cool his heels before negotiating better terms. Who would have thought he wasn't an ordinary small-time author, but a deeply hidden researcher? An angry roar erupted from inside the office. Is this person sick? Huh. Tell me, is this person insane? If you want to do research, just do research properly. Why not publish a paper instead? Who exactly is this humble rogue cultivator? Can someone please take control of this situation and stop disrupting the order? A groundbreaking research result was casually dumped into a novel like this. It's absurd. It left them completely unprepared, and in the end, they didn't even get a sip of soup. Yunli reaped all the benefits. They were so close. What regret? Even more regrettable was that the rival company which had poached Yunli's film scenery designer released their movie at the exact same time as Cultivation Chronicle, only to flop silently, without a single ripple. Whether that was fortune or misfortune remained unclear. Undoubtedly, Cultivation Chronicle had exploded in popularity, bringing unimaginable benefits to Yunli Studio, and Yunrong's company also made enormous profits. The holographic online game currently in development would certainly achieve excellent results as well. Li Shan opened the social feed and began his daily praise. Li Shan, our boss, is truly wise and capable. Every choice he makes is correct. He is like the brightest star in the galaxy. As long as we follow the direction our boss points, we will harvest the most successful fruits. When posting, he set the visibility to show only Yunrong boss. A small investment yielding enormous returns. The boss truly has sharp vision. Day after day, praising Li Shan's inner conviction grew stronger. He would work under this generous boss for the rest of his life. Awakening abilities by watching movies topped the hot search. An employee at the Empire's largest holographic pod manufacturer slacking off at work saw this trending post and, thinking of the surge in complaint messages flooding the company lately, suddenly understood something. For the past 2 days, the company's communication lines had been nearly overwhelmed. Absurd. In a single day, they had received countless complaints claiming their holographic pods had safety hazards. A movie watching session had actually caused explosions. So the reason was this. Carrying the trending post to find the supervisor, he discovered the supervisor was glaring bitterly at the optical brain display, clearly having already seen the hot search content. I've already said it was improper customer operation. How can you blame our products? Employee. The affordable holographic pods simply don't include the ability protection module, but they're cheap. Safety is guaranteed. So many pods have exploded and not a single person was injured. What more do you want? Employee. The supervisor's tone grew increasingly irritable. The employee shivered, wondering if he should leave this place. Xiao Wang, you're just in time. I have a task for you. Employee Xiao Wang's heart quivered. Go negotiate with the customers. Tell them compensation is impossible. You get what you pay for, and I haven't even mentioned the damage they've done to our company's reputation. Xiao Wang. He should never have come here. The Empire's wealthiest individual sent a distant call, but the lone cultivator did not respond. Everyone guessed he must be deeply engrossed in developing new projects. At this moment, Yun Qing was in the Soul Refining Tower's secret realm. For nearly 3 years, no one had seen her true face beneath the mask. Yun Qing rarely entered, and her name had disappeared from the top 100 of the livestream kill ranking. Through conversations with Gong Yusin, Yun Qing learned a great deal about Guangliu Star and discovered that today marked their final day within the secret realm. Yun Qing stood at a distance in the dense fog at the perimeter beyond their line of sight, looking out with a single glance. On the Empire's side, there were creatures of feathers and fur scattered across the ground, while on the Federation's side pale bodies stood out starkly, tattered fur loincloths barely concealing their most vital areas. Both teams waited outside the barrier anticipating something. I wonder whether Commander Yun or Marshal Xia will be the one to clear the 99th layer. Gong Yusin stared longingly at the barrier. She had never even entered the soul refining tower. And she wasn't alone. Those watching from outside the screen were also waiting for the final outcome. The soul power manual rewarded for clearing the 99th layer was in their eyes a method for enhancing mental strength. Much like an energy circulation pathway, no one from other nations had yet reached level 10 in their abilities. Only those from the Empire and Dragon Kingdom would ever possess such manuals. The Star Beast crisis remains unresolved. For the future of the entire star system, I believe neither the Empire nor the Dragon Kingdom would withhold anything, would they? After Park Chanyang finished speaking, Nangong Ci rolled his eyes. Nangong Ci maintained his smile. It wasn't as though only the Empire was targeted. Song Weihua wouldn't be the one suffering losses, and there was no need for him to take the lead. Nangong Ci had no desire to stand out, yet someone refused to let it go. Park Chanyang, recalling the intelligence he had just received, confronted him on the spot. Your Majesty Nangong, is it not a bit excessive to take what your nation has freely published and exchange it for our star coins and resources? The Empire's frequent maneuvers had finally drawn the attention of other nations. The Empire had modified its translation software using the mainframe to block keywords. All keywords were replaced. What they saw was entirely different from what Empire citizens viewed. Since movies and novels were not their primary concern, the Empire managed to keep this concealed for so long. It was not until this screening of records of cultivation and the emergence of the holographic array that their people finally uncovered the problem. The ability awakening materials they had obtained turned out to be information the Empire had already made public, and it originated from a fantasy novel. Nangong Ci thought, now that they knew it was already too late. The contract was signed, and the benefits were already secured. What did he have to fear? How could you think that? Nangong Ci expressed surprise. Just because something is publicly available in our country, you think you can simply take it for free? That is impossible. These are the fruits of our researchers' hard work. How can one expect to gain without effort? Even a child would understand something like this. Park Chanyang remained silent. Of course, we would not. I merely feel that your Majesty Nangong seems somewhat guarded toward us. Are we not close friends? If he had known about this earlier, he certainly could have taken it back and used it directly. A simple name change and rebranding would make it appear as though his nation had developed it themselves. Why waste so much money unnecessarily? Damn Empire ingredients. When did they become so cunning? Nangong Ci suddenly realized. Is that so? I thought this was hardly something worth discussing, but I did not expect you to care so much. Are we not friends? Park Chanyang remained silent. Song Weihua merely smiled without responding. To step forward and question after the contract was already signed was unnecessary. Other nations harbored similar thoughts, but only Park Chanyang had spoken up, likely driven to it by the Secret Realm incident. Everyone understood this implicitly. Moreover, only the Empire and Dragon Kingdom could claim rewards for clearing the 99th floor, so there was no reason for them to antagonize anyone. Hadn't the Dragon Kingdom remained silent as well? No one chimed in, and Park Chanyang felt a deep chill. They were all hypocrites. The Secret Realm has opened. Inside the Secret Realm, the thick fog grew denser. Yun Zheng and Xia Baiyan were simultaneously transported to the barrier's exit, their bodies clad in crimson and purple armor respectively. They exchanged a nod as a greeting. The hum intensified as the fog thickened once more, reducing visibility to near zero. It mirrored that initial day when they were drawn into the Secret Realm by the mist. Everything blurred, surrounded only by an impenetrable white haze. Those guarding the exterior of the Secret Realm also made their preparations. The fog dissipated. Those who had spent 3 years inside the Secret Realm and those who had guarded it for a month stood on opposite sides. One group embodied a primitive survivalist harmony with nature, while the other projected a solemn technological aesthetic with armed discipline. Researchers outside the realm activated shielding fields, conducting hazard assessments and collecting atmospheric samples. Ding. No virus detected. Ding. No turbid chi contamination detected. Ding. After a series of tests were completed, the leaders of each nation stepped forward to retrieve their respective members. Only the army from Banguk stood aside, observing coldly. Their nation had sent no one into the Secret Realm. Bound by higher orders, they had missed this opportunity and could only watch helplessly as those within saw their power surge with explosive speed. Resentment mounted with each passing moment. They simply led their team to patrol duties instead. Move out. As the group departed into the distance, Park Chanyang fumed at the display. Upon exiting the Secret Realm, all technology resumed normal function. Federation members retrieved garments from their spatial pouches and dressed. The Empire's beastskin were unaffected and followed procedures diligently, completing all physical examinations before returning to their quarters to change. Gong Yusin scanned the crowd, but could not find the person she wanted to see, feeling a pang of disappointment. Did they leave early? She still lacked Yun Qing's contact information, but since they were both on Guangliu's star, they should be able to meet soon enough. All had departed from the Secret Realm. Yunqing entered the barrier once more and stepped into the soul refining tower. The guardian soul beast on the 4th floor had reached the nascent soul cultivation stage. Her body, refined through trials, could now accommodate increasingly powerful souls, and she was curious about the rewards awaiting on this level. There was another reason as well. The key to this secret realm came from the heavenly Tao itself. With the contract now void, she worried the heaven might reclaim these privileges at any moment. Once that happened, re-entering would prove far more difficult. The 4th floor operated differently from previous trials. No sooner had Yunqing crossed the threshold than she received an origin soul artifact capable of advancement. A palm-sized sphere that could shift its form at will, unleashing attacks surpassing her current cultivation by an entire realm. Simultaneously, knowledge regarding the soul artifact flowed into Yunqing's consciousness. Rewards given in advance. Binding the soul artifact into her body, Yunqing reached out to touch the stone wall and began her trial. The 4th floor. Upon entering the 4th tier, the surroundings transformed. Unlike the preceding 3 levels where soul beasts swarmed in a grinding war of attrition, this level was entirely devoid of even a single creature. She stood in a boundless expanse of white, the mist composed of soul power that she could not absorb. Yunqing remained motionless, her body taut and rigid. A cluster of black mist surged forward, engulfing her instantly. Before she could fully register its presence, it wrapped around her, and her body went limp as she plunged into another realm. Amidst the chaos, Yunqing steadied her stance. Standing before her was a figure. It was an exact replica of herself. Same attire, same high ponytail. The sphere tossed between her palms was precisely the reward from her previous trial, that soul artifact. The rules for clearing this level? Yunqing asked. Rules. Defeat me. Holding the soul artifact, the clone of Yunqing tilted her chin up, her tone languid. Her gaze toward others was as cold and dismissive as one might cast upon a pile of refuse. Arrogant and disdainful. This technique was unmistakably the soul skill Yunqing had obtained on the 2nd floor of the soul refining tower, Soul Needle. The needle struck. Yunqing dodged. However, the artifact moved with inexplicable speed, piercing through her in an instant. What to call this? Karma. As the counterpart finished stating the clearance rules, a stream of information flooded her mind. Yunqing suddenly comprehended. The trial of the 4th tier, she had to defeat another version of herself using the soul artifact she had just bound. Yunqing. It was her first time encountering a soul artifact, and she could not yet wield it with proficiency. It seemed this trial was intrinsically linked to the last one. Her opponent gave her no extra time to prepare. Yunqing tossed the soul artifact upward. The spherical relic split and coalesced into 7 needles linked head to tail like a flexible whip. This technique was unmistakably the soul skill Yunqing had obtained on the 2nd floor of the soul refining tower, Soul Needle. The needle struck. Yunqing dodged. However, the artifact moved with inexplicable speed, piercing through her in an instant. So fast. Is that all you've got? The familiar voice carried a hint of mockery. Yunqing looked up and saw a trace of disgust on her counterpart's face. She beckoned the artifact back. This time the number of soul needles doubled, encircling her once more. Yunqing's footwork was arguably her greatest pride, second only to alchemy. Yet before this duplicate, she resembled a green novice, leaving openings everywhere. Out of 10 strikes, she managed to evade only 2. The remaining 8 strikes landed directly upon her, the impact of the soul attacks draining the color from her face instantly. Yunqing focused her mind, sharpening her concentration to dodge more effectively. Just this. Yunqing raised an eyebrow. The soul needles doubled again, weaving an impenetrable net around her. No matter how she twisted, escape was impossible. That sense of powerlessness only surfaced upon first entering the cultivation world. She had not experienced it in years. While enduring the torment of her soul being torn apart, Yunqing carefully observed her opponent's movements and attempted to activate the soul artifact. The moment it condensed into 7 needles, her opponent effortlessly scattered them. Too slow. Yunqing persisted. Too rigid. Wasting soul power. Foolish. Under relentless, overwhelming suppression, anyone else would have long since broken down. Yet Yunqing grew only more composed. She heeded the criticisms, adjusting her techniques with each iteration. The more dire the circumstances, the calmer her mind became. Her brain raced at full capacity. In this moment, the world around her seemed to slow, allowing her to perceive every movement her counterpart made with crystal clarity. Within the circulation of soul power, there existed an invisible rhythm. See the pattern. Seize the pattern. Yunqing's eyes grew progressively brighter. Consciously learning and mimicking the release of soul power from the phantom, the soul artifact grew increasingly attuned to her, evolving from initial clumsiness to effortless mastery. Her intent guided her heart. Instantly, the soul artifact condensed into 7 needles, thrusting toward her opponent. TCH, so clumsy. To her astonishment, Yunqing merely waved a hand, and the 7 needles abruptly reversed course, stabbing back at her. Your control is lacking. Does this artifact belong to you or me? Return to your master. Yunqing. She suddenly understood exactly how the formation class cadets felt. So that was what it felt like when she reprimanded them. Perhaps using the bald, burly man's face against the cadets was somewhat understandable. Lacking control. Then she would train again. Struck time, and again she rose each time. Qing felt the presence of the soul artifact, accepting it as an integral part of her body. Since it was her contracted soul artifact, it naturally ought to be of one mind with her. Finally, Qing seized the critical moment. The artifact was no longer merely a tool of contract, but an extension of her very limbs and body. In the blink of an eye, her soul power attack was unleashed. Of the 7 needles, 6 missed their mark, but the remaining 1 struck true. Qing smiled faintly. One success. At that moment, the pain she had subconsciously forgotten crashed over her like a tide. Qing continued drawing forth soul power. She needed to etch this sensation into her memory. Once success was achieved, a second opportunity followed. Gradually, Qing comprehended the artifact's usage, shifting from passive reception of blows to occasional successful counterattacks, and eventually the frequency of her counters steadily increased. Simultaneously, Qing thoroughly comprehended the second layer of Soul Needle. As soul power surged and the needles split from the artifact carried formidable combat intent, proving unstoppable. Dense clusters of soul needles formed the execution formation, surging forward with relentless, unyielding momentum. Soul artifact arrays layered upon one another. Combat power doubled. The manifested duplicate was pierced through like a sieve. Not entirely without talent. Qing sneered, absorbing the dissipating soul power to reform her body, restoring herself in the blink of an eye. But only slightly talented. After Qing mastered the second layer of Soul Needle, her opponent's combat strength also doubled, once again pressing the advantage. Qing could only repeat the process, constantly seeking openings, learning, comprehending, and refining her synchronization with the soul artifact. Within this chaotic void, time lost all meaning. Qing did not know how long had passed, nor how many times her body had been struck. She only knew one thing: she had to win. With every failure, Qing identified the flaw, ensuring she would never repeat it. Progress came in countless iterations. The lingering pain became merely a background hum, never again interfering with her judgment or actions. Finally, Qing grasped the third layer of Soul Needle. Boom! A flash of white light erupted. She too was expelled from that spatial pocket. The drifting soul power surrounding the dispersed duplicate drilled into her body, replenishing her battered soul form. A bead radiating a lustrous white glow then settled into her forehead. This was the reward for this tier. Soul art. The 2 ancient characters emanated a formidable pressure. Qing glanced at them briefly before directing her attention to the contents. After reading through it, Qing realized it was actually a cultivation manual, a technique specifically for soul cultivators. However, it appeared she might not be able to utilize it. The soul art is a divine cultivation method. It abandons the physical body to exclusively cultivate soul power, pursuing the Tao of eternal life. Unlike typical body discarding methods, practicing the soul art requires one to dissipate all cultivation realms and start anew from scratch. The soul art has 3 stages of attainment. Each advancement requires massive energy replenishment. The soul body can devour and absorb all forms of energy, ultimately achieving immortality, indestructible and eternal. Even if shattered into but a wisp of soul power, one can resurrect. Yet each breakthrough brings bone-eroding agony. Failure means death. High thresholds, great rewards, but equally great risks. She sought stability. Who knew what brilliant cultivation civilization this stellar region had once nurtured before the rise of technological civilization? At minimum, in the cultivation realm, she transmigrated into only ghost cultivators existed. She had never heard of abandoning the flesh body to pursue immortality through soul power. In earlier eras, perhaps these conditions were not so harsh. But in the current interstellar era, where could she find abundant energy to absorb? Her current cultivation had reached the peak of golden core, while her soul body stood at the peak of nascent soul. The interstellar spiritual energy concentration was far too low, and dissipating her cultivation to start anew carried the risk of death. No matter how divine the method, Qing had not considered it. In comparison, this soul art seemed somewhat useless. Yet at least it was a fine treasure. I'll keep it for now. Even if in use, this pearl could guard her sea of consciousness and defend against soul attacks. After claiming her rewards, Qing continued upward. The 5th floor's challenge matched the foundation establishment stage. Since she was already here, she might as well experience it. Half an hour later, Qing was defeated. Using all her soul artifacts and techniques proved futile. She was not surprised by the failed attempt. Leaving the soul refining tower, Qing conducted a thorough sweep outside. Even mosquito legs are meat. She did not disdain free gains. After slaying the newly born soul beasts and consuming all the soul fruits, leaving behind a barren forest, Qing departed the secret realm. Capital star. Qing checked the time. Half a day had passed since she entered the secret realm. Accounting for time dilation, she had spent nearly 18 days on the 4th floor. Thinking of her gains, Qing was quite satisfied. She summoned her soul artifact, and as her mind willed it, the round object materialized into a bald, burly man, then shifted into her own likeness. Recalling her experience in the soul refining tower, Qing went online again to adjust the formation. In the afternoon, those who re-entered the holographic formation noticed that the replica inside had changed. Its language grew richer, sharper, more adept at mockery. What's going on? How can it swear? I was a bit scared at first, but the moment it opened its mouth, I lost my fear. I even wanted to punch it. Others were puzzled, but students in the formation class recognized their instructor's handiwork immediately. The speech patterns matched hers exactly. Their instructor was indeed petty. With so few days left in the holiday, she forced them to crack the formation during vacation, and now she wouldn't even spare those on the Star Network. Qing could only say one thing: well done. The compilation videos of people attempting the formation on the Star Network were his daily source of joy, the motivation driving him through each bout of suffering. His instructor should raise the difficulty even further. Ding. The doorbell at the Yun residence rang. Qing went downstairs to answer. It was Lu Li. Today Yunhai had taken the 3 cubs to the suburban hunting ground to catch fresh provisions. Yun Li had been urged to appear on a holographic variety show, and Yun Rome had gone out, leaving only her at home. Mr. Lu. Hearing this detached form of address, Lu Li showed no reaction. He conveyed Elder Qiao's position to Qing on his behalf, presenting the gift as well. But unlike last time, today he had brought along a burden. Although Qiao Yang had suffered some misfortune, he had a good disposition. Being close in age to Qing, they might get along. Cousin, you must be my cousin. Wearing a wig, Qiao Yang sported a cold, strikingly handsome face, and his smile made him instantly likable. Having seen his bald appearance, Qing could hardly bear to look. Qiao Yang gazed up at Qing with unabashed admiration. He never expected his cousin to be so formidable. Upon learning the truth, he had been thrilled all night, instantly emerging from the shadow his first love had cast upon him. Who are you? Qing pretended not to recognize him. I'm Qiao Yang, your cousin. My father is your maternal uncle. Qing. Fate was truly wonderful. Qing still recalled the shock she felt when she first saw him in the photograph as a youth. Having brushed past her lightning, tribulation, and spiritual range, Xiao Yang's face was even more handsome now than before. However, this hair, these eyebrows, even the eyelashes were all fake. She would never forget that day of the lightning tribulation, the white boiled egg that had plummeted from the sky and landed on her head. Xiao Yang had no idea his genius cousin was thinking nothing but his boiled egg head. From the moment he laid eyes on Qing, he had taken a liking to her. Cousin, do you remember me? We met outside the holographic arena, and I invited you to watch the ability tournament together. As soon as his nickname, Fierce Green Dog, was revealed, Xiao Yang remembered their previous encounter. Back then he had called her Sister Dog, never imagining she would turn out to be his actual cousin. It's you I remember. Qing feigned sudden realization. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened further. Yes, it's me. Wasn't this some heavenly fate? At that moment Yunhai returned with the cubs. Upon seeing Lu Li seated in the living room, the smile on his lips instantly vanished. Why had this person come again? Still persistent. Mom. The 3 cubs gathered around Qing's feet, curiously surveying the newcomer. Xiao Yang's burning gaze lingered over the cubs. Were these his little nieces and nephews? Beastman cubs. Furry. The tiger cub stepped forward, blocking Xiao Yang's increasingly intense gaze, feeling somewhat frightened in his heart. This person's face was identical to the fake identity Qing had used after they left the garbage planet. Cousin, these must be my little nieces and nephews, right? So cute. Nieces and nephews. The little fox peeked over the tiger cub's shoulder, whispering in his ear, Brother, I think he's talking about us. The cat cub also poked its head out, revealing a pair of eyes for covert observation. All 3 cubs recognized Xiao Yang's face, but they kept their mouths shut, pretending not to know him. They would not slip up until they understood the situation. Mr. Lu, what brings you here this time? Yunhai sat down on the sofa and pulled all 3 cubs toward him, making Xiao Yang extremely envious. Xiao Yang heard he had found his cousin and insisted on coming. Lu Li said with a helpless expression. Xiao Yang, didn't you tell me? When Xiao Yang looked over, Lu Li gave him a look of calm. Xiao Yang could only bury his doubts in his heart. I mean no harm. I simply believe you have the right to know. Blood ties cannot be severed. The Qiao family are the blood relatives of Qing and the cubs, and they bear goodwill toward them. Yunhai was about to speak when he had an idea and told the cubs to go play in the backyard. The 3 obediently left, and Xiao Yang's gaze followed them. You go play outside too. Lu Li gave him a push, and Xiao Yang stood up and followed them out. As soon as the cubs left, Yunhai's expression turned cold, and he spoke plainly. Whatever your intentions, do not try to force them upon Qing Bao and the little cubs. This is the empire where bloodline matters nothing. The empire is full of beast men who leave their families to live independently after coming of age. If we don't get along, we part ways. What is bloodline anyway? Backyard. Xiao Yang tread lightly, tiptoeing behind the young ones. He thought they had not noticed him. Little did he know the young ones ahead had long been aware of his pursuit. The little fox's eyes darted, and he called out loudly, Brother, the brother who came today claims he is our uncle. Do you believe it? Hearing the young one's words, Xiao Yang squatted down, hugging his knees and hiding in the corner. In the afternoon, the star hung diagonally in the sky. The tiger cub glanced downward, and Xiao Yang's shadow stretched long, casting directly at his feet. Fighting the urge to turn his head back, the tiger cub said, I don't know either. Do you believe it? The little fox tapped his toes lightly on the ground, covering his mouth and giggling. Then he shouted loudly, "I don't believe it." Xiao Yang grew anxious, wanting to emerge, but restraining himself. The black shadow swayed left and right, scratching his ears and cheeks in agitation, then crouched down and stretched his neck. Every move was fully exposed before the young one's eyes, yet his attention was solely fixed on them, unaware of this. The cat cub silently gazed at the black shadow at his feet, his face growing even more tense. The little fox analyzed point by point. "We have never seen him before. He does not resemble us at all. Grandpa said we must not trust strangers' words." The little fox spoke louder and louder, addressing both Xiao Yang and his elder brother and sister. "Stranger. Never met him." The three young ones reached a consensus. Xiao Yang nodded repeatedly. "Well said." The young ones showed good vigilance, knowing not to trust strangers so easily, even though that stranger referred to himself. But it did not matter. He was genuine and feared no scrutiny. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yang feared the young ones would discover he was eavesdropping, so he stepped back several paces deliberately, making some noise before moving forward. "Little ones, what are you doing?" The three young ones exchanged glances. "So silly," the little fox said silently. The tiger cub patted the little fox's shoulder and shook his head. Though somewhat silly, they needed to be polite and not speak plainly. The little fox chuckled, and when turning again, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by surprise and confusion. "Oh, it is you, the new older brother." Xiao Yang crouched down. "I am not merely an older brother. I am your actual maternal uncle. Your mother is my elder cousin by blood." He truly was their elder by blood. "Really?" The little fox's eyes sparkled. "Of course." However, the little fox's next words left Xiao Yang frozen on the spot. "Then what about our real maternal grandmother? Why did she not come?" Xiao Yang. How was he supposed to reply to that? Of course the little fox knew what had transpired. Last time Lu Li came while the siblings were descending the stairs, they had overheard the adults speaking and learned that grandmother had abandoned their mother. A grandmother who does not want her daughter is no good grandmother. Does she not like me, eh? The little fox's eyes reddened, crystal clear, tears swirling within them, making hearts ache to witness. The cat cub and tiger cub also lifted their heads. Xiao Yang's heart raced with panic. No, of course not. Such fragile and innocent young ones. Would they surely weep if they knew the truth? The thought of the young ones weeping stirred a hint of discontent toward his aunt in Xiao Yang's heart. His aunt was being too harsh. Unable to withstand the young one's pleading gaze, Xiao Yang recounted his aunt's situation, choosing his words carefully and only mentioning that she had established her own family. Your aunt must busy herself caring for her own young ones. How could anyone not adore you when you are this lovely? My father cherishes young ones as sweet as you, and uncle loves them dearly. When speaking of himself, Xiao Yang patted his chest. Uncle loves them the most. The little fox blinked and smiled shyly. But inwardly he was thinking, so grandmother simply does not like them after all. He understood. Yet mother was also grandmother's young one. The tiger cub's heart flew to the main hall. Mother would feel even sadder if she knew. The three young ones surrounded Xiao Yang, drawing out no little information about the Qiao family of Dragon Nation through his own words. Having asked all they wished, the little fox prepared to slip away and lead his elder brother and sister off. When the young ones stopped questioning, Xiao Yang racked his brain for tales. From Dragon Nation's history to its culinary culture. The tiger cub asked curiously, Dragon Nation, is that the place that sells cooking robots? Xiao Yang nodded. Indeed. The food made by cooking robots is hardly top-notch. Our Dragon Nation's culinary civilization runs profound and far-reaching. One could dine without repeating a dish daily, yet still not finish in a lifetime. The cat cub turned her head, ears perked. The cooking robot's repertoire contained only those few dishes, yet she had never tired of them. Daily variety that lasted a lifetime. The cat cub swallowed. The natural food now is all purified food lacking in flavor. However, our Dragon Nation possesses top-tier chefs capable of crafting supreme delicacies. Unfortunately, since coming to the Empire, the beastkin here subsist almost entirely on nutrient solution. Natural food is limited to roasted meat. And he possessed not a single star coin, unable even to afford roasted meat. Xiao Yang deeply missed the days in Dragon Nation. The Empire had wounded him too deeply. The little fox drew back his saliva. Is it truly that delicious? Naturally. When speaking of fine cuisine, Xiao Yang was extraordinarily confident. Describing flavor, texture, and presentation in detail, the three young ones felt their hearts stirred. By the time Xiao Yang recounted over 100 methods for preparing fish, the cat cub and tiger cub's tails had inexplicably emerged, swaying back and forth. Uncle, can you cook it? Of course. Xiao Yang froze. What had he just heard? Uncle. The young ones had called him uncle. His lips curled upward wildly. Xiao Yang nodded. Uncle certainly knows how to prepare it. What difficulty is there? As a child, he was frequently injured when going out, so his family forbade him from venturing out. He could only tinker with things himself and indeed possess some culinary skill. Pity there are no ingredients here. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little fox produced a beast from his cartoon space ring. Brother, can the call-wrapped chicken you mentioned just now be made with this? Xiao Yang. Why would a young one carry ingredients on their person? Nevertheless, wanting to build a good relationship with the young ones, Xiao Yang resolved to bring forth his full ability. Fine. Why not? The little fox led Xiao Yang to the corner, produced a sphere, and placed it on the ground. Reaching out and pressing at a scent-blocking barrier rose. Xiaoyang thought the preparations were quite thorough. Then he watched as the young one continued to produce a complete set of tableware, a barbecue stand, portable picnic tables, and chairs, a sunshade. Seated in the chair, the young one gazed at him full of expectation. Xiaoyang felt like a chef, while the three young ones were patrons who had placed their orders and awaited their dishes. Uncle, go for it. Then I shall give it a try. Xiaoyang rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin. But he did not know how to pluck feathers either. Uncle, wait here. I shall go find you an assistant. The little fox sauntered back to the kitchen. Seeing this, the tiger cub followed. The cat cub also lifted her steps, but with a sidelong glance noticed Xiaoyang's dejected, pitiable expression. After a moment's thought, the cat cub sat back in the chair. It would be rude. She could not let the guest sit alone. Sitting upright with her legs dangling beneath the chair, she met Xiaoyang's gaze as he looked at her. A faint awkwardness rose between the two. Main hall. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly the little fox ran in from outside with the tiger cub close behind. Yunhai's fierce expression froze, then slowly receded, instantly softening into warmth. Lu Li's tightly knit brows also relaxed, a gentle aura radiating from his entire being. Grandpa, Mother, Uncle. The little fox greeted them while making his way toward the kitchen. I am getting food for the brother. The tiger cub stared at Lu Li, then secretly glanced at Qing, and was caught. Qing raised an eyebrow. What was that look from the little one, as if regarding a pitiful creature? Due to the young one's sudden appearance, the conversation among the others was interrupted. The tiger cub did not enter, merely standing at the doorway waiting for his younger brother. In the kitchen, the little fox put away the idle cooking robot into his spatial ring and finally carried out a small plate of desserts. Noting that the table beside the sofa was bare, the little fox set down the plate of desserts and produced 3 cups, filling each with water in turn. We are going to the backyard now. Still carrying a plate of desserts, he pulled the tiger cub's hand and departed. Yunhai. A sweet fragrance permeated the air, and the prior tension had completely dissipated. With the cooking robot's assistance, Xiaoyang finally rediscovered the joy of cooking. The robot handled the plucking and cleaning, leaving Xiaoyang to simply memorize recipes. Yes, cut off this part here. It's not edible. And make sure to wash it clean. Apply the marinade. Using scallions, ginger, and garlic. Do they have these in the Empire? Xiaoyang was skeptical. Whoosh. Instantly the kitchen assistant robot pulled out various seasonings from its belly, all appearing quite complete. Xiaoyang. The filling for the chicken needs to be stir-fried first. Shiitake, mushrooms, chestnuts. After reciting the recipe, Xiaoyang regretted his choice. He should have picked something simpler. Roasted fish would work well. Whoosh whoosh. The assistant robot produced all the necessary ingredients from its belly without missing a single item. Xiaoyang. He wondered what else that belly contained. Natural foods were scarce in the Empire, with many ingredients simply unavailable for purchase. How could it possibly have everything? Uncle. The little fox tilted its head. And then, oi. Then pack the filling and wrap it with lotus leaves. Lotus leaves, surely those would be unavailable. As expected, the robot's 8 hands froze mid-motion, its eyes flickering with data before illuminating red. Beep. Corresponding ingredient not found. Please supplement. Stuck at this step, the cub's eyes brimmed with overwhelming disappointment. Xiaoyang suggested actually other leaves might work too. Large leaves. What could be simpler? The little fox gestured, producing a neat stack of man-height tree leaves, pristine and fresh. This was his tiny boat on the water. Each time he went swimming, he'd place a leaf on the surface, lie down on it, and sun his fur. Remarkably convenient. Xiaoyang, how does it manage to have everything? Receiving the leaves, Xiaoyang continued reciting recipes, while the cooking robot simultaneously recorded them into its chip as it prepared the food. While waiting for the meal to finish, the little fox inquired about other delicacies, clinging and coquetting with him. Xiaoyang recited recipes for a solid hour, his mouth growing parched. When the time arrived, Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it concluded. The cooking robot placed the earthen mound on the table, transforming its right hand into a hammer and tapping it gently. The dried yellow mud shell shattered, and a fragrance wafted from the cracks. Upon peeling away the wrapping leaves, a powerful aroma instantly swept through the room. The little fox, wow. The cat cub, wow. The tiger cub, so fragrant. Xiaoyang felt dazed. How could it be so fragrant? Even more aromatic than the beggar's chicken he'd eaten in Longwa. Could he actually possess such culinary talent? This entire beast stood nearly half the height of an adult. There was no way the 4 of them could finish it all. Should we invite cousin and uncle to join us? Xiaoyang asked. The little fox stood up. I'll go get them. With that it darted away. Mommy, Grandpa, Uncle. Just as the little one entered the gate, the 3 people inside paused. Yunhai smiled and picked up a yolk pastry. Lu Ji took a sip of water. Qing rubbed his nose. Brother made us delicious food. It's so huge. Let's all eat together. Lu Ji thought to himself, just as expected from a child. Only children could play together so easily. Bringing Xiaoyang along this time was truly the right choice. He'd been invited to dine with them, a treatment he hadn't received during his previous visit. Then let's eat together. The cub activated a shielding barrier. The scent didn't escape, though some clung to the little fox. Just the fragrance alone made mouths water. Qing's appetite was stirred. The Empire offered limited recipe options. She'd grown weary of them. With dinner moved up by an hour, she had the cooking robot prepare several additional dishes. The group gathered in the backyard for the meal. The beggar's chicken delighted both nose and palate. Yunqing's gaze toward Xiao Yang shifted. She picked up a piece of meat for him and sincerely invited, "Feel free to visit often when you're free." Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with joy. His cousin had served him meat. "Thank you, cousin. If you don't mind, I'll definitely come more often." Popping the meat into his mouth, Xiao Yang blissfully narrowed his eyes. It had been so long since he'd tasted such delicious Longwa food. After Yunqing served Xiao Yang meat, she looked down to find 4 pieces of meat had appeared in her own bowl. The 3 cubs and Yunhai lowered their chopsticks, watching her intently. Yunqing swallowed each piece in one bite. After finishing all 4 pieces, the 1 person and 3 cubs satisfactorily withdrew their gazes. Yunqing then served more back. The atmosphere at the table grew even more harmonious. The moment Lu Ji took his first bite, he sensed the subtle energy within the food. Cooking with energy plants was absolutely the most luxurious indulgence. The Yun family truly spared no expense. Thanks to Xiao Yang, Lu Ji enjoyed a harmonious dinner at their home. After declaring he would not interfere with Yunqing's decisions, Yunhai's attitude toward him warmed considerably. Upon departure, Xiao Yang was reluctant to leave. He wanted to stay. He hadn't even gotten to touch the fluffy cubs yet. Still, cousin had welcomed him to visit often. Surely she didn't dislike him. Back at the hotel, savoring the delicious dinner, Xiao Yang contentedly drifted into sleep. Before falling asleep, he reflected his luck had been quite good lately. It seemed ever since being struck by lightning he hadn't encountered any more mishaps. How wonderful. In the dream, Xiao Yang transformed into a fish once more. A white orb pursued him as an ethereal voice asked, "Do you wish to change your fortune?" Xiao Yang continued swimming through the water. The white orb pursued relentlessly. "Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you wish to become luckier? Do you wish to become someone extraordinary?" Questions penetrated his ears as Xiao Yang swished his tail and swam even more joyfully. Dreams reflect daytime thoughts. So did his inner self actually desire to become someone extraordinary? After the initial surprise, Xiao Yang settled his emotions. Whatever. It's just a dream anyway. The white orb. Your misfortune isn't innate. Don't you want to change your luck? No, Xiao Yang replied. He'd had this kind of dream as a child, yet his luck never improved. Now having a similar dream again, it was tedious. Top-tier cultivation techniques, excellent fortune realm resources. The white orb enticed. Bind with the faith system and possess everything. Smack. The white orb was slapped away by the fish tail. Freed from the annoying voice, Xiao Yang continued swimming. Even dreams wouldn't let him rest peacefully. The Yun household. After finishing the variety show, Yunli glanced at the time upon exiting the hollow capsule. It was precisely mealtime. Humming a tune, he entered the washroom. After cleaning up and changing into fresh clothes, Yunli swayed his hips and danced down the stairs with lively steps. At the final 3 stairs, he leapt down, spun twice, and stopped. Cubs. Dinner time. On the sofa, the 2 people and 3 cubs who had eaten their fill lay resting, exchanging glances. Oh no. Something had been forgotten, it seemed. It turned out they had forgotten about him. "Have you all been waiting for me?" Yunli's smile deepened upon seeing the people seated on the sofa. A faint blue-green light gleamed beneath his feet. Borrowing the wind ability he had just awakened, Yunli glided forward, his graceful movements displayed to perfection. Yunqing looked up at the sky while Yunhai tilted his head. Tiger cub and cat cub lowered their heads. Only little fox watched intently, clapping his paws enthusiastically. "Grandpa, you're so amazing." Yunli clearly enjoyed the cub's praise. Little fox suddenly changed the subject. "Grandpa, you wouldn't believe it, we have guests today." The 2 people and 2 cubs on the sofa were all stunned. "Guests? Who came?" Yunli asked curiously. "It's Uncle Lu from last time, and he brought a young man with him." "Grandpa, one must be polite to both humans and beasts, right?" "Of course." Little fox patted his chest. "That's why we didn't do anything wrong. We knew you didn't like them, so we ate dinner early. That way when you come out, they'll have already left. You won't see them and won't get angry." Yunqing, Yunhai, Tiger cub and cat cub. Little fox hopped off the sofa and sauntered into the kitchen. "Grandpa, there are so many new recipes today. I didn't know which one you'd want to eat, so I didn't cook in advance. Otherwise it wouldn't be fresh. Come quickly." Yunli was moved to tears and followed Little Fox into the kitchen. Yunhai could barely watch. The kitchen had preservation devices. They had simply forgotten Yunli. However, never mind. They couldn't tell the truth, or Yunli would start making a scene. After tasting the new dishes, Yunli finally had time to ask, has he not given up yet? Does he want to take the cubs back? Yunhai shook his head. No, he only came today to recognize relatives. He's leaving soon. That's good then. Yunli lay on the sofa with his hands on his belly, savoring the delicious food as he asked, where did these recipes come from? The uncle who arrived today told us about them. He can even recite many recipes by heart. Little Fox was very satisfied with Xiao Yang. Really? Will he come again? Yunli sat up straight instantly. He can even recite recipes. Yunqing. Yunqing suddenly remembered that Yunli had seen Xiao Yang's face before back on Wenyuan Star. The cub had dyed his fur back, then looking weak and listless, so Yunli hadn't connected the dots. But what if they ran into Xiao Yang, and he remembered? Yunqing drifted into thought. A weight settled on his leg. A white fluffy fox head peered up. Qingbao, would you like to work with Daddy? Yunli extended the invitation. What? What work? Yunqing snapped back to attention. A mini-game on a variety show. They need to invite family members to compete, and you're the only one at home who can go. The large white fox sat on Yunqing's legs, blinking rapidly. Yunhai, am I not human? With record of cultivation becoming a massive hit, Ding Cheng accepted an invitation to a variety show, the hottest one currently airing. As the studio owner, Yun Li could no longer stay behind the scenes. The show would film over 7 days with a different theme each day. Today was the first day. Tomorrow's theme was daily life in the cultivation world. They would enter the film set models and compete in a sword racing event. Both he and Zhongqing Dai needed to invite one external helper each. Yun Li had fallen in love with the feeling of sword flight while filming the movie, but since the set wasn't open to the public, he hadn't dared bring his family to experience it. He had decided to wait until Ergo finished the holographic game before bringing the cubs in to try it. Now that there was an opportunity, Yun Li immediately thought of Yunqing. Wasn't this a parent-child game? Dad's team is still short one person. Will Qingbao comes? How long will it take? Just 2 hours, it'll be quick. We'll only go around once. You can also customize your appearance so your identity won't be revealed. Will you come? Will you come? The fox's eyes were full of anticipation. He had never played with Qingbao one-on-one before, and this variety show was a perfect opportunity. The light in his eyes surged, making it hard to refuse. All right then. Sword flying. She knew how to do that. 2 hours wasn't long at all. That's great. Yun Li flicked his big tail and replied to Ding Cheng. Yun Li found someone. Friendship first, competition second. Yun Li wanted Qingbao to experience the joy of sword flying, not to abandon the gaming experience to compete for rankings. Ding Cheng, who did you find? Yun Li, my Qingbao. Ding Cheng. Ding Cheng, are you going to reveal your identity? Yun Li, no, Qingbao will definitely customize her appearance. Ding Cheng thought their film team still had a chance. Yunqing was the youngest military academy instructor. If they had such a big shot on their side, even if they lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. The next day, Yunqing entered the holographic world. As soon as he switched his avatar to a white fox head and changed his nickname to a fox, Yun Li's invitation arrived. After accepting the invitation, Yunqing entered the cultivation world scene model. Now appearing as Yun Li's external helper. The host exclaimed, the nickname is a fox. Looks like Master Yun Li brought his own fox. Miss Fox, could you introduce yourself to everyone? The host stood on a spiritual boat wearing an ethereally flowing dress. Hello everyone, my name is a fox. I'm the external helper invited by Master Yun Li. A brief introduction. The host teased. It seems Miss Fox is very confident. We wish you great results. Now please return to your team, Miss Fox. Yunqing walked over to Yun Li's team. His clothes automatically changed into blue and white sportswear, matching the rest of the team. There were 4 competing teams on the field besides the film team. There were also the extreme sports team, the researcher team, and the military academy team. For members per team, the film team consisted of Yunqing, Yun Li, Zhongqing Dai, and a muscular big man named Cheng Peng, a veteran extreme surfing enthusiast. For people stood together with only Cheng Peng looking somewhat reliable. Zhongqing Dai picked at her fingers. Yun Li grinned. Yunqing, wearing the fox head, observed the members of the other 3 teams. One idle beast, others on this show practically shoved their faces into the camera, yet this lady wears a beast head instead. Damn, curiosity is rising. Sunset DiCaprio fox head. Could she be Yun Li's sibling? I love gossip, why not guess Yun Li's daughter? Didn't someone leak that Yun Li had a child young? Research mule, do you think birth rates are decorative? It takes decades to produce one cub. Could Yun Li succeed in one go? Impossible. This variety show is the most popular across the empire. On the field, aside from Yunqing concealing her face, the researcher team also wore beast heads. Everyone else appeared in their true forms, hoping to absorb more fans through this variety show. Seeing Yunqing with a fox head, they immediately lost interest. What a waste of this variety show opportunity. Each team got half an hour to familiarize themselves with sword riding. Half an hour later, the competition would officially begin. The winners would receive a sum of star coins. Qing. Yun Li began, but remembering they were broadcasting live, he changed his address. Xiaoqing, would you like me to teach you? Yunqing shook her head. I already know how. Ocean Overlord, she actually refused. Yun Li had filmed for a while in this scene and knew more about sword flight, but this newcomer was brought in from outside the crew and had no idea how to do it. Wilderness brother, I think this group is definitely doomed. The Extreme Sports group is full of top-tier experts, and one of them is even the champion of the Imperial Wilderness Championship. I vote for the Extreme group. Beyond Limits. I also vote for the Extreme group. No baldness this year. The Research Institute team is all wearing animal heads, so unique. I like it. I vote for the Research group. The program set up a vote. As of now, the Extreme Sports group had the highest number of votes by a landslide. Second was the Military Cadet group. Third was the Film group. Last was the Strange Research group wearing animal heads. Most of those who voted for the Film group were fans of the actors. Seeing the lineups of other teams, they had long given up hope of winning, only wishing that one of the 4 could make it into the top 10. Seeing them talking, Zhong Qingdai stepped forward and asked, "Need any help?" As she spoke, her gaze kept falling on Yun Li's face, and when he looked back, she casually averted her eyes. Zhong Qingdai played the female lead in the film, and all the sword flying scenes required her to perform independently, making her the most skilled in the team at sword flight. "Thank you, I'll try on my own." Yun Qing remembered her as well, and politely declined. Zhong Qingdai smiled. "All right, just let me know if you need anything. Don't be nervous, it's just a game. Do your best." With that, Zhong Qingdai stepped back. The livestream audience was stunned. A lazy beast, she actually refused again. Doesn't she want to win? Come on, everyone else is practicing seriously. The deep affection of a fox you'll never understand, dying to save face, suffering in silence. Don't just cry when you embarrass yourself later. The deep affection of a fox you'll never understand, dying to save face, suffering in silence. Don't just cry when you embarrass yourself later. Others are bringing in experts as reinforcements, but Yun Li brought his own family to mess things up. Xiaoqing watched my movements and just follow along. Yun Li placed the sword on the ground, stepped onto it, then mobilized the energy within his body to drive the blade. He absolutely could not embarrass himself in front of his daughter. First, he made the sword rise 10 centimeters off the ground. After steadying himself, Yun Li guided the sword to circle around Yun Qing once. See, it's simple. Don't be scared. To reduce difficulty, the program used broadswords, so stepping on them wouldn't cause a miss. There was also a safety belt connected to the sword's hilt with the other end fastened around the waist, preventing falls during high-speed flight. As long as one had good balance, they could slowly fly to the finish. Yun Li tested a circle, recalling the feeling from when he filmed the movie, then ascended higher. Just as he was about to show off to Yun Qing, two figures zoomed past overhead. Yun Li's body swayed and nearly fell, but the safety belt around his waist caught him, preventing a crash. His face turned pale from fright. Above, the two people hovering on broad swords looked down, clenched their fists, extended their index fingers downward, and curled their lips slightly. "Oh, is that a challenge?" the host exclaimed. As expected from outstanding members of the Extreme Sports Association, they've already mastered the flying sword in such a short time. Beyond limits. You've got to hand it to our extreme group. That film group is like a joke. When the competition starts, they'll probably be lying on their swords, crying their way to the finish. Wilderness second brother, is there even any comparison? None of them can fight except the extreme group. Lily, cheer up, it's just entertainment, don't take it so seriously. After their demonstration, the two flew back to the extreme group's position. Yun Li clenched his fists. Why did he have to run into those annoying siblings again? "Qing, Xiaoqing, stay away from them later." Yun Li leaned close to Yun Qing's ear and whispered, "Those two siblings are no good. They stole my toys when we were kids, and your uncle gave them a beating, so they've held a grudge against me ever since." Yun Li never expected the program would invite people from the Extreme Sports Association, and of all people, these two. Would they deliberately retaliate against him later? His heart was still racing. "They stole your toys, eh?" Yun Qing asked. "Yes, they're both S-rank in physique. Don't confront them head on. The scenery here is beautiful, just fly slowly later. They definitely want to win, so they'll race ahead." Yun Qing nodded, but her inner thoughts remained unknown to anyone. Elsewhere, and Baze and Bailuo completed the action of exchanging broad swords midair, then flew a quick lap on their swords before returning to the team. They were all from the same circle. Others might not know Yun Li's identity, but they did. They even knew that the reinforcement Yun Li brought was no nobody, but his daughter, the now sought-after military academy instructor Yun Qing. When they were kids, they had mustered up the courage to play with Yun Li, only to be beaten down and made to cry by Yun Zheng. That incident they would never forget. Today they finally had a chance to wipe away that shame. They were determined to make Yun Li lose utterly and completely. As for Yun Qing, being good at formations didn't mean she was good at other things. Aerial sword flight was their domain. Soon the half-hour preparation time was up. The team relay race started at the summit of the snow mountain, passed through the 10,000 abyss, and flew to the endless sea, with interference from flocks of flying demon beasts along the way. Only the top 10 would earn points. First place got 10 points, second place 9, and so on down to 10th place with 1 point. Finally, the total points of each group would determine the ranking. For groups, 16 people in total. That meant 6 people would get no points. No one wanted to lose too badly. The host announced the rules. Competition. Start. The 4 from the extreme group shot forward like cannonballs in the blink of an eye. And Baze even did a 360-degree rotation in the air, then pointed downward at Yun Li before continuing forward on his flying sword. Zhong Qingdai and Cheng Peng also took to the sky at the first moment. "Xiaoqing, follow me. I'll hold on to you," Yun Li said, extending his hand in the air, intending to pull his daughter along. Yun Qing looked at the hand stretched before her, then placed her hand on top and grasped it firmly. With her right hand, she tossed her sword into the air, jumped onto it, and grabbed Yun Li's hand. The next second, a blur streaked across the sky, leaving only Yun Li's flying sword floating alone in place. Without energy input, the flying sword wobbled and fell to the ground. Yun Li's broadsword remained where it was, but he himself had been carried away by Yun Qing. The safety belt had also been undone at some point. Yun Li, wow, our film group has encountered an accident right at the start. Was Miss Fox too nervous? It seems Yun Li won't last long and will fail soon, the host commented. As the host finished speaking, the other three groups felt a surge of joy. Eliminating one person at the start increased their chances of winning. Zhong Qingdai looked back, worriedly slowed down a bit, and was overtaken by the chicken-headed researcher. With one person down, the pressure was even greater. She had to make it into the top 10, or else their group wouldn't get a single point, and that would be too embarrassing. Zhong Qingdai quickly overtook the chicken-headed researcher. Gradually, she passed others and ranked 5th. After crossing the 10,000 abyss, a flock of flying demon beasts passed ahead. Zhong Qingdai maintained her steady performance, dodging one beast, but another one rammed into her. And Baze chuckled softly, flying forward leisurely. With him around, Yin Li's group wouldn't get a single point. Zhong Qingdai failed to react, and was knocked away on the verge of falling. She closed her eyes tightly, struggling to mobilize the energy within her body. Someone grabbed her waist, and the biting wind against her face stopped. "Steady yourself." A pleasant female voice came. Zhong Qingdai opened her eyes, overjoyed. "It's you." For people stood on the broadsword. Yun Qing stood at the front, while Yun Li held onto the hem of her clothes with both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. "Qing Bao, charge." Yun Li blurted out, "Qing Bao," which was clearly recorded in the live stream. Meng Meng Shu, such an intimate address. Who is Qing Bao? Good things happen, Qing. Yun Qing. A leisurely beast. I have an immature thought. Weren't there people suspecting Yun Li was the long-missing third child of the Yun family on the capital star? The third child of the Yun family is also a fox, also useless, and also has a daughter with Qing in her name. Ocean Overlord, no way. It shouldn't be. Do you think Yun Qing would come to this kind of variety show? She's a military academy instructor. The military cadets watching the show. Why not? An array instructor is also a person. Among the 4 cadets competing, one recognized Yun Qing and almost fell off. Appearing on a variety show with Yun Li and being affectionately called Qing Bao. Who else could it be? Yun Qing stood on a sword, a spiritual energy shield blocking the fierce wind. The 3 behind her looked around extremely leisurely. Yet the flying sword's speed did not decrease despite carrying 3, and it was even faster than them. Impossible. In this competition, everyone's physique and abilities were synchronized with the real world. Those without abilities were implanted with energy cores with levels set to the lowest among all participants. They struggled to control even a single sword. This person carried 3, and the broadsword flew like a rocket. Unscientific. One person saw this and shouted, "Cheating." The host responded with a smile. "Anything outside the rules is allowed. To win, you can do anything." The implication was that if you were capable enough, carrying 10 was fine, while others were still figuring out what was happening. The cadet who recognized Yun Qing took the initiative, riding the flying sword like a bumper car, successfully eliminating a competitor. Chicken-head researcher cluck. Despicable. He just wanted to fly quietly alone and enjoy the joy of sword riding. Who did he provoke? The sky began a chaotic battle. In this scenario, model physical constitution and ability levels were the same as in reality. Those who hadn't awakened abilities could freely choose to implant energy cores into their bodies. The implanted core levels were limited, uniformly set to the lowest ability level among all participants. Some chose offensive ability cores. Others closed their eyes and randomly picked, ending up with weak attack cores. At this moment, the advantage of offensive abilities was fully displayed. I love eating melon. This is how it should be exciting. Fight. Lonely Wolf, the extreme group from earlier, is back too. Haha, this is the competition we're familiar with. Was that little cubs playing games before? Liguzzi, only the military group and the extreme group can compete. The movie group might as well give up early. For people stood on one sword. In the audience's view, the movie group was definitely the easiest target. As long as they took down Yun Qing, the whole group would be finished. Strangely, the cadets closest to the movie group did not attack, but moved away. Several from the Research Institute group rode flying swords toward the other side, and the cadet group chased after them. Thus the extreme group, having turned back from ahead, faced the movie group. And Baze sneered, "Are you sightseeing in a group playing here? But that's fine, saves trouble. Sorry to inform you, you're out of this match." And Baze and his sister attacked from both sides. When they saw Yun Qing appearing with a fox head, they knew she probably didn't want to reveal her identity. This was good, as she probably wouldn't deploy arrays on the spot. Without arrays, she was just an ordinary ability user. The siblings plus 2 others. Could they still not defeat her alone? Go. And Baze gathered flames in his hand, and his sister and Bailuo also gathered her ability. Yun Li's heart was in his throat, and he cursed loudly, ignoring his image. "You're two bullying 4 against 1, have you no shame?" Zhong Qingdai stared blankly at the back of Yun Li's head. Yun Li usually cared about his image, always appearing elegant and confident. This was the first time she saw him so emotional. Surprisingly, there was an indescribable cuteness. Yun Li didn't care about his image, he just hated that he couldn't help. Yun Li leaned close to Yun Qing's ear. "Qing Bao, maybe we should surrender. In the holographic world, pain sensation is 1-to-1 with reality. They're 4 against 1, winning dishonorably. It's fine if we admit defeat. If he had known these 2 were here, he wouldn't have brought Qing Bao. He should have called his mercenary bodyguards." Seeing Yun Li's expression, and Baze knew what he was thinking and exclaimed, "No way. Are you going to surrender? Yun Li, are you sick? Stop wasting words with them, bro." And Bailuo lashed a water whip, but when it approached the 4, it stopped in midair. Then the clear water took on a frosty hue. From the whip's tip upward it froze inch by inch. If Nbailuo hadn't let go quickly, even she would have been frozen. Yet even so the biting cold from that end was extraordinary. This was the strongest ice ability user she had ever seen. Wild yellow dog ice. It appeared. Is that you, wild instructor? Pervert bawled, my love, haha, this must be a coincidence. Yunli is useless. Useless. The third child of Yun family is also useless. Woo, I can't convince myself. Beat dog sister 300 times, wild instructor, we've been dying in your arrays, and you're playing games on a variety show with fool dad. Do you have a heart? You don't. Clingy bear Yun Li is really low-key. Only Yun Li's fans were still desperately defending. Lily fighting, sorry Lily is just an ordinary person, doesn't want to cause trouble, back off. Baby moth, don't believe rumors, don't spread them. Lily is a proper fox, no trouble. Please let him go. Fans could foresee the subsequent development. Opponents would use these comments to mock Yun Li for being shameless and riding on popularity, thereby ruining his public image. Yun Li was in the rising phase of his career and couldn't afford turmoil. Then an extremely bizarre scene appeared in the live comments. One group spammed bald-headed man emojis, shouting across the air for wild instructor to love them again. Another group frantically apologized, saying Yun Li was well-behaved, weak, pitiful, and helpless. The two sides didn't interfere with each other, nor did they reply. Each scrolled their own. Ding Chung touched his head, somewhat worried. Netizens on the Starnet had almost stripped Yun Qing's identity bare. After confirming that the fox-headed lady was Yun Qing, the all-powerful Starnet audience began looking for evidence to support their view. Grind to Dawn known in Bei's Physique S Fire ability level 6, and Bailuo Physique S Water ability level 5. This Qing Bao can easily freeze the opponent's ability, which means at least a 2-level gap. Data Maniac level 7 is a watershed. There aren't many people with ability above level 7. Considering all factors, without a doubt this is our wild instructor. Tibetan Fox's deep affection Yun Li is indeed the Yun family fox. Image the photo from the Yun family welcome banquet was brought out again. On the arena, Chung Pong released the broadsword he was holding. We're standing together too concentrated as a target. I'll go distract and Bei's in a moment. In his view, Zhong Qingdai and Yun Li were both celebrities with no real strength, while the fox-head lady was mysterious, yet possessed a high superpower level. He was only a level 5 superpower user. If he could distract the strongest opponent, letting Ms. Fox eliminate the other three first, they would have a chance. Zhong Qingdai nodded. I'm decent at sword flight, I can provide interference attacks. Only Yun Li had his safety harness drop, and without his own broadsword, he could only fret helplessly. He had brought Qingbao up here to play, not to fight. This was supposed to be his first parent-child activity with Qingbao. He hated it. He hated this pair of siblings. They had snatched his toys when he was a child, and now they were coming to destroy his family relationships. Under Yun Li's gaze, and Bei's grinned smugly. This is a competition. The host already said actions outside the rules are allowed. And Bei's eyes turned red with excitement. The grudges from childhood could finally be avenged. This was a game. Even if Yun Li lost, he couldn't go back and tattle, otherwise he would be seen as a sore loser. He could also defeat Yun Qing, the new genius who had surpassed Qin Su to top the Empire's youth talent list. Even if he won this way, he would still gain glory. Chung Pong was about to step off the sword, but Yun Qing stopped him. Chung Peng's sword flight technique was too poor, probably due to lack of practice, so it was better to just stay put. Could you lend me the sword? What? Chung Pong looked into Yun Qing's eyes, confirming he hadn't misunderstood. She really wanted to borrow the sword. But why borrow the sword? If he lent it, he wouldn't be able to fly in the air. He had intended to refuse. Yet seeing those eyes, his hand uncontrollably handed the sword over. Thank you, Chung Pong. Well treated as part of the game. Without the sword, he could still unleash his superpower. If they fell, at least they'd fall together. With the broadsword in hand, Yun Qing fixed her gaze on Bei's and his sister. And Bei's had already discussed their attack strategy with his teammates, target only Yun Qing. They had originally feared Chung Pong, but now that Chung Pong had lost his flying tool, he couldn't exert much combat power in the air. What was there to wait for? And Bei's hurled a fireball while his two teammates extended wooden vines and earth spikes to block possible escape routes, and Nbailuo's water arrows were ready to strike. Yun Li's heart pounded. As the orange-red flame approached, Yun Li released a wind-based superpower to blow it back. His pitifully weak power only made the flame surge and burn more fiercely. Yun Li's legs trembled as he grabbed Yun Qing's hand, trying to swap their positions. He tugged, but couldn't move her, nearly stepping into the void. Stand steady, don't be afraid. Yun Qing swung the sword horizontally. The flame split in two from the middle, cutting off Bei's connection to his superpower. A flash of ice blue passed by. The clothes on the four opponents' chests were slashed open, and crimson blood slowly seeped out. Yun Qing hadn't used much force, afraid of killing them. In this setting, the broadsword served as a superpower weapon. One could channel superpower into it to launch attacks, but everyone had been using it simply as a flying device. Only after Yun Qing swung her sword did the others react. A leisurely beast, the battlefield changes in an instant. He now, our dog sister, holds a superpower weapon, boosting her combat power. Come on, fight. I want to cultivate such precise control. How did they survive? That blue superpower really looks like sword chi. Data Maniac, chilling thought, friends. I suddenly realized many things from the record of cultivation can be realized in reality. The Qi introduction art is real, formations are real, and sword, Qi, seems to have become true. Rose Star Cultivator, a rogue cultivator, what other surprises do you have in store for us? And Bei stood frozen. He looked at Yunqing's fox head, then at Yunli, who was hiding half his face behind her. And Bei's expression changed, and he turned to fly away. Let's go. His hurried departure was as if he hadn't been the one throwing out threats moments ago. And Bei declared that he could bend when needed. Yunqing's strength exceeded his expectations. When she swung that sword, and Bei seemed to see Yunzheng's shadow. For against one was already dishonorable. If they couldn't even win, how could he save face? Leave? Now. Yunqing. Yunli crossed his arms and straightened up. What are you running for? If you have the guts to bully, have the guts to stay. Come hit me. Come on. No matter how loudly he shouted, the four figures didn't pause. Running. They ran. Zhong Qingdai's eyes widened. Hadn't the fight even started yet? Hold tight. Other people's flying swords were just ordinary transportation, but Yunqing's sword seemed to have developed a spirit. The camera focused on her fox head. Despite being a system avatar, it exuded a dashing, heroic aura. Upon closer inspection, Yunqing's safety harness hung loose, providing no restraint. The others' harnesses were taut firmly, securing them to their broadswords. Yunqing leisurely trailed behind in Bei's. When he sped up, she sped up. When he turned, she turned. She couldn't be shaken off. Yunli, without needing to control the sword, let loose a torrent of taunts, turning in Bei's face green. He would rather fight directly. A moment's distraction and a mutant beast slammed into his face, causing him to slip off the sword and hang by his harness. Ha 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 ha. Explosive laughter erupted behind him. Yunqing waited until the laughter subsided before accelerating toward the finish line, leaving in Bei's watching their figures vanish. Weaving through the flock of flying mutant beasts, Yunqing was as steady as a rock. Lone wolf, now that's a true boss. Awesome. Wild yellow dog, what extreme sports. Weak. Our Qingbao sister can fly at high speed, carrying a passenger without a harness, steady as can be. Wild dog sister is here, haha, hilarious. Watching a variety show, and I actually see my wild sister. Hello everyone, I'm Wild Green Dog, nicknamed Qingbao, ha. Still a baby, ha. I love eating melons, so Yunli really is the third son of the Yun family. Shocking. And at this moment, Yunli's fans were truly at a loss. Wasn't Li Li supposed to be an ordinary person? He had started his career as a cannon fodder role, steadily climbing, with a rather tough resource situation that had only recently improved. How could he be the third son of the Yun family? Yunli's rivals and competitors cursed in front of their screens and canceled the black PR drafts they had prepared. Thinking of Yunrong's methods, who would dare to spread rumors about Yunli? On the racecourse, Yunqing flew her sword at top speed, erecting a spiritual energy shield to block the wind. The three behind her gazed at the scenery below, occasionally exclaiming in awe. Others carefully held their safety harnesses as they weaved through the mutant beasts. Yunqing's group leisurely enjoyed the view. They reached the finish line. Yunqing's team of 4 earned 34 points, ranking first. Zhong Qingdai was dazed. They had won. She had thought it would be good if even one of them made it into the top 10, but instead they took first place just by sightseeing. Yunli couldn't stop grinning, completely unaware that on the interstellar net his identity had been exposed. His debut experience, the several times Yun Rong group had protected him, and various coincidences all pointed to him being the third son of a Yun family. The variety show recording ended. Yunli exited the holographic capsule, and his optical brain vibrated rapidly. As soon as he connected, Ding Chang's roar drilled into his ears. Yunli quickly turned down the volume. Yunli, you're exposed. Congratulations, the entire empire now knows your true identity. Are you happy, Grand Actor Yun? Yunli. He was exposed. On the interstellar net, discussions were in full swing. At the same time, on the distant Mingsha star, a piercing alarm shattered the city's peace. The piercing, prolonged alarm wails echoed without end. Citizens on Mingsha star woke from their slumber, frantically gathering their belongings and searching for the nearest shelter. This alarm, it's a star beast tide. Damn it, didn't the star beast tide just pass not long ago? Cousin, a large number of experimental subjects have escaped from the lab. That SSS-level star beast has likely gotten out as well. Li Si deployed his mecha. The nearby patrol corps is on its way to reinforce. Mingsha star has just undergone a star beast tide and hasn't fully replenished its energy. We can't ignore the star beasts that escaped from the lab. They followed the clues all the way to Mingsha star. Just as they found the lab, before they could discuss the next step, an accident occurred, and all the experimental subjects inside escaped. One of the star beast experimental subjects possessed power exceeding level 10 of superhuman abilities. The reason star beasts are more troublesome than ordinary beasts is that their physiques are at least S rank, and they carry a source of miasma pollution. When fighting star beasts, one careless inhalation of excessive miasma can turn one into a mindless fallen beast. Up! A scream of agony rang out in the city. Li Si tossed a spatial button. Cousin Go. Jing Song caught the spatial button and probed it with his divine sense. It was a mecha. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to use it. Seeing the light sword on the mecha, Jing Song had an idea. Mom, Dad, where are you? A pink piglet cub cried out in despair. She had been separated from her parents, and there were people everywhere. One of her hooves had been stepped on, the bone broken, and she couldn't walk. Umph. Mom. Dad. She retreated to the corner. The cub screamed, but she never saw her parents. Mingsha Star was a marginal star with a harsh environment, a single industry, and poverty. This area was on the outskirts of the city. Beyond the city lay a vast desert, and the nearby residents earned star coins by capturing a certain kind of beast from the desert. When disaster struck, they could only hide in the uniformly built shelters. Wah? Humph. Doggy. Doggy, where are you? Above their heads, a star beast bared its bloodthirsty fangs. Its fur had fallen off, and its smooth skin was covered with ugly bumps from which pus oozed, emitting a rotting stench. The star beast swooped down. Its target was clear. It locked onto the pink piglet with the loud voice. Mom. The tearful cub fell to the ground, staring at the approaching monster. Its forehooves scrambled for a long time, but couldn't get up. The people around fled in all directions, and no one noticed her. Ah, the star beast is coming. Run. It's a star beast. If it were an ordinary beast, they could still muster some courage. But facing a miasma carrier, a star beast, they had neither shields nor mechas and couldn't break through its defense. Moreover, they would be contaminated by the miasma. They could only run. The beastmen far away were relieved and quickened their pace. The beastmen nearby, seeing the thick, dark miasma around the star beast, had despair in their eyes and gave up struggling. A sand fox beastman took off his shirt, bundled the cub in his arms into a ball, wrapped it in the clothes, and threw it with all his strength into the distance. Run! The star beast was close. Closer. The nauseating stench was so strong it was suffocating. Roar! Screams rang out, but the anticipated death did not come. A flash of purple lightning streaked across, splitting the night sky and shattering the terrifying star beast. The black miasma seemed to have met its nemesis and dissipated into the air. The beastmen below, still with despair in their eyes, stared up blankly. Their dull pupils gradually gathered light. Dead. 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 Mom. The cub's sharp crying woke everyone. The star beast was truly gone. They had survived. Tisk, so noisy. Jing Tsong approached slowly from outside the ruins, sword in hand, with a forbidding expression. The cub that had been wailing immediately shut its mouth and shrank back in fear. Jing Tsong bent down to pick up a demon core. The demon core contained demonic energy. Oh, it must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Everyone snapped back to reality. The sand fox beastman's face changed. He pushed through the crowd and ran out, found his clothes, and tremblingly opened them. The little cub inside stretched out its paw in grievance. It's okay, it's okay. The beastman carried the cub back and walked up to Jing Tsong to thank him. Thank you. The others, also coming to their senses, stepped forward to express their gratitude. Jing Tsong waved his hand in annoyance. Hurry and go, there are still star beasts to clean up. Hearing that there were still star beasts left, the survivors ran without stopping. The sand fox beastman glanced at the pink piglet with the broken leg, picked it up, and carried it in his arms as he continued running. In the past, star beast tides were always preceded by warnings. The patrol corps would intercept them outside the planet. If they couldn't stop them, they would at least buy the people time to escape. This time was different. Somehow star beasts had appeared right on the planet. Some people looked at Jing Tsong, recalling how he had killed a star beast with a single strike, and wanted him to escort them. Jing Tsong ignored them and continued forward. His target was the demon beast that was close to the Foundation establishment stage. Finish it quickly, then go to the lab to look for clues. Stepping on his speed boots, Jing Tsong shot into the sky. The remaining beastmen, seeing there was no hope, also hurried toward the shelter. Deep in the desert. Let that star beast get away. Lan He looked regretful. Its whole body was made of excellent materials. What a pity. Don't be sorry, come help. There are quite a few good things in here. Jiangsu excitedly searched around. Inside the lab, his eyes couldn't take it all in. So rich. This equipment is even better than what I use myself. Can't let it go to waste. Collect, collect, collect. He packed up everything that wasn't damaged, and even the damaged ones, to see if they could be repaired. All the experimental subjects had escaped through another exit, leaving only this group of outsiders in the lab, along with a floor full of corpses. The lab and the corpses were all evidence. They couldn't be destroyed. When the time came, they would post it on the Star Network, and once the Empire fell into chaos, they would have a good laugh. Boss, the Star Beast tide is heading this way. The masked man curled his lips into a smile and said in a hoarse voice, then let's give them another big gift. Anyone could see his good mood. After looting the lab and leaving behind critical evidence, they left the desert in a hover car. The cities near the lab were ravaged by the experimental subjects. Unreinforced houses collapsed. Everything was gray and dusty, with occasional glimpses of mangled corpses that had been gnawed at. Jiangsu casually tossed a potion. Purple liquid splattered on the ground, and a faint fragrance spread. Deep in the desert, countless eyes lit up, all staring at the Beastman's city. Is your potion reliable? The shadowy figure doubted. It won't fail like last time, will it? Not angered by the doubt, Jiangsu said confidently, of course it works. It's mixed with the core of an SSS-level beast and concentrated pheromones that can make beasts go into heat. I've tested it thousands of times. I guarantee it's absolutely fine. Even if there were problems, it didn't matter. This was his last day with the Star Pirate Group. Who cared? Silver Dust's ears twitched slightly as he alerted the others. Something's stirring in the desert. Humph. Jiangsu raised his chin. See, the beasts are coming. The masked man turned. Let's go. First find the trace of that star beast. It would be best to pick up the spoils, but if not they had to leave this planet before the Corps finished dealing with the star beast tide. Li Si piloting his mecha locked onto the star beast's position. After driving out for a while he noticed his cousin hadn't kept up, so he had to contact him via light brain. Cousin, where are you? A familiar voice came through. Aren't we supposed to kill the strongest star beast? I'm almost there. Li Si. He had set his mecha to maximum speed. How could his cousin be faster? Skeptical of his words, Li Si ended the call and continued flying forward. Jing Tsang sprinted forward on his swift boots, spiritual energy continuously flowing out, making him even faster. 100-meter-tall demonic beast raised its hoof, causing a building to collapse, with countless fragments falling from the sky. The star beast appeared too suddenly, most residents had no time to evacuate, and became its food. The stench of blood was pungent, and cries of pain and screams merged together. The star beast. The star beast has entered the planet. Its destructive power is immense. A hamster beast man hid inside her specially crafted cage, a small air filtration device on her face, aiming her light brain's camera out the window. It's too late to leave. I can only hide at home, not knowing when the rescue legion will arrive. This is Mingsha Star, Shaiyuan City on Mingsha Star. A huge star beast has killed many beastmen. In the live broadcast, the star beast roared and charged, attacking. With a wide-open mouth, it bit directly through the middle of a building, sending countless debris and terrified beastmen falling from the sky. At that moment, a net of energy shot out, trapping the star beast's head. A squad of mecha soldiers appeared. The city guard is here. The number of viewers in the live stream kept increasing. In just 10 minutes, the count had exceeded 1 billion. Wandering around, what's happening? The star beast directly entered the city. Wasn't it detected? Boyfriend is a dog too close. Streamer, your position is very dangerous. Suggest evacuating ASAP. A maintenance worker so angry. What is the monitoring bureau doing? The star beast entered without being detected. The hamster beast man didn't even look at the comments. She didn't know if the safety cage she had spent star coins to build could save her life. If not, the revenue from this live stream could replace her, providing a future guarantee for her cub, who was studying on the main planet. But she was too nervous to interact or read the comments. Her claws trembling, she fixed the live camera in a corner of the cage, constantly watching the battle outside. Squad leader, something's wrong. The star beast level is off. The energy detection data exceeds the maximum value. It's a rhino horn star beast with a single horn on its head, skilled at charging. SSS level physique. The internal energy scan results also showed it exceeded the range of level 10 superpowers. This is the strongest star beast ever encountered. The star beast, bound by the energy net, curiously sniffed with its nose, then opened its mouth and bit a hole right through the net. Everyone was shocked and furious. This was the first star beast capable of devouring energy. Unless large-scale annihilation weapons were used to harm it, but the residents here were too dense, causing collateral damage. The energy for the city's annihilation weapons had been used in the recent star beast tide and had not yet been recharged. First, lure it out of the city. The squad leader gave the order, and the mecha team executed. Rescue robots searched for surviving beastmen in the ruins and transported them out. Continuing to fight here would cause even more severe casualties. Since it can devour energy, we won't use energy. Use chains. Metal chains looped around the star beast's body, pulling it outward. The squad leader circled the star beast, launching attacks to distract it. An energy cannon struck its huge eye, and the star beast reared its head and roared. Roar. The chains binding it snapped, and dense miasma spread outward from the star beast. The nearby beastmen had no protection. Within seconds, they were contaminated by the miasma, their eyes turning red as they transformed from normal beastmen into corrupted beasts. The star beast lifted its head, its dangerous gaze locking onto the mecha that attacked it. The squad leader sensed trouble. Fall back. Roar. With a powerful stamp of its hind hoof, the flat ground caved into a spiderweb-like crater, and the star beast vanished from its spot. In midair, the reappearing star beast opened its massive mouth toward the mecha. The mecha was 4 times the size of a beastman's body, but it was still pathetically small against the star beast. Eek! The hamster beast man covered her eyes, utterly helpless. The viewers watching this scene were also stunned. Military enthusiast, Doom. Has the star beast evolved? It can even devour energy nets. Will it even be able to devour shields in the future? Flying Wolf Imperial Security Bureau. Come see. A star beast that devours energy. Can the shields protect us? Ratstrong, help. This is the area where my mom lives. Is there anyone coming to save her? The trending topic of Mingsha Star being attacked by a star beast topped the charts, shaking the entire empire. Most people were still unaware of the severity. Nangong CI was filled with anxiety. Star beasts with energy levels exceeding level 10 were not rare. They were abundant on the sealed planets of Liuguang Star. What worried him was whether this energy-devouring talent was a mutation of this particular star beast, or if all star beasts in the Liuguang Star region possessed it. On Mingsha Star, just as the mecha was about to be bitten by the star beast, a purple sword aura pierced through the star beast's wide-open mouth. The swift boots under Jing Tsang's feet ejected blue jets, carrying him descending from the sky, like two meteors streaking across the heavens. In the boundless night, he held a light sword and stepped on the starry river, forcefully breaking into everyone's sight. Roar! The black miasma around it expanded, and then retracted like a heartbeat as the star beast let out an angry roar, staring greedily at the dark figure above. Little trash. Jing Song looked down at this demonic beast at the peak Qi refining stage. A low-level demonic beast, overestimating its abilities, daring to try to eat him. In the past, a mere leak of his aura could have crushed it to death. The star beast flicked its tail, leaving only a cloud of black miasma behind its body, shooting straight at Jing Song, with drool dripping from its mouth, corroding deep pits into the ground. Run! The squad leader saw that Jing Song didn't even have a mecha his heart in his throat. Cousin. Li Si, finally arriving, was terrified by the perilous scene. He poured all the energy from his energy cartridge into the cannon and fired at the star beast. Cousin. And the massive star beast opened its mouth, a foul stench spewing out. Jing Song stood steady in the air, raising his right arm, holding the sword, with purple lightning swirling around the light sword. He swung the sword. Time seemed to stand still. Jing Song's mastery of sword intent was so refined that even at the nascent soul stage he could fight, let alone a demon beast below the foundation establishment stage. A purple light flashed, and the pitch-black star beast flew in the sky, blotting out the sun. A dot of purple light emerged behind it. It extended from the top of its head all the way to its tail. The next instant, the purple light blazed, and the enormous star beast was sliced in two. The sword light pierced through the beast's body, slanting up into the sky and vanishing into the night. The corpse fell. Only a figure holding a sword remained lazily standing in the air above. The others had not yet reacted. Jing Song used spiritual energy to suspend the falling corpse. Below the star beast were countless surviving beastmen. If the corpse fell, it would crush a large number of people. The mecha squad leader snapped out of it. All units use hoverboards. A thin plate flew out from under the mecha cockpit, expanded, and floated beneath the star beast carcass, protecting the safety of the city below. Find an open space to set it down. The hoverboard moved slowly, and cheers rose from below. It's dead. Ha ha ha, it's dead. The beastmen howled at the sky, their faces filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. The hamster beastman clutched her chest, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through her ribcage. She looked up, wanting to etch this scene into her memory. The guard team issued an announcement. Hello everyone, I am the captain of the Mingsha Star City Guard Team. All star beasts that have intruded into the city have been captured. Rescue operations will commence next. A star beast tide is approaching. Please proceed to the shelter immediately. The announcement played over and over. The crisis was over. The people on the star net finally relaxed and discussed the earlier scene. Tian High Star Overlord, am I seeing things? He used the most basic light sword to break through the star beast's defense. Or is this star beast very low level? A scene architect, help, I think I saw that star beast split in two him, and there's a kind of symmetrical beauty. Hey, every exam, it's not an illusion. That strongest star beast that could devour energy was taken down with one sword strike, and moreover it was with a basic laser sword. That person wasn't even wearing a mecha, not even an exoskeleton mecha. Good things happen, tell me quickly, who is he? The hamster beastman's fixed camera happened to capture Jing Song's figure in the frame. The distance was a bit far, the light dim, and his face was unclear. At that moment a mecha burst into the frame. Li Si opened the hatch and jumped out, grabbed Jing Song's arm, and examined him thoroughly, then took out a mental stabilization potion from his space button, opened it, pinched Jing Song's mouth, and poured it in, fearing that even a second's delay would let his cousin be eroded by the turbid qi. What do you think you're doing? Pushing away Li Si's hand, Jing Song wore a look of disgust. As soon as the tube was opened, he smelled a foul odor belonging to demon beasts. Cousin, drink it first. Turbid qi entering the body is no joke. Li Si's heart still raced when he thought of the scene he had witnessed earlier. Even ability users could be eroded by turbid qi, and his cousin had just been held in the star beast's mouth. Such dense turbid qi, such close contact. Too dangerous. Li Si tried to force the potion, but Jing Song dodged. I'm fine, don't touch me. If it weren't for the fact that he was the biological cousin of this body, Jing Song wouldn't tolerate his insolence. The moment Li Si appeared, he was recognized by acquaintances. Even with the disguise on his face, his silhouette was unmistakable. Moreover, because he had to face an SSS-class star beast, he had used his custom mecha. Li Jingyan saw his grandson and heard him repeatedly calling cousin. He pinched himself in disbelief. Cousin? How many cousins could he have? And one who could kill a star beast with a single slash. Asu, is that Asu? Li Jingyan leaned in for a closer look. The height was about right, but the build seemed a bit plump. Could this really be Qin Su? The Qin family. Lu Ru grabbed her son Qin Hua and pointed at a screenshot, asking, does this look like Qin Su to you? Qin Hua. Probably not. Qin Hua had just come out of the holographic pod and didn't know what had happened on Mingsha Star. Suddenly being dragged over, he was confused, but he still analyzed seriously. He's a bit fatter than Qin Su, and his back isn't as straight. He used to think his cousin was somewhat fake, like a puppet with a back always so straight it seemed embedded with a steel plate. The person in the picture had a relaxed posture, looking a bit lazy and not like an upright person. How could it be his cousin? Really not. Lu Ru refused to believe, but Li Si called him cousin. If Qin Su were still alive, they could get more benefits. Of course, she hoped it was Qin Su. Qin Hua shook his head. He has so many cousins, how do you know it's Qin Su? Besides, Qin Su was already dead. If not Qin Su, then who? They pulled out the Li family relation chart and eliminated one by one, finally realizing that this person could only be Qin Su. A cloud of mystery hung over everyone's hearts. The star net became even more lively. Besides discussing the person who killed the star beast, more attention was focused on the star beast invasion incident. Every planet had surveillance equipment, so how did the star beasts get into the planet? The governor of Mingsha Star was about to cry. He also didn't know how these star beasts had been transported in. According to real-time monitoring footage, the star beasts first appeared deep in the desert. He had already sent the guard team to search. He hoped they could find something, otherwise he would have no way to explain. Rescue robots shuttled through the ruins, digging out beastmen with signs of life and transporting them to shelters. From time to time, one or two small beastmen climbed onto the robot's shoulders for a ride. The hamster beastman also opened her cage, quickly packed 10 nutrient fluids, and strapped them on her back. Only then did she remember she was live streaming. But survival was the priority. Without a space button, she had nothing else to pack. Putting her optical brain back on her paw, she opened a nutrient fluid, drank it, grabbed the escape rope, and slid down the window. Seeing a passing rescue robot, she leaped and landed on its foot, then climbed up along its foot, reaching its shoulder and tightly clinging to its neck. Soon a squirrel beastman occupied the other shoulder of the robot. A voice choked with tears rang out. Friends, this is the city ruins after the star beast attack. My home is gone, everything is gone. Thank you for the gifts, I'm so grateful, thank you. I'm on my way to the shelter. I'll keep streaming. Thank you for your attention. The hamster beastman. She suddenly remembered that she was also live streaming. She opened her own live stream room and found the comment section full of greetings from citizens of other planets, and she had received many gifts. The hamster beastman, eyes wet, said, thank you for the gifts. As soon as she said thank you, the squirrel beastman beside her turned around. They exchanged a glance, then went back to their own streams as if nothing had happened. Mingsha Star was too poor. Streaming the star beast invasion scene could bring in a little income, which was better than nothing. Between life and money, at least one should be kept. Ratstrong Mom. Mom, I'm here. I'm so glad you're okay. Ratstrong Mom. Can you see me? Unfortunately, the hamster beastman didn't see this comment at all, as she was focused on describing the battle situation. Her situation was not uncommon. Many people on Mingsha Star had started live streaming, and some beastmen, instead of rushing to the shelter, led others closer to the star beasts to earn more star coins. This might be the only chance in their lives to earn a large sum of star coins. The hoverboard carried the star beast's corpse toward an open area. Lisi activated the protective barrier to block out the foul air, observing the alien beast's body, while occasionally sighing, what a treasure. This beast was killed by his cousin. After the merits were tallied, his cousin would have priority to exchange for star beast materials. Lisi was extremely envious. He glanced at Jing Tsong, then at the star beast corpse, then back at Jing Tsong. What are you sneaking around looking at me for? Jing Tsong frowned. Lisi draped his arm over Jing Tsong's shoulder and negotiated. Cousin, when the time comes to exchange for star beast materials, I'll give you merit points, and you can help me get a star beast bone, okay? Such good stuff was usually out of his reach. But this was killed by his cousin, so he had priority. What do you want this trash thing for? Jing Tsong asked. What use was a chi refining stage beast? Even refining it into a tool would waste spiritual energy. Yet Lisi's expression was so strange, as if this beast were some rare treasure. Jing Tsong reconsidered. In this world with such low spiritual energy concentration, even a chi refining stage beast might be rare. That made sense. Since Lisi liked it so much, maybe the cub would too. Jing Tsong studied the star beast, contemplating using that horn to make a toy for the cub. Jing Tsong agreed to Lisi's request. It was a trivial matter. Then I'll thank you in advance, cousin. Lisi stroked his chin. You'll get a lot of merit points this time. Your sister-in-law should be happy. And that move you used to kill the star beast just now was so cool. If I were your sister-in-law, I'd be totally charmed by you. Sister-in-law? Jing Tsong's ears flushed red. He didn't refute. Lisi chuckled softly. He had already figured out his cousin's personality. As long as he mentioned the sister-in-law and praised her, Jing Tsong would turn into a shy kitten. Love really changes a person. He could barely remember what his cousin used to be like. Suddenly Jing Tsong's expression tightened, and he looked up to the right. An alien beast is coming this way. At the same time, the already piercing alarm grew even shriller. Alien beast tide incoming. Please head to the nearest shelter immediately. Alien beast tide incoming. The mecha team took off again toward the desert. Endless. There was a star beast tide outside the planet. Just as they finished off the star beast invasion, an alien beast tide erupted. Lisi cursed under his breath and asked Jing Tsong, cousin, can you still manage? Of course. The essence blood of the nine-tailed life-devouring cat and Yunqing's feeding had improved this body's constitution, and Jing Tsong hadn't neglected cultivation during the time he controlled the body. But the spiritual energy concentration was too low, so he was only at the 9th layer of chi refining. Cousin, are you sure you don't need a mecha? Jing Tsong. Wearing swift boots, Jing Tsong vanished into the horizon. Lisi rubbed his eyes. Are these swift boots that fast? Did he modify them? Shaking his head, Lisi piloted the mecha to catch up. The city's defense forces were rushing toward the desert. Some beastmen who had been lingering in the city to livestream also turned around and headed for the shelters. Another group of beastmen actually changed direction and ran toward the city's edge. At the city's edge, the protective barrier was activated. The alien beasts charging at the front crashed into the barrier and continued ramming in a frenzy. When Jingsong arrived, quite a few people had already gathered at the edge of the barrier, mostly city guards along with some local residents. Relying on the barrier's protection, these residents hid behind it and attacked with weapons, managing to take down a few alien beasts. The optical brain automatically counted each kill. Once the alien beast tide passed, they could exchange kills for citizen credits. More credits would raise their citizen level and grant better welfare. Friends, see this A-class alien beast. Without a dedicated live streaming device, the chicken-headed beastman fixed his optical brain on top of his head. His innate talent prevented camera shake, then drew his weapon and stabbed at the beast's eyeball. Amazing, right? Hey, I'll stab again. The chicken-headed beastman was ecstatic. Usually hunting alien beasts in the desert required caution, but during an alien beast tide, hiding behind the barrier was much easier, and he could earn credits. Xianshou, what a deal. Let there be fewer star beast tides and more alien beast tides. I'll get rich off them. Yaori Shi Chao, friend. Have you forgotten about the star beast tide outside the planet? If the Legion fails to hold them off and a few star beasts slip, and it'll be all over. Lonely Wolf donated a nutrient solution. Lonely Wolf, don't risk your life, bro. The Starnet reports this star beast tide as SSS level. 2 other legions have already sent warships to help. Run while you still can. The chicken-headed beastman was in a killing frenzy and didn't bother to check the livestream comments. A notification pulled back his lost sanity. Citizens near the barrier, please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. This star beast tide is rated SSS level. Planetary energy will be redirected to power the shelters in 10 minutes. SSS level. The beastmen who had been leisurely hunting alien beasts bolted, and the once-dense crowd halved in an instant. The barrier would disappear in 10 minutes. Why keep hunting? Seeing Jingsong and Li Si approaching, a soldier ahead waved his hand. Go back. Danger. Insufficient energy. The barrier will drop in 10 minutes. Head to the shelter. Li Si identified himself directly and stayed with Jingsong. The alien beast tide had also exceeded S level. Once the barrier was down, the massive horde would destroy buildings. They could only try to eliminate as many as possible to minimize damage. Li Si supported with his mecha. Jingsong fought with his sword. The numbers on the optical brain kept rising. The alien beasts in front were blocked by the barrier, while those behind didn't slow down, piling up layer after layer. Blood flowed everywhere, and the stench drove the beasts even more insane. Many beasts were trampled to death. 8 minutes later, the wall of alien beasts outside the barrier had reached 100 meters high. Retreat. At the command, everyone withdrew. The moment the barrier vanished, the wall of beasts collapsed. Energy bombs shot into the horde, causing countless casualties and splattering blood everywhere. Jingsong also swung a sword. The running alien beast's body was sliced by the sword energy, splitting into 2 pieces that fell to the ground. This move made people around him turn their heads repeatedly. Everyone was guessing his identity. The remaining alien beasts were still numerous, but they had no time left. The first wave of star beasts that had slipped through had already arrived at Mingsha Star. 10 minutes was enough for most beastmen to reach the shelters. But some still failed to arrive on time for various reasons. Jingsong followed the guard team, escorting the last group of civilians to the shelter, but the star beasts had already landed and begun slaughtering. Along the way, Jingsong cleared the path ahead, taking down the star beasts blocking the way. His clothes and hair were stained with blood. By the time he entered the shelter, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. No matter how sparingly he used it, it had run out. With his back against the shelter wall, Jingsong closed his eyes. A familiar sensation washed over him. He knew what was coming. Using his soul power, he constructed a closed safe hut and hid inside. Before losing consciousness, Jingsong said one last thing to the person deep in his soul. Wait for me. Next time I come out. Before he could finish, when he opened his eyes again, the soul had already changed. Shinsa stood upright, his gaze sharp. The lurking star pirates, seeing the escort fleet depart, prepared to seize the star beast's corpse. An isolation shield had been placed near the carcass. Lanhe stepped forward, ready to crack the shield. Above, 2 star beasts spotted the living figures and swooped down. Is the outer legion useless? How did they get here so fast? Cursing Lan, he accelerated his pace, deploying a swarm of auxiliary tools. Jiangsu pressed against the shield, his eyes utterly captivated by the star beast's corpse within. He wanted it. The crew fought off the star beasts. Jiangsu sidled up to Lanhe. How much longer? Can you do it? Hurry up. Sweat beaded on Lanhe's forehead. You try if you're so good. Shut up if you can't. He was already annoyed. After finally disarming the shield, he discovered another layer within. This shield was different from the previous, one of a higher grade. At least not something the local guard force of Mingsha Star could possess. Lanhe's eyes widened. Why have you stopped? Come on, don't dawdle, Jiangsu urged again. He had his eye on the beast's horn. Unlike other horn star beasts, this horn was not a dull black, but shimmered with a layer of light, clearly a treasure. Jiang Su waited for the shield to open, but Lan he had already packed up and quit. He turned to report to the leader. Boss, I suspect someone from the Legion's upper echelons is here. The shield's grade is off. It should be this year's new S-class shield. The man approached and examined it. Shields required energy to operate. If it couldn't be cracked, a direct attack could drain its energy reserves until it opened. How much energy to break it directly? Lan he named a number. The man frowned. Forget it, leave now. More star beasts were coming and the Legion was outside. They couldn't waste their energy here. A violent breach would create a huge noise. The shelter was not far. Not worth the risk. The man spoke and no one objected. Jiang Su dared not argue, but he glanced back at the star beast's corpse once more. The cloaked spaceship slowly ascended. When it reached a certain altitude, an energy cannonball shot from the lower turret, landing directly on the shield. The thunderous roar drew the attention of both the star beasts and Li Si and Qing Su inside the shelter. The star pirates. The star pirates. The shield over the star beast's corpse flickered, its glow dimming. Lan he wanted to curse. Go. The ship accelerated upward. Silver dust rushed into the weapon bay, finding only a scrapped robot. After searching everywhere, they realized someone was missing. Jiang Su. The ship burst out of the planet. Outside, the Legion's cannons fired at them. The star map showed at least 2 more Legion reinforcements closing in fast. Dense swarms of star beasts blocked their escape. Exhausting all their energy to flee, the ship was wrecked, a devastating loss. Jiang Su. On Mingsha star, Jiang Su attacked the shield again. It flickered twice and went dark. Success. Fully armed, Jiang Su lunged forward to cut off the horn, but slammed into the shield. Jiang Su. A particle gun pressed against his head. Jiang Su froze, raising his hands. Don't shoot, it's a mistake. But his mental energy slipped into the space button, pulling out a potion to pour behind him. Crack, ow, his wrist snapped. The potion was capped and tossed back into the button. Qing Su bound him with mental energy restraining chains. Li Si kicked him. Good thing I placed 2 extra shields. Trying to steal? Nice try. Jiang Su. He should have stayed with the star pirates. Qing Su and Li Si took charge of clearing the star beasts on the planet. It took a week to eliminate the invasive creatures. Li Si was still uneasy seeing his cousin back to normal. The star beast tied on Mingsha star caused a stir, and news of Qing Su's survival reached the capital star. The Qing family rejoiced, hoping Qing Su would return to revive their house. The Yun family was weighed down by gloom. The person who tampered with Qing Bao's genes remained unidentified, but another discovery surfaced. The cub was not the product of a union, but of artificial reproduction. Yun Qing hadn't concealed her experiences before her disappearance, including being sold to a lab as a time traveler. Gene theft was illegal, and a second theft equally so. The lab had originally sought a suitable surrogate to artificially gestate and study Qing Su's genes. Yun Qing offered no explanation, so others assumed the cub was implanted during that time. The lab vanished in an explosion, destroying most data and evidence. The cub's appearance was an accident. They weren't sure of Qing Su's stance. Watching the 3 cubs frolic without a care, Yun Hai felt relieved. Even if Qing Su returned, it didn't matter. They were the ones who had bonded with the cubs. They doubled their affection for the cubs. If Qing Su wanted to steal their attention, he would have to give even more. As long as they treated the cubs well, one more breathing tiger wouldn't hurt. The 3 cubs, unaware of their never-met father's impending return to the capital star, were packing for kindergarten. Grandpa, can I pack some cookies? The little fox planned to share them with other cubs. If the cookies were tasty enough, the others would have to listen to him to get more. Yunli had no idea of the cub's scheme. He patted the little fox's head, pleased. Our Xiao Bao is so kind, sharing treats with friends. You'll make great friends in the elite class. He brought out a large fresh-keeping box, filling it not only with cookies, but also small cakes and pastries. The little fox stood aside, his eyes crinkling into a smile. The tiger cub, seeing his brother pack sweets, only put his usual toys and a wooden sword into his space button. Yunhai noticed, but said nothing. The elite class wasn't an ordinary kindergarten. Once inside, there would be little free time. The cub's small toys would likely be useless. But if the cub liked them, let him bring them. It gave him a sense of participation. The cat cub sat still on the sofa. Yunli grew curious. And Bao, aren't you going to pack? The cat cub stared at him with big round eyes. Grandpa, I'm already packed. Everything was in her space button. It wasn't like she couldn't fit it all. She didn't understand why her brothers were taking so long. Aaron Bao is amazing, Yunli praised. The cat cub wiggled her little legs, pressing her lips together into a sweet smile. The next morning, the 4 of them left together to send the cubs to school. The elite class was next to the first military academy closest to the instructor's residential area. When they arrived, many parents were already at the gate, familiar faces from the capital star. The cubs knew each other except for Yun Ting and his siblings, who were newcomers. Having just made a group of friends, they now faced a new environment. The tiger cub felt anxious. Go on, fight. Yun Li crouched, watching the cubs enter the gate. After the cubs followed the instructor inside, the parents lingered to chat at the entrance. One parent, spotting Yun Qing, recalled the resurrected Qing Su. It's good that Qing Su is coming back soon. Your family will be reunited. He noticed the Yun family's expression sour. They seemed less than pleased at the mention of Qing Su. Yun Qing maintained a polite smile. Qing Su. Apologies, not familiar. Yun Li's face darkened directly. Yun Rong's expression remained unchanged while Yun Hai still wore a beaming smile. He stopped talking at the right moment and began praising the cub's talent. Speaking of which, your cub is truly remarkable. Entering the elite class, their future achievements will certainly be outstanding. At this, the smiles on the Yun family's faces once again turned genuine. Yun Li's expression shifted from gloom to brightness, a face changing in an instant. So it wasn't just my imagination. That person shook their head. I wonder what it will be like when Qing returns. I'm even a little curious. Soon the people outside the school gate left, leaving only the Yun family. I'll come pick up the cub in the afternoon, Yun Li suggested. His vacation was short. After his identity was exposed, Yun Li found that former rivals and competitors were proactively sending him friendly messages, and even major IPs that were previously out of reach were now approaching him. Invitations increased, and so did his workload. To earn star coins to raise the cub, Yun Li had to work. The others were aware of his schedule and raised no objections. The elite class. There were 12 students in total. The Yun family occupied 3 seats. The cub from the Bien family was also in this class. Following Bien Lu's instructions, Bien Yuan now sat next to the cat cub, becoming part of the small group. The remaining 8 cubs gazed at the 4 huddled together, wanting to approach, but too shy to do so. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibration of the optical brain was not silenced. 12 pairs of eyes fell on the mentor. The mentor glanced at the optical brain, their expression shifting. All right, get to know each other for now. I'll be back in an hour. The mentor hurriedly left the classroom. Turning the corner of the corridor, they slowed down, returned to their office, and observed the cub's behavior through the surveillance. From the very first lesson, they would record each cub's personality and adaptability. Today was just the beginning. In the future, the cubs would encounter more unexpected events every day. In the classroom, the cubs tilted their heads, the air silent, no one breaking the stillness. The little fox tiptoed to look outside, then strode to the door and peered out. The long corridor was empty, not a single figure in sight. He turned his head. He found the other cubs in the class staring at him. Unfazed, the little fox sat down on the front row chair and began pulling things out of his space button. Soon an enticing aroma filled the entire room. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. What's inside that? It smells so good. The little round bun in red clothes secretly took another breath. It really smelled wonderful, a scent he had encountered before. It was at the Yun family's welcome banquet. Delicious desserts. When he got home, his father had used the household cooking robot to make the same desserts, but they didn't taste anything like that. The more he smelled, the more his cravings grew. They're little cookies. The little fox lifted the lid of the fresh-keeping box, and the aroma intensified. Colorful cartoon-shaped cookies were neatly arranged inside, exquisite and fragrant. The oldest cub in the class was only 6 years old, and upon catching the scent, they couldn't help turning their heads. Wow, it's Chi-Chi. The little round bun exclaimed, so many colors of Chi-Chi. The little fox waved at his elder brother and sister. He pinched a small cookie and brought it to their mouths. The cat cub opened his mouth and bit down, crunching a few times before swallowing. The tiger cub leaned back, glanced at the door, then carefully opened his mouth to take the cookie. As for Bien Yuan, who had followed them, the little fox didn't feed her directly, but placed it in her hand. In the quiet space, the sound of chewing was especially distinct, along with the cub's swallowing. A scorching gaze fell on his hand. The little fox suddenly looked up and caught a secretly peeking little round bun. The little bun's face flushed bright red instantly. Busted. Do you want to try? The little fox flashed a big smile. Come here. The little round bun staggered over a pink cookie, now in hand, smelling sweet. He looked up at the little fox before him at a loss. 4. For me, he confirmed again. Of course, my cookies are super delicious. Please have one. The little fox smiled, revealing a row of clean white teeth. The little round bun held the cookie, gazing at the little fox's smile, feeling a warmth in his heart, like basking in the afternoon sun on the rooftop, a cozy, all-encompassing warmth. He's really nice. The little round bun thanked him. Thank you for the cookie. My name is Sheng. I'm Yin Xiao. We're friends now. The little fox smiled with pure innocence. And Sheng took out a Chi-Chi skateboard. I'll take the cookie. This skateboard is for you. The little fox stared at the skateboard for a long time before finally taking it. And Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Without any psychological burden, he began to munch on the cookie. Seeing how friendly the little fox was, the other cubs also mustered the courage to approach and exchange their own items for cookies. The little fox accepted everything. In less than half an hour, he had become familiar with all the classmates. The classroom echoed with crunching sounds as 12 cubs gathered together, slowly nibbling on cookies. The little fox occasionally threw out a topic. The cubs chatted happily. Why are your cookies so delicious? My family makes them too, but they taste bad with a weird flavor. Really? Yeah. Your home robot is amazing. The cub treasured the cookie, finishing it, and even licking the crumbs from his palm, then asked, can you teach my home robot? It's so dumb. That can't be taught. Dumb robots can't learn. The cub looked a little disappointed. The little fox added, but if you guys like it, I can bring some more often. The cubs got excited. But from now on, you have to listen to me, the little fox said. The little round bun nodded repeatedly. No problem. The little fox placed an extra cookie in his hand. Seeing this, the other cubs also nodded in agreement. The mentor watching the surveillance. In the other elite class's surveillance feed, the cubs were already about to fight over who would be the leader. Time was up. The mentor entered the classroom, and all the cubs stood obediently. The little fox quickly packed up the items on the desk, flashing a very well-behaved smile at the teacher, with a few cookie crumbs still on the corner of his mouth. The tiger cub beside him nervously pinched the seam of his pants, looking utterly innocent. The cat cub stood like a wooden post, glanced at him without interest, then lowered his head, lost in thought. The mentor. It seems the days ahead will be quite interesting. The little fox used small cookies to bribe the hearts of the beasts, becoming the class leader. Hearing that the teacher was to select a class monitor, the little fox was unanimously elected without any dispute. However, the cubs in the adjacent elite class 2 refused to submit to one another. Before coming, their parents had told them to become the strongest cubs here, promising a host of rewards and toys. The cubs were all little geniuses among their peers, possessing their own pride. The class monitor, the head of the class, was a position everyone yearned to contend for. The teacher stood on the podium, watching the cubs engage in verbal sparring. When his throat grew dry, he took a sip of warm water. When the situation escalated to the point of a physical fight to determine status, the teacher finally stepped in. Not to stop them, but to propose a competition format. The cubs, something seemed amiss. In class 1, the cubs got along harmoniously. Having all eaten the little fox's cookies earlier and promised to listen to him, no cub objected when the little fox wanted to be the class monitor. Class 1's homeroom teacher. This was troublesome. Very well, Yunxiao, from now on you are the class monitor of class 1. Next we will elect the martial arts captain. Seeing the cubs' fighting spirit ignited, the teacher nodded with satisfaction. Beastmen must never lose their drive through softness. Fostering a healthy competitive spirit should start from cubhood. For fairness, the cubs participating in the selection must prove their strength through combat. Any questions? No. Good. Follow me out. The 12 cubs led by the little fox lined up obediently and filed out. As they passed class 2, they saw the front door crowded with cubs. The tiger cub was startled, his small paws clutching the cat cub's clothing. The class 2 homeroom teacher stood at the door with an amused expression. Unlike the harmonious atmosphere in class 1, the cubs of class 2 vied to be first in everything, even in going out. The classroom door was not wide, but it could accommodate 2 cubs walking side by side. Yet the cubs crammed together at the entrance. After a long standoff, not a single cub had emerged. No one yielded. Even as their faces reddened from the pressure, no cub spoke. They simply pushed harder. What game are they playing? The little fox asked curiously. The cubs of class 2. Suddenly everyone released their force, and the 2 cubs at the front tumbled out, one landing right at the little fox's feet. Silence fell. The cub looked up, meeting the little fox's curious, tilted gaze. Need help? The little fox extended a hand, smiling brilliantly. The cub blinked, frowned, stood up, brushed off imaginary dust, and stared fixedly at the little fox, as if memorizing his face. The little fox. Thanks, but no. The cub said, then walked away with a stiff neck. The other cub who had fallen wiped away tears, his eyes red-rimmed, but remained silent. Only then did the class 2 homeroom teacher speak up. All right, the cubs of class 1 are already prepared, while our class 2 cubs haven't even gotten out the door. Hearing this, the cubs of class 2 refused to admit defeat. A vague thought took root in their hearts. No matter how they fought among themselves, they must not let class 1 see them as a joke. They had to be better than class 1. Soon the class 2 cubs also lined up in a single column like class 1 and headed to the outdoor square. This contest was also part of the elite class's enrollment process, requiring accurate records of personality, adaptability, combat ability, and potential. Later, other methods would be used to assess the cubs' innate talents. Special abilities, martial arts, command talent, alchemy, mecha formations. Each cub would receive an individualized training plan. By next year, specialized training in different directions would begin. The teacher placed a protective shield on each cub, adjusting the protection level. This selection adopts a King of the Hill format. The first to step onto the platform becomes the defender. Anyone who defeats the defender takes their place. Each cub has only 2 challenge opportunities. As for who would go first, when to challenge, and how to best use the 2 opportunities, all these were decisions the cubs had to make for themselves. The teachers would not explain, they would only observe and record the cubs' performance, later conducting a comprehensive analysis to build personality profiles. The little fox scratched his head. Teacher, how do we fight? Any way you like. Whoever falls off the platform loses. The little fox wondered, what about those with wings? The teacher. That is also their advantage. All right. The little fox once again regretted not awakening a wind-type special ability. How advantageous that would be. His fire type was also awkward to use. What if he accidentally burned off someone's hair? But once he actually stepped onto the platform, the little fox realized he had been overthinking. The probability of awakening a special ability at the cub stage was extremely low. Of the 2 classes combined, only the 3 siblings had awakened abilities. The cubs' current fighting style was to transform into their beast forms and fight head-on. A strong beast form naturally gave an advantage. A weak one meant a swift exit from the platform. The little fox had intended to be the first to step up. That way, even if he lost, he would still have 2 challenge opportunities left, effectively giving him one more than others. He had full confidence in his strength and feared no exhaustion. However, remembering that he was already the class monitor, the little fox pushed his elder brother forward instead. The tiger cub. As soon as he stood on the platform, a challenger appeared. The cub opposite smiled at him, then began to unbutton his clothes. The tiger cub did the same. His hand touched his collar only to realize he was wearing a casual shirt. Looking up, the other cub had already transformed into his beast form. A small leopard emerged from the clothes, stored the fallen garments in a space button, and politely turned to face the tiger cub. The tiger cub. He quickly shed his clothes and transformed into his beast form. His front paws pressed together. Despite being a fierce beast, he gave off a harmless aura. Wow. Yunting is a white tiger. He looks so huge, twice as big as leopard sky. They both have stripes. I want stripes too. They're super cool. The tiger cub did not use his special ability. He collided with the leopard cub, relying on raw physical strength to successfully shove the opponent off the platform. Neither used claws. It was a pure contest of power. On the adjacent Class 2 competition platform, fur was already flying and shrill cries rose and fell as the battle grew fiercer. The teacher not only refrained from stopping them, but even fanned the flames. When one seemed about to lose, the teacher would casually mention a weakness of the other, and vice versa. The tiger cub won, and remained on the platform to defend his position. With his physique and weight, he had almost no rival among the cubs. In the end, the cat cub stepped up, executed a flying tackle to knock him down, then circled to the side and kicked, sending the tiger cub rolling off the platform. When the cubs below saw the cat cub's beast form, they were astonished. When she kicked the white tiger, several times her size, off the platform, their astonishment deepened. Oh, a cat. Even the Class 1 homeroom teacher was surprised. If he wasn't mistaken, this cub had also used martial arts techniques with precise movements and accurate force application. A gifted seedling with true potential. The cat cub stood on the platform, her sharp gaze lifting to catch the fleeting smile on the teacher's lips. Suddenly, she felt as if something had set its sights on her. In the end, the martial arts captain of Class 1 was the cat cub, while the martial arts captain of Class 2 was the cub who had previously fallen at the little fox's feet. While the cub was in class, Yunli went to a nearby shopping mall. It was a large commercial complex covering tech products, home appliances, natural foods, potion shops, clothing stores, and various other industries. It was a gift from second brother Yunrong for Qingbao. Yunli put on a face-covering mask and headed straight to the 18th floor, entering a children's goods specialty store. A cartoon lion robot approached to assist. "Dear customer, may I help you with anything?" Yunli patted the lion's head. "Show me the best-selling toys here." The robot turned and led Yunli to the cub floating car section. The hottest seller recently is this Chi-Chi floating car, vibrant colors equipped with toddler safety protection, completely worry-free. Yunli didn't hesitate and swiped his card directly. He would drive this floating car today to pick up the cub on the way home. It would surely be a wonderful surprise. At the mall entrance, Zhang Xiu caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar profile. He also got into his own floating car and followed, tracking all the way to the outer courtyard gate of Inkai Academy. Only when Yunli stepped out of the car did he confirm it. It really was him. Furious, Zhang Xiu strode forward and grabbed Yunli by the shoulders. Yunli was stunned for a moment at being suddenly seized. On closer inspection, wasn't this the Fox Clan youth he had encountered at the Zhou family banquet? Yunli smiled and greeted him. "Hello again, nice to see you. What's up?" Zhang Xiu looked left and right, made sure no one was around, then lowered his voice and demanded, "You don't even remember me, you two-faced, heartless, lying fox." Yunli said, "Wait, are you sure you're talking about me? I've never been two-faced. Wait, I've never been in love. Who did I deceive? Could it have been in his dreams?" Yunli tried hard to recall, but that didn't make sense. However, Zhang Xiu mistook his hesitation as shifting blame. "Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know your filthy deeds. If it weren't for..." Zhang Xiu thought of his sister's melancholy face, his eyes reddened, and before he could stop himself, he swung his fist. Yunli covered his face and spun around, utterly bewildered. "What just happened?" "I've tolerated you for too long," Zhang Xiu gritted through his teeth. He had already thrown one punch. Might as well keep going. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhang Xiu lunged, pinned Yunli down, and rained punch after punch squarely onto his face, punching as he went. "That's the face you use to deceive people. Shameless, deviant fox." Yunli covered his face. "I didn't. You think I'd believe you?" Zhang Xiu increased his force. Yunli grew annoyed. No matter how much he explained, the youth refused to listen, stubbornly insisting he had broken someone's heart. What nonsense. He had never been in love before, and now he was a fox with a family. Every star coin he earned went to the cub. Where would he find the time and energy to deceive anyone emotionally? "Don't hit people in the face. Stop it." After several warnings went unheard, Yunli lost his patience. His face had been struck, and regardless of any misunderstanding, he had to fight back. Otherwise, he would truly be the disadvantaged party. The bone-cleansing pill he had consumed earlier had elevated his physique to grade A. He was no longer a useless fox. "You started this," he said. With that, Yunli shoved hard, sending Zhang Xiu tumbling to the ground. Just as a fist was about to fall, Yunli reined in his strength. "Don't hit people in the face." He had his principles. Yunli's fists landed on Zhang Xiu's body. After 2 punches, Yunli stopped and prepared to have a proper conversation with the Fox Clan youth to clear up the misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, his opponent exploited the opening and landed a punch right on his nose. Yunli. Soon it was time for the cubs to be dismissed. The school had a dedicated escort fleet to bring cubs home. To cultivate their independence, parents were not allowed to pick them up. Only Yunli had come hoping to spend more time with the cub. A school bus rolled out of the gate carrying cubs home. The 3 tiger cubs emerged together. At that moment, only 2 people stood outside the gate. Yunli's face was a bruised mess, unrecognizable. Seeing the 2 locked in combat, the tiger cub pulled the little fox and the kitten aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Why hasn't Grandpa arrived yet? The little fox peeked out and glanced at the 2 fierce fighters, whispering, "Look, are those 2 arguing about something too? They're fighting so viciously." Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. One of their outfits looked strangely familiar. Rubbing his eyes, the little fox scrutinized carefully. That was Grandpa. Looking again at their faces, Zhang Shiyu's was clean, his expression fierce. Yunli's face was blue and purple, swollen and red. Clearly he had been beaten badly. The little fox's expression changed. His loose clothes fell away as a white-furred fox shot forward, limbs paddling rapidly, and delivered a rabbit-style kick straight at Zhang Shiyu. "You hit my grandpa." At that moment, the 2 rolling on the ground shifted sideways. The little fox's eyes widened. His body slid diagonally across the ground, paw pads scraping against the surface as heat surged at the point of contact. The little fox, hot. Upon hearing Grandpa, the tiger cub snapped his head around. Grandpa. The kitten had already darted forward, wind-type spiritual energy spinning the warring pair into the air. The sudden weightlessness of being lifted made both fighters snap out of their rage. Yunli's hearing gradually returned, and the cub's worried voice reached his ears. "Grandpa, are you okay?" The tiger cub rushed over and forcibly pried the 2 apart, helping Yunli steady himself. The kitten retracted the wind energy, and Zhang Shiyu plummeted from the sky, letting out a howl. Ow! Seeing Yun family's cubs, Zhang Shiyu suddenly realized what he had done. No matter how terrible, Yunli was fighting in front of children was completely inappropriate. He felt awkward and uneasy. Hot blood had rushed to his head, and he had acted recklessly. Now he was done for. As if on cue, a patrol unit of enforcement robots marched steadily around the street corner. Before long, both Zhang Shiyu and Yunli found themselves fitted with elegant metal chains and escorted into a special transport vehicle. The 3 cubs accompanied them. Inside the floating car, Zhang Shiyu sat on one side, silently gazing out the window at the passing scenery. The silver chain on his wrist shimmered with a fine gleam. Quite striking, actually. Yunli sat on the opposite side. The little fox held a healing spray, poised to use it, then paused and put it away. The tiger cub looked at him in confusion. Squinting, the little fox leaned close to the tiger cub's ear and whispered, "We can't spray it now. What if he heals and some other uncle claims Grandpa deceived people? We can't be the ones at a disadvantage." Zhang Shiyu perked up his ears and heard this. He was about to laugh in anger. True, he had initiated the fight, but Yunli had certainly not held back either. Yunli's face looked severe, but it was mostly superficial injury. On the contrary, Zhang Shiyu's physique was not particularly strong. Yunli's blows had nearly made him cough up blood. He still couldn't figure out when Yunli had become such a formidable fighter. His physique was clearly 1 rank higher than Yunli's. It should have been him thrashing Yunli senseless. He had already planned it all out. Beat Yunli up, then use his sister's matter as leverage to force a settlement. Yunli would simply have to endure the beating. But reality always exceeded expectations. Clearly, he was the one more severely injured. The little fox put away the healing spray, thought for a moment, and then blew gently on Yunli's face. There, Grandpa, all better. Whoosh. Purely for psychological comfort. Yunli tugged at the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. "Thank you, little Bao." The tiger cub's clasped hands tightened, his words stumbling. "Are you really okay?" The floating car came to a stop. Following the directions, they stepped out, and Yunli looked up, gazing resentfully at the grandiose building on the street. Its blue and white exterior walls with the characters for police station hanging above the main entrance. Not far from the station, at a street corner, a floating car rested quietly by the curb. After Yunli and the others entered the police station, a trending topic quietly climbed to the very bottom of the Star Network's hot search list. Shocking. Blazing across the empire after the film Cultivation Chronicle and the daughter of a genius array mentor, his career and family life both flourish. Why would someone like him end up in jail? Yunli topped the hot search once more. A crowd of people flocked to Yunqing's account, enthusiastically calling out with glee, "Wild mentor, your dad is in jail." "Ha ha ha, Yunli, Qing, bail me out. Mentor, instead of building arrays to torment us, why not go out and rescue your dad?" Bald man blowing a kiss. Following the array mirror incident, Yunqing, according to Nangongxi's ideas, successively released 3 more arrays that could be used to test array talent. Influenced by the first array, Yunqing added some interesting elements when constructing the others. Everyone felt both affection and frustration toward Yunqing. Now finally having the chance to watch Yunqing's troubles, how could they let this opportunity slip? Under Yunqing's account, bald avatar stickers covered the entire comment section. "Come on, let's hurt each other." As for why Yunli ended up in jail, people were not particularly concerned. Such things were far too common. Beastmen did not enjoy arguing. They preferred to solve problems with force. When conflicts arose, they simply went to the arena to fight, and everything was settled afterward. If the disparity in strength was enormous, they would go into the virtual world and adjust both parties' physiques to be equal. In short, nothing could not be resolved through a fight. Some Federation nations often complained that the Empire was a barbaric realm, and that was precisely the reason. What was normal for ordinary beastmen was not so ordinary for an actor, yet by now Yun Li's fans had already given up struggling. Whatever. Yun Li had previously said he would gradually retire and return to a normal life. His fans respected his choice and then switched their devotion to Yun Qing. Qing was more reliable, he would never scandal. Fans felt a sense of security they had never experienced when following celebrity circles before. Seeing Yun Li in jail, the former Yun Li fan, now a devoted Qing fan, once again marveled at how correct their choice had been. Mom of Qing, baby Qing, I absolutely love the arrays you built. I go inside to play for 2 hours every day. Wife of Qing, baby Qing, it's not enough to play. Release more. Falling for a newcomer, Yun Li is already, how can he keep bothering baby Qing? He's so immature. Taking baby Qing away, exactly, he's a father now. He should be more mature. Yun Qing had not seen the comments under his account. It was only when Bai Jingning sent him a message that he learned about this matter. His second uncle was away on business, and his grandfather was not at home either. Yun Qing drove his hovering car and headed toward the police station according to the address Bai Jingning had provided. Inside the police station, 3 cubs sat in the waiting room as people came and went from time to time. Little cub, are you hungry? What flavor of nutrition drink do you prefer? The table was covered with colorful nutrition drinks. 2 officers sat nearby smiling and staring at the cubs. How adorable they were. The tiger cub shook his head. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. We're not hungry. The little fox took out the remaining small biscuits and placed them on the table. Uncle Annie, let me treat you to cookies. I wonder if Grandpa is hungry. Grandpa is so pitiful. Having said that, the little fox sighed and glanced toward the door. The cat cub clenched his fist and nodded in agreement. The officer. In the interrogation room. After both sides completed their wound records and data entries, they used healing potions. The redness and swelling on Yun Li's face subsided, revealing his handsome features. No sooner had he sat down than Yun Li asked Song Shiyu, you said I deceived someone. Tell me, who did I deceive? Song Shiyu looked at the officer. I request a private conversation. 10 minutes. The officer left. Only the 2 of them remained in the interrogation room. Yun Li's wrists were still shackled. He leaned back. Now there's no one else. Speak. Song Shiyu's expression was complicated. There is no one here. You don't need to pretend you don't know me. Yun Li. 7 years ago my father mentioned wanting to arrange a marriage alliance with your Yun family, but it was rejected. Yun Li fell into thought. He vaguely remembered something like that, but he had no intention of it, and had flatly refused at once. Then the words that followed left Yun Li utterly stunned. I never expected you to refuse publicly while secretly dating my elder sister behind the scenes. 7 years have passed, and you even have a daughter, yet you've been deceiving my sister's feelings. How do you know this person is me? Yun Li was bewildered. Song Shiyu said, when my sister made communication calls, I happened to encounter her a few times. I know her partner is a white fox who rarely stays on the capital star and maintains a secret relationship. But that's not me, this fox. Because the 2 families once discussed a marriage alliance. Yun Li sat up straight. Where is your sister? I am an innocent fox and will not accept such false accusations. Bring her here so we can clear this up face to face. Although he was a bit narcissistic, he would never toy with someone's feelings. In this world, the only one worthy of him was himself. Yun Li's determined gaze made Song Shiyu hesitate. Could it really not be him? Ding. Time's up. The door opened, and the officer gestured. Get out. Someone's here to pick you up. Song Shiyu shrank his neck. It must be his family. Since he was still a minor, the police station would notify his family first. Only then did he realize his own impulsiveness. As expected, upon stepping out, he saw that familiar figure, his elder sister Song Shichi. Having learned some details from the officer before arriving and connecting them to Yun Li, she quickly pieced together what had happened inside. Seeing her guilty younger brother, she let out a cold snort and raised her hand, slapping him. You've got some nerve. Song Shiyu shrank his neck and dared not speak. The arrogant and triumphant boy in front of Yun Li was a different person entirely in front of his sister. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. I'm sorry, Yun Li. My younger brother probably misunderstood the relationship between my sister and you. Honestly, she had never expected her younger brother to actually throw punches. Are you certain it's just a misunderstanding? Won't he come running to me someday, claiming I did something I know nothing about? Yun Li found it hard to speak warmly, given his own face. That face he cherished so dearly, unwilling to even touch roughly, had been beaten so many times by that person. Song Shiyu's face flushed, and he lowered his head. I'm sorry. I'll keep an eye on him. There won't be a next time. Who knows? Yun Li spoke with biting sarcasm. Slap. Another slap landed on Song Shiyu's head. Song Shiyu apologized. Sorry. Before Yun Li could say anything, Song Shichi had already shouted louder. Sorry. Looking at the red palm mark on the boy's forehead, Yun Li felt a complicated emotion and decided not to press further. With the misunderstanding resolved, Song Shichi led her younger brother out of the police station. As the officer escorted them out, he still offered a word of advice. Try not to be so impulsive in the future. If there's an issue, settle it in the arena. Otherwise, you'd end up back inside. Song Shiyu. They got into the hovering car. Song Shichi broke the silence. That person wasn't Yun Li. I was the one who proposed hiding our relationship. How is that possible? Zhang Shiqi smiled. Indeed it was me. Because he is a fox with mixed bloodline, carrying rat clan heritage, their offspring have a high probability of inheriting rat bloodline. The family would never approve. However, after the energy circulation technique was developed, he awakened an ability. Saying this, a light kindled in Zhang Shiqi's eyes. I am deeply grateful to that lone cultivator. With the energy circulation technique of whether the cub inherits the weak rat beastman bloodline, they can awaken abilities. And Yun Li's daughter Yun Qing. Her array formations can amplify combat power. I believe in the future bloodline will no longer be the sole determinant in the beastman world. Bloodline remained important, yet no longer so absolute. Zhang Xiao sat quietly in the car, his heart churned with turmoil. In recent years, he had followed Yun Li's every move more eagerly than any fan. Wherever Yun Li appeared, so did he, the ultimate hater. Having passionately trolled for so many years, he had finally realized he had targeted the wrong person. Zhang Xiao moved his lips. I understand. He would go apologize to Yun Qing and seek forgiveness. Zhang Shiqi smiled and patted the young man's head. When you're wrong, apologize and make amends. And thank you, dear brother, for your concern. Meanwhile, amidst the tender moment, Yun Qing had also arrived at the police station. When Yun Li saw her, he turned and glared at the officers, humiliated and furious. He was already an adult. How could they notify his family? Noticing the meaning in his eyes, the officer whispered defensively, Ahem, we didn't notify your family. Yun Qing was unconvinced. After completing the records, Yun Qing led him to the car. The levitating vehicle was set to autonomous mode. In the circular seating arrangement, Yun Li sat beside Yun Qing. Qingbao, it hurts. Yun Li reached up to touch his cheek. Hiss. He then stole a glance sideways, but Yun Qing's expression remained impassive, betraying nothing. You wouldn't believe how absurd today was. I was falsely accused and beaten. And that guy said he hit the wrong person. He's just a kid while I'm an adult. How could I hold a grudge? He had merely wanted Yun Qing to feel sorry for him. But as he spoke, a wave of grievance surged within him. Yun Li clung to Yun Qing's arm and whimpered. Yun Qing. Crying. Yun Li buried his face in Yun Qing's shoulder. The little tiger cub fumbled through the spatial band and produced a small towel to wipe Yun Li's tears. Grandpa, stop crying. I'm not crying. Yun Li whispered softly without looking up. I'm not crying. Feeling the dampness on his shoulder, Yun Qing nodded sincerely and shooed the cubs back to their seats. Yun Qing didn't expose him. After all, he was an adult now. By the time the levitating vehicle returned home, Yun Li had already composed himself. Only then did Yun Li ask Yun Qing. The police said they didn't notify anyone. How did you know where I was? Someone else informed me, of course. Someone else. Yun Li felt a terrible premonition. He opened his light brain and indeed found himself trending. Yun Li was stunned. His face was swollen like that, yet they still recognized him. Were they his fans? Glancing at his account, his active follower count had been dwindling day by day. They had all fled. Many fans had left, and so had the haters. Yun Li didn't know whether to feel happy or not. That evening, visitors arrived from the Zhang family. Elder Zhang and Zhang Shiqi brought their troublesome grandson to apologize in person, gifting Yun Li 2 energy plants and deducting Zhang Xiao's allowance for an entire year. Only after receiving Yun Li's forgiveness did they lead the crestfallen boy away from the Yun residence. By then, everyone in the Yun family knew exactly why Yun Li had been beaten. Truly an unjust calamity. Yun Li Yu. Yun Rong, seeing he hadn't been seriously harmed, chuckled from the side, infuriating Yun Li enough to throw a cushion and storm upstairs to sleep. After laughing his fill, he thought of Zhang Xiao. Yun Rong fiddled with his light brain for a while. Since Yun Li had forgiven the little Zhang fox, he wouldn't do anything excessive. However, offering some advice to Elder Zhang wouldn't hurt. Losing a fight meant one should train harder. The next day, Zhang Xiao was sent to the frontier star, tasked with slaughtering 1,000 B-rank mutated beasts before he could return. B-rank beasts matched Zhang Xiao's own cultivation level. 1,000 beasts. Who knew how long that would take? He begged all night, but the elder refused to change his mind and hastily packed the youth onto the spaceship. Son, it's not that your father won't help you. Yun Zheng is currently away on business. When he returns and learns what you've done, it won't be merely 1,000 beasts you'll face. Zhang Xiao shuddered and obediently boarded the spaceship. Wiping away non-existent tears, Elder Zhang turned and left the spaceport with a smile. Hopefully this trip to the frontier star would help the brat grow a bit. If he couldn't even defeat Yun Li, how dare he ask for forgiveness? Huh, good for nothing. Just as Zhang Xiao's spaceship slowly ascended and departed the capital star, Qin Su and Li Si also returned aboard their Legion's vessel. Stepping onto this familiar land, Qin Su felt somewhat dazed. Come on, cousin. Li Si thought of his chubby little brother and longed to return home immediately to enjoy his care. However, before heading home, they needed to visit the royal palace first. The discoveries made on Mingsha Star were far too significant. Who would have imagined the Lin family harbored such ambitions? It was truly terrifying. The two entered the palace smoothly. In the conference room, Nangong Si's mood brightened upon seeing his nephew approaching from outside. Come here, let me see. Nangong Si eyes circled Qin Su and gave his back a firm pat. Not bad. You've put on some weight. A crack appeared in Qin Su's composed expression. Li Si chuckled. That's considered thin. Previous, Su was even chubbier. When he first regained his beast form, he was truly round-faced with a double chin. One wondered what delicacies he had feasted on at his mate's place. Chubbier than this. Nangong Ci found it hard to imagine. Let's get to business. Frowning Qin Su interrupted their banter. He projected the materials they had gathered on Mingsha Star. From what Jiang Su had revealed about the Star Pirates' objectives, after cross-verification, the evidence left behind by the Star Pirates proved genuine. Worried about potential complications, they immediately returned via spaceship hoping to use the central mainframe for final verification. Nangong Ci reviewed the documents Qin Su sent. The more he read, the more grave his expression grew, and the air around them grew thick with tension. He really dares. Nangong Ci laughed in disbelief, then glanced at Qin Su and Li Si. Since you two uncovered this matter, you'll also handle its aftermath. Yes. The two accepted the mission. With the mainframe's assistance, every trace the Lin family had left on the stellar network was laid bare, and everyone's location was pinpointed simultaneously. Ever since the energy circulation routes were announced, Lin's son had departed from the Lin family. The second branch of the Lin family also declared their separation and relocated to another planet. The Lin family patriarch barely maintained the family status through energy plants, and the Alchemist Association, relying on favors and leverage accumulated during their former glory days, preparing to secure a quota on Liuguang Star to revitalize the family, unaware that a great net was being spread above their heads. The old debts of the past were being unearthed. Embezzling Legion pharmaceuticals, destabilizing the alchemy market, suppressing unaffiliated alchemists. One after another, the crimes listed were enough to send the Lin family straight to hell. Worse still, the Lin family was secretly conducting Empire-banned human experimentation, which had triggered the beast tide on Mingsha Star. Secret arrest. Yes. The vast Lin family collapsed overnight. From the main branch to all collateral lines. Even Lin Zhang's family, who had separated from the Lin clan, were not spared. They were all secretly brought back to the capital star. The Lin family's private cultivation planet became a deserted wasteland. In the Star Fortress, upon hearing news of the Lin family's arrest, the man was somewhat surprised. A week ago, he had already sent warnings to both Lin's son and the elder patriarch. How could the Lin family still be caught without a single escape? The Lin family deserved to fall truly. He had been eagerly anticipating civil strife within the Empire. Useless fools, a hoarse voice murmured in the darkness. The man stroked his mask, and a flash of unwillingness crossed his eyes. The Lin family members who were secretly taken away had no idea what was happening. Lin Hatong suddenly recalled a warning letter he had received not long ago, which stated that the royal family had obtained evidence of the Lin family's illegal activities and advised him to find a way out. But he refused to believe it. Lin Hatong did not think that the evidence could bring down the Lin family. After all, the emergence of mental stabilizers had reversed the Empire's disadvantage in battles against star beasts, saving countless lives. Out of respect for the mental stabilizer, as long as the Lin family did not commit any fundamental mistakes, the royal family would show them courtesy. Yet to his surprise, the royal family acted without hesitation. As he was being taken away, Lin Hatong cursed the royal family for turning their backs on him. Entering the interrogation room, the interrogator's words stunned him. How much do you know about the Lin family's human experimentation? Human experimentation. Slander. This is blatant slander. Our Lin family has never touched forbidden domains. I demand the main brain's intervention. He refused to believe any talk of human experimentation. Under his control, the Lin family might have taken kickbacks, inflated prices, or demanded favors, but human experimentation was an absolutely forbidden territory. It's the royal family. That must be it. It must be the royal family. Now that they had the energy circulation route, they no longer needed the mental stabilizer. Seeing the Lin family's abundant assets, they deliberately framed them. The main brain was absolutely impartial. Lin Hatong kept requesting the main brain's intervention. However, one sentence from the interrogator shattered his delusion. It was precisely because of the main brain's intervention that we were authorized to carry out a full-scale arrest. The evidence of the Lin family's human experimentation was ironclad. Lin Hatong's eyes shifted several times, his spirit weary, and finally he sighed deeply. Is this his revenge? Lin's son sat in the interrogation chair. He confessed to the human experimentation without reservation. From the moment of his arrest, he had remained extremely calm, his thoughts inscrutable. Lin Sen's cooperation made the case proceed smoothly. He even provided another piece of information to the royal family. The incident where Junior Marshal Qin Su was ambushed was not accidental. Someone deliberately triggered a secondary star beast tide. Li Si, sitting in the adjacent observation room, turned to look at Qin Su upon hearing this. The interrogator was also shocked. Who? A strange curve appeared at the corner of Lin Sen's mouth. He turned to look at the bare wall, his misty eyes seeming to penetrate the wall and see the person behind it. Lin Yue. Li Si's hand trembled, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. Who? Qin Su lowered his gaze. His fingers tapped lightly. The interrogator on the other side of the wall received the message and continued. Were you aware of the theft of Junior Marshal Qin Su's jeans? Li Si. What was going on? One shocking revelation after another. He was feeling overwhelmed. He turned to ask, but was deterred by his cousin's sharp gaze. Li Si bent down to pick up the cup from the floor, refilled it with water, and took a sip. Lin Sun nodded without hesitation. That gene was indeed placed in the lab by me, but stealing the gene was not my idea. They called it a gene, but everyone knew what it really was. 3 years ago, Qing Su was injured and unconscious on the front line. Someone took the opportunity to extract the seed for reproduction. Who was that person? Lin Yuewei. Buffed. Li Si turned his head, his heart pounding. Why did he have to be here? Feeling the chill emanating from his cousin, Li Si suddenly missed the irritable and impulsive version of his cousin. If that personality were present, he might have joined him in complaining. Li Si took a sip of water to moisten his throat and asked curiously, "Isn't it said that the head of the Lin family never denies his daughter anything? But he seems to have no qualms about selling her out, stealing genes triggering a starved beast tide. Each was a grave crime. For matters so difficult to gather evidence for as long as he kept silent, Lin Yuewei would not be in trouble. Yet he still spoke out. He even confessed voluntarily. He was sending Lin Yuewei to her death. This father-daughter relationship was truly strange, like that of enemies. Rumors are not always true. Qing Su observed Lin Sen's facial expression. There was not a trace of worry or concern in his eyes. That's true. I heard that Lin Yuewei has a volatile temperament, and she was only recently found on a trash planet. She hasn't spent much time with the Lin family, so it's possible Lin Sen doesn't like her. But Lin Yuewei really dared to think about it. Li Si looked at Qing Su, his gaze involuntarily drifting downward. Using a penetration collector, would it hurt? What are you looking at? I'm looking at. Li Si paused, then raised his head nonchalantly. I was looking at the shoes you're wearing today, cousin. They're quite nice. He was just curious. He wondered what Lin Yuewei's expression would be when she learned that her own father had betrayed her. Li Si, knowing that the war that nearly killed his cousin had been triggered by Lin Yuewei, felt no sympathy for her. If the facts were true, Lin Yuewei's life was over. I'll go interrogate Lin Yuewei. Li Si stood up and hurried out of the room. As expected, Lin Yuewei initially denied everything, but with the lie detector present, all falsehoods were exposed by the data. Under the multiple pressures created by the professional interrogator, Lin Yuewei's emotions collapsed. Especially when she learned that all of this had been revealed by Lin Sun, she screamed wildly. That's impossible. You're lying. He's my father. He wouldn't. I want to see him. With the evidence mostly collected, Li Si granted her request. After all, he was genuinely curious about their father-daughter relationship. When she saw Lin Sun again, Lin Yuewei hesitated. This was the first time the two had met since she fled the Lin family planet. She could sense that Lin Sun didn't like her. Before, she dared not ask. Now she had nothing left to lose. Lin Yuewei finally voiced the question that had troubled her for so long. Father, if you don't like me, why did you bring me back? Why did you indulge me? Her voice echoed in the empty room. Lin Sun looked up at her, his expression strange, a half-smile playing on his lips. Why? Lin Sun laughed, but the smile sent chills down her spine, causing her to step back in fear. Because you are the only successful experimental subject out of thousands of cases. Thunderstruck, Lin Yuewei staggered, her voice trembling. What experimental subject? We did a genetic test. I am clearly your daughter. Do you know why you can control the polluted air? Why star beasts don't attack you? With one sentence, Lin Sun laid bare the greatest secret and trump card hidden in her heart. Lin Sun spoke slowly. Because your body flows with the most tainted blood in the interstellar realm. You are an experimental subject that crawled out of a starved beast's belly. As soon as you emerged, you absorbed all the polluted air from the mother beast. You are a monster. Are you curious why as an experimental subject you were raised on a trash planet? A layer of black mist surfaced around Lin Yuewei. Lin Sun ignored it and continued, his tone laced with a hint of hatred, as if through her he saw the star beast that had struggled and cried under his hands. Because I arranged all of that. I must say you and that trash planet are a perfect match, equally filthy. Lin Yuewei's face turned pale. She couldn't believe it. A lowly half-breed experimental subject, and you still dream of optimizing your genes and climbing to the upper echelons of power. Stop. Tears welled up in Lin Yuewei's eyes, and she turned and ran away. When she left the trash planet, she yearned for family. Her experiences on that planet made her even more dependent on the capital star. She schemed against Qing Su, sought an alliance with the Yun family, and tried to use both their positions to climb higher. Now everything had become a joke. Li Si was utterly astounded. The patriarch of the Lin family has truly lost his mind using his own genes for experiments. Although Lin Yuewei carries half star beast bloodline, the other half is Lin Sen's own genes. He went mad long ago. Qing Su, recalling the intelligence obtained from Lin Hetong, found a degree of understanding for Lin Sen's choice. Due to malicious competition in potions, the deliberate concealment of old Master Lin, and internal conflicts within the Lin family, Lin Sen's beloved was captured and taken to Xing, which coincidentally encountered a star beast tide. When Lin Sun arrived, he could only watch helplessly as his lover was devoured by star beasts before his eyes. At that time, his lover was already carrying their offspring in her womb. Multiple factors led to this tragedy. From that day onward, Lin Sun entered the Lin family laboratory and assumed the position of patriarch. He led the Lin family to monopolize the potion market, seized control of the potion association, and transformed the Lin family into an unshakable colossus. One by one, the families involved in that incident fell into decline. The Lin family itself was also one of the instigators. He personally built the Lin family to its peak and personally destroyed it. The higher one stands, the harder the fall. Let's go to the palace. Qin Su turned and left. That evening, the verdict for the Lin family was announced. The Lin family's assets were confiscated by the empire, and Zhang Zixing became a national medicinal star. Those Lin family members not implicated were released. But under Lin Sen's deliberate indulgence, most of the Lin family bore criminal guilt. In the days to come, they would be not only under the mainframe's supervision, but also burdened with debts. Lin Yuewei was executed in secret, and all information related to the genetic experiments was thoroughly destroyed. Lin Sun was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was a true genius in potions. The ultimate goal of the genetic experiments was to transform beastmen into a hybrid constitution resistant to corruptive Qi, thereby permanently resolving mental collapse. If not for Yunqing's sudden appearance, he would not have abandoned this experiment. It was also because of the emergence of the energy circulation path that he terminated the experimental process and sent his trusted aide to destroy the lab, only to have the Star Pirate Legion intervene unexpectedly. The Empire, valuing his talent, planned to transfer him to Prison Star 01 to continue contributing to the Empire. Among the Lin family, only Lin Zhang's household emerged unscathed from this incident. Even because they had broken away from the Lin family, their assets were not confiscated. Qin Su personally announced the punishment to Lin Sun. Lin Sun seemed in good spirits, a faint smile on his lips regarding Qin Su with a hint of admiration. Just as Qin Su was about to leave, he called out to him. I have a secret research dossier on star beasts that might be of use to you. I can hand it over. Qin Su stopped. In exchange for what? I want to see Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang returned to this place once more to meet his elder brother. His elder brother smiled warmly. Looking at him like this, Lin Jiang's memory flew back to their cubhood, when his elder brother was also like this, gentle, courteous, and exceptionally talented. Lin Sun removed the white jade thumb ring from his thumb. This ring was crafted by a weapon master using 100 grams of meteorite gold and flowing light sand. He caressed it twice carefully, then handed the ring to Lin Jiang. Brother, from now on keep it safe for me. Lin Sun followed the officers away, returning to his small cell. Lin Jiang stood motionless for a long time. Words spoken by his elder brother years ago echoed in his ears. Lin Jiang, since I chose to become the head of the Lin family, stay away from potions. After all, with your brains, you'll never master potions. Better learn something else. You can't just be a good-for-nothing, can you? After that, Lin Jiang was deeply shaken and switched to mecha manufacturing. His son followed him in learning mecha maintenance. Only Lin Yu was determined to become the next head of the Lin family. His elder brother occasionally guided her, but never allowed her into the Lin family's laboratory. Now, their family was the only one unaffected by the debacle. Lin Jiang suddenly felt a sense of release. His elder brother, he did care for him, didn't he? Lin Jiang met his elder brother once, and only brought out a thumb ring. Before he could fully grasp its meaning, he was notified that night that his elder brother had committed suicide in prison, and he was to collect the remains. Lin Jiang returned home and sat alone in the courtyard. He went over and over their last meeting, pondering what his elder brother's words truly meant. Meteorite gold, flowing light sand. Why did his elder brother mention the ring's composition? A thought struck him, and Lin Jiang took the ring into his workshop to analyze it with instruments. Meteorite gold, flowing light sand, and calcium and phosphorus. It was bone ash. Lin Jiang saw the tiny characters engraved on the inner side of the ring and knew whose remains it was made from. The only person his elder brother would carry so close to him was his sister-in-law, who was pregnant when devoured by star beasts. I understand now, brother. His eyes reddening, Lin Jiang carefully put away the ring. He personally cremated his elder brother's remains, and using his connections, he asked a master to craft a thumb ring from the ashes using the same proportions. The two rings placed together, they formed a perfect pair. After Lin Sen's death, the verdict for the Lin family was announced nationwide, listing a series of illegal activities, including the most severe human experimentation, while concealing the specific details of those experiments. The Potion Association was temporarily taken over by Gong Ling, who reorganized it and abolished certain privileged benefits. This announcement caused an uproar. Sunshine grass, so sudden. It feels like so much has happened this year. Ocean Overlord, the Lin family, was actually conducting human experiments. No way. Was he insane? He had no shortage of star coins or status. Why would he meddle with human experiments? City no working beast, they really fell. Will potion prices go down now? Potion New Star, I wonder what changes the Potion Association will see. But I guess it can't get much worse. I'm so anxious. I'm about to graduate. For most beastmen of the Empire, the collapse of the Lin family was merely a topic for brief sighs before they returned to their daily lives. Those truly affected were not them. After finishing his business, Qin Su returned to the Qin family estate. At the Qin residence, Qin Hua was still marveling at how fortunate he was not to have tangled with the Lin family. He had originally planned to use Qin Su's legacy to forge a connection with the Lin family, but then Yun Qing and the cubs appeared, the legacy vanished, and he was busy mending ties with the Yun family, leaving no time to approach Lin Yu or Lin Yuewei. Now that the Lin family had collapsed, Qin Hua broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness. Qin Su entered from outside, and Lu Ru greeted him with delight. Hey, so, it's really you. When did you get back? Why didn't you tell your second aunt? Lu Ru looked at Qin Su as if he were a glowing treasure. Second aunt. Qin Su had investigated his uncle's family. Though they had some petty schemes, they had committed no serious wrongs, and had never caused trouble for Yunqing and the others, so he refrained from exposing them. His relationship with his uncle's family was hardly close. Qin Su had come to retrieve the meteorite gold. He still remembered his promise to the little cat cub when they left the planet, to give her the sturdiest sword. Back then it was merely a promise made because he saw the cub heartbroken over a broken sword. Now knowing she was his daughter, Qin Su's feelings had changed. Returning to his own courtyard, Qin Su went down into the basement and opened his private vault. Nothing was missing from the vault. The lump of meteorite gold after crafting a sword had enough left for him to forge his own ability weapon. However, thinking of the other two cubs, Qin Su sighed and took out all the meteorite gold. This lump of meteorite gold was just enough to forge 3 sword-shaped ability weapons. Clutching the meteorite gold, Qin Su spent his merit points to commission a master to forge an ability weapon, and the newly acquired merit points were halved in an instant. Qin Su. Forging an ability weapon. What kind would you like? The man asked. Qin Su produced the meteorite gold, and the man's gaze clung to it, instantly intrigued. Following the meteorite gold, Qin Su also brought out a section of bone and 3 high-grade energy stones. All were rare and excellent items. The man sat up straight, his fingers twitching with eagerness, yearning to pounce and study them thoroughly. The gleaming star beast bone was clearly extraordinary. A sword. Qin Su stated his requirement. A sword? Oh, I see. The man nodded repeatedly. He was a forging master with 5 apprentices under him. Recently the apprentices had taken on no fewer than 10 orders, all with the same request, to forge sword-type ability weapons. The other party also wanted to add flight capability to the sword, make it color-changing, and emit multicolored exhaust. He knew they were all trying to replicate a spiritual sword that appeared in movies. However, he hadn't expected Qin Su to also fancy such a sword. Quite trendy. The man smiled and added, add flight mode, right? And install an exhaust system. Qin Su. What nonsense was this? No need, forge it according to. He was about to say according to the size usable for a 5-year-old cub, but cubs always grow up and meteorite gold was hard to come by. Ooh, it would be wasteful. Forge 3 swords following the standard size and style of ability weapons. They could be used continuously into adulthood. Once and for all. 3. The man was astonished as something seemed off. Yes, and add a free color-changing function. Qin Su took out his own blueprint, which had modified the model based on the cub's small wooden sword with the cub's name engraved on the blade. The man understood upon seeing the blueprint. He glanced at the meteorite gold, then at Qin Su. What a prodigal son. He had thought it was for forging his own weapon, but now it seemed it was for his cub's weapon. Did a cub's toy really need to use something as precious as meteorite gold? Extravagant. But it was not his place to meddle. He asked again, 3 ability weapons definitely, using meteorite gold. Definitely. Qin Su answered without hesitation. The man shook his head. What a waste. He picked up the meteorite gold and walked into the workshop. All right, come pick them up in 3 days. Leaving the forge, Qin Su made another trip to the palace. The Lin family matter was settled. This time, he came under the guise of a visit. In the courtyard, Nangong, he was basking comfortably on the grass, his golden fur distinct, fluffy, and thick. Grandpa Nangong, I'll see you're here. Come, let's go inside. The lion shook his head, his sleek fur rippling like waves. Nangong Ci, having also received the news, came to the courtyard. Back in the room, Qin Su asked, is Auntie not in the palace again? Heh. Nangong, he cast a sidelong glance at his son. Your aunt took your cousin to Liuguang Star to join the fun. After all, his son was both busy and boring. If not for the fur issue a while ago, he would have slipped away too. Nangong Ci was used to it and didn't argue with his father. Instead, he pulled Qin Su aside to talk about the situation on Liuguang Star. Since you're back, you can go to Liuguang Star. The military academy competition has been relocated on short notice, and you'll lead the team for patrol. Liuguang Star will become a realm of adventurers, and this military academy competition is a key link. It cannot go wrong. Adventurer cities will be established on the 2 planets around Liuguang Star. Yunzheng is over there. Follow him and learn more. Qin Su's face stiffened. Nangong Ci found it amusing. He wouldn't say it, but he had deliberately arranged this. Otherwise, with his nephew's cold personality, even 200 years wouldn't be enough to win over Yunqing. Now perhaps he could win over her family in 200 years. Nangong Ci continued. You might not know since you just returned, but a secret realm appeared on Liuguang Star. An external month equals 3 full years inside. Inside the secret realm stands a tower that can enhance spiritual power levels. Yunzheng and Xiaobayan are the only 2 who obtain the clearance rewards. Enhanced spiritual power levels. Qin Su indeed didn't know. Nangong Ci informed him of the specifics of the soul refining tower. Of the 100 slots for the soul refining tower, next year the Empire occupies 3000. Among them, 500 slots are allocated through military academy competition to 30, are occupied by legions, and the remaining 200 can be exchanged with merit points and merit rank. Qin Su was lost in thought. The soul refining tower, soul power. He thought of the other person within his body. Perhaps he could find a solution inside the tower. Once you go to Liuguang Star, you won't have time to spend with the cubs, and with the cub's mother. Have you thought it through? Nangong Ci reminded him. Yes, I'll go to Liuguang's star. During the time they lived together on the planet Qing, Su had come to regard Qing and the cubs as his own family. But now that his body had recovered in the eyes of the cubs and Qing, he was a stranger. He hadn't figured out how to interact with them. Not to mention the big trouble inside his body that remained unresolved. Then it's your decision. Although he wished Su could nurture feelings with Su's current strength was still far from sufficient, it would be better to improve first. Moreover, both were still young. Leaving the palace, Su returned to another house of his. A barrier rose over the courtyard. As he entered, a green shadow crawled out from the backyard, coiled around his ankle, and climbed upward. Just as it reached his knee, a large hand grabbed it. Stop messing around. The bloodthirsty vine wriggled, and then stayed still. This alien plant was a gift Qing had given him when they parted, along with a wooden token. He had stored the token away and kept the plant in the backyard. Taking out a tube of plant nutrient solution from his space button, he poured it into a small metal basin. The bloodthirsty vine obediently slithered in and coiled up inside the basin. Su picked up the metal basin and placed it back in a sunny spot in the backyard. After a moment's thought, he took out 2 energy stones and put them in. He had discovered that this alien plant could absorb energy from stones, and had even killed a star beast on Mingsha star. He took out another basin and placed 2 pieces of alien beast meat inside. After attending to the plant, Su returned to his room to write a report. Late at night, the bloodthirsty vine, full and content, slowly climbed up along the outer wall, slipped through the open window into the room, and stood behind Su, its branch bent, as if watching something. The energy lamp cast its shadow onto the desk. Su. He turned around. Behind him stood a vine stick. Caught in the act, the bloodthirsty vine tilted its body and flopped back to the ground. When he first received it, the bloodthirsty vine obediently acted as a wristband. But after he accidentally caught it foraging outside on Mingsha star, it abandoned pretense, and when no outsiders were around, explored like a curious cub. Gazing at the vine, Su thought of Qing again. He was giving ability weapons to the cubs. What should he give to Qing? The Lin family fell. The cubs attended the elite class, and everything stabilized. Qing also prepared to go to Liuguang's star to obtain the spirit stones promised by the Empire. With the spirit stones, she could establish a teleportation array between Liuguang's star and the Empire. That would make travel more convenient. However, before she could think of an excuse, a ready-made one came to her. Military Academy Grand Competition. Nangongli nodded. That's right. Instructor Qing may not know, but a secret realm appeared on Liuguang's star. This year's Military Academy Grand Competition has changed its location temporarily. A group of instructors from the school went earlier to assist in clearing the battlefield. Since it's the first time, there are concerns about accidents. Instructor Qing is powerful, so the students will have safety guarantees. On Liuguang's star, Qing confirmed again. Yes. And so an excuse presented itself. Qing considered for a moment, then agreed, asking for details. What do I need to do? Accompany the students in training every day. Nangongli smiled. Of course not. Just show up during the competition and intervene in rescue situations. After all, Liuguang's star was the stronghold of star beasts. The membrane could not block low-level star beasts, and no one knew when they would emerge. Fortunately, the highest level of these star beasts was around ability level 9. The Empire planned to open Liuguang's star, so this Military Academy Grand Competition must not have any issues, as it would be broadcast nationwide. This was also the first time the sealed Liuguang star would return to public view after the star beast invasion. I understand. Maintaining safety. After confirming the time, Qing went home to inform her family. Business trip. The family looked at her. The little fox's candy no longer tasted sweet. Where to? How long will you be away? The little fox clung tightly to Qing's clothes. You're not going to leave and never come back like Dad, are you? The family can support you. Eat whatever you want. The cat cub also frowned, lips slightly pursed. Might have star coins. The tiger cub raised his wrist, revealing a cartoon-like brain. Star coins. Could support a whole family. No need to go out to work. Qing was moved to tears by the cubs. Really? The cubs are so amazing, you can already support the family. The tiger cub blushed. He couldn't. The star coins were given by second grandpa. It should be second grandpa supporting the family. Can you not go? The tiger cub asked carefully. The 3 adults, though not as openly emotional as the cubs, were clearly paying attention. I still need to go, but I'll be back soon. This trip to Liuguang's star was to scout the situation, collect the spirit stones, and set up a teleportation array. After returning with the school team, she could teleport to Liuguang's star anytime for training. How long? Asked the cat cub. The little fox also asked, how fast is soon? Can it be 1 minute? Qing looked at the cubs crowding in front of her, bent down, and kissed the chubby face of a cub. 1 minute is not enough. At most 1 month. The Military Academy Grand Competition was only 15 days. 1 month would pass quickly. The little fox covered his face. All right then, don't try to fool me. I can count to 1,000. If you haven't come back after a month, the family won't give you food, let you starve for 3. Starve for 1 day. Qing pretended to be terrified. That's too cruel. You'd better know. I will definitely return on time. Qing promised again. With the cubs settled, the adults naturally had no problem. On the day of departure, the whole family saw Qing off at the starport. The three cubs were all in low spirits. Just as Qing left the Yun family and boarded the spaceship, the 3 ability weapons that Qin had requested to be forged were finally completed. That day he visited with a nervous heart. The one who opened the door was Yunli. "Who are you?" Yunli tilted his head. "Wait, you look familiar." Yunli truly did not recognize him. He had seen Qin in person before. A gaunt face, tall and straight figure, sharp eyes. But the person before him had a slightly rounder face, stood straight, but appeared somewhat stout, with a gentle gaze that had lost its aggression. However, no matter how plump, his features were almost identical to the chubby tiger cub. Yunli exclaimed, "Damn. Qin." Qin's hanging fingers clenched into fists. He lowered his head slightly. "It's me, Mr. Yunli." Bang. The door slammed shut in front of him. Qin's pupils dilated sharply, his expression blank. This was the first time he had been refused entry. What a novel experience. Inside the house, Yunli regretted it the moment he closed the door, but his hand was faster than his mind. He patted the hand that had shut the door, spit. What to do now? Would it be awkward to open now? But not opening was also rude. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his old father walking back from the backyard after drying his fur, and Yunli quickly waved. Dad, come quick, there seems to be someone outside." "I didn't see who it was." Yunhai stopped and squinted at him. Behind him, the slightly smaller white fox also stopped, tilting its head to look over. The tiger cub carrying the cat cub on his back slowly followed. "What's wrong?" "Really, he's been standing outside." Yunhai walked over while complaining. "What's there to be afraid of in your own home? Could it be that he can beat you?" As he spoke, he stepped on a button by the door, and the door opened again. Seeing the large humanoid tiger cub outside the door, Yunhai, who was short and stocky, had to look up at him. "Damn, Yunli." His fur bristled, and then slowly settled. Yunhai smiled. "It's Qin. Why are you standing outside? Come in quickly. Yunli is really something. How could he not know to invite the guest in?" The gentle smile of his human form on this fox face appeared somewhat ingratiating and cunning. Qin nodded politely. "Thank you, old sir." Then he entered the gate. Yunli had already disappeared. The 3 cubs' inquisitive gazes fell on Qin. Seeing the familiar face, they couldn't move. "Big brother, he looks like you." The little fox turned his head back and forth, his gaze shifting between the tiger cub and Qin's face. Qin's ears twitched slightly, and he walked over to correct. "You've got it backwards. He looks like me." The little fox shook his head. "I didn't say it wrong. Clearly the uncle looks like the big brother." Qin didn't speak, but there was something in his eyes, a tenderness he didn't even know. "Long time no see, cubs." "Cubs, get inside," Yunhai shouted, and the cubs immediately turned and went into the house with Qin following behind. Entering the hall, they saw Yunli sitting on the sofa, having changed into a different set of clothes, with even his hair exuding a certain elegance. Yunhai had also returned to human form. The father and son occupied the multi-seat sofa, each holding a cub in their arms, with the large tiger cub squeezed in the middle, looking like a real family. Only a single-seat sofa beside them was left for Qin. "Sit down, make yourself at home," Yunhai invited, slowly stroking the fur of the little fox in his arms. Yunli was not to be outdone. He took out a biscuit and fed it to the cat cub. "Come, cub, eat the biscuit. Grandpa made it himself." "Ah." The cat cub squinted and opened its mouth. A small biscuit entered its mouth. The cat cub closed its mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Yunli's hand, holding another small biscuit, approached again. "Ah." The cat cub opened its mouth again. After every 3 small biscuits, he would give it water, then wipe its mouth with a special small towel. Yunli fed it with great skill and enjoyment. The cat cub's expression was numb, mechanically opening its mouth while its mind had already started recalling the lessons from the elite class teacher. Qin just watched. He found the cat cub's expression amusing. Yunli, unaware of his thoughts, thought his actions were effective, and that Qin must be extremely envious. What a pity, no matter how envious, it was useless. He was the one closest to the cubs. The tiger cub sat properly on the sofa. He had grown into a large beast, now no longer a tiny young one. His head reached the same height as Yunhai and the other persons when sitting. At his current size, he could no longer nestle in the adult's arms as he used to as a cub. His whiskers twitched as he stole glances at Qin. When he realized Qin had noticed him looking up, he quickly dropped his head. His younger brother was right. Being this big, he must eat a lot. The tiger cub recalled the white tiger he had seen in the teaching videos and lifted his head to steal another glance. This time Qin did not look over, so the tiger cub observed freely. A sudden curiosity struck him. Father's beast form must be enormous, right? Could he ride on father's back? As he was pondering, a large hand wrapped around his neck and pulled him aside. The tiger cub looked bewildered. "Ting Bao, come have some biscuits." It was Yunli. Catching the sweet aroma, the tiger cub swallowed and opened his mouth wide. His round, chubby tiger head was even larger than Yunli's human head, with sharp fangs gleaming coldly. Afraid of biting Yunli, the tiger cub kept his mouth frozen, eyes wide open. Yunli placed the biscuit inside and waved his hand. The tiger cub's eyes curved into happy arcs, his tongue rolled, and without chewing, he swallowed the biscuit in moments. After licking the fur around his mouth, the tiger cub sat obediently. Yunli often liked to feed the cubs when he had free time. Although the 3 cubs ate a lot on the planet, they went hunting and exercising in the forest every day. Since coming to the capital star, their exercise had sharply decreased. Combined with Yun Li's occasional feeding, the cubs had become like inflated balloons. They had grown plump. Yun? Qinsa hesitated, then switched to a more intimate term. Has Ting Bao gotten a bit chubby? He looked arounder than when they were on the planet. The tiger's eyes widened roundly. The two ears on top of the cub's head pressed flat backward, and due to nervousness his front paws tensed, revealing well-defined muscle lines. Chubby. The tiger cub was uncertain. He glanced down at his fluffy paws. The household was full of foxes and cats, offering no point of comparison. But his paws were indeed larger than an adult fox's. Where is he chubby? Yun Li patted the tiger cub's head reassuringly. It's just that his fluffy fur makes him look plump. Our Ting Bao is not chubby at all. After all, the tiger cub still exercised. Many young cubs at this age only ate and slept, making them far chubbier than the tiger cub. Qinsa noticed the tiger cub's low mood and nodded in agreement. Not chubby. I was mistaken. You are just slightly larger than other tiger cubs. Wasn't being a size bigger considered chubby? The tiger cub's brows drooped. He secretly made a decision in his heart. He would give up his evening animation watching time to exercise. He clenched his paws firmly, making the muscle lines on his forelimbs stand out more. Seeing this, Qinsa finally realized the tiger cub was not chubby. He simply developed faster than cubs his age with a larger frame, making him appear sturdier. To divert the tiger cub's attention, Qinsa brought out prepared gifts. 3 metal swords were placed on the table. They are swords, the little fox exclaimed. Since arriving at the capital star, the cubs had not forgotten practicing swordplay, though the time had been halved. The metal swords Qinsa produced were more refined than wooden ones, with razor-sharp blades. The little fox's mouth hung open in awe. However, Yun Hai frowned, looking at Qinsa with a probing gaze. Few people knew about the cubs' sword practice. Even if they noticed, they would just assume the cubs were playing with toys. No one would take it seriously or think of giving such a gift. So how had Qinsa known about this? These 3 swords were embedded with high-grade energy stones, rare supernatural weapons, not mere toys. Yun Li did not overthink it. Seeing Qinsa produce 3 swords, he asked curiously, what are these swords? Gifts. Yun Li became interested. 3 swords. You thought of everything. Quite thoughtful. Just right, as he elder brother and second brother each need one. Yes, do you like them? Qinsa said while his gaze fell upon the cat cub. Father and daughter locked eyes, and the cat cub narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling he had seen these eyes somewhere before. Golden bright. Like it or not. Yun Li's hand touched the sword hilt. Let me take a look first. Yun Li chose the middle sword inlaid with a purple energy stone. As soon as he picked it up, he noticed a name engraved on the back of the blade. Yin Shao? He widened his eyes and looked again. It was indeed the little fox's name. Yun Li. What? Not gifts for him, elder brother and second brother. Yun Li controlled his twisted expression, tossed the sword in his hand, then placed it in front of the little fox, and explained naturally. Come Xiao Bao, Grandpa has checked it for you. It's quite good. Do you like this sword? Wow. Is it for me? The little fox lowered his head and happened to see his own name. Surprise welled up in his heart. Watching him approach the sword, Yun Hai reached out and pulled him back. Don't get too close. Be careful not to hurt yourself. This sword is different from wooden swords. Okay, great grandpa. The little fox did not move his paws, but examined the sword from top to bottom. He had thought this sword was a gift for grandpa and uncles. After all, it was so large, clearly not something he could use. His small wooden sword was only half the length of this one, and smaller in overall size. He never expected it was really meant for him. It has my name on it. The little fox raised his paw, unable to find a foothold, and finally gently pressed his paw onto the energy stone. Beep. Binding mode activated. Please input spiritual power. The little fox tilted his head. He tilted his head in another direction. The adult smiled and watched, saying nothing. The little fox attempted to send his divine sense into the energy stone. A pink light illuminated from the stone, spreading across the entire blade. The once simple and sharp sword instantly transformed into a pink fluorescent toy. Wow. The little fox's eyes were tinged with pink light. He loved this gift so much. A sword that could turn pink. The cat cub's half-closed eyes snapped open. His neck stretched forward and his mouth unconsciously parted slightly. He was clearly astonished. The pink color could change and flicker. It could even form a chasing light effect, cycling from the hilt to the tip. The cat cub's eyeballs followed the light's left and right, his paws itching to press the pink illumination beneath them. The tiger cub was also captivated by the dazzling light effects. Yun Hai. So flashy. Turning his head again, he found his silly son also staring fixedly. Ahem. Yun Hai turned his head and coughed heavily, picking up his water cup and drinking. The bottom of the cup made a crisp sound on the table. Yun Li snapped back to attention, picked up the cat cub, and stroked its fur twice. Qinsa took out the sword for the tiger cub. Ting Bao, this is your sword. The remaining one belonged to the cat cub. Upon receiving their swords, the 2 cubs' first step was binding to activate the light effects. The 3 colors of chasing lights were dazzling, their radiance penetrating through the open door and windows to the outside. If not for Qinsa being present, Yun Li would have wanted to play music and start dancing. The atmosphere was perfect. All 3 cubs expressed satisfaction with Qinsa's gifts. The little fox even tested with one of his fox hairs. The moment it touched the sword tip, it broke. The little fox felt delighted. It seemed having a father who knew how to give gifts was not bad after all. The little fox, having figured it out, leaped from the sofa, clambered up Qing Su's leg, and soon settled on his lap. Qing Su even reached out to steady her. A picture of paternal affection and filial piety. Harmony reigned. "Dad, are you our father?" The little fox tilted her head and asked innocently. This was the first time Qing Su had been called Dad since entering the house. Yet he was far from convinced that the little fox truly accepted him. This cub was full of cunning. She had clearly recognized him from the start, but only questioned him after receiving the gifts. Qing Su went along with it. "Yes, I am your father." The tiger cub and cat cub had already sensed the truth, so they showed little surprise at his admission. The tiger cub called out softly, "Dad." The cat cub was more direct, "Dad." It was just a title. The little fox placed her head beneath Qing Su's palm. Qing Su petted her a couple of times. No wonder Yunqing enjoyed holding and stroking the cubs. The texture was indeed pleasant. This was Qing Su's first time grooming fur, and his touch was a bit heavy. Feeling the tug on her scalp, the little fox allowed only 2 strokes before jumping out and returning to Yunhai's embrace, where she resumed admiring her sword with delight. But before she could admire it much, the sword was taken away. Yunhai said, "You're still young. This sword is unnecessary for now. It's better to keep it stored." The cub's spirits visibly plummeted. The little fox looked at Qing Su only to find him nodding in agreement. She turned her back. Humph. She would grow up soon enough. A single sword had won the cub's hearts. Suppressing the bitterness in his chest, Yunhai made casual conversation with Qing Su. "I wonder where you've been living during your disappearance to let the disciplined Major General Qing Su lose control of his figure." Beastmen, after all, had an endless pursuit of strength and were accustomed to constant training, especially soldiers in the Corps. He truly hadn't expected Qing Su to become this overweight. "Indeed, I'm curious too." Yun Li chimed in with a fake smile. Qing Su, could he tell the truth? Of course not. He simply said, "I had an accident and ended up on a desolate star. I was injured, so my energy consumption was high." These days he had been intensifying his training. Regaining his figure was only a matter of time. He feigned indifference. Yun Li lost interest. Had someone pointed out that he had gained weight, he would have been deeply upset. But Qing Su wasn't. Boring. Truly boring. At that moment Qing Su casually mentioned, "Is Yunqing not at home?" Yun Li's interest perked up again, and he said with gleeful schadenfreude, "Unfortunately, Qing Bao has gone out on business. You won't see her for a while." Not long ago he had been saddened by Qing Bao's departure. Now he was delighted by it. Going out. As far as she knew, Yunqing was a mentor at the first military academy. Why would she be going out? The thought flickered through his mind, then Qing Su dismissed it. It seemed he wouldn't be seeing her today. Thinking of the gift in his spatial button, Qing Su resolved to give it to her next time they met. Aboard the starship. Yunqing had long forgotten Qing Su, never once thinking of him nor aware that he had visited her home. At that moment she sat in the starship's single cabin. In her hand, she held a spherical object, channeling her soul power into it, attuning it to the soul artifact. Ever since the Star Beast invasion 300 years ago, Liuguang Star had been sealed for nearly 3 centuries, with only authorized personnel allowed through the spatial jump channel. She wondered what the Liuguang Star sector was like now. As the starship approached, the concentration of spiritual energy rose, as did the density of demonic energy. Attention, the starship is about to perform a spatial jump. If you experience discomfort, please contact the main control room. Please note. The ship's announcement echoed. Yunqing secured the soul artifact, opened the door, and walked to the starship's main hall. Before the transparent observation deck, the pitch-black spatial passage stood still amid the starry river. In the blink of an eye, the starship entered the passage and soon emerged, sailing once more through the cosmos. In other star sectors one would see a variety of planets, solid gaseous liquid, along with colorful nebulae and rings. A dazzling spectacle. But before them the star sector was a murky gray. Yunqing had seen photos of Liuguang Star Sector from before. It was named for the massive, shimmering white nebula that surrounded it, producing white, flowing sand. Now, however, Liuguang Star Sector had lost its former beauty. Only 2 types of planets remained. One kind was shrouded in black mist with occasional glimpses of star beasts, wings, heads. These were the star beast planets, sealed by membranes. The other kind was hazy. Planets that could be landed on normally, where spiritual energy and demonic energy intertwined, and which served as the main training grounds for the Corps. During the flight, Yunqing personally witnessed a low-level star beast burst out from a black misted planet, only to be instantly killed by the starship. "It's a 5th-level star beast," a female voice explained to Yunqing. A tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed beast woman approached. "Mentor Yunqing, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Nayu." She had been observing Yunqing since she came out. Thinking this was her first time at Liuguang Star, she couldn't help but come over to offer a few words of caution. Yunqing's eyes lit up. "Hello, Nayu. I'm Yunqing. How much do you know about Liuguang Star? Could you tell me?" "Of course." Nayu was the starship captain responsible for transporting authorized personnel to and from the Liuguang Star sector, and she was fairly familiar with the situation there. Star beasts are ranked according to the same hierarchy as psychic abilities from level 1 to 10. No level 10 star beast has ever appeared in the interstellar realm. After saying this, Nayu's expression turned peculiar as she looked at Yunqing. Actually, a level 10 star beast appeared on Mingsha Star not long ago. The one who killed it was Major General Qin Su. She glanced at Yunqing again. Seeing no change in her expression, Na Yu couldn't gauge her thoughts, and continued, however our side also has 2 level 10 psychics. Remembering that one of them, Yun Zheng, was Yunqing's uncle and known for his deep affection for his family, Na Yu fell silent. Normally, in terms of individual strength, star beasts were stronger than humans of the same level. After all, star beasts had at least S-grade physiques, strong defenses, and carried miasma clusters. Only beast men could compare in physique, but they still fell slightly short. However, humans had technology and weapons. Armed, their overall combat strength surpassed that of star beasts. The stronger the weapon, the stronger the human. Na Yu then began to educate Yunqing on which weapons had high lethality and the known weaknesses of different star beast types. After killing 3 star beasts along the way, the starship finally arrived at Liuguang Star. They had enjoyed a pleasant conversation throughout the journey. Upon parting, Yunqing gifted Na Yu a vial of marrow cleansing potion, gaining a close friend who could pilot a starship, a current star map of the Liuguang Star sector, and a modified energy gun capable of dealing with star beasts below level 5. Waving goodbye, Yunqing disembarked. Outside the simple starport of Liuguang Star, the military academy mentor assigned to receive her had already arrived. As soon as she exited the port, he embraced her tightly. Little niece, your aunt has arrived. Yunshu embraced Yunqing tightly before releasing her face radiant with joy. Truly worthy of being a cub from the Yun family. Impressively done. I tried out the formation you posted on the Star Network too. It was quite fascinating. Yunqing. Which one did you try? It couldn't possibly be the one she was thinking of, right? I've tried them all. The first formation you uploaded is actually quite commonly used by the students here, and the instructors have been placing bets on who can pass the difficulty mode first. The difficulty mode was of course the bald man mode. And the prerequisite for activating this mode was changing the bald man's holographic avatar. Yunqing felt a pang in her heart. She had picked up a stone only to drop it on her own foot. Her original intention had been to discourage people from using the bald man's holographic avatar, but she never expected that only a small fraction would actually give it up. Most beast people had stubborn bones in their bodies. The moment they heard there was a difficulty mode, they rushed in without a second thought. To this day, no one had successfully cleared the difficulty mode, which only fueled the beast people's desire for conquest even further. Everyone wanted to be the first to conquer it. For the sake of convenience in entering the formation, they couldn't be bothered to change their holographic avatars, resulting in an ever-increasing number of bald men in the holographic world. You haven't heard about this yet. A prize pool has spontaneously formed on the Star Network forums with an entry fee of just 1 star coin. Whoever clears the difficulty mode first gets to take home all the star coins in the pool. More and more people kept joining, and even military academy instructors who had come to Liuguang Star for business were spending every spare moment attempting the challenge. Without knowing it herself, Yunqing had become famous. Yunqing. She developed something new. Intrigued, she asked, how much has the prize pool accumulated to so far? Over 10 billion participants so far, and the prize pool has reached over 100 billion star coins. Yunqing. What an astronomical sum. Even she was tempted. Yunshu opened the car door, pulling the dazed girl back to reality. Let's go. We're heading back to the training base first. The two got into the vehicle, and the hovering car shot forward with a burst of purple exhaust. Star beasts are quite common in the Liuguang Star domain, and sometimes we even encounter small beast tides with devastating destructive power. That's why all the facilities on the planet are built with portable, easily disassembled materials. As the hovering car passed a white building, Yunshu pointed it out to her. See that white spire? That's the entrance to the Research Institute on Liuguang Star. The actual research facilities are underground. By the way, your uncle is working at the institute. I'll take you to see him when you have time. Both the soul cultivation manuals and the foundation establishment techniques were being experimented on there. Across the entire star domain, only Yunzheng and Xiaobayan had achieved 10th level special abilities. No one was more suitable than Yunzheng for experimenting with foundation establishment techniques. He simply couldn't leave. In fact, for safety reasons, Nangang CI planned to have Yunzheng's first legion permanently stationed at Liuguang Star. The hovering car moved at incredible speed. Since they were on Liuguang Star, there were no speed limit rules. Yunshu drove the hovering car at its absolute maximum velocity. Soon enough, a cluster of white buildings came into view ahead. We're here. Yunshu brought the car to a stop and got out first. Yunqing followed, casting a puzzled glance at her surroundings. Wilderness stretched in all directions with weeds rising as high as their shins. Only a row of white buildings looked new. Those must be the residential area. Everywhere else was nothing but wilderness. This was the training base for the Military Academy Championship. Are we already here? Yunqing hesitated. Ha, isn't it a bit too crude? A hearty laugh rang out. To the left, a lion-headed woman pushed through the weeds and walked over, placing a hand on Yunshu's shoulder. So this is your little niece. How adorable. She leaned in and murmured softly, her whiskers tickling Yunshu's face in the wind. Well, of course, just look at whose niece she is. Yunshu was uncharacteristically modest, then pushed the lion woman away. Get back. The lion woman bared her teeth in a grin, then her massive head shrank back into human form. Golden hair cascaded down her back, and her pale yellow eyes sparkled like gemstones. Instructor Yunqing, welcome. I'm Shi Ziyu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Hello, Instructor Shi Ziyu. Yunshu jabbed the woman with her elbow. Don't even think about it. She wasn't fooled. This line was trying to extract the secret to clearing the challenge from her niece, all for the prize pool money. Shi Ziyu flicked her long hair casually, then tossed out a blue bracelet. The bracelet flew behind her head, and suddenly dozens of simulated robotic fingers emerged, swiftly combing and tying her hair into place in mere seconds. Noticing Yunqing staring at her hair, Shi Ziyu held out a red bracelet. Little gadget I made myself. Consider it a gift. Yunqing thought of her own long hair and accepted it. She then produced a peace charm she had carved. A gift in return. Shi Ziyu took it, and upon seeing the intricate pattern carved into the wooden plaque, she was overjoyed. A formation. The exchange of gifts shifted Yunshu's perception of Shi Ziyu entirely. Come on, Qing. Yunshu tugged her niece along. Shi Ziyu didn't mind at all, following the two with a cheerful grin. As Yunshu introduced Liuguang's star, Shi Ziyu would occasionally chime in. Don't let the plain exterior fool you. It's actually quite plain on the inside too. Yunqing. The residential area is all temporary construction with nothing inside. The wilderness outside is the actual training ground. Our philosophy is 100% authentic battlefield simulation. You probably know this already, but besides the individual matches, the team competition's main battlefield is on a nearby planet with similar conditions to here. Shi Ziyu spoke at a rapid pace. The moment Yunshu began a sentence, she could instantly pick up where the other left off, never feeling awkward even without anyone responding. The three of them walked along the narrow path to the residential area. All the instructors from the military academies had taken their students out for live combat training, leaving the residential area completely silent. The top 100 military academies from the Empire were participating in the championship. The residential area was divided into 100 sections with 7 competing students and 3 accompanying instructors per section. Over 1,000 people in total. Yunshu led Yunqing to a single room and pushed open the door. The roughly 10 square meter space contained only a sleep pod and nothing else. Qing, do you want to go watch the students train? Yunshu asked. Training? Sure. After registering their identities, the three of them left the residential area and boarded Yunshu's hovering car together. Shi Ziyu ran her fingers across the seat cushion beneath her, her tone dripping with envy. Instructor Yun, you really know how to enjoy yourself. That previous car of yours was nicely modified, and now you've transformed another one. Did you upgrade the system too? On the capital planet, there were speed limits, so the modified car's advantages couldn't be showcased. During her time on Liuguang's star, Yunshu drove like she was flying, and her hovering car had become a local attraction, complete with special effects every time it appeared. What's the point of driving a hovering car if you don't modify it? Might as well pilot a mech instead. Collecting and modifying hovering cars was one of Yunshu's few hobbies. Compared to other instructors, Yunshu preferred being the team leader on away assignments. This very trip to Liuguang's star was something she had competed with other instructors to secure. If she hadn't become a military academy instructor, she might have been a wilderness explorer instead. Free and thrilling. Shi Ziyu turned her gaze to Yunqing. Instructor Yunqing, the formation you designed is quite intriguing. I have some questions. Would you mind if I asked for your guidance? Throughout the journey, Yunqing's impression of her had been favorable. She hadn't refused. Sure. Shi Ziyu's eyes lit up, and she asked the question that had been tormenting her for several nights. What exactly are the clearing requirements for the formation's mirror difficulty mode? Could you possibly give me a hint? Yunqing. Had the difficulty mode become this popular already? Yunqing smiled. Simply defeat every single person that appears. Clearing it would be nearly impossible. She had never intended for anyone to actually pass in the first place. After all, each bald figure that appeared matched the player's own strength. Before defeating, a bald figure hide-and-seek mode would activate. Once the first bald figure was defeated, survival mode would kick in, and the number of bald figures would multiply exponentially. Defeating one version of yourself was already difficult enough. Defeating 2, 3, or even 100. That was simply an impossibility. Shizuyu frowned. Everyone. Defeat them all. Then how many people need to be defeated in total? Yunqing calculated. There should be 5050 people. First kill 1. Second kill 2. Third kill 3. The limit Yunqing set was to defeat 100 people. Shizuyu exclaimed, how is this possible? Who could possibly defeat them all? Especially since the formation seemed to have a memory mode. Whenever she demonstrated her newly learned body technique in the formation, the bald man could perfectly replicate it. She was strong, but the bald man was stronger. Kill 5,000 copies of herself. This formation was simply impossible to clear. Shizuyu deflated. The prize pool seemed out of reach. Casting a resentful glance at Yunqing, Shizuyu couldn't help but accuse, Instructor Yunqing, they're right. You're truly wicked. What's so bad about it? Isn't this formation excellent? Yunshu rolled her eyes. Didn't you just see your own flaws in the formation and improve your body technique? What's so terrible? Just tell me, do you like it or not? Will you use it in the future? Shizuyu. Yes, I will. An honest answer. Yunqing chuckled softly, and Yunshu burst into laughter as well. Feeling dejected, Sheetsy, you went onto the Star Network forum and posted a discussion thread in the formation forum section. Lion is me, internal personnel, here absolutely authentic. The clearance condition for the formation mirror is to defeat 3 bald men, guaranteed authentic. Seeing the likes increase, Sheetsy, you felt a bit better. So far the one who defeated the most bald men was Principal Nangong, having killed 3 bald men total. However, Qing hadn't set up a leaderboard, so everyone couldn't see the challenge data, nor did they know about Principal Nangong's record. Currently the best performer on the forum was Sheetsy. Most people believed what she said. With clear clearance conditions established, the beastmen who had been watching from the sidelines started to get excited and joined in, causing the prize pool to expand further. After all, it only cost 1 star coin. Sheetsy, you watched the soaring prize pool with growing satisfaction. She couldn't get it, and neither could anyone else. When a netizen who had killed 3 bald men appeared, Sheetsy, you would claim she made a mistake and say 6 needed to be killed instead. We've arrived. Yunshu slowed down and found her school's people. Another instructor, seeing Yunshu's vehicle, waved her over. Over here. The roof of the hover car slid open, exposing the 3 people inside. He also saw Qing and understood. Your instructor Qing, right? Welcome. The principal had said he would send a safety inspection instructor to handle rescues, but no one expected such a young instructor to be assigned. Her formation abilities were unquestionable, but they remained uncertain about how effective they'd be in actual combat. Qing was so young with minimal practical experience, leaving them to wonder if she could handle emergencies properly. He had maintained reservations. But since she was already here, Yunshu was her aunt and Yunzheng was on Liuguang Star. Perhaps on competition day both would be there to support her. He chose silence on the matter. An instructor with such connections was likely just there for show. As long as she didn't cause problems, he didn't care. Thank you. The man's attitude toward her was lukewarm, but Qing didn't mind. After exchanging pleasantries, she extended her divine sense to observe the situation below. 7 people in white gold uniforms were surrounding an S-level monster. At a greater distance, students from other schools were also working together to slay monsters. A military corps protected the perimeter of Liuguang Star. No star beasts appeared on the planet, and the students' equipment included protective shields with set thresholds that would only activate when their lives were threatened. The instructors had nothing to do. Upon seeing Yunshu's sleek hover car, some people flew over. So this is the youngest military academy instructor in our empire, right? Never thought your school would send someone so young, and that Principal Nangong actually agreed. The man flew over on speed boots, circling Qing twice. His eyes showed blatant contempt and assessment. Youth meant little practical experience, just a showpiece. When trouble came, she'd be the first to cower. Oh, I see now. Principal Nangong probably wants you to train alongside the students here to improve your practical abilities, right? The man wore an expression of sudden realization. Too bad you're an instructor and can't participate in the competition. But with so many seniors here, you can learn a lot. Don't keep questions to yourself. Ask them boldly. You're just a little cub after all. You'd probably cry and look for your parents on the battlefield. Haha, just kidding. But crying is fine too, we're all understanding. You're still young after all. The hostility in these words was crystal clear. Yunshu's face darkened. If you can't speak properly, shut up. Why are you so angry? Am I not stating facts? Surely Instructor Yunshu won't forbid me from speaking the truth just because she's your niece. Right? Right. Instructor Yunshu wouldn't be so petty, would she? The sarcastic words paired with that face escalated the mockery. Qing squinted her eyes, then suddenly smiled. You're right. I'm still young and have much to learn from the seniors. I wonder if this instructor would be willing to teach me. Yunshu saw that Qing had her own ideas, so she remained silent. If Qing couldn't handle it, she'd step in herself. She'd pin this beast man down and beat him until he learned what could and couldn't be said. Huang Baiwei felt a surge of joy. How shall I teach? As expected, so young. A few of his words, and she couldn't take it. Qing said, I lack practical experience and my skills are insufficient. What if the two of us have a sparring magic guidance bout? Huang Baiwei clenched his fist, suppressing his excitement. This suited him perfectly. But I must add, I've heard you're a formation instructor. However, in emergencies, formations aren't always usable. As a rescue instructor, you need to improve your abilities across multiple areas. So for this guidance match, don't use formations. Sheetsy was stunned. That's quite shameless, isn't it? How insecure can one be to forbid someone from using formations? She didn't control her volume. Everyone nearby heard it. Huang Baiwei's face reddened, pretending not to hear. Formations must be banned. He'd seen edited formation videos where Qing seemed capable of instant formation casting. Though he believed in his own abilities, formations were something he didn't know much about. If he failed, he'd lose face. Besides formations, he wasn't lacking in practical experience or personal strength. He was genuinely worried Qing wouldn't accept. But unexpectedly, she agreed without much thought. Very well. Qing raised an eyebrow, studying this instructor's expression. After she spoke, his expression noticeably relaxed, his features radiating pleasure. His gaze toward her carried pity, disdain, arrogance. Most prominent of all, the look one gives a fool. Huang Baiwei pressed on. When will this guidance match begin? His impatient tone made Yunshu frown. Yunshu answered on behalf of Qing. We can't just deny someone a proper rest. Let's have it the day after tomorrow. Leaving a day and a half, she would then help Yunqing analyze Huang Baiwei's flaws and weaknesses again. There was still a chance of victory. Fine, then the evening of the day after tomorrow. 2 days should be enough for instructor Yunqing to rest well. Huang Baiwei lifted his chin, slightly glanced at Yunqing, and left with satisfaction. The other instructors present shook their heads. With a raised band, no one thought Yunqing would win. But young people, after all, need to experience setbacks to grow. Yunqing was still young and had room for failure. If she lost this time, she would not be so impulsive and naive next time. The acquainted instructors left together, exchanging glances. This was going to be interesting. Yunshu and her group also led their trainees back to the training base. Soon news spread throughout the base that the new instructor from the Imperial 1st Military Academy was going to fight a guidance match against Huang Baiwei. Not only the instructors knew, but even the trainees had heard about it. 1st Military Academy, residential area. That instructor again. He's doing this on purpose, isn't he? Thinking about what happened a few days ago, Mayu became more certain. He's definitely doing it on purpose. If it weren't for Instructor Yunshu, he would have taken away the mutant beast we worked so hard to kill. A few days ago, trainees from Huang Baiwei's school encountered a rare mutant beast. Unfortunately, some were injured and the team was underpowered, so they left a mark on the beast. Later, the beast was discovered by trainees from their 1st Military Academy who worked together to kill it. Only then did the trainees from the other academy arrive belatedly. Huang Baiwei proposed to split the beast materials equally since their team had left the mark first. The 1st Military Academy students hadn't seen it clearly, so it was considered stealing the kill. But Yunshu retorted, and he got nothing. Instructor Yunqing is Instructor Yunshu's niece. He can't beat Instructor Yunshu, so he's targeting Instructor Yunqing instead. How despicable. Not only that, Liao Yuan, a senior from the command department, pondered. Mayu looked at him. Is there another reason? The others also turned to wait for Liao Yuan to analyze the situation. Liao Yuan glanced around and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget how much attention Instructor Yunqing's arrival has brought to the school." After the Empire officially introduced arrays, the quality of recruits at the 1st Military Academy has been better than in previous years, all because of the arrays. Recruit quality was something every military academy cared about. The others understood. Regardless of the beast-stealing incident, the other party would not miss any opportunity to suppress the 1st Military Academy. Then will Instructor Yunqing really lose? Guo Zhu showed concern. Liao Yuan sighed. If arrays weren't banned, the outcome would be uncertain. But Instructor Huang proposed it, and Instructor Yunqing agreed, so the result. The roomful of people hung their heads. They had watched the full ranking match videos and knew how powerful Instructor Yunqing's arrays were. At that moment, they only wanted to curse Huang Baiwei for his cunning. Liao Yuan patted the table. Alright, don't worry. Even if Instructor Yunqing loses, what does it prove? Arrays are powerful, and more trainees come to our 1st Military Academy. The others were convinced and clenched their fists. In this military academy competition, we must also strive to take 1st place. On the other side, Huang Baiwei returned to the base and found an instructor from his own school. The match is in 2 days. Remember to record the fight for me and post it on our school forum. Let them know that arrays are not omnipotent, it's one's own strength that matters. He had already envisioned a scenario where after defeating Yunqing, his video would be edited into the recruitment promotional video. Then with publicity, we can snatch away some high-quality trainees. The instructor from his school twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you so confident that you will win? I've seen that clip. Her ability level is probably not low. Huang Baiwei sneered. How high can it be? Have you forgotten? She's only 21 years old. At such a young age, at most she's ability level 6. She's probably had few real battles. Even if she can bring out half her strength, that's already good. What can a 21-year-old do? How many beasts has she killed? The instructor from his school thought about it, and agreed Yunqing was indeed too young. But he still habitually reminded him, anyway, don't be too confident. Be careful. I know. Huang Baiwei dismissed it. How many geniuses could there be in this world? Qin was considered a genius, wasn't he? But at 21 his ability had just reached level 6. Yunqing has only been truly developing for 3 years. She became an instructor only because of the rarity of arrays. What's there to fear? He's been through 100 battles. He could make her cry even with his eyes closed. Just as Huang Baiwei was about to leave, the instructor from his school asked another question. Yunshu and Yunzheng are both on Liuguang Star. If you bully their niece, won't you get beaten up? Huang Baiwei. It's just a normal spar. They wouldn't be that petty, would they? On the other side, Yunshu entered Yunqing's room and took out the materials she had gathered, handing them to Yunqing. What's this? Yunqing opened it and saw a total of over 100 videos. Huang Baiwei's battle videos. As the Longhua people say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Take these 2 days to watch them carefully. I've marked his flaws and habits for you. Yunqing felt warmth in her heart. Thank you, Auntie. Yunshu sighed. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, he's older. It's no big deal if we lose. Go ahead and fight boldly. Ask me if you don't understand anything. If Yunqing lost, she would still be there. If anyone dared to step on her little niece's head to climb up, she would personally step in and knock them into the ground. Yunshu looked at the top of Yunqing's head with affection. Her little niece was so well-behaved, but being too well-behaved was not good. Oh, she was easy to bully. If it were her who would still ban a raise, she would have knocked his head off right then and there. Yunshu suddenly remembered, you have ice-type ability, right? Huh, yes. Yunqing looked up in confusion, her narrow eyes becoming slightly round. Yunshu's heart softened, and she patted Yunqing's head. It's fine. You watch these first. Auntie is leaving. As soon as Yunshu stepped out, the gentle warmth on her face disappeared. Returning to her room, Yunshu rummaged through her space button and pulled out a star beast corpse. Drawing the dagger strapped to her leg, she skillfully skinned and dismembered it. She pulled out a large bone from the star beast's lumbar spine and took it to find Shiziyu. Do me a favor. Shiziyu, covered in dust, came out of the room and tilted her head curiously. What favor? You? Yunshu looked behind Shiziyu. The snow-white walls were stained with a layer of black, and the floor was a mess with no place to step. You weren't making weapons in the room, were you? Shiziyu scratched her head. No, I just tested a little thing. She didn't have the face to say she had broken the wooden plaque Yunqing gave her, so she changed the subject. You're looking for me. Is this a star beast bone? I want to ask you to forge an ice-type ability weapon for my niece. Yunshu explained her purpose. Shiziyu looked troubled. There's no suitable venue. We can apply at the research institute. Shiziyu continued. 2 days is a bit tight. I'll pay you double merit points. Shiziyu. Double merit points was tempting, but thinking of the small wooden plaque, she just tested. Shiziyu shook her head and refused. I can help, but I don't want merit points. Yunshu was still curious about why Shiziyu was so generous when Shiziyu shyly said a sentence. I want to learn a raise from your niece. Yunshu. From whom? Learn what? You're a forging master. What do you need a raise for? Just tell me yes or no. After seeing the array carved on the plaque, Shiziyu had a new idea. She wondered what kind of effect it would have if she engraved arrays onto weapons. She was now extremely excited and itching with curiosity. Yes or no? If yes, I'll make it for free. Yunshu was speechless. I can't make this decision for Qing. Do you want the merit points or not? Fine. Shiziyu took the star beast bone. I'll take them. She would ask Yunqing herself after finishing the ability weapon. Yunqing activated the light brain and reached out to Nangong Ci. A certain rogue cultivator, your majesty. Nangong, are the compensation terms we agreed upon previously. Ready on your end. First obtain the spirit stones, then she could proceed with setting up the formation. Besides, during this period, she had learned more and accessed the star network more frequently, gradually gaining a certain understanding of the main brain. As the individual with the highest clearance in the entire empire, she suspected that the other party had already discerned her true identity. Before long, a reply arrived. Nangong Ci, the purity crystal has been prepared and is ready for collection at any time. Which method do you prefer? Interstellar express delivery or secure safe pickup? Or would you like to designate a location for the transaction? A certain rogue cultivator coordinates. Yunqing casually provided a coordinate on Liuguang star, and the other party raised no objection. Nangong Ci, very well. You set the time. Having received the reply, the two reached an unspoken understanding. With Liuguang star under blockade and inaccessible to outsiders, Yunqing chose to hold the transaction on the very planet, and Nangong Ci was hardly surprised. Nor did he ask a single question. He indeed knew everything. Yunqing set the transaction time for 1 o'clock in the morning by Liuguang star time. She took out the wooden tablet nourished with spiritual energy, began inscribing the formation, and prepared to add further protective enchantments to the peace talismans for her aunt and eldest uncle. At midnight, Yunqing opened the door. The training base housing area consisted of single-story courtyard houses arranged in schools of 10 rooms surrounding a square courtyard. The first military academy had added 1 extra room because of Yunqing's arrival. Yunqing cast a concealment formation over herself and slipped out without a sound. Once she was well away from the housing area, she mounted her flying sword and sped toward the designated coordinates. The agreed-upon transaction site was not far, a stretch of wasteland. When Yunqing arrived, a simulation robot stood alone in the wilderness, its crimson eyes gleaming like 2 lanterns. Yunqing pressed her light brain against the robot's eye, and a blue beam flashed. Beep. Identity verification successful. Then came a rattling sound and space rings scattered all over the ground. She counted with her divine sense. Over 100 space rings at least. The robot pressed its open belly shut, and a flicker of red light passed through its eyes. Beep. Transaction concluded. Please verify the goods. In the silent night sky, only the robot spoke to empty air. Had anyone else witnessed this, they might have thought the machine malfunctioned. Yunqing inspected everything, found nothing amiss, then stowed all the space rings into her storage ring and turned to leave. Behind her, the robot's neck rotated left and right, a string of garbled code flashing across its display. Yunqing took out a purity crystal, and warm spiritual energy flowed through her palm and into her body. She finally confirmed what she had long suspected. They were indeed spirit stones, and of excellent quality, upper-grade spirit stones. All 100 space rings were packed to the brim, an astonishing quantity. Yunqing felt an overwhelming sense of sudden wealth, a happiness she had never experienced. She had never been this rich, even in the cultivation world. Who could understand the joy of sudden prosperity? Yunqing somersaulted through the sky on her flying sword, her brows and eyes brimming with delight. Having finally emerged, Yunqing was in no hurry to return. She strolled through the wasteland intending to hunt a few mutated beasts to bring back and cook a fine meal to celebrate. From the newly acquainted fleet captain, she had learned that Liuguang Star was the only planet with a complete defensive line established, intercepting all stellar beasts beyond its borders. This was precisely why the Academy had chosen to establish its training base here. On other planets, both stellar beasts and mutated beasts roamed freely. The planet hosting the Military Academy tournament had already undergone preliminary cleanup, with high-level mutated beasts and stellar beasts eliminated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yunqing glanced down at her light brain. Nangong Ci, the purity crystal, has been delivered. Here's a gift as well. Access pass. Yunqing activated the pass. It was a pass granting unrestricted entry into the Liuguang Star domain. A certain rogue cultivator, thank you. With this pass, she could enter the Liuguang Star domain at any time. After setting up the teleportation array, she would no longer need such an item. However, it was not entirely useless either. Liuguang Star possessed a spaceport that restricted incoming and outgoing starships. With this pass, Yunqing would have the right to pilot her own vessel in and out of Liuguang Star at will. With the pass secured, Yunqing changed her plan on the spur of the moment and decided to take a detour beyond the planet's perimeter. Releasing the small spacecraft she had not used in a long time, she piloted it into the spaceport, presented the pass, and ascended into the sky. Huh, whose small spacecraft is that? On the observation deck of the laboratory's White Tower, Gong Yusin, who had just stepped out to breathe fresh air after finishing an experiment, looked at the ascending vessel with mild curiosity. She checked the time again, 1:30 in the morning. No alarm had sounded, which meant there was no threat. She did not dwell on it further, merely sighing inwardly that whoever was piloting that vessel was quite skilled. Once beyond Liuguang Star's protective perimeter, one was exposed to the wilds where large numbers of stellar beasts roamed at random. The small spacecraft's defenses were the weakest possible, utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from a stellar beast. Only an expert would dare venture so far outside. In the vast cosmos, Yunqing piloted the small spacecraft, her divine sense locked onto a thin film planet. Time was running short, and she only needed to hunt one stellar beast to take back for study. The wooden tablets she had nourished with spiritual energy were few in number, and using stellar beast bones as a substitute would be ideal. Soon enough, a stellar beast shrouded in thick, turbid energy poked a small horn out from the thin film. Yunqing opened the spacecraft cabin door. Activating stealth mode, she stepped onto her flying sword and approached, her expression shifting slightly as she sensed the intense demonic aura emanating from within the film. If she were to enter the thin film planet, she would need a demon-suppressing pill, otherwise constantly expending her own spiritual energy to resist the demonic aura would be a grievous waste. While pondering this, her hands moved without delay. Yunqing reached out and grasped the mutated beast's horn. The creature beneath her hand shuddered and pulled backward, attempting to drag her in, but failed. Yunqing held fast to the smooth horn and praised aloud, "Fine horn." From the aura irradiating from this protruding beast horn, it was evident that this was a Qi cultivation level 9 mutated beast. My luck truly is exceptional today. No Foundation establishment mutated beast had ever appeared in interstellar space, and she had caught one on her very first try. With a sudden tug, Yunqing pulled hard and leaned backward. The complete beast horn emerged first, followed by a massive head, a pair of puzzled giant eyes, struggling hooves, and a tail whipping wildly like a propeller. The moment the mutated beast broke free, shrill alarms blared across Liuguang Star. The garrison forces responded to the alert and assembled immediately. Such alarms only sounded when a high-level stellar beast appeared, and every part of a high-level beast was valuable. They would not let a single one escape. Quick, quick, quick. Deploy the stellar beast trap. Don't let it retreat. Where's the research division's new lure solution? Bring it now. Soon warships launched into the sky. Yunqing's divine sense detected the disturbance. Though she did not know exactly what had occurred, she had no intention of revealing her presence. Without giving the mutated beast a moment to react, a soul needle pierced its brain. The creature, which had been struggling only moments before, instantly went still. Having swiftly dispatched the beast, Yunqing stowed its corpse into her storage ring and fled the scene. Riding her spirit sword, her body encased in a layer of spiritual energy shield, Yunqing glided through the sea of stars, crossing paths at a distance with the approaching military fleet. Fortunately, she had her concealment formation. They could not detect her. Yunqing circled lazily until her spiritual energy nearly ran dry, then returned to the planet and slipped back into her room quietly. Meanwhile, the military force that had rushed out upon the warning hovered bewildered in the void, unwillingly activating their search scanners to probe everywhere. What in the world happened? Where was the high-level stellar beast? The accompanying technician activated the nearby energy detector and examined the data. On the energy detector, a prominent energy wave appeared for less than 10 seconds before abruptly vanishing. Strange, could that star beast have teleported back? The warship, unwilling to give up, circled the planet once more, but found no trace of a 9th-level star beast, only capturing a few low-level ones. A wasted trip. The higher the star beast level, the better the materials and the more merit points it could exchange for. They had thought it was foolproof, but who would have guessed that upon leaving the planet they wouldn't even see a single hair of a star beast. After another hour of guarding, the warship finally returned to Liuguang Star. Having missed a 9th level star beast, they were downcast all day. When the night shift change came for rest, they were still lamenting the loss. Tisk, how strange. I thought we were lucky today. I had already planned if we catch this star beast I'd prioritize exchanging for materials, and with the merit points I've saved up I could finally get my own ability weapon. That shouldn't be. Our 9th level star beasts so timid. They just came out and then shrank back. A wasted trip. Let's wait until tomorrow when we rotate to another area to see if there are any star beasts. Yun Zheng emerged from the research institute and overheard the soldiers' murmurs. Thinking of star beasts, he was reminded of his little niece. In the past couple of days he had been observing more carefully, looking for any 9th level star beast so he could make a little trinket for his niece and send it back. Captain. The passing soldiers saw Yun Zheng and looked at him with admiration. This was a top-tier ability user at level 10. Keep up the good work. Yun Zheng offered a few words of encouragement, and the soldier became as excited as if injected with adrenaline. Yes, Captain. Yun Zheng returned to the lounge and contacted Nangong Ci. Nangong Ci's figure gradually materialized. Your Majesty. Yun Zheng gave a military salute. Since coming out of the secret realm, he had never left the laboratory. First he underwent a physical examination, then recorded the obtained soul power manual into the system. After that, Nangong Ci had him test the foundation establishment technique. Knowing Yunqing's identity, Nangong Ci was confident in the foundation establishment technique she had provided. Nevertheless, he still advised Yun Zheng to act within his limits and instructed everyone in the lab to cooperate, monitoring Yun Zheng's physical data in real time. In case of any unexpected situation, they were to immediately interrupt to ensure his safety. During this period, Yun Zheng had been unable to contact the outside world. As soon as he came out, he reported progress to his superiors. The most important thing was the operation of the foundation establishment technique. Yun Zheng said, this technique is indeed effective. I can feel that my stagnant ability energy is beginning to grow again, but the concentration of pure qi is not as high as in the secret realm, so the rate of improvement has slowed down. Nangong Ci was delighted. Excellent. As long as there's improvement, that's good. If things continued like this, the first person to break through level 10 ability would appear in their empire. He didn't know what levels would come after ability level 10. Nangong Ci was happy on his own, then smiled and said, this trip to the secret realm, your contribution was the greatest. The Empire will do its utmost to help you break through to ability level 10. Then, thinking that the technique had been provided by Yun Qing, Nangong Ci had a new idea. He had heard that Yun Qing treated Yun Li and the others well. Nangong Ci decided to find a time to casually reveal a bit of information to Yun Qing, letting her know that her uncle was currently testing the foundation establishment technique she had provided. An uncle by blood. She would probably give some useful advice, right? Yun Zheng had no idea that the other was planning to scheme against Yun Qing. He only felt that Nangong Ci's gaze was a bit strange, a bit ill-intentioned. Was it an illusion? Nangong Ci looked at Yun Zheng. By the way, your little niece has a special skill and has become a mentor at the first military academy. Really? Yun Zheng was somewhat surprised. Just how rare a skill did his little niece have to become a military academy mentor? After the surprise came intense delight. Yun Zheng's lips naturally curled up and his brows relaxed. Nangong Ci felt a pang of envy. Why couldn't it be his family's child? Nangong Ci shook his head and continued. This year's military academy competition has been moved to Liuguang Star. Yun Shu is with the first military academy team and is currently on Liuguang Star. Hearing this, Yun Zheng had no strong reaction, only some confusion. Why bring up Yun Shu all of a sudden? Nangong Ci added. Oh, and your little niece has also come to Liuguang Star. She arrived just yesterday. Yun Zheng. The principal recommended her. She's going to be a safety inspector on the day of the military academy competition. The principal recommended her. Yun Zheng thought for a moment. The Liuguang Star field has many star beasts. To avoid any accidents, I'll take charge of the patrol outside the planet on the day of the competition. Yun Zheng said it with a straight face. Nangong Ci could see through his thoughts. All right, go, go, go. Nangong Ci waved his hand in disdain. A family of lucky foxes making him jealous. In the single-person room at the training base, Yun Qing went out once without disturbing anyone. At noon, Yun Shu brought a wristband and instructed her to wear it on her wrist. This is a merit wristband used within the Liuguang Star field. After killing a star beast, it automatically accumulates merit points, and the star beast's corpse can be sold on Liuguang Star. Originally, the optical brain also had this function. As long as the merit mode was activated, it could also record directly. However, this function was only open to the military. In the future, Liuguang Star would become an adventurer star field. This wristband was a new model prepared for all adventurers coming to the Liuguang Star field. After Yun Shu finished explaining the situation to Yun Qing, she added, to attract more freelance mercenaries, the merit shop here has quite a few good items. You can browse it when you're free. She gave the wristband simply because she was afraid Yun Qing would be too bored staying alone at the base. Principal Nangong said that Yun Qing was here to assist, but no one took it seriously. They only thought that Principal Nangong valued talent and wanted Yunqing to gain practical experience on the Liuguang star. Yunshu also treated her like a child. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind her, there are no star beasts on the Liuguang star, so you can't go out casually. Although killing alien beasts gives no merit points, it can still increase experience, and some alien beast materials can be sold for a good price. After saying that, Yunshu left to continue following the trainees for tracking training. Yunqing touched the pink wristband on her wrist. Activated. Beep. The Liuguang Star Field Merit Wristband has been activated. Please bind your identity. Yunqing connected her optical brain to it, and a screen stood in the air. The page was very simple. Besides personal identity information, there was a small shimmering white planet, a small white square icon, and a small domed building. Yunqing tapped on personal information, and a string of data popped up. Name Yunqing, age 21, identity mentor of 1st Military Academy, merit points 1000. Closing the personal information, Yunqing then tapped on the small white planet. Merit shop. The merit shop appeared. There were very few items in the shop. Ranked from highest to lowest merit points, the most valuable was master level mech crafting worth 500 merit points. Next was custom ability weapon, 400 merit points. Yunqing suddenly recalled that when Nangong CI had transferred merit points to her, before she had seen in the merit system that master level mech crafting was 200 merit points, but in Liuguang Star's merit shop, it was more than double. Indeed, internal benefits were better. Looking further down, there were various weapons that were currently unavailable for purchase on the market. SS-class anti-aircraft plasma cannon, 399 merit points. S-class self-tracking energy gun, 200 merit points. A-class laser gun, 10 merit points. Only weapons of S-class and above could inflict effective damage on star beasts. At present, only weapons below A-class were available for purchase on the interstellar market, and purchase certificates were required. However, Liuguang Star had lifted the purchase restrictions. Yunqing was quite interested in these weapons. They could save spiritual energy and were not weak in power. Apart from weapons, there were also energy shields, exoskeleton mechs, small battleships, advanced restorative potions, advanced energy potions. Yunqing briefly browsed through them, closed the shop interface, and continued to tap the next icon. A domed building. Trading hall. It seemed to be an official trading point for material recycling. Listed were the star coins and merit points that could be exchanged for different parts of various alien beasts and star beasts. A complete 9th level star beast could be exchanged for 100 merit points. However, 9th level star beasts were rare. Normally, even 500 merit points would be a willing exchange for one. The official price was somewhat low. Nevertheless, aside from merit points, each transaction with the official authorities yielded 1 contribution points. A 9th level star beast could only yield 1 contribution point. What contribution points could be exchanged for was not specified. Besides selling materials at official outlets, one could also list items on the free trading hall and set their own prices. Perhaps she could also sell some goods there. Yunqing had her eye on quite a few weapons which required a considerable number of merit points. Finally, she tapped on a small white box, and a blue light flashed from the wristband. Scan. Yunqing pointed the wristband at her own hand. Hem material rating SSS class, exchangeable merit value 100 points. It's an identification system. This amount of merit points was equivalent to a 9th level star beast. Yunqing then switched to an alien beast bone and performed another test. S-class alien beast bone, damaged material rating S, exchangeable merit value 0. 1 exchangeable star coins. 1 of the 0 alien beasts were indeed not worth much. Compared to exchanging for merit points, it was better to sell them directly for star coins. This time Yunqing brought out the star beast she had just obtained and scanned it. 9th level star beast, complete material rating SSS, exchangeable merit value 100. It matched the price list for material acquisition. Yunqing put the star beast away, rubbing the wristband on her wrist. At present, only official forces were on Liuguang Star, but when the Liuguang Star region opened, a flood of civilian organizations would pour in. The acquisition prices offered by civilian organizations were certainly more favorable, but the official authorities provided contribution points. If the items exchangeable for contribution points were sufficiently valuable, the number of people choosing the official acquisition points would not be small. After reviewing the basic functions of the wristband, Yunqing switched it off and took out a star beast bone to carve into a flat bone tablet. The bone, after being cleansed of demonic energy, became an excellent vessel for spiritual energy. Yunqing inscribed a defensive formation on the tablet, then used a mixture of spirit-gathering grass juice and spirit stone powder to carve a spirit-gathering formation. In the Liuguang Star region, spiritual energy and demonic energy were intermingled. With the spirit-gathering formation, one could absorb spiritual energy, to some extent resist the erosion of demonic energy, and accelerate the speed of advancement. After finishing the 2 bone tablets, Yunqing prepared to go outside the planet to explore and earn some merit points. Her task was not to lead the training, she only needed to be responsible for safety during the official matches. Apart from a guidance match tomorrow, Yunqing was essentially at leisure. The doorbell rang. Yunqing looked up, extending her divine sense first. Outside the door, Yunzheng's sharp eyes swept left and right. Was someone spying? But after looking around for a while, he saw nothing. Yunzheng almost wondered if it was his imagination. Uncle. The door opened, revealing Yunqing's surprised face. Yunjing's furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled as he looked down, carefully examining his talented little niece. When he saw Yunqing's face, his eyes widened a little. Compared to Yunli, Yunqing's appearance was more similar to Yunjing's. Yunzheng naturally noticed this too, and his mood improved. "Hello, little niece." Yunzheng raised his hand and gently placed it on top of Yunqing's head, afraid that if he used too much force, she would be uncomfortable. He lifted his hand only to see a strand of hair pulled up by his fingers standing upright on her head. Yunzheng pressed it down, but the strand stubbornly remained upright. "Yunzheng." He pressed twice more, only making the hair more disheveled, and felt a bit embarrassed. "Yunqing." Yunqing's puzzled gaze made Yunzheng in this pressing game. He straightened his face and said, "Your hair is a mess." "Oh." Yunqing casually smoothed it down, tucking the standing strand into a gap in her hair, where it bulged slightly, looking rather awkward. Yunzheng turned his head away. He was afraid he would reach out to fix it. Yunqing simply found this uncle a bit odd, quite different from the dignified image she had imagined. Perhaps it was because she had spent time with the Yun family, but seeing Yunzheng, who resembled them so much, she felt a hard-to-describe closeness. Yunqing asked curiously, "Uncle, did you come out of the lab?" I just learned that you had arrived on Liuguang Star, so I came out to see you." Yunzheng handed over a space buckle, then casually touched Yunqing's head again, his fingers combing from her forehead backward, smoothing the fluffy hair perfectly like a comb. Carried by the force, Yunqing's head tilted back, and she caught a glimpse of satisfaction in her uncle's eyes. Yunzheng withdrew his hand and advised, "This place is not like the capital star. Affected by stronger turbid chi, the level and number of alien beasts are higher and greater than elsewhere. Be careful." Yunzheng never advocated coddling young ones. True care meant giving them the ability to protect themselves. So he did not persuade her to stay safely in the base. Instead, he exchanged some weapons and gave Yunqing as much safety guarantee as possible. Yunqing was surprised to see that the space buckle also contained weapons she had been wanting to exchange for. An SS-class anti-aircraft plasma cannon worth 399 merit points. That required a lot of merit points. "All for me." Yunqing shook the space buckle. The doubtful look in her eyes made Yunzheng find it amusing. He didn't hold back and chuckled softly in front of her, affirming, "I'm all for you." Yunqing gripped the space buckle tightly, her eyes curving into crescents. "Thank you, uncle." Yunqing had not met Yunzheng many times in the secret realm. As a soul body, she could not disguise herself, and she feared that if someone recognized her, it would be troublesome in the real world. The Yunzheng at this moment was very different from the one in the secret realm. He restrained his murderous aura, revealing a softer side, and did not cause her any pressure. Since he had given such a generous gift, Yunqing could not accept it without reciprocating. Sensing that Yunjing's cultivation was at the 10th layer of chi refining, she thought of an appropriate gift. "Uncle, can you come and go freely from the lab?" "Why, oi?" Yunzheng raised an eyebrow. "I have a gift for you. Do you have time tomorrow?" "A gift?" Yunjing's heart stirred. "I do. If you want to find me, you can register at the White Tower in the lab. I'll come out as soon as I see it." They chatted a bit longer, and Yunqing escorted him out. The two walked side by side out of the living area. Huang Baiwei, seeing this, was so startled that his tail popped out. Yunzheng looked up and glanced into the distance. Since coming out of the Soul Refining Tower secret realm, his spiritual sensitivity had improved considerably. Turning his head, he saw a terrified face. Suppressing his doubts, Yunzheng decided to investigate thoroughly when he returned. Why was that person terrified upon seeing him? No way she wouldn't tattle, would she? Huang Baiwei was weighed down by worries. It was quite possible. After all, young people were prone to impulsiveness and liked to complain. But for the sake of his performance, Huang Baiwei did not back down. As long as he defeated Yunqing, even if the Imperial First Military Academy had more and better students, his own school would not fare too badly. It wouldn't matter if Yunzheng wanted to vent his anger for his niece. A battle with a legion commander, it was worth it. Night fell. In the dead of night, Yunqing took out a small iron cauldron, devoting her full attention to alchemy. Foundation establishment pills, cleansing marrow pills, gathering spirit pills. One after another, pills emerged from the cauldron, sorted into small black cases. The small black case prepared for Yunzheng contained 2 supreme-grade foundation establishment pills, 2 cleansing marrow pills, and 4 gathering spirit pills. As for the medium and superior-grade pills that would go and used, Yunqing planned to list them at the trading center once the Liuguang Star domain developed, exchanging them for spiritual plants. Yunqing replanted new spiritual plants in the cultivation space. Dawn broke. Yunqing headed to the White Tower Research Institute, where machine guards stood outside. Following her uncle's instructions, Yunqing completed the registration and left her visitor's record. The machine displayed that her request had no response yet. Yunqing understood her uncle must be away, so after leaving a message, she returned to the training base. Night descended. The students returning from training filled the base, and the guidance match was about to begin. Xing. Yunshu knocked on the door, carefully observing her niece's expression. Having intended to offer encouragement, she discovered her young niece seemed not the least bit worried. Good mindset. She retrieved the custom-made ability weapon, a blade of icy blue. Keep this weapon. During your time on Liuguang Star, having an ability weapon will be convenient. She further instructed, go for it. Don't worry. Huang Baiwei's body techniques are passable, but his ability usage is a mess. When the time comes, just slash him with the sword. Don't clash with him head-on. Huang Baiwei was a close combat body technique instructor. As long as she controlled the distance and possessed ranged ability attacks, the probability of winning was not low. Besides, Huang Baiwei had forbidden formations. If he could ban those, could he also ban abilities? Thank you, Aunt. Yun Qing examined the ability weapon, which met the standard of a lower-grade spirit artifact. It would do. Yun Qing closed the door, and the two walked out together. Instructors and students from the 1st Military Academy were all waiting in the courtyard. Instructor Yun Qing, you can do it. Lion Yu wore an ingratiating smile, only to be pushed aside by Yun Shu. The 7 students were unfamiliar with Yun Qing, respectfully calling out, Instructor Yun Qing. Hello. Another instructor remained as cold as before, nodding in greeting to Yun Qing, before saying nothing more. The group walked outside. The guidance match would take place on an open area beside the training base. Huang Baiwei had cleared the nearby weeds in advance and constructed a simple platform. Though the venue was simple, the number of spectators compensated for the lack of atmosphere. Students and instructors from 100 military academies had divided into zones carrying small stools and sat in a circle around the platform. Among the audience, besides the training base's students and instructors, some soldiers from the legions who had rotated off duty had also slipped in. Night had fallen, a soft energy lights poured down from above, falling upon the stage. Warm and beautiful. One wondered who had chosen the colors. This place looked less like a venue for a serious guidance match, and more like the site of a heartwarming gala. Remember the video. Huang Baiwei instructed once more. The Liuguang Star Domain had not opened express delivery channels, otherwise he would have purchased more livestream cameras to perfectly record this guidance match. The instructor from their academy nodded, offering a reassuring glance. Huang Baiwei ascended the stage. Behind him, the students cheered for him. Go, Instructor Huang. Across from them, Mei Yu from the 1st Military Academy heard this and cheered loudly for her own instructor. Instructor Yun Qing is certain to win. Mei Yu also produced a support light board she had made. A sign reading Instructor Yun Qing is certain to win. Each character was its own light board, perfectly matching the 7 people. Here, take it. Tonight we are Instructor Yun Qing's most devoted fans. She added in a low voice, even if we lose, we'll still be proud. Mei Yu handed out the light boards in order. Liao Yuan. When did you make this? Mei Yu replied without concern. What's so difficult about that? It only took a few minutes. What matters is showing Instructor Yun Qing our support. Having a colored light board thrust into his hand, Liao Yuan's face stiffened. He was willing to cheer for his instructor, but that did not mean he wanted to wave a light board and become the most conspicuous person in the entire venue. Instructor Yun Qing is certain to win. Mei Yu waved the victory character in her hand, shouting loudly. Liao Yuan. Fine, having fun was what mattered. These colorful light boards were the only light source besides the competition platform itself. The degree of attention they attracted needed no elaboration. Liao Yuan raised the light board with both hands. Feeling the confused and curious gazes of others around him, he looked straight ahead, fixating solely on Yun Qing's back. Lion Yu slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? What a wonderful way to gain favor. Whispers circulated among the students below. Is that Instructor Yun Qing? She's younger than me. I heard Instructor Yun Qing won't use formations in today's guidance match. What a shame. I wanted to see the might of formations firsthand. Without formations, isn't she destined to lose? Instructor Huang is too cunning. Standing among the audience, Yun Zheng stood quietly beneath a distant tree, drawing no attention from the crowd. On stage, Huang Baiwei and Yun Qing stood on opposite sides of the circular platform, separated by 10 meters. I heard Instructor Yun Qing didn't attend military academy due to special circumstances, which means you probably never took body technique specialized courses, correct? Today's guidance match will be a pure body technique exchange. What does Instructor Yun Qing think of this proposal? Body technique specialization. Yun Qing indeed had never studied it. Today's guidance match was also an opportunity for her to encounter new knowledge. Having no objections to Huang Baiwei's proposal, Yun Qing nodded in acceptance. The students below were shocked. Body technique exchange. But Instructor Huang is a body technique instructor. Instructor Yun Qing looks a bit vacant. How could she not strive for any advantage for herself? She's too easily bullied. Didn't the instructors from the 1st Military Academy say anything either? The 3 instructors from the 1st Military Academy sat steadily and placed their gazes several degrees colder. Even the instructor who had been cold toward Yun Qing fixed his gaze upon Huang Baiwei, calculating within his heart to arrange an instructor match in a few days, giving him a fair and open opportunity to exchange blows. I'll give you a head start. You move first. Huang Baiwei believed he shouldn't push things too far either, so he proactively offered a concession. This was also a common procedure in his usual body technique classes. Yet he didn't realize that his words immediately darkened Yun Shu's expression below the stage. Now he knows to give a head start. Unnecessary. Yun Qing was somewhat surprised, but she still declined. No need. Let's just begin. After all, I am not your student, Instructor Huang. Yun Qing had no interest in Huang Baiwei's little schemes. She merely wanted to seize this battle to reveal some of her strength and reduce unnecessary troubles. Huang Baiwei shook his head and sighed. Young people these days. What mattered more, face or outcome? He would treat this guidance match as a lesson for this novice who had just entered the arena. With this thought, Huang Baiwei straightened his back. The battle began. Huang Baiwei didn't make a move, he merely stretched his limbs and loosened his sinews, assuming a relaxed and leisurely posture, clearly not placing Qing in his regard. It appeared he was still waiting for Qing to strike first. Instructor Huang, every battle should be engaged with full commitment. This is the respect owed to one's opponent. The words fell. Qing's figure vanished from where she stood. So fast. The people below couldn't help but rise from their seats, attempting to track Qing's trajectory, only to discover they simply couldn't perceive it. The instant Qing vanished, every hair on Huang Baiwei's body stood on end. His spirit instantly tensed and entered combat mode. Crisis was approaching. Huang Baiwei sidestepped and retreated, narrowly dodging Qing's fist. That fist was merely 2 millimeters from his face. The wind it generated stung his cheeks with pain. Huang Baiwei's pupils constricted sharply. He thrust out his left hand, making a grabbing motion. He grabbed it, but couldn't move it. Huang Baiwei's physique was S-rank, and he had been a body technique instructor for over 70 years. Never before had he encountered such an absurd situation. He couldn't help but curse internally. Were her hands mechanical? How could they be so hard? It wasn't just her hands that were hard. Her body was like a heavy mountain. Even if he exerted his full strength, he couldn't budge her an inch. Ridiculous. Huang Baiwei's face flushed red. Holding his breath and straining with all his might, even his tiptoes were rising, yet Qing remained utterly unmoved. Below, the students gazed at the two locked in stalemate on stage, bewildered. Fight! Why'd you stop? Why did they halt? Could Instructor Huang be supposed to dismantle his martial arts techniques while still engaging in combat? The instructors had spotted the issue. Huang Baiwei wasn't gaining much ground. He was at a loss for how to handle Qing. Yunshu stifled a laugh and quietly pulled out her holographic tablet, aiming it at the stage to record. Once the match ended, she intended to upload the footage to the school's official website. Didn't Huang Baiwei want to make a name for himself? She would do him a favor then. Qing released the tension in her arms and stepped backward. Huang Baiwei quickly stabilized his center of gravity, preventing himself from being thrown out, and immediately adjusted his offensive stance. Qing instead slowed her movements. Thus what was meant to be a coaching match, where Qing would attack and Huang Baiwei would demonstrate counter techniques, twisted into something entirely different. Huang Baiwei showcased various martial arts offensive techniques, his strikes vicious and lethal, with each move radiating raw power. Qing, however, moved like an elusive breeze, each time merely a slight lean backward or a sidestep, yet she evaded every single attack. Except for that one explosive strike at the beginning. Qing had not launched any offensive moves on her own. Despite her evasive stance, she didn't appear disheveled. In fact, all eyes couldn't help but be drawn to her. The arena gradually fell quiet. Suddenly a voice shattered the silence. "Oh, that's the Lingwei step from Records of Cultivation. It's the body movement technique the female protagonist Qing used on the cliff edge. Records of Cultivation is actually real. Instructor Qing. Ow, ow, ow." The cadets grew excited. Like a drop of water falling into a wok of scalding oil, they erupted into a frenzy. With that comment, the more they looked, the more it resembled it. The virtual footwork from the film had actually come to life in reality, and this sense of fantasy left the cadets thrilled beyond words. Too bad I'm already a senior. If I were a freshman, I'd drop out and retake the entrance exam. No sooner had the cadet finished speaking than he received a smack on the head. The cadet looked up in daze to see his own instructor forcing an awkward smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. That's too terrifying. The cadet gently patted his own mouth. What am I saying? Our school is the best. The instructor snorted lightly. You better mean that. Of course it's true, I love our school. As he spoke these insincere words, a new thought sprouted in the cadet's mind. Though he was about to graduate as a senior, if he worked hard enough, perhaps decades from now, he could join the first military academy and become Instructor Qing's colleague. After all, they were roughly the same age. The seating area of the first military academy. Shizi gripped Yunshu's arm tightly. Yunshu, your little niece is amazing. Why didn't you tell me? If I had such a niece, I'd brag about her endlessly. Ah, we're good friends, right? Your niece will be my niece from now on. Yunshu. Get lost. Yunshu pulled her arm away, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She had no idea her little niece could bring her so many surprises. For one thing, that body movement technique was no weak display, staying unscathed under Huang Baiwei's full force assault. Even she couldn't manage that. The instructor beside her also nodded slightly. Indeed, he had misjudged. As expected, the principal had a good eye. He wouldn't casually send over a burden. It was he who had been wrong. The man watched the stage quietly. He had to admit, there really were geniuses in this world. On the stage, the battle reached its fever pitch. Of course that was for Huang Baiwei. Half an hour had passed. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Huang Baiwei's forehead, and his originally crisp and clean martial arts movements grew sluggish. Yun Qing, however, remained exactly as she had been when she first stepped onto the stage, a hint of ease visible between her brows. Why don't you attack? Huang Baiwei paused his offensive advance and asked. The Legion soldiers who had come to watch were immensely proud. This was their corps commander's little niece, truly remarkable. Haha, well done. Little niece. If I didn't know she was the corps commander's niece, I'd think she was his daughter. Such a resemblance. The soldiers exchanged comments among themselves. The roar of beasts surged. Yun Qing lifted her gaze. Countless beast heads crowded around the arena, cheering for her. Through the throng of heads, she spotted Yun Zheng, leaning quietly against a tree. In the moment their eyes met, Yun Zheng made a gesture from afar. It was the victory sign of the Legion's campaign. Seeing the appreciation and approval in his eyes, she smiled and returned the gesture. The soldiers below raised their hands in the same gesture, going completely wild. A whoa! Croak, croak, croak. Roar! The sounds surged like waves. The exotic beasts drawn by the scent were intimidated by the thunderous noise and turned back into the wilderness. Yun Qing defeated Huang Baiwei with her physical combat skills, showcasing her terrifying learning ability. With Huang Baiwei as a cautionary example, the Beastman instructors, who had ulterior motives, dared not step forward. Losing would be one thing. But if, like Huang Baiwei, they had all their techniques learned and turned against them, within half an hour they would have no face left. Instructor Yun Qing victory. Instructor Yun Qing victory. The cadets of 1st Military Academy jumped excitedly in place, waving colorful light signs so fast they became blurs. For them who had prepared for defeat, Yun Qing's victory was a huge surprise that fell upon them unexpectedly, leaving them dizzy and incoherent, only able to chant the slogan repeatedly. Instructor Yun Qing victory. In contrast to their excitement, the cadets from the opposing academy remained silent. Had it not been for concerns about Instructor Huang's feelings, they too would have cheered for Instructor Yun Qing. Though silent, their eyes followed Yun Qing's figure intently. Huang Baiwei, exhausted from the fight, was helped back by an instructor from his own academy. The celebration belonged to others, the only endless sorrow was left for him. As he stepped out of the crowd, he saw Yun Zheng standing outside the circle. Yun Zheng turned his head. The cold, piercing gaze struck Huang Baiwei like needles, making the bruises on his body ache even more. Perverts. Both of them were perverts. He suspected that Yun Qing was not human at all, that she must have awakened an ancestral bloodline, a far more powerful superpredator beastman than a fox. Otherwise, he could not explain her absurdly strong physique. Punching her felt like striking the outer hull of a starship. Damage dealt 0.01, a self-inflicted damage 1000. Yun Zheng merely glanced at him, but Huang Baiwei felt as if an entire century had passed. Letting out a long sigh, Huang Baiwei suddenly asked, the video you took? I didn't take it. Huang Baiwei breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second the instructor from his academy added, but I saw Instructor Yun Shu from 1st Military Academy filming it. Huang Baiwei, he regretted it. Truly. And this regret reached its peak over the following days of relentless challenges. Being challenged was a good thing. It allowed him to accumulate practical experience. But was the frequency too high? Were the varieties too varied? Whether it was ability instructors or mecha pilots, even a forging master had come to challenge him, giving him no time to rest. Even a mechanical beast couldn't withstand such a barrage. Once again dragging his aching body into a medical pod, Huang Baiwei was filled with regret. And there was more to come. When the Military Academy competition ended, and he discovered that his sparring video with Yun Qing had been included in 1st Military Academy's promotional material, Huang Baiwei wished he could die. If only he had known how monstrous Yun Qing was, he would never have stepped up. He would never have said those words. If only he hadn't chosen to come to Liuguang Star in the first place. But there were no ifs. Yun Qing stepped down from the platform. The arena was empty. Seeing this, the other beastmen immediately jumped up. The stage was set. How could they only have one match? The audience was there, the atmosphere was right. The competition resumed. The beastmen who stepped up were either instructors or soldiers stationed on the planet. The cadets still had to participate in the competition and were held back by their own instructors, not allowed to join. Otherwise, today would have been a perfect opportunity for training. Well fought. Yun Shu wrapped an arm around Yun Qing's shoulder, leaning her head against Yun Qing's and rubbing gently. The cadets gathered around. The previous awkwardness dissipated completely during this sparring session. Instructor Yun Qing, have you really never studied physical combat? You're amazing. Instructor Yun Qing, do you really know Jing Qing's footwork? Instructor Yun Qing. Yun Qing was surrounded by frog heads, wolf heads, crocodile heads. The crocodile snout occasionally poked her in the back of the head, pulling strands of hair. Feeling suffocated, she searched for an escape while answering the cadets' questions. Yes, I haven't studied it. Does it look like it? Instructor Yun Qing. You. Before Liao Yuan could finish, he felt someone tugging at his collar, pulling him backward. Frowning, he turned and snapped, don't pull me, don't. His long crocodile snout was caught. Yun Zheng's familiar face suddenly appeared in front of him. Liao Yuan stared blankly, frozen, unaware even of when he had been dragged out. He reached out and touched his crocodile snout. The snout that the corps commander had touched. Cousin. Seeing him approach, Yun Shu suddenly realized she had forgotten something. Although she had said she would take Yun Qing to the lab to see Yun Zheng, When she had time, she had forgotten immediately after saying it, and never thought to inform him in the lab. Now her cousin had come looking for her on his own. Yun Shu. She felt a bit guilty. Uncle. Yun Qing called out loudly. Uncle. The other 6 cadets turned their heads too stunned to speak. A living corps commander. Hello. Yun Jing, thinking of these people as his little niece's colleagues and students, offered a kind smile. The cadets were flattered. Hello. Greetings, corps commander. The cadets were both reverent and adoring, lowering their voices and stepping back to leave space. Yun Qing let out a long, relieved breath. Uncle arrived just in time. Uncle is here to see me. We have some matters to discuss, so we'll be going now. Yun Qing pulled Yun Zheng away from the crowd, taking the opportunity to escape the encirclement. As soon as Yun Zheng left, everyone present relaxed considerably. Although the corps commander was friendly, they couldn't control their restless hearts. When they reached a secluded spot, Yun Qing stopped and let her shoulders droop. Fighting others had never been this exhausting. You don't like it? Yun Zheng asked with amusement. From outside, he had watched Yun Qing's expression gradually shift from calm to stiff, and when he saw she could bear it no longer, he went in and took her away. Yun Qing shook her head. I'm not used to it. Though unaccustomed, she could adapt. It was just that the cadets were too enthusiastic, she couldn't handle it. You performed excellently today, deserving of a reward. After Yun Zheng spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a spatial clasp appeared in his palm. This is for you. Yun Qing picked it up and probed inside with her spiritual sense. There were 5 spirit-gathering grasses, 10 soul fruits, and a pile of weapons. The energy plants inside can be swallowed directly to accelerate your esper growth. Those 10 fruits can enhance your spiritual level. Don't eat too many at once. 1 per week, let it digest slowly. The soul fruits were exchanged with contribution points. The contribution point shop in the Liuguang Star domain hadn't opened yet. His contribution points were allocated by Nangong CI after he submitted the soul power manual. Yun Qing didn't elaborate further on the soul fruits. He was about to focus all his energy on breaking through to the 10th level of esper abilities, so he wouldn't have much time to go out. He could only exchange more things for Yun Qing. He had sent weapons before, and now he was sending another batch. More was always better, even if they wouldn't be needed. Thank you, uncle. Yun Qing took out a small black box, placing it in her palm to offer. I have a gift for you too, uncle. A gift? Yun Jing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he glanced at the small black box. His right hand subtly wiped against his trouser leg, and just as he reached to open it, he suddenly stopped. May I open it now? Yun Qing nodded. Feel free. A smile lingered in Yun Jing's eyes as he covered the box and gently lifted the lid, wondering what gift might be inside. The small black box wasn't large, but the box itself was made of special material that could isolate energy sources. Could it be an energy stone or energy plants? Various small items flashed through Yun Jing's mind as he opened the lid. What is this? Seeing the unfamiliar item in the box, Yun Jing tilted his head slightly. There were round pills separated in a transparent bottle and a bone fragment. He picked up the bone fragment. This was a star beast's bone inscribed with patterns. The moment the bone fragment touched his hand, clear energy gathered around him. Yun Jing's esper abilities rose slowly. This? Yun Jing carefully sensed it. Indeed, when holding this bone fragment, cultivation speed seemed doubled. The absorbed energy was entirely pure qi, while turbid qi was repelled. This is a talisman with a formation inscribed. A formation? Yun Jing stared at the patterns on the talisman with growing suspicion, gradually matching Yun Qing's identity. She was a formation instructor at the first military academy. The formation prodigy, known by the alias Qing Yun, and the granddaughter of the mysterious potion master. Also the girl he once wanted to matchmake for his disciple by Jingning. Yun Jing's thoughts churned with complexity. He was delighted they had known each other so long and relieved that his ridiculous idea hadn't been carried out. Remembering their encounter in the holographic world, he smiled silently. Shaking the bone fragment in his hand, Yun Jing asked softly, "Did you make this yourself?" Yun Qing nodded. Yun Jing carefully and respectfully hung the talisman around his neck. "Thank you, Qing Bao. Uncle loves it." Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted from the box. When Yun Jing caught the scent, his recently depleted spiritual energy showed signs of recovery. Clap. He closed the lid. Yun Jing was surprised. What's inside this? Cleansing marrow pills which can expel impurities from the body and enhance physique. Spiritual gathering pills. Yun Qing explained the types and effects of each pill. With each effect mentioned, Yun Jing's eyes widened a little more. Clearly at this moment his heart was far from calm. Yun Jing stored the black box away. Both the formation that attracted pure qi and the physique-enhancing pills. Yun Jing was deeply shaken internally, yet externally, he maintained his composure. Did you make all of these yourself? Yes. Yun Jing's throat felt dry. He suspected he was dreaming. Everything in this box exceeded his understanding. Interstellar research on pure qi was still in its infancy. These pills didn't seem like things current interstellar technology could produce. But looking into his niece's clear eyes, Yun Jing gripped the black box tightly. His niece wouldn't lie to him. Besides, there was that mysterious potion master behind the scenes. Perhaps all of these were things the potion master had taught his niece. Have you told anyone else about these things? Yun Qing nodded. The whole family has used the cleansing marrow pills. Yun Jing. So he was the last to know? Touching the talisman, Yunzheng asked Yunqing. This talisman would be very useful in the Liuguang star. Would you be willing to sell them? If they had these talismans, the Empire's beast warrior's strength would greatly improve, and the death rate, when fighting star beasts, would drop significantly. He was indeed tempted. Though he wanted them, he still asked for Yunqing's opinion. Could I make and sell them myself? Yunqing shook her head. The light in Yunzheng's eyes dimmed. One person's ability is limited and not much can be made. But if I teach the formation, the academy can inscribe them themselves. Do you want it, uncle? I can give you the formation for free. There were plenty of useful things in her mind. This one wasn't lacking. Of course, she didn't believe the Empire would really accept it for free. Giving it to her uncle was fine. To someone else? No way. Yunzheng froze for a moment, then lifted his palm and placed it on Yunqing's head. Lowering his voice, he said disapprovingly, the army does need this formation, but it can't be free. What the Empire needed should be funded by the Empire. His Qing Bao was too kind. This wouldn't do. She'd be easily taken advantage of. Uncle is going back to the lab. Thank you for the gift, Qing Bao. I love it. This is the best gift I've ever received. Yunzheng had come in a hurry, watched the match, and left in a hurry. As for Yunshu, he only remembered her just before leaving, taking a small box from his spatial clasp containing a soul fruit. Take this back for your aunt. He patted Yunqing on the head again, then turned and left. After he was gone, Yunqing touched the top of her head. Yunshu hadn't expected to receive a small gift from her cousin. How strange. Staring at the soul fruit again, Yunshu asked, is this an energy plant? Doesn't look like it. Or a purification fruit. That's not right either. Purification fruits are cheap. Cousin wouldn't give just one. Seeing her confused expression, Yunqing simply told her the truth. This is a soul fruit. You can eat it directly or make it into medicine. It helps enhance spiritual power. Upon hearing it was beneficial for spiritual power, Yunshu quickly closed the lid. Such a precious thing must be kept safely. Thinking of what Yunqing meant, Yunshu asked curiously, you said make it into medicine. Can you do it? Yunqing nodded. Yunshu immediately stuffed the box into Yunqing's arms. Use it as you like. Do whatever you want with it. She wasn't worried at all that Yunqing would waste this precious item. Inside the laboratory, Yunzheng had just returned and took out a cleansing marrow pill to examine. After looking at it, he carefully put it back and stored it away. His body data was checked and recorded every day. He couldn't use medicine casually, so he didn't plan to use the pills from Yunqing right now. The Alchemist Association was undergoing restructuring, and there were still unknown issues. His niece was already prominent enough. It was best to keep her alchemy talent hidden. After putting away the pills, thinking of the formation on the talisman, Yunzheng dialed Nangongxi's communication number. The next day, Yunqing was refining pills when she received a message from Nangongxi. After finishing the pill refinement, she opened her light brain and saw the message he sent, completely puzzled. Nangongxi, there's a big business deal I want to discuss with you. Are you free? Lone cultivator, I have time. The moment the message was sent, a communication invitation popped up. Yunqing answered and Nangongxi's figure slowly materialized in the room. Seeing Yunqing's completely unmasked face, there was no surprise in his eyes. Yunqing also knew that her disguise was useless before Nangongxi, who held the highest authority of the mainframe. Neither of them mentioned the identity of lone cultivator. Your Majesty Nangong, Yunqing addressed him politely. Unexpectedly, Nangongxi waved his hand. Why be so formal? Your uncle and I are friends. Just call me Uncle Nangong. As for Qin Su, forget it, it's better to build a closer relationship with Yunzheng. Uncle Nangong, Yunqing asked, what is the big business you mentioned? Speaking of business, Nangongxi's smile widened. That array for gathering pure qi that you carved on the bone token. How large can you inscribe it? The spirit gathering array. Nangongxi nodded. It's the array on the bone token you gave your uncle. What he valued was not only its ability to gather pure qi, but also its function of isolating turbid qi. On Liuguang star, the concentration of pure qi is higher than outside, but turbid qi is also mixed in. Current methods cannot completely separate pure qi from turbid qi. They can only expel all of it. With this array, those who have not yet awakened their abilities can absorb enough pure qi and avoid erosion by turbid qi. The array on a small bone token is easy to make. It doesn't require many materials. If the array is expanded, it can also be done, but it will consume pure qi crystals. How many pure qi crystals would it take to cover a small city? If the array could cover a large area, then he could build a city free of turbid qi on Liuguang star. The prerequisite is that the consumption of pure qi crystals is not too high. Yunqing gave a number. Nangongxi's brow relaxed. It was within his acceptable range. In the Liuguang star domain, there are 7 training planets similar to Liuguang star. The Empire took over 3 planets, including Liuguang star, and leased the remaining 4 to the Federation. After the initial extraction of pure qi crystals, deposits appeared on Liuguang star and several other planets. Except for the crystals from the first vein, which were mined and distributed, the remaining veins were managed separately by each country according to their location. In terms of quantity, the Empire had the most pure qi crystals. He did not continue mining the vein on Liuguang star. Instead, he planned to enclose the area above the vein to cultivate energy plants. He really did not lack pure qi crystals. Nangongxi made his decision. Then let's build a large array and construct houses on top of it, and charge contribution points. Qing was surprised, then began to ponder. This resembles the cultivation towers of the immortal cultivation world, doesn't it? A cultivation paradise created with a spirit-gathering array divided into small rooms according to spiritual energy concentration, where one can enter by paying spirit stones. Qing was not worried about insufficient spiritual energy. How much could a group of Qi refining cultivators absorb? The consumption would be far less than the spiritual energy generated by Liuguang Star. This business had great potential. Qing's eyes sparkled. How about building a cultivation tower? As long as there are enough pure Qi crystals, the spirit-gathering array can cover a wide area. The closer to the center of the array, the higher the concentration of pure Qi, and the contribution points charged can increase progressively. Within the array's range, there is absolutely no turbid Qi, no safety risks, and one can absorb with peace of mind. Qing also drew a diagram showing the varying concentrations of pure Qi at different locations. Nangong Ci studied it intently, beginning to construct a city model in his mind. With the cultivation tower as the center, the city would be divided into inner and outer districts based on pure Qi concentration. The inner district had high concentration, where residential areas, commercial areas, and trading zones could be set up. A place free from turbid Qi interference that could also boost cultivation speed. Everyone would surely want it. But he would not sell, only rent. Charges would be tiered based on contribution points. Nangong Ci stroked his chin. He had originally worried that after the Liuguang Star domain opened, no one would choose to sell materials to the official side in exchange for contribution points. After all, the prices were low. But now with the cultivation tower and the inner city environment so tempting, he didn't believe no one would be tempted. Nangong Ci's smile deepened, and his originally dignified and square face somehow took on a cunning look. He shared the idea in his mind. Qing blinked. Not bad. What about the price? Nangong Ci was very generous. 30% of the contribution points earned will be yours. After all, the consumption of pure Qi crystals was borne by the empire, so this was the highest percentage he could offer. Zheng had even worried that he would cheat his little niece. Tisk, was he that kind of person? He would never do that. After finalizing the cooperation, Nangong Ci didn't want to waste a second and immediately dispatched a robot construction army determined to build the city within 3 days. The Federation's legions were all on their own planets. Only when the Liuguang Star domain opened would the real competition begin. With the array, he guaranteed that Liuguang Star would become the most dazzling planet. He would not only earn star coins from the Empire, but also from the Federation. No sooner said than done. At noon, the teleportation channel near the laboratory opened. Groups of construction robots landed on Liuguang Star from the channel and headed to the wilderness. Nangong Ci mobilized all of his construction robots and even used a secondary account to buy some second-hand robots from the StarNet shop, sending them all over. Where the robot army passed, wild grass was flattened and alien beasts retreated. This large-scale operation aroused great curiosity among the people on Liuguang Star. So many robots, what are they building? Maybe they're building a city for trainees. With more people coming, there's no place to rest. They can't all build their own living quarters like us, right? As the competition time approached, the military cadets who left early and returned late were so tired every day that they fell asleep as soon as they hit the pillow without any other thoughts. The instructors gathered together, watching the mighty robot army from afar, speculating. Do you see those robots over there? Their synthetic skin has fallen off. I wonder where they found such old robots. Don't they even repair them? And these robots here, they're not the latest batch either. Bought from other channels, right? They're in such a hurry. Just wait at this speed, we'll see the prototype tomorrow. At night, the robots cleared the wasteland and Qing began to lay the array. The construction site chosen by Nangong Ci was above the Spirit Stone mine. The Spirit Stones used for the array were provided by the Empire, and Qing was only responsible for using them. The array was laid. The surrounding spiritual energy concentration slowly rose. After scanning the center of the array, the construction robots began building a circular cultivation tower around it according to the blueprint. Half of the circle was above ground and half underground. Rows of small rooms were neatly distributed like a honeycomb, wasting no space. The cultivation rooms were only about 4 square meters, saving as much space as possible. The more cultivation rooms, the more contribution points earned. The Royal Construction robots were responsible for building the most critical cultivation rooms using the best building materials. The temporarily purchased construction robots were building houses in the inner city. Similarly, to save space, the houses were almost all high-rise buildings. However, a vacant plot was left on the west side of the inner city for a villa district, which of course was priced outrageously high. Different plans were available for different groups of people. Thinking about the huge influx of contribution points in the future, Nangong Ci was too excited to sleep. He was immensely grateful that Qing grew up in the Empire, otherwise all of this would not belong to the Empire today. The Yun family valued Qing and treated the youngling well, which Nangong Ci was glad to see, but he still felt it wasn't enough. Thinking of the Qiao family of the Dragon Kingdom, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. He decided to reserve a villa and a shop for Qing once the inner city was built. Relationships need to be carefully nurtured. As long as he was generous enough, no one would be able to poach talent from his empire. He heard that the Dragon Kingdom people liked iron-eating beast pandas. Yunqing also had Dragon Kingdom blood. Nangang Ci pondered if his eldest nephew couldn't capture Yunqing's heart, should he try to find a handsome iron-eating beast. Never mind, let's see. As the number of construction robots increased, the pace of city construction accelerated. 3 days later, the people on Liuguang Star suddenly discovered a system notification on their merit bracelets. Adventurer of Liuguang Star region, greetings. The cultivation tower of Qingxiu City is about to open. A free trial pass is now granted lasting 5 hours. For details, please check in the contribution points mall. The new city is called Qingxiu City. Cultivation tower. Free. Since it's free, I might as well go and take a look. Opening the contribution points mall, an item was listed in the originally empty mall. Cultivation room 0. 1 contribution points per day. When the contribution points mall appeared, they knew that the items listed there would be rare and precious enough to attract people to earn contribution points. A 9th level star beast could only be exchanged for 1 contribution point, and a day in the cultivation room cost 1/10 of that. They were determined to see what this thing was that was so expensive. The trainees still needed to train, so the mentors decided to take turns experiencing it. If the effect was good, they would let the trainees go. The soldiers had no such concerns and went to Liuguang City together. Qing, let's go first as the 2 of us. Mentors from other schools came in groups of 3, but they had 4, so they could go in pairs. Yunshu was also extremely curious about the cultivation room that had appeared so silently. Let's go. Yunqing was also curious. Yunqing had only set up the formation initially, as she hadn't participated in the subsequent robot construction process, and now didn't know what the final building looked like. When they arrived at the cultivation room, many people were already there. They were the first batch to experience it. The semicircular towering building was over 1,000 meters high, and this was only half of the complete structure. The other half was buried underground. Could it be a comprehensive training room? That's possible. Yunshu walked forward with Yunqing, sharing her thoughts. Those who come here must be seeking a breakthrough or hunting star beasts for generous star coins. Strength is paramount, so building a large training room is necessary. But thinking about it, the price and contribution points seemed a bit steep. Where couldn't one train? Ordinary warships were equipped with training rooms. It might be better to use star coins instead. The 2 swiped their bracelets and separated. At the entrance there was a passage. After swiping the bracelets, the door opened, revealing a small square compartment that could hold 4 or 5 people. Yunqing stepped into the small compartment. The door closed, and when it opened again, a room door appeared before her. Please verify your identity by aligning your merit bracelet with the scanning port. Yunqing complied. The door opened, and she walked in. Inside was a room of moderate size, about 4 square meters. Above there was an air exchange device. The room had no windows, but didn't feel stuffy. The wall color could be adjusted, and holographic simulation could be activated to transform it into any preferred style. Yunqing casually selected primitive call. The white metal walls turned into a dense wilderness, and the visual expansion made the space no longer feel cramped. Yunqing sat cross-legged, cultivating, with every second precious. The spirit stone vein beneath was of no low grade, absorbing a bit wouldn't hurt, and she could sow more spiritual plant seeds later. Suddenly Yunqing opened her eyes. She realized a serious problem. What if someone else absorbed as much as she did? Currently the planet was full of Qi refining stage cultivators, but in the future there would surely be cultivation prodigies of extraordinary talent. It wasn't impossible for someone to drain a vein with a single contribution point. The original female protagonist of the immortal cultivation world was such a prodigy. She used a single mid-grade spirit stone to drain an entire spirit stone vein. The contribution points collected here included her share, and if such a situation occurred, she would suffer a huge loss. Yunqing decided that once she got out, she would mention it to Nangang Ci. The fee should be calculated based on the amount of spiritual energy absorbed, so there would be no loss. Other rooms. The beastmen who had just entered were at a loss in the cramped room, groping around the walls trying to find the function controls. The walls played a looped introduction of the cultivation room's effects, displaying an energy circulation route diagram and auxiliary circulation simulation tools. These tools could be purchased with star coins in the Empire, but here they required merit points to exchange. After learning about the effects of the cultivation room, the beastmen wasted no time. They immediately sat cross-legged and began to operate the energy circulation route. They were astonished to find that the energy absorbed in the cultivation room was far greater than outside. Without much effort, energy flowed into their bodies through their skin, filling them with delight. What a wonderful place. Outside, though demon Qi was scarce, it would enter the body along with spiritual energy, making it difficult to expel. They had to use their own spiritual energy to counteract the negative effects of demon Qi, resulting in slow and inefficient cultivation. In the cultivation room, there was no such problem. It was filled with pure spiritual energy, several times more concentrated than outside. Soldiers who had entered secret realms also discovered that it felt the same as being in a secret realm. Their ascension speed increased, and cultivation felt as smooth as drinking water. Groups of beastmen came in reluctant to leave and were forcibly ejected. Yun Shu was cultivating with great satisfaction when suddenly a vibration on her wrist woke her. Your trial time has ended. If you wish to continue, please renew in time. Yun Shu. Wasn't it a 5-hour trial? How long had it been? She opened her light brain and checked the time. It really was 5 hours. Time had passed so quickly. Yun Shu was just a step slow and the wall behind her moved forward, pushing her out before closing the door. Yun Shu. Many others had also lost track of time. They just wanted to stay inside a little longer. It was simply too comfortable. After coming out, the beastmen were in no hurry to leave. They couldn't enter the cultivation room, but the spiritual energy concentration in the inner city outside wasn't low either. They found that the closer to the cultivation room, the more comfortable it felt. Beastmen without patrol duties set up tents right next to the cultivation room, activated their shielding fields, and continued cultivating. Great idea. Others saw this and followed suit. Though the effect wasn't as good as inside, it was still better than their original dwellings. And so, when Nangong Ci became curious about the situation and used a live streaming device to observe, he saw a dense sea of military green tents cramming the entire inner city. Nangong Ci. Since the city wasn't officially completed, yet he would let them take advantage of the loophole. After all, they were his country's soldiers. However, the construction by robots must not be delayed. Nangong Ci edited a new regulation on his bracelet. Below, everyone's bracelet vibrated. System notification: Liuguang City is under construction. Please do not obstruct the normal progress of the construction team. In 10 days, the inner city of Liuguang City will be officially completed. Each entry into the inner city will cost 0.01 contribution points. Receiving the notification, everyone suddenly understood. Such a wonderful place was worth the contribution points. It was just a matter of not obstructing the robot construction, wasn't it? Simple. They packed up their tents. Some took out their small spacecraft and let them hover in the air. Others, without spacecraft or unwilling to waste energy, went to the wilderness to cut trees and built single-legged beds layer by layer. Some people pooled resources to create floating dwellings. There were still 10 days. They intended to make good use of these 10 free days. Another group didn't rush to settle in. They used their rest time to hunt alien beasts and star beasts, selling all materials at official outlets in exchange for contribution points. If they couldn't hunt 9th-level star beasts, they hunted lower-level ones, accumulating small gains. In a day, they could earn half a contribution point. Half a contribution point allowed them to cultivate for 5 days. After gaining strength, they continued hunting and cultivating. They were filled with anticipation for the future. Xing, come quickly, let's board the spaceship. Yun Shu piloted the spaceship to pick up the trainees and mentors from the training base. She opened the hatch and lowered a tether rope for Yunqing to board. Behind her, spaceships from other military academies slowly followed. Yunqing boarded the spacecraft. Is this the so-called cultivation chamber? Is it really as good as you said? Lion Yu curiously craned her neck to look outside, but saw nothing special. She couldn't imagine how remarkable it could be. You'll know once you experience it yourself. Yun Shu didn't know how to explain. Before going in, she had thought it was just an ordinary training room, but once inside, she wanted to stay forever. Hearing Yun Shu's words, Lion Yu smiled. Then I'll have to truly savor it. The students, however, were staring at the illegal structure in the sky, lost in thought. So many people. Below, construction robots shuttled through the budding streets, while beastmen floated in the air, neither interfering with the other. Fortunately, the construction robots worked in designated zones. The area was vast and spacious, so nothing was affected. Go in first, and remember, don't waste any time. After Yun Shu finished speaking, Lion Yu and the students disembarked from the spacecraft and entered the cultivation chamber. The students from other schools followed suit. Only Yunqing and Yun Shu remained on the spacecraft, each retreating to their own rest quarters to continue cultivation. Back in her rest quarters, the first thing Yunqing did was inform Nangong Ci of her concerns. Can that really happen? One person draining an entire mineral vein. If it were just double or triple the amount others absorbed, it wouldn't matter. But an entire vein, how much loss would that be? Nangong Ci pondered for a moment before speaking. We can set a limit. Anything beyond that will require additional contribution points. Of course, for prodigies, we'll offer more supportive policies. He was generous with his own people. Otherwise, they would have to pay enough contribution points. Speaking of prodigies, Nangong Ci shifted the topic. From the energy absorbed, we can gauge talent, right? The more absorbed in a given time, the higher the talent. That's one way to put it, Yunqing replied. Since there was no testing stone here to measure talent, judging by the speed and efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy was feasible. Nangong Ci stroked his chin. In that case, we can screen for individuals with exceptional talent. Prodigies, everyone wanted them. Excited, Nangong Ci reached out to pat Yunqing's shoulder, forgetting he was merely a projection. When his hand met empty air, his expression went blank for a moment. But he quickly composed himself, his face beaming with amiability. My good niece, you truly are my good niece. Rest assured, your uncle will never treat you poorly. After their conversation, Nangong Ci logged off to hold a meeting on the prodigy screening plan. He also established rules for converting military merit points into contribution points within the Legion. This was a special welfare for the Legion, as merit points were easier to obtain than contribution points. However, the converted contribution points could only be used by the soldier himself and were non-transferable. Jealous, covetous, then joined the Legion. Nangong Ci made it clear that outsiders wouldn't get free benefits, but his own people were a different story. After the discussion, Nangong Ci sought out Yunzheng. He had reserved the cultivation chamber with the highest concentration of pure energy intending for Yunzheng to cultivate there continuously until breaking through to the 10th level of superpower. Yunzheng had no objections. That same day, he followed the experimental team into the cultivation chamber. Currently, only the ground level half of the chamber was open. The area with the highest energy concentration was reserved for Yunzheng. Researchers bustled in and out installing experimental instruments in the small room to monitor Yunzheng's internal changes in real time and collect valuable experimental data. It feels so comfortable in here. Gong Yusin took a deep breath and her dizziness eased considerably. She planned to enter later and use her free trial. After installing and recalibrating the instruments, the researchers exited through another passage, leaving Yunzheng alone in the room. Yunzheng sat cross-legged. The dense energy surrounded him, and he gathered it into his body, circulating it continuously. Following Yunqing's suggestion, Nangong Ci had placed energy detection instruments inside the cultivation chamber. The instruments transmitted data to the outside, displayed as a graph, allowing him to see the rate and total amount of energy consumed in the room. While others maintained a relatively consistent level of absorption efficiency, in total amount Yunzheng's data skyrocketed, 4 times that of the others. Nangong Ci was not surprised at all. After all, before the energy circulation route was discovered, Yunzheng was the Empire's strongest superpower user. Without talent, how could he have achieved that? Nangong Ci's gaze fell on a few other prominent lines on the graph. He checked the names corresponding to those lines and decided to keep a closer eye on those individuals. Not a single prodigy could be let slip. They must be nurtured properly. The Empire's grand moves naturally could not be hidden from others. The joint laboratory was established on Liuguang Star, and the laboratory included personnel from other nations. Once the cultivation chamber appeared, they received word. Nangong Ci had no intention of hiding it. However, he did not reveal the formation within the cultivation chamber to anyone to avoid drawing unwanted attention to Yunqing. While everyone's attention was fixed on the cultivation chamber on Liuguang Star, Yunqing used the excuse of needing to cultivate to go to the other side of the planet, preparing to undergo her tribulation. Ever since the last tribulation, the presence of the heavenly Tao had been faintly discernible. Whether it was good or bad remained uncertain. This time she was going to venture into the membrane planet, so she needed to elevate her strength first to avoid any unexpected mishaps. Liuguang Star was vast, but its population was sparse. Yunqing chose to undergo her tribulation on the other half of the planet, far from the Legion's base and the spaceport. This time she was not in such a hurry. Yunqing first set up formations nearby to prevent the thunder tribulation from attracting others who might accidentally wander into the tribulation area. Defensive formations, shielding formations, as long as they kept people out of the tribulation zone. After completing the outer formations, Yunqing began placing lightning-inducing devices around herself with a one-button activation for convenience and safety. If she felt the lightning was insufficient, she would activate the lightning-inducing devices. If the lightning was too intense to bear, she would release energy storage devices to absorb the excess lightning. Both offensive and defensive options were available. A tech package for worry-free tribulation. With everything prepared, Yunqing sat cross-legged on the ground, no longer suppressing her cultivation. With a soft pop, her cultivation naturally advanced from the peak of the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. This was also Yunqing's true realm when she was in the cultivation world. The spiritual energy in the air converged toward her. Rumble, dark clouds gathered. The already dim sky over Liuguang Star turned pitch black and fierce winds howled. At first, no one paid much attention until a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, illuminating half the heavens. Only then did they realize the weather was somewhat unusual, but it was nothing extraordinary. Not long ago, the Empire had experienced a similar thunderstorm. Nothing strange about it. Boom, boom, crackle. One bolt after another descended from the sky in rapid succession, all landing at the same spot. Only then did they sense something amiss. Could there be something attracting the lightning? The laboratory personnel's minds raced with possibilities. Previously, Liuguang Star had experienced thunderstorms, but never like this. How many bolts had struck already? They were still falling, and the location hadn't changed at all. They were not about to let any anomaly slip by. They immediately dispatched a team to the center of the lightning activity. What if it was another new secret realm, another opportunity? Standing at a distance from the epicenter, they tried to move forward, but found themselves blocked. Something seemed to prevent them from advancing. After several attempts, they couldn't move a step further. With no other choice, they called for reinforcements. This time, a few researchers accompanied them. They wore lightning-resistant suits and carried anti-lightning devices, inspecting the area outside to find the cause. Could it be that a new secret realm is about to appear? The last secret realm appeared amidst thick white mist. This time the entrance to the realm might be hidden within the lightning. At the center of the lightning, Yunqing, under the bombardment of the thunder, channeled the lightning into her body to temper her physique. This lightning was not the purple gold tribulation, but an ordinary nascent soul tribulation, much weaker than the previous one. Yunqing rolled her neck, feeling dissatisfied. Too light. After the baptism of the purple gold tribulation, her body had grown stronger. The ordinary heavenly thunder falling on her had some tempering effect, but it was insufficient. Yet she noticed that outside people were trying to attract the lightning. Even less lightning fell on her. Not enough. Qing activated half of the lightning attraction device to draw the lightning back. Then she activated the remaining devices, dragging lightning from other areas to amplify the power of the heavenly thunder. Outside the formation, the researchers watched helplessly as the lightning they had attracted veered away and went back. Is the lightning attraction device malfunctioning? No, it's not. A quick check confirmed the device was fine. Their curiosity deepened. What kind of thing inside had such a strong pull on the lightning? We don't have enough devices. Call more people with equipment. Over. We must collect the lightning energy. Today's thunder is different. Otherwise there would be no data to analyze. The message sent. All researchers not in the cultivation room rushed over, bringing more lightning attraction devices. This time they successfully drew a portion of the lightning. One researcher standing close to the device was accidentally struck by lightning while adjusting it. Thanks to his lightning-proof suit, he felt nothing. At that moment the clouds above grew denser, spreading outward like ink. Hey, look up. The clouds are expanding. Not expanding, it seems to be moving toward us. Qing's location was nearly a kilometer away from the researchers, yet the storm clouds only spread in this direction, which was truly strange. But fully equipped, they feared no accident. Here's our chance. Hurry, absorb more energy. Each operated a lightning attraction device. Unafraid of being struck, they relaxed completely and didn't dodge. Yet when the lightning hit, their bodies actually tingled. The numbness was mild, not serious. Something's off. There's other energy in this lightning. The lightning-proof suits were fine, but their bodies were attacked, indicating that the lightning contained a different kind of energy. The researchers grew even more excited. Whoa, thrilling, woo, more. After being struck, they felt quite comfortable, their bodies loosening up. The researchers pressed the mental interface discs to their temples, experiencing the physical reactions to the lightning, while converting mental notes into text in their optical brains. The storm clouds kept escalating. Boom, boom. Some even carried lightning attraction devices to other spots, widening the thunder zone. At the center of the formation, Qing had been worried about the tribulation's intensity being too weak, but the next moment the lightning striking her left her stunned. Had the tribulation upgraded? No. She had blocked everyone outside. How could something go wrong? Qing extended her divine sense to investigate. The researchers outside were happily collecting data under the lightning pillars, using technology to attract the heavenly thunder. Although they weren't within the tribulation range, their interference still counted as meddling. Her divine sense detected more people rushing from afar. Qing. Too many. Don't come any closer. As she thought this, the lightning doubled in thickness, crashing straight down, nearly knocking her soul out. Qing quickly withdrew her divine sense and focused on enduring the tribulation. Outside, unsatisfied, the researchers wanted to probe deeper and sent a request to the Legion. Anomalous lightning zone detected in the northern region of Liuguang Star. Requesting support. The northern lightning zone appears to be expanding outward. The center is unknown, blocked by a special force. Requesting support. Requesting support. For every additional person struck by lightning, the tribulation grew stronger. Hundreds of lightning bolts struck simultaneously, no longer needing the attraction devices. They curved and chased people. One researcher wearing speed boots flew in circles with lightning chasing him in loops. See, this lightning is definitely abnormal. A researcher shouted, his voice drowned in the thunderous roar. The problem wasn't the lightning, it was you. Qing closed her eyes, then opened them again, gazing up at the thunderclouds without a trace of retreat. Take a chance, and you'll gain everything. If all else failed, she had energy storage devices. She wouldn't die. Even if she did, she could turn into a soul cultivator and practice the soul cultivation art. What was there to fear? Once she made up her mind, Qing dropped her defenses and faced the tribulation head-on. Boom. This lightning zone became a spectacle. After the tribulation ended, the dark clouds dispersed. The perpetually gloomy sky of Liuguang Star cleared for the first time, and warm golden beams fell through the clouds onto the ground. Everyone looked up, stunned by the sight. How long had it been since they saw a light on Liuguang Star? Pat pat, pat pat. Gentle rain fell from the sky, landing on their heads and faces. A seed took root in their hearts. Qing cleaned up the sight, changed into fresh clothes, pasted a concealment talisman, slipped out swiftly, then mingled with the crowd like a curious onlooker, absorbing her own spiritual rain. The anomaly was too conspicuous. Almost all idle beastmen on Liuguang Star had gathered. Qing's appearance drew no surprise. Ching. Shu walked over. I knocked on your door earlier, but no one answered. So you were already here. I saw many people heading this way, and came to check. Qing turned her head, leaving Shu somewhat dazed. How could her little niece be this beautiful? She seemed to be haloed by light, her skin smooth and delicate. Shu felt something was different. But when she looked closely, the eyes were the same, the features unchanged. Nothing had changed, yet she was even more beautiful. Shu reached out and pinched Qing's cheek. It was as soft as she'd imagined, as she worried her own calloused fingers might hurt her. Qing, little niece is so pretty. Yunshu regretfully withdrew her hand. Too bad her niece had grown up. If she were still a cub, she would have hugged her tightly and kissed her until she cried. After this military academy competition ended, she would visit. Her little niece was so adorable. The 3 cubs probably wouldn't be too bad either, right? Yunshu smiled. But the 3 cubs on the capital star felt an inexplicable chill. This rain can heal wounds. Someone exclaimed. What? Rain healing wounds? Don't kid. Before finishing, he saw that the wound the person had sustained while hunting an alien beast still untreated had healed directly under the rain. Those farther away couldn't see clearly, so one person used his beast claws to cut a gash on his arm, exposing it to the rain. The miraculous scene unfolded. The bleeding wound closed. He wiped away the blood. His arm was smooth. It's true. Precious stuff. The researchers immediately took out containers, stretching a large waterproof cloth over the opening as a funnel to collect the spiritual rain. Others followed suit. If the researchers were collecting it, the rain must be valuable. Quick, let's do the same. Yunshu stopped marveling at her niece's beauty, pulled out tools from her space button, and began collecting. The tribulation ended, and the formation was also removed. The barrier that had blocked them vanished. The soldiers cautiously advanced, walking unimpeded to the center of the lightning, only to find a deep pit. Nothing else was there. Qing was helping her aunt collect spiritual rain when someone grabbed her arm, and a familiar voice fell on her ears. Qing. Gong Yusin grinned, surprised and delighted as she looked at the person before her. I've been looking for you for so long, so you're on Radiant Star too. Why didn't you come find me? Gong Yusin had been keeping an eye out since they emerged from the secret realm. But at that time there were too many people and she was busy with physical examinations and various procedures, so she never had a chance to look for anyone. By the time she finished, people from various nations had almost all left Radiant Star and returned to their station planets. They hadn't even added each other's light brain ID, and she didn't even know what the other person looked like. I miss you so much, Qing. Yunshu followed the affectionate address and saw Gong Yusin, the daughter of Gongling. It's you. Do you know my little niece? Yunshu thought for a moment. Could it be? When her little niece returned to the capital star, Gong Yusin had already come to Radiant Star with her mentor. They should never have met. Could it be online friends? Little niece. Gong Yusin blinked, then burst into laughter. Mentor Yunshu, Qing is your little niece. Then we really are destined. Qing helped me a lot. If it weren't for her, I might have been lost. Yunshu looked somewhat surprised. Gong Yusin nodded, earnestly, afraid she wouldn't believe it. Qing's mouth twitched. Sorry, Miss Gong, you might have mistaken me. This is our first meeting. How could it be? Gong Yusin was very confident in her eyesight. She did not follow her mother Gong Fuling in pharmaceutical alchemy, but studied traditional interstellar medicine, currently researching star beasts on Radiant Star. She didn't judge people by faces, but by body shapes and skulls. Gong Yusin looked again, her gaze fixed on Qing's rounded occiput, comparing it with the skull in her memory. No problem. Exactly the same. Sensing her thoughts, Qing continued to explain. I only came to Radiant Star from the capital star 2 days ago. You must have mistaken me. When the secret realm opened, she was still on the capital star. Really? Gong Yusin looked at Yunshu for help. After receiving a positive answer, she released her grip and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I think I really did mistake you. However, her gaze still clung tightly to Qing's head. So alike. And those eyes. It's fine, I understand. Qing indicated she didn't mind. Her completely open demeanor dispelled Gong Yusin's doubts. From both time and location, it couldn't be the same person, unless she had a double. With so many people in the Empire, it's normal to have similarities. Normal. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Gong Yusin, a researcher in the lab. Qing mentor at the first military academy. Yunshu didn't bother with them, focusing on collecting the rainwater. After all, her little niece had high martial prowess. Gong Yusin was just a researcher, no match for her little niece. Nothing to worry about. Maybe they could even become friends. While everyone was busy collecting rainwater, one person's expression changed, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. What's wrong with you? The beast man beside him was startled and reached out to pull him up, only to realize he seemed to be advancing. The spiritual energy in the air converged, and the aura around the seated beast man fluctuated as he broke through a level on the spot. And it wasn't just this one case. Having witnessed the lightning tribulation that contained the power of the Tao coupled with the nourishment of the spiritual rain, those who were already on the verge of breakthrough naturally advanced to the next realm. Those who didn't break through also sensed changes in the energy within their bodies. It's this rain. I broke through. Haha, what a steal. I broke through. The beastmen raised their containers, tilting their heads back and opening their mouths, unwilling to waste a single drop of rain. Soon the spiritual rain vanished. The experimenters hurried back to prepare for experiments, and Gong Yusin was also called away. But this time she added Qing's light brain ID. After the spiritual rain disappeared, the land returned to its former tranquility. The beastmen who had broken through went back and told their companions who had missed the event for various reasons, causing them deep regret and remorse. Almost all the returning beastmen had gained something, and they didn't know if there would be another chance like this. Meanwhile, Qing returned to the spaceship's lounge, used the excuse of going into seclusion, and piloted a small ship away from Radiant Star. With 2 days left until the military academy competition, she needed to set up the teleportation array as quickly as possible. Following the star chart route, Yunqing landed on a satellite next to light-chasing star. She planned to set up the teleportation array here, convenient for her to teleport at any time. Putting on the exoskeleton mech, Yunqing moved her body. The exoskeleton didn't affect arm extension at all. It felt like wearing a piece of clothing. Quite convenient. Yunqing spent 2 hours digging a hole on the planet, reaching a depth of 100 meters underground, then placed an SSS-031 alloy rest chamber filled in the soil and arranged a concealment and camouflage formation on top. After that, Yunqing modified the small alloy rest chamber. This would be her entry and exit teleportation point from now on. Security must be ensured. She spent another hour setting up the formation. One end of the teleportation array was established, the other end would be set up on the capital star after returning. The small alloy rest chamber was made of the hardest alloy material currently available, capable of withstanding the impact of a 9-level star beast. As long as it wasn't directly bombarded by weapons above planetary level, it wouldn't deform or break. A 4 square meter rest chamber cost 3000 contribution points. That was a huge sum. It would require 3000 9-level star beasts to earn 3000 contribution points. In the short term, only the combined strength of a legion could possibly obtain it. There were only 3 units in the warehouse, and the advanced shop wouldn't open until a certain contribution point threshold was reached. Yunqing had exchanged for one. A lifesaver. And scarce. Using it as a teleportation point now, Yunqing didn't feel a bit of regret. In terms of defense, her little iron pot was still better. Sitting on the floor of the rest chamber, Yunqing began to inventory supplies and prepare for entering the planet. Pills, demon-breaking pills capable of removing demonic energy. Energy-restoring pills to quickly replenish spiritual energy after depletion. Violet gold pills to repair physical damage and heal wounds. In addition, Yunqing also brought some interstellar weapons, laser guns, exoskeleton mechs, and advanced mechs. Nangong CI had said that interstellar warships couldn't enter the membrane planet, but Yunqing had a storage ring. The storage ring was different from a space button. It belonged to a different system. Putting technological products into the storage ring should allow them to be brought in. She continued to inventory supplies. Seeing the medium-sized warship stored in the corner of the storage ring, Yunqing thought for 2 seconds before remembering that she had looted it on the day she picked up Yunli. She had stored it and forgotten about it. Suddenly, Yunqing's expression changed. She released the warship. Her divine sense penetrated the warship's hull and saw the situation in the main control room. A rotten corpse lay on the floor, and even through the warship's hull, it seemed she could smell the strong stench of decay. Yunqing. She had been in a hurry to escape the combat zone and didn't know how to pilot the warship. The storage ring had plenty of space, so she had tossed the warship into a corner, forgetting that there was still a corpse inside that hadn't been disposed of. Now she still didn't know how to pilot the warship. Yunqing put it back into the storage ring. Even if she couldn't pilot it, she could still use it. After entering the planet, if something happened, she could release the warship as a weapon. Even just smashing things with it could cause damage. It was also a way to ensure survival. Very good. An unexpected bonus. Swallowing a demon-breaking pill, Yunqing reached through the membrane, then completely submerged herself. Inside the membrane was another world. Dense demonic chi obscured the light, dark and oppressive. Wearing an exoskeleton mech, Yunqing descended from the air, suppressing her aura. A flying beast flapped its wings in the sky, curiously flying over upon seeing a small pitch-black object. Its large eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam, then it opened its massive mouth, unleashing a burst of suction force. It was a golden core stage beast. As the beast opened its mouth, Yunqing raised her fist and struck. Swoosh. After tempering her body, her physique had been further enhanced. With the boost from the exoskeleton mech, her fist directly pierced through half of the beast's skull. Warm blood flowed down her fist. Yunqing shook the blood off her hand, reached out to grab the falling beast's corpse, and stored it into her storage ring. Having just entered and encountered a golden core stage beast, Yunqing dared not be careless. She carefully suppressed her aura, avoided the main horde of beasts, and descended to the ground. She was searching for a demonic plant. With this plant, she could refine demonic chi pills, which after consumption would allow her to mimic the aura of a beast. However, before she found it, she encountered a chi refining stage beast. Roar. Low-level beasts have no intelligence. They only know killing, reproduction, and devouring. They are at the bottom of the food chain. Only high-level beasts develop intelligence. A chi refining stage beast charged toward her on all fours. Yunqing threw a punch, misjudging her own physical strength. Even though she held back some force, the beast didn't even leave a complete body. The previous golden core stage beast had at least only lost half a skull. This chi refining stage beast was left with only half a body. Yunqing. Indeed, she needed more practice to precisely control the strength of her body. Low-level beasts were scattered across the entire planet. Every few steps Yunqing took, she would encounter low-level beasts fighting. Sometimes she would opportunistically collect their corpses. Traveling intermittently, she gathered many corpses and also dug up numerous demonic plants. Occasionally, she encountered golden core stage beasts out hunting. No matter how carefully she suppressed her aura, she could not deceive the golden core stage beasts, and from time to time, she had to engage in battle. Found it. Finally locating the demonic plant she needed, Yunqing felt a surge of joy. Unfortunately, her cultivation space was filled with spiritual energy, making it impossible to grow demonic plants. Otherwise, if she could plant them in the space, she would never lack pills. Yunqing took out a small shovel, crouched down, and began digging. One plant, two plants. This type of demonic plant was the most common, often appearing in large patches. While Yunqing was halfway through digging, two foundation establishment stage beasts fell from the sky, landing right nearby, kicking up dust. Yunqing didn't even blink and continued digging. Her hands moved so fast they left afterimages. She dug from one end to the other. As long as the beasts did not disturb her, Yunqing had no intention of paying them any attention. By the time she finished digging, the battle between the two beasts had entered its final decisive stage. When one was defeated and the victor began to enjoy its spoils, Yunqing struck and killed it once again, harvesting two sets of materials. Zhuguang Star was once an administrative planet. 300 years later, most of its cities had been reduced to ruins. Demonic plants sprouted from the ground, covering the broken walls and collapsed structures. Yunqing found an abandoned building and began to refine demonic qi pills. This was her first time attempting to refine this type of pill. After 3 failures, she finally succeeded in crafting one, though its quality was mediocre. With the experience of success, subsequent refining became easier. Yunqing used up all the materials, obtaining a total of 65 supreme-grade pills, 31 high-grade pills, 15 mid-grade pills, and 11 waste pills. A single supreme-grade demonic qi pill could last for a week. Yunqing swallowed the pill, and a layer of black mist swirled around her like a beast. As long as she did not use spiritual energy, she would not be detected by beasts. After taking the pill, Yunqing began her training. Starting with golden core stage beasts, she needed to adapt to and control her physical strength. Yunqing fought purely with her physical body, reserving her spiritual energy for survival. She fought and collected materials along the way. When her body was covered in wounds, she would soak in healing liquid, and after repairing the damage, she would continue with high-intensity combat. From golden core stage to nascent soul stage, finally fighting against divine transformation stage. In the exhilarating battle, her muscles and bones finally loosened up, and the gains were enormous. Her soul had finally perfectly adapted to this body. The sluggishness in her joints and meridians during movement disappeared, and she fought more smoothly. Yunqing no longer sought out low-level beasts. She specifically targeted divine transformation stage beasts. Bang! A figure was sent flying. Hiss! Sitting up from the bottom of a pit, Yunqing wiped the blood from her mouth and pushed herself up to stand. However, she noticed that the divine transformation stage beast she had just been fighting did not pursue her. Her divine sense detected that the beast was fleeing into the distance without even looking back. Yunqing's expression changed. She had probably intruded into the territory of a higher-level beast. She quickly investigated and found that just a few meters away there was an underground lair. The lair contained countless beast bones, the most conspicuous being a skeleton in the corner. From the pressure emanating from it, it should be the bones of a void refining stage beast. Nascent soul divine transformation void refining synthesis. Yunqing licked her dry lips, tempted. Since she was already at the doorstep and her body was stained with the lair's scent, what difference did it make whether she took something or not? In addition, there was a pile of demonic cores and 2 rare demonic plants. All were valuable items. The pile of beast bones were almost all above the nascent soul stage. Whether used for refining artifacts or making bone talismans engraved with formations, they were top-grade materials. The beast itself was not in the lair. It must have gone out hunting. Yunqing's heart pounded. It was almost time to leave. If she didn't go back soon, she would miss the military academy competition. One last haul. She went for it. She put on her exoskeleton mech speed boots and activated all protective shields. Yunqing accelerated, charging at full speed toward the beast's lair. At that moment, the beast out hunting sensed a strange presence in its territory. It swallowed a nascent soul stage beast in one gulp, stamped its feet, and rushed back. This beast stood upright on 2 legs, its pitch-black skin glistening. Its head was still that of a beast, but the arrangement of its features resembled a human's. Roar! Woo! The surrounding beasts fled in all directions. The enraged beast erupted with a terrifying aura, vanishing from midair in an instant and reappearing tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as Yunqing entered the lair, she wasted no time and directly collected the resources. The 2 demonic plants were the last to be dug up, leaving 2 holes in the ground. Then, activating her speed boots, Yunqing pushed off with all her strength and flew upward. She could already sense the powerful aura of the beast approaching from afar, very strong, at least 2 major realms above her. Accelerating again. Just as she was about to fly out of the planet, the massive beast blocked her path. Whoa! The beast's eyes turned crimson. Sensing the scent of the demonic plants on Yunqing, it grew even more enraged. It raised its claw and pressed down a powerful pressure, causing Yunqing's bones to crack and blood to trickle from her ears. The beast showed signs of transforming into a humanoid form, and its eyes no longer held the bloodthirsty frenzy of ordinary beasts. Instead, they exhibited rationality. The look it gave Yunqing was cruel and icy. Yunqing gazed at the membrane still some distance away, then turned her eyes to the demonic beast blocking her path. With her current physique, fighting above her cultivation level was not a problem. With the aid of soul needles, she could defeat a demonic beast at the divine transformation stage. Even against a demonic beast at the void refining stage, she was confident she could survive. She also had her life-bound spirit artifact. After all, she had once walked the path in place of the Daughter of Fate. What exactly was the Daughter of Fate? Trouble and opportunities chased after her. Heavenly treasures were delivered to her lips. She had once seen many good things, all of which she poured into her life-bound spirit artifact. Fused with an ancient alchemy furnace, the small iron pot was a top-tier defensive divine artifact in the cultivation world. This was also her greatest reliance. No matter how bad things got, they couldn't get much worse. Before Yunqing had much time to react, the demonic beast swooped down. This beast was more humanoid in form, 3 meters tall, with dark purple skin like an upright wild beast. Whoosh! Yunqing dodged to the side, but the beast's speed was several times her own. Unable to evade, she could only endure head-on. Bang! Yunqing crossed her arms in front of her. The exoskeleton armor shattered inch by inch, and the 10 defensive bone talismans on her body also burst apart simultaneously. She was hurled through the air like a cannonball, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Yunqing circulated spiritual energy through her body. Even though many defensive measures had weakened part of the force, the impact on her body was still formidable. This beast's level was likely above the void refining stage. Whoosh! The beast vanished from its spot and reappeared directly below Yunqing. Whoosh! It raised its leg and kicked Yunqing in the back. Bang! 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 Like kicking a ball, the beast toyed with its doomed prey. Yunqing struck back with all her might, throwing a punch. The recoil unsettled her chi and blood, and she immediately coughed up blood. She took out a bottle of purple gold pills, poured them into her mouth, and swallowed. The injuries on her body began to heal rapidly. The demonic beast appeared again. It struck from above to below, from left to right, venting its fury and dissatisfaction. Yunqing had not yet released the small iron pot, nor had she fought with spiritual energy or soul power. Because she discovered that each time she was injured and recovered, her physical strength increased, and her recovery ability also strengthened. The beast's pressure also helped solidify her divine soul. This was a sensation she had never felt when fighting divine transformation stage beasts, nor had she experienced such danger and pressure. She swallowed another bottle of pills. Yunqing's eyes sparkled as she took the initiative to meet the attack. This was a one-sided beating. As time passed, the pills in her storage ring were consumed rapidly, and her spiritual energy circulated wildly to repair the damage to her body. Her clothes were soaked through with blood, yet her aura grew stronger and stronger. Not a single beast dared to approach. They had all fled far away when the beast appeared. Bang! Another attack landed on her back. Yunqing was kicked down again by the beast. Whoosh! The beast teleported behind Yunqing, its body shifting from solid to ethereal. It transformed from a humanoid beast into a mass of black mist. The mist suddenly exploded, spreading out its enormous form, blotting out the sky. Whoosh! The beast, several times larger than a warship, opened its massive maw. 2 dark red eyeballs flickered in and out of sight within the mist. From its posture, it seemed to be waiting for food to leap into its mouth on its own. In its eyes, she was just a little insect that had stolen its precious treasure. After torturing her, it would swallow her whole. It had been reluctant to eat its treasure, but the little insect had devoured it, so now it would devour the insect. Yunqing had been waiting for an opportunity. Now the opportunity had arrived. Aiming at the beast's large fangs, she adjusted her posture and planted her feet on its teeth. She swung her right hand. The spherical soul artifact instantly split into 18 soul needles carrying soul power and pierced from the beast's open mouth into its brain. At the same time, Yunqing pulled out a laser gun, anti-aircraft cannons, energy bombs. All the weapons she carried were detonated and thrown into the beast's mouth. She took out a spiritual sword, drained all the spiritual energy from her body, and slashed downward. She once again layered on an exoskeleton armor, a protective shield, speed boots. The small iron pot flew out from her dantian and landed beneath her feet. Yunqing surged upward with all her might. Boom. The change happened too quickly. The beast had never taken precautions against this little insect that exuded the aura of a small beast. The soul needles attacked its soul, directly causing it to writhe in agony. Immediately after, the weapons in its mouth and stomach detonated one after another. These were the most vulnerable parts of its entire body. The powerful blast from the explosion aided Yunqing's escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! The beast opened its mouth and spewed out a ring of black mist. The sonic attack, carrying the pressure of the integration stage, surged straight toward Yunqing's sea of consciousness, intending to annihilate her soul. The spherical orb in her sea of consciousness slowly rotated, deflecting the attack. The 2 characters' soul art appeared on the orb. Yunqing sensed something and accelerated again. Almost there. Whoosh! Seeing this, the beast shrank its body and teleported once more above Yunqing. This time its eyes blazed with fury and a terrifying pressure poured out. It was going to kill this little insect. Yunqing felt as if she had fallen into a quagmire, her movements sluggish and her body stiff. This was a crushing of realms. The soul art orb in her sea of consciousness rotated again. Yunqing found that her soul strength had been elevated again under the intense pressure, and her body returned to normal. Teleportation. I can do it too. Yunqing laughed. As the beast raised its fist, she channeled her spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye moved above the beast. Then from her storage ring she took out a medium-sized warship she had looted, dropped it downward, and at the same time, found the energy compartment, and slashed it with her sword. Boom. The small iron pot expanded and Yunqing collapsed into the pot, letting the blast from the explosion propel her forward. Pop. The iron pot pierced through the membrane. She was out. Whoosh. The beast's roar gradually faded. Yunqing lay limp in the iron pot, a thin layer of spiritual energy surrounding her body to block the harmful radiation of the cosmos. But she had no strength left to spare, so she could only let the small iron pot drift slowly back. Bang, bang, bang. A faint tapping sound echoed. Yunqing turned over, grabbed the edge of the iron pot with both hands, and climbed up. Inside the membrane, the demonic beast kept crashing against the transparent barrier. When it saw Yunqing's face, it pressed its limbs tightly against the membrane and glared at her with fury. Hey! Yunqing smiled and waved. Whoosh! The beast rammed its head against the membrane in rage. This layer of membrane blocked not only the demonic qi, but also the beast's pressure. The beast that had just been suffocating her now seemed like a furious little creature flailing its limbs, utterly harmless. Yunqing laughed, then coughed up blood. Yunqing. She calmly wiped it away and stopped smiling. The purple gold pills in her space were all used up, leaving only demonic qi pills and spirit recovering pills. The weapons she had exchanged from the merit shop were all gone, and the weapons her uncle had given her were also spent. But when she thought of what she had obtained from the beast's nest, Yunqing's shattered heart found some comfort. Her soul had also advanced to another realm. As for the injuries on her body, she could recover once she returned. Overall, it was a gain. She turned over, leaned against the inner wall of the iron pot, and waved her hand. I know you'll miss me. See you next time. Go back now. She didn't care whether the beast understood. After speaking, Yunqing swallowed a spirit recovering pill and urged the iron pot to slowly drift toward the small satellite. Bang, 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 whoosh. The beast's roar gradually faded into the distance. Major General, there's someone ahead. Aboard the Legion warship. Qing silently stared at the photo transmitted onto the screen. Is this some new type of spaceship? Odd looking. Which country does it belong to? Li Si reviewed the spaceship designs of various nations in his mind, but still couldn't find a matching model. It might be a custom-made small single-person ship, somewhat resembling a cooking utensil from Dragon Country. Li Si was uncertain. But the more he looked, the more it seemed so. A half-round pot with a handle. What proper spaceship would have a protruding handle like that? Open the hatch, prepare for rescue. Qing turned and walked out. Rescue? What was going on? The photo was taken from a distance by the warship, showing only a vague outline with a life signature detected inside the black semicircular ship. But the life signs were perfectly stable. Why would they need rescuing? Nor had their ship received any distress signal. Li Si followed closely behind. Seeing that Qing wasn't delegating the task, but instead retrieving his own mecha, Li Si was stunned. You're going alone? Yes. Qing offered no further explanation. The moment he saw the photo, he knew what it was. That was Yunqing's iron pot, the one she used to cook meat every day. He knew Yunqing had her own spaceship, yet now she was inside that iron pot. The situation was dire. Even if her life signs were stable, now who knew how long she could hold on? The hatch opened. A white mecha departed from the hatch and flew forward. Li Si shook his head and returned to the main control room, projecting the forward camera feed onto the large screen. He wanted to see who was inside that ship enough to make his little cousin so anxious, and to go rescue them personally. No star beast had been detected. It was just a retrieval mission. Why did he have to go himself? Something was off. The mecha drew closer. Yunqing had also noticed the passing warship. Extending her divine sense, she saw Qing sitting in the mecha cockpit. She slumped in the pot, unmoving. The mecha hovered overhead. The hatch opened, and Qing, clad in an exoskeleton mecha, stepped out. Looking down at Yunqing's wretched state, his brow furrowed as his gaze swept from her head to her feet. Thankfully, no missing limbs, and her breathing was steady. But she was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, and her face so smeared with gore that her features were unrecognizable. If not for recognizing that pot, Qing would never have guessed that this disheveled woman was Yunqing. A tow cable looped around her waist, pulling her upward. Yunqing stored the iron pot and smoothly entered the mecha cockpit. The hatch closed. The cramped space held only the two of them. Thank you. Yunqing smiled in gratitude, her teeth stark white against the grime. Qing preferred white, and the interior of his mecha was clean and crisp with white accents. When Yunqing sat in the co-pilot seat, her bloodstains and dirt clung to the seat, and the smell was unpleasant. He remained expressionless as he piloted the mecha back. How did you end up here? After speaking, Qing realized didn't know him. This was their first meeting, so he introduced himself first. I'm Qing. Qing, I'm Yunqing. Yunqing stared at Qin Su with curiosity, watching for his reaction. But nothing. Just as the gossip forums said, Qin Su was a man of indifferent temperament devoid of superfluous emotions. Still, Yunqing answered his question. I ran into a star beast, had a fight, and my equipment was destroyed. Qin Su fell silent, unsure what to say. Next time, don't go out alone. Without sufficient weapons, encountering a high-level star beast is very dangerous. The Legion personnel had ample energy and weaponry, so they could face even 9th-grade star beasts without fear, but others weren't qualified to purchase such weapons. Not to mention this was the Liuguang star region. Who knew if a swarm of star beasts might burst out from the membrane during a routine voyage? By then, even the fastest rescue ship wouldn't arrive in time. I'll make sure to prepare weapons next time. Qin Su. The mecha returned to the warship. Yunqing had recovered some strength and jumped down from the open mecha hatch. Li Si was waiting there, and when he saw a blood-soaked figure land, his eyes widened. This is... Who? I'm Yunqing, an instructor at the 1st Military Academy. Yunqing glanced at Li Si and recognized him as the soldier she had encountered when leaving the garbage planet. Oh, so it's you, Instructor Yunqing. So she was his sister-in-law. Li Si was momentarily surprised, then understood. No wonder his cousin had recognized her at a glance. There must be something between them. Were you attacked by a star beast, Instructor Yunqing? There are many star beasts in the Liuguang star region. It's best to travel with the Legion. Li Si smiled warmly. Are you badly injured? Do you need me to take you to the treatment room? Did you come alone? Our warship happens to be heading to Liuguang. Let's go back together. Qin Su had also disembarked from the mecha and heard Li Si's voice. He glanced at Yunqing. Go to the treatment room. No need, it's just minor injuries. As she spoke, a trickle of dark red blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Li Si. Qin Su. Minor injuries. Li Si was about to speak, but Qin Su interrupted. Well, minor injuries are still injuries. Soaking in healing fluid will speed up recovery. Then, thank you. Qin Su's lips curled slightly. No need. I'll take her to the treatment room. After saying that, Qin Su glanced at Li Si. Li Si, understanding perfectly, said, Go ahead, both of you. I have some matters to attend to. Instructor Yunqing, feel free to go with him. Soak in the healing fluid and rest well. Rest assured, once you're on our warship, your safety is guaranteed. He squinted at Qin Su, then looked at Yunqing. Li Si gave Qin Su a meaningful look before turning and leaving. A flicker of bewilderment passed through Qin Su's eyes. He didn't understand what Li Si's look meant. He didn't dwell on it, leading the way toward the treatment room. Let's go. The two walked one after the other in silence, exchanging no words. Major General. Major General. They encountered many soldiers along the way who saluted Qin Su with unwavering eyes. They didn't ask about Yunqing. Only after the two passed did they exchange glances, curiosity piqued, and continue their patrol. In the small group chat, everyone exchanged messages. Intel Beast No. 1. The Major General went for a personal rescue, brought back a woman covered in blood, and took her to the treatment room. Honest Beast No. 2. Personal rescue. Who? Patrol Beast No. 5. Can't see her face. All bloody, seems injured. Li Si joined the chat under a throwaway account and chimed in. Gossip Beast No. 3. Inside Scoop. That's Yunqing, an instructor from the 1st Military Academy. Get it? Smirk. JPG. 1 minute later. Mecha Beast No. 7. He got it. Logistics Beast No. 15. He understood. Rogue Beast No. 1. He, so that's how it is. Yunqing's battle formations were being promoted in the Legion, and they practiced in the holographic world daily, so she was no stranger to them. Her 3 children were also Major General Qin Su's children. If anyone said there was nothing between them, no one would believe it. They were even more curious. Did Major General Qin Su maintain that cold robotic face when interacting with Yunqing? We've arrived. Qin Su stepped through the door. Inside the treatment room, the attending physician rose from his seat, preparing to work upon seeing Qin Su bringing someone in. Whoa! The heavy scent of blood startled the physician. With his innate keen sense of smell, he could naturally distinguish whether the blood belonged to a human or to a beast star creature. The person the Major General brought in was covered in blood. Given the amount of bleeding, this person shouldn't be so lively. Or could all this blood belong to someone else? Let's do a checkup first. Qin Su stepped aside, gesturing to the physician. The doctor steadied his nerves and guided Yunqing through a comprehensive physical examination to determine precise treatment. Come here for a body scan first, then we'll decide on a treatment plan. Thank you. Yunqing opened her mouth to express gratitude, but her throat suddenly tickled. Cough, cough. Another large mouthful of blood spilled from her lips, mixed with some viscous dark red blood clots, making the physician's heart skip a beat. Wiping herself clean with a tissue, Yunqing was about to walk toward the physician. Don't move. The physician shouted, stay right where you are. I won't move. Yunqing stared at the physician's serious expression and stayed where she was. Her body had mostly recovered. The bubbling treatment solution accelerated healing. The blood clots she was coughing up were now just stagnant blood, merely looking frightening. The physician stabilized Yunqing and personally took the scanner to manually perform a scan around her. Beep. The scanner flashed a red light. The physician glanced at the report, his eyes widening. He went through the entire report again to confirm he hadn't misread it, his hands trembling as he carefully put it away. Don't move. After giving another instruction, the physician quickly wheeled over the treatment pod. 8 mechanical arms emerged from within the pod, gently laying Yunqing down and transporting her inside. Qin Su's heart also rose in anxiety. He waited until the physician injected the treatment solution before asking, "How is the situation?" The physician shook his head and glanced once more at the diagnostic report. The body was riddled with holes. He couldn't fathom how this person had managed to walk here with bones shattered like this and still remain standing. Unbelievable. The physician carefully chose his words. The internal injuries are extremely severe. The organs are damaged, and there are fractures throughout the entire body's skeletal system, with the bones in both arms being the most critically affected, covered in tiny cracks. The blood loss is excessive. These injuries would pose no challenge given current medical capabilities. However, the patient's condition is anomalous. The physician's brow furrowed deeply. What other issues are there? Qin Su pressed. Based on her physical condition, she should have lost consciousness, yet her mental state appears remarkably alert. This is puzzling and unusual. Her bones were so fragile that the slightest touch risked displacement, yet she managed to walk independently. This defied explanation, ultimately leading to the conclusion that her willpower was extraordinary. Perhaps she possessed a diminished sensitivity to pain, enabling her to endure. As for her skeleton maintaining its original form despite multiple fractures, it was likely mere fortunate coincidence. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Within the treatment pod, restorative fluid enveloped her entire body, gradually healing internal injuries until the solution was fully depleted. Yunqing rose from the treatment pod. The blood and grime had been washed away, revealing a pristine face with azure treatment fluid droplets clinging to her skin and trickling down. The physician stared at Yunqing's face, mouth agape. He had stumbled upon a fresh piece of juicy gossip. This was indeed the legendary instructor Yunqing, wasn't it? The instructor Yunqing, who was rumored to have an epic, mysterious tale of love and hatred with the Major General. She rose, channeling spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture on her body. Thank you for the treatment. I feel much better. Interstellar medical technology proved equally effective as elixirs. With her bones fully healed, she resolved to acquire more high-grade treatment solutions, having ample merit points to spare. You're welcome. The physician conducted another comprehensive health scan for Yunqing. After treatment concluded, both Yunqing and Qin Su departed, leaving the stunned physician to immediately log into a neural network group, eagerly sharing the latest gossip. I've seen the cub. Qin Su's cold voice cut through the air. His gaze fixed forward, a metallic black visor pressed above his brow, his brilliant golden eyes mirroring the tiger cub's, sharp and piercing. Like a drawn sword, its edge unveiled. Oh, that's good. Yunqing wasn't particularly familiar with this Major General Qin Su either. If he were a complete stranger, she might have felt more at ease. Yet this stranger was connected to her through 3 young cubs, leaving Yunqing deeply uncomfortable. She shoved her hands into her trouser pockets. Yunqing had nothing to say. Qin Su's jaw was tight, Yunqing's expression was rigid. The entire corridor was silent, only the synchronized footsteps of 2 people echoing, producing crisp tapping sounds. In silence, they walked from the treatment room to the lounge. Qin Su stopped and turned around, lowering his head. As the father of the cubs, I will take on the corresponding responsibilities. You. He paused for a second, his fingers moving slightly about to retrieve the meeting gift from his spatial dimension when Yunqing's words cut in. I understand. The cub's existence was originally an accident. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your life, but similarly you shouldn't interfere with mine either. We are independent individuals, though we can certainly be friends. Qin Su lowered his gaze, seeing the seriousness in Yunqing's eyes. He clenched his fist. That would be best. The words of caution he had prepared for Yunqing were withdrawn, suppressed in his heart. Such a result was most suitable for both of them. They were merely strangers after all. The two stood frozen in place. Cousin instructor, Yunqing, you're both here. The warship has arrived at Liuguang Star. Shall we go out together? Li Si knew his cousin was taciturn. From a distance he observed that the two didn't seem to be getting along well. He stepped forward without further hesitation. Both. Qin Su's gaze fell on Yunqing. The warship is about to land. Would you like to go wash up and change clothes? Yunqing glanced at her wrinkled clothes. Thank you. She entered the lounge. Yunqing changed into clean clothes and took out a spherical device from her storage ring, tossing it into the air. The sphere then extended mechanical arms and swiftly tied her hair into a high ponytail. This thing even had massage functions. Yunqing decided to exchange for a few more from instructor Shitzi Yu to bring back as gifts for the furry bunch at home. She wondered if this thing could also groom fur. The warship descended and landed at Liuguang Star spaceport. The hatch opened. The three stepped off the warship. Yunqing said her farewells to everyone and left without the slightest hesitation, her ponytail swinging as she walked briskly. Li Si patted Qin Su's shoulder. Cousin, you're hopeless. Qin Su. Brushing Li Si's hand away, Qin Su turned and left. Once the person was out of sight, Li Si let out a low laugh. TCH, closeted lecherous tiger. When he didn't see the person, he was pining terribly, his heart flying back to her, calling out, ching 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 ching, like crazy. Now that he's seen her, he puts on this indifferent act. Who's he trying to fool? Li Si shook his head. How can he never seize the opportunity? Yunqing returned to the training base in the wilderness. The inner city had already been built, and now robots were constructing the outer city. Everyone in the training base had gone to the cultivation chamber, seizing every moment to practice, for once the military academy competition ended, all instructors and students would have to return to the capital star. To enter again, they would have to wait until the Liuguang Star region officially opened. Yunqing went back to her private room and opened her wristband. In the free trading market, she used her merit points to purchase energy plants. Energy plants wanted paying merit points purchasing the following images. The spiritual plants in her space were depleted, and the plants from the planetary farm could not be transported. Fortunately, the Liuguang Star region, being the first star region where spiritual energy had revived, had high concentrations of spiritual energy. Even spirit stone veins had appeared, and there were also spiritual plants. Shortly after the trade post was put up, someone accepted the order. Yunqing transferred the merit points and chose the door-to-door service. Before long, a dedicated robot knocked on her door. Having obtained the spiritual plants, Yunqing closed the door and continued alchemy. Foundation establishment pills, purple gold pills, spirit recovery pills. As the day grew late, Nangong Ci sent a communication request, and Yunqing answered. Niece, your uncle is now inside the cultivation chamber. I plan to have him break through to the 10th level of superpower, but there is no precedent in the interstellar realm. Do you have any experience? Over the past 2 days, Nangong Ci had observed the energy consumption curve inside the cultivation chamber. The energy within Yunqing's body was steadily increasing. However, what lay beyond the 10th level of superpower was unclear to them. Experience. Yunqing recalled the day she ascended when she held a lightning-attracting device and wandered around outside. She thought it necessary to warn Nangong Ci to prevent any issues during her uncle's tribulation. Upon advancement, it will trigger a tribulation lightning. You must stay away from crowds. Ensure that the lightning strikes the one undergoing the tribulation. Only by enduring the baptism of lightning can it be considered a true successful advancement. To avoid a repeat of the previous situation, Yunqing emphasized, do not interfere artificially, and do not enter the range of the tribulation, otherwise it will intensify the lightning. Tribulation lightning. Nangong Ci was not unfamiliar with the term. It had been mentioned many times in the novel Cultivation Handbook. Having read the novel, Nangong Ci immediately understood what Yunqing meant. The movie Cultivation Record also featured a tribulation scene, and combining the two, a vivid image formed in his mind. At the same time, Nangong Ci recalled the sudden thunderstorm that had erupted on Liuguang Star a few days ago. It was said that 99 bolts of lightning had struck, all targeting the same spot, as if something was attracting the lightning. The researchers had not given up investigating the cause. Nangong Ci's expression turned strange. Niece, could it be that the lightning on Liuguang Star a few days ago was striking you? Yes, Yunqing replied without concealment, seeing no need to hide it. Nangong Ci opened his mouth, then fell silent. He had guessed that Yunqing's own cultivation level was above the 10th level of superpower after she provided the foundation establishment technique. He didn't know exactly how high. Now it seemed she was even more formidable than he had imagined. 99 bolts of lightning. Nangong Ci was dazed. Yunqing then said she wanted to exchange foundation establishment pills for contribution points, and while still on Liuguang Star, use those points to acquire more useful materials. Mainframe order. Foundation establishment pills. Hearing another familiar term, Nangong Ci clutched his chest. The foundation establishment pill from the novel. Yunqing paused. Looking up, she observed that the shock and confusion in his eyes were genuine. Had her uncle not told him? With a shift of thought, Yunqing smiled. Yes, the foundation establishment pill can increase the success rate of advancement. There's also the marrow cleansing pill, which expels impurities from the body and enhances cultivation speed, and the spirit recovery pill. After finishing the introduction, Yunqing added, how about letting my uncle try? Let's try then. Nangong Ci knew that Yunqing's alchemy skills far surpassed those of current pharmaceutical masters. Since she suggested letting Yunzheng try it, the pills must be safe. After all, he was her own uncle. Thinking of the cultivation handbook, Nangong Ci felt a mix of emotions. It was far from a fantasy novel. It was clearly a cultivation manual, entirely realistic. The Qi induction technique was real. The foundation establishment technique was real. The formations were real. Now even the pills were real. He even suspected that the so-called cultivation world was real, and the person Jingqing was real. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Nangong Ci looked at Yunqing with doubt, then shook his head with a wry smile. How could it be? The appearance of star beasts and secret realms had been sudden and unpredictable. Yunqing might have acquired her knowledge from some secret realm where time flowed differently. Anything was possible. With Yunqing's experience as a guide, Nangong Ci now had a clear plan. With the cultivation chamber and the techniques, along with a nationwide talent survey, he was confident in building a team of powerful experts in a short time. Then they would start clearing the star beasts from the other 3-star regions, eventually establishing a tight defensive network to completely block the star beasts within the Liuguang Star region. Nangong Ci's eyes narrowed with delight, and he looked at Yunqing with sparkling admiration as if she were a treasure. Good niece, tell me what you want. Yunqing's mouth twitched. I want pure Qi crystals. No problem, give me some time to apply for them. Both parties were thoroughly satisfied. After Yunqing left Nangong Ci, belatedly realized he had forgotten something. Never mind. Nangong Ci picked up the cultivation handbook again, read it carefully several times, and finally took out his notes on advancement materials and convened an Imperial Council meeting. After a day of intense discussion, the advancement manual was officially revised and encrypted using the mainframe. He sent the materials and a package of pills to Yunzheng and also formulated a tribulation plan based on the advancement process Yunqing had described. Everything was ready, awaiting Yunzheng's advancement for verification. Nangong Ci returned to his bedroom, where a lion paced back and forth, shaking its head and humming a tune. The Empire's beastmen march bravely. Dragon Nation. Military District. Xiaoyang stood before a group of high-ranking officials, his back straight, as a ramrod trembling with excitement. Sit, don't be nervous. Song Weihua smiled warmly, exuding none of the usual pressure. You said there is a light orb in your mind that calls itself the faith system, correct? Yes. Xiaoyang recalled his experiences over the past few days. At first I thought it was just a dream, but after several incidents I realized the light orb was real. It said my bad luck came from a drop of polluted koi blood essence fused into my body. It claims it can help me get rid of my misfortune and grant me cultivation techniques and opportunities. Ever since Xiaoyang was struck by lightning on the capital star, he hadn't encountered any more unlucky events for several days. However, he kept dreaming of a white light orb that demanded he collect faith points. After he refused multiple times, his bad luck returned, and the misfortune became even worse. Xiaoyang then realized something was wrong. Before he could tell his uncle about the situation in his dreams and the real-life events, Xiaoyang was dragged into a heritage dispute, mistakenly identified as the heir and subsequently kidnapped. He was taken from the Imperial capital star to the Rose Galaxy, where he met an elder he knew and was rescued. One person's plan is short, two persons' wisdom is long. Instead of bearing the fear alone, it was better to share the burden. Xiaoyang stood tall, speaking with righteous conviction. I want to turn it over to the authorities. Hand over the faith system. Freed of burdens, Xiaoyang began communicating with the system in his mind. System, I've agreed to help you collect faith, but how would I know if what you said is true? Isn't there any welcome gift like a newbie package or something? Xiaoyang recalled receiving welcome packages upon logging into games, so he voiced the question. Having little hope, he was nevertheless surprised when the luminous orb fell silent and projected a string of information toward him. Xiaoyang closed his eyes to absorb the information, then opened them and stood dumbfounded. It was a foundation establishment technique. Foundation establishment. Having read the records of immortal cultivation, how could he not recognize such a method? In terms of the current interstellar ability level system, this was the breakthrough method for reaching ability level 10. Xiaoyang was truly the child of fortune. Forcing himself to remain calm, Xiaoyang adopted a grave expression and pondered, is this genuine? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? The heavenly Tao remained silent. The advancement of technological cultivation had given rise to a new heavenly Tao consciousness above the empire. Even though this nascent awareness was still in its infancy, with the collective conviction of the entire empire as its foundation, it had already claimed the primary position. Had the accident 3 centuries prior not occurred, it would have been consumed and merged during slumber. It had no choice but to depart. The individual before him, who had integrated the ancient essence blood, was the ideal candidate for communication. Thanks to that tribulation lightning, it had successfully exited the empire's territory. The luminous sphere hung motionless in the air. No. Xiaoyang found this faith system rather reasonable. It provided a starter package when requested, and the foundation establishment technique was precisely what Long Kingdom needed at present. Musing on this, Xiaoyang asked, then what reward can you offer me in the next stage? Refinement technique. Another stream of information flooded into his consciousness. The luminous sphere vanished, clearly having no intention of appearing further. Xiaoyang showed no disappointment. Instead, he opened the door with evident delight and informed the soldier guarding it. I have a cultivation manual here. Returning once more to the conference room, he input the foundation establishment technique into the light brain. Xiaoyang tilted his head back, proud as a white swan. This cultivation manual had arrived at just the right moment. They decided to first simulate the technique in the holographic world, conducting experiments only after confirming there were no issues. Upon hearing Xiaoyang mention that the next stage's reward would be a refinement technique, excitement swept through the crowd. The empire spanned vast territories, having established its roots in this star region earliest. Its medical capabilities were extraordinarily advanced, its alchemists possessed the highest expertise, martial arts flourished throughout civilization, and its individual combat prowess stood unmatched. Long Kingdom stood as the galaxy's foremost weapons manufacturer, controlling cutting-edge armament technology. The refinement technique would prove invaluable to their capabilities. Regarding where to conduct the faith value experiments, they had already reached a decision. From their wandering through the stars to finally settling in this region, millennia had elapsed. The calamity wrought by stellar beasts had devastated civilization, and combined with the rapid advancement of interstellar technology, faith itself had become an alien concept, its meaning lost to time. If pressed to define faith, they worshipped only truth. Other nations fared differently. Some stagnated in their development, while others bound their populations through theological doctrine. Should they verify the system posed no threat, they could offer international assistance, trading essential resources for faith. As the foundation establishment technique entered its trial phase, grandfather Qiao learned of his grandson's remarkable fortune and praised him with a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Well done." Qiao Yang smiled foolishly, his melancholy dispersing entirely. What matter were romantic disappointments? As the child of fortune, he bore great responsibilities, and every setback merely served as a whetstone for his growth and strength. He had completely forgotten the day he discovered little sweetie's true nature and cried until he fainted. Qiao Yang patted his chest and vowed, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll cooperate fully with the nation. I only hope this time you can shed that streak of bad luck." Grandfather Qiao expressed his deep concern. Without it, even stepping outside became nerve-wracking for fear of receiving devastating news on any given day. But Qiao Yang thought differently. Bad luck. That was clearly a trial meant for the child of fortune. When heaven is about to confer great responsibility upon a man. Suddenly a chill touched his wrist as a string of red beads was placed upon it. "What's this?" Qiao Yang asked, fiddling with the crimson beads on his wrist. "Cinnabar bracelet, a gift for you. You must not remove it." Grandfather Qiao had consulted ancient family texts which stated that cinnabar, being supremely young, could dispel evil and avert calamity. His young grandson's koi essence blood had been corrupted. Whether this would prove effective remained uncertain. Better to have it than not. He'd wear it then. A gift. Qiao Yang traced the smooth cinnabar beads, thinking to himself that his grandfather's taste and presence left something to be desired. Did he need jewelry? He'd far prefer a quality wig. The Empire. Talent assessments were conducted in secret. Nangong CI distributed the work assignments. Fortunately, a contingent of Legion soldiers was stationed in the Liuguang Star region, so Nangong CI decided to begin with them. Detection systems were installed within the cultivation chambers, capturing and transmitting to the mainframe all physiological data from anyone absorbing pure energy inside. All stationed soldiers in the Liuguang Star region received a singular order: proceed to the cultivation chambers for training. Qin Su also received the notice, somewhat surprised. After consideration, Qin Su sent a message to Nangong CI. The moment later, his comm device vibrated. Nangong Ci's projection materialized before him, and only then did he recall what he'd overlooked. "Also, have you met her?" "Yes, I have." Nangong CI regarded Qin Su with curious interest. Having watched him grow up from childhood, he could read his emotions in the subtlest gestures, even across a blank expression. He's clearly frustrated. Serves him right. Nangong CI suppressed a laugh. "Oh, what did she say? What are her plans?" "Uncle, what are you implying?" Nangong CI shook his head. "I merely wish to understand her attitude toward you. The Zhou family's iron-devouring beast seems quite interested in her, and there's also the peregrine falcon from the Bai family. Yunjing's disciple, as you know, and they're rather close." Nangong CI searched his memory for the recent Chinese phrases he'd studied. "He who stands near the water gets the moon first. Understand?" Qin Su responded with confusion. Nangong CI enumerated several examples. Not to mention the Empire's wealthiest man. He pursued her from the mining star all the way to the capital star. Were it not for being barred entry to Liuguang Star, he'd likely be by Yunqing's side by now. I've heard humans favor beastmen who are fluffy, soft, and petite." Nangong CI raised his hand to conceal his smirk, gloating. "But none of that concerns you. After all, you're merely strangers." "Strangers?" Qin Su's expression darkened. From behind emerged a fluffy lion tail. Nangong CI grasped the tail and showed off to Qin Su. "Also look, is my fur shinier than before? Feel quite pleasant too, not prickly at all." The tail coiled around his fingers, behaving quite improperly. Of course, before others, he maintained his dignified and reliable presence as Lion Sovereign. With an expression of regret, Nangong CI said, "Unlike you. You never maintain your coat. Your fur remains hard and bristly. Even the cubs avoid leaning against you." Qin Su remained silent. In that moment, he felt an urge to unleash his tiger tail. Was his fur truly so unpleasant to the touch? Having teased enough, Nangong CI turned to business. "Yun Zheng is focusing entirely on his promotion. I'm placing the planetary defense during the military academy competition in your hands. Don't let a single stellar beast breach the planet." He was creating an opportunity for Qin Su, though the worry consumed him entirely. Periodically, hordes of stellar beasts surged through the membrane. Their energy and weaponry could only intercept the majority. The survivors escaped the Liuguang Star region, heading toward other sectors. The beasts reproduced rapidly, demanding enormous energy expenditures annually for containment. The stellar beast tides of the Liuguang Star region remained the Legion's primary source of merit points. The concentrated tide had not yet arrived, but precaution demanded readiness. Everything must be prepared according to the standards for a full-scale beast surge. Qin Su emerged from the garrison base and headed toward the cultivation city. Li Si followed alongside. As the city drew nearer, Li Si's heart swelled with joy. "I didn't expect a city to be built on Liuguang Star so quickly, but that's fine. Before there was nothing here. Now that the city is up, it should be only a matter of time before the Commerce Association sets up shop, right?" "Wait, what's that?" Li Si looked up in astonishment. Liuguang's star was already dim by nature, but the airships and aerial structures above the inner city blocked the light even more thoroughly. Li Si feared that if the energy reserves were exhausted, those ships and buildings might come crashing down from above. Are they playing some kind of game? Building nests in the sky? Just because this is Liuguang's star and there are no enforcement robots, they're being this reckless? The confusion in his mind was resolved the moment he stepped into the inner city. As he entered, Li Si understood why they had done this. There seemed to be an invisible membrane between the outer and inner city. Once inside, the gray, hazy world turned clean and bright, the air became fresher, and his abilities operated more smoothly and effortlessly. A glint flashed in Li Si's eyes. A truly fine place. I wonder if there are any houses for sale in the inner city. Rent only, no sale. Qin Si's words dashed his hopes. Li Si said lazily, rent is fine too, long term. The inner city was small, and with few people now, once the crowds grew, even renting might become impossible. If the inner city is like this, the cultivation chamber must be even better, right? Li Si felt a stir of anticipation. Directly opposite the entrance to the cultivation chamber stood a 100-story building. Above its door hung the name of the Empire Trading Post. The lights were on inside, and people occasionally went in and out for transactions. Without lingering, the two walked straight into the cultivation chamber. Once inside, they parted ways. Li Si was led into a chamber where dense spiritual energy enveloped him, so comfortable that he wanted to revert to his beast form and roll on the ground. Truly worthy of being called a cultivation chamber. It was a bit small, but enough for his needs. Not forgetting the purpose of his visit, Li Si took only a brief look before sitting cross-legged and beginning to cultivate. The difference became apparent immediately. The effect was worlds apart from cultivating in the outside world. Outside, he could barely absorb any pure energy after half a day, and his body would feel a stinging pain. But in the cultivation chamber, a single gentle breath drew the pure energy obediently into his body. Their data was transmitted into the database. As soon as Qin Si began cultivating, a steady stream of spiritual energy circulated through his body, and he gradually sank into deep cultivation. Outside, the line representing Qin Si's data soared upward, surpassing Yun Zheng by 3 times. Good lad, you didn't disappoint me. Nangong Ci nodded with satisfaction. At least he had some talent, otherwise he wouldn't be presentable. Inside the cultivation chamber, perhaps thanks to the things Yun Qing had fed him on the planet, Qin Si felt for the first time that cultivation was as easy as drinking water. A drop of crimson essence blood slowly released energy within his dantian. Qin Si felt his blood boil. His realm ascended. Qi refining level 7, Qi refining level 8, Qi refining level 10. Foundation establishment. Qin Si opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Nangong Ci hurriedly sent Qin Si a message. Quick, Asu, come out and follow the bright yellow flying robot. You're about to undergo tribulation, hurry. Qin Si wasted no time. Leaving the rest chamber, he indeed spotted the conspicuous bright yellow robot accompanied by 3 lab assistants. They flew into the distance. However, even after Qin Si left, the dark clouds above the cultivation chamber did not disperse. It turned out that Yun Zheng, after taking a pill, had entered a deep meditative state. His realm was still climbing. The lab assistants had no choice but to detach the floor tile where Yun Zheng sat, activate the shielding cover, and transport him smoothly so as not to disturb his state. One after another, the two entered the designated tribulation zone. Guards were stationed outside, ensuring that the situation during Yun Qing's tribulation would not repeat. The lab assistant who had obtained the tribulation manual watched excitedly nearby, recording the process. This time, they dared not interfere with the lightning tribulation, only observing and documenting. Boom! A dull thunderclap rang out. Thunder! The beastmen poked their heads out, pairs of eerie green eyes fixed on the thunderclouds above. Is it the same kind of thundercloud as a few days ago? The thought crossed everyone's minds. Some had already started moving toward the area beneath the clouds, but before they got close, they encountered a cordon. They were in no hurry, they simply waited outside the line. Feeling the tribulation descend, Yun Qing's heart leaped with joy. So soon. Stepping outside, she saw 2 separate patches of thunderclouds in the sky, clearly indicating 2 tribulation candidates. One of them she was sure was her uncle. As for the other, Yun Qing couldn't guess. Outside the cordon, a crowd had gathered to watch the tribulation. In the world of cultivation, observing a powerful cultivator undergoing tribulation could sometimes grant insights and elevate one's realm. The spiritual rain that followed a successful tribulation was a heavenly gift. When a senior from a major sect underwent tribulation, the entire sect would come to watch. But no one dared to interfere. The consequences were severe. Both the tribulation subject and the interrupter would almost certainly face death and destruction. Yun Qing had often marveled at how technology was a wonderful thing. Combining the two greatly increased the chance of surviving tribulation. As long as one had enough equipment, there was no fear of being struck dead. Soon the first bolt struck. Boom, boom, boom. The foundation establishment tribulation consisted of only 3 bolts, and they quickly passed. The spiritual rain descended. The watching beastmen returned satisfied. For the stages beyond level 10 of Superpowers, Nangong CI had directly adopted the novel's classification: Foundation Establishment, Early Stage Foundation Establishment, Middle Stage Foundation Establishment, Late Stage, and Foundation Establishment Perfection. At that moment, Qin Su was at the Foundation Establishment Early Stage. Yun Zheng was at the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage. When Li Si learned that Qin Su had broken through 3 levels in a row, his first reaction was disbelief. He never expected that after his cousin's schizophrenia his talent would become even stronger. Yet when he saw Qin Su again, Li Si stood frozen, circling him round and round. He couldn't believe his eyes. Li Si ventured, "Cousin, did you get liposuction?" Just a day ago Qin Su's build was still burly. Now in a single day he had returned to his previous state. A well-proportioned figure, neither thin nor stocky, with a defined waistline and no trace of excess fat. No, Qin Su denied it. But after being struck by lightning there was indeed a layer of filth on his skin. "I almost didn't recognize you." Li Si reached out and patted Qin Su's chest, then suddenly understood. Qin Su had once been on the Empire's beautiful beast list, but after spending so much time with his chubby cousin, he had gotten used to that look. Now that his cousin had returned to his original appearance, it felt unreal. "And your face, how did it become so handsome? Is your skin softer?" Earlier he had been cold as a machine, but now he possessed an ethereal beauty, almost inhuman. "No, this is too much of a shock." Tisk with this look, no wonder he made the Empire's beautiful beast list. Li Si's envy was beyond words. After being missing for 3 months, he returned as the ultimate winner in life. When would such good fortune ever come to him? Qin Su didn't care about appearance, but for some reason Nangong Si's words surfaced in his mind. Iron-eating beast, the Empire's richest. Soft and small. A thick tiger tail lashed out, smashing heavily against the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Li Si, what was the matter? Why did he suddenly get angry? Qin Su retracted his tail, feeling that the surge of emotion had been quite uncharacteristic, as if a torrent of energy had erupted from within him. He should not have experienced such a tumultuous emotional upheaval. Recalling the other presence deep within his soul, he seemed to have found the cause. He must have been influenced. "It's nothing. Let's go." Qin Su steadied his emotions and strode forward. "Li Si, cousin, how peculiar." The appearance of 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators further confirmed the correctness of the Foundation Establishment technique. Inside the laboratory, a blue light scanned from head to toe as Yun Zheng cooperated with various physical and mental tests. After breaking through, he could clearly sense the difference. His body had returned to its peak state. On the adjacent monitor, a series of data appeared above. Name: Yun Zheng. Physique: SSS. Energy level: SSS. Mental power level: SSS. All data exceeded the maximum detection limit. "It seems our equipment needs adjustment." The experimenter marveled. The highest level in the interstellar was 3S, yet now that level had been shattered. They were witnessing history. Before successfully undergoing tribulation transcendence, Yun Zheng's physique was at SS level. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, it improved to SS, and it was said that the medicine's effects had not fully manifested, leaving room for further enhancement. After being struck by lightning during the tribulation, all his physical data directly exceeded the maximum threshold. How astonishing. The experimenters chatted relaxedly while archiving the data. Should a Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivator be able to fight a 9th-level star beast? Without mecha or weapons, their physical strength would surpass even that of a 9th-level star beast. If there are many Foundation Establishment cultivators, we won't have to worry about star beast tides anymore. I never thought being struck by lightning could have such benefits. Another shook his head. "Do you think this is ordinary lightning?" This was lightning that could make one stronger. He suspected that the thunderstorm last time was also caused by a tribulation. But 99 thunderbolts. Could there really be such a powerful person in the interstellar? He shook his head. He thought he was overthinking. Probably not. Last time they wore lightning-proof suits which insulated and shielded the lightning, but he still felt a slight numbness, unlike the sensation of being struck by lightning. He suspected that the unusual lightning contained other energy. After receiving the Empire's Tribulation Handbook, he immediately tested his own physique, but the results showed no change. He must have been overthinking. 99 thunderbolts. On the first military academy spaceship, Yun Qing returned to the lounge and initiated a holographic communication with her cubs. The figures of the 3 cubs materialized. The moment they saw Yun Qing, their eyes overflowed with undisguised joy. Even though less than a week had passed since birth, the cubs had never been away from Yun Qing for more than 3 days. These days they hadn't even enjoyed their meals. It was only after Grandpa noticed their poor state that he suggested a video call. "Mom, did you miss us?" The little fox stared at Yun Qing, his eyes filled with urgency. That look seemed to urge, "Say yes, say you missed us." The tiger cub and cat cub also looked at Yun Qing expectantly. "What? Miss you?" Yun Qing's tone was surprised. The 3 cubs' moods visibly dropped. The little fox pouted and cast a reproachful glance at her. Yun Qing changed her tone. "Of course I missed you. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep." She wasn't the least bit guilty. She didn't need to sleep anyway. The cubs, unaware of this, felt both worried about her health and sweetly delighted upon hearing that she couldn't sleep for missing them. "I miss you too," the tiger cub said, then felt a bit guilty. Although he missed his mother, he slept soundly. And though the food was bland, it didn't stop him from eating a lot. Miss you. The cat cub gazed longingly at Yunqing's hologram. Miss you so much. The little fox wagged his tail. If not for the hologram, he would have already burrowed into Yunqing's arms to act spoiled. I miss you all of you. Yunqing soothed the cubs with a smile, then asked about their situation. The little fox had plenty to say, his tone carrying a hint of veiled pride. We made new friends. A friend even came to our house. When his mom came to pick him up, she cried and didn't want to leave. Too bad you missed it. Lots of cubs in class want to be my friend. Yunqing played along enthusiastically. Really? That's awesome. The little fox snorted lightly. Of course. You have to come back soon. If you don't, your precious cubs might be snatched away by someone else. He was very popular. After chatting with the cubs for a while, Yunshu came to knock. Yunqing deactivated the privacy mode, and Yunshu's voice came from outside the door. Ching, we're about to set off. Okay, Annie. After a bit more talk with the cubs, Yunqing accompanied them to sleep via hologram, then ended the communication once they were asleep. The military academy competition was about to begin, and Yunqing had to start work. The spaceship departed from Liuguang Star, heading to the competition site, Luoyue Star. As they approached Luoyue Star, they saw over a dozen space cannon platforms floating outside the planet, tightly encircling it, giving the participating students and instructors a strong sense of security. The spaceship landed at the starport. Yunqing followed the crowd out. Sensing an intense gaze on her, she turned to see Huang Baiwei. Huang Baiwei, noticing Yunqing looking at him, awkwardly turned away. These days he hadn't had a single moment of rest, constantly facing physical challenges from the legions, losing until he was numb. His authority as an instructor was utterly shattered, and he had no idea how to face his students afterward. Yet none of this could be blamed on Yunqing. In fact, from the very beginning he had planned to use Yunqing's reputation as a prodigy to make a name for himself. But he never expected Yunqing to be not a lucky upstart, but a true genius. After a moment's thought, Huang Baiwei still approached. Instructor Yunqing, long time no see. Instructor Huang. Yunqing's gaze was calm, without mockery, plain and gentle. Huang Baiwei's restless heart immediately settled. He collected himself and apologized to Yunqing. The last sparring match was my fault. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to have a proper bout with you, Instructor Yunqing. I'm also curious about the power of your formations. Huang Baiwei's eyes were resolute. Good heavens. The people around were stunned. He dared to come again. Yunqing was a bit surprised, but since it was a normal sparring request, she agreed. Of course. The other instructors. In truth, many wanted to challenge Yunqing, but they were held back by the unfairness of Huang Baiwei's last match, and because of the cultivation city's emergence, Yunqing rarely showed herself, so they never found the chance. And now Huang Baiwei had beaten them to it again. What perfect timing. After disembarking, instructors from various academies led their students onto hovercars heading to the rest area. The rest area, like the training base on Liuguang Star, consisted of single-story buildings temporarily erected. The military academy competition was divided into 3 parts. The first 2 were individual and team arena matches, and the final event was the wilderness points competition. Yunqing's task was to handle emergency rescues during the 3rd event, so she had a few days of free time. The demon beast bones collected from Zhuguang Star were thrown into an iron pot by Yunqing to soak in spiritual liquid. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to refine equipment, and she wasn't sure if the current conditions could properly handle the bones of a divine transformation stage demon beast. Yunqing took 3 bones to find Shiziyu. She had heard from Aunt Yunshu that Instructor Shiziyu was a forging instructor, so she planned to exchange a few more combing tools from her. Ding! Who is it? Shiziyu tossed her hair and opened the door. When she saw Yunqing, the confusion on her face vanished, replaced by heartfelt surprise shining in her eyes. Instructor Yunqing, it's you. Welcome. Shiziyu pushed the half-open door wide. Looking for me? Come and hurry. Yunqing had barely stepped inside when Shiziyu slammed the door shut with a bang, stirring up a gust of wind. Yunqing. Rubbing her hands together, Shiziyu took out a set of energy stone cups and a bottle of energy fruit juice from her spatial button. She usually couldn't bear to use these items. She filled Yunqing's cup to the brim with juice, but only poured a shallow layer into her own cup as a gesture. Then she placed the cup beside Yunqing. I don't have anything nice to entertain, you just have some energy juice. As she said this, Shiziyu's heart trembled, and she forced herself not to look. Not looking would save her heartache. Shiziyu asked, Instructor Yunqing, is there something you need? Thinking of her own role, she guessed that perhaps Yunqing needed a custom weapon. I heard that Instructor Shiziyu is a master forger. I happened to obtain a set of star beast bones, and wanted to ask if you could help forge them into ability weapons. Shiziyu was delighted and immediately agreed, yes. She had been worried about how to get in touch with Yunqing, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Yunqing took out the demon beast bones. As soon as Shiziyu took them, she felt the difference. This bone was too heavy. Was this really a star beast bone? Wait a moment. Shiziyu entered work mode. She took out her instruments and filled the entire room, then began to test the bones. The test results showed that it was indeed a star beast bone, but its hardness, density, and energy material content were several times higher than ordinary star beast bones. Top-tier forging material. The detector could only measure these routine data. The specific properties would require hands-on operation and personal experience. Instructor Yunqing, you're really lucky. Shitsi Yu caressed the bone with affection. Look at this luster. It was different from ordinary star beast bones. It must be a mutated star beast bone. This is absolutely the highest grade star beast bone. Do you need it made into an ability weapon? I don't need merit points, while help for free. Being able to work with such top-tier material was also a good thing for her. Yes, I want to make 3 sword-shaped ability weapons. No problem. Shitsi Yu agreed readily. She had to make these 3 swords perfectly to not waste the material. Upon encountering such good material, Shitsi Yu had completely forgotten her previous thoughts. Her mind was only on starting the forging. How could she remember any formations? Instructor Shitsi Yu, do you still have the combing tool you gave me last time? I'd like to buy a few more. No need, I'll give them to you. Shitsi Yu pulled out a handful of colorful balls. She liked collecting things of various colors. For this little gadget, she had concocted no fewer than 10 shades of pink alone, light pink, pinkish brown, flesh pink. At this moment, she casually took out more than a dozen. Thank you. Seeing that Instructor Shitsi Yu's eyes were glued to the star beast bone, Yunqing accepted the items and prepared to leave. After finishing the energy juice in her cup, Yunqing thought of Shitsi Yu's pained expression. Before leaving, she left 3 upgraded bone talisman piece plaques. Instructor Shitsi Yu, I'll also give you a few small things I made myself. Okay. Shitsi Yu didn't fully hear what Yunqing said. Oh, she responded with her mouth while her mind was filled with various material lists, thinking about what materials could match this top-tier star beast bone. When she finally finalized the plan, Shitsi Yu realized what she had missed. Ouch! She slapped her forehead. Shitsi Yu felt deflated. She always got like this when encountering something interesting. Oh well, after finishing these 3 ability weapons, she could talk about it then. For now, she had neither the time nor energy to study formation weapons. Shitsi Yu stood up and caught sight of the 3 bone plaques on the table. Shitsi Yu. She picked up the plaques and saw the patterns on them. The patterns were so familiar, so adorable, so beautiful. Ah hee hee. MWA. She kissed the plaque fiercely. As Shitsi Yu laughed, 2 ears popped out. Although Shitsi Yu was eager to study the formations after receiving the upgraded bone plaques, she still had ability weapons to make. She could only suppress her excitement, told Yunshu that she was going to work and open the shielding barrier to begin forging. Exiting Shitsi Yu's place, Yunqing drove her hovercar out and headed to the Wilderness Points competition arena to scout it out, familiarizing herself with the terrain to be confident. The arena was large and only roughly cleared. With a sweep of her divine sense, Yunqing could see many mutant beasts swaggering around, while star beasts had been completely cleaned out. Yunqing knew that star beasts would be randomly released after the competition began. The hovercar circled once above. A flock of flying mutant beasts flew straight toward them. The hovercar's intelligence system automatically dodged. Yunqing glanced at them. SS rank mutant beasts. Their level was not low. She had achieved her purpose for coming to Liuguang Star, and she couldn't wait to return. With nothing to do, Yunqing thought of her experience on the membrane planet and logged into the holographic world. This time, she didn't create a formation, but instead constructed a scene model. It was like the movie model built when filming The Legend of Immortal Cultivation. Demonic Qi demon beasts, demonic plants. She sketched with her divine sense and refined it. After spending 3 hours completing the model, Yunqing sent it to her second uncle Yunrong. Yunqing's second uncle is the holographic game for the Immortal Cultivation Handbook. Ready. I have a new scene model here that can be used as a Demon Realm dungeon. Scene model invitation link. Office. Yunrong received the invitation link from his niece and decided to personally experience the holographic model. So as soon as he entered the holographic model, Yunrong was killed by a demon beast less than a second after appearing. Yunrong. He readjusted his body parameters, maxing out his combat power, and entered again, still died. Only then did he realize that the maximum available individual strength was only the great perfection of Qi refining. He then looked at the data of the demon beast that had killed him. Divine transformation, middle stage. The gap in individual strength was too large, which would reduce playability. However, since this was the scene model painstakingly built by his niece, and must have cost her a lot of effort, Yunjung still adopted it. It was just a dungeon world after all. Since the strength gap was too large, they would not open the battle mode, but the escape mode. Survive within the time limit. The longer you survive, the more rewards. Just put in more rewards then. Exiting the holographic world, Yunjung looked down at his optical computer screen, frowning. A series of sticker images scrolled before his eyes. These were collected by his assistant, said to be popular with the younglings nowadays, and could shorten the distance. After picking for a long time, Yunjung finally found a satisfactory one and replied. Second uncle who spends money like water, okay. Cold-faced fox nodding. JPG. The holographic game was directly based on the scene models constructed by Yunqing, with the power system designed to closely match reality. The 1st to 10th levels of superpowers corresponded to the 1st to 10th layers of the Qi refining stage in the game. They did not have data for the foundation establishment stage, so it was not unlocked to be expanded later when new data became available. The scene modeling was already completed, saving them a significant amount of time. The entire company worked overtime, and the game was about to enter the internal testing phase. Now Yunqing had thrown in a demon realm scene, which had little impact on the main storyline. Yunrong called the planning team members up. After continuous overtime, the planning team employees who were about to finish their work and usher in a long vacation received the meeting notice. They exchanged glances, a bad feeling dawning on them. Could it be an accident? With uneasy hearts, they entered the conference room. You've all worked hard recently. Yun Rong tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone softening. Please bear with it a little longer. Add a side branch dungeon. The planning team members exclaimed. What? Add what? Their faces darkened, and they were about to speak when Yun Rong continued. 1 year's extra salary. Taking a sip of water, Yun Rong looked up again. The employees who had been suppressing their anger now wore radiant smiles, assuring him. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely design the most outstanding side mission for you. That's right, boss. Do you have any other requirements? Salary isn't important. There's no need to be so polite. We're a family. Only when the company thrives can we thrive. Yun Rong added a few more encouraging words, and the atmosphere in the office was extremely harmonious. Back in the studio, they continued to work happily over time. 1 month's salary, they could grit their teeth and refuse with aloofness, but 1 year's salary. Rest. It didn't exist. Time was precious. How could it be wasted on meaningless rest? At that moment, the military academy competition on Luoyuestar officially began. As in previous years, the military academy competition adopted a nationwide live broadcast format. The only difference was that the venue had changed to Liuguang Star Field. This star field that had been sealed for nearly 300 years. First lover of the Rose Galaxy, speaking of which, it's been 300 years since the Beast invasion. Grandpa used to be a beast of Liuguang Star Field, now he's a beast of Rose Star Field. Don't touch me, there should be many star beasts in Liuguang Star Field, right? Nothing will go wrong, will it? Qingbao loves you, it's actually in Liuguang Star Field. Qingbao loves you, how nostalgic. Back then your grandma was the most beautiful flower of Liuguang Star Field. As the main battlefield of the Beast invasion, Liuguang Star Field had suffered massive casualties, and all surviving citizens had relocated to the other 3 star fields. At this mention of Liuguang Star Field, everyone recalled the tragic war 300 years ago. Some also thought of the Lin family. Back then it was the head of the Lin family who developed the mental stabilizer, turning the tide of the war. But 300 years later, the Lin family conducted human experiments leading to their downfall, leaving endless sighs of regret. 3 cubs and Yunhai sat on the sofa eating small cookies and watching the live broadcast. Great-grandpa, when will mom come out? Tiger cub asked. Yunhai stuffed a small cookie into the mouth of the cat cub in his arms. The participants are students and Qingbao is a mentor, so she might not appear. Alright. The 3 cubs lost most of their interest. Upon hearing that Yunqing might not appear, cat cub closed its eyes and began to cultivate. Yunhai. The little cub was too diligent, he worried too. Could this be inheriting the personality of that guy Qin Su? In a few days, great-grandpa will take you to visit. Patting cat cub's head, Yunhai decided to take the cubs to the Zhou family to play. Hopefully they could learn the lazy and gluttonous spirit of the little dumpling of the Zhou family. How could little cubs not want to play? Cultivating all day long with their minds too tense is not good. Yunhai thought that he could discuss cub-rearing issues with old Zhou at that time. Old Zhou should understand his difficulties, right? He sighed with worry. On Luoyuestar, the first 2 events of the military academy competition were no different from previous years. The audience was more curious about the 3rd event, the Wilderness Points competition, and they also wanted to see what Liuguang Star looked like now. The live audience of this competition, besides the military academy mentors, consisted of nearby Legion soldiers and idle experimenters. Yunqing parked the spacecraft near the competition ground and conducted experiments inside her small spacecraft. Worried about missing the 3rd round, she even set an alarm for herself. Holding a bone in her hand, Yunqing polished it smooth with spiritual energy. In the past, without conditions, she could only use her own spiritual power to construct arrays. More flexible, but not very powerful, leaning toward auxiliary functions. Once her own spiritual power was depleted, the array would also dissipate. Now with the bones of a void refining stage demon beast, Yunqing could attempt to use the bones as the main material, adding auxiliary materials to refine array flags or array plates. When setting up the array, there is no need to painstakingly construct it, where one mistake would cause the entire thing to collapse. By simply activating the array flag or array plate, a complete array could be released. It is the same principle as the inscriptions Bien Gao Gao is currently studying. A foolproof tool. Convenient, fast, ready to use, and not weak in power. And it's not disposable. As long as the array plate is not damaged, it can be used indefinitely. She still lacked many materials for refining array flags, but array plates were possible. Yunqing spent a considerable amount of merit points to exchange for or materials from the merit shop, trying them one by one. Once she entered work mode, Yunqing was completely focused, staying in the hovercar for 3 days. On the ground beside her, the ground was covered with spherical balls, red, blue, black, earthy, yellow. They were all Yunqing's failed attempts using interstellar or materials. In the iron pot, a mass of jade-white liquid condensed into a sphere. Yunqing's divine sense constantly controlled the liquid, sensing its changes. It's done. The ore materials that could enter the merit shop were all rare varieties. Yunqing exchanged all of them, only 36 types. After smelting them in the iron pot, she finally found only 8 materials with excellent conductivity and fusion properties for spiritual energy. Qing named these 8 materials as number 1 through number 8. She tried different combinations of these 8 materials, finally finding the most suitable ratio. Materials numbers 1, 3, 0, 4, 7, Oi, and 8, combined with star beast bones, produced a material that met the requirements. Of course, to find the optimal ratio and create the best array plate, more rigorous experimental design, and a large number of experimental operations are needed to draw conclusions, which is a huge workload. Qing indicated that as long as it works, it's fine. She would leave the professional operations to the professionals. Bian Gaogao has been experimenting with new materials recently, hoping to find materials more suitable for bearing arrays than star beast bones. It was only after Qing arrived at Liuguang Star that she learned star beast bones are not rare. Bian Gaogao's idea was good, but a different approach could be taken. For example, the fusion of star beast bones with other materials. Then she could open an array shop on Liuguang Star and make a fortune just by selling array plate materials. Qing decided to find a time to have a good talk with Bian Gaogao. She had array patterns and ideas, while Bian Gaogao had experimental capabilities. When they produced results, it would benefit others as well as themselves. On the capital star, Bian Gaogao, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Are you okay? Fengji asked. Bian Gaogao wore a dejected face. I just had a good idea in my mind, and this cough made it disappear. Damn it. I can't remember it anymore. The materials in the iron pot fused completely. Spiritual energy wrapped the jade-white liquid, which under Qing's control transformed from a spherical shape into a flat disc. With the removal of spiritual energy, the temperature plummeted, and a jade-white disc solidified into form. The disc resembled jade, yet its surface bore a metallic luster. A gentle tap produced a dull sound. One side was smooth, the other had 5 grooves for placing spirit stones. Qing sank her divine sense into the formation disc. Inside it was a pure white space. Using her divine sense as a brush, she inscribed the formation. Spiritual energy converged with her divine sense, leaving mysterious patterns on the blank disc. With the final stroke, the entire formation disc emitted a red light. The crimson killing arrays diagram manifested on the jade-white disc for a fleeting moment before vanishing. It's done. Qing caressed the disc in her hand. A high-quality formation disc could unleash the full power of the array, even amplify it, while a poor one would diminish its might. The beast bone of the void refinement stage could withstand the process, but how well would the disc conduct spiritual energy? How much of the original array's power could it manifest? Qing took out 5 top-grade spirit stones. They were mined by machines varying in size and shape. Qing swept her hand, absorbing part of the spiritual energy. Fragments fell from her palm. When she opened her hand again, the 5 stones had become uniformly sized spheres, fitting perfectly into the disc's grooves. Let's call them spirit pearls. Click! The 5 pearls fell into the grooves. A red light flashed, and the grooves vanished from the disc. Qing caressed the disc with fondness. This was a formation disc she had personally refined. The killing array was formidable. Even if it could only unleash 1/10 of its power, it would still be commendable. Beep, beep, beep. Work time. Beep, beep, beep. The intelligent reminder she had set rang out. Outside, the first and second rounds of the military academy competition had ended, and the third round was about to begin. It was her turn to take the stage. No, it was time for her to work. Stepping out of the hovercar, Qing looked down. The entire competition arena was empty, and only her small spacecraft hovered in the sky. Qing didn't know that her small spacecraft had caught many people's attention. During the competition, it was fine for the spacecraft to hover above watching. But even after the competition ended, the spacecraft remained. For 3 days it hadn't moved. The live streaming devices had captured it several times, sparking widespread speculation about whose spacecraft it was. Yet until the second round ended, the spacecraft's hatch never opened. Now as Qing appeared, the surveillance room personnel immediately saw her face. Staff, so it's instructor Qing. Having finished the formation disc, Qing was in a good mood. The next day during the competition, everyone saw Qing, who had been absent for 3 days, dressed in a bright red casual suit, flying in from the horizon on a glowing sword. The instructors couldn't help but marvel. Young people truly were full of vitality. Since arriving in Flowing Light Starfield, they had never seen anyone riding a flying sword. As Qing landed, an instructor from the Rose Star 3rd Military Academy approached her. Instructor Qing, what a fine mood. Is this a flying sword? The color is lovely. I've also customized one. Let's play together sometime. The Empire's standard flying transportation had always been speed boots. Since the release of The Legend of Cultivation, Yun Li's variety show had introduced a flying sword race, and flying swords had replaced speed boots as the Empire's new trendy transportation. These days, who didn't own a flying sword? The instructor, eager to find a topic, quickly took out his own flying sword from his space button and activated the dazzling mode. The multicolored light dazzled everyone's eyes. This instructor was usually the most serious and stern, but who knew he was so flamboyant and private? But it's just a flying sword. As if no one else has one. I have one too. A flying sword with a gradient blue light appeared. Your color is too monotonous. I have one too, prettier than yours. Then one after another flying swords lit up the space. The instructors discovered that everyone had a flying sword, each more dazzling than the last, but they had never used them before. Because using a flying sword for transportation seemed lacking in dignity. Qing. She really hadn't expected that flying swords had become so popular. Thus, when the live broadcast began, the audience saw a unique entrance. Under the overcast sky, a vast multicolored light flashed across the horizon mixed with searchlights, disco lights, heart-shaped lights. Various highly saturated colors blended together, harsh to the eyes. One glance risked blindness. As the distance shrank, the chaotic music grew clearer. The host's voice paused for a second before quickly resuming normal. Welcome, instructors, to the arena. Lonely Wolf, welcome who? Ocean Overlord, is this the instructors? My eyes are going blind, and I still can't see where they are. Yellow Hair's leg hair didn't expect the instructors to be so trendy, hee. Since military academy instructors are using flying swords, I'll use one too. Baship, haha, I've custom made a flying sword, but was too embarrassed to use it. Now I dare to. Don't ask, military academy instructors, same style. Little Dumpling wants to grow tall, mom, look, military academy instructors are using them. Can you give me back my flying sword? Chaos Flying. Chaos Flying, what's your flying sword? Isn't it mine? A barrage of comments scrolled across the big screen. The instructor's entrance pushed the live stream to a climax. Above the arena, Qing flew steadily on her spiritual sword. She had once disliked this life-bound spiritual sword. Its gleaming, colorful shaft made it too easy to reveal her position and identity, hindering concealment. But now, among the dazzling array of flying swords, her spiritual sword appeared lackluster. If not for her bright red outfit, she would be impossible to spot. Yunshu flew at the front, maintaining a distance from the others. The wind tousled her hair as she declared, "You're all too slow. I'm taking first place. The other instructors. Only you are using a custom weapon. Ours are just ordinary transportation. Customizations cost so many merit points, and they're not even for combat, just transportation." Yet seeing Yunshu's carefree manner, they envied her. Customization had its advantages. As the finish line neared, everyone accelerated. Qing blended in inconspicuously and also sped up. She didn't understand how this race had started. She had just been in a good mood flying on her sword when unexpectedly everyone produced flying swords and began a display of vanity. After the display, they started a flying sword race. Boring. Truly boring. She didn't want to make such an entrance, but she had to fit in. Outside the falling moon star, Qing spotted Qing in the crowd through the live feed. She was grinning widely, weaving left and right, her expression resembling that of a tiger cub during mealtime. After the display, they started a flying sword race. Boring. Truly boring. She didn't want to make such an entrance, but she had to fit in. Qing moved his fingers slightly, closing the live feed. He stood up. Deploy 2 teams for security patrol of falling moon star. Expand the search range. Not a single star beast could be allowed in. The mentors descended from their flying swords, made a brief appearance, and then boarded the official rescue spacecraft to be ready for any emergencies. Qing also received a small spacecraft. One entire wall was covered with surveillance feeds and the vital signs data of all participants. The rescue spacecraft activated stealth mode and flew toward the arena. Next up, our participating teams. As the host spoke, the camera panned downward. The contestants were brimming with energy and ready to go. However, the comment section in the live stream was still discussing the earlier flying sword show, even boasting about their own flying swords, with the comments filled with photos of flying swords. In previous years, the mentor's appearance was just a brief mention, but this year's entrance was unexpectedly unique. It stole the spotlight. Now please have the contestants collect their supply packs in order. The host glanced at the comments and continued with the procedure. Liao Yuan led the team, collected the standard equipment, and boarded the spacecraft to head to the arena for a parachute drop. The drop location had been drawn by the team captains the night before. The supply packs contained very few items, only 3 in total. A merits bracelet to record kill achievements. A self-selected weapon custom made by blacksmiths with many types available for contestants to choose the most suitable one. A circular protective distress beacon, which can not only signal surrender, but also resist miasma. Nutrient fluids were cancelled, no mecha was provided, and no space buttons either. This was a huge challenge for the contestants. What AI Chigua, a mecha soldier without a mecha, interesting. Hyang Bazu, so this year it's all about pure physical techniques. No nutrient fluids, so we have to eat alien beasts. Oh, it's fine, eating unrefined alien beasts won't kill you, just diarrhea. Yari Shitsao, such crude equipment, their expressions changed. The military academy cadets were indeed stunned. They had thought the competition this year would be the same as before, just a different location with participants fully equipped according to their specialties. Mecha soldiers, logistics, pharmacy. They had even selected members with strong mecha skills. But then right before the competition, they were told no mecha. No space buttons. No nutrient fluids. Only one weapon. The competition hadn't even started and the command team captain was already getting a headache. The rules this year are the same as before, a points competition. Kill alien beasts and star beasts to earn points. Competition duration 3 days. Yari Shitsao, star beasts. We have to kill star beasts. Go to Delang, can they do it? These kids probably haven't even seen a star beast before, let alone kill one. This competition will end early, within 3 days. Feihei Jibaya. That sounds exciting. The host smiled mysteriously. The merits bracelet on the cadets' wrists can convert killed star beasts into corresponding merit points. After the competition, the accumulated merit points can be exchanged in the merit mall. The merit system wasn't that only available to the military. While these cadets would graduate soon and join the military anyway, so it was just an early activation of the merit system. Tisk a bit envious. The host continued, the merits bracelet is available to everyone who goes to the Liuguang star domain. Mingsha Yiba, what does that mean? Everyone. Kangzhe Qiang Pao Chuang Bianji, does that mean we can get merits bracelets too? Some mercenaries and hunters who had been roaming the border star for years became excited. They hunted high-level alien beasts and star beasts on the border star, only able to sell for star coins. They had no way to customize psychic weapons, so they could only buy commercially available ones or commission low-level blacksmiths. They spent a lot of star coins, but the results were far from ideal. They had long been coveting the military's merit points. Now they also had a chance to activate the merit system, and master customized weapons would definitely double their overall strength. The merit system contained many good things. Daojian, Tinshueojiao, and where? How to get it? Baofa de Meng Bao Wow. Has my era finally arrived? Julie Chianga, keep talking, how do we get it? How many star coins do we need to pay? Can one bracelet be bought for 10 million star coins? Or 20 million? 50 million? A team only needs one merits bracelet. What they needed was a channel to purchase items from the merit system. The host casually explained, after the Liuguang star domain opens, all beastmen who go to the Liuguang star domain can receive merits bracelets for free. At this, everyone was astonished. Oh, the merits bracelet was no longer exclusive to the military. Wait, the Liuguang star domain was about to open. The host did not elaborate, only revealing a bit of information, then continued explaining other tools. The weapons used in this competition are all high-level master-forged weapons that can inflict substantial damage on star beasts below level 6. The distress beacon uses new laboratory materials combined with a new formation to resist miasma. Long-term work can enhance the speed of psychic cultivation. Huanwang e Huang what? There's such a good thing. Yao Chu Jun shouted Saiji formation. There's such a formation. Yinqing, you actually know this. Wu, I was wrong. Is it too late to apply for the first military academy now? Jin Shanshan, is it for sale? Where to buy? A stream of gifts poured into the official live stream, and the screen was filled with comments asking about the formation and merits bracelet, but the host ignored them. Alright, now, let's turn our attention to the teams on the field. Everyone, what exactly is the formation? What about the Liuguang star merits bracelet? Explain clearly. Don't just say half of it. The host stopped talking, the camera moved, and 100 screens appeared. The audience. Their curiosity was instantly piqued. Unable to get answers here, everyone went to the official account to ask, and some even went directly to Nangongxi's account. Baozu Kuangyin, your majesty, when will the Liuguang star domain open? Are the merits bracelets real? Can everyone get them? Is the merit system open to all? Within a few minutes, the number of likes on this comment exceeded 100 million. Nangongxi smiled with delight. Thanks to Yinqing. Just a merit mall had them so excited. Once they learned about the items in the contribution mall, they would go crazy. Once he released the news about the cultivation chambers, it would definitely cause a new wave of shock. He didn't believe no beast would be tempted. Nangongxi replied under this comment. Nangongxi v true. Nangongxi's official account was very aloof. He had never replied to anyone in the comments before. This time when he replied, people thought it was a fake account. When they found out it was really him, there was another wave of excitement. Huanwang, Huang, your majesty, tell us more. Bianji Zuiqiang, Hua Jie, respected your majesty Nangong, may I ask, when the Liuguang star domain will open? Xuando Gaiwasi. Most mighty and powerful lion majesty, please tell this humble one when the Liuguang star domain will open. Can the formation be authorized? Grateful to your majesty. However, no matter how much others asked, Nangongxi did not reply anymore. But he could first release some items from the merit mall to pique their curiosity. So a netizen claiming to be an insider posted a merit mall exchange list. It listed high-level weapons not allowed for sale on the market, rare mineral materials, top-grade potions, customized weapon qualification from top masters. The empire was in an uproar. On the Moonfall star, the competition continued. After receiving their supply packs, each participating team was airdropped according to the results drawn the previous night. The team from the first military academy was deployed into a mountain range. Worse still, they had barely touched down when they landed right in the middle of a Class A mutant beast nest, coming face to face with a horde of creatures. The beasts let out startled cries as they detected the intruders immediately closing in from all directions. Form up, Liao Yuan commanded, and the scattered members quickly regrouped back to back. Liao Yuan wielded a bow and arrow. Channeling his ability into the bow, an ice blue arrow materialized and launched straight toward the beast in front of him. With a sharp thud, the 8-legged black hairy spider crashed to the ground after its leap. The wristband automatically recorded the kill. The rest of the team launched their own attacks as colored energy lights flared around them. Two members who hadn't awakened any abilities swung their weapons wildly at the creatures. Stay focused, Liao Yuan urged after taking down two beasts that had broken through their defenses. After an hour of continuous combat, the ground was littered with 8-legged black hairy spiders of varying sizes. Thanks, Captain. I thought we were done for a moment, one of the team members said gratefully. They didn't rest immediately processing the harvested beast materials. Without space storage devices, they could only carve away the most valuable parts of each beast. Liao Yuan surveyed the terrain briefly before leading the team forward. With only 3 days for the competition, they couldn't afford to stop. Qing zoomed in on the live feed from the first military academy, crossing her legs to watch as the spacecraft automatically patrolled. The planet was guarded by Legion forces outside, while within the arena other instructors and rescue robots patrolled alongside her. The likelihood of anything going wrong was minimal. Still, having accepted this duty, Qing intended to fulfill it to the letter. As the ship patrolled, Qing extended her divine sense across the entire arena, scanning from the sky down to the ground, ensuring every mutant beast appeared under her watchful monitoring. Below, the cadets began hunting for new targets. On the large screen, the first military academy led the rankings, a head start earned from encountering beasts upon deployment. 2 other teams faced similar circumstances, but their poor adaptability cost them. 2 members were eliminated alongside the beasts they neutralized. When the first day ended and night fell, the cadets stood motionless among the accumulating corpses, silent. They were accustomed to nutrient solutions and purified meat, never having encountered raw beast flesh before. The first military academy team moved forward, Liao Yuan using his sword to portion the meat, taking only what they could consume, then leading the group to find shelter for the night. They halted near a water source where Liao Yuan sent some members to gather dry wood. A fire element ability ignited the kindling, casting an orange glow as they kept their guard up, never knowing when beasts might emerge. "Captain, how are we supposed to eat this?" someone asked. The unprocessed beast meat had an obvious taste that no one wanted to try if they had any other option. Impurities and turbid energy within the beast are what ruined the meat's quality. Liao Yuan recalled his energy circulation route, drawing pure qi into his body to convert it into his ability. Since pure qi could dissolve turbid energy, Liao Yuan sat cross-legged and activated his energy circulation route. A wave of warmth flowed through his meridians. Liao Yuan attempted to channel the qi through his fingers. With cultivation techniques from the immortal realm, one could manipulate other elemental forces in the air. Without them, he was limited to the element naturally aligned with his body. While ice was his natural affinity, producing ice spiritual power, he had somehow drawn out ordinary qi instead. Opening his eyes, nothing visible rested on his fingers, yet he could feel a current of energy coursing through them. Pressing his fingers against the meat, Liao Yuan held his breath with a focused expression. The others stared in confusion. "What is Captain doing?" one muttered. Mei followed suit, pressing her finger to the meat. It felt slimy and soft beneath her touch. Nothing remarkable about it. Liao Yuan remained silent. His spiritual energy flowed into the meat along with the qi. Soon a wisp of gray-black turbid essence rose from the flesh. The team stared at Liao Yuan in disbelief, as though meeting him for the first time. Mei placed a hand on his shoulder, overjoyed. "I never knew our captain was also a purifier. This is incredible." They would finally get to eat proper food. Purifiers were typically ability users whose powers, like water or wood affinities, were gentle enough to suppress turbid energy. In the Federation, purifiers were primarily called upon to clear turbid energy from those suffering mental breakdowns. The Empire, with its more advanced pharmaceuticals like spirit stabilizers, had less need for them. Most Imperial purifiers worked in food production, refining ingredients through purification. The higher the purifiers ranked, the superior the taste of the results. Mei patted Liao Yuan's shoulder with a sly grin, teasing him. "Captain, you kept this hidden so deep. If we had known, why bother with barbecue restaurants? We could just hunt beasts directly. It would be far more economical." Liao Yuan blinked. "I'm not a purifier." His feeble explanation fell on deaf ears. Dark energy was visibly rising. How could anyone deny it? The team eagerly piled the meat toward Liao Yuan with gleaming eyes. Across the instructor channel, other academy mentors were equally surprised, addressing Yinshu. "Did you know the competition rules in advance? Did you intentionally deploy a purifier to lead?" The fox was indeed cunning. The points-based competition lasted 3 full days. Without purification, the beast meat would be nearly inedible, and without proper nutrition, how could they compete effectively? Yinshu fired back irritably, though she was puzzled herself. Could an ice element ability user, a power so aggressively offensive, actually qualify as a purifier? Enough talk. Let's cook. With all the meat purified, Liao Yang threaded the pieces onto thicker branches. Grilling was something they knew well. The qi-purified beast meat proved remarkably tender and flavorful, delicious even without seasoning. The first military academy cadets ate their fill and set out to hunt once more recharged. Other teams struggled, similarly forcing down bitter, foul-tasting meat just to maintain their strength for the competition ahead. Their faces turned green after eating, but they had no choice. Battles drained their energy, and starvation would only weaken them further. 3 days of endurance was all they needed to survive. Watching the students enjoy their roasted meat, Qing felt her own appetite stir. She had left her cooking robot behind on the capital star, but resolved to purchase another one to keep in her storage ring upon her return. A flock of flying mutant beasts passed nearby the concealed spacecraft. Swiftly, the last one vanished without alerting the rest of the swarm. Qing heated water in a pot, and scalded the feathers before plucking them. She found some remaining seasonings in her storage ring. Not a complete set, but enough to work with. From the 3-meter-tall flying beast, Qing took only a small piece for soup, cutting the wings into portions for grilling. Steam filled the cabin. Qing bit into the grilled wing, chewed twice, and swallowed without expression. Tui. Terrible. She spooned a small amount of soup instead. Qing stared silently. It was easy to grow accustomed to luxury, but hard to return to simplicity. For the first time, she admitted her cooking skills were truly lacking. Qing stored the remaining ingredients into fresh-keeping boxes, planning to give them away after the competition ended. She missed her little one at home. She also missed her home cooking robot. On the third day of the competition, in the middle of the night, star beasts were artificially released into the arena. Roar, star beast, dodged. The students faced star beasts for the first time and suffered considerable losses. If not for the protective shields, they would have lost their lives. With the shields, even eliminated students were not in life-threatening danger and were picked up by spacecraft and taken out of the arena. Qing swept her divine sense across the area, noting that most of the released star beasts were level 1 to 4, while the students' abilities were around level 5 or 6, and they had weapons in hand. Once they adapted, there would be no problem. Is this a star beast? Meiyu raised her long spear, thrust it into the star beast's eye, and twisted it. The star beast let out a roar, raised its head, and howled, nearly flinging her into the sky. Fortunately, Liao Yuan noticed in time, grabbed her foot, and pulled her back down. The audience found it amusing. Howl with me, seeing that little brat's dumbfounded expression. Haha, young people. Yaoi grass star beasts' physical constitution is not on the same level as spirit beasts. They appeared suddenly, so it's normal not to react in time. Yaoi grass, the physical constitution of star beasts is not on the same level as that of alien beasts. They appeared suddenly, so it's normal not to react in time. Imperial Wildblade 2 green, they need to go to the battlefield for training. Every star beast that had appeared in the interstellar space had detailed records and analysis of combat weaknesses. The students had specifically studied this required course. After the initial confusion, the students quickly matched the star beasts with the knowledge they had learned. Gradually, they got used to fighting. To win the competition, they had been awake for 3 full days. On the arena, as the competition neared its end, the first military academy's score firmly held the top spot. The second and third places were very close in points. The instructors watched anxiously. Now announcing the scores, the first place school is Capital Star First Military Academy with a current score of 1483. Second place is Blue Moon Star Blue River Military Academy with a score of 1138. Third place is Rose Star Third Military Academy with a score of 1124. The struggling students were shocked. Blue River Academy student, how many points? Rose Star Third Academy, charge. Overtake them, fight for second. The score announcement intensified the battle. To compete for rankings, the students frantically hunted star beasts as if their lives depended on it, unleashing their full strength once again. Half a day passed. Clang. A crisp sound resounded across the entire sky. The data on the screen stopped rising, frozen at the last second. The competition is over. Final results: Capital Star First Military Academy ranked first. Rose Star Third Military Academy overtook and ranked second. Blue River Military Academy ranked third. The students of the First Military Academy exchanged glances, then hugged each other excitedly, disregarding their appearances. Captain, the competition is over. When can we have a barbecue together? Meiyu hugged Liao Yuan, and then let go a happy smile on her face. The two faced each other, gazing. Suddenly, a long crocodile snout emerged, forcing Meiyu to stagger back several steps. After steadying herself, she covered her forehead. Meiyu saw the captain, who had transformed into a half-beast with a crocodile head. Ha ha ha. Captain, your mouth is way too long, ha ha. Meiyu, why did you retreat? Push the captain back. The teammates laughed and collapsed on the ground. Liao Yuan shrugged, stepped forward, about to say something, but Meiyu's legs gave way, and she lay down on the ground, loudly complaining. Barbecue, I want 10 Jin. Liao Yuan. Eat. The military academy competition ended smoothly. Outside the starry sky, the membrane rippled for a moment. All the demon beasts within the planet raised their heads, staring at the pitch-black sky. Bang! A demon beast standing on 2 legs slammed into the membrane. The once indestructible membrane swayed like water waves, yet remained resilient. Roar! A sharp howl rang out. Countless demon beasts began to strike the membrane. High-level demon beasts were blocked inside, while low-level ones successfully penetrated the membrane. Soon, the first star beast emerged, then a second, a third. In the surveillance footage, star beasts flew out of the membrane one by one. The round, smooth, gray-black membrane instantly turned into a black spiky ball, like a virus covered in spikes. All membrane planets in the Liuguang star domain experienced star beast riots. Beep, beep, beep. Abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Detecting a star beast tide estimating level. Red light illuminated the entire control room. Piercing alarms sounded on all planets of the Liuguang star domain. Estimated level SSS class, star beast tide. Prepare for battle. Li Si stood in the corridor of a warship, heard the alarm, and turned abruptly, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" It was clearly not yet the time for a concentrated star beast tide outbreak. The SSS-class Star Beast Tide of the Liuguang star domain was different from that of other domains. Even if all reserve energy was consumed, some star beasts would inevitably break through the blockade. The universe is boundless, the direction of star beasts' advance is uncontrollable, and the blockade line cannot be stretched too long. There will always be some that slip through. The nearest Yari star domain bore the brunt. Prepare for battle. Qing stood up and stepped into the main control room. Yunqing also looked up and walked out of the spacecraft. Woo! The familiar alarm broke the calm of Luoyue Star. Star Queen, that's the Star Beast invasion alarm. Am I deaf? Bloodthirsty mercenary info has the Liuguang star domain erupted with a Star Beast Tide. When will it open? Our mercenary corps can definitely kill all the star beasts. Bloodthirsty mercenary info has the Liuguang star domain erupted with a Star Beast Tide. When will it open? Our mercenary corps can definitely kill all the star beasts. For them, star beasts meant merit points. They couldn't wait to activate the merit system. However, the next second, the live broadcast screen went black. The broadcast on Luoyue Star sounded. Non-combat personnel, please quickly return to the garrison base's protected zone. Non-combat personnel, please quickly return to the garrison base's protected zone. Meanwhile, the danger alarm continued to loop. Federal teams stationed on other planets also discovered the Star Beast riot. They all took action. Xia Baiyan led his soldiers to establish a blockade outside the planet. Nangang Ci also began to convene a meeting recalling the 3 legions closest to the capital star to intercept the star beasts about to enter the Yari star domain. The instructors appeared and took the students away. Qing, let's go to the garrison base first. Yun Shu contacted Yunqing in the spacecraft via the optical brain. Returning to Liuguang Star was not possible now. Fortunately, to ensure the smooth progress of the competition, a legion was stationed outside Luoyue Star and a protected zone was established on the planet. The group returned to the garrison base. You go inside the base, the protective shield will hold, you'll be fine. Don't run around randomly. Yun Shu ushered the exhausted students into the shield. Don't worry, instructor, we won't step out of the protected zone. The students were facing a Star Beast Tide for the first time. Having just endured a prolonged battle, even if they wanted to help, they were physically unable and dared not cause trouble for others. In the sky above the protected zone, a screen lit up. The screen was playing the surveillance footage from outside Luoyue Star. Dense black mist filled the entire universe. Ferocious star beasts swarmed in groups. Most flew toward outer star domains while a portion surrounded Luoyue Star. Is this a Star Beast Tide? Mei Yu's face turned pale, her scalp tingling. She had seen the SSS-class Star Beast Tide on Mingsha Star, but it was nothing like this. Was the number of star beasts in the Mingsha Star SSS class Tide even 1% of this? If they were besieged, wouldn't they be devoured to the bone? The other students' faces also turned grim. The Star Beast Tide in the Liuguang Star domain completely overturned their understanding. Star beasts had almost occupied all flight routes. Warships could not even depart. Yun Shu's expression was grave. SSS level. It was an SSS level from the Liuguang Star domain. An SSS-level Star Beast Tide from another star domain was at best equivalent to an A-level Tide in the Liuguang Star domain. After settling the students, Yun Shu retrieved her weapon and prepared to go out and slay the star beasts. The external legion alone could not clear all the beasts. Instructor Yun Shu, wait, will go with you. Sha-Ing, another instructor from the 1st Military Academy, stepped forward gripping a metal mace. The other instructors also came forward. We'll go too. Indeed, this is a great opportunity to earn merit points. Oh, we can't miss it. Let's go together and see who kills the most. The more star beasts they intercepted, the less pressure the Yari star system would face, and the fewer casualties there would be. Of course, it was not without danger. Protective shields were expensive and had a time limit. After a few attacks from the star beasts, a shield would shatter. But they could not stand by and watch. Then let's go. As Yun Shu spoke, she caught sight of something and abruptly turned her head. She had not been mistaken. Her little niece was also following behind the crowd. Was she planning to go out and kill star beasts with them? Yun Shu pushed her back inside, but could not move her. She then urged, Qing, stay in the protected area and look after the trainees. They haven't recovered and have no means to defend themselves against star beasts. Yunqing. I'll go too. I can help. Yunqing shook her head. Yun Shu was about to say something, but Sha-Ing, thinking of Yunqing's strength, also advised, let instructor Yunqing come along. She can stay behind the legion and take down a few more star beasts. Though young Yunqing was already a military academy instructor, her battle against the Huangbai Wei had shown she possessed considerable strength and more combat experience would do her good. Yun Shu was still too anxious. Then let's go. There was no time. Yun Shu took her niece's hand and decided to place her in a safe spot later. One by one, mechas ascended into the air. Only Yunqing, the half-baked instructor, had no mecha. Yun Shu brought her into her own mecha and seated her in the co-pilot position. Do you know how to pilot a mecha? Yun Shu asked. Yunqing shook her head honestly, then nodded. A little. She had played mecha games, but she had never specifically trained in actual mecha operation. A space button was pressed into her palm. Yun Shu quickly explained the control method and then added with concern, the mecha has some defensive capability. Stay inside and just release your abilities outward. As she spoke, the mecha ascended and entered the starry blockade line. Within the blockade, energy shells fired from star cannons plunged into the mass of star beasts, blasting open gaps in the tightly packed ranks. Yunshu stopped near the star cannon, opened the mecha hatch, and reminded again, "Once you're out, stay here. If you're in danger, run behind the star cannon. Don't worry, Andy. I'll only act when I'm sure I'm safe." Yunqing nodded seriously, and before leaving, she handed Yunshu the bone talisman she had made. There were 4 in total. They have defensive arrays like protective shields. Carry them with you. With limited time, she had only made these few, and she had also given 3 to instructor Shizuyu. Yunshu touched the bone talisman, put it around her neck, and ruffled Yunqing's hair. "All right, you two. Stay safe." After she left, Yunshu piloted the mecha fiercely into the fray and joined the other instructors in intercepting the star beasts. Most of the military academy instructors had battlefield experience, and they coordinated well with the Legion soldiers. The 9th level star beasts were more agile and had a stronger sense of danger. Qin Su dealt with them personally. As soon as he approached, Qin Su sensed something was wrong. This star beast's strength was not 9th level, it was stronger. It was clearly a silent collision, and Qin Su was pushed back by the force. The aura emanating from this star beast was no weaker than his own. He had already broken through from the 9th level of ability, and according to the current classification, was at the Foundation Establishment early stage. Contacting headquarters, Qin Su reported the anomaly. Among the star beasts, there is a Foundation Establishment level beast. Everyone was shocked. With the dense concentration of star beasts, the energy detectors could not accurately assess the energy level of individual beasts, allowing the Foundation Establishment level star beast to blend in undetected. Such a beast had never appeared before, and the implications were clear. The membrane might disappear. With Qin Su's warning, they became vigilant. Nangong CI activated the mainframe program to identify and quickly locked onto the positions of these Foundation Establishment level star beasts. The combatants' wristbands vibrated. Intelligence regarding the Foundation Establishment level star beasts entered the wristbands, and the mainframe began to monitor them. When such a beast approached, the wristband would trigger a vibration alert. The closer the beast, the stronger the vibration. A beam of light from the wristband would also lock onto the target, allowing them to adapt flexibly. On the scene, everyone was stunned. There were star beasts above the 9th level. Yunqing spread her divine sense and instantly located the Foundation Establishment level beasts in the swarm. The highest was at the Foundation Establishment middle stage with a total of 16. There were 39 Foundation Establishment early stage beasts, and this was just the number in the star beast swarm near Luoyua Star. A Foundation Establishment middle stage beast moved toward the military academy instructors. The wristbands of those nearby vibrated wildly, and a harsh red light fell upon one of the beasts. At that moment, the beast had already agilely broken into the crowd. Cold weapons that could kill 9th level beasts failed to penetrate this beast's defense. Use energy shells. Yunshu's voice rang out in the instructor channel. The mechas began to surround the beast. A cloud of black mist spewed from the beast's mouth, corroding the parts of the mechas that came into contact. An energy net trapped the beast, and then all mechas fired simultaneously. The beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yunshu glanced at the energy magazine. Half of the energy was consumed. Trouble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The wristband vibrated again, faster than before. 3 red beams locked onto 3 star beasts. The mechas used the same method, firing energy shells, but after consuming all their energy, they had only killed 1 beast, severely wounded 1, and left the last one unharmed. On their side, 3 mechas were wrecked. 2 of the pilots had spare mechas and immediately switched. The 3rd mecha floated, its chest energy light extinguished and a hole corroded by mist. Even more dangerous, the 2 surviving star beasts now stood at the opening, mouths wide, and they had no time to rescue. Yunqing pulled her sword from the iron cauldron and swung it toward the distant beasts. A sharp sword aura cut through the obstacles, cleaving the 2 Foundation Establishment level beasts in half. A crimson flower silently bloomed in the void. The sword aura dissipated after slaying the beasts. Huang Baiwei felt the chilling, killing intent in that strike, his heart leaping as he gazed at Yunqing's figure in awe. Had instructor Yunqing been hiding her true strength? Yunqing did not linger. She continued hunting the next beast. Wearing only a lightweight exoskeleton mecha, she charged into the swarm, clearing a space around her. She was a walking meat grinder. Wherever she passed, no star beast survived. The scene was broadcast to the garrison base. The trainees sat on the ground, staring at the cold goddess of death on the screen. Is that Instructor Yunqing? Meiyu's voice rose in pitch. They could not believe that the person on the screen was the young array instructor, the one who seemed good-natured, gentle, and even able to calmly face provocations. This is insane. Major General Qin Su was still entangled with the star beast, yet Yunqing from a vast distance had slain it with a single sword strike. Wait, that sword? What kind of attack was that? The trainees could not process it. Yunqing kept killing. Bursting into the middle of the swarm, she took out an array plate and activated it. Instantly, a brilliant red light blazed forth. Crimson runes emerged from the formation disk, and a palm-sized miniature of the formation pattern flew out of the jade-white disk, instantly expanding to cover the entire battlefield. The red light pierced through the gray-black, demonic Qi, illuminating the starry battlefield like an endless purgatory. Everyone and every star beast within the formation felt a deadly threat, as if being stared down by a ferocious beast. Their hair stood on end. What is this? Could it be a new type of star beast attack? Qing had moved too swiftly. The beastmen on the battlefield had no idea she had already charged into the fray. Now enveloped by the eerie red light, they instinctively assumed it was an attack from the star beasts, perhaps similar to a laser beam. The soldiers and instructors trapped in the formation tried to retreat in their mechas, attempting to escape the red light's range, but they found themselves stuck, as if in quicksand, unable to move an inch. They looked up in terror, searching for the source of the red light. That search led them to Qing charging into the midst of the star beasts. Her bright red robe was particularly conspicuous, and her clear black eyes reflected in the crimson glow resembled the eyes of a star beast. Calm, yet suppressing a frenzied bloodlust. It stirred an inexplicable fear. Qin stood chopped down a Foundation establishment star beast, then raised his gaze toward Qing. She stood there silently, yet she became the most dazzling star, stealing all attention. The cadets at the garrison base also watched this scene. They knew the red light originated from behind the star beast ranks, and initially thought it was an attack from the beasts. But when the camera panned, they saw Instructor Qing at the center of the red light. So it's Instructor Qing's attack. Mei Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then tensed up again. Such a massive formation. How much energy would it consume, and how long could it last? And also, wasn't Instructor Qing too far from the blockade line? At the center of the formation, Qing felt the power of the array, and a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. It seemed she still had some talent. The formation disc was not top tier, but it could be considered average, unleashing about 60% of the original killing array's power, enough to deal with a group of Qi refining and Foundation establishment star beasts. Qing sank her divine sense into the formation disc, connecting with the array. In that moment, she became the formation itself, and everything within its coverage fell under her control. With a hum, an invisible ripple spread outward, excluding the beastmen within the formation. Qing's divine sense stirred. The killing array activate. The crowd felt the red light, so piercing that it stung their eyes, forcing them to shut them. In that instant of closing their eyes, the runes seemed to come alive. Countless red threads flew out from the pattern, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the star beasts. Wherever the red threads passed, star beasts fell lifeless. The formation disc absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit orbs, and Qing also poured her own spiritual power into it, driving the array at full force. The red threads pushed forward, mercilessly slicing through star beast bodies, as if they were toys made of mud, instantly cutting them into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the red light swept out from the center of the formation like a whirlwind. The red light overpowered the black mist. In heaven and earth, it seemed only this blazing red remained. The wristbands stopped vibrating. The mechas ceased shaking. All attacks halted. The entire world fell so silent that one could hear their own heartbeat. When they opened their eyes again, the red light had vanished. The battlefield still churned with thick black mist. The star beasts remained frozen in the same positions as before they closed their eyes, and the soldiers and instructors still stood exactly where they were. Nothing had changed, yet everything had changed. The star beasts on the battlefield were still there, but they no longer launched ferocious attacks. Looking closely, all the star beasts appeared to have been instantly sliced by something. Their bodies remained intact, floating silently in the cosmos. No, was it an illusion? A single strike, instant kill. Huang Baiwei's jaw dropped, the shock robbing him of speech. In that moment he felt it. Between him and Qing lay a gap as vast and hopeless as a chasm. This was the power of formations. The garrison base was dead silent. The cadets were dumbfounded, necks craned upward. In the surveillance footage, Qing's figure stood amid the star beasts, appearing so small and fragile, yet radiating an undeniable and overwhelming power. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. A cadet from the 3rd Military Academy of the Rose Galaxy asked hoarsely, Ha Liao Yuan, your formation instructor. She's always been this formidable. Liao Yuan. He didn't know either. Liao Yuan silently gazed upward. That silhouette was deeply etched into his memory, never to be forgotten. Liao Yuan felt he had graduated too early. Meanwhile, Qing stood at the center of the star beast horde, burning gazes converging on her from all directions, giving her an urge to flee the scene. The star beasts were dealt with. Qing leaped onto her spirit sword and shot away with a whoosh, leaving a brilliant streak of light. The mainframe captured Qing's flight trajectory and tracked her all the way. In the high-definition image, the fluttering hem of her robe added a touch of unrestrained elegance to her silhouette. The cadets who saw this image were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. So Instructor Qing had always been this powerful. After this battle, Mei Yu's admiration for Qing reached its peak. Mei Yu cupped her face and sighed, truly worthy of Instructor Qing. Decisive killing and leaving in a flash. Riding her flying sword looks absolutely stunning. When I get back, I'm buying a flying sword the exact same color as Instructor Qing's. Liao Yuan looked up at Qing's retreating figure, robe fluttering, riding the wind away. This was what the cultivation handbook had described. the bearing of an immortal. Liao Yuan silently stared at the surveillance monitor. With a thunderous boom, as if from the depths of his heart, the heroic figure in his memory completely shattered and the fragments reformed into a new, even more towering and mysterious persona. By now Yunqing had returned within the blockade line. Yunshu's mecha flew in from afar. The hatch opened, and a nimble figure leaped down. Before Yunqing could react, her arm was grabbed, and Yunshu examined her from head to toe. Really nothing wrong. Yunqing shook her head, her eyes innocent. Really nothing wrong. Yunshu frowned, wanting to say something, but then decided it was unnecessary. Her niece was even more formidable than her aunt. It should be her asking for advice from her niece. Yunshu raised her hand, intending to place it on her niece's head, but recalling the earlier strike, her hand simply couldn't land there. Finally, she rested it on Yunqing's shoulder. You've worked hard. Leave the cleanup to us. Get some rest. Killing so many star beasts must have consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Yunshu left a pile of energy fluids and pulled out her own small spaceship, urging Yunqing to go inside and rest. Getting quickly, she pushed Yunqing into the ship with some urgency. Before leaving, Yunshu added, "There's no one else here. Don't force yourself. Rest well, and remember to drink the energy fluids." Young people cared about face, she understood. She had been the same in her youth. With that, Yunshu left the ship, thoughtfully giving Yunqing space to relax without worrying about appearances. Yunqing. As the Star Beast crisis came to an end, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Lisi extended his mecha arm and poked a Star Beast. For pieces of beast meat separated the fracture surfaces smooth and flat, as if instantly sliced by a sharp blade. Even the hard Star Beast bones broke cleanly. Freakish, each one more freakish than the last. Lisi sighed. Earlier, when the formations emerged, he had experienced them in the holographic world, thinking formations were merely useful as auxiliary skills, never expecting such devastating power. Array masters could completely stand on their own, just like blacksmiths and alchemists, rather than being a subcategory of superpowers. Nangong Ci watched Yunqing wreak havoc with formations on the monitoring screen, his heart brimming with elation. I've struck gold, I've struck gold. Then he glanced at Qing Su, who stood by dumbfounded, and grew increasingly irritated. Like a wooden log, utterly useless. Nangong Ci contacted Yunqing. Niece, you like clear chi crystals, right? Your uncle has secured a mineral vein for you. The Star Beast crisis hasn't been resolved yet. Niece, do you still have the strength to help? Just as Yunzheng and Qin Su broke through to Foundation establishment, 4 more clear chi crystal veins were discovered on Liuguang Star. After witnessing Yunqing's strength, Nangong Ci became even more generous. Clear chi crystals were precious, but Yunqing was even more so. The Empire would benefit from her growth, so there was nothing he begrudged. I do. Hearing about spirit stone mines, Yunqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed to provide support. Of course, even without the spirit stone mines, she would still have gone to help. But with them, even better. Who doesn't love spirit stones? Good, I'll have someone pick you up. Nangong Ci ended the communication. Soon a warship emerged from the starport and stopped before Yunqing, its hatch opening. She entered the warship, and Qin Su was waiting at the hatch. When he saw her, Qin Su nodded. Instructor Yunqing. Major General Qin Su. They exchanged greetings, and Qin Su led Yunqing into the hall. Soldiers passing by suppressed their excitement, stealing glances at Yunqing. They had all witnessed her move that obliterated the Star Beasts moments ago. A powerhouse. She was an absolute powerhouse. In the hall, Qin Su and Yunqing sat at opposite ends of a long bench, silent. The atmosphere grew awkward. Yunqing leaned back against the wall and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Qin Su swallowed the greeting on his lips, clasped his hands on his thighs, and fixed his gaze on the white wall across from him. Lisi, worried, came to check, only to witness this suffocating scene. What's going on? Say something, you two. Sensing Lisi's arrival, Qin Su turned his head, oddly relieved. Meanwhile, Yunqing opened her eyes and glanced over. Lisi had nowhere to hide. Smiling, he stepped out from the corridor. Thinking of his cousin's disappointing behavior, he plopped down between the two and began chatting with Yunqing. Instructor Yunqing, was that a formation you just used? Finally someone spoke. Yunqing took the opportunity to talk with Lisi. Yes, it was a formation. The bench was very long. Even with Lisi sitting between them, there was enough space for 3 more people. As they chatted, Lisi forgot about his cousin beside him and scooted closer to Yunqing. Qin Su remained silent. You're truly amazing, Instructor Yunqing. It's nothing. You're too modest. You're a true genius. The so-called geniuses before merely had a bit of talent. Words flew back and forth, the atmosphere light and pleasant. The conversation circled back to formations. Lisi was utterly astonished. He never thought formations could unleash such immense power. He had been prepared for energy depletion, yet a single formation had wiped out all the Star Beasts. Would that mean no more worries about Star Beast tides? Lisi voiced his question. He had only a superficial understanding of formations. He had assumed that aside from group formations, personal formations were like ordinary weapons, merely auxiliary, consuming one's own superpower. But now Yunqing alone had annihilated a swarm of Star Beasts in seconds. The power of formations had been underestimated. The power of a formation depends on the array master's skill and the materials used. Yunqing took out the formation disc. The spirit beads in the 5 grooves had been completely consumed, and they had also absorbed half of Qing's own spiritual energy. The killing array was not a top-tier formation, and its requirements for the array master and materials were not overly stringent. A formation disc made from void refining stage demon beast bones could easily withstand its power. If the bones were from Qi refining stage demon beasts, the resulting formation disc could only inscribe low-level formations. The more powerful the formation, the higher the demands on the disc and the array master. However, given the current situation in the interstellar realm, the killing array was sufficient. Li Si stared at the disc in Qing's hand as if it were a rare treasure, a weapon, an absolute national treasure. A soft cough pulled Li Si's attention back. Only then did Li Si realize he had somehow moved to sit right beside Qing while his cousin stood behind them silent. Melancholic. Li Si sighed. It was still up to him. Do you need a rest? He stood up and asked Qing, while simultaneously pressing an energy pouch into Qing's hand, signaling him with his eyes to offer it to her. With a sister-in-law so formidable, his cousin could only make up for the gap in personality. Attentiveness, gentleness, meticulous care. These were all plus points. Without any plus points, there was no hope. Qingsu looked at the energy pouch thoughtful. Li Si smiled. It seemed his cousin had understood. Thank you. Li Si nodded with relief. His cousin even knew to say thanks. He must have grasped. But before his relief could settle, he saw his cousin extend his slender fingers, open the cap of the energy pouch, tilt his head back, and gulp it down in one go. Li Si was speechless. Are you an idiot? His heart felt heavy. He took out another energy pouch and directly handed it to Qing. Sis, instructor Qing, have some energy pouch to replenish your strength. Thank you. Qing took it and drank it all. Seeing this, Qing's hand gripping the empty pouch stiffened. Li Si worried inwardly. He remembered his cousin wasn't like this before. He had thought the accident 3 years ago caused his personality change, but the truth might not be so simple. His cousin had a split personality. One was cold, calm as a machine, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Always composed on the battlefield, quickly assessing the situation and making decisions. The other was lively, somewhat irritable, and brimming with feelings. Li Si worried. He didn't know if there was a cure. This split tiger personality. If he were Qing, he wouldn't want it either. After finishing the energy pouch, the hall fell into silence again. Fortunately, the warship was approaching Liuguang Star. There were more star beasts outside Liuguang Star than on Luoyue Star, and some had even broken through the blockade and entered the planet. Currently, there were no citizens on Liuguang Star, so the interception was not heavy. As long as the majority of star beasts were eliminated, the rest could be dealt with gradually. At that moment, Qing appeared. Nangong CI immediately restored the live broadcast, aiming the camera at the densest area of star beasts. The interrupted stream reconnected, and netizens who had been waiting froze for a moment, then quickly called others to watch. Yellow Hair's leg hair, is this from the previous broadcast? Wilderness Bloodbath, is it an SSS level star beast tide? The star cannons had already eliminated nearly half of the star beasts, but a considerable number still survived. The camera was fixed on the cluster of star beasts, showing only a part of the battlefield. Just then a red figure burst into the frame. The lens zoomed in, revealing Qing's face clearly. Mom, exclaimed the little fox, then quickly pawed at Yunhai. Great-grandfather, look. Is that Mom? The tiger cub frowned and answered the little fox, yes, little brother. The cat cub's ears twitched. He withdrew from his cultivation state and stared at the live feed. Yunhai was speechless, his mind blank. His precious granddaughter had fallen into a swarm of star beasts. Yunhai felt a lump stuck in his throat, neither rising nor falling. He really wanted to drag Yunjing out and beat him up. His little niece had gone to the Liuguang Star domain, and he had asked Yunjing to look after her. Was this what you call looking after someone? Sending her straight into a swarm of star beasts. The live stream had suddenly activated. Yunhai could not see the entire battlefield, but even from the live stream footage, the urgency of the situation was clear. The feed indicated the star beast tide was rated SSS tier, and Yunjing's position was right at the very center of the horde. She was wearing only an exoskeleton mecha. Even if it were Yunjing himself, he would not escape unscathed. Death or severe injury was certain, let alone his precious little granddaughter. Yunhai's forehead beaded with sweat. The 3 cubs perked their ears with excitement. It had been too long since they had watched their mother hunt in person. The Liuguang Star domain had already drawn countless eyes, and the moment the stream went live, a flood of beastkin poured into the chat. Bullet comments flew wildly across the screen. Arrogant Komodo, who is this? First time on the battlefield, clearly. Made a fatal mistake and broke away from the blockade line. As expected of youth, you cannot act recklessly on the battlefield, or one careless move will cost you your life. My beloved curly locks, it's over. Surrounded by so many star beasts. Only a planetary class weapon could eliminate them all at once. But planetary weapons consumed enormous energy and triggered uncontrollable chain reactions. They were reserved for dire emergencies and required time to prepare. By the time a planetary weapon was deployed to wipe out the star beasts, she would certainly be dead already. Self-rescue was the only option. If there were enough protective barriers, or at least a few spare mechas, with sufficient luck she might break through before her power ran out. The camera zoomed in, focusing on Qing. Someone recognized her. That face, strikingly similar to the Legion Commander Yunzheng, was extremely distinctive. She had been the talk of the town these past days. The enormous prize pool on the formation forum kept attracting wave after wave of confident beastkin to wager their stars and enter the betting rings. Qing's leg hair, my Qing baby. Oh Qing baby. Angry bald kill 1008 times bald master. You ended up in the star beast swarm. That's so unlike you. You're supposed to be sinister, not reckless. Lucky Bear, it's instructor Yunqing. Rescue her quick. Instructor, hold on. At that moment, Yunqing's students, fans, and countless netizens who had been heartbroken by the bald man's crushing victories rallied in the comments section. Instructor Yunqing must not come to harm. The audience held their breath, terrified that Yunqing would be torn apart by the star beasts outright. She stood at the heart of the beast horde, so impossibly small. Any single star beast could swallow her whole with one open maw. Even if she managed to kill 1,000s more surrounded her on all sides. Escape was impossible. To clearly perceive death closing and yet be utterly powerless to stop it. That was a despair beyond words. Some viewers simply could not bear to watch any longer and closed their eyes. And yet, 1 second passed, and Yunqing was fine. She was still breathing. 3 seconds passed, and Yunqing stood atop a star beast's back, her posture relaxed. 5 seconds passed, and Yunqing bent low to dodge an attack, then lifted a flat round stone from her palm. The crowd. Well, she actually has some skill. Perhaps compared to the star beast, Yunqing's small frame allowed her extraordinary agility. Yunqing leapt from one star beast to another, making the viewers clutch their chests in terror, fearing she might stumble and fall straight into a beast's gaping mouth. The audience's hearts beat in time with Yunqing's graceful movements. Watching her struggle to survive upon the backs of ferocious star beasts, their breathing slowed. Perhaps she could break through alive. Just as tension reached its peak, the camera suddenly pulled back. The small crimson figure at the center of the beast horde grew tinier and tinier until nothing remained but a faint dark red, like a flame about to be extinguished. What the yay? Before the cursing could leave their lips, they saw the full battlefield through the livestream camera. Star beasts. Endless star beasts. The horde pressed together without limit, far beyond even the scale of an SSS tier wave. And Yunqing was right at its absolute center. That sliver of hope in their hearts shattered completely. No saving her. Dark mist surged upward, and within moments that tiny, inconspicuous crimson was swallowed entirely by the boundless black, lost beyond retrieval. Gone. A living, breathing life had vanished before their eyes. They could not believe it, searching again and again, but that faint red glow never reappeared. The comment section fell completely empty. Silence spread. The camera pulling back was likely an attempt to grant her some final dignity. Lucky Bear sob, instructor Yunqing is gone. That single comment was a trigger. Suppressed emotions erupted like boiling water. Qing's leg hair crying so hard, oh Qing baby oh. Snake Empire, damn camera, let me at least see clearly which star beast ate instructor Yunqing. If you can't save her, at least recover her complete bones. Even if we cannot recover her bones, we will burn that beast to ashes. Charmingly raspy throat cat instructor Yunqing, I haven't even mastered the formations you taught me. How could you be gone already? Inside the first military academy dormitory. Qing clung to Lu Xuanfei's arm, weeping loudly. His tears soaked into her brown fur as the too tall brown bear bent down, collapsing onto Lu Xuanfei's slender shoulders. Lu Xuanfei's eyes reddened at the corners as she stared fixedly at the livestream. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Yun Lang clenched her fists and sprinted out of the room at full speed. Sha Luo chased after her. Lin Yu and Nan Liuhua exchanged a glance and followed. Yunqing was gone. Yun Lang's emotions were unstable now, and something terrible could happen. Wailing echoed throughout the first military academy. Headmaster Nangong, who knew the truth. Opening the window, she discovered her own office building was also filled with mournful cries. The instructors were paying their final respects to Yunqing. Headmaster Nangong. With a few commands, Nangong Li displayed the Liuguang Star domain livestream on the Academy's central megascreen, visible from every corner of the campus to anyone who looked up. The wailing gradually subsided. They stood in silence, heads tilted upward, staring at the star beast horde upon the screen, their gazes fierce and burning. Suddenly, the Imperial War Anthem rang out. Under such circumstances, the war song carried an additional layer of tragedy and solemnity. The next moment, a flash of crimson light exploded from within the beast horde, and intricate mystical runes instantly blanketed the entire battlefield. Black mist and crimson light intertwined, magnificent and surreal. Yunqing stood upon a star beast's head, formation patterns radiating outward from her like ripples. The crimson light detonated. The black mist churned. Threads as thin as hair interlaced like razor blades, piercing through the entire battlefield at incomprehensible speed. Almost the instant the formation patterns covered the area, crimson blades danced wildly, harvesting countless star beast lives. Wherever the eye could reach, every star beast lay dead. From the appearance of the crimson light to the complete annihilation of the horde, barely 1 second had passed. The camera swept across the battlefield, recording high-definition footage of the fallen beasts, and finally settled upon Yunqing's face. Vivid, radiant. She was alive, truly alive. Crimson light gently wound around her fingertips before sinking into the disc in her palm. A breathtaking formation pattern appeared upon the jade-white disc, then vanished once more. Accompanied by the stirring Imperial War anthem, their hearts pounded uncontrollably. Thump thump, thump thump. An irrepressible fighting spirit ignited within them. A thirst for the battlefield, a hunger for victory. In mere seconds the crowd's emotions surged from shock and grief to soaring passion, blood boiling. They cheered, they roared, venting every ounce of pent-up emotion. Instructor Yunqing. Instructor Yunqing. Instructor Yunqing. Aya. Gaga gaga gaga. Hello. Meow 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 woof. The Liuguang Star Beast Tide ended. The livestream exploded. Clipped video clips spread wildly across the Empire's social platforms. The battle data monitored by the main brain was uploaded to the Star Network. After the data update, Yunqing topped the Empire Genius list, ranking first in comprehensive strength assessment. The shock brought by the formation refreshed the Empire's perception, dispelling their worries about the superstar Beast Tide in the Liuguang Star domain. At this moment, only endless battle spirit filled their hearts. Go fight. Go strive. The brave fear nothing. Qingqing's leg hair, ah woo woo my baby, I find that today is the first time I truly know you. Woo ao woo woo. Sing the most passionate song, is this the feeling of love at first sight? My heart is beating for another person, I want to write the most stirring war song for you. Cold-blooded killer, meeting you I begin to believe in love. There is a human word called love at first sight, which perfectly describes my feelings now. Even if you don't have my favorite scales, I don't care, we will meet. Qingqing's baby Qing Bao. Oh, Qing Bao. You are the best. Do you hear me, my baby? Oh, I'm going crazy. First Military Academy. Chang'an loosened his claws, tiptoed, and danced in circles in the room. Sun Fei, did you see that? Instructor Yunqing is not dead. It's a formation, a new formation. A super powerful formation. The brown bear bent down, and a large furry face appeared before Sun Fei. Sun Fei, you're crying. Lu Xuanfei's ears turned red, and he said coldly no. The brown bear's black shiny eyes widened, and he leaned in closer. Sun Fei stood up and went straight to the bedroom. He was crying, right? Chang'an muttered, then glanced at the livestream again. A surge of pride swelled in his heart. This was their instructor from the First Military Academy, his formation instructor. Hoo-hoo. Chang'an stuck his head out the window and roared toward the sky. A woof, woof 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 a woof. The beast roars echoed through the sky, converging and resounding above the First Military Academy. A gray wolf raised its head and howled, tears finally sliding down from its eyes. Tears of joy. Thump. Little wolf. A white wolf burst from behind and crashed into the gray wolf, the two wolves rolling several times on the ground. Sha Luo pressed her white wolf head close, rubbing it vigorously against Yun Lang's head. Sister Yunqing is so amazing, I want a sister like her too. Little wolf, I'll give you my brother, so let me be Sister Yunqing's little sister, okay? The white wolf narrowed her eyes with a fawning smile, her tail swishing back and forth. Yun Lang lowered his eyes, then stretched out a hind leg and kicked. Ow! A white figure shot out. Nan Liuhua stood by laughing. Lin Yu was also relieved. After the Lin family's downfall, she had suffered much criticism, and the support of her three roommates had helped her regain confidence. She didn't want anything to happen to any of them. Instructor Yunqing didn't sacrifice herself. That's truly wonderful. Well done. Nangong Ci suppressed his excitement. If not for the outsiders present, he would have transformed into his beast form and run 3 laps around the palace. The livestream achieved its effect. Liuguang Star was about to open, and the situation of the film planet could not be hidden. The more violent Star Beast Tide than expected, and the more dangerous environment might cause panic. But at the same time, danger came with opportunity. There were breakthrough training rooms, merit wristbands, and a merit mall, and a formation capable of annihilating a Star Beast Tide in one strike. Nangong Ci believed that the Liuguang Star domain would become the strongest fortress against Star Beasts and regain its vitality. The moment the hot topic exploded, reporters from the Empire and the Federation quickly drafted articles. One news piece after another was sent out, shocking the entire interstellar space. The journalist who had interviewed Yunqing before had been secretly following her movements. The news article he had written earlier had earned him some fame. Who would have thought? As a fresh graduate entering the workplace, he simply didn't want to follow his boss's order to exploit Yunqing for hype, and risked sincerely praising her. He never expected that Yunqing's hidden identity would be exposed, and he would gain his leader's appreciation, receiving a promotion and a raise. Now he was also a step ahead. His freshly written article lay in his boss's optical brain. Soon the news was published. Empire Star News, an epic-level weapon under personal control, is born. What exactly is a formation? Let's explore the legendary path of formation. Instructor Yunqing. The Dragon Kingdom's news bureau in the Empire followed closely, sending the news back home. Interstellar Times, the nemesis of the Star Beast Tide, has arrived. A rising star shines bright above the Empire. The Bangguo Entertainment News also joined the fray. Hot News Express, super genius Yunqing. Half of her bloodline is from the Federation, with black pupils and black hair, suspected of having Bangguo bloodline. Under this article, angry curses from Empire beastmen filled the comments. The news reached the Dragon Kingdom, stirring up a frenzy. Yun Qing's name officially entered the vision of the Dragon Kingdom people for the first time, becoming widely known. Old Master Qiao looked at the familiar face in the video, thinking of his ill-fated daughter, and momentarily didn't know what to say. His youngest daughter had grown into such a selfish and irresponsible character because of his unconditional indulgence. Did he regret it? He did indeed regret it. But it was too late. Meanwhile, Qiao Shu was dressed up attending a banquet with soft music filling the entire hall. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Ah, this young girl is really remarkable." The surprised tone drew everyone's attention and countless gazes focused on her. "What young girl?" someone asked. The person shared the news. "It's this young girl, so young, only 21 years old. She alone stopped an SSS-level star beast tide. Oh, and it said that besides Beastman blood, she also has some Bangwa bloodline." She had seen the news from the Bangwa Entertainment account and was a bit surprised. Empire Beastmen had hair and eye colors matching their beast form's fur, and eye colors diverse and distinctive. Yun Qing's appearance indeed resembled a human more. What? Bangwa? Really? The woman who spoke first enlarged Yun Qing's photo and projected it into the air. Qiao Shu looked up. She didn't recognize her. Not interested either. Lu Yun glanced at her sister-in-law and chuckled. "You actually believe something from an entertainment account. I remember she's from the Yun family of the Empire, right? Her father Yun Li is a white fox, but her uncle Yun Zheng is a black fox. She might have black fox blood in her too. Black hair and black eyes were also normal. Besides, it's not just Bangwa that has black hair and black eyes. Maybe she has Dragon Kingdom bloodline." Clatter. A cup fell onto the carpet. Qiao Shu stared blankly, looking up. "Yun family Yun Li, that big star. Yes, haven't you seen the news? She is the Empire's youngest military academy instructor. Her father was Yun Li, the third son of the Yun family, who was considered a waste and hid his identity in the entertainment industry. A while ago, many people were talking about it." Qiao Shu. She hadn't paid any attention to the Empire. After the incident of abandoning her child came to light, she didn't want to hear any news from the Empire. She really didn't know. That person didn't care and kept talking, going from Yun Qing to Yun Li, discussing Yun Li's beauty and experiences, inevitably mentioning the accident Yun Li was plotted against 20 years ago. Qiao Shu sat on pins and needles, her mind in a mess. Could she really be from Bangwa? No. Qiao Shu answered irritably, drawing others' attention. "You know, her mother is a Dragon Kingdom citizen." After saying that, Qiao Shu didn't want to stay and listen to a white fox's acting career, so she simply left. The crowd was startled. Seeing Qiao Shu's reaction, they remembered the scandal that had broken out not long ago. Qiao Shu had once abandoned a child. Calculating the time, it matched perfectly. They exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Oh my God, was Yun Qing the child Qiao Shu had abandoned? What a sin. Qiao Shu hurried back home. The house was empty. Her son and daughter had long been residing at the Lu family's ancestral mansion, and Lu Li was occupied with work. She retreated to the bedroom, closed the door, and activated her light brain. Without even needing to search deliberately, the web was flooded with reports about Yun Qing. A commoner born on the border star, she vanished for 3 years, only to return as a triumphant monarch. First, she became the youngest mentor in the Empire's history, then she laid down an array in the holographic world that no one has yet breached. Now the beast tide in the Liuguang star domain. She countered an SSS-level beast tide, with a mysterious formation solidifying her fame across the galaxy. A high-definition photo appeared in the news. Qiao Shu tapped the image, studying it intently. It was taken during the first military academy ranking tournament. In the photo, Yun Qing stood on a platform clad in a crisp white and gold uniform, her spirit soaring. Beneath her feet lay biting frost. Azure array patterns were submerged beneath the ice. The hawkish media hailed her as the queen of ice and snow. In the battle of the Liuguang star domain, Yun Qing, draped in crimson, acted with ruthless decisiveness, earning her the title of Bloody Slaughter Witch. Qiao Shu had to concede that this daughter she had abandoned was exceptionally brilliant. She wondered if she had not listened to others back then, if she had carried the newly formed embryo back to the Dragon Kingdom instead of placing it in an incubation pod, what would the situation be now? Qiao Shu closed her eyes. The old man's words and the lavish praise heaped upon Yun Qing struck her like crisp slaps across the face. She knew people were waiting to see her disgraced, laughing at her for discarding a super genius. Qiao Shu turned off the light brain. She would not regret it, as she would live even better. The cultivation forum in the Empire buzzed with renewed fervor. The array Yun Qing used perfectly matched the descriptions in the cultivation handbook. Now that the formation disk had appeared, were the legendary Sword Immortal array, the Zhou Tian Star Astrology array, the Liangyi Dust array, and other fantastical arrays actually real? In the cultivation forum, researchers, current students, university professors, and mercenary psychics engaged in heated discussions, their ideas colliding into brilliant sparks and spawning countless hypotheses. Some researchers even found new academic topics during the debate. Meanwhile, another discussion group remained quiet, the Sword Cultivator discussion group. Leopard Fairy, our Qing hasn't shown up for a long time. Her immortal, I suspect Qing is actually instructor Yun Qing. It's too coincidental. Yun Qing knows arrays, she has a flying sword, and in the early days, she used an ice sword in the holographic arena. demon king of the celestial realm, and last time, when someone called Yunqing a waste, Qing summoned us all to fight back and curse across the entire net. That's big orange sword venerable. Exactly, the coincidence is too great. She refining doggo ad friend hehe. I never expected this side of instructor Yunqing, running a small account to defend herself, haha. She looks so serious in person. The cultivation forum had become one of the top 10 forums. Every day people discussed cultivation, shared success stories, and studied the cultivation handbook. The mysterious netizen Qing, who joined later, even posted a complete sword technique, securing a position as one of the 4 moderators. However, Qing had been absent for a while. Counting the time, it perfectly matched instructor Yunqing's itinerary. Big orange sword venerable, I've gained some insight into the first form of the meteor sword technique, but it's a pity Qing isn't here. She refining doggo ad friend, don't mention it. Our Qing doesn't like being called Qing. She insists she's just an anonymous admirer of instructor Yunqing. What if she finds out and gets angry? Only love Qing Bao. Every day I discover a new side of Qing Bao, haha. Everything in the cultivation handbook was novel and unfamiliar to the Empire's people. They could only explore slowly, unraveling its mysteries. Apart from the author, a humble cultivator, the only one with knowledge of cultivation was Yunqing, the array mentor. Therefore Qing must be instructor Yunqing, hiding her identity in the forum. The group members quietly followed Yunqing's account, hoping for her swift return. Yunqing was still unaware that another persona had been pinned on her. After resolving the beast tide on Liuguang Star, and then supporting the Yaori Star domain, once the beast tide subsided, Yunqing returned to Liuguang Star to find everything had changed. Wherever she went, people secretly watched her. Yunqing was bewildered. Had her ore concealment technique failed? Concealing her presence and reducing her existence was a habit Yunqing had cultivated over 500 years. Only when she assumed a persona did she feel fearless, because no one knew who was beneath the mask. Back in the galaxy, she was relaxed and at ease. Yet she still subconsciously diminished her presence. However, Instructor Yunqing, you're back. Instructor Yunqing, you've worked hard. Instructor Yunqing. Instructor Yunqing. Every person in her field of vision could pinpoint her with uncanny accuracy and greet her warmly. Yunqing put on a smile and nodded in response. Was it an illusion? Wasn't the spaceport a bit too crowded? The smile on her face grew stiff. New faces kept appearing, slowing her departure. Unbeknownst to Yunqing, after Nangongxi's livestream, she had become a supernova, attracting universal attention. This time was different from before. Becoming the youngest military academy mentor only proved she had some talent and strength, amplified by the newly emerging discipline of array formations. It was because of arrays that she was specially appointed as a mentor. Consequently, Yunqing's status was not widely recognized, leading to Huang Baiwei's open provocation. In his eyes, Yunqing was merely lucky to have learned arrays. Without them, she was nothing. Yunqing shattered Huang Baiwei's contempt with her own strength, earning respect. This time in a live broadcast to the entire empire, Yunqing annihilated the SSS-level beast tide, with her arrays forcefully entering the public spotlight and proclaiming her prowess. She was a powerhouse, undeniably. For the Legion soldiers stationed on Liuguang Star, Yunqing was more than a powerhouse. She was Yun Zheng's little niece. Faced with her striking resemblance to Yun Zheng, they felt a sense of familial warmth, as if seeing their own cub. Within the Legion, news of Yunqing's return to Liuguang Star spread rapidly. Watch my death roll. Instructor Yunqing is back on Liuguang Star. She's so gentle. She smiled at me. Blackwing Bat King, are all humans so gentle and sweet? They're adorable. I heard humans like fluffy things. After retirement, I want to adopt a human too. Next door, silly dog, stop snoring. Forget it. Humans like to raise fluffy things, but you're not quite suitable. Black and white best match. Where's the little niece? Uncle is here. Intelligence beast no. 003. Are you out of your mind? Deputy Qing Yuan is lurking in the group. That's like the Legion commander lurking. Withdraw quickly. After intelligence beast no. 003 sent the message, the group fell into dead silence. Soon, one by one, all messages were retracted. Intelligence beast no. 003 also changed his nickname immediately. He had accidentally revealed Qing Yun's presence. Damn it. Forget it. Why bother changing the nickname? Just leave the group. Half an hour later, only 2 people remained in the group. One was the group owner, busy on patrol. The other was Qing Yun, occupied training new recruits. The group owner, finishing his patrol, looked at the small group in confusion. Where did everyone go? Qing Yun, on break, also browsed through the chat history with puzzlement. What happened? The next second, he was kicked out of the group. Qing Yun. Leaving the starport, Yunqing released her small spacecraft and nimbly slipped inside. The vessel vanished with a whoosh. With no patrol duties, the soldiers who had rushed over for a chance encounter gazed regretfully at the departing ship, envying those who had exchanged greetings with Yunqing. Anticipating a crowd at the training city, Yunqing opted to return to the training base. She expected it to be empty, but the moment she entered, the aroma of meat wafted toward her. In the barren land outside the training base, a heap of alien beast carcasses lay piled to one side, while Liao Yuan purified the meat. 5 massive bonfires blazed in the center of the wasteland. Instructors and trainees gathered around the fires, skewers of roasting meat dancing in the flames. The scent that had reached Qing originated here. So many people. Qing stepped back, intending to circumvent the main entrance and head to the lounge. Instructor Qing. Meiyu turned and spotted half of Qing's face amid the weeds, exclaiming in surprise. Everyone turned. Qing froze, the fiery gazes nearly melting her. She should have probed with her divine sense first. Instructor Qing, come over, we've been waiting for you. Come have some barbecue. Instructor Qing. My grilling skills are the best. Another chimed in. Liar, my grilling is truly superior. Instructor Qing, I'll roast for you. Instructor Qing, what would you like to eat? This simple gathering was specially arranged by the instructors for Qing. In the Empire, a barbecue party was a common welcome gesture. When Qing first arrived at Liaoguang Star, they had been busy with training. Now they were determined to hold the barbecue feast. Qing, come quickly. Yunshu waved brown sauce smeared on her lips. Beside her were Shi Yu and another instructor. Coming. Unable to leave, Qing resigned herself to staying. She wasn't afraid of crowds, merely unaccustomed to being the center of attention. It gave her the illusion of danger. Seated by the bonfire, she felt no heat. Cooling machines worked tirelessly. Qing took out the leftover alien beast meat from her storage ring. Shi Yu glanced at it. Bringing your own ingredients? Did Instructor Qing also plan a barbecue party? How wonderful. He then took the ingredients for processing. Qing. No, she hadn't. Not at all. Shi Yu squeezed over with a skewer of fragrant meat. Instructor Qing, try this. It was cooked by a barbecue robot. Tastes superb, and I made some improvements. The Federation had cooking robots. The Empire had barbecue robots. However, Empire citizens were overly confident in their own grilling skills and reluctant to use them. In truth, most people's grilled meat was terrible. Barbecue robot. Qing grew interested, accepting a skewer. The aroma was enticing, raising her expectations. She took a bite. Qing's expression shifted slightly. The ingredients were subpar. Only demonic energy and some impurities had been removed, leaving a bitter, odd taste. She swallowed the salty, sweet sauce lingering on her tongue. The sauce earned a thumbs up. The meat a thumbs down. How is it? Delicious, right? This is from the best robot I've modified, Shi Yu boasted, pointing to the busy robot by the bonfire. The robot was circular, like an upright disc with over 20 hands evenly spaced around it, each clutching 6 skewers of meat. It utilized every inch of space, roasting over 200 skewers at once. Qing finished one skewer, but couldn't eat another. Yet everyone else ate with immense satisfaction. Even Yunshu praised. Your robot is indeed impressive. The meat tastes better than the school cafeterias. With that, Yunshu grabbed 3 more skewers and thrust them into Qing's hands. Eat more. Qing looked down at the meat, then at the tenderness in Yunshu's eyes, and couldn't refuse. Thank you, Aunt. Qing squeezed the skewers, turned her head, spotted Meiyu outside the crowd, and abruptly stood up. I'll go check over there. Qing quickened her pace. Seeing her approach, Meiyu's grin stretched nearly to her ears. Instructor Qing, are you hungry? The captain will finish purifying soon. I'm not hungry, just taking a look. As she spoke, Qing casually slipped the skewers into Meiyu's hands. You've worked hard. Have some barbecue. The aroma of the meat was irresistible. Meiyu was deeply moved. How can I eat your share? Qing pressed Meiyu's hand with a bit of force. I'm not hungry. You eat. Meiyu was even more touched. Instructor Qing was so kind. After a brief back and forth, the 3 skewers successfully ended up in Meiyu's stomach. Qing was satisfied. Liao Yuan buried in purification work. Was there none for him? Ever since Liao Yuan grasped the use of spiritual energy, he had become a purifier. Even if he explained the method now, no one would believe him. Pure qi could only be used and controlled after being absorbed into the body and transformed into an ability. No one had ever heard of directly manipulating pure qi. After several attempts, the others gave up, leaving Liao Yuan to purify the pile of alien beasts alone. In return, the instructors pooled together 100 bottles of energy liquid as compensation. Liao Yuan could only accept with tears in his eyes. But the exhaustion was real. He could barely continue. The aroma of barbecue still teased his nostrils. After a long silence, he finally spoke up. Instructor, which beast would you like? I'll purify it first for you. Qing looked down and finally noticed him. Dressed entirely in black, Liao Yuan blended perfectly into the darkness, his face smudged with soot, looking pitiful and aggrieved. Empty-handed, Qing felt a bit awkward. You're purifying the beast meat. Seeing the spiritual energy in Liao Yuan's hands, she thought for a moment, then raised her hand. Instead of pointing at the beast, she lightly brushed across Liao Yuan's eyelids like a dragonfly skimming the water. Liao Yuan was startled. When he looked up again, the entire world had changed. Red specks, blue specks, green specks. All this transformation began after Instructor Qing touched his eyes. Instructor. Suppressing his astonishment, Liao Yuan looked at Qing. It was like seeing a blazing star. Golden light enveloped her, and the radiance was dazzling. Look down. Look down. Liao Yuan snapped back to reality, lowering his head abruptly. His eyes still stung. Look at the beast meat in your hands. Qing's voice continued. Focusing on the beast meat, Liao Yuan saw a wisp of black energy swirling within. What affects the taste isn't just turbid qi, but also the impurities in the meat. As she explained, Yunqing reached out and demonstrated. Liao Yuan saw a glowing hand press onto the meat, and then white mist flowed from the hand into the flesh. The black turbid qi dissipated while gray impurities rushed out in a frenzy. White was an instructor Yunqing, an ice-type ability user. Clear qi, also known as spiritual energy. Besides channeling one's own spiritual energy, one can also manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other, master the pattern, and any kind of spiritual energy can be harnessed. Yunqing performed several techniques. Water spheres and fire orbs materialized one after another. Different colors exploded before his eyes, shifting from blue to green, then from green to red. Water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth. Liao Yuan's mind trembled, his eyes losing focus as a strange sensation surged into his heart. Yunqing withdrew her hand and saw the fluctuations in Liao Yuan's aura. His cultivation had advanced from the 6th level of qi, refining to the 7th. Emerging from the mystical state, Liao Yuan's lips moved slightly. He straightened up and addressed Yunqing with solemnity. Teacher. Not master. A closer, more intimate teacher. Yunqing hummed in acknowledgement, her expression severe, but inwardly, she was thinking if she traded these techniques with Nangong Ci, how many spirit stones could she get? Contribution points would also work. She wanted to exchange for a warship, but she was still short of enough contribution points. Mayu had witnessed the entire process. The 6th level was a watershed. The captain had been stuck at ability level 6 for a year, yet teacher Yunqing merely spoke a few words, and the captain directly advanced to level 7. Mayu's eyes widened. Was teacher Yunqing truly human? Could she be some high-dimensional alien? Over there. Shitsiyu, who had eaten a skewer of grilled meat, exclaimed, "Oh, whoa, what's this flavor?" The beast meat brought by Yunqing had been made into skewers and mixed among a pile of meat skewers. Shitsiyu grabbed one of the skewers at random. As soon as the beast meat entered her mouth, the fresh and savory taste stimulated her taste buds. Shitsiyu felt as if struck by lightning, her tailbone tingling with numbness. How could meat taste this good? The flavor, the texture. It was no worse than the meat of ability beasts, and it was a world apart from the purified beast meat she had eaten before. Shitsiyu stared at the half-eaten skewer in her hand, lost in thought. What did you eat? Yinshu frowned. Did you eat something dirty? That shouldn't be possible. It had all been cleaned. Shitsiyu clamped her mouth shut, shook her head, without speaking, devoured the half-skewer in one gulp, then ran to the grilling robot and grabbed another skewer. The previous skewer had been taken from right there. Shitsiyu eagerly opened her mouth and bit down. Bleh. Bitter and fishy. It was not the same flavor. With this comparison, the beast meat became utterly unpalatable. Shitsiyu spat a few more times, her face grim, her lion head puffing up as she sniffed left and right as if searching for something. Yinshu grew even more certain of her guess. She must have eaten bad meat. At least her little niece hadn't touched those 3 skewers. Exclamations from others rang out. What kind of meat is this? So delicious. Heavens, could the mutant beasts have mutated again? One by one people gasped, declaring they had tasted the most delicious grilled meat ever. Purified beast meat couldn't compare to ability beast meat in flavor or texture, but they wouldn't spend a fortune on star coins to buy ability beast meat. Having grown up on purified beast meat, they were all too familiar with its taste. Suddenly tasting impurity-free mutant beast meat opened a whole new world for those who had never eaten ability beast meat. So grilled meat could be this fragrant. What kind of meat is this? Which mutant beast's meat? Those who had eaten the skewers began to inquire. Shitsiyu finally confirmed her guess. She whirled around. Teacher Yunqing. Shitsiyu pounced onto Yunqing's back. Teacher Yunqing, where did the beast meat you brought come from? It's so delicious. With these actions, others also learned the source of the meat. Teacher Yunqing. Teacher Yunqing. The quiet, cold little corner was now crowded with circles of beastmen. Yunqing reached out and pushed Liao Yuan forward. He can purify that kind of beast meat. Liao Yuan, did you see clearly just now? Use your spiritual power and expel all impurities. Yunqing's voice reached his ears. Liao Yuan hesitated. Then, I'll try. Try. Shitsiyu blinked, her bright big eyes staring intently at Liao Yuan, her smile radiant and her fangs glinting coldly. So after downing a bottle of energy liquid, Liao Yuan began the purification work again. This time he tried to cover his eyes with clear qi and clearly saw the turbidity and impurities within the beast meat. Then he controlled the clear qi to expel them one by one. The first piece of beast meat grilled by the robot tasted unexpectedly good, beyond expectation. The gazes falling on him grew increasingly fervent. Liao Yuan felt like a piece of processed beast meat surrounded by blazing flames that threatened to roast him. At that moment, having successfully pushed Liao Yuan out, Yunqing finally had a moment of peace. Having tasted the new purified beast meat, the teachers were even less willing to eat the previous meat, even suspecting what they had been eating all along. The meat purified by a young purifier was more delicious than that processed by senior purifiers. How much useless money had they spent before? Liao Yuan's purification speed was slow. For the sake of a few pieces of meat, the teachers nearly came to blows. Yunshu, quick and sharp, snatched a large chunk of meat, fled from the crowd, and pulled Yunqing away from the battlefield. Little niece, look what your aunt grabbed. Yun Shu replaced the meat on the grilling robot's skewers, cooked them, and split half, with Yun Qing urging, "Hurry and eat. What's in the stomach is yours." After saying this, she swallowed the grilled meat in one bite. A look of sheer bliss spread across Yun Shu's face. It's just a little below the meat of ability beasts. If all the meat on the capital star were at this level, I'd eat out every day. Though nutrient fluid was more convenient to maintain normal intestinal function, they occasionally consumed natural food. But purified food tasted truly poor. Every time she ate natural food, Yun Shu treated it as a chore. Yun Qing took a bite of the meat. Top-tier sauce paired with fresh ingredients. Delicious. This is Shi Yu's family's ancestral grilling sauce. Before the Star Beast invasion, her family ran a chain of grilled meat restaurants on the capital star. They closed later. Yun Shu sighed. If she hadn't brought out the sauce today, I'd never have known Shi Yu had such a gem. Liao Yuan purified 3 more mutant beasts, but had no strength left. The urging voices around him rang in his ears. Realizing he had worked all day without tasting a single skewer, Liao Yuan withdrew his hands and reverted to his original form. A slender crocodile paddled its limbs, and in the blink of an eye crawled out from under the crowd. The purifier had fled. They were dumbfounded. "Hey, that student. Come back. Crocodile classmate. Captain Liao Yuan." The crocodile's tail swung, and without looking back it rushed toward Yun Qing, its mouth opening and closing. Teacher Yun Qing. He was determined to take a break. He was done. Tossing the remaining energy liquid from his space button, Liao Yuan's attitude was resolute. He lay down at Yun Qing's feet and looked up. Yun Shu patted the crocodile's head. "If you don't want to work, don't." Then she tossed out a box of energy liquid and commanded Mei Yu and the others, "Return the energy liquid to the teachers and bring back the beast meat purified by our student Liao Yuan. The meat purified earlier is a gift to everyone." Shi Yu reacted swiftly. She stretched out her hand and stored the last few mutant beasts purified by Liao Yuan into her space button. "People from other schools. The meat purified earlier should be enough for you. Our student is very tired, so we won't purify anymore." Shi Yu grinned, pushed through the crowd, and squeezed in beside Yun Qing. This place was safe. After tasting delicious beast meat, who would still want to eat garbage? A giant python stepped forward, its tongue flickering. "The military academy competition is over, and we'll soon leave Liaoguang Star. How about a friendly match tonight? As for the prize for the winner, let's just use those few exotic beasts." As the python finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. "This proposal is good." Agreed. Not bad. The atmosphere was right. The meat wasn't important. What mattered was the battle, the victory. Of course, winning back a piece of meat would be good too. Fearing that Yun Qing might disagree, a fellow instructor from Huang Baiwei's school stealthily stretched out a leg and gave him a hard shove from behind. Huang Baiwei only felt a heavy push on his lower back, and his body flew out from the sky. Then a strange voice with a suppressed tone sounded. "Instructor Huang Baiwei, didn't you previously issue a challenge to Instructor Yun Qing, wanting to have a fair match? Perfect, this time let it begin with you." The weasel adjusted his posture, landed, stood up, and turned around angrily. Yet he could not find who had kicked him from behind. "Roar, roar, friendly match. Get the beast meat." Huang Baiwei turned around, spread his hands helplessly, and asked, "Instructor Yun Qing, what do you think?" "All right." Yun Qing glanced at the crowd. If she remembered correctly, the one who kicked Huang Baiwei was an instructor from their own school. This was indeed the case. Yun Qing agreed, and the people from the First Military Academy had no objections. Within 3 minutes the battlefield was cleared, and everyone brought out their small stools and sat down. "Go, instructor." Mei Yu took out her light brain and turned on the recording mode. As soon as the lens opened, Huang Baiwei felt his scalp tingle. He hated cameras the most in this life. Yun Qing stepped onto the stage. Huang Baiwei also leaped onto the field. They exchanged glances and bowed to each other. Huang Baiwei let out a long sigh. This scene was so similar to a week ago, except that at that time, he was the most popular while Yun Qing was unknown. Now standing in the same place again, their positions had been swapped. Knowing he was bound to lose, Huang Baiwei had no psychological burden. "Instructor Yun Qing, I'm ready. Come on." There was no thought of winning or losing in his heart, but he would give it his all. The battle was about to break out. This match had no restrictions. Weapons, mecha, any means were allowed. Yun Qing only used formations. This was also what everyone was curious about. And Huang Baiwei only used physical techniques, his strongest domain. Just as the friendly match was about to begin, Yun Zheng finally finished his work and entered from outside the training base, planning to meet his little niece and give her some small gifts. At this moment, Qin Su and Li Si also came from the other side. The two sides met at the door. Yun Zheng paused, stopping outside. Li Si's heart turned bitter. How did they run into each other here? Wasn't Corps Commander Yun Zheng supposed to be busy? Corps Commander. Qin Su and Li Si saluted. Yun Zheng smiled enigmatically, looked Qin Su up and down, slightly raised his chin, and unintentionally emitted the aura of the Middle Foundation establishment stage. Qin Su's eyes changed. "Together?" Yun Zheng asked calmly. Qin Su nodded. The two walked side by side, their figures each one more upright than the other. Li Si stood there feeling somewhat redundant. "Your strength is not enough to stand by her side." Qin Su remained silent, saying nothing. Yun Zheng sneered. "Mute beast. Wait until he could defeat him, then talk." Nangong Ci really had the audacity to think so. Entering through the main gate, the sounds of excitement came out. On the fighting platform, a yellow shadow dodged attacks, while under Yunqing's feet were layers of stacked formation patterns dazzling to behold. The people around cheered and applauded. Instructor Huang dodged left. Hey, hold on a bit longer, we want to see more formations. Huang Baiwei, if you fall off now, I'll send your video to your students. Go, Instructor Huang. Go. You can do it. In the wilderness, everyone was shouting Huang Baiwei's name. Li Si listened for a while, then looked with pity at the weasel dodging awkwardly on the stage. Look, his fur was already wilted. How pitiful. But knowing that Huang Baiwei had previously taken the initiative to provoke Yunqing, Li Si smiled. He still lacked battle experience. Fighting others a few more times to understand his own strength wouldn't do any harm. Go, Instructor Yunqing. Li Si shouted, raising his hand, and brought out his own small stool, blending into the crowd without any sense of incongruity. Qing stood behind the crowd like a wooden stake. The people around were all relaxed and freely expressing their emotions, but he stood apart, out of place, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Yunzheng felt pain just by looking at him. Then he was relieved. This mute beast that couldn't say a word all day, his little niece surely wouldn't like him. Qing's face was handsome, but his indifferent temperament was unappealing. Seeing it too much would get tiresome. Yunzheng relaxed his brows, brought out his hover chair, sat back, and took out his light brain to record his little niece's battle process. Today he wore a sky blue casual sportswear. Since joining the Corps, he had never worn clothes of this color again. He dug it out today and tried it on her. It looked very approachable. He took 2 photos, then controlled the hover chair to rotate, turned on selfie mode, and captured himself and his little niece in the same photo. Finally, it was his turn to take a photo with his little niece. He picked a photo with suitable lighting and sent it to the family group, then turned off his light brain and continued watching the battle. Family group. Yunzheng in a good mood. Image. The 3 who saw the photo felt terrible. Yunrong scrolled through his light brain, where there were only photos of him and the 3 cubs. Annoyed, he turned off his light brain. Yunrong decided to add a black fox demon as a small boss in the dungeon of the holographic game, using his eldest brother's fox form as the design. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light brain vibrated. Yunhai image. The attached image was a photo of Yunhai wearing rainbow shorts, holding 3 cubs in his arms, lying by the lake to bask in the sun for grooming. 3 minutes later, Yunli also came online. Yunli, tisk, is that all? It seems Qingbao prefers me, her father. Image. In the photo, a white fox lay lazily in Yunqing's arms, its mouth wide open, just as a fruit fell right into it. Unfortunately, Yunzheng was busy taking photos at that moment and didn't check the family group. Meanwhile, Yunrong, who saw the family group, wore a cold expression and repeatedly zoomed in on the photo. For the first time, he felt that having younger brothers was really annoying. 50 years old, why is he still lying in his daughter's arms, eating like a cub? No bones. He opened the schedule. Yunrong read it. The holographic game still lacked a gluttonous, silly white fox. As for the red fox, it was naturally the most pure-blooded ancient fox demon, the supreme ruler of the demon realm. Huang Baiwei leaped nimbly across the stage. Yunqing did not deliberately make things difficult for him because of the previous incident, using the simplest attack formations, gradually increasing their power. At this moment, she was like an emotionless training machine. The 10th formation. I'm really curious about Yunqing's ability level now. She uses formations so smoothly with no effort at all. The transitions are also very natural, as if formations are just ordinary superpower attacks. The beastmen below the stage were enlightened. So this is how formations can be used. Huang Baiwei dodged, clumsily, unable to get close or attack Yunqing. Instructor Huang, why do you keep dodging? Huang Baiwei, didn't you eat enough grilled meat? Use all your strength. Huang Baiwei cursed inwardly. He was using all his strength. Being inside the formation, what he saw was completely different from what others saw. Others could see the exquisite formation patterns and the different attacks derived from them. But inside the formation, he could neither see the patterns nor the attacks. He never knew when a wind blade fireball or vine would suddenly appear. He could only rely on his danger perception and physical reflexes to dodge. Could he be blamed for that? His mind had been under constant tension for a long time, and Huang Baiwei felt like his head was about to explode. A faint ripple came from behind. Hey! Huang Baiwei pushed off the ground and leaped forcefully. A wind blade shot past from behind. Close call. Before he could steady himself, the fur on his back bristled, and his instincts screamed. Danger! Huang Baiwei threw himself to the ground as another green vine swept overhead. Again. Dodge again. Below the stage, the crowd saw Huang Baiwei jumping up and down. The formation's attacks were not fast and could be avoided by simply ducking, yet he always made extra moves, twisting and turning awkwardly, looking utterly ridiculous. Instructor Huang, did you hurt your waist? The long yellow weasel was twisting almost into an S shape on the stage. Huang Baiwei was known as a martial arts instructor renowned for his agility, but now his agility was nowhere to be seen. His claws and waist moved independently, twisting in a chaotic yet strangely alluring manner. Yun Shu snapped several close-up shots, planning to send them to Huang Baiwei later. Bang! Huang Baiwei fell off the combat stage. The audience erupted in boos. Instructor Huang, your stamina is a bit lacking. Instructor Huang, go back and train more. Is the injury from last time still not healed? Huang Baiwei lay sprawled on the ground like a rat pancake with relentless teasing in his ears. He closed his eyes. He was done for. He couldn't even move his toes. His body was exhausted and his mind was even more so. After lying on the ground for a long time, a fellow instructor finally came over, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, and dragged him away. Thank you. Huang Baiwei was deeply moved. This was a true friend. His little claws grasped the instructor's hand, and for the first time he felt that this instructor was truly kind and gentle. He was wrong. He had previously thought this instructor was difficult to get along with. You're welcome. We're colleagues. The instructor smiled warmly, his tone gentle. Opportunities to fight against a strong opponent were rare, and the instructors were scrambling for them, having no energy to pay attention to the defeated Huang Baiwei. Qing stood on the stage for several rounds of defense, then stepped down to let others take over. She also let the students try to challenge. After stepping down, Qing went to the place where the beast meat was piled. Her spiritual energy poured out, purifying all the exotic beast meat. Behind her, footsteps approached. Someone was coming. A pink pistol descended from above, dangling before her eyes. Holding the pistol was a hand with distinct knuckles and a powerful presence. Qingbao, isn't it beautiful? Yunzheng wiggled his finger, and the pink pistol swayed. It was crystal clear pink with a hint of white, and the muzzle was shaped like a fox ear. Uncle. Yunzheng wiggled his finger again. Beautiful. Qing spoke truthfully. It was not a vibrant, saturated pink. The color gradually deepened from white pink at the muzzle to the handle. The crystalline texture gave it a completely different feel from a metal pistol. It was more like an exquisite work of art. Yunzheng hooked his finger and grasped the pistol. He pressed a spot, and a groove appeared on the gun. He took out a round spirit stone and inserted it. A white light flashed. This is a new type of weapon made by the lab, using pure Qi crystals. Its power is 5 times greater than weapons made from energy stones, and damage to star beasts is increased tenfold. Yunzheng placed the pistol in Qing's hand. A little gift for you. Want to try? Yunzheng lifted his chin. Qing gripped the gun, curiously touching it. Using spiritual energy as a power source, it should be similar to a spirit artifact or magical artifact. Qing raised her hand and pulled the trigger. Click. Nothing happened. Yunzheng chuckled softly, reached out, and pressed the back of the pistol. A mechanical voice sounded. Beep. Activation successful. Please bind your identity. Qing. She turned around expressionlessly, catching the lingering amusement in her uncle's eyes. He had definitely done it on purpose. Sorry, your uncle forgot. Try again. Yunzheng was still smiling. After binding her identity, Qing raised the pistol once more. A red dot projected out, a targeting sight. Aiming the red dot at a distant tree, Qing pulled the trigger. A finger-sized spiritual energy bullet shot out, striking the tree and shattering its trunk with immense force. The spirit stone in the energy chamber was half consumed. It can break through the surface defense of a 9th-level star beast, but it consumes a lot of energy. Yunzheng handed over another spatial button. Inside were 1,000 spirit stones. He hadn't received many, and he gave most of them to Qing. Uncle, 9th-level star beasts are no threat to me. Yunzheng nodded. Then treat it as a toy. Your uncle specially customized it for you. Don't you like it? That couldn't be. He had specifically mixed this color. His aesthetic was different from those 3 foxes at home. The first time he saw his niece's photo, Yunzheng felt she resembled the pale pink rose nebula floating in the rose galaxy, bringing joy to the beholder. I like it. Qing touched the pistol. The color was perfectly pink. It was a powerful weapon even in the interstellar era, although for her, it was a beautiful but useless trinket. She accepted the pistol and the spirit stones. Qing handed the formation plate engraved with the strangulation array to Yunzheng. Yunzheng frowned and pushed it back. He knew this item was powerful, capable of suppressing a star beast tide, and carrying it would definitely ensure survival. His niece needed it more than he did. I am a formation instructor. I can make new formation plates. Qing planned to craft several more formation plates, engrave arrays on them, and simply throw them during battle. She gave it to Yunzheng because he faced greater dangers given his position. He needed it more. Nangong CI would surely ask about the formation plate, and she intended to cooperate with Bian Gao Gao to mass-produce them. The only scarce resource was the demon beast bone from the void refinement stage. Qing pressed firmly, placing the formation plate into Yunzheng's hand. Realizing his strength was weaker than his niece, Yunzheng was silent for a moment before accepting it. It seemed his niece was indeed far more powerful than him. Yunzheng smiled wryly. He felt he could now understand Yunli's feelings. Then your uncle thanks Qingbao. Yunzheng reached out and ruffled Qing's hair, his face wearing a smile so tender it was almost frightening. If anyone in the Legion saw this, they would think they had mistaken him for someone else. Yunzheng often smiled in the Legion, but those were cold smiles that gave people nightmares. They had never seen him smile like this. This scene fell into the eyes of Li Si, who was constantly monitoring Qing's movements. Hiss! As the pistol appeared, Li Si drew in a sharp breath. That was a new type of weapon worth 1,000 contribution points, not the more easily obtainable merit points. The contribution point shop only offered black and white colors, and this customized version cost an additional 100 contribution points. What a generous expenditure. But recalling how Yun Zheng had always protected his two younger brothers during their school days, it made sense. He was so good to his brothers. What's so strange about being nice to his niece? Li Si bumped into Qin Si's shoulder, reaching out to turn his head to the side, directly facing the spot where Yun Qing and the other person were. Look, learn from this, cousin. Compared to the Legion commander, you're like a cold, hard, stinking rock. If you don't change yourself, you'll only be a dispensable background piece. The gloating tone also carried a hint of concern. His cousin was not worried, but he was truly anxious. Qin Si looked at the smile on Yun Qing's face, then his gaze shifted downward, landing on the pink pistol she held in her hand. Yun Zheng seemed to sense something, raising his head to glance this way. With a curve of his fox-like eyes, he stepped forward, blocking Yun Qing's figure completely, then turned to continue his conversation. You're overthinking. Qin Si withdrew his gaze and focused on the battle on the stage. The cold tone made Li Si's heart ache. Yes. It's best that I'm overthinking. Nothing at all, just strangers, right? One day you'll regret it. If you weren't overthinking, why would you come here to watch the excitement? Are you the kind of tiger who likes to gawk? How amusing. Li Si was truly out of patience with this schizophrenic, taciturn tiger. If this stupid tiger weren't his cousin, he really wouldn't bother. Forget it. I'll focus on improving my strength first. I can't be bothered with you. Having arrived at Liuguang Star, entered the cultivation chamber, and experienced the pure Qi cultivation space, Li Si now only wanted to earn more contribution points to cultivate in the chamber. He also wanted to strive to enter the Soul Refining Tower secret realm next year. Why bother with romance? A waste of time. The competition had been going on for an hour. Yun Qing and her companion also returned from the outskirts. As they passed behind Qin Si, a black crow beast man, standing on a treetop, was preening its feathers. In its peripheral vision, it saw Yun Qing and was about to greet her when it noticed Yun Zheng's face. A shriek drew everyone's attention to this inconspicuous corner. Aolo, Gao. One person saw it, two people saw it. Finally, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look this way. Major General Qin Si, Legion Commander Yun Zheng, and Instructor Yun Qing. The three stood very close. Major General Qin Si and Instructor Yun Qing were the hot topics of gossip, and now with Legion Commander Yun Zheng added. How thrilling. The beastmen around the three quickly moved away. Go now. A big yellow-furred dog grabbed Li Si's clothes and pulled him backward. Brother, let's watch from farther away. Li Si. What do you mean go? I'm with them. Li Si reached out to free his clothes from the beastman's mouth, but before he could explain, his body suddenly lifted into the air, jolting as he was carried away from the scene. Too slow, brother, said the lizard beastman as he carried Li Si away. Instantly, a large empty space appeared around the three. Walking along just fine, she inexplicably became the center of attention again. Yun Qing opened her mouth. What's happening? She looked up at the person in military uniform before her. Yun Qing frowned, a bit familiar. The crowd rejoiced. She looked at him. Why were the three of them standing together? Major General Qin Si's face was sour. Had he clashed with the Legion commander? Who would Instructor Yun Qing choose to help? Countless questions lingered in their minds, and even the battle on the stage had ended. Shi Ziyu squeezed to the front and quietly asked Yun Shu, do you know what's going on? Wasn't the cub an accident from the Lin family's human experimentation lab? How come these two seem to know each other? Could what they say on the Starnet be true? Qin Si wore the halo of a genius, and Yun Qing was no nobody. Strength, beauty, age. Neither of them lacked anything. Ever since Yun Qing's identity was exposed, various versions of stories had been circulating on Starnet. Shi Ziyu was extremely curious. Don't know her, it's fine. Yun Shu denied it. What relationship could there be? None, absolutely none. 100 military academies, nearly 1,000 people, formed a semicircle. The arena was silent, only the crackling of burning wood in the campfire could be heard. Yun Zheng paused for a second before reacting. He placed a hand on Yun Qing's shoulder and nonchalantly pushed his knees forward to continue walking. They were just passing by. Unexpectedly, Qin Si suddenly spoke up. Instructor Yun Qing, long time no see. As he turned, Yun Qing finally saw his face clearly. Yun Qing's steps faltered. Major General Qin Si, it's you. The moment their eyes met, a beastly roar broke the silence. Hee. The horse-faced beastman laughed so hard his mouth twisted to one side. They know each other. They really do know each other. Li Si stood among the crowd, feeling relieved. His cousin had finally taken the initiative. Major General Qin Si, did you come specifically to find Instructor Yun Qing? Instructor Yun Qing, are you too close? Major General Qin Si. Yun Zheng listened, his forehead veins bulging. He looked up and glanced around. Wherever his gaze fell, silence reigned. Let's go. Yun Zheng pushed his knees forward, leaving Qin Si standing alone in place. Everyone was bewildered. That's it. What about the promised love that cannot be love, turning to hate, love-hate, entanglement, chase, and escape, until finally no escape? Just a greeting. The lizard beastman patted his belly and guessed. I get it. This is what they call the most familiar strangers. They've loved. Yun Qing listened to the guesses on the field and was speechless. What and what? After figuring out the reason, she quietly noted the name of the Starnet forum they mentioned. Yun Qing turned back and called out loudly, I've purified all the barbecue, so. The barbecue feast, does it continue? Everyone paused for 2 seconds. Then deafening cheers erupted. Continue. Of course continue. Awesome, Instructor Yun Qing. Instructor Yun Qing. I love you. Hearing this, Yun Zhang's face turned green. Yun Zhang's aura was terrifying and his expression was intimidating, but today he wore a light blue casual jacket with his hands resting on Yun Qing's shoulders, so no one was actually afraid of him. But they dared not say anything similar again. Barbecue party continues. Howl. Thanks to Instructor Yun Qing. Thank you, Instructor Yun Qing, for the purification. Love. Ouch, she's gone. The beasts scattered in all directions, rushing to the pile of mutant beasts, hoisting entire carcasses, and running to the fire to skewer and barbecue. The bonfire grew even brighter. Come on, Uncle, you should try the barbecue too. Yun Qing tugged Uncle toward the campfire. Big brother, you're here. Yun Shu gave a dry laugh, set out 2 stools, and said, come sit. When she saw Yun Zhang, she realized she had forgotten about her eldest cousin again. Last time, she said she would take her little niece to see Uncle, but she forgot, and Yun Zhang came on his own. Later she intended to visit her cousin, but once the cultivation chamber appeared, she cast that matter aside again. Yun Shu poked Lion Jade's arm. Lion Jade, bring out the beast meat, hurry. Once the meat appeared, Yun Shu turned around and focused on cutting and skewering, stealing the work of the barbecue robot beside her. Yun Zhang saw her guilty look and said nothing. Let her feel remorse a little longer. When are you leaving? Yun Zhang asked. Yun Qing didn't know, so she turned to look at Yun Shu. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. Yun Shu didn't turn around, replying softly. Hearing the time, Yun Zhang pondered for a moment, then lifted Yun Qing's wrist and pressed his own wristband against it. A blue light flickered. The wristband vibrated. Yun Qing glanced down and saw that her wristband account had gained 100 contribution points. In the newly built Qingxiu city, there is a cultivation chamber that helps enhance abilities. You can stay in the cultivation chamber for the remaining time. With that, before Yun Qing could say anything, Yun Zhang explained. Although you eliminated the star beast horde, the contribution points need to be verified and calculated, so they won't be credited that quickly. There isn't enough time. He also knew his little niece wasn't short on contribution points, but he was happy to give. Yun Shu put down the skewer, turned around, and leaned in. Big brother, what about me? Look at me. Yun Shu stretched her head forward, trying to catch Yun Zhang's attention. As a brother, Yun Zhang had always been tolerant and generous to his younger siblings. Not only his own 2 younger brothers, but also his cousins. Yun Shu was not afraid of him, so she leaned even closer. A finger pressed against Yun Shu's forehead, pushing hard, making her head tilt back. So you still remember I'm on this planet? Yun Zhang's tone was surprised. Yun Shu. Wristband. What? Yun Shu paused, then grinned and reached out. Thanks, big brother. You're the universe's #1 invincible, cool, handsome big fox. Transfer successful. Yun Shu withdrew her hand, sighing that Yun Li's tactic really worked. Woo. Lion Jade's eyes turned red with envy, and she wanted to call him big brother too. Big brother, do I look like your long-lost lion sister? Lion Jade's eyes were straightforward. Yun Shu glanced at her wristband. 10 contribution points. With 1 contribution points, she could cultivate for a day. She was rich. Yun Shu patted Lion Jade's head. Lion Jade, lend me your treasure for a few days, and I'll give you 2 contribution points. Deal. The barbecue party continued. The rich aroma of meat drifted over the wasteland, and the beastmen below ate with satisfaction, revealing their true forms. After eating the barbecue purified by Yun Qing, they finally understood why some beastmen loved it so much. They also gained some understanding of the Federation people who created cooking robots. Delicious, never tiring. They could eat it every day. Was all beast meat 300 years ago this tasty? This is too blissful. No wonder nobody liked to drink nutrient fluid back then. With such delicious beast meat, who would drink nutrient fluid? Slurp. Unlike now, when nutrient fluid has become the staple food. Liao Yuan finally got to eat the barbecue, thoroughly satisfied. His long crocodile tail dragged on the ground, twitching occasionally. Captain, what are your plans for the future? Go to the 1st Legion after graduation. Mei Yu chewed on the barbecue, deciding to cling to the captain's coattails and become a new recruit alongside him. By then there would be plenty of beast meat. When wouldn't they be able to eat? No. Mei Yu thought of another better idea. Captain, your family doesn't have bloodline restrictions, right? Mei Yu looked serious. Liao Yuan hadn't caught on yet, turning to ask, what bloodline restrictions? You've seen the cultivation chamber. In the future, everyone can cultivate, so bloodline won't matter anymore. We're so familiar now, how about we form a marriage alliance? It would be a pity otherwise. Cough, cough. Liao Yuan coughed until his face turned red all the way to his ears. He stared at Mei Yu in disbelief. Yet Mei Yu continued, don't be fooled by my being a sick deer. My grandfather was a black bear. Your family's crocodiles aren't that big either. Oh, what's the difference between them and herbivores? The more Mei Yu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and her speech sped up. Liao Yuan quickly grabbed a skewer of barbecue and shoved it into Mei Yu's mouth. Eat meat, just eat. Don't talk. If you say another word, there's none left. Mei Yu turned to look. Around the bonfire, everyone had mouths stuffed with barbecue, hands full and eyes fixed on the skewers roasting over the fire. Instantly, thoughts of crocodiles and marriage alliances were cast aside. Grabbing skewers was the right path. Liao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was too early to talk about this now, they'd see in 20 years. By another fire pit, the lizard beast man and the yellow dog beast man flanked Li Si, and the three of them ate merrily. Delicious, delicious, truly delicious. Brother, eat more. I've never tasted such fragrant beast meat. Is mutant beast meat this good? Li Si nodded, pretty much. Qing Su sat down across from the three. The yellow dog beast man choked, then rolled his eyes. Major General Qing Su, you're here for barbecue. May I? Qing Su asked, his gaze landing on Li Si. Yes, of course. Afraid that Qing Su would expose his identity on the spot, Li Si handed over 3 skewers. Eat, have more. He didn't want to become the center of attention. Qing Su took the barbecue and took a bite. It was barely different from mutant beast meat, very delicious. It was the taste he had eaten on the planet. The barbecue party lasted until late at night. Qing was radiant and energetic. The others, having just experienced a battle and shown off in the friendly match, were filled with food and drink, and drowsiness overcame them. One by one, they transformed into their original forms and fell asleep. With the thermostatic suits, they didn't need to worry about temperature changes. It was Qing's first time seeing so many beastmen. No, she had seen them in the secret realm too, but back then she hadn't been among the beastmen. After leaving several guard robots to patrol the area, Yunzhong returned to the Legion base with Qing Su and Li Si. The beastman lay sprawled on the ground in a deep slumber, while Qing comfortably reclined in a lounge chair, activated her light brain, and began searching for the StarNet forum she had heard about earlier. No sooner had Qing entered the forum than she spotted her own name. Bald-bearded man loves me, are you afraid? Qing and Qing Su, if love cannot be fulfilled, then torment each other. Neither is allowed to let go first. Qing, the rogue cultivator, a hidden love, I am only willing to pass on everything I have ever learned to you. Qing, the treasure-hunting rat, I would squander my entire fortune just to follow in your footsteps. A single glance was enough to grasp the underlying meaning. These were CP-themed discussions. According to the popularity rankings, the topic involving her and Qing Su ranked second. But the number 1 spot was actually a pairing between her and her own holographic avatar, the bald-bearded man. Qing had no idea what these StarNet users were thinking. Nevertheless, her fingers found their own way to click. She wanted to see where all this popularity came from. The moment she entered, a grotesque bald-bearded man's face dominated the entire screen, and then the image began to move. Qing. This was an animation. The bald-bearded man trod upon the back of a ferocious sea creature, his arm wrapped around white-clad Qing's waist, as he threw back his head in wild laughter. Wah! Upon the turbulent seas, the two rode the wind and waves while lightning danced in their wake. Then the animated Qing raised her hand. An ice sword shot toward the screen, shattering and condensing into a beating heart. Thump, thump. Love me, are you afraid? A line of text slowly appeared. The opening animation ended, and the discussion thread page loaded. Hundreds of billions of posts with over 100 billion people participating. Most posts shared self-made bald-bearded man meme images, while a smaller portion discussed formation-breaking mechanics and shared strategy tips, relatively normal content. One post, however, dominated in popularity: 1,000 ways I die after confronting the bald-bearded man in our love-hate relationship. Each time the original poster died, they wrote an extensive essay detailing their experience, always ending with vicious curses directed at Qing. It was clear just how deep their resentment toward the bald-bearded man ran. After a cursory glance, Qing closed it and entered the second discussion thread. There was no jarring opening animation, just a clean minimalist page. Qing found collection after collection of short stories. Some were merely a few hundred or thousand words, while others stretched to 1,000,000 characters. She and Qing Su had met only twice, in total exchanged fewer than 10 sentences, yet within these discussions the two of them had already traversed from first meeting to mutual understanding and love, from passion to torment, and finally, to forgetting each other in the vast world. They had lived through an epic romance. The post contained vivid descriptive details with bold language and striking imagery. Scrolling further, Qing also came across a hand-drawn illustration. The two of them. Qing's eyes widened, her back straightening instinctively. Then she slowly relaxed, sinking back into the lounge chair, her expression caught between bewilderment and shock, unable to recover for a long while. She let out a long breath and closed her light brain. She was simply too idle. Returning to the restroom, she took out the holographic pod, logged in, and modified the formations within the holographic world. Consequently, those logging into the holographic world's formation field for training immediately noticed something was off. Fei, as usual, allocated 2 hours to practice in the mirror formation. Only by sparring with herself could she identify her weaknesses. She had long grown accustomed to the bald-bearded man's sudden attacks, so his unexpected appearance no longer startled her. But something felt off today. After struggling to defeat the first bald-bearded man, she successfully activated escape mode. By the usual routine, 2 bald-bearded men would appear to ambush her from all angles, leaving her with nowhere to hide, and she would dissolve into a stream of white light under their combined assault. Fei closed her eyes. Bring it on. There was no point in fighting back anyway. Yet the pain never came. Do you love me? The bald-bearded man spoke. What? Fei wondered if she had misheard. You said, do you love me? The rough voice echoed right beside her ear. Fei, Opening her eyes, the bald-bearded man glared at her, each word drawn out slowly. Say it, do you love me? Love, she ventured tentatively. Instantly, two large hands gripped her shoulders, and her body was shaken violently enough to scramble her thoughts. The man's thunderous voice rendered her incapable of coherent thought. If you love me, kill me. Come on, do it. The other bald-bearded man wouldn't stop muttering, aren't you supposed to love me? Come on, why aren't you killing me? Is it because you don't love me enough? Ing Feifei, help. Do it already. Half an hour later, Ing Feifei finally emerged from the holographic world. Within Yunqing's formation mirror, suicide was impossible. The health bar could only be depleted through combat damage from the bald-bearded man. This was designed to prevent accidental deaths from missteps or other mishaps during escape mode. But now it had become a chain binding her. Unable to end her own life, unable to log out, and the bald-bearded man refused to attack proactively. He simply kept asking over and over whether she loved him. When Ing Feifei emerged, her expression was dazed. What's wrong with you? A classmate nudged her arm. You got out so quickly today. I don't love him. I don't. Ing Feifei shouted, leaving her roommate frozen in shock. Yunqing's formation had become a mandatory daily practice for the military academy students. After the Liuguang star domain broadcast, enthusiasm surged, and everyone made it a habit to drop in regularly, whether busy or idle. Word about the changes in the formation spread quickly among everyone. On the formation forum, I love gossip. What's going on? Who pissed off Mentor Yunqing again? Lucky Bear, last time the bald-bearded man mode activated was because all of you kept flaunting him constantly. This time it's definitely something you did. I just want to complete the formation training in peace. Fox Mimi, really? Has anything happened lately? Angered Beardslayer, no. The Starnet is overflowing with praise for Mentor Yunqing. With so many foreigners accessing our network lately, I've stopped using those bald-bearded man memes entirely to protect Mentor Yunqing's image. Now searching for Yunqing's name on the Starnet brought up only stunning action-filled photos of her looking both beautiful and fierce. Nobody used those bald meme images anymore. They were completely baffled, unable to understand why Mentor Yunqing would suddenly lose her temper for no apparent reason. Then someone cautiously chimed in, this life only love him. I think while possibly Mentor Yunqing might have stumbled upon something she shouldn't have seen. They then posted a link. Stay away from me, shouldn't have seen. What kind of stuff is that? Lonely Wolf, let me check it out. Upon opening the link, an animation popped up. Love me, are you afraid? The crowd fell completely silent. Before they could ponder further, a shocking news emerged. The formation mirror showed that someone had passed the second level. That is, in the Battle Royale mode, they had successfully defeated two bald-headed brutes. Melon Lover, really? Passed? That means they can get 100 billion star coins. Who Mimi who? Who passed the level? Boyfriend is a dog, hurry up, where's my secretary? Check it quickly. Girlfriend is a cat. An insider had released a message that if one could successfully defeat the two bald-headed brutes, they could clear the entire formation. But no one had ever been able to do so. 100 billion star coins. With that amount, one would never have to worry for a lifetime. Some even went to the formation forum to check the prize pool. Lone Wolf, no, the prize pool is still accumulating. Ocean Overlord, what's going on? The insider herself was still sleeping in the wilderness, using the sky as her quilt and the earth as her mat, completely unaware that someone had already passed the second level on the Starnet and her lie had been exposed. Meanwhile, the person who had successfully passed the level lay dazedly in the holographic pod. Did she really pass? She had simply been annoyed by the repeated question, do you love me? Her own race human had gone missing, which already frustrated her, and now in the training formation someone kept asking, do you love me, over and over. She instantly lost her temper. When she regained her senses, the corpses of two bald-headed brutes lay before her. She was still dazed, not knowing how she had done it. Then she recalled the rumor. Defeat two baldies and get the prize. Liar. After defeating two, three more appeared. Endless. Absolutely endless. Liar. She climbed onto the formation forum and started cursing wildly. Raising human is hard, liar. Two baldies were not the end. Three more appeared. Raising human is hard, liar. The others also came to their senses. They had been deceived. Unfortunately, no one knew who had spread the false news. Could this formation be cleared at all? On Liuguang Star. After modifying the formation, Yunqing shut down her light brain. She took out an iron pot to continue smelting materials, preparing to replace the previous peace talisman with a new formation plate, which would be a gift she brought back from Liuguang Star. She had just made 2 formation plates when the materials ran out. Yunqing opened her wristband. The contribution point balance was only 132, 19th of which 100 points had been transferred by her uncle. Yunqing. Most of the contribution points had been used to exchange for a small alloy room to house the teleportation array, and the rest were spent on rare materials. Indeed, they didn't last long. Yunqing checked the time, converted to capital star time. It should be around 8 in the morning. She silently sent a message to Nangong CI. Yunqing, Uncle Nangong, are you there? On capital star. After several days of hard work, having finalized the rental system for the cultivation rooms and the Qingxiu city in Liuguang, star domain Nangong CI returned to his bedroom, transformed into his original form, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep comfortably. He had only slept for 2 hours. The circular robot by the window glowed red in its electronic eyes and slowly walked to the bedside. Your Majesty, a key figure has sent a message. Your Majesty, a key figure has sent a message. After being called 3 times in a row, the lion on the bed kicked, its legs rolled over, and covered its belly. The robot activated the mute mode. Your Majesty, key, figure, message, roar. The loud noise pulled him out of his sweet dream. A dull thud. The big lion rolled off the bed. Nangong Ci looked haggard, squinting as he sat up. It took him 3 seconds to figure out the situation. He shook his head, chewed a basin of ice to wake up, and finally dressed neatly to reply. Nangong Ci, I'm here, niece. Soon a communication request came in. They met. Nangong Ci wore a smile, his hair meticulously groomed. Yunqing couldn't help but admire that this king was truly diligent, as if he was always in work mode. Niece, is there something you need from your uncle? Nangong Ci was now wide awake. Why would Yunqing contact him at this hour? Could it be something important? Yet he saw Yunqing asking somewhat embarrassedly, can I withdraw some contribution points? Nangong Ci. Withdraw contribution points. That's all. Nangong Ci asked, are you short on contribution points? I need some rare materials for making formation plates, and my contribution points are insufficient. Hearing that it was about formation plates, Nangong Ci became even more alert. That was a powerful weapon, portable and capable of autonomous control. Nangong Ci said directly, you helped the Empire eliminate the Star Beast tide and reduce losses. The materials consumed for the formation plates should be reimbursed by the Empire. Then a form popped up. Nangong Ci pushed the form over, fill in whatever materials you need. He had already wanted to compensate Yunqing more. A shop and a house were really not enough. Yunqing didn't take them. The Star Beast she eliminated would be converted into contribution points, so she didn't lose out. Alright, I'll have the Legion settle a portion of the contribution points first. Having finally met, Nangong Ci's sleepiness vanished completely, and he was now extremely energetic. He pulled Yunqing into a conversation about Qingxiu City on Liuguang Star. Incidentally, he handed over the shop and the house to Yunqing. Shop, eh? Yunqing was surprised. She clearly didn't know about this. That's right next to the Imperial Exchange, just 1 street away from the cultivation room. I've reserved a whole building of shops for you and a house in the Western Villa area. Indeed, it's a great location. It was on the street directly opposite the entrance of the cultivation room. A tall building, 108 floors in total. She didn't need it herself and could rent it out. Nangong Ci smiled. Yunqing's value was far greater than a single shop. Well, she was their empire's top combat power. He felt that even a shop was too little. It was just that the old fellows in the council were wincing in pain, clutching his lion's feet, and wailing. Otherwise, he could have added more. Don't feel burdened. Because of your formation, the cultivation rooms were built. Because of the cultivation rooms, Qingxiu City was established. It will attract more beastmen to come and cultivate, guarding the Liuguang Star domain. This is all you deserve. Then, under the witness of the main brain, the shop and villa were registered under Yunqing's name. Including the house in Liuguang Star domain, Yunqing now had 3 villas. Yunqing accepted and Nangong Ci was satisfied. This indicated that their relationship had advanced a step. According to the friendship manual, once there were mutual interests, the next stage was heartfelt confidences. Yunqing then brought up the matter of the formation plates. Can they be mass-produced? Nangong Ci abruptly stood up. Really? Yunqing explained the limitations clearly, lest he hold too high expectations and be unable to bear the disappointment. Yes, but the power depends on the skill of the array engraver and the quality of the formation plate. With the current Star Beast materials, the formation plates produced can only deal with Star Beasts at the foundation establishment stage. Low-level arrays can be engraved by machines. High-level arrays haven't been tested yet. That's enough. Nangong Ci beamed with joy. This is already very good. Thank you, niece. The call ended. Nangong Ci felt refreshed and exhilarated, his heart surging, unable to fall asleep as he tossed and turned. Yunqing planned to build an array tower in Qingxiu City. Nangong Ci's mind was full of the map of Qingxiu City. Where would be the best place to build it? Should they just establish a formation association? What about the membership criteria? What about the point-earning rules? Star Beast bones could be used to make formation plates, so should the price be adjusted? Or should they be graded? If an association was established, Yunqing would surely be the president of the formation association. What about the vice president? The council? Should the empire make formation courses independent? What about the selection of instructors? Should large-scale training be conducted first? A mountain of matters crowded his mind, impossible to sort out. No more sleep. Nangong Ci climbed out of bed, moved his finger, and called an emergency meeting. The beastmen who were sound asleep and forcibly awakened by the robot. Are you insane? Yunqing merely proposed a notion, unaware that Nangong Ci had already constructed a towering skyscraper in his mind. Having obtained contribution points, she exchanged them for materials. Yunqing then refined 8 formation plates. As for the arrays within, she had not yet inscribed them, planning to do so slowly on the journey back. In the remaining 2 days, the instructors and cadets of other military academies joined forces to hunt Star Beasts for contribution points, then plunged into cultivation rooms, racing against time to begin their training. Yunqing lent her contribution points to 6 cadets to save them time. This act stirred envy among the cadets from other academies who stared longingly at their own instructors. The instructors fell silent, then said, "What are you looking at? Let's go. Do you think contribution points will fall from the sky if you don't hunt star beasts?" The instructors continued, "Don't look, it's useless even if you look. We don't have extra contribution points to lend out." The cadets were speechless. Mei Yu touched her bracelet, longing to hug Yun Qing and kiss her fiercely. How could there be such a wonderful instructor? "Instructor Yun Qing, when I get contribution points, I'll pay you back double." Thank you, Instructor Yun Qing. The cadets were the same age as Yun Qing. At first they felt somewhat awkward calling her instructor, but now they had already regarded her as a true mentor. "Go ahead, don't waste time." Yun Qing patted the deer head that Mei Yu extended, then caught a glimpse of a crocodile head moving toward her from the corner of her eye, so she quickly withdrew her hand. "Go ahead." Waving her hand, Yun Qing turned and left. Liao Yuan was speechless, then said, "Does Instructor Yun Qing really like fluffy things? Strange, can the texture really be that good?" Mei Yu reached up and touched her own head. "It's just animal fur, isn't it? Although I can't understand, I don't need to. I'm just glad I have fur." Instructor Yun Qing clearly prefers me, unlike Liao Yuan, who has not a single hair and feels rough to the touch. Before leaving, Yun Qing went to take a look at the shop. It occupied a wide area of full 10,000 square meters. On the capital planet, it wouldn't be considered large, but this was within the inner city of Qingxiu City, within the array range, so 10,000 square meters, there was even more precious than a 100,000 square meter mall on the capital planet. Yun Qing planned to reserve the top floor for selling array plate materials. When Liu Guangstar opened, she would rent out the remaining shops, or ask her second uncle if he was interested in opening a mall in Qingxiu City. 2 days later, the spaceship took off and left the Liu Guangstar region. The Yari Star region was brilliantly lit with starlight, offering a bright view unlike the dim and dangerous Liu Guangstar. The instructors parted ways at the capital star spaceport, each boarding their own spaceship back to their academies. Yun Qing did not need to follow, so she drove her hovercar home, planning to surprise her little ones at home. The closer she got to home, the faster the hovercar went. Finally, it stopped in front of the Yun family villa. Yun Qing got out of the car, put on sunglasses, and reached out to press the doorbell. 10 seconds later, no one answered. Yun Qing pressed again. After waiting a minute, still no one answered. Where are they? She extended her spiritual sense inward. The house was desolate with no one in sight. Yun Qing was speechless. The surprise was gone. Sister Qing. A calico kitten passed by outside the Yun residence. Seeing a stranger in sunglasses, it instinctively wanted to run back, but then noticed that the stranger's profile looked somewhat familiar. The kitten stopped and sat by the roadside, letting out a meow. Xiaohua. Yun Qing took off her sunglasses and looked down, seeing the little one from next door. It's you. Yun Qing patted the kitten's head. Do you know where Debeo and the others went? The palm-sized kitten squinted its eyes in comfort. Sister Qing's hand felt like it carried electricity, warming wherever it touched. After rubbing against it twice more, Xiaohua finally spoke. I know. The little fox told me they went to play with the black and white pandas that are the same color as me. The Zhou family. Yun Qing understood. Thank you, Xiaohua. She stuffed a fruit into the kitten's mouth, sent it back to its home, then drove her hovercar to the Zhou residence to pick up her kids. The hovercar stopped outside the villa area. Yun Qing got out and spread her spiritual sense to search for the little ones. Slow down. Drive slower, Xiao Xiao. Inside an elongated hover toy car that was flying crookedly, 2 black and white pandas were tightly hugging each other, shouting at the top of their lungs. In the front driver's seat sat a white-furred little fox wearing a glittering golden chain around its neck and orange sunglasses on its eyes, excitedly shaking its paws. Don't be afraid. I'm very steady. The little fox slapped its paw, and the hovercar plummeted sharply. Eek! The black and white pandas wailed at full volume. The little fox grinned and howled a whoa. The kitten rested its head by the window, eyes half closed, almost asleep. Brother, slow down. The tiger cub lay sprawled in the back, couldn't help but call out. Okay, big brother. The little fox raised its paw to adjust its sunglasses and quickly stabilized the hovercar, flying smoothly close to the ground. Finally stable, the pandas decided that they would never let Yun Xiao drive again. Suddenly, a furry little cub dashed out, standing in the middle of the road with its paws spread to block the hovercar. The little fox slammed on the brakes. Its sunglasses went askew. Oh, whoa. Who? Eek. In the back, the 2 pandas hugged each other and screamed again. Big brother, it really wasn't me this time. The little fox said before the tiger cub could speak. In front of the hovercar, a kangaroo cub clenched its fists, flexed its muscles, and then asked in a gruff voice. Little tiger, little fox, little cat. The tiger cub was puzzled. Who is little tiger? The little fox pushed its sunglasses up onto its head and asked curiously, Yes, who are you? Do you know us? Humph. The little cub raised its chin. Then that's right. Its parents were both rare geniuses. The 3 cubs had mixed bloodlines, but still passed the elite class test, displaying extraordinary talent. How many beastmen pointed to their own cubs and used these 3 as examples? Look at others. Even a little kitten can pass the elite class, why can't you? Look at other people's cubs. If you had even 1/10. The cubs were bewildered, completely unaware why they were being beaten, but they remembered these 3 cubs. A tiger, a fox, and a cat. all white. The kangaroo cub extended its paw pointing at the car and shouted loudly. Duel! Duel! The cat cub opened its eyes, took a look at the blocking cub, then lost all interest, lying back down and resting its head on the window. Looked so weak. One claw could knock it over. A waste of time. The kangaroo cub counted the number and shouted, Guzi hua, Yong de peo. With the cub's childish voice fading, 4 round figures rushed over from a distance, their paws making pattering sounds on the ground. Very urgent. Full of rhythm. Little Fox turned his head and looked. Yo, new friends. A curly-haired white puppy, a crocodile cub, a little white bear, and a raccoon cub. Plus the blocking kangaroo cub. Same number as the cubs in their hovercar. 5 cubs surrounded the toy car, blocking their escape. The 2 sides seemed evenly matched. 3 main cubs and 2 slacking members. Tuanshuan and Yuan widened their eyes. Don't count them in. Help! Where is little tiger? Come out. The kangaroo cub gestured toward the tiger cub. He was the cub king of this neighborhood. Strongest, most aggressive, learning martial arts from his family since a young age, and had hunted a D-level beast in the suburban hunting ground. He had always been the strong, smart, and robust cub in everyone's mouth. Until this return, he found his status shaken. 3 genius cubs had emerged out of nowhere, stealing the spotlight, and even his favorite mouse girl was all about little tiger. This can't do. The kangaroo cub was filled with battle intent, clenching his fists intentionally, or not showing off the thin layer of muscle on his forearms. Little Fox hadn't experienced this before and found it novel. Duel? Where? How? The little fox, having taken off his sunglasses, looked obedient with curved brows and eyes lively and endearing. The kangaroo cub's mouth curled up, but then remembering the grudge between them, he forced the smile down and raised his voice another notch. Where's little tiger? Don't you know a place can't have 2 bosses? Right. Guzzy cheered from behind. Can't have 2 bosses. The kangaroo cub continued. Come out. Duel. Duel 4. Little Fox was stunned. Was he that invisible? Little Tiger hesitated, then extended a paw to hold back his restless younger brother's head, replying seriously, fighting is not good. The kangaroo cub was choked. We can play together. Little Tiger sincerely gave the suggestion. The light blue bow tie on his neck made him look gentle and gentlemanly. The kangaroo cub raised his arms, looking at Little Tiger with disdain, mumbling and dawdling. A brave beastman fears no challenge. Brave beastman fears no challenge. The 4 cubs behind him chanted along, then stood in a row, lifting their chins and squinting. The chubby cubs were brimming with momentum. Good. Little Fox pushed open the car door and jumped down. Brave beastman fears no challenge. Little Tiger. Brother, which side are you on? Seeing the challenge was unavoidable, the 2 dumplings in the back seat exchanged a glance, pressed the distress button on their light brain, hoping Grandpa would come quickly. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhou Jinxing and Yunhai sat in a hovercar, drinking juice with no intention of going down to help. Not bad, not bad. When I was a kid, I was the strongest cub in the entire yard, becoming the cub king. How could my grandchildren be inferior? Zhou Jinxing was satisfied. Old Yin, you don't understand. Don't let Tuanshuan and Yuan's timidness fool you. When it comes to real fighting, their combat power is definitely among the top. Yunhai nodded with a chuckle. Yes, I don't understand. Why are my cubs so bold? Look at little Fox, hey, he even jumped down. Yo, see my great-granddaughter. Why doesn't she know fear? Ah, your cub's legs are shaking. Ah, yeah, so cute. Zhou Jinxing. His smile gradually faded. Yunhai took out a live-streaming orb, set it to stealth mode, and released it. Zhou Jinxing's hand paused, and he also silently pulled out his own live-streaming orb and tossed it down. The 2 exchanged a glance. Fake smiles appeared on their faces. Below, Little Tiger was still trying to persuade, his tone unhurried and not panicked. The kangaroo cub, however, felt as if he had returned to the holographic world where the instructor on stage used the same gentle tone to narrate imperial history, making him drowsy. Stop talking. If you're a beast, come down and duel me. With that, a white dumpling bounced up. I am a beast, I'll do it. Little Fox's jumping power was astonishing. Using all 4 legs, he hopped up until he was eye level with the standing kangaroo cub. Kangaroo cub. He pushed Little Fox aside. You go to the side, stay away. He was truly afraid of accidentally stepping on this little cub. He was very strong, and one step would make the little cub cry. Little Fox. I am strong. Why not challenge him? The kangaroo cub continued to taunt. Little Tiger, come on. Let me see how strong you are. Come out, don't hide inside without a sound. The kangaroo cub's target from the start was Little Tiger. He didn't pay any attention to the other cubs. Adults are best at lying to cubs. A fox, a cat. He could make them cry with one punch. He wasn't a cub who liked to bully the weak. He just needed to defeat Little Tiger so that the neighboring mouse girl would know who was the strongest. As for the other 4 cubs, they were called to boost the scene. After circling around, Little Fox returned to the front of the kangaroo cub and poked his dangling paw. Do you want a duel? I'm out, come to me. Little Fox knew his sister was too lazy to move and his big brother didn't like fighting, so he would lead the way. He alone could fight 5. Scoot over, I don't bully the weak. The kangaroo cub pushed Little Fox away again. 2 powerful forepaws bulged with muscles, which made Tuanshuan and Yuan even more terrified, frantically tapping the distress button on their light brain, their paws almost cramping. Whose cub is this? Quite interesting. Yunhai laughed heartily. Truly courageous, not bad. But it's a pity that his combat power is insufficient. The cat cub didn't even take a second glance. Zhou Zhenxing seeing old Yun's great-grandson so bravely charging ahead, while his own two dumplings were still cowering behind and calling for help, threw something else down. The invisible robot landed silently and approached the toy car from behind. A red light flashed. The robot executed Zhou Zhenxing's command, disassembled the toy hovercar, and as a gust of wind blew, the robot took the opportunity to lift the car roof and fly away. The hovercar became a convertible. The cubs inside were exposed to the air, and little Tiger's large size was impossible to hide. The sudden change silenced the kangaroo cub. "Wow!" the four chubby cubs exclaimed. The car roof spun slowly and drifted away, and the curly-haired white puppy almost chased after it. Fortunately, he remembered his task and restrained his impulse. "Come on." The kangaroo cub approached. The tiger cub shook his head. "Come." The tiger cub still shook his head. The cat cub lay quietly between them. The kangaroo saw the cat cub resting with closed eyes, and for some reason reached out a paw. Slap. He had intended to gently pat the cat cub's head and ask her to move aside so he could open the door. Unexpectedly, his paw came down hard, as if he had struck her across the face. The kangaroo cub panicked, extending his paw to soothe her as an adult might, but he couldn't control his strength. With a sharp smack, the cat cub's chin hit the car window. The cat cub's eyes went wide, and she tilted her head motionless. The air fell abruptly silent. The little fox's jaw dropped. He backed away until he was pressed against the white bear cub's leg, a flicker of pity in his eyes. "Little sister has a very short temper. You don't mess with her." The four cubs on this side had no idea what was happening. Over there, the tiger cub, who had been endlessly chattering with an almost unbelievable good nature, had vanished from his seat. A white streak shot out. Roar! The kangaroo cub lay on the ground. The powerful white tiger cub flicked his tail, then turned his head to look back at the stunned little white cat. The kangaroo cub pushed off with his hind legs and leaped toward the tiger cub. He had originally intended to apologize to the kitten, but with the opportunity before him, he decided to postpone the apology and fight first. "Little tiger, take this punch." The two cubs became a tangle of fur. "Wow!" The four chubby cubs gasped, their eyes glued to the spectacle. "Go big, brother." The little fox, having somehow produced a red cloth strip and tied it around his head, bounced and shouted. The other four cubs, belatedly catching on, also yelled at the top of their lungs, "Go, brother mouse." "Go, brother Ting." Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan followed suit, not to be outdone. The two sides competed in volume. The cat cub, eyelids drooping, silently sharpened her claws. The tiger cub was restraining his strength. He had sparred with other cubs in the elite class before. Only the first blow had been a bit heavy. Afterward, he focused on restraining the kangaroo cub's movements, trying to pin him down. But this kangaroo's hind legs were powerful, and in his reckless charge, the tiger cub failed to subdue him. The fight looked fierce. Zhou Zhenxing's expression was complicated. Your cub knowing to keep his wits at a time like this, that's truly rare. What does a 3-year-old cub know? Competitiveness is an instinct in beastmen. Once emotions flare, there's no room for reason. The tiger cub's strength was no weaker than an adult beastman's, yet he had learned restraint. Otherwise, this little kangaroo would have suffered. Not at all. Doesn't your cub hold back just as well? Yinhai pointed. The two cubs were huddled in the back seat, still poking at their light brains. Zhou Zhenxing felt a pang in his chest. Restraint. Those two little dummies were just scared. After a moment's thought, he issued a command to the robot. Thus, the curly-haired puppy cub, who had been cheering alongside the others, felt someone step on his paw. He turned to look at the little fox beside him. Was it him? After staring for 2 seconds, the curly-haired puppy turned back. "Woof! Go, brother mouse." The invisible robot simulated the touch of a fox's paw and gave the curly-haired puppy's paw a light kick. The curly-haired puppy whirled around. The little fox, well-fed and developed faster than his peers, stood a head taller beside him. The curly-haired puppy pretended nothing had happened and sidled over to stand next to the white bear. Zhou Zhenxing. This time he changed targets, extending his mischievous hand toward the snarling raccoon. He looked like a hothead. The robot gave a light kick. The raccoon turned around just in time to see the little fox grinning at him. The raccoon held back and ignored it. Another kick landed on his bottom, and then it stepped on his tail. Ow, ow. The raccoon stamped his foot and lunged at the little fox. "You're too much." A duel, eh? The little fox was ecstatic. With a loud cry, he and the raccoon rolled into a tangle. The two cubs were now fighting. The raccoon clawed angrily while the little fox dodged agilely, occasionally tapping the raccoon's back gently, afraid to use force lest he make his new friend cry. The remaining cubs were stunned. Hadn't they agreed to come as backup and just stand on the sidelines? In the end, somehow it turned into a free-for-all. Though Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had never fought before, they were not weak. They clung tightly to the white bear cub's legs, using their weight to hold him down. The chaos erupted, yet no one from the nearby houses came out to stop it. Fighting. Perfectly normal. Who didn't grow up through a few tumbles and scuffles? The cubs living in this area all wore protective shields. A little fighting was good for them. It even helped build bonds. The little fox held his own against two, leading a crocodile cub on a chase. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan worked together to pin down the white bear. As for the curly-haired white puppy cub, he was far too small to be effective, so he could only bark encouragement from the sidelines. Zhou Xinqing looked gratified. His own cub had finally learned to fight. Yunhai, on the other hand, felt a bit regretful. If only the other side had brought a few more cubs out. The cat cub hadn't even moved yet. The scene was chaotic, the cubs' howls carried far. Among them, the kangaroo cubs' cries were the most miserable. "What are you doing?" A voice came from afar. Then a figure in blue rushed over. Compared to the kangaroo cubs' all-out effort, the other cubs were just playing around. Only the tiger cub and the kangaroo cub were locked in a serious struggle. The kangaroo cub, pinned by the tiger cub, couldn't move his limbs and could only yell with his mouth. The tiger cub had developed faster. His frame was larger. Just after a bath, his fur was fluffed and dry. At first glance, he didn't look like a 3-year-old tiger cub, but more like a 7 or 8-year-old youngster. The young man was startled. Where did this white tiger cub come from? Stop! This kangaroo cub was his neighbor, 4 years old this year. This white tiger was a stranger. Clearly, a big tiger cub was bullying his neighbor's little kangaroo. Since he was friends with the kangaroo's older sister, how could he stand by and watch his own cub be mistreated? He angrily grabbed the tiger cub. "Don't move." Because of his interference, the tiger cub was caught off guard and pinned down. The tiger cub, ow ow. The kangaroo cub's foot, which had been held by the tiger cub, was suddenly freed. The force of the release kicked the tiger cub, making him flinch and roll over to check on the tiger cub. The tiger cub's tail stiffened. Roar. The kangaroo cub's tail went stiff as well. "Where are you from, cub? Why are you bullying someone here?" The young man was a bit angry. He placed a hand on the tiger cub's big head and muttered, "How old are you? Even if you want to spar, you can't bully a little cub. Don't you know that? Bullying the weak is wrong." Before he could finish, the fighting nearby had stopped. The little fox bent his hind legs, aiming at the man's back, ready to launch. But then the cat cub, who had been still until now, leaped from the hovering vehicle. Spiritual energy rippled around her, and she moved like lightning. The moment the cat cub flew toward him, the young man sensed something wrong and tried to dodge. He didn't dodge in time. The soft paw pads landed on his face, and a force no less than his own knocked him senseless on the spot. Bang! A dull thud. The young man was sent flying by the kick. The cat cub landed lightly, her paw patting the top of the tiger cub's head, smoothing down the tuft of fur that the young man had flattened. The kangaroo cub stood frozen. He turned back to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The S-class python brother next door, a young man, had been kicked away by a 3-year-old white cat. The kangaroo cub clutched his chest, shock written all over his face. "You, your strength is amazing." As soon as the kangaroo cub spoke, the cat cub recalled the previous scene. Leaping onto the kangaroo cub's head, the cat cub retracted its claws and delivered 5 consecutive punches before gracefully jumping back onto the tiger cub's back. Hoo-hoo. The kangaroo cub lay prostrate on the ground, tears glistening in its eyes. It didn't hurt, but a pang of sorrow tugged at its heart. It had been beaten by the little white cat. "Oh wow." Yunhai pressed against the window of the hovering car, his voice brimming with excitement. "They're fighting. Oh, my little grandson's tiny fists are so adorable. 5 punches. Did you see the speed of those punches? How swift, and the force was perfectly controlled. Not bad, truly not bad." Yunhai commented as he watched. Indeed, interacting with peers of the same age was beneficial. The cat cub had become more lively. Zhou Xinqing felt as if he had swallowed a bellyful of sour while utterly miserable. His own cubs clearly had strength. If they really fought, they wouldn't lose to a little white bear. Yet in reality, they were so cowardly that 2 of them had to gang up on one opponent. How disgraceful. Then he looked at the little fox. Such a tiny cub could maneuver between 2 not weak cubs, its movements agile. The cat cub was even more impressive. As far as he knew, this python cub's physique had reached S level, making it a standout among peers of its age, yet it was kicked flying by the cat cub. Even if the python cub had been off guard, the cat cub's strength was undeniable. "What grade is your cub exactly?" Zhou Xinqing voiced the doubt in his heart. The talent test results were archived, so they had no way of knowing, only that all 3 cubs had awakened their abilities. From Yunhai's daily boasts, he also guessed that the cubs' physiques were likely not low. But he never imagined it would be this absurd. Using only physical strength to kick an S-level physique beastman flying, and that too from a little white cat with a naturally low physical ceiling. Not the tiger cub, but the little white cat. It made no sense. Yunhai shook his head. Not that high either. The cat cub's physique is only S-level now. Every morning it insists on practicing some sword, no matter how much we try to dissuade it. It wears a stern face all day without a moment's rest. Worrying, truly worrying. He let out a long sigh, then looked at Zhou Xinqing with a pleading expression. "How do you raise your cubs? They seem so carefree. I'm absolutely envious." Yunhai's heart was both sweet and anxious. His own cub worked too hard, and it pained him to see it. Zhou Xinqing. That sly old fox, he was doing it on purpose. He glanced at his own cubs again, and Zhou Xinqing's anger flared. Without comparison, he could still comfort himself to take it slow. The cub's talent and bloodline were there, they would eventually catch up. But with comparison, Zhou Xinqing just wanted to grab the 2 cubs and give them a beating. If the cat cub worked so hard, how could his panda cubs be outdone? He would adjust the plan as soon as he got back. Down on the field, after the melee stopped, the fight could not continue. Tuanshuan and Yuan looked at the cat cub with admiration. "Ing ing ing. The 4 cubs brought by the kangaroo cub also defected, their eyes shining as they gazed at the cat cub, especially the curly-haired little white dog, whose tail wagged incessantly. Boss. This was the real boss. Qing got up, his face and body aching. He thought it was the tiger cub's elder who had struck, but after scanning the scene, he found no one matching the description. Only a little white cat. Recalling the white blur he saw before being sent flying, could it really have been this little white cat? And at that moment, he also saw the true face of the tiger cub that had been bullying the little kangaroo. How to put it? It was quite different from his imagination. This white tiger cub stared with round eyes, its face round and large. Whether it was an illusion or not, he could actually detect a hint of bewilderment and innocence in those eyes. From behind, it looked like a strong and ferocious tiger. From the front, it was a docile and honest tiger. Qing was taken aback. How could this tiger have 2 faces? So cat-like. Little tiger, are you okay? The kangaroo cub crouched down, its paws twisting together, too afraid to reach out with the cat cub nearby. Did I just kick you, eh? The tiger cub shook its head. It doesn't hurt. It had been startled by the sudden kick, but the kangaroo cub's strength was like a tickle to it. You're lying, I don't believe you. The kangaroo cub refused to believe. It was a powerful cub that could kill a D-level mutant beast. The 2 cubs stopped fighting and engaged in friendly communication. Qing was utterly confused. What was going on? Then he saw the kangaroo cub suddenly jump up and glare at him angrily. Brother Python, how can you bully a cub? This is a battle between us beasts. How could you interfere? You're breaking the rules. Yes, breaking the rules. The little white dog also jumped up and barked. Brother Python, who could be defeated by the cat cub, was no longer the brother Python in its heart. Qing. So it was his fault. If he hadn't worried about them getting bullied, would he have intervened? You little mouse, if I hadn't heard you cry so pitifully, do you think I would have stepped in? With a red plum blossom print on his cheek, Qing stepped forward, hesitating for a moment. This is your friend. He fixed his gaze on the little white cat. Little one, was it you who did that? A cat. The cat cub lifted its eyelids, revealing blue eyes clearer than the sky. What beautiful eyes. Qing suddenly felt his guess was rather ridiculous. How could such a pretty and adorable little kitten be the one who sent him flying? He tentatively reached out a hand. But at a certain distance from the cat cub, it was blocked by a current of air. This is an ability. Qing lifted his gaze in shock, scanning the entire scene. White tiger, white cat, white fox. Abilities. Could it be? They were Instructor Yunqing's 3 white-furred cubs? Yunting. Qing's voice trembled. The tiger cub responded with a sound, sitting obediently on the ground. Qing. His mind was in turmoil. Suppressing the impulse within, he reached out to help the prostrate tiger cub up, brushing off the dust from its fur, and said sternly, "Did the kangaroo cub bully you?" The kangaroo cub was both shocked and enraged, feeling betrayed, its heart aching as if it couldn't breathe. Brother Python. That's not what you said earlier. The kangaroo cub's 2 front paws dangled weakly, at a loss for how to defend itself. Qing felt a bit embarrassed. As a follower of Instructor Yunqing, he was all too familiar with the situation of the 3 cubs. Instructor Yunqing's cubs were his younger siblings. Moreover, the 3 cubs were only 3 years old. It was obvious that his own 4-year-old kangaroo cub was bullying them, even calling nearby cubs to join in. In the end, it was the little fox who spoke up for the kangaroo cub. Big brother, no one is bullying anyone. We're all good friends, just playing together. The kangaroo cub is very fun. The kangaroo cub's eyes welled with tears of gratitude, filled with fondness for this little fox. What neighbor brother? It couldn't compare to this newly made friend. Is that so? Qing scratched his head, feeling even more awkward. By then, the kangaroo cub had already hopped over to the little fox and was rubbing its fur against it in a friendly manner. With the misunderstanding resolved, Qing took out the purified fruits he had bought as compensation for the prodigious cub of the newly rising idol. The tiger cub shook its head, refusing to accept. Qing felt even more guilt-ridden. How could such a well-behaved tiger cub have bullied anyone intentionally? He worried whether he had pressed too hard on the cub earlier and whether its bones might be injured. Looking at the tiger cub's face, which should have been majestic but was now listless and clearly unhappy, Qing knew it was his fault. He shoved the fruit toward the cub. Eat this. Big brother is treating you as an apology for my mistake. The tiger cub stepped back, causing the kitten on its head to fall off. The tiger cub quickly stretched out its paw to catch the kitten. The red fruit was right in front of them, but the kitten pushed Qing's hand away, rejecting his goodwill through action. Just then a little fox walked over. Is it tasty? It asked, tilting its head, curiosity sparkling in its eyes. The cub's gaze was clear and innocent, unmistakably a well-behaved, adorable little one. Qing took out a red fruit and handed it to the little fox. It's delicious. This shop's purified fruits have the highest purification level and are the best in the capital star. Oh, the little fox didn't take it. Instead, it bent its hind legs and sat down before Qing. Then a fruit of equally vivid red appeared in its paw, so bright it seemed to drip, with a rich, fruity aroma wafting from its skin. In comparison, Qing's little red fruit seemed coated in a layer of dust, dull in color and lacking fragrance. Crunch, crunch. The little fox took a big bite, juice staining the white fur around its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The little fox squinted its eyes. Delicious. Faint energy drifted through the air. Qing's hand loosened, and the purified fruit fell to the ground rolling twice. He didn't pick it up, staring blankly and murmuring, "Energy plants." Eaten as fruit. The sweet aroma of energy plant fruits was incomparable to that of purified fruits, and their effects were worlds apart. One cost tens of thousands of star coins apiece, and was still hard to find, while the other cost a few thousand. Yet the little cub seemed unaware of the preciousness of energy plants, opening and closing its mouth to devour 3 of them. A word sprang to Shikan's mind: filthy rich. Big brother, have a fruit to calm your nerves. Satisfied with Shikan's reaction, the little fox stuffed a large one into the tiger cub's mouth and fed another to the kitten. Humph. Who told him to bully his big brother? Now he's craving, isn't he? He hadn't even hit his big brother's head. The little fox also remembered to include Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, reluctantly sharing a few fruits with the 2 cubs, chattering nonstop about its feelings. Animal heads popped up over the walls of the surrounding villas. They exchanged words, truly worthy of being Minter Yunqing's cubs, eating energy plants like ordinary fruits, spoiling them so much. So fragrant. I wonder where Minter Yunqing bought those energy plants. They're impossible to get. Should be from the merit system. Mom, I want that. A little bunny had just cried out when its mouth was covered. If you were as formidable as that little white cat, I'd give you energy plants every day. Can you do that? The little bunny. The fruit suddenly lost its appeal. The kangaroo cub and the 4 cubs it had called for backup crouched on the sidelines, staring longingly. The little white dog opened its mouth, drool pooling on the ground. It smelled so good. The little fox stretched out its paw, and 5 more fruits appeared. Once you eat my fruits from now on, we'll be good friends. Good friends. They're such a good thing. The little white dog wrapped its tongue around the fruit and carried it off, whimpering, "Good friends, big brother, big sister. Don't swallow the pits or grass will grow in your belly. Just give me the pits." The little fox already knew their family wasn't poor, but certain habits were deeply ingrained in its soul. 1 pit could grow into a fruit tree, and a tree could yield more fruits. 1 fruit could earn a good friend. Plant. It would plant a whole planet of fruit trees. She can now isolated. It seemed the idol's cubs disliked him. Seeing that it was almost time, Yunhai stood up slowly. Time to go back. The little ones have to get up early for the elite class tomorrow. Zhou. Annoying. A hover car descended from the sky, and Yunhai opened the door. Cubs. Great-grandpa. Hey. Hearing the call of great-grandpa, Yunhai felt refreshed all over and waved. Come to great-grandpa. It's time to go home. Another hover car landed. Zhou Zhenxing forced a smile. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan, come. It's time for us to leave. Time to go back to training. Parting was imminent. The little fox waved reluctantly behind its back. See you next time, friends. The kangaroo cub also extended its paw. Don't forget me, friends. My name is Shirley. My nickname is Fist. Goodbye. The hover car drove out of the villa area. Yunqing, having watched the entire scene, followed in his own hover car, and they headed home one after another. The hover car departed. The kangaroo cub glared at Shikan. Brother Python, you hit my friend. That's too much. Brother Python, that's not right. The crocodile cub, recalling the little fox's sincere bright eyes and the fragrant fruit, also joined in the condemnation. The little white bear nodded. Not right. Exactly not right. The little white dog followed suit. Shikan. He was truly wronged. He hadn't even used any force. Yet news spread quickly. After returning home, Shikan noticed that his family members were looking at him oddly. You hit Qingbao's cub. Shikan's mother's face was cold, and her powerful white snake tail smacked the ground. You hit Tingbao, eh? Beside her, Shikan's younger brother Shilai from class 2 of the elite class turned around. Tingbao. Is it Yun Ting of class 1 in the elite class? Shilai asked. He recalled the first day of the elite class when he had fallen in front of the class 1 lineup, and the one standing at the very front was that little fox named Yun Xiao. Yun Ting must be his big brother, right? That's right. Do you know him? Ah, yes, your classmates. Shikan ingratiated himself. Little brother, there's a misunderstanding here. Could you? No, I can't, brother. Shilai refused. If someone bullied you, I'd be furious too. Not really. Before the brother could be touched, Shilai sighed again. So you see, since you bullied Yun Ting, his younger siblings won't like you either. And I'm still a cub, so there's nothing I can do. With that, a white python stood upright, its tail slapping Shikan's head repeatedly. I'll teach you to bully a cub. To be impulsive. To be tongue-tied. Were your eyes just for decoration? Acting without figuring out the situation. Are you showing off? That was her Qing. How dare he? Don't you dare say you're my son when you go out. Please never say that. You might as well go with your second aunt to the border area for a few years of training before coming back. If Qing ever found out that this was her cub, what face would she have left? Shilai nodded inwardly. Right. Big brother should go out and train. If the 3 cubs of class 1 found out this was his big brother, how could he ever make friends? After leaving the Zhou residence, the hover car flew back all the way. Did anyone bully my little ones? Yunhai asked, feigning curiosity, unaware that his great-grandfather was hovering above, watching everything the little fox chattered on without stopping. Yunhai in turn made various expressions to match. Oh, is that so? Indeed, how wicked to bully our Tingbao. How amazing you've made new friends. The little fox's lips curled upward. He really enjoyed making friends. Before on the Logi planet, he had few friends. Each day spent hungry with no time to socialize. Later on the Huang planet, there were also no playmates, but fortunately the three siblings kept each other company and never felt lonely. The tiger cub lay listlessly to one side. The toy car's cover hadn't been retrieved. Driving a toy car without a cover felt unsafe. He still couldn't figure out why the wind had been so strong today that it blew the cover away. The hover car returned all the way to the outside of the villa. It was then that Yunhai noticed something amiss. The white hover car behind them had been following since they left the Zhou residence, and now it had parked right beside them, clearly targeting them. Wait! Yunhai stopped the cubs from getting out. Following his gaze, the cubs looked at the hover car beside them. The door slowly opened, and a figure in light blue stepped out from the vehicle. A long dress enveloped her figure, smooth hair cascading down her back with a few strands of blue at the tips. The three cubs held their breath. The little fox pressed his paws against the window, his nose squeezed into the gap, desperately inhaling. This scent. Mom. The little fox cheered. It was unmistakably Mom's scent. Yunqing turned her head. Black sunglasses covered half her face, but those who knew her could still easily recognize her. Pulling the sunglasses down, Yunqing opened her arms. Long time no see, cub. Mom. The little fox raised both paws and slapped the door opening button. As soon as the hovercar door opened, 3 white fur balls rushed out. You're back. The little fox launched himself into the air, confidently curling into a ball. Yunqing caught the fur ball with one hand and hugged it. The kitten also retracted its claws and leaped, claiming the other side of Yunqing's embrace. Meowed. She was so enthusiastic it didn't seem like a kitten. The tiger cub stood on its hind legs, then after a moment hopped forward one step, its restless paws gently resting on Yunqing's arm. It squinted its eyes and happily rubbed its head against her. With both arms holding the cubs, Yunqing imitated the tiger cub's gesture and rubbed her head against it. The tiger cub grew even more excited, pressing its head against Yunqing's with force. Yunqing nearly lost control of the 3 squirming cubs. Yunhai also wanted to revert to his original form, but the commotion had already attracted the attention of nearby neighbors. Yunqing was now a superstar, and there were many who wanted to take her cubs away. He couldn't give anyone any chance, like the calico cat swinging on the balcony next door. Yunhai opened the door. Come inside first. After the family entered, the Yun family's gate closed, and then the privacy shield activated. From outside, nothing could be seen. The calico cat loosened its claws, sprang up, then fell back down, hooking onto the elastic rope again and swinging back and forth. Humph. Stingy fox. Would it kill him to let me take a look? In the living room, a large white fox sat next to Yunqing, asking solicitously, Qingbao, are you tired? Are you hurt? Your uncle is not a reliable fox. How could he let you go into the star beast swarm alone? Yunda. Yunhai shouted, but the robot did not appear. Great-grandfather, you put Yunda away, the tiger cub reminded. Yunhai slapped his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. He released the robot butler from his space. Yunda full body scan. A red light flashed. Yunda brought out a pile of detectors and scanned Yunqing. Beep. Turbid chi detection result safe. Beep. Physique detection result good. Beep. Body blood and chi sufficient. Yunqing. After the full set of tests, Yunhai finally felt relieved. He then arranged for the cooking robot to prepare meals, but when he wanted to cook himself, Yunqing stopped him. Qingbao, I brought you gifts. Yunqing threw out a white sphere. The sphere floated in the air, extended a mechanical arm, and flew toward Yunhai, combing him from head to tail. Huh. Oh. Yunhai relaxed his body. What's this? A fur comb. He had never bought one before. He always had Yun to help with grooming. Compared to a specialized robot, what kind of skill was Yunda's? Soon 4 fluffy creatures lay on the sofa, bellies up. Yunqing couldn't help but curl a smile. Evening. Yunqing dealt with the backlog of messages. The shop hadn't launched new products for a long time. The hair growth cream was still hard to get, and the potions were cooperating with the Legion. Yunqing couldn't spare much time for potion refining, so she planned to hand over the methods for several important potions, such as the marrow washing liquid, to Nangong CI, in exchange for contribution points. The formula for the hair growth cream was handed over to her second uncle for operation. After that, she would devote most of her time to improving her strength. The demon beasts in the membrane planet gave her a sense of crisis. She was still not strong enough. After handling the shop matters, Yunqing switched accounts and logged into her current one. A barrage of messages. Scorching flame that burns all Qingqing Jia. I've arrived at the first military academy. Scorching flame that burns all Qingqing Jia. When will the array courses start? We can't get through the mirror array. Can you give us some hints? Lucky Bear instructor Yunqing, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used the bald image. It's all my fault. Can you cancel the punishment? Little Wolf sis, rest assured, I will definitely strive to become the best mecha warrior. Dog father angrily kills bear's son Chang'an. You're finished. Instructor Yunqing is the best. Little and you're something, huh? I'll post your ugly beast form photo on the school forum. Yunqing stared at the last 2 messages for a moment before remembering. She had used Chang'an's nickname and avatar to fish and hadn't switched back yet. Did they mistake her for someone else? Thinking of this, Yunqing opened the array group. Lucky Bear, tomorrow evening, we will check the results. Please prepare, everyone. The group was filled with whales. Instructor Yunqing is the best instructor. Instructor Yunqing Qingqing Jia, I can't beat the bald guy. JPG of crying breakdown. Instructor Yunqing is the best. I have deeply realized my mistake. I shouldn't have listened to Chung En's instigation and changed to a bald image. I was wrong, please let me off, Instructor Yunqing, I won't dare again. JPG of dog kneeling. Instructor Yunqing is most kind. Instructor Yunqing, your figure fighting in the Liuguang Star region is deeply engraved in my heart. Such a kind, strong, and beautiful. You must be able to forgive my sins, right? After reading, Yunqing replied again. Lucky Bear, oh don't be late. JPG of coldness, she would not be soft-hearted, her heart was colder and harder than stone. The array class students were utterly despairing. On the StarNet, netizens daily used the array mirror as entertainment, creating a large batch of meme images, and even various streamers rooted themselves in the array, having a great time. Only they were extremely anxious every day. Instructor Yunqing had said that the holiday task was to clear the array mirror. But could this thing really be cleared? The temptation of 100 billion star coins was right there. Even space pirates disguised themselves to try the array. Yet after so many days no one had been able to clear it. They were just a bunch of inexperienced rookies who hadn't graduated yet. They couldn't do it. Chang'an. Wah. Chang'an covered himself with the blanket, tears almost falling. He was wrong. He truly knew he was wrong. The team that participated in the competition returned to the school, and all the students knew that Yunqing had returned to the capital planet, but they didn't know when she would come to the school. Being in the same school as Instructor Yunqing, they felt honored. Yunqing submitted the guard mission in the academic system and obtained 10 instructor points. Soon the principal's communication came through. As they chatted, when the topic turned to the star beast tide on Liuguang planet, Nangongli smiled. On the day of the star beast outbreak, the entire school was worried about you. The howls filled the campus with beastly roars. Yunqing, what are they howling about? They thought you were dead. Yunqing. What? Yunqing wondered if she had misheard. After all, that was the highest level star beast tide seen so far. Seeing you fall into the encirclement of star beasts, they thought you wouldn't make it back. Nangongli thought that if she hadn't been watching the live broadcast and known the power of Yunqing's formation, she would have been startled too. Yunqing recalled the deafening roars of beasts on the day of the ranking competition, and a vivid image formed in her mind. A group of fluffy creatures, thinking she was dead, raised their heads and howled, their cries rising and falling in waves. Thinking of that scene, she felt both touched and amused. Early the next morning, Yunqing returned to the school. She planned to set up the teleportation array in the instructor's villa. As she entered the school gate, a long line of students ran along the wall. If your reflexes aren't sharp enough, if your perception of danger isn't keen enough, what will you do on the battlefield? Hurry up! A clear shout rang out. Yunqing turned her head and saw her aunt wielding a green vine, swinging it continuously. The students, wearing gravity rings on their hands and feet, dodged with difficulty. Move it! Star beasts won't give you time to react. One step slower and you could lose your life. The first-year freshmen were the worst off. They had only been training for a few days, so their physical reflexes were insufficient. Their eyes saw the whip swinging toward them, but their bodies always lagged behind, unable to keep up with their brain's reaction speed. Ow! Yunshu's vine struck a student. A current of electricity flowed through clothes, fell to the ground, and the vine bound a roe deer, hanging upside down in the air. A live-streaming drone flew over to give the student a high-definition close-up, and the image was simultaneously broadcast on the school's big screen. Very good, the first one. After tying this roe deer behind the hovercar, Yunshu looked for the next target. The students. Big demon. Why did Instructor Yunshu come back so quickly? The student, running at the front in a daze, seemed to see another instructor blocking the way ahead, and inwardly groaned in dismay. A platinum white uniform. It was definitely an instructor. Looking up, Yunqing's face came into everyone's view. Instructor Yunqing. It's Instructor Yunqing. The surprise came so suddenly. Woof woof woof. What's with the dog barking? Ow ow ow. Instructor Yunqing. I really like you. The students were excited and overjoyed, but since they were in the middle of physical training, they could only steal a few more glances. What are they doing? When Yunqing first came to the school, she had seen students running along the wall and thought it was a traditional physical training exercise, but now it didn't seem like it. Qing, you came to the school. Seeing her little niece, Yunshu beamed with a bright smile and accelerated the hovercar forward, emitting rainbow-colored exhaust. The roe deer student had his mouth wide open, filling with air. Ah-wah-wah. The live-streaming drone followed, not forgetting to cover the student's private parts. The big demon's attention was drawn away by Instructor Yunqing, so the students secretly sped up, praying inwardly that Instructor Yunshu would go attend to her business. Please don't come back. Other instructors wouldn't tease them like this. How annoying. And what are you doing? Yunqing took 2 steps forward to clear the path. Yunshu smiled and said, this is a daily routine at the school to train the students' neural reaction abilities. If we train them hard now, their chances of survival will be greater. Since you're here, come help out. The passing students. This is clearly just ordinary physical training. They have specialized agility training courses. Yunqing, quite unique. Of course. To maintain her image, Yunshu beautified her actions and words. Every instructor takes turns on duty. Today it's my turn. You should try it too. Don't go easy on them. Going easy is disrespectful to the students. The students. Please don't respect us. Baoshan caught up from behind, and upon hearing this also smiled. That's right, Instructor Yunqing. Could you please help? There aren't enough instructors, so we can't achieve the training effect. It's really worrying. Yunqing gladly agreed. The students were worried about her safety, and Yunqing also felt she needed to do something for them. Just now she had observed that Yunshu's vine could only target one person at a time, leaving most students untrained. Her formation could perfectly solve this problem, ensuring equal distribution so that everyone received attention. The military academy students faced their toughest day. Instructor Yunshu was only one person, but Instructor Yunqing was worth 1,000 troops. Yunqing had obtained spirit stones and crafted array discs, finally enabling large-scale formations to be deployed in the real world. So far she had only carved 2 array discs. One was a large illusionary formation, the Heart Inquiry Array. The other was the 5 Elements Rotation Array, a large comprehensive formation that uses the power of the 5 elements to confuse, attack, and bind. What Yunqing took out now was the array disc inscribed with the 5 Elements Rotation Array. It was also a perfect opportunity to test its effect. As the jade-white disc appeared, Yunshu was shocked. Are you going to use this formation? Qing, aren't you overestimating their abilities? A formation capable of annihilating a starved beast tide. Using it on a bunch of kids who have never even been on a battlefield. Is that really okay? The students. Help. How is Instructor Yunqing even more violent than Instructor Baosheng? They had all watched that live broadcast. Under Principal Nangon's arrangement, the entire school witnessed the power of the disc. They never dreamed that they would see the disc again under such circumstances. In an instant, everyone's speed visibly increased by a large margin. Yunshu understood. So it was just to scare them. It was indeed effective. Yunshu raised her vine. Run faster. Students at the back, beware of the formation. The live-streaming drone will record everything. Little brats, your beloved Instructor Yunqing has arrived with her formation. Are you happy? The students pushed past their limits again, their speed increasing another notch. Baosheng laughed heartily. When Instructor Yunqing hadn't returned, they thought about her every day, longed for her every day. Now that she was back, the students must be overjoyed. Baosheng didn't chase. He stayed by Yunqing's side to watch the formation up close. The students at the back ran for their lives. Instructor Yunqing would certainly exercise restraint, but the formation's power was too great. No one would die, but who would want to be the first beast to try it? When they passed out, they couldn't control their bodies or expressions, not to mention their beast forms would look ugly, and it would be replayed on the big screen repeatedly. They didn't want that. Tisk, they can't even take a scare. Before she finished, the disc in Yunqing's hand emitted a fluorescent glow. Array patterns emerged from the disc. Yunshu, is she serious? The thought had barely crossed her mind when the array patterns expanded, instantly covering half the school. The student running at the front discovered in horror that his body was swept by a series of blue lines. Those lines were not some kind of superpower attack. They were just the tip of the iceberg of the enormous array pattern. They were inside the formation. Fear stems from the unknown. To them, the formation was an enigmatic and mysterious presence. The vast formation enveloped everyone. Trainees engaged in physical exercises froze in place, daring not to move. Instructors also halted their actions, converging toward Yunqing's position, while other uninvolved mentors came out to watch the spectacle. Yunshu untied the vines binding the roe deer. With a forceful toss, Ao, the roe deer trainee arced back into the formation. Yunshu clapped her hands, eagerly anticipating the formation's effects. The roe deer crashed heavily onto the ground upon landing in the formation, too afraid to show anger or speak, and silently followed the line. For Beastman, the beast form was more comfortable and granted greater strength than the humanoid form. He secretly rejoiced. This time the instructor would definitely not catch him. Seeing the roe deer trainee moving freely without triggering any strange rules, the other trainees also mustered the courage to advance. The trainee line continued running, but their hearts were raised high. After all, the formation patterns remained, and they had no idea what awaited them, leaving them unsettled. The formation class trainees were on high alert. Yunqing would never deploy a formation merely for decoration. Instructor Yunqing, is this another new formation? What effect does this formation have? Its range is truly vast. Baosheng paced around with great interest, reaching out to touch the formation patterns. The blue formation lines floated in the air, tinged with a hazy, dreamlike quality, both real and illusory. When one reached out to touch them, they passed through as if through air, grasping nothing tangible. Was it psychic energy? How fascinating. Is it activated? How does one start it? The trainees have been waiting eagerly. Hurry up, he wanted to see. The gathered instructors pricked up their ears and heard Yunqing say now. Yunqing looked up as the formation pattern sank into the ground and vanished. The instructors' eyes flickered, their gazes fixed on the advancing line. Had it begun? Yunqing controlled the formation, initiating a wood element attack. The level ground seemed to come alive. Twisting vines burst forth from the earth, lashing at the trainees like agile serpents, leaving streaks of green marks on their bodies. The roe deer trainee reacted a beat too slow and was sent flying into the air by a single whip crack. The livestream device drifted over once more to capture a close-up. What is this? Vines sprouting from the ground. Nowhere did they come from. Not real vines. It's the formation. The vines are illusory. Spread out. The line was too crowded. There was no room to dodge. Bai Jingning mingled with the new trainees. The moment the formation appeared, he tensed his nerves and mobilized his mental energy to detect energy fluctuations. Yet the holographic world and reality were ultimately different. In the holographic realm, he could sense the formation's attacks, but this was his first time facing a large-scale formation in reality. Before Bai Jingning could find his rhythm, the formation had already activated. Vines lunged at him head-on. He sidestepped to avoid them, but was knocked back by a panicked new trainee taking a direct hit from the lash. Bai Jingning. The vine strike left a mild sting on his body, while also imprinting a green pattern on his skin. It resembled some kind of mark. Before he could examine it, a collision from behind nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. Oh, what is this thing? The new trainees fell into chaos. Having practiced in formation classes, Bai Jingning could barely dodge, though the gravity rings on his wrists hindered his movements. Combined with the erratic evasions of the new trainees, he inevitably got struck by the vines. Spread out. Leave enough room to move. Don't panic. The attack isn't strong. Find a pattern. He shouted twice. After the initial panic, the new trainees followed Bai Jingning's orders, and the line quickly dispersed. The livestream devices became confused, unsure whom to follow for filming. The principal's gentle voice came through the broadcast. Welcome back, Instructor Qing. Thank you for your training assistance. At the same time, all trainees must complete the physical training within the allotted time. Those who exceed it will have their training time doubled. The trainees. What could they do? Run. Earlier they had only been anxious, wondering which unlucky soul the instructor would target. Now everyone faced the same predicament. Thanks to Instructor Qing, the mental torment was gone. First year potioneering class, 2 charge with me. Second year mecha class, 3 anyone who falls behind will lose their fur. Third year. The trainees adapted quickly, struggling forward under the vine attacks. The formation class trainees were in good shape. Having been tempered in Qing's formations, they quickly identified the patterns and moved with greater ease than others, even helping comrades who were about to fall behind. This formation is quite suitable for training reaction speed without causing injury. Baosheng pointed at Bai Jingning and asked, is he a member of the formation class? Though he's a new trainee, his movements are more agile than the others. To avoid slowing the pace, the new trainees lagged at the very end of the entire school line, followed by first years, second years, third years, and fourth years from back to front. Qing's sudden formation disrupted the order. Bai Jingning led the formation class members to break away from the new trainees, already catching up to the second-year students. Cheng En and Lu Xuanfei hung at the rear of the second years, helping those who fell behind. Bai Jingning sighed. Cheng En, Instructor Qing is back. Cheng En's face crumpled on the verge of tears again. It's okay, don't worry. It's not all your fault. I'll help you. Bai Jingning patted Cheng En's shoulder reassuringly, then dodged a vine strike. Lu Xuanfei shoved Cheng En forward. Move. The formation is changing. If there had been any pattern at the start now, it was completely unpredictable. Moreover, the attacks landing on them were noticeably stronger than those on others. The three had no time to talk, focusing entirely on countering the formation. Qing also released a faint fraction of nascent soul pressure. Everyone felt as if a mountain weighed on their backs, making even breathing difficult, and a shadow of fear arose from the depths of their hearts. Under the mental oppression, their potential was continuously unleashed. Qing sensed the energy fluctuation emanating from Lu Xuanfei and intensified the attack. Ayo! Cheng En was struck by a vine sprawling on the ground with a pained cry. Ayo, it's over. Is Instructor Qing targeting me? No sooner had he spoken than 3 vines encircled Lu Xuanfei. Cheng En, he was wrong. Instructor Qing had still gone easy on him. Ayo! Bai Jingning kicked Cheng En forward. Don't zone out. Thanks. Cheng En scrambled up and continued dodging the attacks. Qing operated the formation alone, focusing his attention, his care, on the formation class trainees. At the same time, whenever he noticed other trainees with greater potential showing signs of breakthrough, he would also allocate a thread of his spiritual sense to attend to them. The trainees inside the formation couldn't perceive this, but the instructors hovering in the air, who could see everything clearly, were able to. Once again, they marveled at Qing's formidable mental strength. To manage multiple tasks simultaneously and with such precision, truly monstrous. Nangong Li appeared at the scene at some unknown moment, standing to the side to observe. Baosheng sidled up and asked in a low voice, Principal, what exactly is the rank data of Instructor Qing? He was dying of curiosity. Nangong Li smiled this. It's a military secret. Baosheng. Understood. Being designated as a military secret meant her power had reached the Empire's combat ceiling. Sai, 21 years old, she's only 21. What kind of person is that? Baosheng cast a glance at Qing, who stood in midair as if looking at a monster. She appeared perfectly normal, one nose, 2 eyes, with a face that exuded intense aggression, yet her personality was unexpectedly gentle. Her bloodline. The Yun family ancestors were all foxes with no fierce beast genes mixed in. Could it be the bloodline from the human side? Unable to fathom it, Baosheng sighed quietly. Lucky fox, lucky Yunli. There were so many lucky beasts. Why couldn't there be one more leopard like him? Beep. A faint fluctuation of energy was detected by the energy detector. Someone had broken through. The first to break through was not Lu Xuanfei, but Yunlang. After consuming the body-cleansing potion and the spiritual plant soup specially brewed by Qing, combined with relentless training day and night, Yunlang's physique had undergone a transformation in a short period. Now her physique had reached the peak of S rank. Today, under the triple pressure of the gravity ring, soul, prestige, and formation attacks, she finally broke through from S rank to SS rank. Hey, isn't that? Someone recognized her. That's instructor Qing's younger sister, frequently seen entering and exiting the instructor's villa. The energy detector vibrated, and the instructors precisely located the breakthrough student. Upon seeing it was the Grey Wolf student from the Border Star, they could no longer remain calm. Yunlang, a Grey Wolf beast man with a mixed bloodline. During the entrance talent test, she had barely scraped through. Her talent was neither high nor low, and being from the Border Star, she lagged behind others in resources, relying solely on her own efforts to improve. Yet she had progressed faster than the prodigies of the Capital Star. It was hard to deny Qing's assistance in this. Instructor Qing truly has a knack for training. Student Yunlang is really fortunate. Qing merely said, her progress is related to resources, but it is also inseparable from her own hard work. 3 parts talent, 7 parts effort. The little wolf had always been a diligent person. Her success was inevitable. Yes, student Yunlang is more self-disciplined than most beast men. Baosheng looked down at Lu Xuanfei again. Look, that's another hard-working rabbit from a garbage planet. Every day in the training room, he and student Yunlang are the last to leave without a single day off. Everyone is working hard, but they work even harder. What's strange about their promotion? As he finished, the aura around Lu Xuanfei shifted, and his physique broke through. The other instructors pondered. Hard work. Then their eyes fell on their own students. Yes, hard work. Maybe their students simply weren't working hard enough. The students. Baosheng, having stirred up trouble, quietly slipped away. Kids, don't thank me too much. After all, instructors are doing this for your own good. Once most of the students had adapted to the vine attacks, Qing switched to the water element. The moment the transparent water ropes appeared, the students hadn't even reacted. Slap. The water rope landed on the students, leaving a blue mark. She switched to water elemental ability. Heavens, does anyone know what effect these marks have? Another round of adaptation began. In the previous round, 3 students had improved their physiques. Besides Yunlang and Lu Xuanfei, the third was a cub from the Capital Star. In this round, 5 more students broke through, 3 of whom were from the formation class. The sight made others envious. Baosheng came over to negotiate with Qing. Instructor Qing, see that group over there? Could you help drill them? Drill them to death, if needed. He was referring to his own class. But since everyone was mixed together, it was hard to distinguish. He also feared that Qing's spiritual energy would be overconsumed, so he merely mentioned it. If not possible, he would ask her to train the students specifically another time. Qing nodded. Okay, who are they? This also allowed her to exercise her soul power, so she welcomed all comers. Baosheng was delighted. Instructor Qing, wait here. I'll go mark them right away. With a whoosh, he disappeared. From his space ring, he took out a box of hair dye, mixed it with water, divided the dye into small bottles, and attached them to his special ability weapon, a bow and arrow. Then he aimed at his students. Run. Instructor Baosheng is coming. Oh no, is he aiming at me? A snake-headed student dodging water attacks looked around and found that everyone had cleared a wide space around her. Correct answer. I'll give you a reward later. Baosheng smirked, released his hand, and the arrow carrying the dye shot out. Slap. The dye burst on the student's head. Her pristine white scales were stained with a layer of dark green. The student. Her beautiful scales. Instructor Bao, you'd better pray you never fall into my hands. Baosheng marked every student in his class without missing a single one, then gave Qing a gesture. Soon, Baosheng's students sensed something was wrong. They seemed to be deliberately targeted by instructor Qing. However, they didn't blame Qing, placing all the blame on Baosheng instead. Black Leopard, just you wait. Don't expect us to go easy on you in this year's instructor evaluation. Sooner or later we'll pin you to the ground and beat you up. Baosheng, hovering above them, burst out laughing. Find such courage. I'll be waiting. Come on, hit me if you can. Come on, come on. He even took out his light brain to record the scene. Every day, watching the students jump in anger, but unable to do anything about him, Baosheng felt immense delight. Endless training was monotonous and grueling, and he was doing this for their own good. Baosheng was truly a responsible leopard instructor. The students soon had no energy left to hurl threats. Qing was tempering her soul, dividing her spiritual sense, and placing it on each student. Using the formation as a link, she monitored every student's condition while manipulating the formation's changes. The entire process demanded extreme control over her soul. Before entering the soul refining tower, Qing could never have achieved this. Now, however, she felt she hadn't even reached her limit. Soul power was a mysterious domain. Its power was absolutely formidable. Her soul seemed to be her eyes. Countless chaotic perspectives flooded into her mind, and Qing felt uncomfortable. Closing her eyes, she slowly sorted through them, deepening her mastery of soul power. Seeing Baosheng's students receive Qing's training, the other class instructors grew even more envious. However, they weren't as familiar with Qing as Baosheng was, who had thick skin. Moreover, seeing that Qing alone had to oversee over 50 students, they didn't press the matter. At most they could divide their attention to oversee 10 and only with their eyes. Accurately targeting each individual while controlling the precision of attacks was far too difficult. No, it was simply impossible. From this they deduced that Qing's mental power level should be no lower than SSS rank. The instructors were horrified. How old was she? The power of the divine soul divided into 10, then 10 into 100. It was refined into every strand. A flash of white light passed by, and Qing's divine soul power showed signs of breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the formation, more and more students she had selected were joining. The number of those who achieved physical breakthroughs was also increasing. The instructors went from astonishment, disbelief to numbness and finally could only utter one sentence. Formations are truly miraculous things. Whom as miraculous as instructor Qing's existence. They cycled through wood, water, and earth elements. When the students finally reached the finish line after enduring countless hardships, they were all covered in dirt and sat on the ground in disarray. The fourth-year students were still in decent shape and could communicate normally. In 4 years I've never collapsed during physical training. Future physical training won't be like today, will it? Huh. The students from Baosheng's class had already given up and lay flat. How could it not be? Don't you know the perverse tastes of these instructors? But fortunately we're about to graduate. Only freshmen who didn't know the dangers of the beast world would hold such naive thoughts. How miserable. The days ahead would be bleak and hopeless. Not a glimmer of hope. But they were about to graduate. The freshmen lay scattered on the ground. Not yet tempered by the school's trials, their eyes sparkled with sincere admiration and reverence for Qing. Even though they couldn't lift their limbs now, they had no complaints. Truly worthy of instructor Qing, this formation covers such a large area. Ha ha ha, I made the right choice. I came here specifically for instructor Qing. So thrilling. Will there be more tomorrow? The students didn't hide their voices, they spoke out loud. While talking they openly stared at Qing. So this is instructor Qing. Qing turned her head, paused for a moment, and then burst into laughter. This field of fluffy creatures resembled the scene in her cultivation world, where she had petted all the fluffy beasts on that mountain, leaving them lying on the ground, as if they had lost all will to live. Instructor Qing smiled at me. A pangolin struggled to turn over, and instantly became dignified. The white bear lying on its back with belly exposed, and panting, also sat up. You're mistaken. She was clearly smiling at me. Instructor Qing's 3 cubs are all white-furred, just like me. She must be smiling at me. The senior students kept their mouths shut. What wishful thinking. Let them experience it themselves first. In the military academy no instructor is good. They all have dark hearts and ruthless hands. They'll learn after they suffer. After physical training, there was a half-hour rest and adjustment period. After half an hour, regardless of whether they had recovered, they had to proceed to the next course. A robot in a platinum white uniform walked over from the side. Beep. Student ID 335809838. Physical training overtime. Beep. Student ID 335812223. Physical training overtime. Beep. Student ID. The teaching assistant robot checked one by one. Today the number of overtime students was half more than yesterday. Wails filled the ground. No way. This is killing me. I'm from the logistics department. Doubling the training intensity tomorrow will exhaust me to death. What? I'm overtime. I was clearly fast. No. After checking, the teaching assistant robot left coldly. The students were devastated. The thought of tomorrow's doubled physical training made them lose all strength. They just wanted to lie on the ground until the end of time. Tired, let's just perish. That was when Baosheng came over. Get up, why are you lying down? This little training load has you collapsed. Really? Can you even handle it? As he spoke, a white tail whipped over, almost brushing past his cheek. It was a snake tail. Baosheng said disdainfully, Tisk, is that all? Student, Shijie, your green scales are really nice, pretty, but your strength is too weak. The white snake beastman. Baosheng then kicked the Tibetan fox lying motionless. Open your eyes, get up. The Tibetan fox student, whose eyes were already open. So annoying. The nearby beastman students looked at them with pity. Poor things, instructor Baosheng was definitely the most disliked instructor in the whole school. Baosheng called out names one by one and pulled away the students from his class. It happened that the next class was his main subject. Rest. Not a chance. Instructor Qing, see you next time. Next time I'll treat you to barbecue. He needed to interact more with instructor Qing. This formation was really useful. Baosheng grinned, showing a row of white teeth. When facing his own students, he changed his expression with a crooked mouth and narrowed eyes, looking annoyingly smug. The formation class students also gathered, lowering their heads as they approached Qing. Instructor Qing. Chang'an wished he could bury his head in his knees, afraid that Qing would see him and remember the bald giant. If she came up with some other formation, he would be the one to suffer. You performed well, there's improvement. Qing praised. Everyone smiled bitterly. Indeed, there was improvement. Over the past half-month, they hadn't wasted a single moment, throwing themselves entirely into the holographic world to find ways to break the formations. The formations Qing had set up before were almost worn out by their attempts. Their understanding of formations had deepened except for the mirror formation, which left them completely clueless. Remember to come to class in the evening. Yunqing waved her hand. Go to class. Okay, instructor Yunqing. The few exchanged glances and then left together. After turning into a deserted corner, they all looked at each other. In the evening, let's behave ourselves. Bai Jingming patted Cheng and shoulder heavily. Don't worry, Cheng, and we're a team. It's not just your fault. I used the bald look too. Besides, instructor Yunqing isn't that petty. She's willing to teach such rare and unique formations to others. Not to mention she's also his own teacher Yun Zheng's niece. Bai Jingming had a deep filter of admiration for Yunqing. Lu Xuanfei also comforted. It's okay, instructor Yunqing is a very good person. Cheng An's eyes widened, suspecting his roommate had been replaced. Right, it's fine. Cheng An tried to comfort himself. It's fine. Isn't the number of students in the formation class a bit small? An instructor whom Yunqing didn't recognize asked. Yunqing didn't know either. These were students directly assigned by the school. She asked Yunshu beside her how many students are in a class. A class of 30 to 50 is normal. Yunqing thought about it. Indeed, it was a bit small. Her formation class, including the military personnel, only had 20 people, making it the smallest class. However, Yunqing didn't say anything and just deferred to the principal. Whatever the school arranges is fine. I'm not too clear. That instructor whispered, then can we audit? This was a question everyone was concerned about. Initially, when they learned about formations, they didn't take it seriously. Knowing that formations were taught in the holographic world made them even more dismissive. After all, there were differences between the holographic and real worlds. Who knew if formations could actually be deployed in reality? Later during the ranking competition, they discovered that formations were not as useless as they had imagined. But they didn't pay much attention, as existing technological weapons could achieve similar effects. It was only during this star beast tide that formations truly shone. The instructors were itching with curiosity. Nangong Li stepped forward at the right moment. There are video courses in the library. Anyone who wants to learn can go watch them. Of course, watching the video courses required credits. Half of the credits earned would be collected, and the remaining half would be deposited into Yunqing's account. There is a library. When did that happen? Yunshu was astonished. How could she not know? Just put up. Yunqing's video courses were on par with those of top-tier masters. Not only did the First Military Academy library have them, but the First Legion's merit warehouse also contained them. All the credits and merit points earned would be deposited into Yunqing's account. Upon hearing the answer, the instructors were eager to rush into the library. When bidding farewell to Yunqing, they deliberately tried to ingratiate themselves. Yunqing silently memorized the names and appearances of these instructors so as not to fail to address them by name next time. Ding! Ding! The deep bell tolled 3 times. It was the 5-minute warning bell before class. The students who had been resting on the ground sprang up energetically and rushed toward the classroom. Speed walk boots left trails of colorful radiance across the sky, intermingled with flying swords. Upon closer inspection, the number of flying swords was considerable, roughly half the count of the speed walk boots. Yunqing thought, last time I left I hadn't seen flying swords yet. See you next time, instructor Yunqing. The other instructors also departed on their flying swords, and Yunshu retracted her hovercar and switched to a flying sword. Little niece Auntie is going to class. Dong! After the prolonged bell sound, only Yunqing and Nangong Li remained on the spot. Yunqing followed Principal Nangong to the principal's office, updated her identity information, and officially became a member of the Military Academy's instructor faculty. They talked for another hour. Yunqing left the principal's office and returned to the instructor residential area. Meanwhile, Nangong Li urgently allocated a piece of land, and construction robots moved in clattering as they began building. Entering the instructor's villa, Yunqing decided to set up the teleportation array in the second-floor study. The study was spacious and empty, containing only a desk and chair. She stored the obstructive desk and chair into her storage ring, measured the width and length of the room, selected the center for the array placement, and sat down cross-legged on the floor. A blank formation disk floated in midair. Vast divine sense surged out, pouring into the disk. Within the white, boundless array space, Yunqing's soul force traced the teleportation array's patterns. Pure white luminous lines hung silently. The pattern of the array was similar to the one Yunqing had set up in the Liuguang star domain, yet also differed in some aspects. The two array patterns complemented each other like a key and a lock. A single key could only open one lock. Similarly, the teleportation arrays she set up of this type could only correspond to one exit each. A brilliant white light flared. The array was complete. She placed the formation disk on the ground. With a ripple, the disk vanished. Yunqing tossed out 3 spirit stones. Go! The ground array patterns lit up, and Yunqing's figure vanished. Liuguang star domain. Beneath the surface of a satellite, near Zhuguang star, Yunqing abruptly appeared in a cramped square space. The formation beneath her feet was tottering on the verge of collapse. The materials used to set up this formation really are inadequate. This formation had been set up with available materials before entering Zhuguang star, and it was far inferior to the formation disk material refined from the bones of a void refinement stage demon beast. According to her original plan, each time she activated the teleportation array to travel, she would need to reinforce it again to ensure normal use next time. But now, with new materials, Yunqing intended to replace the formation here. Using a formation disc, she engraved a new disc, and a white light flashed. Qing destroyed the previous formation, left the disc in place, and instead of hurrying back, she put on her exoskeleton mech and teleported to the outside. Floating above the dim satellite, Qing once again saw the film-like planet. The demon beasts inside were all materials, countless materials. One by one demon beasts penetrated the film and emerged. Qing spotted a Foundation Establishment stage demon beast. However, just as the Foundation Establishment beast poked its head out, a warship was seen approaching from afar. A human figure detached from the warship's hatch and sped toward the beast. Qing looked. It was Uncle Yunzheng. The demon beast was not afraid of humans. Seeing Yunzheng, it didn't dodge, but accelerated out. One after another mechs flew out from the warship hatch surrounding the beast, leaving it no chance to escape. Qing watched from the side. Her uncle barehanded fought the demon beast, and only managed to kill the Foundation Establishment beast after grinding it down for an hour. He still lacked a suitable weapon. Leaving the villa, Qing contacted Shiziyu. Instructor Qing. The ability weapons are ready. Are you coming to get them now? Shiziyu's tone was filled with unconcealed excitement. Okay. I'll send you the location. Ending the call, Shiziyu picked up a piece of beast bone and stroked it back and forth. This small piece of bone had strength, not much inferior to meteorite gold. If she hadn't returned to the lab with specialized tools and instruments, it would have been impossible to melt it. To make these 3 ability weapons, Shiziyu's precious instruments had been destroyed, 2 of them. The loss was enormous, but her face showed no sign of gloom. When Qing arrived, Shiziyu pounced on her. Qing, do you have more of that beast bone you gave me? Do you have any idea how valuable this material is? It's comparable to meteorite gold. Is this really a stellar beast bone? This is absolutely a new material. Shiziyu's eyes were bloodshot. She had been using instruments to conduct various tests on this piece of bone, nearly blinding herself. The analysis results showed that it was indeed stellar beast bone. But it was more than a grade higher than the stellar beast bones she usually handled. That was impossible. Instructor Qing, can you tell me where this stellar beast bone came from? Shiziyu grabbed Qing's arm and shook it coquettishly. How about I let you touch my lion head? Remembering a rumor about Qing, Shiziyu extended her lion head. Her unkempt hair was tangled into clumps, looking very frizzy. Qing's mouth twitched, and she moved her head away. I found this bone. Found? Shiziyu was shocked. Where did you find it? Why couldn't she find any? She was envious. I checked, and there was only this one stellar beast skeleton nearby. I didn't find any others. She couldn't exactly say that she had gone into the stellar beast's nest to pick it up, could she? The film planet was a restricted zone. No one dared to enter. Shiziyu let out a long sigh and took out the 3 finished swords. Your ability weapons. These were her most satisfactory creations, and she had added many rare materials into them. She had taken a huge loss. Thanks. Qing put the swords away. Good, now she had a gift for the cub. I'll mentor Qing. Shiziyu tried once more to capture Qing's heart with her fluffy lion head. I heard that a small laboratory received authorization for your formation technique. They can inscribe it onto a certain material. So could I possibly? Shiziyu blinked frantically. I was thinking, couldn't this formation be inscribed onto weapons as well? Shiziyu had tried many times only to fail each attempt. At first she thought it couldn't be that difficult. Just a simple pattern, surely she could carve it by hand. But try as she might, she failed again and again. Only then did she realize this was far from simple. She finally succeeded once, only to find it completely non-functional. After inspection, she discovered a broken stroke in the formation pattern, utterly ruined. Formations, after all, were not something one could easily replicate through casual attempts. Qing Minter. Seeing Qing take another step back, Shiziyu began to doubt the rumors. Could it be that Minter Qing didn't like fluffy things? She reached up to touch her own head. Shiziyu's expression froze. Prickly, frizzy, and somewhat patchy. Shiziyu was horrified and instantly transformed back into her human form. Was she going bald? Seeing that Shiziyu had finally given up on making her touch her head, Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She did enjoy fluffy creatures, with soft plush fur that felt good to touch. A lion's head, however, held no appeal for her. Shiziyu Minter, the library has video courses on formations, and there's a key to the holographic world training room. You can ask the principal for those. As for formation inscription, you can go talk to Bien Gao Gao. With that, Qing left the laboratory. She simply forwarded Bien Gao Gao's contact to Shiziyu and let them handle the rest. Acquiring the sword, Qing channeled spiritual energy into it. The blade, reinforced with Xian beast bones from the nascent soul stage, could withstand the power of formations. She inscribed a gathering spirit array onto it. The floating vehicle carried her to the talent class beside the first military academy. Before leaving, Qing had told Yunhai that she would pick up the little ones today. Upon arriving at the gate, she noticed 2 law enforcement robots standing there. None had been present during her last visit. Qing was unaware that the robots had been deployed the day after Yun Li and Zhang Shiyu's fight, specifically assigned to maintain safety in the area around the talent class to prevent a repeat of the previous incident. She didn't have to wait long. The school gates opened, and an extended floating school bus emerged. The 3 little ones didn't take the bus, but instead, hand in hand, they walked out accompanied by the robots. Behind the three of them followed another little one. Having bullied the Yun family's youngest, Shi-Lai had taken the initiative to apologize and had even shared his toys with the child. The little ones had grown familiar with each other. Grandpa Zhang's floating vehicle isn't here. The little fox ran to where Yun Hai usually parked his floating vehicle. Lately, Yun Hai had been picking them up from school every day before visiting neighbors. But today Yun Hai hadn't come. Otherwise, shall we take the vehicle back? Shi-Lai suggested. Wait a moment. The little fox stepped back and looked around. Finally, her gaze landed on Yun Qing's floating vehicle. There was only this one here. Knock, knock, knock. The little fox tilted her head back and gently tapped on the car window. Is anyone there? The window rolled down. Hello there. Seeing the long hair and about to say, beautiful sister, the little fox recognized Yun Qing and exclaimed, Mommy. How come it's you? Grandpa Zhang didn't say anything beforehand. The little fox's mouth broke into a wide grin. She waved behind her. Big brother, little sister, Mommy came to pick us up. The tiger cub was about to dash forward when he remembered his little friend was still there. He grabbed his sister's hand and walked ahead. The tiger ears poking out from his head betrayed his excitement. Get in. Yun Qing opened the car door. The little fox jumped in first, then reached out to pull the tiger cub and cat cub up. Will you get in too? This is my mommy. The little fox turned to introduce her. Mommy, this is my new friend I made today. His name is Shi-Lai the Lie of Fire. Shi-Lai suppressed his excitement and stepped forward with a polite greeting. Hello, Auntie. My name is Shi-Lai. So this was Mentor Yun Qing. Quite different from what he'd imagined. Far gentler than his own mother. Hello. Welcome to our home as a guest. Shi-Lai's fingers trembled with excitement as he quickly climbed into the vehicle. The floating vehicle returned to the Yun residence. The little ones grabbed their toys and headed out. Yun Qing watched as the little fox knocked on door after door with tiny little ones emerging one by one. Soon a substantial group had assembled. Yun Qing. Had it only been a few days since she'd left? The little ones had already become acquainted with everyone. Miss Qingqing, would you care for a dessert? Yunda, dressed in a black and white suit, asked with impeccable courtesy. Yun Qing hadn't yet noticed anything amiss. Make extra desserts. We'll send them to the little ones later. Of course, dear Miss Qingqing. Yun Qing, who had changed Yunda's personality like this. Yunda gracefully entered the kitchen as the cooking robot began its work. He stood to the side, waiting, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Something about it seemed oddly familiar. This demeanor was quite reminiscent of her theatrical fox father. The moment she thought of him, she heard his voice. My precious Qing Bao. Yunli entered from outside, his white hair dyed black, making him look even more similar to Yun Qing. Qing Bao, you're really back. Yunli wished nothing more than to sweep his obedient daughter up and spin her around a few times. But his daughter had grown so large now, it wasn't quite appropriate. And so, a white fluffy ball leapt into Yun Qing's arms. Qing Bao, Dad missed you so much. Let me see. Are you getting thinner? The food outside can't be as good as at home. Are you starving? The white-furred fox cried out at the top of his lungs. Yunda? Cook. From the kitchen, Yunda responded in a sultry, low voice. Right away, young master Yunli. Yun Qing. Finally having some alone time with his daughter, Yun Li's heart was overflowing with joy. Daddy missed you so much I even lost weight. Yun Qing's hand paused. Lost weight. The weight in her arms was considerable. She thought he'd actually put on a bit. Yes, lost weight. Yun Li affirmed with certainty. Very well. Yun Qing had barely settled back onto the sofa when Yun Zheng entered from the door. At the sight of the familiar white-furred fox, Yun Zheng's previously decent mood plummeted into the depths. He didn't show it simply sitting down beside Yun Qing. You're back? Did everything go smoothly? Of all the foxes in the family, second uncle was the only serious one. Yun Qing answered his questions one by one while the fox in her arms rolled over, shooting Yun Zheng a sideways glare. Yun Zheng remained unmoved, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Second brother, you've changed. Yun Li clutched his chest, attempting to draw attention. Absolutely theatrical. You weren't like this before. Am I no longer your most beloved brother? We were the closest of siblings. How did we end up like this? Roar. Yun Rong's forehead veins bulged. What nonsense was this? Saying such things in front of his daughter. Had he no shame left? He might not care about his dignity, but Yun Rong did. Yun Rong reached out swift and precise, grabbing the fox by the scruff of his neck and hauling him over. Dear brother, I saw Ting Bao bringing a new friend when I came back. I don't know when they'll return. You. Yin Li broke free from the grip and dashed upstairs. You two talk, I'll go take a shower first. The white figure vanished around the stairwell corner. Yun Qing suppressed a smile. She could see that Father Fox was desperately maintaining his image in front of outsiders. Once the troublemaking fox was gone, Yun Rong continued about the holographic game. Oh, by the way, the holographic game is complete. Internal testing starts tomorrow. If you're interested, you can jump in and see if there's anything that needs improvement. Yun Rong knew his niece was coming back, so he had the company work an extra day, wrapped up everything, and rushed home. He hadn't expected his younger brother, who should have been filming, to be home too. What a nuisance. So fast. Yun Qing was surprised. She had read on the StarNet that the production cycle for a high-quality, large-scale holographic game was never less than 2 years. And Uncle Yun Rong's game had only taken 2 months. Not fast at all. Yun Rong meticulously went through the game development process and summarized. Scene models are the core of the entire game. They saved us over half the time. The main quest line is adapted from Cultivation Handbook. If nothing major turns up during internal testing, we'll launch soon. Yunqing decided to check it out tomorrow. Then remembering the empty shops in the Liuguang Starfield, she asked, Uncle, would you be interested in opening a mall in the Liuguang Starfield? Good fortune shouldn't be given to outsiders. The shops that Nangong CI had allocated to her were on the street closest to the cultivation chamber. It would definitely become a bustling center in the future. Renting them out to others made Yunqing's heart ache. Liuguang Starfield. Yunrong's interest peaked. I've been thinking about it. Once the Liuguang Starfield opens, I plan to lease a plot and build a mall. In his position, he knew more than most. The Liuguang Starfield had immense future potential. It might look barren now, but it wouldn't be long before it regained its vitality. He couldn't let that slip by. No need to build a mall. There's already one ready. Seeing Yunzheng about to refuse, Yunqing said bluntly, I don't have time to manage it. If you won't take it, I'll have to rent it out. Yunrong had no choice but to agree. Renting it to others was better than letting it fall into his hands. He would take care of it and give half the profits to Yunqing for Mecha's warships and pretty clothes. He didn't lack star coins anyway. He was just managing the property for Yunqing. Little did he know that the cultivation chamber and spirit gathering array existed, nor that the mall he was about to take over would one day bring him countless contribution points. After sending Yunqing the internal test invitation code, Yunli, now fully dressed, descended the stairs with an air of elegance. Just in time, the cooking robot finished making desserts. The steaming sweets exuded an enticing aroma drilling into one's nostrils. Miss Qingqing, the desserts are ready. I'll deliver them to the young master and young miss now. Yunda picked up the thermal box and headed out. What? Let me handle that. Yunli took the thermal box, smoothed his hair, then squared his shoulders and strode out the door. Yunda smiled politely and bowed to Yunrong. Master Yunrong, welcome home. Yunrong. Yunda changed back. Yes, sir. Yunda's mechanical eyes flashed red, then returned to normal as the light faded. Carrying the thermal box, Yun Li went to find the frolicking cubs. A group of familiar cubs were flying low on miniature flying swords. The 3 tiger cubs were especially conspicuous. Behind the little fox stood an unfamiliar cub. Must be the new friend Big Brother had mentioned. Yun Li quietly opened the lid of the thermal box. The rich fragrance slowly spread, and the cubs in the sky, catching the scent, began to drool. Tingji Xiaoji Injia. Your robot is here again. The cub who spoke only saw a black and white suit and assumed it was Yunda. These past few days, Yunda had always been the one delivering things. Sometimes desserts, sometimes grilled meat, sometimes juice. Every single item was incredibly delicious, 10,000 times better than what they ate at restaurants. Thanks to the variety of treats, the 3 cubs had seamlessly integrated into the entire neighborhood, in no time becoming the most popular cubs among the animal buddies. Yunda is here. The little fox slowed down and raised a paw. Logistic supplies have arrived. All soldiers on my command, fall back. Roar. Fall back, meow. Yes, Marshal. The cubs landed behind the little fox and lined up to descend. The kitten cub wasn't interested in the food. She was the most fed cub at home and was truly tired of it. Sister, aren't you coming? The tiger cub circled the kitten on his flying sword. Not hungry. The kitten cub, riding a toy flying sword with a gravity ring strapped to her wrist, flew in endless circles without tiring. All right, then I'll keep you company. The tiger cub matched the kitten's speed while keeping an eye on the little fox. Down below, Yun Li wore a charming smile, trying his best to display his poise. Yunda, the little fox shouted. Yun Li, who? The little fox was also stunned. Why no response? He looked again. It wasn't Yundo, it was Grandpa. The little fox slammed on the brakes and then leaped off the sword. Bang! A human cannonball hit the target. The tall figure stumbled backward, his chest aching. Yun Li wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had gotten stronger. Why was he still so pathetic? The cubs landed and gathered around. Yun Li pinched his thigh to shift the pain and forced a smile. Thank goodness he had set down the thermal box earlier. It was too heavy. If the little fox had knocked it over, everything would have spilled. How embarrassing would that have been? Grandpa, you're back. The little fox wrapped his arms around Yun Li's neck. The other cubs recognized him as the one adults called the useless third son of the Yun family. But since they played with the 3 cubs, they were all good friends. Good friends respected each other. The cubs, mimicking the way the little fox praised his own family, showered Yun Li with compliments. Uncle Yun Li, you look so handsome today. Uncle Yun Li, you're so tall. Uncle Yun Li, you look so majestic. The little fox listened for a bit and realized something was off. He called him Grandpa, but his friends called him Uncle. That would make his friends. The little fox interrupted. You can't call him Uncle Yun Li. You have to call him Grandpa Yun Li like I do. The cubs who had always addressed Yun Li as uncle were puzzled. The little fox spoke again. I share my cupcakes with you, so we're friends, right? Then isn't my grandfather also your grandfather? Cupcakes. Friends. Grandfather. The cubs' muddled minds suddenly cleared, and they cried out, Grandfather. The little fox was right. A friend's grandfather is my grandfather. Later, when they met on the road, the cub called Yun Li grandfather, while his parents, who were the same age as Yun Li, watched from the side, with a smile on the face but in the heart. The cubs were thoroughly disciplined by their parents when they got home. But that was in the future. For now the cubs, logically convinced by the little fox, sweetly called out to Yunli. Grandfather Yunli, you're so handsome. Grandfather Yunli. Grandfather Yunli. The cubs vied to shout, each voice louder than the last. Yunli smiled and reached out to pat each head. Haha, thank you, little ones. You have good taste. When he was young, because his eldest brother and second brother spoiled him too much, many nearby cubs disliked him and even fought with him. He rarely lived at home before, and the local cubs would avoid him from afar. He had never been so popular. Yunli took out his light brain to record. How could he not capture such a rare sight? Grandfather Yunli is really handsome, just like in the movies. Adults are all liars. Grandfather Yunli is actually nice. He smiles and doesn't hit cubs. Grandfather Yunli. The cubs' voices were sweet and pleasant. Yunli's smile grew even brighter. Excellent. Once the parents, uncles, aunts, grandparents of these cubs, who hadn't secretly mocked him as a waste. But now he had won without doing anything. He had gained a generation for free. Delighted. Yunli laughed and laughed, revealing a row of upper teeth. Today was a good day. Yunli took out cupcakes and distributed them one by one. Originally this was the little fox's job, but now Yunli had taken over. Grandfather brought you desserts. Come on, don't be polite, eat up. Wow. Thank you, handsome grandfather. The camera faithfully recorded everything. Shilai received a small cupcake, a milky white round cake, topped with sliced fruit. He took a bite of the fruit. So sweet. It was not the sweet candy extracted and purified by technology, cloyingly sweet. Rather, it was a refreshing sweetness he had never experienced before. The taste of the food itself. He took another bite of the cake. The moment the cake entered his mouth, Shilai's smoke-gray vertical pupils contracted into a thin line. He had never tasted such a dessert. It was like basking in warm light, so comfortable that all his scales seemed about to burst open. Shilai couldn't help it. He opened his mouth and stuffed the entire cupcake in. SSSSS, delicious. He ate with cream all over his face, barely suppressing the urge to revert to his original form. Beside him, the little fox, holding a fork, silently put the fork away and replaced it with a napkin. Then he saw his new friend stick out his tongue and lick the cream and food crumbs clean from around his mouth. The little fox. After sharing the desserts, the Galaxy Sprint Guard team, formed by the cubs, was about to disband. Yunli took the 4 cubs home, his smile never fading the entire way. When he got back, he planned to stay up all night editing the video and send it to the parents of each cub. At dinner, Shilai was struck again. This was too delicious. The table was filled with a feast, as Shilai's eyes were dazzled. Every dish was so tasty that his stomach couldn't hold enough. He wanted to stay and become Yunqing's cub. Eat more. Yunqing picked up food for Shilai. Just as she withdrew her chopsticks, the 3 cubs stared at her in silence. Yunrong lightly tapped his bowl with his chopsticks, and Yunli directly reached out and placed his own plate in front of Yunqing. Qingbao, I want to eat the dish in front of you. The dish in front of Yunqing was a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, the one Yunli disliked most. The plate hovered before her. Yunqing picked up a large portion of vegetables and placed it on the plate, only to see Fox Dad's face turn green. Eat more. She pushed the plate back. Yunqing shook her head and served vegetables to the cubs and her second uncle. At the table, the 2 adults and 3 cubs wore grim expressions, while only Shilai ate with his head down, unable to stop. It was the first time Shilai had eaten food that had been completely purified of impurities and turbid energy. He couldn't stop eating. Plus, Yunqing was in a good mood and kept taking care of him, adding food to his plate. Shilai ate until he was stuffed. After eating and drinking, he grew drowsy. Sitting on the sofa half asleep, Shilai felt he had forgotten something. Ding! The doorbell rang. Shilai's muddled mind suddenly cleared. Oh no! He forgot to tell his mother. Outside the neighborhood, Baiyu wore a smile, her heart trembling with excitement. From the surveillance footage retrieved outside the school and the tracking system on her cub, she discovered that her little one had gone with Yunqing's cub. Baiyu's mood shifted from anger to shock, then to ecstasy. Qingbao. She could see Qingbao. Baiyu drove her hovercar from home at full speed, pushing the vehicle to its maximum velocity, afraid that if she were a step too late, the little one would be sent out. Fortunately, she made it in time. Receiving the notification of a visitor, Yun Jiang displayed the visitor's message. Visitor Baiyu. Identity mother of cub, Shilai belched, looking bewildered. Who is Baiyu? When Baiyu entered, she saw her youngest son lying lazily to the side, his belly round from eating. She glanced at him once, and then lost interest, instead searching for Yunqing. Qing. Ah, is this mentor Yunqing? Truly outstanding at such a young age. Baiyu stepped forward and warmly grasped Yunqing's hand, her heart screaming with excitement. She touched her. This was her Qingbao. Hello. Yunqing moved her hand, but just as she pulled it out a little, the other caught and held it tight. Yun Li's smile disappeared. The air was thick with gunpowder. You must be Shilai's mother here to take the cub home, right? Yun Li scooped up the cub from the sofa and stuffed him into Baiyu's arms, pried Baiyu's fingers open and placed them back on Shilai, rescuing Yunqing. Shilai here has been saying he misses you. Don't delay, take the child and go back. Shilai stared wide-eyed at Yun Li. He never said that. Is that so? Baiyu patted Shilai's head carelessly, but ended up patting his face. She didn't notice and continued pouring out her heart to Yunqing. My cub is a loner, he never had any friends growing up. Now that I heard he made a new friend, I got a bit excited. Did I scare you? I'm sorry. Bai produced a spatial button and placed it in Yunqing's hand without allowing refusal. This is a meeting gift. I hope Mentor Yunqing can be very understanding. My cub is too lonely, he can't afford to lose a friend. Yunli. How did she get stuck with this? Yunli watched warily from the side. Bai knew the principle of sustainable development and stopped while she was ahead. Her gaze fell on the three cubs, her eyes soft as water. She put down the younger son in her arms and walked toward the cubs. These must be Mentor Yunqing's cubs, right? They look so spirited. Their little arms and legs look very strong. The three strong cubs. Yunli finally realized something was wrong. The way she looked at Yunqing and the cubs was clearly the covetous expression of someone seeing a delicacy. She's not a good person. Yunli pulled a long face and stared intently from the side. Bai looked at Yunqing regretfully, then seemed to understand. No rush, there will be a next time. Night fell. Yunqing returned to her room and logged into the holographic world. In the holographic training room, all 20 members of the class were present, none missing. This time no one used a bald avatar. They had all switched back to their original appearances, standing in formation with eyes straight ahead. Greetings, Mentor. When Yunqing entered, the trainee's salutation was deafening. Result inspection. Everyone's faces soured. What results were there to inspect? Was anyone in the entire galaxy truly capable of clearing the challenge? Yunqing brought out her small reclining chair and sat down. Who goes first? Bai Jingming raised his head and stepped forward. Reporting to Mentor failed to complete the task. Yunqing was not surprised. She glanced around. And the rest of you? Mentor failed to complete the task. Failing the task and accepting punishment is not too much, is it? Yunqing asked slowly. Not too much. Chang'an shouted loudly, just as they wondered what this punishment would be. Would it be tormenting them with a new formation array, making it harder to mess with them, or simply beating them up directly? Yunqing spoke. The school is about to establish a formation training hall. The task of inscribing the basic formations will be left to you. Everyone was startled. Inscribing formations in reality. Inscribing, not constructing them with spiritual power. This is an assessment. I hope you all will give it your full strength. Then Yunqing slapped down a formation pattern, catching the trainees off guard again. So sudden, truly the same old familiar flavor. After setting up the new formation, Yunqing did not leave the holographic world. She waited until midnight passed and entered the Honging Game Company page. Today was the day the holographic game Heavenly Source Continent began its closed beta. As the most popular IP adaptation game, Heavenly Source Continent had captured everyone's attention from the very beginning, and the closed beta slots were precious and hard to come by. The first round of closed beta allocated a total of 10000 slots. Many streamers who had managed to secure a slot were rubbing their hands in anticipation, ready to make a big splash. Yunqing also entered the holographic game. Blue light streamed out, forming a line of text. Please select your identity 1. Human 2. Demon cultivator. Human. After Yunqing spoke, she entered the system space to create a character. Next step, the face customization phase. Before her emerged a phantom that looked exactly like Yunqing. She could adjust it based on the original or completely scrap it and create a new face from scratch. Yunqing was too lazy to redo it, but she was afraid of being recognized. She reached out and covered the phantom's face. Then she squeezed hard. That familiar face distorted with her action. When Yunqing released her hand, the entire face's features were squished together, the skin of the chin wrapping around the bridge of the nose. The two eyes were one above the other with one eyeball bulging out. Not bad. She didn't believe anyone could recognize her like this. The game character's clothes were a set of coarse linen with no alternative options. She didn't use the random name generator for the character name. She entered passerby. Creation successful. The blue light dissipated. The view spun, and Yunqing exited the system space, entering the game world. The scene model of Heavenly Source Continent that she had personally created was indistinguishable from reality, and the spiritual energy environment was likewise a one-to-one replica. On the grass nearby, several players were standing, muttering to themselves. How do I start a fight? Where's the quest system? My equipment? The system shop? Game assistant? Game butler? Game bot? No response. Beside her, a man with a weasel head began explaining in a cheerful tone, "Long time no see, friends. I'm your buddy Huang Songwang. Your Songwang here got lucky and scored a closed beta slot from Honging Games." Huang Songwang was live streaming. He spun around to show his fans his full body. "I chose Demon Cultivator. Now I'm a weasel beast. Yellow hair's leg hair, awesome Huang. You actually got one of the 10000 slots. So jealous. Yellow hair's dad hair, stop with the nonsense. Show dad around and find a beast to fight. Fanatical researcher, can you run the energy circulation path? Any special feeling? Is it really the same as reality? Feel it quickly." Huang Songwang didn't intend to stay put. "Alright, don't rush, friends. I'll first look around and see if there's anything unusual." Huang Songwang turned around. Whoa, what the heck? Yunqing. Seeing the same novice clothes, Huang Songwang realized this was a fellow player. But what was with that appearance? Seriously, just randomly mashed the face. The viewers were also startled. Yellow hair's dad, is that a person? Ocean overlord, such a sloppy face customization. Friend, you've got quite a creative face there. Huang Songwang gave a thumbs up. Why hadn't he thought of that? This kind of thing would definitely generate buzz, and buzz meant traffic. A talent, definitely a fellow streamer. Ugh. Yunqing opened her mouth to speak, but only a muffled humming sound came out. Her mouth was squeezed between the chin and the bridge of the nose, unable to open. Yunqing. A miscalculation. Ha ha ha, your face. Huh. Sorry, ha. Beside her, a woman with a leopard head was clutching her stomach. She had noticed Yunqing from the very beginning and couldn't hold it in anymore. It was just too hilarious. Yunqing's eyes curved into crescents. She also found it a bit funny, but she couldn't even laugh. She tried to change her appearance only to discover that the closed beta phase didn't allow changing the holographic avatar. Fine. She'd make do with it. At this point, 100 people had gathered here. Suddenly the clear sky flashed with thunder and lightning and dark clouds gathered. It's starting, finally. Huang Songwang exclaimed. Most of the Empire's holographic games were intense combat games where you started by gathering weapons and then began killing. That was the Empire's unique style. They had speculated about the game mode of Heavenly Source Continent. Maybe upon entering they would encounter an immortal devil war, a beast siege, a sect competition. Directly jumping into combat mode. Huang Songwang looked around but couldn't find a suitable weapon. He speculated. Not bad, the game mode is quite novel. It's very likely that weapons need to be snatched from opponents. So right from the start it's the main event, testing our strength. Ocean Overlord, I think so too. Starting with a big free-for-all is super exciting. I love it. Sunshine Grass running the energy circulation path can build up the mana bar right. Fighting with pure physical skills to snatch weapons. Is this a battle royale format or a team competition? Yellowhair's leg hair so mysterious. They didn't even release a single trailer. Do they really think we can't guess? Game modes were just a few anyway. In the game most players chose to fight solo. Huang Songwang approached Yunqing and patted her shoulder. Friend, let's team up. Don't worry, my physical skills are decent. I can protect you. Yunqing's appearance didn't look very smart. Ugh, no need. Alright, rest assured, friend. Huang Songwang shook his head and sighed. Eyes hard, it was damn soft. The leopard woman shrank back behind Huang Songwang upon hearing this. Then thank you, big brother. Huang Songwang. Wait, you're a leopard, and you want me a weasel to protect you? Have you no shame? The leopard woman didn't see anything wrong. It was her first time playing a full immersion game, and Huang Songwang clearly had experience. Of course she would follow behind him and learn slowly. She walked over to Yunqing, sniffing and praising. This smell is wonderful. Here they come. In the distance, dust rose. Countless demon beasts fled from the dense forest, charging straight toward them. A classic move, a free-for-all. Yunqing was also a bit curious. She had come to experience the game process and find areas for improvement, so she planned to coast through from the very beginning. Huang Songwang stepped forward and Yunqing didn't object. A free-for-all, huh? Had just some beasts. I can take on 10 of them alone. Huang Songwang rolled his head, his joints cracking. Don't worry, I've played plenty of games. Sure, there are a lot of beasts, but they're fragile, easy to take down. This is to get us into the fight quickly. The difficulty will ramp up later. Huang Songwang explained. Trust me, they're all just EXP delivery. Yellowhair's leg hair, Yellowhair's commentary is on point. I've played most of the Empire's games, though I can guess the setup from the start. Sunshine Grass with 1000 beta keys, and only 100 here, it's probably a 100-player team battle. Lone Wolf makes sense. After we wipe out these beasts we level up, and then fight other teams. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the game, everyone exchanged glances and guessed the mode. Whoever killed the most would level up fastest. Charge. All eyes gleamed as they charged head-on toward the beast tide. Kill stealing. Huang Songwang shouted behind him, let's go. Stay close to me, but don't fall behind. Yunqing had decided to coast, controlling her speed to stay about 5 steps behind Huang Songwang. The leopard beast woman, seeing everyone charging forward confidently, including some rabbit and rat beast men, abandoned caution and chased after them. Following the crowd was the right move. The two sides clashed. Roar. The elephant-headed beast man in the lead raised his fist and slammed down hard, but the fist bounced back from the beast's firm flesh. Then a massive force struck his chest, and searing pain shot through him. System message: you have died in the surging beast tide. Beams of white light shot up. The beast tide reaped the players' lives, sparing none. Seeing the players ahead turn into white light one after another, Huang Songwang sensed trouble. He was already very close to the beast tide. He turned and ran. Go, go, go. Fall back. Huang Songwang had just turned when a gust of wind swept past him. A golden leopard head darted by, and the next second a scream rang out. Another one fell. Thud. A beast rammed into Huang Songwang's back, sending him flying forward. He rolled twice and scrambled to his feet, continuing to run. Buddy, you. Huang Songwang's eyes went wide. He saw the player he had vowed to protect punch a beast's head into pulp, nimbly climb onto another beast's back, and then crush the beak of a beast that lunged at her. Nice one, buddy, how? No sooner had he spoken than Huang Songwang was engulfed by the beast tide. System message: you have died in the surging beast tide. Huang Songwang. Before he could see anything, he was kicked out of the game world. Yunqing killed 2 beasts, gauged the power gap, then flipped onto the back of a beast and rode along with the tide. Of the entire spawn point, only Yunqing remained alive. Huang Songwang's face alternated between red and pale, the camera fixed on his face. Ocean Overlord, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Trust me, ha ha ha, trust me. Yellow hair's leg hair, yellow hair, is that all you've got? Sunshine grass, what? This beast tide isn't a free EXP delivery. Maybe there are weapons nearby you didn't pick up. Pull up your stats and check your combat power. Huang Songwang opened his stats. Nickname Songwang, level small demon sect, none, equipment, none, combat power 10. Huang Songwang. What can 10 combat power even do? A blue light flashed as the full immersion game's info finally arrived. Tianyuan continent, a beast tide has erupted. Proceed to the nearest city to assist the Demon King in attacking the city. A map slowly materialized. Everyone. What? There's a story. Isn't this a combat game? Pretty interesting. Back in the day I'd never bother with the story, but now I can actually look forward to it. Huang Songwang said to the camera, friends, don't go away. Songwang will try again for you. This time no problem. Meanwhile, Qing tried to circulate her cultivation technique. A blue frame appeared. Prodigy, you have comprehended the Qi induction technique and embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. It truly mirrored reality. Qing continued absorbing spiritual energy, her cultivation level rising slowly. Too slow. To advance quickly, she needed to enter a low-level dungeon to boost her cultivation. The beast tide would carry her to the nearest city. And near that city was a low-tier dungeon, Baiwa sect. Qing followed the beast tide to the outskirts of the city. The city lord and the cultivators within the city stood on the walls repelling the beast tide. Someone spotted her and flew over on a sword to rescue her. Young friend, I am. Seeing Qing's face, the NPC paused. Xuanlong City, Lord of Lihua City. Take shelter here, young friend, and do not venture out. Then the ethereal city lord returned to the wall to fight the beast tide. The quest he was supposed to give was not issued. Normally human players would receive a city defense quest from the city lord and basic equipment. Qing didn't know that the AI controlling the NPCs had developed its own unique preferences and personality during training. To increase replayability, the game placed few restrictions on the AI. The city lord of Lihua City had a higher favorability toward good-looking players. As for those who didn't catch his eye, the game designers themselves had no idea what would happen. Qing stood on the city wall observing the NPCs battle. The fight wouldn't end anytime soon, so she slipped away from another point and left the city. Once in an uninhabited area, Qing began her testing. Gathering spiritual herbs for alchemy, forming arrays, wielding sword techniques, using spells. Good, no issues. She casually grabbed a demon beast. HRR. The beast bared its fangs, highly aggressive. Qing raised a sharpened stone blade and slashed downward. Squelch. The beast died. Qing dissected it on the spot, examining its internal organs and spiritual energy concentration. No major issues in the details. The beta access her uncle gave her was different from ordinary invites. It was an admin account. She could freely adjust her strength and enter unopened dungeons. Essentially, it was a built-in cheat. Qing maxed out her combat power and teleported to the nearest boss lair. The black-hearted fox. Qing bypassed the outer beast horde and teleported directly into the lair. In the dark cave lay a black fox. When it saw her enter, disgust flickered in its eyes, and it turned its head to vomit. Qing. Is the AI a little too intelligent? The black fox stood up, opened its mouth, and a flame brewed within. Slap. Qing stepped forward and struck the black fox, killing it instantly. 3 seconds later, the black fox revived. Seeing Qing again, it repeated the same action. Ugh. Slap. After 10 repetitions, the fox seemed to remember her. Upon revival once more, the black fox's eyes were filled with deep terror along with a hint of barely concealed disgust. Qing fell silent. Whimper. The black fox, trembling, lay down and yielded its nest, biting its lips tightly, afraid it might retch again if it lost control. Qing crouched down. The black fox's gaze darted away, not daring to meet hers. Qing turned its head back and fixed it, then reached out to pry open the contorted face. Crack, crack. Bones emitted a crisp sound as the squeezed face was forcibly smoothed out. The black fox's eyes rolled back and it fainted. Is this boss really beatable? Qing doubted. She stood up and circled the fox's den, finding no treasures, traps, or mechanisms. Only the fox. In the cultivation world, beast lairs usually contained many good things. Qing noted this. After teleporting to various other copies, she logged out of the game and went downstairs to find her second uncle. Rome, wearing casual loose clothes, sat downstairs drinking juice. A holographic screen displayed real-time data from the game. Second uncle. Qing sat on the sofa and asked, can we add more things to the holographic game? What do you think is missing? Rome looked somewhat expectant. The theme of cultivation was still too unfamiliar to them, and he would naturally adopt any good suggestions. Isn't it too monotonous to have only beast tides in the secret realms? We could set up a challenge mode with some formation traps. Qing used the black-hearted fox demon copy as an example. A heart-confusing formation could be placed near the den to increase difficulty. Players who enter it would see what they desire most. Those with firm resolve could pass, while the weak-minded would get lost and become the fox's prey. Qing felt this boss was rather weak compared to others in the game. After all, it was a fox. Place some treasures inside the den. Yunqing didn't notice the awkward expression on Yunrong's face when she mentioned the black-hearted fox demon copy. Most importantly, Yunqing never linked the black fox to her eldest uncle Yunzheng. Second uncle, what do you think? Yunrong nodded and took a big gulp of juice. Make the changes as you said. With Yunqing's formation support, it would naturally be better. He just never expected his niece to want to boost the fox demon's combat power. He also wondered if she had recognized the black fox's true form. TSK. Never mind, better not ask. If she didn't know, his question might tip her off. I'll add you to the group. Share any ideas there. Yunrong first gave instructions in the group. Yunrong V, thanks for your hard work. We need to add some details to the game. I'm baldo. I'll die if I work overtime again, huh? The wind on the rooftop is really strong. What to add? I don't listen, boss. What did you say? Yunrong skillfully sent a red packet. Yunrong V, the workload is small. My niece wants to add some formations to the game. Thanks everyone. Red packet. Who? The boss's niece. Wow, Mentor Yunqing. Employees were shocked. Employees were overjoyed. Employees frantically changed their nicknames. Yunqing's men are my love, don't worry boss. It's our duty. Leave it to us. Furry who loves work on call anytime. Just give the orders, boss. Qing Jie's little fangirl, bring it on. I can't wait to dive into work. These 2 days off made me feel uneasy, anxious to the point of balding. Work? Let's work together. Rigorous and responsible, everyone let's go. Yunrong said nothing and added Yunqing to the group. Yunqing has joined the group chat. Yunqing, sorry for the trouble. Red packet. Yunqing's red packet was claimed in a second. Yunqing's mentor, my love, welcome Mentor Yunqing. Rest assured we're professionals at game development. You can add anything you want. Furry who loves work, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Qing Jie's little fangirl, you're too kind. You've worked hard too, Mentor Yunqing. Rigorous and responsible, I'm the main coordinator. Mentor Yunqing, please accept my friend request. The others. Despicable. Just a few days ago he said he'd jump off the roof if the boss kept tormenting them. Why isn't he jumping now? Rigorous and responsible, happy cooperation. Red packet. Yunqing smiled. The work atmosphere is really nice. Everyone seemed so energetic. Yunrong smiled without speaking. With the help of the RD team, Yunqing quickly added the formations. A heart-confusing formation was placed outside the den of the vomiting fox, enhancing its lethality. All the sect recruitment tests now included a mental assessment with a large-scale heart-questioning formation set up. Underwater world, secret realms, deep forest copies. Yunqing moved all the formations in. With the formation templates, they could be freely combined via copy and paste. After Yunqing's modifications, the danger level of the game world increased by more than a notch. The planning team was also inspired and frequently made changes. The entire company started operating again, but this time everyone was willing to work overtime. It took a month to finalize the final version. During that month, many things happened. Nangong CI approached Yunrong and purchased the copyright of the holographic game, Tianyuan Continent, planning to use the game's scene models to create another virtual world for training. With data support from the Liuguang Star Domain Laboratory, Star Beast models at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages were loaded into the game. The resulting virtual world became a daily training project for the military and military academy students. Yunqing also negotiated with Bian Gaogao regarding formation plate materials. With the Empire's support, Bian Gaogao had moved his laboratory to Liuguang Star. Low-rank formation plates had already appeared. Yunqing received the first batch of low-rank formation plates made by Bian Gaogao and went to the school once more. At the northwest corner of the first military academy, a circular building rose abruptly, towering into the clouds. This was the array tower constructed over a month using special materials. Yunqing stood outside the building with 20 students and Yunlang behind her. Nangong Li gazed at the figures standing there. The weather-beaten lines on her face could not conceal the sharpness in her eyes. She was old, but the young would take up the burden of guarding the empire. There was nothing to worry about. Let's go. Yunqing entered the building first, and the students followed. The array tower had 300 floors each with no internal walls to separate the space. Constructed from battleship-grade alloy, it covered an area of 10,000 square meters. More than 20 people stood on the ground floor like a drop of water falling into a cup. It's really huge, Chang'an marveled observing the tower. The area was comparable to the school's training room, but the training room belonged to the entire school. The array tower did not. The other students remained silent, but they felt equally proud and excited. This was their first offline class. The person in front turned around and said, the assessment task I mentioned last time will be conducted here. Yunqing brought out the low-grade array plates that Bian Gaogao had crafted. With her successful experience and the Empire's unwavering support, Bian Gaogao's lab, which had previously studied array carving, quickly produced the low-grade array plates. After successful production, Yunqing directly requested 1,000 plates. Each student received 20 with some leftover. These are array plates. 21 array plates flew out. After receiving one, Cheng and touched it, his face flushed with excitement. This was the weapon Yunqing used in the Radiant Star domain, wasn't it? Array plates. Discs capable of deploying formations. Truly a fitting name. The disc in your hand is called an array plate. It is a tool for carving array patterns. It is like a blank sheet of paper. You can carve any formation you know onto it and activate it directly in battle. Yunqing explained the function of the array plates in detail. The students were thrilled by the scene Yunqing painted. With enough array plates throwing them all out at once, wouldn't that make them invincible? Yunqing raised an eyebrow and then doused their enthusiasm. The power of a formation is directly related to the strength of the formation master. Poor skills, low understanding of formations, and insufficient personal strength make it impossible to carve powerful array patterns. Were the formations released by array plates powerful? Indeed. But with their current abilities it was impossible. They could not achieve success overnight. Similarly, if you are weak, even with a high-grade array plate you cannot unleash the formation's full power and may even suffer backlash. Yunqing turned her palm and a jade-white array plate appeared. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a white array pattern emerged from the plate, suspended behind her, glowing faintly. This is the high-grade formation called the heart-questioning array. Lu Xuanfei looked up feeling dizzy. He couldn't see clearly. His vision blurred, and when he tried to focus his head spun even more. He averted his gaze, his heart racing. What was the principle behind this? A weight pressed on his shoulder. Sorry. Yunlang steadied herself by holding Lu Xuanfei's arm, not daring to look at the array pattern again. She had just started learning formations and was far behind the others. While others could vaguely see some array lines, Yunlang became dizzy with just one glance. It's fine. Lu Xuanfei kept his eyes forward. Although he didn't know why Yunlang seemed displeased with him, she hadn't said anything, so he pretended not to notice. Just as he was about to look up at the array pattern again, a weight fell on his shoulder. Xuanfei, I'm so dizzy. Can you see clearly? Chang'an rested his head on Lu Xuanfei's shoulder and whispered. He suspected he was sick, a sickness that made him dizzy whenever he looked at array patterns. Could it be that he had developed a psychological condition from being injured by Yunqing's formation? Chang'an's face turned pale. No, please. It's okay, I can't see clearly either, Lu Xuanfei said softly. Really? Chang'an straightened up, his back no longer aching, his legs no longer weak. As long as he wasn't the only one with the problem. If your strength is insufficient, you can't even see high-grade array patterns clearly, let alone comprehend and use them. Yunqing waved her hand, and the pattern disappeared. She then released a mid-grade array pattern. This time, although their eyes still felt a bit strained, they could barely make out the pattern. But they couldn't stare at it for too long, or they would still get dizzy. When Yunqing released a low-grade array pattern, everyone understood. While their level was low-grade, they hadn't even touched the edge of mid-grade. It was a bit frustrating. But they didn't know there was more frustration to come. Your assessment task is to carve low-grade formations into the array plates. There are 12 types of low-grade formations. Points will be awarded based on the power of the array patterns. The one with the highest score will receive an array plate capable of carving mid-grade formations. What mid-grade formation can we choose? Chang'an was curious. If he could choose, he would definitely pick an offensive formation over defensive or supportive ones. He might not be the best at understanding formations, but when it came to precision in carving, Chang'an declared himself unbeatable. Besides, these were all low-grade formations he had already constructed. His speed was fast enough. Yes. A murmur ran through the crowd. They exchanged glances, seeing excitement and caution in each other's eyes. Yunqing explained in detail the method of carving formations into array plates. Unlike the previous freehand drawing of array patterns, using array plates to bear formations was the orthodox way in the cultivation world. It demanded more from the carver. They still had a long way to go. Yunqing tossed the spatial button containing the array plates to Bai Jingning, asking him to distribute them. I've given you the materials. Good luck. She took a sip of warm water to moisten her throat and strolled around the first floor with her hands behind her back. Bai Jingning counted the array plates in the spatial button, 12 per person. Take good care of the materials. Bai Jingning handed them out. Once they received the materials, no one wanted to waste time. They scattered and immediately began carving formations. Chang'an was the fastest. That mid-grade array plate is mine for sure. After all, he was a bear with a background in drawing. The low-grade disc in his hand was grayish-white. He touched it and couldn't wait to start carving. He extended his mental energy into the array plate and indeed saw a pure white space. Chang'an mobilized the energy within his body to begin outlining the array pattern. Using his mental energy as a pen, he traced the first line and felt immense resistance. He pushed harder. The array pattern he had drawn countless times, even with his eyes closed now, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Each movement was a struggle. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chang'an strained with all his might. The array pattern directly dissipated. Failure. Chang'an stared blankly. How could this be? This was just the simplest Gale array. After repeated attempts, the students on the first floor understood one fact: carving formations onto array plates was no easy task. You can't do it either. Bai Jingning stood behind Chang'an and looking down. Chang'an's face was pale as he sat cross-legged to recover his energy. No, it's very difficult, very draining on mental energy. Chang'an looked at Bai Jingning. Has anyone succeeded? Bai Jingning shook his head. No. It seems that Yunqing isn't expecting us to finish carving the formations in this class. This is the assessment task for the entire semester. Chang'an felt deflated. He had thought he could gain an advantage. Alright, let's gather and discuss. We'll find the key eventually. As the cadets attempted, Yunqing ascended to the second floor and placed the formation disc inscribed with the Heart Inquiring formation. This was the high-level formation left by Yunqing for the first military academy. Yunqing also used the formation disc crafted by Bian Gaogao to inscribe a low-level formation storing both together in the formation tower. The first military academy houses a formation tower. There is also a formation tower on Liuguang Star. After Yunqing placed all the formations according to the floors in the evening, the cadets received a system message from the Academic Affairs Office of the First Military Academy on their optical brains. Dear cadets, the formation tower of the First Military Academy has been successfully constructed. Please proceed to the tower tomorrow for identity registration. Starting tomorrow, a formation test will be added to daily training. Please complete the formation tower check-in task at your convenience. Soon in the class group, the instructors issued the specific tasks. Currently, the Heart Inquiring formation is open to the entire academy. Cadets are required to enter the formation tower daily to attempt the formation challenge. The time is flexible as long as they complete the half-hour challenge before midnight. The cadets of the First Military Academy went crazy. What's going on? Formation challenge. Could it be the formation that instructor Yunqing released when she returned to the academy? Good thing it's not combined with physical training, or I'd have to show instructor Yunqing what I'm made of. I'm not to brag, but no one has ever made me cry since I was a kid. Half an hour. Easy. Early the next morning before dawn, a long line had already formed outside the formation tower. They were all cadets who had timed their departure from the dormitories to complete the formation task before morning classes. Among them, the formation class cadets were the most popular. By Jingming, aren't you Yunzhang's student? Did instructor Yunqing tell you any tips? Lu Xuanfei. As soon as the name was spoken, Lu Xuanfei shook his head coldly, looking as if he didn't want to talk. Those who knew him were used to it. Lu Xuanfei had been like this since enrollment. Fine, let's just ask Chang'an. Chang'an, do you know what the Heart Inquiring formation is? Will it have a bald-headed man like the mirror formation in the holographic world? Chang'an. I don't know, don't ask me. This is our first time attempting this formation too. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Chang'an, after painful reflection, decided never to get involved in matters concerning instructor Yunqing again. Don't even mention the bald-headed man. He couldn't bear to hear these things. The cadets came early, but the instructors were also interested in Yunqing's formation. However, they had privileges and had arrived late at night. Most instructors had stayed up all night in the formation tower. Bao Sheng swaggered past, a crooked grin on his face, heading toward the empty instructor's passage. Yo, you're early. Too bad, I don't have to queue. The long line of cadets. Yunlang stood at the entrance of the formation tower, a blue light scanning her entire body. Beep. Identity confirmed. Cadet Yunlang, do you wish to proceed with formation training check-in? Confirm. Yunlang stepped into the formation tower. Behind her, Lin Yu and the other two quickly registered their information and followed Yunlang. Little wolf, I don't understand anything about formations. I'm counting on you. Sha Luo walked close to Yunlang. Perhaps because they were roommates with Yunlang during the last 5 elements rotation formation, they had all received special treatment from Yunqing. Sha Luo was genuinely a bit scared. Look at you, so cowardly. Nan Liuhua laughed beside her. You're a wolf, how can you be so timid? Yunlang is also a wolf, but she's not like you. If you're just jealous that I'm a wolf beast man. The two of them went back and forth, neither giving in. Lin Yu looked up to observe the interior of the formation tower. It was spacious with smooth walls. Very empty. However, the second floor was different from the first, constructed with small rooms that could be entered by swiping an optical brain, each room accommodating only one person. This meant they would have to separate here. Sha Luo's plan to cling to Yunlang was dashed. See you in half an hour. Lin Yu was the first to pick a room, and Nan Liuhua grabbed Sha Luo's arm. Let's go. As soon as she entered the room, she stepped into the formation. The scene before Yunlang's eyes changed abruptly, and her mind felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a wilderness. Fat gray wolf, all you do is cry. Pushed by a force, Yunlang's legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. It hurt. Where is this? This is Order Star. She seemed to have forgotten something. Little wolf, are you okay? A childish voice sounded, and a slender hand helped her up. Yunlang looked up, and before her was a familiar face. Her heart was filled with joy, yet also a nameless bitterness. Sister Qingqing. Yunlang bit her lower lip, a wave of grievance washing over her, and she burst into tears. Wah! The young Yunqing with a stern face reached out to hold little Yunlang, and said slowly, word by word, don't cry, little wolf, don't cry. Let's go. The director will worry if we don't go back. Yunqing reached out to grab Yunlang's hand, but felt a paw. Thump! The clothes fell off. A gray-furred wolf cub clung to her chest, tail tucked and eyes watery. Little wolf is so good. Yunqing hugged the cub tightly, bent down to pick up the clothes, bundled them up casually in her arms, and slowly walked through the wilderness with her small body. It's Qingqing and little wolf. Yo, back. No harvest today. This poor little thing got bullied again. Let Annie have a look. Why are you crying? People searching for exotic plants in the wilderness saw the two cubs and teased them kindly. Yunlang shyly buried her head in Yunqing's arms and took a deep breath. So reassuring. Hello, aunties and uncles. We have to go back or the director will worry. Yunqing lifted her small palm-sized face and greeted each one. They left the wilderness and entered a town. The two cubs took a free transport vehicle from the town back to the edge of the central city. Little Wolf were home. Yunqing struggled to lift the plump cub, rubbed her head against it, and her fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons. The baby fat on her face had not yet faded and her skin was slightly dark. There was also black mud smeared on her face, making her look dirty. Yunlang looked up. Behind them was a warm white building with a few characters written at the entrance. Cloud Kindergarten. Who's been bullying our little wolf? The dean stepped out through the doorway, taking Yunlang into his arms with one hand, while pulling Yunqing close with the other. His tone carried a hint of heartache. Went to the wasteland's edge again. Went to find mutant plants to earn star coins. At the mention of star coins, little Yunqing's eyes sparkled with light. The chubby wolf clinging to the dean's clothes also lifted her head, a trail of glistening liquid dripping from the corner of her mouth. Earn star coins. In Yunlang's mind, the thought was hazy. She didn't quite understand what earning star coins was for. But she needed star coins. She was short on star coins. Seeing the top of Yunqing's pitch-black hair, Yunlang's heart clenched, a dull ache spreading through her chest. Tears blurred her vision as she reached out her paw. Hug. You want little Qing to hold you. Don't you like the dean anymore? The dean teased. Little Yunqing tilted her head back, blushing as she smiled bashfully. Want Sister Qing? Want hug? Yunlang stubbornly extended her paw, her voice growing more insistent as tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. Little Yunqing immediately reached out and embraced the young cub. Don't cry. The dean could only shake his head in helplessness. The Empire had support policies for cubs. Food and necessities were provided from childhood, but there were no discretionary star coins. These two little ones were truly something else. Whenever they had free time, they would rush to the town's edge and dig for mutant plants alongside others. All dirty now, let's go wash up. Yunlang soaked in the small basin, a large hand pressing down on her to wash her fur. Her eyes remained firmly fixed on Yunqing, and the moment she lost sight of her, she would open her mouth and wail. What a little crybaby. The dean chided with a laugh. Yunlang opened her eyes wide. She had an uneasy feeling. Sister Qing might disappear. It was as if she had forgotten something. At night, lying on the soft bed, Yunlang still clutched little Yunqing's arm tightly. Days passed one after another. Yunlang grew accustomed to life in the orphanage. Eating well, drinking well, learning characters, playing with Sister Qing, and getting into mischief that earned them lectures from the dean. Whenever someone bullied her, Sister Qing would beat them back for her. Yunlang was content. She wished every day could be this happy. She loved it here. When she grew up, she wanted to be the dean too, to manage an entire courtyard of cubs, and become the most magnificent dean of all. Beep, 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 beep. A shrill sound echoed in her mind. Yunlang's eyes snapped wide open. Sister Qing. The word came instinctively, and tears spilled over. Cold metal walls gleamed blindingly white. Yunlang's memories gradually returned. Was it all just an illusion? She raised her hand to touch her cheek, only to find it soaking wet. Yunlang lowered her gaze. At her feet, a puddle of liquid had gathered. Yunlang. The words, little crybaby, had awakened her dormant memories. Her face flushed red. She hastily wiped away her tears, then pulled out a towel to dry her face. After waiting a while, she finally stepped out of the room. No one was outside. Tap. The door beside her opened. Yunlang turned her head, and her eyes met Lin Yu's. Both of them froze. Yunlang was taken aback. She could faintly make out the watery mist gathered in Lin Yu's deer-like eyes, the corners slightly reddened, as if she had been crying. Lin Yu too was startled. She observed carefully and noticed Yunlang's red nose. Understanding dawned in her heart. Wow! The door beside her burst open. Sha Luo launched out like a cannonball, wrapping her arms around Yunlang's waist as she wailed, Little wolf, did your sister learn Federation magic? Sorcery? Or witchcraft? Did she install a monitor in my brain? So terrifying. Sha Luo's face reddened. How does Instructor Yunqing know what happened to me? I didn't tell anyone. The moment she entered the room, she lost her memories. Like having lived a beautiful dream. After leaving the formation, an inexplicable shiver ran down Sha Luo's spine, as if someone had dissected and examined her. Perhaps this is the purpose of this formation. Lin Yu guessed. But clearly that wasn't what she truly believed in her heart. What thing could probe human memories, create such realistic illusions, and cause temporary amnesia? Existing scientific theories could not explain it. This was precisely what left them feeling so bewildered. Not just them. Every student and instructor who had experienced the heart-questioning formation shared the same sentiment. Their hearts churned with waves of overwhelming emotion. The forums were buzzing with heated discussions. Anonymous 0385. I wonder if I scold Instructor Yunqing in my heart, would she find out? Anonymous 0173. I'm curious what you all saw in the formation. I became Instructor Yunqing's cub in the formation. There was endless food every day. If the time limit hadn't forced me out, I wouldn't have wanted to wake up at all. Anonymous 0285. Had dared to post without being anonymous, then that person upstairs. Let me see who's so shameless. Anonymous 0330. I became a Starfare god and defeated Commander Yun Legion and Commander Xia. Even Instructor Yunqing had to call me her idol. I've never even had dreams this exciting. After exchanging notes, Everyone realized that this heart-questioning formation seemed capable of constructing perfect illusions based on what was in their hearts, plunging people into obsession. This kind of immersion was captivating, yet it also made one oblivious to danger. There was a time limit within the formation tower. They could break free from it. But what if there was no time limit? Would they be forever trapped in the illusion? If they suddenly fell into this formation during combat with an enemy, that opponent could instantly wipe them all out. The mere thought of such consequences sent a chill down everyone's spine. This formation was truly terrifying. Anonymous 8475, I just want to know, can Instructor Yunqing, can others see what happened in the formation? Anonymous 7565, shouldn't be able to write. Crying. JPG. Anonymous 7475, this involves personal privacy, absolutely not. I beat Instructor Leopard until he cried and grabbed my legs begging for mercy. Can he? Can't he? Huh. Formation class students. Anonymous 0385, the formation class students are worried too, don't ask, we don't know. That day, the students' moods were complicated. Some felt guilty. Some felt sad. Yunqing saw the discussions among everyone and found it somewhat amusing. The heart-questioning formation was meant to temper the mind. Surrendering was easy, but holding fast was difficult. Only by holding fast to one's original intent could one avoid losing oneself within the heart-questioning formation. While the heart-questioning formation was making waves at the first military academy, the second round of internal testing for the modified holographic game had concluded. It would officially launch in a few days. Perhaps it was that vomiting black fox that left the deepest impression on Yunqing. When making modifications, Yunqing added a few things. Don't be fooled by the black fox being just a low-level boss. It was actually the most troublesome low-level boss in the entire game. Yun Rong grit his teeth till they cracked. He said nothing. Hongying Gaming Company, the all-new large-scale combat holographic game, Tianyuan Continent, will officially launch tomorrow. Cultivation Trials Formations Cuisine. It's all in Tianyuan Continent. Come join us. Yunqing gave it a like. The official account was flooded with netizens. I love Instructor Yunqing, it's Second Uncle's gaming company. Don't worry, Second Uncle, I'll definitely support this. My dear Qingbao baby, I'm here. Fox Beauty, May internal testing is finally over, public testing begins. The scenery is beautiful. Are these the same sets used in movie filming? I want to go take photos there. Ocean Overlord finally opened. Let me in. Yellow Furs dad added formations. It's just formations, right? A bald big guy like me has never feared anything. Interesting. After learning about it, Yun Li also promoted his second brother's game on his own account, completely unaware that within the game there was a naive little white fox being bullied. Yun Li V welcome everyone to the holographic game continent of heavenly origins. Qingbao, you've worked hard. Love you. JPG. Yun Li, now a father, had undergone a complete transformation in his style. He had lost quite a few fans during this period, but he didn't care at all. His manager Ding Cheng had long become numb to it all. Fine, whatever. If he had a daughter like Yunqing, he wouldn't mind losing face either. Hurry brother Ding, drive faster, I want to go back and play the holographic game. If it were just his second brother's business, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. But this involved Qingbao's hard work and dedication. Yunli planned to play for a while first, and once he got the hang of it, he would start a game stream to promote it properly. Perhaps he could even record variety shows within the game world. Oh, Ding Cheng shook his head. Fine, whatever. After his identity was exposed, no one dared to offend Yunli easily. Being his manager had become quite meaningless, lacking any challenge at all. This holographic game was vastly different from previous war games, yet it was far from a simple game. Coupled with the fanfare around formations on the day of public testing, the servers nearly crashed from the overwhelming traffic. Continent of Heavenly Origins exploded in popularity. On the capital star, young heirs of various noble families all clamored to play, and confused parents gave their children a good scolding. After learning about this, Yun Hai invited some old friends. Yun Hai, aren't you all curious about formations? Old Lu, wasn't it you who was asking? Lu Chun Humph, you mean the formation in the holographic world? It's good for daily training, but do I need your help with that? Zhou Zhenqing, you mean the heart-testing formation in the first military academy's formation tower? He had learned about the heart-testing formation Yunqing had arranged from his own child. Things like memory extraction hypnosis. He didn't believe any of it, but his child had been adamant about it, even looking traumatized. Now he was starting to feel a bit curious. Was there really a formation capable of extracting people's memories? He refused to believe it. Yunhai, something like that. The holographic world. Get online, I'll take you all to the dungeon to broaden your horizons. Zhou Zhenqing dungeon. What kind of dungeon? It sounded like those games his ungrateful son kept going on about. Oh well, might as well take a look first. Yunhai's relentless persuasion gathered a dozen elderly folks in the holographic world. Where is it? What dungeon? Zhou Zhenqing asked eagerly. Yunhai smiled mysteriously and teleported the group to the holographic world game zone. Like other zones, the game zone had each game occupying its own territory. Those with sufficient funding built entire cities, while those with less settled for a single house. Yun Rong had plenty of star coins, so he directly purchased a city-sized plot of virtual land in the holographic game zone, projecting an entire in-game city onto it. At that moment, Yun Hai and his dozen companions stood within the city. Quite a beautiful architectural style, but not very practical. The airspace isn't utilized, so it can't accommodate many people. Ancient streets and low-rise houses. Exquisitely carved beams and painted rafters utterly magnificent. Zhou Zhenxing walked up to what appeared to be a pastry stall. Remembering the desserts from Yun Qing's welcome banquet, he reached out to touch them, but his hand passed through empty air. It's just a projection. Let's go. First let's create our characters, then we'll meet up in the game. After Yunhai finished speaking, the dozen people glared at him. Game? You talked a big game just to get us up here to play games. Lu Chen couldn't believe it. He had only yesterday scolded his grandson and confiscated his game pod. Now he was being tricked by this old fox Yunhai. Didn't you say we were here to see a formation? You old fox, are you messing with us? Yunhai snorted coldly. Do I look like that kind of fox? Those who want to come enter the game. Those who don't just don't. But don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Yunhai vanished from the street. Zhou Zhenxing, now intrigued, teleported into the game world. The rest thought since they'd already come they might as well take a look. If Yunhai was lying to them, they'd all team up and give him a good beating once they got out. In the holographic game, Yunhai stood at the spawn point. His avatar had a snow-white fox. Beside him stood more than a dozen others, all with beast heads as their avatars. Players rushed past around them, none paying attention to this corner. Let's go. Yunhai had participated in the second round of closed testing, so he was quite familiar with the game. He led the group straight to a nearby small boss lair, the black-hearted demon fox territory. Those who followed knew nothing of the bewildering heart formation. The moment they stepped into the forest and entered the boss lair's area, they walked right into the formation. A mysterious fragrance wafted over. Is there really a formation here? Suddenly that person's eyes went blank, his expression dazed. I'm a piece of seaweed. His hands weakly waved about. Floating. I'm a cloud. I'm a crawling insect. Yunhai, who had a special item, climbed up a tree and started recording. Can't help it, I'm the only one still conscious, so I'll have to record the battle footage for everyone. From within the cave, the black fox strolled out leisurely. Raising its chin, it disdainfully glanced at the dozen people trapped in the formation. Yunhai burst out laughing. He quietly recorded a segment of the black fox's video and sent it to Yun Zheng on the flowing light star. Yunhai looked. Doesn't this remind you of someone? Video. On the flowing light star. Yun Zheng opened the video expecting another one of Yun Li's antics. After taking a closer look and searching the star net, Yun Zheng fell silent. He found his second brother. Yun Zheng, did I offend you? After a long while, Yun Rong replied with a smile. Yun Zheng. The forest was thick and lush. Once he had recorded enough, just as the black fox stretched out its claws to scratch someone to death, Yunhai stepped forward and pressed down on the black fox. Zheng, this one can't be eaten. He pulled the people out of the formation one by one and threw them outside its range. Ing. The black fox struggled, snapping its jaws at Yunhai's hand. TCH, the build and fur color are exactly like oldest brother, but this personality looks more like third brother the more I look at it. Let's go back. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the black fox back to the cave entrance. Yunhai left the formation's range. The dozen people slowly regained consciousness, their faces flushing red. How was that? No trickery, right? This is the bewildering heart formation my granddaughter personally arranged. He emphasized the word granddaughter. Yunhai continued, there are more than just this one formation here. I hear the Northern Sea Territory, the Immortal Sect Dungeon, and the Snowy Mountain Summit all have formations. Seeing the others' growing interest, Yunhai shook his head. Unfortunately, your levels aren't high enough to unlock those maps. The very person who had just sworn he would never play games spoke up first. So what? We'll play. It's just a game, isn't it? Lu Chen's face remained perfectly calm. He wasn't playing a game. He simply wanted to research the formations. Meanwhile, an internal beta tester obtained a piece of thunderpool wood while completing a quest. The wood had been processed by the system into a palm-sized square black block. It's quite heavy. Luo Fei felt the wood. The item description stated that this type of wood had been bathed in a thunder pool, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A wooden plaque, a token of peace infused with spiritual energy. She was also a seasoned novel enthusiast, having switched from being a fan of Yun Li to a fan of Yun Qing. When Yun Li had previously posted photos of the wooden plaque, she foolishly wanted one of the same design, and for that she carved for over a month without producing anything. Later, after she fell out of fandom, she realized that the patterns on the wooden plaque should be formation patterns. Luo Fei tightened her grip, suddenly filled with soaring ambition. She looked around and no one was passing by. Luo Fei straightened up, closed her eyes, and let out a deep breath. She reached up to brush her disheveled hair back, then curved her lips into a smile. Have formations? Piece of cake. She extended her hand, placing the wooden plaque on her palm. Recalling Yun Qing's composed demeanor during the Star Beast Tide, Luo Fei murmured softly, but with undeniable presence. Formation activate. Back then, to chase after her idol, she carved wooden plaques day and night. She could recall the patterns on the plaque even with her eyes closed. This time she simply attempted to channel her spiritual power onto the wooden plaque. Yet she drew a line. Luo Fei. Luo Fei furrowed her brows, concentrated, and continued carving. Puffed. A player perched on a tree couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, having fun here. He knew that once the game opened, many streamers would be broadcasting live in the game. Besides streamers, members of the Flying Sword Racing team had come to establish a Flying Sword Guild. They weren't in a rush to level up. Instead, they went to Sex to learn the art of sword flight and then returned to host flying competitions. Young cubs entered to practice the energy circulation paths and find their feel. There were also researchers architects. In short, the player base was incredibly diverse. But the one before them, was she simply naive? Was she playing a role? Hey, I say you're not a streamer, are you? Streaming here. Are you impersonating Mentor Qing? His laughter was too loud. Players doing quests nearby were drawn over. What's going on here? A player who arrived later was utterly confused. It was only after the player hidden in the tree explained that they understood. Imitating Mentor Qing. Formations aren't something just anyone can learn. Why doesn't she open her eyes? Is she an underage cub? Seeing a crowd gathered, other passing players thought a quest had been released and hurriedly pushed in only to find a single player standing at the center. What's so interesting about this? Let's go do quests. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly a blinding white light flared up. The white light flashed and vanished. The moment was brief, but they found its source, the black wooden plaque in the player's hand. Exceptional talent. You have crafted a defensive token and obtained the title of Junior Formation Master. Luo Fei opened her eyes, her lips trembling, unable to speak a complete sentence. Did it work? I did it. 4. Formation. Is this a real formation? The dense forest fell silent, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Luo Fei didn't blink for a long time, staring blankly at the black wooden plaque in her hand. Indeed, a circular pattern had emerged on it, the very pattern she had practiced for over a month. She had never succeeded in replicating that pattern in reality. Luo Fei channeled spiritual energy, and a formation pattern appeared. Gagaga, I made it. Joy, shock, and emotion overwhelmed her. To make a wooden plaque identical to Yun Li's, they had set up a small chat group. She was the one who persisted the longest, yet in the end she failed. After falling out of fandom, she had let the matter drop. But now she had actually made it. Gagaga. Unbelievable. Her blood boiled, but after the excitement subsided, Luo Fei suddenly calmed down. She had already stopped being a fan. What was the point of making something identical to Yun Li's? A formation? Is it really a formation? A burly bald man pushed through the crowd, crouched before Luo Fei, and scrutinized the black wooden plaque carefully. The more he looked, the more excited he became. No mistake, it looks like a formation pattern, and it emitted light when the formation was successfully set. The man reached out and grasped Luo Fei's hand. Friend, is the plaque for sale? Luo Fei. Who are you? Luo Fei, who had been intoxicated by the joy of successfully carving the formation pattern, now calmed down and realized that this secluded corner was packed with people. The first person came forward to inquire, and others followed. Each wore a beaming smile. Friend, I'm a researcher from the Capital Star Research Institute. I think you're very talented. Want to add a friend? Beautiful little yellow duck, so glad to meet you here. I'm a swan beast man. Perhaps we could find common ground. Do you need star coins? I'll give you star coins. With the formation plate successfully developed, beastmen and researchers in the know were aware of the inside story. They couldn't even get their hands on a physical sample for study. The opportunity was right in front of them, not to be missed. Luo Fei was pulled back and forth, her mind buzzing. Quickly assessing the situation, she stashed the wooden plaque into her backpack and then struggled to free her hand. Sorry, I'm not selling. Let go. Though she no longer fanned over Yun Li, she was now a fan of Yun Qing. This formation was something she had personally crafted. Even if it was in a virtual reality game, it was still a precious keepsake. Luo Fei threw her head back and quacked angrily. Let go. Not selling. Not for anything. How many star coins do you want? Is 1,000,000 enough? The beastman tugging at her right hand asked. A nearby ape-man squeezed in. I'll offer 2,000,000 star coins for this piece of wood. 2,000,000 star coins, and you dare to compete with me. I'll bid 5,000,000. The onlookers gasped. How much? Luo Fei refused. Sister here doesn't lack star coins. Let go, I'm not selling. She had never intended to sell, and the attitude of these people only strengthened her resolve. With a sudden jerk, she broke free, then slammed into a nearby rock. Blood splattered, and she turned into white light, flying away. She escaped by faking her death. The onlookers. This scene of the struggle over the wooden plaque was captured by a streamer filming nearby, and Tianyuan continent shot to fame overnight. The StarNet trending list from 1st to 4th was entirely dominated by the VR game. Strange formations, delicious food, unique architecture. Tianyuan continent, a truly real otherworld. Shocking. They're all playing Tianyuan continent. Complete simulation of reality. Awakening superpowers in Tianyuan continent. Mentor Yun Qing's novel formation. Tianyuan continent map revealed. Let's explore the cultivator ranking system in detail. Among the first 4, all except the second were bought by the game's official team. The game company had prepared the posts in advance, released them, and guided public opinion. Coupled with the game's considerable popularity and a high number of likes, the trending topics remained on the list. At this moment, another trending topic appeared. Little yellow duck sets up a formation. Can ordinary beastmen replicate her success? Little yellow duck. Luo Fei stepped out of the holographic pod, her heart still pounding wildly. Her trembling hands opened the group chat. Only 16 members remained inside. Luo Fei suppressed her excitement and sent a message. Little yellow duck who loves to share friends. Do you know what? That wooden token, I successfully carved it. It truly is a formation array. It's real. Little yellow duck who loves to share. On what grounds did Yunli do that? Back then Qing Bao hadn't even been recognized yet, and he tricked me into giving him Qing Bao's formation token. I was utterly blind to think Yunli was any good. Sob Qing Bao's carving was actually a genuine formation array. Little yellow duck who loves to share. Qing Bao my love. I now have the same style as Qing Bao quack quack quack. Luo Fei sent 3 messages in a row. Then her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she nearly forgot. This was Yun Li's fan group. Luo Fei was about to recall her second message when the group chat window kept vibrating. Target is the Empire Mecha Master Duck. Duck, you're so amazing. How did you succeed? Teach me quickly. Oh, I can't sleep until I learn. I'm such a genius it actually succeeded. To carve this peace token, I've been hospitalized 5 times. I didn't manage to carve the token, but my spiritual energy increased quite a bit. Mecha competition team, recruiting genius. Duck Duck, you're truly a genius. Yun Qing's younger sister baby, I want one, just like Qing's. Can you still make one? I'll pay a high price. Oh, I won't let you suffer a loss. Not a single person mentioned Yunli. Luo Fei glanced again at the group name. Lily Wooden Token Exchange Group. The next moment the group name changed. Qing Wooden Token Exchange Group, Luo Fei. Fans of Yun Qing, they were all good sisters. Luo Fei recounted how she had impulsively carved a wooden token in the holographic game center, feeling slightly embarrassed. The behavior was indeed rather foolish. The friends in the group showered her with praise, making Luo Fei feel somewhat giddy. I'm such a genius, why didn't I think of that? It must be related to the material. I understand. I'm leaving now, wait for my update. Target is the Empire Mecha Master Tian Yuan continent, huh? Wait, I'll go try tonight. Formation Array Team, Leader Good Sister, wish you sudden wealth. Mecha Competition Team, recruiting, I'm coming. On the StarNet, a photograph of the black wooden token was captured. The StarNet had a memory. They soon traced back to the original wooden token from its design and the patterns etched upon it. The very token that had appeared in a photograph Yun Li had shared over 2 months prior. Following the vine to the melon, peeling back the layers. Everyone soon pieced together the full story. Wild Yellow Dog, I once thought this was merely an ordinary token. Who would have guessed the patterns on it were not decorations, but formation runes? Down to my last underpants, ARG, I suffered such a huge loss. Back then Yun Li's popularity was enormous. I used machines to cut tens of millions of wooden tokens waiting to sell them as Yun Li knockoffs. But I couldn't carve them at all. Green-haired dog of Coach Yun Qing, buddy above, you can stock up on wooden tokens in the holographic game. You'll definitely succeed this time. Down to my last underpants, thanks for the tip, heading there now. The wooden token incident drove the holographic game's popularity even higher. Little Yellow Duck's identity was also exposed. Her nickname was Little Yellow Duck, who loves to share, and she had formerly been Yun Li's fan. A single fan had managed to carve a complete formation array. So what about them? The power of formation arrays was beyond question. Did they also have the opportunity, the talent, to become array masters like Yun Qing? It's exploding. Hong Ing Gaming Company. Back-end staff watched the game port data and erupted in jubilant cheers. All their efforts during this period had not been in vain. The results exceeded expectations, and they had even established connections with the imperial authorities. They were secure. Strange, the hot searches we bought are dropping while 2 others have surged upward. The key point was that those 2 were not something they had purchased. However, as long as they were not negative hot searches, this kind of free attention was too good to pass up. Little Yellow Duck's hot search climbed from 5th to 1st. Another hot search also surged to 2nd place. That one Yunhai had purchased with his own stellar credits. Shocking. They are all playing Tian Yuan continent. Yunhai had pulled in numerous old friends to join the game, using the game's formation arrays and culinary delights to lure them, then bought hot searches to promote it. The retired Imperial Prime Minister, the founder of a leading energy enterprise, top mecha manufacturing masters. One by one these reclusive bigwigs reappeared, and unexpectedly, it was within a holographic game. If they are all playing games, won't you come as well? When the hot search exploded, it sent shockwaves through the circles of Capital Star. The Cubs were particularly indignant. Hypocritical adults who just yesterday said gaming was bad and the very next day secretly went into the game world themselves to play, spending entire days at it, and even made the hot searches. Lu Chun had no idea he had been schemed by Yunhai. Rising from the holographic pod, Lu Chun felt a restless itch. Perhaps he should use his nighttime sleep hours to raise his level instead. Otherwise, always letting Yunhai steal the spotlight was unacceptable. Coming downstairs, Lu Chun sat at the dining table, where his daughter's son-in-law and granddaughter were already seated. Lu Chun gazed at the unappetizing natural food on the table, and thinking of the sumptuous and aromatic delicacies in the holographic game, ate only a few cursory bites. Upon seeing him, the cub tilted her head and snorted derisively. Lu Chun's hand paused. Raising his gaze, he realized that the snort was directed squarely at him. How unusual. What are you snorting about? What do you have an issue with me? Lu Chun was about to say more when the cub, furious, puffed out her cheeks and accused him. Grandpa, you're bad. You won't let me play games, yet you went and played yourself. I already know. Lu Chun. I did not. Lu Chun raised his voice slightly to mask his guilt. Anyway, no one knew, and he would not admit it. You did? You did. I know everyone knows. The cub began to cry. Her daughter and son-in-law kept their heads down, eating their shoulders, shaking their entire bodies, trembling like sieves. Lu Chen's heart sank straight down. Still unwilling to accept it, he asked, "Who told you?" The cub's crying stopped. "Go look for yourself. Many people already know." His daughter whispered, "Cough, cough. Dad, you've made the hot searches." Lu Chen silently opened his light brain. Seeing the hot search ranked second, his mind went blank, and he lost his composure. "Yunhai, you shameless old fox." The same situation unfolded in different locations. Yunhai's light brain vibrated incessantly, filled with warm greetings from old friends. Only after they had vented their frustrations did Yunhai reply in the group. "Yunhai, we are not playing games. We are studying formation arrays. Isn't that right?" Yunhai cubs lack self-control and are prone to addiction. As parents, we can only step in ahead of time. Is there anything wrong with that? Everyone. Yunhai, regarding the hot search matter, I am not entirely clear either. How about this? My second son is one of the developers of this game. There is a demon realm dungeon that has not yet opened. I will apply for early access for you all. Shall we try it? Yunhai, it contains large-scale formation arrays set up by my granddaughter. Large-scale formation arrays. No one objected. They continued discussing playing the game together that evening, harmonious and amiable, just like closest friends. The game, Tian Yuan Continent, became wildly popular, and Nangong CI seized the momentum to launch the Array Formation Association. Starting from today, an Array Formation Association will be established in Qingxiu City on Liuguang Star in the Liuguang Star domain, with Yunqing serving as its president. An array formation tower will be constructed, allowing people to exchange mid-level and advanced array formation knowledge through merit points and contribution points. One image showed the array formation tower rising majestically from the ground in Qingxiu City, while the other displayed the emblem of the Array Formation Association. The array formations have finally been opened up. Don't hold me back. I want to learn. This has reinforced my desire to enter the Liuguang Star domain. Is this really Liuguang Star? They've built another city. It looks quite impressive. At least I won't have to live in the wilderness if I go there. Mid-level and advanced. What about the beginner level? Meanwhile, Bian Gaogao published a paper titled The Positive Correlation Between the Array Disk's Activation of Array Pattern Power and the Clearance of Pure Qi. The paper, supported by massive data from the research laboratory, detailed the function and significance of array disks, leading to the conclusion that the level of array disks is related to the degree of pure Qi conduction after fusion. Initially, few people paid attention to this paper. However, after Nangong CI and Yunqing both liked it, public attention was drawn to it. What exactly is an array disk? This was everyone's first thought. Oh, so it's a weapon that can have array formations pre-engraved and used immediately upon acquisition. Oh, so it's the weapon Yunqing used during the Star Beast Tide. Just as Nangong CI had established the Array Formation Association, allowing people to access array knowledge, Bian Gaogao then mass-produced array disks and announced they would be sold in Qingxiu City on Liuguang Star. Good things kept coming. After the initial excitement, everyone's attention shifted to Bian Gaogao. Who is Bian Gaogao? I've never heard of her before. Is she from the Bian family? What has she studied before? Is there something wrong with my memory? I really don't know her name. She must be a highly respected scholar who doesn't pursue fame or fortune, but instead buries herself in research. As expected of someone from the Bian family. Theory is out, but where's the finished product? Damn it. We shouldn't have let her take the research results with her in the first place. Fierce arguments erupted within a private laboratory. This was the private laboratory that Bian Gaogao had first entered when she initially came to the capital star. If I had known that inscriptions could also be connected to array formations, I wouldn't have let go so easily. The director regretted it. Although initially this research topic was proposed by Bian Gaogao, and she put in the most effort during the research, accounting for the main contribution, originally all of this fell under his research institute's name. All of this should have been his. Yunqing had emerged unexpectedly, and inscriptions were like a weakened pirated version of array formations. Coupled with differences in philosophy, he had ultimately charged a substantial amount of star coins and allowed Bian Gaogao to take the research results away. If he hadn't taken those star coins back, then he could now be lying down counting star coins. Bian Gaogao. On Liuguang Star. Bian Gaogao wore a thoroughly pleased expression on her face. I told you all along. I wouldn't return home until I became famous throughout the entire empire. The director is mighty. The director is wise. Whatever the director does succeeds. Feng Ji stood aside, heaping praise upon praise. Their journey thus far had truly been difficult. When they had left the research institute, they had been so anxious every day that their hair had fallen out. In their entire team, not a single person had a thick head of hair. Feng Ji could never forget the day of the first military academy's ranking competition when his cheap wig had been blown about by the wind. Feng Ji touched the new stubble growing on his head, his gratitude toward Yunqing as vast as the Milky Way. After Qingxiu City was established, main cities were built in other places on the planet to accommodate more people. Subsequently, the first military academy announced the addition of an array formation branch, recruiting array formation students starting from next year. Yunqing transitioned from a specially appointed tutor to the dean of the Array Formation College. All comments on Yunqing's account were from netizens coming to offer congratulations. President, please take a look. Do I have the talent for learning array formations? Dean, next year, I want to enter the first military academy and become your student. The very first batch of array formation majors. My beloved human at first sight. I will go to Liuguang Star to follow in your footsteps. If I can defeat Qing, so will you respond to my feelings and give me an answer? Netizens were celebrating, but Yun Qing's fans inexplicably felt a sense of loneliness. How lonely it is to be invincible. Having become fans of Yun Qing, they didn't have to do anything. They had already won. Luo Fei hugged her light brain and kissed it several times. Switching from being a fan of Yun Li to being a fan of Yun Qing was the most correct decision she had ever made. Unexpectedly, Yun Qing had brought them an even greater surprise. Yun Qing V Beginner Level Array Formation Theoretical Knowledge is now available on the official website of the Array Formation Association. For the price of 1-star coin, you can purchase basic materials. The scenario from Tianyuan continent has been simulated in reality, allowing you to practice array formations in the game world. We look forward to your growth, future array masters. Beginner level array formation knowledge. For just 1-star coin, the price of half a basic nutrient solution. Every day I wake up in my baby's arms. Boo-hoo, my baby, what can 1-star coin buy? I'm crying to death, baby, how can you be so good? My dearest Qingbao baby, don't you worry, I will definitely become an excellent array master. I want to be your colleague. I mean what I say. Target is Mecha Master, I love you to death, Mentor Yun Qing. Mwamua, give me a kiss. Yellow-haired boy's leg hair 1-star coin. Who are you looking down on? I'll buy a copy. After venting their surging emotions in Yun Qing's comment section, they rushed to the Array Formation Association's official website. The website's page was clean and neat, featuring only a data repository and membership registration. Within the data repository, the beginner-level array formation theoretical knowledge valued at 1-star coin glowed, with golden light beckoning them to make a purchase. The membership registration displayed that the minimum requirement to become a member of the Array Formation Association was to become a low-level array master. With the materials and training ground available, how hard can becoming a low-level array master be? Let's do this. The people of the empire erupted in excitement. They not only purchased for themselves, but also for their family members, and they didn't even spare the young children. Families would gather together to study and exchange ideas communally. After completing a low-level array formation, they would enter the holographic game to practice. Though failures were more common than successes, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Merchants who sold items in the game seized the opportunity to make a quick profit, and subsequently the game's official store listed spirit stone weapons and array disc materials for practicing formation layouts. Tianyuan continent shot up to become the Empire's hottest holographic game. Honging Game Company made a tremendous fortune. The Empire's series of sweeping moves not only stunned its own citizens, but also sent shockwaves through the Federation. Park Chanyang directly confronted Namgung Sa, demanding, "Aren't we friends? Aren't we a community of shared interstellar destiny? Shouldn't good things be shared? How could you be plotting behind our backs like this?" Faced with such unreasonable demands, Namgung Sa ignored him completely. Getting something for nothing was out of the question. Eventually, after negotiations, they reached an agreement. The merit system of the Radiant Star domain would be shared. Low-level formations would be open to the Federation, while mid-level and high-level formations would require exchange for other valuable assets. Namgung Sa had no fear of others learning the formations. Even with video courses and materials, formations were useless without a master to teach hands-on. By the time they figured out low-level formations, the Empire would be teaming with low-level formation masters. Damn Empire's ingredients, why are they so lucky? Park Chanyang, realizing that all this stemmed from Yun Qing, turned over several thoughts in his mind. Perhaps he should first find out which country the other half of Yun Qing's blood belonged to. In the Dragon Kingdom, within a military laboratory, a crowd gathered around a sword. It's a success. According to the data, this should be a low-level spirit sword. All test metrics show it's 5 times sharper than the current most lethal weapons. Cutting through star beasts will be like slicing tofu, ha. You're exaggerating, oldly, but close enough. As long as it can break defenses, that's good enough. The success of the artifact refinement method boosted their confidence. The spirit swords they forged were truly breathtaking. If they could apply artifact refinement techniques to upgrade all military weapons, armor, mechas, and even starships, their combat power would double, and the gap in physical constitution between them and the Empire's beastmen would become negligible. Song Weihua immediately issued an order. From now on, focus all efforts on forging weapons. First, replace all military equipment. Yes. While the Empire's formations drew all the attention, they would use this time to forge more weapons. Song Weihua then asked, "How is the situation in the Star Wander Alliance?" The Secretary-General replied, "Stable." The Star Wander Alliance was a free union formed by citizens of smaller nations after the Great Interstellar Exodus, choosing to band together rather than join other countries. The alliance was plagued by conflicting beliefs, frequent wars, and backward development. It was also their primary target. Over the past month, they had provided supplies to the poor in the alliance, and the faith progress bar had reached 1/3. Among them, all the faith came from civilians living under gunfire and struggling on the edge of life and death every day. Song Weihua's expression turned somber. The Star Wander Alliance was chaotic and lawless, with rampant space pirates. The dirty dealings of major powers were also hidden in that lawless land which had grown into a behemoth over time. There was little they could do. At the entrance of the first military academy, Qing found the hovercar parking spot and got in ready to drive home. Before the hovercar could start, something slammed against the window and a small shadow clung to the glass. My. Qing leaned in for a closer look. Where did this little hamster come from? Gold Baby stretched out its pink paw and tapped on the window. The window suddenly vanished. Thud! The little hamster fell into the car. Before Gold Baby could steady itself, it was picked up by someone. It didn't move, letting its paws hang naturally with a guileless look. It glanced shyly at Qing and whispered, "Mentor Qing, you saved me. You're my lifesaver." Qing. Who saved whom? Gold Baby squeezed out 2 tears. If you hadn't opened the window in time, I might have fallen to the ground. With my little body, I definitely couldn't have survived. Maybe I would have been stepped on and turned into a flat pancake. Thank you, Mentor Qing. Let me treat you to a meal. Gold Baby raised its paw, reached around its neck to touch Qing's finger, and gently grasped it. My benefactor, I have a lot of star coins. Is that okay? Qing. Not far away, Captain of the Guard Bao He witnessed this staged accident and sneered. Utter nonsense. It had a protective shield anyway. If it were really afraid of being stepped on, it could just turn back into human form. Who would believe that? Qing extended her divine sense, detected Bao He, and memorized her appearance. You're welcome. It was nothing. With that, Qing picked up the little hamster, extended her arm out the window, and flicked her wrist. A yellow streak flew toward Bao He. The hovercar drove off. Bao He caught Gold Baby and flicked its forehead. Is this what you called foolproof? Gold Baby was stunned too. Wasn't the Dragon Kingdom fond of that trope? A life-saving debt that could only be repaid by marrying the savior. Why didn't it work for him? Was he not fluffy, cute, fragile enough to arouse pity? He was the richest man in the empire. He even reminded her that he had star coins. He was a dumb mouse with lots of money. How could anyone in the empire not recognize him? Qing did know of Gold Baby, but there wasn't a single photo of him on the starnet. She had no idea that the treasure-seeking mouse looked exactly like a hamster. Qing had little patience for strangers and didn't want to court trouble. The next day, she received an official visit request. Gold Baby. The name looked familiar. Qing remembered. Last time she browsed the secret forum, she saw a CP-themed post about her and Gold Baby. So this was that treasure-seeking mouse. When the person entered, Qing confirmed it. The one who came with Gold Baby was the same person who had been lurking nearby yesterday. Hello, Mentor Qing. I apologize for the intrusion. I'd like to ask for your help. Gold Baby wore a shimmering rainbow-colored outfit, a crown of energy stones on his head and bracelets of different colored energy stones on his wrists and ankles dripping with jewels. Go ahead. Gold Baby sat up straight. I want to become your student and learn formations from you. Formations were not only powerful, but also stylish, perfect for him. Most importantly, the title of Qing's student was an intangible resource and protection. But Qing refused without hesitation. No time, no energy. Gold Baby held up one finger. 1 energy stone mine. Qing remained unmoved. 2. Qing gave a polite smile. 3. Qing shook her head. Mr. Gold, you can purchase the low-level formation materials from the official formation website. Come back when you've gotten started. Not everyone has a talent for formations, but what suits you best is best. I've been smart since I was a kid. Gold Baby said urgently. Bao He almost laughed out loud. In the end, Gold Baby trudged out of Qing's house with a long face. He couldn't figure it out. Why couldn't he move Qing? Was he not rich enough? Bao He was getting a headache. Didn't Mentor Qing say the formation website has courses? Gold Baby gave Bao He a contemptuous glance. Since he had come here, he had no intention of returning to the mining planet. He was determined to learn formations. If he couldn't find a breakthrough with Qing, he would buy the beginner formation knowledge first, then use star coins to bribe others. Qing might not lack star coins, but her students wouldn't push away easy money, right? Wait. Gold Baby slapped his head suddenly. Why don't I just enter the first military academy? Bao He was shocked. Snap out of it. You're over 80 years old. After the formations were released, time seemed to hit fast forward. Under Namgung Sa's account, people urged him every day. Frenzy Swamp, King, Lion Majesty, hurry up. When will the Radiant Star domain open? Can we open it now? I'm willing to go help build the Radiant Star. Bloodthirsty Bat Demon, how long? I'm asking you how much longer. Watch my death roll, can't wait anymore. Give us a time, please. I really need this. Crocodile roll. JPG. Namgung Sa didn't reply. Instead, he opened a separate official account for the Radiant Star and posted construction progress updates from time to time. Qing's account also had people urging. I'm a genius president, I've finished the beginner formation course. Wait for me to join. Gold Baby Dean, can you reveal the admission requirements for the formation department? I don't want any other department, only yours. You're my first choice just for you. Giving you a heart. JPG. Time passed slowly. The construction of the basic cities on the Radiant Star was nearing completion, and it had already been a year since the first opening of the Soul Refining Tower Secret Realm. The entry quotas for the Soul Refining Tower have been finalized. The mark on Qing's wrist had not expired, she declined the quota and gave it to someone else. The first military academy had 30 quotas. Yin Lang's strength skyrocketed in a short period, forcing his way from the middle ranks into the top 30 on the strength list, successfully securing one of the quotas. In the array formation class by Jingning and Lu Xuanfei were also selected. The rest were mostly fourth-year students. The military academy team had already departed for Liuguang Star for intensive training. At that moment, a colossal warship emerged from a wormhole and alarms blared. After 10 years of voyaging, the first expeditionary force has returned safely from a distant galaxy. The official released the exact news of the expeditionary force's return. Except for Yun Zheng, the Yun family gathered together. Yinli, hurry up, bring out all the skincare products you usually use, and let me have them. Yinhai was a bit anxious. Ever since the holographic game came out, he and a few old friends would play together every day. Sometimes to clear a dungeon, they would stay up for several nights in a row, and his skin had deteriorated. Would he be looked down upon? The three cubs looked perplexedly at their restless great-grandfather. Hurry up, take it out. Stop dawdling. Smack. Yunhai's large palm landed on Yun Li's back, then he turned to soothe the cubs by patting their heads. Yun Li winced in pain. Don't rush, don't rush. Taking out his treasured miracle water, Yun Li handed it to his irritable father. Just apply a thin layer, don't use too much, it won't be effective if you overdo it. After saying that, still worried, Yun Li followed Yunhai, ready to personally apply it. After finishing the face mask, Yunhai reached out to touch his skin. Indeed, there was some effect, his face felt smooth. Then he took a shower, brushed his fur smoothly, and changed clothes. The two had just gone downstairs. They heard a familiar voice, and Yun Li immediately rushed downstairs from the upper floor. This is a mineral that Grandma found on a life-bearing planet. It's crystal clear and can nurture spiritual energy when worn. Mo Yuru was a strikingly beautiful woman resembling Yun Qing in appearance. When their faces were placed together, it was obvious they were family. When she left the capital star 10 years ago, her greatest worry was her son's marriage. Other people's children started preparing for marriage at 50 and gave birth to cubs before 70. At that time, Yunzheng was already 80 years old, yet he still had no intention of marrying. Unexpectedly, upon returning 10 years later, not only did he have a granddaughter, but he also had great-grandchildren. Mo Yuru placed a teardrop-shaped crystal in Yun Qing's hand. You're called Qing, right? Here, a gift from Grandma. I'll make up for the rest later. As the crystal entered her hand, a faint trace of soul power seeped into her soul through her palm. Yun Qing paused for a moment, then accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Grandma. Mo Yuru gazed at Yun Qing's face with fondness, unable to look enough. This face clearly belonged to a cub of their fox clan. It was a pity that she had not witnessed the cub's growth. Thinking of Yun Qing's experiences, Mo Yuru showed no kindness to her youngest son. Unaware of his mother's resentment, Yun Li came downstairs and rushed over. Mom, welcome home. Mo Yuru frowned. She used to find him somewhat endearing, but now he seemed foolish in every way. Chirping and chattering, lacking any composure. When you were little, you were muddle-headed. Now that you're grown, you're still muddle-headed. You didn't even know your own cub was left outside. What's the use of having such a big brain for nothing? Even a star beast's brain is more useful than yours. Mo Yuru's face was cold, just like their elder brother when angry. Yun Li straightened his back and dared not talk back. The moment his long-absent mother returned, her words dispelled his longing. Pout. Mo Yuru withdrew her gaze and turned to the three cubs, her face breaking into a smile once more. Good cubs, come here, I'm your great-grandma. Hello, great-grandma. The three cubs said in unison, all looking at Mo Yuru with curiosity. Mo Yuru likewise took out crystals and put them on the cubs one by one. Her movements were gentle, her smile bright, completely different from when she scolded Yun Li. The cubs' anxious hearts relaxed, and they happily thanked her. Thank you, great-grandma. Mo Yuru's smile widened. Yun Li watched with envy. In the past, whenever his mother returned from an alien star region, the first person she thought of was him. He had lost favor, but they were all his own cubs, so Yun Li wasn't jealous. Surely it was his turn now. Mo Yuru then waved at Yun Rong. Second son, come here. Then she took out another identical crystal. Yun Li, cough cough. Yun Li walked past his second brother. As if she hadn't seen him, Mo Yuru picked up a cub and turned around. My darling, you've grown so well, clearly smart. When she picked up the tiger cub, Mo Yuru bounced it lightly. This must be Yun Ting, whose beast form was a white tiger. Quite heavy. After kissing the tiger cub's cheek, Mo Yuru picked up the cat cub. Little treasure, you're so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful cub. The cat cub shyly pursed its lips. Mo Yuru gave it a kiss. Turning her head, the little fox cub had already raised its arms, slightly leaving space for Mo Yuru to pick it up easily. The cub is so clever. Mo Yuru praised. Mom, Yun Li couldn't help but lean in. You've been away for so long, I've missed you terribly. I've been waiting for you every day, unable to eat or sleep well. Look, I've lost weight. Oh. Mo Yuru glanced at him, her tone cold. Yunhai then slowly came downstairs, asking loudly. Who is it? Do we have guests? When Mo Yuru looked up, Yunhai's eyes burst with surprise, excitement, longing, and other emotions. He let out a long sigh. Yuru, it's you. You're back. Yun Li. The acting is too obvious. Mom will definitely see through it at once. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuru raised a smile. Yun Li's eyes widened. No way. Is he the only one getting hurt? Yunli watched helplessly as his father walked past him, squeezed onto the sofa, and chatted happily with his mother. You won't be in a hurry to leave this time, right? Yunhai asked. Mo Yuru was the chief energy researcher at the Capital Research Institute, often accompanying the expeditionary force to explore and develop new star regions, leaving for years at a time. This time was her longest expedition. We discovered a new star region this time, so I should stay for a while longer. Mo Yuru handed the crystal to Yunhai. Leaving with the expeditionary force were not only research scholars from various fields, but also architects, the treasure-seeking mouse family responsible for mineral exploration, as well as a royal princess and aristocratic science. 10 years was enough for them to thoroughly survey the new star region. This type of crystal, after testing, was harmless to the human body and could even enhance one's spiritual power level. After installing atmospheric modification devices on the planets that could be terraformed, they finally returned to the Empire. However, I won't be able to stay long before I have to go into the lab. The crystal's effects were astonishing. Mo Yuru guessed that she would have 3 to 7 days of vacation. The crystals brought back by the expeditionary force are similar to the soul refining tower, in effect both capable of enhancing soul power, i.e., spiritual power. Nangong Ci valued them greatly. Mo Yuru's vacation was shorter than she had imagined. That very evening she received a notification to go to the laboratory on Liuguang Star. Upon learning this news, the smile on Yunhai's face faded. The family had a meal together and then rushed to the starport. Before leaving, Yunli finally received a gift from his mother. With tearful eyes, he saw Mo Yuru off onto the spaceship. Yunqing was also on this spaceship. Liuguang Star was about to open. Following the locations of the spirit stone mines that appeared on Liuguang Star, Nangong Ci established 8 main cities atop the ore deposits, with Qingxiu City being one of them. The remaining 7 main cities were all built around cultivation chambers awaiting Yunqing to set up the spirit gathering arrays. As soon as the two left, the expressions of the Yun family members turned sour. The 3 cubs were dejected for a while, but fortunately they had companions to accompany them and could still make video calls with Yunqing, so they weren't too worried. Yunhai touched his own face. After 10 years apart, didn't she feel the slightest reluctance toward him? Dad, don't be sad. Look at me. Yunli consoled. Mom only remembered me at the very end. Am I not more pitiable than you? Yunhai flared up. Pitiable? Who's pitiable? Are those eyes of yours just decorations in your sockets? Open your eyes wide and see who's pitiable. Yunli. Not pitiable. Then why repeat it so many times? He was a performance major after all. Don't think he could be fooled. But he dared not speak. After scolding, Yunhai's pin-up frustration eased quite a bit. He opened his light brain and messaged friends in a small group. Yunhai, let's raid the dungeon tonight. Luch and old Mo just came back today, and you still want to play games with us. Do you have a death wish? Li Jingyan, alright, I didn't expect you to be such a fox. Truly unexpected. Zhou Xinyo, isn't this old Yun? Didn't you say earlier you had something to do? How come you want to join us in raiding the dungeon? Don't tell me you got kicked out of the house. If you have any difficulty, speak up, and we'll help you figure something out. Knowing that the expeditionary force had returned, Yunhai had subtly boasted in the group, and then indicated that he had something to do and wouldn't play games with them. Not even a day had passed, and his story had changed. Clearly something had happened that they didn't know about. They were curious and probed, but Yunhai didn't say much. Since even this face couldn't keep her, why bother maintaining it? He was going to stay up all night playing games. But after thinking it over, Yunhai turned off his light brain. Forget it, he wasn't in the mood. Baby, do you want to go to Liuguang Star? Yunhai crouched down and asked the 3 cubs, if you want to go when the elite class has a break, great-grandpa will take you, okay? Your great-uncle, mom, and great-grandma are all there. The tiger cub nodded lightly. Okay then. The little fox also agreed. The cat cub had no objection either. Then I'll go too. Yunli poked Yunhai's shoulder. Remember to take me. Liuguang Star was not yet open to the public, and Yunli didn't have entry qualifications, but Yunhai did. Yunrong also chimed in, I want to go check out the mall too. Yunhai, okay. They would go together then to give them a big surprise. On the warship heading to Liuguang Star. As soon as Mo Yuru boarded the warship, she was pulled away by a group of researchers. Yunqing did not enter the lounge, but wandered around the hall. Coincidentally, the captain this time was the same captain who had previously given Yunqing the map of the Liuguang Star region. Long time no see, Captain Naiyue. Yunqing greeted with a smile. After a moment of surprise, Naiyue also smiled and stepped forward. President Yunqing, I didn't expect you to remember me. The two had only met once and exchanged a few words. She truly didn't expect Yunqing to remember her and even take the initiative to greet her. The smile on Naiyue's face grew more sincere. Yunqing chatted for a while and learned from the captain about the recent situation in the Liuguang Star region. She heard that the Federation was also actively building cities. She heard that Federation citizens were cursing each other every day over land grabbing, almost coming to blows. She heard that many Federation people had come to Liuguang Star, lingering outside the main city every day just to enter the cultivation chambers and train their abilities. After a day and night of voyage, the spaceship entered the Liuguang Star region. They landed at the Liuguang Starport. Returning to Liuguang Star, the starport was no longer as crude as before. Before getting off the spaceship, Yunqing gave the captain a formation plate engraved with a mid-grade formation. Both parties were very satisfied. Nayue decided to gather more intelligence, and perhaps she would meet Yunqing again next time. As soon as Yunqing exited the starport, the patrolling soldiers spotted her and exclaimed excitedly, "Instructor Yunqing." Yunqing, who was operating the concealment art, thought, "What a familiar scene. Instructor Yunqing, you've come to Liuguang Star." Instructor Yunqing, long time no see. Now all the infrastructure on Liuguang Star is fully built. You've arrived just in time. Instructor Yunqing, are you also someone who wants to enter the soul refining tower? You're a bit late. Those greeting her were all Imperial beastmen. Some of the beastmen were soldiers from the last patrol. Yunqing maintained a smile, replying while quickening her pace. Yunqing. People coming and going at the starport stopped in their tracks and quickly located Yunqing. Federation people wanted to approach, but the patrolling soldiers intentionally or unintentionally blocked them, leaving them only able to watch Yunqing's figure from afar. The news of Yunqing's arrival on Liuguang Star quickly spread among the Federation nations. Qingxiu City Hotel. Xiao Yang was lying on the bed when he suddenly sprung up as if electrocuted. Cousin is here. Yang La Easy Gun, it really is Yunqing. Our team leader saw her at the starport. I didn't expect Instructor Yunqing not to come early, but to show up at the last minute. Are the Imperials trying to prevent us from contacting Instructor Yunqing? Fuqiang Minju, do the Imperials even have that brain? I heard that Instructor Yunqing never intended to enter the Soul Refining Tower's secret realm. How sure Foshing Ilupingen here. I saw it. Instructor Yunqing entered the inner city, then disappeared into the Villa District. Xiao Yang walked to the window, opened it, and stuck his head out. He looked toward the Villa District. All around, above and below, there were people like him searching for Yunqing's figure. Instructor Yunqing really came. I need to tell my uncle quickly. The person at the window to Xiao Yang's left exclaimed, and then withdrew his head. Opportunity knocks, but once. That makes sense. Then the person at the window to Xiao Yang's right also withdrew his head. Xiao Yang didn't understand what they were talking about until he glanced at the Dragon Kingdom communication channel and instantly understood. These people saw that nearly a year had passed, and Qing had made no move, spending every day fighting in the Liuguang Star region, so they decided to try to steal her away. Those waiting to become the cub's stepfather could line up from the inner city to the outer city. Xiao Yang, Dad, something's wrong. Xiao Yang rushed out of the room, holding his light brain. Since handing over the system, Xiao Yang had not suffered from misfortune for a long time. The Soul Refining Tower secret realm was beneficial to him, so Xiao Yang followed along. Dad, cousin has come from Capital Star to Liuguang Star. Do you want to meet? Xiao Yang dashed like the wind into the opposite room. Two tall, imposing figures stood by the window. When they heard him, they turned around, their faces exuding authority without anger. Xiao Yang shrank his neck and screeched to a halt. Big brother, why are you here too? Xiao Yang's lips quivered as he retreated with small, hesitant steps. Cui Hung frowned, strode forward, and pressed down on Xiao Yang's shoulder, his face fierce and menacing. Xiao Yang froze, as if his vital point had been pressed, not daring to move. Little brother, why are you still so small? It had been 2 years since he last saw his younger brother. Seeing him again today, Cui Hung was truly delighted. Because his little brother had been afraid of snakes since childhood, the two brothers rarely grew close, leaving Cui Heng's heart full of brotherly affection with nowhere to express. Haven't you eaten enough? Cui Heng said, grabbing Xiao Yang by the collar and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. The weight in his hand was light. Both he and his father Qiao Yi had muscular builds, but his little brother was as thin as a bamboo pole. Cui Heng couldn't help but worry, his brow furrowing deeper. A mixture of joy and concern, Cui Heng's eyes unconsciously turned into serpentine pupils, and fine gray scales began to emerge near his temples. Frozen like a wooden statue, Xiao Yang. It's big brother, it's big brother, it's big brother. Not a snake, Xiao Yang kept muttering. But when he looked up, Xiao Yang was about to cry. A snake. Dad. Eyes closed, Xiao Yang reached out and waved toward Xiao Yi. It's always like this. Big brother loves to tease him. Help. Xiao Yi approached with disdain. What nonsense. What are you yelling about? This is your brother making such a fuss, as if you've seen a ghost. Cui Hung was at a loss. He put Xiao Yang down on the ground and consciously moved farther away. The moment he landed, Xiao Yang jumped onto Xiao Yi's back and clung tightly. Dad, big brother turned into a snake to scare me. Why are you only scolding me? Cui Hung. When did he turn into a snake to scare his brother? Xiao Yi's neck was choked by an arm, and he was flaring with anger. Just as he raised his palm as big as a palm leaf fan, Cui Hung advised. Dad, don't hit him. What if he gets hurt? Xiao Yang. Realizing the situation was bad, Xiao Yang let go. Dad, I have something important to say. Cousin has come to Liuguang Star. For the past year, Xiao Yang had been training at the military district laboratory with the army. If not for the opening of the Soul Refining Tower, he wouldn't have been able to come out. When he saw Yunqing again, Xiao Yang felt like seeing a family member, instinctively wanting to be close. But when he learned that many people were eyeing his cousin covetously, hoping to become his cousin-in-law, Xiao Yang became anxious. Really? She's here? Xiao Yi asked. Really many people have seen her. Xiao Yang showed Xiao Yi the comments on his light brain. Should we find a time to pay a visit? Xiao Yang's tone was light, not noticing that his old father's face had darkened. He also wanted to acknowledge his niece, but the Yun family had declared that unless Qiao Shu apologized in person, they would not recognize the relationship. However, Qiao Shu was stubborn. Even when the old man threatened to disown her, she refused to apologize. Qiao Yi made a call back and was so furious at Qiao Shu's attitude that he almost flew back that night to give her a beating. It was clearly her fault, yet she acted as if she were in the right, leaving home without a word to go traveling. Qiao Yi's feelings for his sister had cooled, and he felt even more sorry for Yun Qing. He would send any interesting or useful things he found to the Yun family, but unfortunately never received a reply. He didn't know that everything he sent was intercepted and never reached Yun Qing. Now hearing that Yun Qing had come to Liuguang's star Qiao, he was too ashamed to visit. Xiao Yang suddenly said, "Dad, you don't know how many people are secretly aiming for the position of cousin's husband. The Qin family, the Hu family, the Su family, and even princes from other countries have set their sights on it. It's truly a case of a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. His cousin is a figure who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Marshal Xia, using their young juniors to seduce her. Who do they think they are? What? You mean they want to be your cousin-in-law?" Xiao Yi was startled. He made a gesture to his eldest son, and Cui Heng understood, going out to investigate. But before leaving, he glanced again at his younger brother's round back of head. This time his brother didn't cry when he saw him, only yelled. "That's progress. Maybe next time they can have a proper conversation." Cui Heng softened his footsteps and left the door. Yun Qing stayed in the capital, star shuttling between school and the Yun family, traveling by hovercraft. After Jean Baobao staged a hit and run at the school gate, Yun Qing simply parked her hovercraft inside the school, giving no opportunity for chance encounters. Yun Qing's sudden arrival stirred up the calm Liuguang star. "She's finally here. Notify the prince." The prime minister of Sakura country ordered, and the prince, who had been lingering at the empire's barbecue stall, was forcibly called back. Meiyu shouted, "Hey, contribution points. You haven't paid the contribution points yet." Before the prince could speak, his attendant had already returned and paid the merit points. Liao Yuan sat silently to the side, purifying beast meat, with Meiyu's delighted voice in his ears. We're rich, Captain. Purify a bit more beast meat. The Federation people are really generous. With these contribution points, we won't have to go out and kill star beasts to exchange for points. Selling barbecue for one day can afford a month in the cultivation chamber. Massive profit." Liao Yuan's stomach growled, and his face darkened further. As soon as the prince returned to the hotel, he was grabbed and scrubbed clean, dressed in formal attire and drenched in perfume. He was panting heavily and about to raise his hand to strike, but was stopped by an officer. The man's gentle tone carried a hint of firmness. "Prince Foreign, please restrain your temper, especially in the presence of Ms. Yun Qing." Park Chanrong touched his own face, sighed inwardly, and looked at the 10 broad-shouldered, long-legged, handsome men before him, then ordered, "Use your talents. Only success is allowed." The Empire's rapid development, the exponential growth of psychics formations, cultivation chambers, and remarkably effective pills. Which of these doesn't have Yun Qing's shadow behind it? Love makes people blind. As long as you can capture her heart, what else is there to worry about? Park Chanrong only regretted being born 100 years too early, otherwise why would he need to entrust such a critical task to others? The Eagle Country, on the other hand, planned to take a different route. "I heard she is narrow-minded, vengeful, and warlike. Go challenge her, make her remember you first." The tall man with golden hair and blue eyes nodded confidently. He was the top expert of Eagle Country. William, 103 years old this year. There's no choice. Yun Qing is too young. Among young people in their 20s, there is simply no one who can match her. To obtain the secrets of Yun Qing, becoming her partner, is just one path. The chances are slim. But since others have made their moves, they naturally can't let this path go either. What if? The villa district in Qingxiu City had yet to be opened for rental, and only Yun Qing could enter, sparing her much trouble. After a brief rest, Yun Qing left through another exit of the villa district and boarded a spaceship to other main cities to set up formations, leaving those with ulterior motives empty-handed. At that moment, the Soul Refining Tower secret realm opened once more. Unable to wait for Yun Qing, teams from various nations stepped into the mist. When the fog dispersed, 10,000 people had vanished. Nangong Ci opened his light brain, ready to watch the livestream. Where's the stream? The Heavenly Tao livestream was gone, not a malfunction. Everyone's light brain could no longer find the once-present channel. A chill ran through the crowd. Could something have gone wrong in the Soul Refining Tower? Unaware of this change, those inside the tower faced the same situation as before. Upon entering the secret realm, everyone was scattered randomly across the dense forest. Their first task was to converge toward the center before searching for fragments of the Soul Refining Tower. It took 3 days to gather everyone. The people from the Federation glanced over, failing to find Yun Qing. Only then did they realize she truly wasn't in the team. Xiao Xiaoyang, your cousin really didn't come. Did the Empire do it on purpose? They didn't even give her a slot for such a great place as the Soul Refining Tower. Maybe you should persuade her to return to the Dragon Kingdom. Hu Chengxian sidled up to Xiao Yang and whispered. They all knew the outside world was live streaming everything inside, so Hu Chengxian dared not speak loudly. Xiao Yang slapped away his hand. You're overthinking it. As if he didn't know, The Hu family had their sights set on his cousin-in-law's position. His cousin could stay wherever she pleased. Hey Xiaoyang, we're best friends. Don't let good fortune flow to outsiders. Your sister is my sister isn't that great. Seeing Xiao Yang's dark expression, Hu Chengxian changed the subject. Where did you go this past year? Why didn't you come to school? If it weren't for the fact that you always pull through your misfortunes, I'd have thought you died out there. Xiao Yang grew angry. You're the one who died out there. Learn to talk. This was clearly his triumphant return. Xiao Yang strode into the dense forest. After a year of military training, it was time to reap the rewards. Taking 2 steps, Xiao Yang nearly slipped. He stared blankly at the Empire's team. That person. Xiao Yang clenched his fists. Perfect. The unfinished score from last time would be settled after the Soul Refining Tower secret realm ended. Achoo. Feng Chong tightened his clothes. A burning gaze stuck to him. Feng Chong frowned and turned to look, catching only a slender back. A Federation person. After thinking hard and failing to recall, Feng Chong gave up. Fallen. At Qin Si's command, Feng Chong immediately returned to the formation arranged during training, forgetting the back he'd just seen. The secret realm was more important. After all, with cameras live streaming, nothing would go wrong. Qin Si assigned everyone their tasks and led a team into the dense forest to hunt soul beasts. He hoped to find a way to eliminate the other soul within the Soul Refining Tower. Outside the Villa District, people were watching at all times. Learning of this, Yunqing simply stayed indoors, exchanged for another batch of materials, and shut herself in to refine pills. She recorded every pill formula she could remember and traded them for 2 spirit stone mines. She planned to craft more life-saving pills and then explore the film planet to see if she could scavenge bones from high-level magical beasts. Unbeknownst to them, a month passed. Outside, the secret realm medical staff stood in the front row ready to rush in at any moment. 1 month seemed short, but inside the secret realm 3 whole years had elapsed. Without the live stream, no one knew what had happened in those 3 years, whether there were casualties. Everyone who entered the Soul Refining Tower secret realm was a genius seed from their nation, not to be lost. Thick white mist rose from the ground, signaling the end of the secret realm. It's opening. They're coming out. Nangong Ci felt a measure of relief. The secret realm opened on schedule, so perhaps nothing unexpected had occurred inside. The mist dispersed, and 10,000 people emerged from the secret realm unharmed. Medical staff rushed forward to conduct physical examinations. Jing Song wore a smile on his face, patiently allowing the pale instruments to scan his body while his divine sense gleefully spread outward. He had heard from his cheap cousin Li Si that Yunqing had come to Liuguang Star. Now he was assuming Qin Si's identity. He was the father of the cub. He wondered if she would come to see him. Jing Song's ears reddened as he split his divine sense into 4 streams radiating in 4 directions to search for traces of Yunqing. Within 100 meters, nothing. Within 1,000 meters, nothing. Spreading further, Jing Song's burning heart instantly turned cold. Still nothing. She simply hadn't come. Could it be that Qin Si, after taking over the body, never acknowledged the cub? Cousin, is that you? Li Si asked curiously. I'm your cousin. Is it? Qingqing. Jing Song glanced at him, and the look of disdain for a weakling gave the answer. Li Si understood. It had changed again. Headache. What exactly was the switching mechanism? When can we leave? Jing Song asked Li Si. Li Si's headache grew worse. You're the one in charge, and you're asking me when we can leave. Wait a bit longer. After the exams, we still need to conduct physical data tests, give a situation report, inventory, and store the soul fruits, settle merit points. Li Si detailed the entire process. Jing Song frowned, his mind blank. He barely understood a thing. Without Qin Si's memories, he had no idea how to carry out each step. After Li Si finished, Jing Song humbly asked for clarification. Got it. Roughly when can we leave? Li Si, did you really understand? On the other side in the Dragon Kingdom's team, Xiao Yang poked his head out among the crowd. Upon seeing his father Xiao, he gestured frantically, forgetting even the online girlfriend who had deceived him. Dad. Xiao Yang mouthed silently. Come here. Urgent. Xiao Yi's expression changed. He stepped forward and took Xiao Yang away. Entering a hovercar and activating the scrambler, Xiao Yang grabbed Xiao Yi's arm excitedly. Dad, that thing in my head said the first stage faith value has been met. It's about to open the second secret realm. And it's on the Dragon Kingdom's planet in the Liuguang Star sector. One sentence carried too much information. Xiao Yi's face changed multiple times. The second, could it be that the Soul Refining Tower was also opened by this heavenly Tao system? The Soul Refining Tower appeared on the Empire's planet, and the second secret realm on the Dragon Kingdom's planet. Did the heavenly Tao system escape from the Empire? Did the Empire know about this? Or had they deliberately thrown it out? Before Xiao Yi could sink into conspiracy theories, his light brain buzzed. Song Weihua, strange lights appear above Longting Star. Return immediately. Xiao Yi froze for a moment. So fast. Was this the second secret realm? The second secret realm emerged, and Dragon Country could not possibly conceal it. The rainbow-colored light shimmering in the sky, the resonant toll of bells, and the palace halls faintly materializing all portended something extraordinary. The moment the secret realm appeared, every nation received the news. Xiao Yang was also dumbfounded. Such a massive disturbance. System. Heaven's Way system. Are you there? No response came. Xiao Yang discovered that the orb of light in his mind seemed to have vanished. Clearly during the soul refining tower secret realm the orb was still guiding him on how to pass through, but now no matter how he called out the orb remained silent. It seemed to have truly vanished. Xiao Yang's first thought was with the system gone would his bad luck return. Stop calling for your system, and come with me. Xiao Yi was so anxious that he grabbed Xiao Yang directly and carried him away. At this moment an altercation erupted in the international conference room. Did Dragon Country sneak something through while everyone's attention was focused on the soul refining tower? Mr. Song, for the sake of interstellar security, I hope you will not hide anything. Park Chan-young's smile did not reach his eyes as the light shadows and palace were clearly something valuable. Tian Yuan Yuzhong clasped his hands together. Mr. Song Weihua, although the phenomenon appeared on Longting Star, it concerns every nation in the interstellar realm. Please allow us to investigate Longting Star. Of course it would be best if they could seize this opportunity to understand whatever new weapon Dragon Country had recently developed. Everyone held the same opinion when it concerned their own interests. That's right, Mr. Song, for your own safety, I suggest quarantining Longting Star. For the safety of the citizens, personnel should also be evacuated from the planet. For the sake of interstellar peace, I am also willing to contribute my efforts. Request to station troops on Longting Star. Longting Star was a planet Dragon Country had operated for over 200 years. When Liuguang Star opened, Dragon Country invested heavily to establish cities and military bases. There was absolutely no possibility of evacuation or allowing others to arbitrarily investigate and search. Song Weihua rejected everyone who spoke up with sharp remarks. The two sides went back and forth, locked in a diplomatic standoff. Song Weihua knew it was impossible to prevent others from participating. Just like the Soul Refining Tower secret realm, although it appeared on an empire-controlled planet, Nangong Ci could not monopolize the benefits. Longting Star was the same. However, the initiative must be grasped in their own hands. Chatter and babble filled the air as Nangong Ci struggled to keep up with the dialogue. The conversation content was simply too vague, using many terms that involved historical allusions and battles from various nations. After half a day of listening, Nangong Ci's head spun. It seemed like he was listening to nonsense. Nothing was actually decided. The general idea, he understood. One side claimed Longting Star was dangerous and offered to send people and army corps to help. The other side displayed their military strength to show they did not need help. After all, they were the Federation's strongest and subtly mocked their opponent's military capability. Hey. Nangong Ci seized the opportunity to join the conversation. What dangerous things? From what I can see, these are clearly good things. Can't you all see that? Surely you're not serious? Shouldn't we first assess the situation before discussing anything else? Everyone. Truly the Empire Beast folks, straightforward style. Fine, skip the preliminary sparring. Begin analyzing and discussing the phenomenon. Meanwhile, transmit the surveillance footage. Nangong Ci secretly sighed. Just moments ago they were at each other's throats, now they had returned to calm. Each face wore a smile as if everything was perfectly harmonious. If it were him, after a few more arguments he would have just started fighting. But he had grown accustomed to it. During the first interstellar meeting, Nangong Ci was not yet familiar with Federation people's personalities. After exchanging insults with Park Chan-young, he issued a challenge and beat the man up during the meeting. He still remembered Park Chan-young's wide-eyed expression, filled with shock and bewilderment. Nangong Ci leaned back in his chair watching the surveillance footage. In the broadcast footage, Dragon Country personnel in isolation suits approached the center of the phenomenon. This is an undeveloped sea area. 10 minutes ago, monitoring devices detected anomalies. A gate suddenly appeared in the air above the sea. No means could bring us close to the gate. As she spoke, she raised her hand to show the camera, revealing an S-class energy gun in her grasp. A streak of blue light streaked across. The energy projectile shot toward the sea below the gate. The blue light disappeared at a distance from the gate. Only faint ripples could be seen floating in the air. Near the gate, the magnetic field is chaotic. All technological products become ineffective. Analysis indicates that there seems to be a film-like substance before the gate that can block all physical attacks. While listening to the Dragon Country woman's explanation, Nangong Ci's gaze fell upon the gate. The black and gold gate stood imposingly above the sea, even larger than his wormhole space gate. Large enough for a massive warship to pass through, the gate was made of metal and consisted of 2 doors. Just one gate stood alone in the air. There were characters on the gate, but no one could decipher them. Nangong Ci called out, "Can you turn it around to see the back?" "Please hold on." The woman walked around to the back of the gate and adjusted the camera angle. Soon the back of the gate also appeared in the screen. Expecting it to be the same metal door, they were surprised to find a deep blue vortex instead. "What is this?" Nangong Ci stroked his chin. It looked somewhat like a teleportation gate. Park Chan-young slapped the table. Slap. He opened his mouth about to question Song Weihua. Dong. The distant and weighty toll of a bell rang out. Everyone in the conference room had a dazed look in their eyes, falling into a trance-like state. Nangong Ci saw the majestic mountains connecting to the sky blocking giant crows flying overhead, and perching on trees towering into the clouds saw giants, falling stars, shifting saw the world's destruction, and also witnessed the reunion of the sun, moon, and stars. Dong! The bell sound woke them. The three words inheritance hall burned themselves into his mind. In the conference room, heavy breathing gradually intensified. No one could remain composed. A superior civilization. This was an inheritance left behind by an extinguished superior civilization. Song Weihua had also received the message Qiao Yi sent, and his heart was certain. Regarding the Heaven's Way system that had suddenly appeared, they had combed through ancient texts and cross-referenced them with the Empire's Manual of Cultivation. By combining the two, they finally understood the meaning of Heaven's Way. Heaven's Way was the consciousness of this world. Perhaps sensing a threat, in any case Heaven's Way had opened the sealed civilization. And the only thing that could be considered a threat was the invading star beasts. The source of that membrane was even easier to guess. Such power could only come from the world's consciousness. Park Chan-young looked at Song Weihua. Dragon Country's luck is indeed not bad. Even such an inheritance hall belonging to all of interstellar space appeared on Dragon Country's planet. Oh, that's not right. It should be said to have appeared on the Empire's planet. After all, the planet was merely rented to Dragon Country. He tried to pull Nangong Ci into the situation, hoping to gain some benefit. Nangong Ci did not take the bait. Don't drag me into this. I believe in Mr. Song. Nangong Ci had experience now. He couldn't win these arguments anyway. When others subtly insulted him, he couldn't understand. When they complimented him, their language wasn't direct enough, so he still couldn't understand. He simply chose not to participate and waited for the results. When the results came out, whoever deserved their share could not be taken from them. When the planet was originally rented, all mineral resources and other productions on the planet had already been handed over to the other party. The rental only guaranteed that the ownership of the Liuguang star domain belonged to the Empire. The planet was essentially sold to others. Having already collected the benefits, Nangong Ci was not so unrefined as to push them away. Song Weihua smiled warmly. Your Majesty, Nangong Ci is of noble character and acts with great integrity. You are truly admirable. Park Chan-young's face contorted with anger. Admirable. Nothing more than an ingredient that could fight back. A savage, uncivilized beast. Letting go of benefits already in hand. What an idiot. From the previous bell toll, they obtained information about the Hall of Inheritance. The Hall of Inheritance opens once every 10 years, limiting entry to 100,000 people per session. Within its halls lie countless legacies, each demanding exceptional aptitude and comprehension. Those with high talent reap abundant rewards, while the mediocre can only go so far. The Hall of Inheritance would open in 3 days. Park Chan-young immediately raised the question of quota distribution. If we allocate based on last time's arrangement, wouldn't that be unfair? The Empire and Dragon Nation had already claimed the majority, while Eagle Country, Bear Country, and the Alliance took another significant portion, leaving little for the remaining nations. Park Chan-young considered proposing an equal split, but knew it was absolutely impossible. At least it would be somewhat better than last time. After all, the Hall of Inheritance and the Soul Refining Tower were not at the same level of secret realm. Other nations had no desire to see Dragon Nation and the Empire grow too powerful. True to form, after Park Chan-young raised his objection, everyone except Nangong Ci agreed that they needed to reconvene and deliberate. Song Weihua remained calm and composed as though he were not the target. Reconsider? How do you propose we redistribute them? Nangong Ci inquired. Taijima Yukaru suggested, select the 6 major powers to equally divide 99% of the quotas, ensuring resources are allocated where they matter most. Park Chan-young tried to contain himself, but failed, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet. You really have your dreams. Even if the powerful nations should claim more quotas, what right is it of yours? Where does this notion of 6 major powers come from? There are clearly 5 major nations with you ranked 6th. Do you simply disregard the fates of those in 7th and 8th place? Though Banguk held no standing among the great powers, Park Chan-young could not abide Taijima's petty arrogance. 99%. The mere 1% remaining would be fought over by over a dozen nations. What was he dreaming about? It would be better to stick with last time's distribution method. Mr. Park, please remain calm. We share a common enemy, and some sacrifices are necessary to eliminate the threat posed by the star beasts. Taijima Yuikaru once again proposed allocating quotas according to comprehensive national strength rankings, deepening Park Chan-young's grim expression. He realized that whether measured by population or national power, his country consistently ranked near the bottom. And not only did the other side want to divert Dragon Nation and the Empire's resources to their own country, but they also sought to squeeze the quotas allocated to smaller nations. If not for the sake of maintaining appearances, he would have already cursed them out. Park Chan-young slowly sat back, down, a smile crossing his face. I think it's too troublesome. Time is urgent, so let's simply follow the quota allocation previously agreed upon for the Soul Refining Tower secret realm. In the end, after all their discussion, they returned to the original plan. Nangong Ci almost laughed out loud. How about we just settle this with a fight? You've all heard that bell tolling, haven't you? Only those with strong talent can gain something from the Hall of Inheritance, so naturally the quotas should be distributed according to strength to avoid wasting a single allocation. As for martial prowess, the people of the empire had nothing to fear. Nations with populations in the billions and tens of billions would naturally produce more geniuses. What would Banguk's mere hundreds of millions do with so many quotas anyway? Song Weihua shared the same confidence. His military's weapons had all been upgraded to spiritual artifacts, and the warship hulls had been refined using alchemical forging techniques, making them unmatched in strength. When the moment came to show their claws, they would do so. In the end, the quotas were redistributed once more. Compared to the Seoul refining tower allocation, both the Empire and Dragon Nation saw their shares expand again. When Park Chan-young left the conference room, his face was thoroughly black with fury. Prime Minister, we've detected Yunqing's traces. Should we proceed with the hunting operation? The secretary stepped forward to ask. Before he could report on Yunqing's movements, Park Chan-young kicked at him. What plan are you talking about? Recall everyone immediately. That wretched empire. They look down on me now, but once my country produces a super genius. What Yunqing? Heh. Even if Qing Yun himself arrived, it wouldn't matter. Park Chan-young was furious like a roaring lion. The secretary bowed his head and retreated from the room in terror, immediately halting the hunting operation and recalling the 10 flower-hearted beauties. With only 3 days to prepare, all nations mobilized. The group emerging from the Seoul refining tower hadn't even finished their medical examinations when their next itinerary was arranged, heading to the Dragon Rise Star Hall of Inheritance. Most of this group were prodigies from various nations with high talent, making them likely candidates to receive inheritances. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the interstellar arena, undercurrents surged. General Qin Su, a soldier, approached the Imperial Medical Examination line. Jing Song kept his head down, checking messages on his light brain to catch up on recent events. Hearing someone speak nearby, Jing Song's attention remained fixed on the forum as he shifted slightly to the side. The soldier looked puzzled. Cousin, he's calling you. Li Si nudged Jing Song with his foot. Moi. Lifting his gaze from the CP forum, Jing Song turned his head to examine the young soldier before him. What is it? The soldier shivered. Something about General Qin Su seemed off today. Despite appearing more approachable, the pressure radiating from him was even stronger than usual, and his tail nearly popped out. Commander Yun Zheng is looking for you, the soldier stated stiffly. Beside him, Li Si sent a message through his light brain to warn him. Li Si, that's Yun Qing's uncle. He's your superior now. You need to follow his orders. This personality cousin had appeared too suddenly, with only a vague understanding of the Legion. Li Si found himself longing for his former cousin. The cold one, but the one who brought such peace of mind where nothing ever needed worrying about. Oh. A smile instantly appeared on Jing Song's face. So uncle is looking for me. Lead the way. The soldier froze, his mind reeling as if struck by a skyscraper, the impact leaving him unable to process anything. Good heavens. General Qin Su was actually this kind of beast. He'd never heard of any connection between the two families. Uncle. He actually called the Legion commander uncle. A tail stirred restlessly, eager to emerge from behind him, but the soldier summoned every ounce of willpower he possessed to hold it back, desperately trying to steady his racing heart. It made sense. They shared a cub after all. Though nothing showed on the surface, there were surely matters between them that others couldn't know. The little beast in the soldier's heart churned with restless energy. What shocking news. He'd tell his best friend this secret as soon as they returned. Li Si covered his face. Cousin, what, uncle? What exactly is going on between the two of you? Don't speak recklessly. Li Si warned, his gaze fixed on the soldier. If these words got out, his cousin would certainly face severe consequences. The soldier kept his eyes straight ahead, pretending not to notice Li Si's look. He was a soldier under Commander Yun Zheng's command. He wasn't about to let anyone silence him. Let's go, cousin, Li Si said with resignation. The two followed the soldier away from the formation. In the distance, they spotted a man in military uniform. Jing Song pondered silently. So this must be the uncle. Commander, the person has been brought. The soldier delivered the report with a crisp salute, his voice sharp and resolute. After giving Jing Song a subtle signal, Li Si also rendered his salute. Commander. Jing Song lagged slightly behind, mimicking Li Si's movements while addressing him in the softest tone possible. Commander. Yun Zheng paused briefly, leaning forward to fix his gaze on those deep blue eyes. Was this an attempt to show goodwill? General Qin Su. A faint curve touched Yun Zheng's lips. You seem to be in good spirits today. Jing Song met Yun Zheng's gaze without flinching. Indeed. It's because I've seen the commander. Li Si fell silent. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. Yun Zheng tilted his head in confusion. Had he taken the wrong medicine? Recalling Li Si's instructions, Jing Song retracted his outward emotions. Commander, did you need something? Jing Song recalled others' evaluations of Qin Su, calm, powerful, with azure eyes like snowflakes falling in deep winter, piercing with cold. Wasn't this the pretentious sword sect elder from Snow Peak? Jing Song mimicked him effortlessly. As Jing Song's face turned cold, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and even thermal clothing couldn't block this bone-chilling aura. Li Si's eyes darted around, finding the source of the coldness. Could it be that his cousin had reverted to his original self? But that couldn't be right. The original cousin merely appeared cold in temperament. He wouldn't make the very air feel so freezing. Besides, his cousin possessed thunder attribute abilities. Li Si's hair stood on end. His cousin at this moment was like a sharp weapon, extremely dangerous. Yun Zheng's eyes grew deeper, and he turned to face Li Si. Li Si, stay calm. Not sensing any anomaly in Li Si's eyes, Yun Zheng still felt something was wrong. Something was terribly off. This formidable aura like a drawn sword was absolutely beyond the previous Qin Su. Even Yun Zheng found himself at a disadvantage under such presence. Admiral Qin Su, regarding the matter we mentioned earlier, have you reached an answer? Yun Zheng narrowed his eyes and asked suddenly. Li Si, danger. Jing Song paused. What matter? Before he could devise an excuse, a fire serpent shot from Yun Zheng's fingertip, hurtling directly toward him, and the air temperature rose instantaneously. Yun Zheng launched a surprise attack without a word. Jing Song briefly summoned a spiritual energy shield around him, then withdrew it, lightly shifted his steps, and dodged the fire serpent's entanglement before asking, "What is the commander doing?" Jing Song was making a final struggle. Clearly it was useless against Yun Zheng. Just testing what you gained from entering the Soul Refinement Tower. Admiral Qin, so this is an order. Yun Zheng's eyes turned slightly cold, flames engulfing his entire body as he instantly surged toward Jing Song and threw a fire-infused punch. Jing Song raised an eyebrow and smiled, no longer bothering to hide. Thunderous light condensed into a long sword, meeting the attack head-on. Clang, thud. Thunder and fire intertwined, leaving no room for others to intervene. Li Si sighed. If Yun Zheng discovered his cousin's dissociative identity disorder, it was over. With this condition, his cousin's obstacles would increase even further. The soldier clenched his fists, observing the two fight. They're fighting. Could the commander be dissatisfied with this nephew-in-law? Thrilling, too thrilling. Was this something he could watch? A sword chi spiraled out from the combat circle, and Li Si grabbed the soldier, pulling him aside to dodge. That sword chi carved deep furrows into the ground, and even though they had dodged dozens of meters away, the sword wind still left tiny cuts on their exposed faces. The soldier's heart pounded like drums. So powerful. Admiral Qin Su has only been back for a year, yet he's been promoted from Major General to Full General. His strength is indeed no joke. Li Si erected a protective shield, steeled his mindset, and watched together. Purple and red colors intertwined. From the outside, both combatants seemed evenly matched. However, only Yun Zheng knew he was no match for this person. Yun Zheng became even more certain this wasn't Qin Su. He had sparred with Qin Su before and had a clear sense of his strength. Even if Qin Su had gained opportunities in the Soul Refinement Tower, his personality and combat style wouldn't change so drastically. The person before him, aside from sharing the exact same appearance as Qin Su, was completely different in every other aspect. Who are you? Yun Zheng stopped, his finger resting on the spatial button, ready to draw his weapon at any moment. He didn't move, only trusting that Li Si wouldn't do anything harmful to the Empire. Misunderstanding. Commander, the Emperor knows about this. Taking advantage of the ceasefire, Li Si hurried forward and whispered, "My cousin, after being missing for a while, developed a mental issue and split into two distinct personalities. One is Major General Qin Su, and the other is this one." Yun Zheng's gaze clearly conveyed one meaning. "Are you kidding me?" Li Si forced himself to explain, "Everything I said is true. The two personalities don't share memories, but this personality's cousin is stronger in combat. The one who killed that level 9+ star beast on Luxia Star was this personality. Dissociative identity disorder is difficult to treat. Nangong CI had also found doctors for Qin Su and tried several treatment methods, all to no avail. He had planned to enter the Soul Refinement Tower to see if he could find a solution, but who would have thought that as soon as he emerged, the person had changed again. Li Si no longer hid anything. Jing Song cordially greeted, "Hello, Commander. Just call me Xiao Yun." The name Jing Song didn't belong to him, only Bai Yun belonged to him, a name casually given by Yun Qing. But he didn't want to reveal his full name. Dual personalities were uncommon, and combined with the name Bai Yun, he worried Yun Qing might recognize him as that fated black cat. Xiao Yun. Yun Zheng choked, staring suspiciously at Jing Song. Did he choose this name intentionally or accidentally? I will verify this. Yun Zheng had also tested the other's strength and found it genuinely impressive. Since the Emperor already knew about this, he didn't press further. With Li Si along, this mission shouldn't be difficult. Yun Zheng issued the mission order, lead a squad of soldiers to Longting Star, select an area to establish a garrison. I've already sent you the detailed information. Jing Song accepted and then nodded toward Li Si. Cousin, sorry to trouble you. That familiar expression again. Li Si could only patiently teach Jing Song. Fortunately, Jing Song had a strong memory and quick thinking, able to draw inferences. After Li Si explained the procedures, once Jing Song immediately remembered them, Jing Song led the squad aboard the warship and headed to Longting Star without further incident. Yun Zheng arranged the patrol on Liuguang Star and prepared to escort the Imperial forces to Longting Star. Before that, he needed to pick up his young niece in the Villa District to accompany her. Entering Qingxiu City, Yun Zheng headed toward the Villa District. "Sorry, madam. I'm sorry to have frightened you." The tone was so soothing it sent shivers down his spine. Yun Zheng found the voice somewhat familiar. Was this that hot-tempered prince from the Sakura Kingdom? Curiosity drove him to glance sideways. That single glance froze Yun Zheng in place. Someone from the Sakura Kingdom blocked his young niece, and that hot-tempered prince stepped closer to Yun Qing. That look, he'd seen it many times before, and it was clearly not favorable. Yunzheng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Prince Foreign. What happened? He looked down. Sauce had stained the clean ground with dark marks trailing from Foreign's feet all the way to Yunqing's side. Seeing the roasted meat plate in Foreign's hand, there was nothing left to misunderstand. Fortunately, the sauce hadn't splashed onto his young niece. I'm sorry. I accidentally spilled the sauce. I wonder if Lady Yunqing was frightened. Foreign's small eyes narrowed, his face wearing an apologetic smile. If not for Yunzheng having witnessed his violent abuse of subordinates, he might have actually been deceived. It's my fault. Your empire's roasted meat is truly delicious. The sauce complements it perfectly, and the flavor is exceptional. To express my apologies, Lady Yunqing, may I have the honor of treating you to a meal? Yunqing was surprised by her uncle's appearance and shook her head at his words. No need. The sauce didn't even touch me. There's no need for roasted meat. Just be more careful next time and don't splash sauce everywhere. The moment he made his move, Yunqing sensed it and swiftly dodged aside, not a single drop of sauce touching her. For people who staged incidents like this, it's best to simply ignore them. No matter what schemes or calculations they had, as long as she didn't take the bait, nothing would work. That one word, splash, ripped away Foreign's dignity. Yunzheng chuckled lightly. Prince Foreign should be more careful. Use your eyes properly and don't covet what isn't yours. Foreign's expression grew increasingly dark. Uncle, let's go. Yunqing grabbed Yunzheng's sleeve and walked away, treating the people around her as if they were invisible. After all, the other party hadn't accidentally spilled anything. It was intentional provocation, so Yunqing had no good attitude toward them. The smile on Foreign's face instantly dropped, becoming sinister. In the Sakura Kingdom, no one dared to speak to him this way. Prince Foreign, the officer beside him reminded. Foreign smiled again. Don't worry, I understand. For the future of the Sakura Kingdom, all the humiliation he endured now was worth it. He would tolerate it. He looked up, but couldn't find the two anywhere. This time the smile on his face completely vanished. Uncle, has something happened? During her alchemy session, Yunqing felt restless, as if some great event was unfolding. Unable to continue refining the pill, she prepared to step outside and investigate. Who would have thought that barely a few steps beyond the gate, she encountered someone deliberately seeking trouble? Had Yunzheng not appeared, Yunqing had no intention of giving this person the time of day. With family present, Yunzheng relaxed considerably. A new secret realm has appeared on Longting Star, and the Empire has already dispatched the army corps to station themselves outside the realm. I've come to take you there together. A secret realm? Yunqing paused. The Heavenly Tao? She raised her head. The nascent Heavenly Tao belonging to this space-time still existed, while the old Heavenly Tao had vanished without a trace. Though the Heavenly Tao possessed its own consciousness, it would never destroy a space-time. If this secret realm was created by the old Heavenly Tao, then at least for the Star Realm, there would be no harm. Alright, I can leave right now. All her important possessions and worldly goods, Yunqing stored them all within her storage ring. Nothing needed organizing. Yunzheng remained standing motionless. Yunqing, was there something else to discuss? Yunzheng thought of Qing, who suffered from split personality. After consideration, he decided not to mention it. He could see that this particular personality of Qing seemed to harbor feelings for his niece. Otherwise, why would he deliberately hold back during combat? Nor would he treat Yunzheng with such familiarity. He even suspected that the name the other party had chosen was related to his niece somehow. Yunzheng could only hint obliquely, given your current achievements, there are more and more people with ulterior motives trying to get close to you. Don't easily trust others. It couldn't be helped. In his eyes, his niece was still a child. She was powerful yet young, with boundless prospects, but equally lacking in experience with the world's dangers, naive and innocent. Powerful strength, paired with an age lacking sufficient experience, that itself was the greatest vulnerability. It was no wonder others harbored such designs, wanting to infiltrate through emotions. This method was crude and direct. It might not work on others, but on young Yunqing perhaps it could. The more Yunqing thought about it, the more worried he became. Even the ill-tempered prince from Yinghua nation dared to make a move. He simply didn't believe other nations harbored no intentions. Truly, Qin Su would have been better. Rest assured, uncle. I don't trust anyone. Yunqing found it amusing. Originally, she had only guessed, but her uncle's reaction confirmed that this so-called Prince Foreign truly wished to become her child's stepfather. Could it be that she bore a face that looked so easily deceived? Men don't trust anyone. Yunzheng decided to arrange more people to guard Yunqing. Before entering the secret realm, absolutely no opportunity could be given to others. The two departed by hover car. The starport was crowded with people. Battleships from various nations opened their gates, and everyone boarded in an orderly fashion. Yunqing's hovercar stopped directly at the hatch. Under her uncle's strict guard, the moment Yunqing stepped out of the hovercar, she entered the battleship's interior via the elevator, leaving those below with only her retreating silhouette. Mei Yu rubbed her eyes. President Yunqing. When did President Yunqing arrive on Liuguang Star? After the excitement subsided, Mei Yu's heart felt unexpectedly at ease. With Yunqing present, she had nothing to fear. Yunqing boarded the starship and entered the rest cabin directly. Taking advantage of the voyage time, Yunqing opened her light brain to search for Longting Star, and a passage of imperial history appeared. 300 years ago, Federation migrants who had emigrated from another star domain stopped in the Baja star system. Discovering the unusually large number of habitable planets in this galaxy, they divided and occupied several habitable planets to flourish and multiply. They did not know this was a region the Empire's expeditionary army had opened up. When the expeditionary army came to inspect the results, they discovered the extra humans on the planets. Just as they were about to approach and communicate, they were mistaken for invaders. That planet was precisely Bilang star, occupied by the Qing nation. The Qing nation initiated hostilities first, and the expeditionary army's vanguard was annihilated. With language barriers and the Qing nation's deliberate vilification, the expeditionary army was portrayed as outsiders stealing resources. The imperial citizens held their breath in frustration, and both sides fought stubbornly for over a decade. Nations led by the Qing nation and Qinghua nation were pro-war, wishing to invade in reverse and plunder resources. Several nations led by the Long nation attempted communication. During those more than 10 years, the Empire's medical technology advanced rapidly, while the Federation quickly took root in the Baja star domain. It was not until the star beast tide erupted in the Liuguang star domain that the war ceased. Both sides signed a peace agreement, jointly garrisoned Liuguang star, and the Empire ceded the Baja star domain to the Federation, while the Federation would pay a corresponding price. The planets within the Liuguang star domain were also demarcated at that time, though, and named the Liuguang star domain still belonged to the Empire's territory. Longting star was the planet allocated to the Long nation. It was the largest and finest planet in this star domain, next only to Liuguang star. As for the reason, simply because they favored the Long nation and no war had occurred between them. Qing browsed forum posts about the Long nation on the Star Network and discovered some clues. The weapons newly manufactured by the Long nation seemed to be spirit artifacts. It seemed she knew where the vanished heavenly Tao had gone. Ding! The doorbell rang. Using her spiritual sense, Qing saw a familiar face and felt somewhat surprised. She opened the door. Gong Xinyu stood by the entrance. Hello there, President Qing. My name is Gong Xinyu. Army Commander Zheng was worried you'd be bored, so he specially arranged me to accompany you. Gong Xinyu knew someone was coveting Qing, and with full confidence, she accepted this mission. With her present, no one would be able to bypass her and approach President Qing. Hello. Qing still remembered this ape, tribe beast man. President Qing, haven't we met somewhere before? Gong Xinyu suddenly asked. Have we? Perhaps we crossed paths on Liuguang star before. Qing spoke with a straight face. Gong Xinyu did not pursue the question. She was convinced in her heart that Qing was indeed the masked figure who had saved her life in the secret realm. Though during their first meeting, Qing had denied it, she trusted her own eyes. Qing not participating in the Soul Refining Tower secret realm was further strong evidence. Receiving Qing's assignment, Gong Xinyu happily packed her things and hurried over with glee. She had come to repay the kindness. The battleship traveled swiftly. Upon entering Longting star's airspace, successive palace phantom images became clearly visible, with Buddhist chants resonating through the air. Even Qing couldn't help but feel dazed. Gong Xinyu's eyes were filled with wonder, as if receiving some kind of ancient summoning. The blood throughout her body seemed to boil and ignite. Ding! The battleship has arrived at the starport. Please disembark in an orderly manner. Beneath the fluttering imperial banner, Jing Tsang raised his head, gazing into the distance at that grand gate. Perhaps this will be my turning point. The main soul naturally suppresses the split soul. Though his soul is stronger to devour the main soul, he must endure the punishment of heavenly thunder. Even if the devouring succeeds, his cultivation would regress by one major realm, plunging into a weakened state that would require a long period of recuperation before complete fusion could be achieved. At his current level, with sufficient spiritual energy, he could theoretically amass his cultivation to the tribulation transcendent stage. However, due to his incomplete soul, his cultivation remains stuck at the great perfection of foundation establishment, unable to advance even a single step. Jing Tsang loathed this feeling of being constrained. The inheritance hall arrived at just the right moment. Jing Tsang murmured, "Why should I be merely a vessel for accumulating merit and fortune, even my name a fabrication, with all my learning and gains destined to become nourishment for the main soul? The great Tao begets 50, heaven evolves 49, and man escapes with 1. Since I have awakened consciousness, why can I not control my own destiny? That accidents occur every time I am about to devour the main soul is no coincidence. Even if the heavenly Tao decrees my destruction, I will not resign myself without a struggle. This is the last chance. Cousin." Li Si stepped forward. "The temporary living base is starting to be built. You should come and take a look." In truth, he didn't need to oversee it. Ever since seeing the palace and the giant gate, his cousin had been acting strangely. Li Si only wanted to find more tasks to distract him. Jing Tsang did not refuse. Unfamiliar with military affairs, he followed behind the construction robots, watching as they gradually erected the towering buildings. As he watched, Jing Tsang grew intrigued. His divine sense pierced through the robots' interiors, curiously exploring the secrets within. Seeing his cousin finally return to normal, Li Si felt a measure of relief and went to oversee the border defenses. Since his cousin understood nothing, he had to be more attentive himself. Who would have thought that the moment he left Jing Tsong would encounter trouble? What did you say? Jing Tsong, doubting his ears, asked again. Before him the golden-haired, blue-eyed man curled his lips. General Qin Su, I presume. I am William. I seek Lady Yunqing. I hope General Qin Su could convey my intention. His tone was still normal when he said this. However, a hint of arrogance and disdain flashed in his eyes as he added, some people don't like gems, but that shouldn't stop others from liking them, should it? Jing Tsong. Then he realized, Yunqing. She's here too. Oh, I see her. My God, she's like an angel. How could I ever lay a hand on her? William's tone was remorseful, but his eyes revealed undisguised admiration. He strode forward with an air of determination. He took a step, but couldn't move. He turned back and found his collar in the grasp of General Qin Su. Let go, William urged. Yet Jing Tsong heard nothing. Jing Tsong fixed his gaze on Yunqing approaching from a distance, his heart beating faster and faster. In this false cultivation world, only Yunqing was real. Now, no matter how many people surrounded him, Jing Tsong could see only Yunqing. General Qin Su, if you don't let go, I won't be polite. Release me. William, unable to free himself from Jing Tsong's grip on his collar, cursed in fury as he lost face before Yunqing. Neither words nor actions could force the man behind him to let go. William was livid. Was this the Empire's scheme? He had thought beast men wouldn't play tricks. Bah, wasn't this one? Did they think that after he embarrassed himself in front of Yunqing, he wouldn't dare approach her again? William roared. You forced me, General Qin Su. I, William, the strongest of Eagle Nation, challenge you to a duel. His voice echoed across the land. Yunqing halted and turned her gaze toward the sound. William rejoiced. She had heard. An ice sword materialized in his hand, almost identical to the one Yunqing had once condensed in the holographic psychic arena. William reversed his grip and thrust the blade backward. He was also an ice-type psychic and a rare 10th level one at that. With such a surprise attack, Qin Su would surely be forced to dodge clumsily. William could already imagine the awe and admiration in Yunqing's eyes. Clang. Jing Tsong raised his hand, pinching the blade between two fingers, then withdrew his gaze from Yunqing. You want to fight? Jing Tsong frowned. He hadn't forgotten that his current duty was to establish the Empire's temporary base and maintain its security. This man's blatant provocation was clearly a troublemaker. William. Before he could even process how effortlessly the other had blocked his attack, he was struck by this shameless remark, his face turning crimson. Leave our territory immediately. Jing Tsong switched instantly into the persona of the aloof sword sect master, doing his best to fit the role. You Empire beastmen are utterly unreasonable. I came for friendly exchanges, yet you attacked me. Before William could finish, Jing Tsong tapped the ice sword. Crack. The ice sword, condensed from psychic energy, shattered like a piece of fragile paper, breaking into crystalline shards that scattered onto the ground. Jing Tsong reached out and slapped William on the back. William was sent flying by the force, vanishing beyond the Empire's demarcated territory in the blink of an eye. William, I am the strongest warrior of Eagle Nation. A 10th level psychic. How could the gap be this enormous? Even after flying back to his own nation's territory, William still couldn't understand. A year ago, Qin Su's psychic power had regressed to the 6th level. Yet in just 1 year, he had surpassed his peak combat strength. What secrets does the Empire hold? The troublemaker was gone. Jing Tsong straightened his tilted military cap and stepped forward. Hello, Instructor Yunqing. Finally, he could stand openly before her and speak properly. Looking at her face, Jing Tsong thought. She seemed even more beautiful. Gong Yusin was wary of the golden-haired, blue-eyed William, but she was far less tense about Qin Su. After all, the two shared a cub. A year had passed, and General Qin Su, active on Radiant Star, had never once sought out Yunqing. If he had any ulterior motives, he would have acted long ago. What? General Qin Su staring at Dean Yunqing. That must just be politeness. One looks at the other's eyes when speaking. No other meaning. General Qin Su was a true robot. She felt very reassured. Gong Yusin said nothing, remaining on guard against all foreign forces. Though only William had appeared, many others were watching from the sidelines. Yunqing was momentarily stunned. Instructor Yunqing. Few people called her that anymore. She couldn't figure out why Qin Su suddenly used that title, but since they weren't close, she didn't ask, merely returning the greeting. After all, he was the father of the cub. Since Qin Su hadn't contested the cub's custody, Yunqing felt a bit more favorable toward him. General Qin Su, long time no see. Jing Tsong stiffened. Long time no see. That meant Qin Su indeed hadn't made any moves right. Good. Once he became Qin Su, he could start anew. Jing Tsong's spirits soared. He searched his mind for any topic that could spark a conversation, but his time awake had been too short, and his knowledge of the interstellar realm was still insufficient. Finally, he could only point at the nearby construction robot and say, "The rest area will be completed shortly. Please wait a moment, Instructor Yunqing. I'll inform you when it's done." Jing Tsong subtly extended an invitation. "Would you like me to show you around?" Gong Yusin whipped her head around, her suspicious gaze sweeping over Jing Tsong, then she dismissed her own thoughts and turned back to scan the surroundings warily. "Thank you, but I'll just take a look on my own." Yunqing took it as mere politeness and declined directly. She led Gong Yusin forward without a trace of reluctance, and her indifferent attitude only filled Jing Tsong with delight. Even the biting cold wind of Dragonsoar stars seemed to soften. Jing Song lowered his raised hand, but the corners of his lips gently lifted. He was in no rush. He would wait until he emerged from the secret realm until everything was settled. Li Si finished his patrol and returned to find his cousin standing there grinning like a fool. Li Si. This personality of his cousin was truly bizarre. Unfathomable. After the protective shield was fully deployed, Jing Song finally had some private time. Nearly a year had passed since he last controlled his body, and he opened his optical computer to enter the cultivation forum. As soon as he logged in, the long silent sword cultivator discussion group sprang to life. Flower leopard fairy Qing, you finally remembered us. Big orange sword venerable, how cruel you are. Are we truly so insignificant to you? What can I do? My heart aches to the point of breathlessness. She refining new bad friend, a whole year, a full year. Do you know how I've survived this year? In their eyes, this Qing was undoubtedly Yun Qing. Over the past year, she had established the Array Association, taught classes at the academy, and even found time to take the cub to the amusement park. Yet she had no time to visit the forum and see these forgotten little wretches. Now that they finally caught her, they must not let her go. Jing Song recalled the last verbal sparring match and how much he owed the help from these people. He felt a rare twinge of embarrassment. Qing, I've been busy with matters. I'll upload a few more sword manuals later. Last time he had only uploaded basic sword manuals. This time he would leave behind all his sword manuals. He could not see his own future, but this was the world where Yun Qing was born. He did not mind leaving behind more things. If it could help her, it would be good. Jing Song's comment drove the forum users into utter frenzy. Big orange sword venerable Aya. Qing, I adore you. I love you to death. I practice sword every day without a single break. What sustains me? It's my blazing love for you. Only love. Qingbao, don't tire yourself out. Take care of your health. I don't care about sword manuals, though of course I'd be delighted if there were any. Chi refining noob, add friend, Qing, long time no see. I've missed you so much. I'd die for you. Mouse immortal, wow, it's really Qing, not a fake. In my lifetime, I finally get to see your return. Qing, do you remember the lonely, weak little me waiting for you on the forum? Jing Song frowned deeply. Although many things here were interesting, robots, mechanical automation devices, wormhole channels, some aspects were far from pleasant. The people here were too unrestrained, dying for someone they had never met, using bold words that hurt Jing Song's eyes just to look at. But recalling the bond forged in their last battle together, Jing Song still organized his thoughts. Qing, don't love me, there's no result. Qing, don't. I'm not your treasure. Be reserved. Qing, I have made no promises to you. Do not engage in futile waiting. If you have time, practice the sword. Rely on yourself rather than others. Qing, in the path of the sword, one should cast aside distractions and focus single-mindedly. Do not indulge excessively in love and affection. Jing Song thought that this advice did not apply to him. He had already achieved great mastery in the sword path, so he could naturally follow his own heart. The overly serious tone in the comments amused everyone. However, since Yun Qing liked to wear multiple identities, no one exposed her, and they all replied politely. Only love Qingbao, okay? I won't dare any more treasure. Big orange sword venerable, I won't love you, I won't. Rest assured, I will definitely practice the sword diligently. Chi refining noob, add friend, boo-hoo, what to do? Qing, you're so good. Who can resist loving you? My heart beats only for you. If you're willing, I'd even give you my life. Jing Song. Forget it. He loosened his tight frown, stopped reading the comments, selected 10 sword techniques from his mind, transmitted them to the optical computer, and then uploaded them to the forum. He organized the remaining sword manuals, sent them via personal email to Yun Qing, and wrote at the end, gift for Yun Qing. He set a scheduled delivery, 1 year later. If a year passed without him changing the settings, the email would be sent to Yun Qing's account. The sword manuals contained the sum of his lifelong learning, a gift he left for Yun Qing. And that cat cub. Jing Song sat cross-legged and extracted the trace of 9-life cat demon bloodline, mixed within the white tiger bloodline. A drop of crimson blood bead emerged from his chest. Wrapping it with spiritual energy, he sealed it in a box and wrote on it, gift for Yun Miaoan. Take to purify bloodline. If he truly could not resist fate's arrangement, he would at least leave something behind to irritate Qin Su. Apart from the cat cub, the tiger cub and the fox cub also had gifts. For the tiger cub, he left the art of artifact refinement. For the fox cub, an immortal grade movement technique. If he were devoured by the main soul, these gifts would become his legacy. He was not a good person, but even in death, he wanted to be remembered. At the same time, the cubs would learn the truth about Qin Su, once disguising himself as a black cat to cheat for food. Having arranged everything, Jing Song felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Next up is our battle, Qin Su. 3 days passed in a flash. All those who were to enter the secret realm gathered awaiting its opening. Since the interior situation was unknown, Yun Qing, Yunjing, Jing Song, and other powerful individuals each led a team of 100 people linked by elastic ropes. If the secret realm scattered them randomly like the soul-refining pagoda, it was fine. If not, staying together was safer. Yun Qing's team included many familiar faces. Yin Lang, Lu Xuanfei by Jingming, and other trainees, along with Gong Yusin, who had chosen Yun Qing's squad. Time ticked by. 100,000 people waited in silence. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy ancient gates swung open on both sides. The pressure emanating from the doors made it hard to breathe, and many beastmen in the Empire's contingent reverted to their original forms. The gates fully opened. Beyond the massive portal large enough to admit a starship lay a pitch-black abyss. Nangongli stood in the distance gazing at the secret realm's gate. Unlike her gentle and loving demeanor at school, she now donned a golden battle armor, her eyes sharp and piercing. The appearance of the inheritance hall could potentially shatter the current interstellar order. It was like the existence of Qing. The Foundation establishment technique she had submitted allowed the Empire's superpower levels to break through the 10th rank. While other nations struggled to study energy circulation routes and desperately tried to reach the 10th rank of superpowers, the Empire, armed with the Foundation establishment technique and cultivation chambers, was already mass-producing superpowered warriors of the 10th rank. Over the past year, 100 individuals had also broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. This was the Empire's secret weapon. With the inheritance hall open, prodigies from all nations surged inside, making external security critically important. To prevent other countries from stealing data, and to ensure the safety of the Radiant Star domain, retired soldiers like Nangongli once again donned their battle armor, shouldering the responsibility of guarding the nation. To be honest, I'd like to give it a try too. Nangongsi's phantom stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder with Nangongli. Gazing at the enormous gate, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. That was a legacy of a higher civilization. No one could resist the temptation. Unfortunately, standing in this position, many things required consideration. He was first the emperor of the empire, and only then himself. Marshal Nangong, the Radiant Star domain is entrusted to you. Nangongsi bowed deeply to Nangongli. The previous generation's war god Nangongli, whose life was nearing its end, still donned her military uniform and rose to the occasion when the empire needed her. It is my honor, your majesty. Nangongli tightened her grip on her weapon and smiled softly. The heavenly Dao system confirmed its disappearance. Song Weihua did not bother to investigate where the vanished system had gone. For now, the artifact forging technique and Foundation establishment method obtained from the heavenly Dao system were sufficient for them. First, let's see the gains from this secret realm. Without the heavenly Dao system, Qiao Yang felt a bit regretful, yet couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least now he could enter the secret realm freely. Just then a white light emerged from the gate. Radiating outward from the massive gate, it dazzled the eyes. As the white light enveloped the 100,000 people surrounding the gate, they vanished instantly. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded immediately. Disappeared. Nangongsi's eyes widened. What kind of method is this? Opening a wormhole tunnel required careful control of dark matter usage and a series of mechanical instruments for assistance. Transport ships passing through the wormhole also needed reinforced outer shell materials. This gate appeared abruptly, and a sweep of white light took away 100,000 people. The methods of this higher civilization were indeed extraordinary. Nangongsi was full of confidence in the empire. Or rather, he had even more confidence in Qing, and he eagerly anticipated the results of the secret realm exploration. Park Chan-young also clenched his fists in excitement. Divine methods. He had long coveted the Empire's space wormhole technology. If they had that technology, why would they watch the Empire's expeditionary forces develop new territories? Why would they be confined to a small satellite? What did it matter how many millennia of accumulation the Empire's beastmen had? What did it matter that the Dragon Kingdom had developed new weapons? What did it matter that their own country was weak now? Before this higher civilization they were but ants. As long as they could obtain even a fragment of the legacy, they could surpass the existing civilization, shatter the current order, and rise to become the strongest interstellar empire. Park Chan-young waved at his secretary. Initiate the birdcage plan. The secretary opened his mouth, but said nothing. I still have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. A cold smile didn't reach Park Chan-young's eyes. The Korean nationals entering the secret realm were all carefully selected by him. These people had ties in the mortal world. As long as he tightly controlled what they cherished, no matter how powerful they became, they would remain caged birds. With the opportunity for a shortcut laid before him, Park Chan-young would never allow anyone or anything to sabotage his plan. Qing opened her eyes. The dense spiritual energy was almost tangible. She stood on a lush green plain, and in the distance a towering peak rose abruptly, piercing through the clouds with no visible end. The peak was not covered in forests or rocks, but layers upon layers of palaces stacked one after another. Even from such a distance one could feel the immense power emanating from the mountain. Inheritance Hall. Qing looked up. The countless palaces, at least 10 million, were of various styles and mixed colors, yet they harmonized unexpectedly. She hoped this journey would yield greater gains. The rope around her waist was still there. The entire team of 100 had landed in the same place, but the other teams were nowhere to be seen. Don't scatter. Let's move toward the center and stay alert to our surroundings. Qing warned. The secret realm before them was picturesque, with misty, ethereal beauty, seemingly devoid of danger enough to lower one's guard. Having entered many secret realms, Qing knew that the more serene it appeared, the more dangerous it was. Understood, Dean. Yin Lang responded, his two gray wolf ears protruding from his head pricked up to listen carefully to the sounds around him. His weapon was at the ready. Seeing Yunlang's tension, the others also became alert, entering a combat state. Lu Xuanfei also released his ears gray and long, drooping down the sides of his cheeks. Deer ears, eagle eyes, tiger tails. Except for Yunqing, everyone in the team was in a half-beast state. This form consumed less energy and enhanced their perception of danger. Yunqing untied the rope around her waist. Before setting off, she took out a bone tablet from her storage ring. The moment she produced it, the team members opened their mouths in disbelief. Dean Yunqing, how did you do that? Didn't your space button break? Space buttons and other technological products were damaged. The only usable items were the modified superpower weapons brought in, as well as the array plates and inscriptions mass-produced by Bian Gao. Yunqing handed the items to Yunlang for distribution. My space button is like the modified superpower weapons. It's not damaged. The items were distributed to each team member. Yunlang tucked the array plate into a sewn pocket inside his clothing and hung the bone tablet around his neck. The others did the same. Let's move out. After organizing the team, Yunqing led the way forward. The towering mountain where the inheritance hall stood was at the center of the entire secret realm world. The 100,000 people were evenly distributed along a circle of equal radius, with the inheritance hall as the center, slowly advancing like ants toward the central point. On the first day, Yunqing led the team across the plain and stopped just before entering a dense forest. Dean Yunqing, should we continue? We can still keep going. Meiyu asked. The inheritance hall was right before them, visible at a glance. Having just emerged from the soul refining tower, Meiyu already understood how important the secret realm was. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they could seize the advantage. Yunqing looked around. If you can endure, then let's keep moving. She hadn't chosen to speed up for safety reasons. But after a whole day of walking without any danger, Yunqing began to doubt her experience. Could this secret realm truly be a simple inheritance hall? But if there was no danger, why weren't they teleported directly to the foot of the mountain? Why were they made to walk there on foot? We can keep going, Dean Yunqing. You don't need to worry about us. I'm fine. Let's continue, Dean Yunqing. No one was willing to stop, so Yunqing led the team into the dense forest. Ancient trees tower in the forest, beams of faint light filtering through the leaves, dancing with the breeze as dappled shadows sway. Serenity. Beauty. It unconsciously lulls one into lowering their guard. Maintaining constant combat readiness had drained them greatly, and coupled with the absence of danger all day, the team members had relaxed considerably. I wonder what's in the inheritance hall. With so many palaces, there must be tiers, right? Meiyu looked up to search for the inheritance hall, but could only see a faint shadow obscured by the leaves. Suddenly Meiyu laughed. There wouldn't be a barbecue secret technique inheritance, right? Liao Yuan. It won't. How could such a thing exist? Liao Yuan glanced at Yunqing's back, his eyes deepening. The scale of this secret realm was larger than the Lianhuan Tower secret realm, and among those who entered were some top geniuses. Even the strongest on the current power ranking list, Corps Commander Yun Zhong, had entered the secret realm, which fully demonstrated its importance. For some reason, Liao Yuan felt a sense of unease. A scream sounded from the rear of the team. Yunqing turned around. At the very back, a section of green vine curled around the beast man at the rear and dragged him into the dense forest. Extremely fast, Yunqing activated the defensive formation, which enveloped the 100 people, while simultaneously pulling out the bloodthirsty vine rooted in the space. With a flick of her right hand, the bloodthirsty vine shot out. The blood-red vine coiled around the emerald-green vine, tied a knot, and pulled taut. Like a tug-of-war. Having consumed many heavenly treasures and spent leisurely days in the planting space, bathing in spiritual springs, the bloodthirsty vine's temper was exceptionally irritable after being abruptly thrown out. While coiling around the emerald vine, it also sprouted small vines trying to pierce into the opponent's roots to absorb sap. It poked once, but failed to penetrate. Bloodthirsty vine. It poked again and again until the sprouted vine snapped off directly. Bloodthirsty vine. Yunqing watched as the bloodthirsty vine went mad, sprouting several more vines and wildly lashing at the green vine. The sudden appearance of the blood-red vine shocked everyone. Was this thrown out by Dean Yunqing? Was it raised by Dean Yunqing? No such a large cluster of alien plant. Where did Dean Yunqing hide it? Yunqing sensed that the plant's level was not high, so she did not take action. Instead, she reviewed the entire process of the alien plant's ambush. She had not detected the danger, firstly, because she did not recognize this plant, and secondly, because it was hidden in the dense forest, emitting the same aura as the ancient trees and vegetation, making it difficult to distinguish. Perfect. This ambush would also serve as a lesson for the team. She did not act, but the others couldn't sit still. Mousy, don't be afraid. The teammate beside him raised his sword and slashed at the taut green vine. Clang. Though it was a plant striking, it felt like hitting solid metal, producing a sound of clashing gold and jade. The mystical weapon shattered directly. Everyone was astonished. This is a plant. It's harder than metal. Bai Jingming reached into his bosom and took out an array plate, throwing it. The binding formation landed, and several strands of spiritual energy lines extended from the formation pattern on the ground, heading straight for the captured team member. Protected by Yunqing's bone talisman, the team member was temporarily safe, but the vine was tied too tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. The spiritual energy lines came over, but were dispersed by the vine. And the vine was entangled by the formation pulled taut by the bloodthirsty vine. Mao Zuping quietly extended his beast-clawed hand, and gave a hard scratch, letting out a muffled grunt. Sigh. His claws were almost split, and not even a mark was left on the vine. And below, the team members displayed their various skills. The formation students threw out array plates one after another, while others attacked the vine with their mystical weapons. Mao Zuping didn't wait idly for rescue either. He used every move he had. Flames scorched, but the leaves remained vibrant green, not even curling at the edges. Punching with fists only made his hands hurt more. Teeth. Still useless. What on earth is this thing? Rustling. Rustling sounds came from all directions, growing closer. Countless vines climbed along the ancient trees, blocking all escape routes. What is this? Is it really a plant? Mayu suspected it was a simulated metal vine. Impossible to split, impossible to cut, and moving with a will of its own. Now it was even worse, able to call for reinforcements and surround them. Yun Qing's eyes lit up. This seemed to be a plant recorded in ancient texts of the cultivation world. Hard yet flexible with intelligence, and could be tamed and subdued for use as a weapon. Besides taming, the dead plant could also be used for refining tools, making it an excellent material. Whether it was this plant or not, a test would tell. Sensing the vine's grip weakened, Mao Zuping took the opportunity to revert to his original form and fell from above. Yun Qing teleported to the front to catch him and tossed him into the formation. Stay inside and don't come out. The orange cat's tail spun like a propeller, flipping in the air to land safely. Dean, be careful. Mao Zuping called out. The vine, having lost its prey, shot toward Yun Qing with a piercing sound. Everyone, recalling the vine's hardness, broke into a cold sweat for Yun Qing. As the vine attacked, Yun Qing leaped onto the branches and bounded into the air. Bang! Dust flew. The green vine left the ground, creating a deep pit. Without dealing with this vine, they could not proceed. Yun Qing's divine sense spread along the vine, seeking its roots. The bloodthirsty vine returned to Yun Qing's wrist, its sprouted vines wrapping around her in an impenetrable shield. Found it. Yun Qing patted the bloodthirsty vine. Stay and protect them. I'll be back soon. After instructing, Yun Qing vanished in a teleport. Bloodthirsty vine. Annoying. The converging vines, seeing the bloodthirsty vine alone, imitated its earlier action and began to whip their small tendrils. The bloodthirsty vine flew down and landed inside Yun Qing's defensive formation. Bang, bang, bang. The emerald whips slammed down, but all were blocked by the spiritual energy barrier. Not a single attack could penetrate the formation and land on the people. Such a strong formation. Mao Zuping's heart pounded. Good thing the formation blocked it, or they wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack. Beside him, Huang Ji picked up the broken sword on the verge of tears. Maozi, it's only the first day in the secret realm, and my sword is gone. This was a mystical weapon exchange for all my merit points. What can I do now? Mao Zuping gasped. He touched the bone talisman hanging around his neck, feeling slightly reassured. Even mystical weapons were so fragile before the vine. Thankfully, he had the bone talisman given by Dean Yun Qing. If he could leave the secret realm alive, he would definitely thank Dean Yun Qing profusely. Yun Qing teleported several times in succession, finally locating the vine's roots. This was a pool of milky white water. The vine's roots were planted in the pool. This pool also seems to be something good. Yun Qing drew her spirit sword. Yun Qing poked the base of the vine with her sword, then slashed it diagonally. Clang! The vine remained unscathed. Yun Qing crouched down, retrieved 2 bottles of corrosive concoctions she had refined, and poured them onto the vine. The liquid slid off, instantly withering and rotting the lush green grass below. So it's true. I've struck gold. No wonder it dared to expose its roots, unconcerned about being uprooted by others. Yun Qing reached out to touch the vine. It felt cool and pliant like a plant's texture, yet no matter how hard she pressed, she could not dent it. Unbreakable. This was the innate talent of this plant. Even though its roots were discovered, the green vine seemed unconcerned about what Yun Qing might do, remaining coiled around the defensive formation. Unable to harm the prey within the formation, the green vine lifted nearby rocks and mud, dumping them over the heads of the group. Yet these small objects were still blocked by the spiritual energy shield, causing the vine to swell in frustration. The trainees inside the formation stood silently, waiting for Yun Qing's return. They had already tried to counterattack, but their abilities could not damage the vine, and the vine's strength seemed insufficient to break through the defensive formation. If they couldn't kill it, they wouldn't fight. They needed to conserve their strength. The bloodthirsty vine proudly straightened up, writhing at the edge of the spiritual energy shield. The team members watched in amazement. Little Red Vine, did Dean Yun Qing raise you? Bai Jingning crouched beside the bloodthirsty vine, curious if the vine could truly understand his words. Bai Jingning, are you joking? How can a vine understand speech? Chang'an reached out to touch the bloodthirsty vine's leaves. This must be some kind of carnivorous plant. Its attacks are instinctual. Ow! Chang'an withdrew his hand, which bore a faint mark, though the skin was not broken. Was I bitten? He held up his finger for everyone to see. See? Instinct, right? It must have mistaken me for prey. If it had a mind to think, it would know I'm on its side. Lu Xuanfei remarked, perhaps it simply doesn't like you touching it. The bloodthirsty vine nodded vigorously, then extended a tendril to whip Chang'an. Chang'an stood frozen, his expression gradually turning to terror. Help! I've seen a living plant. The bloodthirsty vine. Overreacting. Chang'an stepped back, but Bai Jingning stepped forward excitedly. Little red vine, can you really understand me? Then can you tell me if you have siblings? If so, could he possibly raise one? Bai Jingning examined the vine from tip to base. Crimson and beautiful, a fine vine that suited him well. What an excellent combat partner. Yet the bloodthirsty vine ignored him, shuddered, and shot upward. Rustle, 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 rustle. Its leaves quivered wildly. Outside the defensive formation, the green vine hung silently in the air, then its branches began to tremble subtly, the tremor intensifying until it thrashed against the spiritual energy shield like a seizure. The two vines seemed to be communicating, or rather arguing. Bai Jingning couldn't understand, but he stood beside the bloodthirsty vine, cheering it on. Yes, you're right. Exactly. The 100-member team silently watched the duel of the two vines. They had only been squabbling for a short while, yet the ground was littered with fallen leaves. Lu Xiu and Fei found the scene utterly absurd. Suddenly the green vine vanished before their eyes, and the entire mass of vines that had surrounded them disappeared as well. Once the bloodthirsty vine fell silent, the only sound was the wind rustling through leaves. Chang'an exclaimed, wow, this vine can even do spatial jumps. Amazing. Lu Xiu and Fei. Even more absurd. At that moment, the vanished vine appeared in Yunqing's planting space. Its roots had been torn from the warm, comforting, spiritual, chi-rich pool, and the green vine was furious enough to kill. It must have been that sneaky human who stole its pool and abducted it. It should have used its tough body to strangle the human. And that ugly thing. The vine's curses stopped mid-sentence. Did that trashy vine think it was scared? The green vine twisted its branches, rampaging through the planting space, only to find itself confined to an area. An invisible wall of air blocked its movements, infuriating it so much that it shook off another layer of leaves. Yunqing dove to the bottom of the pool. Where the green vine had been rooted, she found a milky white jade stone, the core of the pool. The planting space had a spiritual spring. She wondered if she could absorb this pool. Yunqing released her soul power, enveloping the entire pool. Absorb. To her surprise, the pool was indeed drawn into the planting space, along with the white jade stone in her hand. All that remained at the original site was a deep pit. Yunqing did not linger, she teleported back. The others stood up. Dean Yunqing, you're back. Yunqing nodded, put away the formation plate, and the bloodthirsty vine shrank to coil around her wrist. Continue forward. The team reformed and set off. This time they were more cautious, wary not only of potential beasts, but also of plants that seemed harmless, and indeed were harmless. Yunqing extended her divine sense, avoiding the creatures in the dense forest, and sped up toward the Heritage Hall. 100 li away from Yunqing's team, Jing Tsong flew ahead, riding a branch, while the 100-member team chased desperately behind. Cousin, Li Si's throat was dry. Can you stop? Jing Tsong circled back on his branch, stopping in front of Li Si. What's wrong? Li Si leaned against a tree, one hand on his waist, rolling his eyes, completely undignified. Look at the team. Without energy replenishment, they can't keep up with this pace. Without spatial devices, the nutrient packs they carried were shattered upon teleportation. They had gone a full day and night without replenishing energy. Other teams advanced cautiously and slowly, but not Jing Tsong. When Qin Su failed the soul refining tower challenge, Jing Tsong had awakened and cleared 2 floors, obtaining soul pearls to nourish the spirit. His divine sense was already powerful, allowing him to bypass all dangers ahead of time. Moreover, he used the sword flight technique, so he felt no fatigue. At the sight of his pale-faced teammates, Jing Tsong frowned in disgust. Were the physiques of starfolk really this weak? Rest here. You guard the place, I'll be back soon. Jing Tsong vanished in a whoosh on his branch. Li Si's outstretched hand froze in midair. You? Where are you going? Vice Captain Li. A team member looked at Li Si hesitantly. Rest here. Don't wander off. With the clear order, the team members gathered in small groups, some sitting on the ground, others leaning against tree trunks. The full-speed sprint had been utterly exhausting. They didn't know whether to marvel at Admiral Qin's strength or lament their own weak physiques. Jing Tsong left the team, heading toward the territory of the nearest beast. He didn't recognize this creature. It was unlike the spirit beasts of the cultivation world or demon beasts. Its body was nourished by spiritual energy, yet its intelligence was undeveloped. Edible. Growl. A massive short-haired black beast exhaled at Jing Tsong. The next second, a sword aura swept out. Crimson blood splattered on the ground. Thud. The beast's head fell. Should be enough to eat. Jing Tsong carried the beast and flew back. In the team, after resting for a while, everyone finally regained their strength and had the energy to chat. I found that rumors are not reliable. The woman with a brown bear head whispered, General Qin Su is different from the description on the forum. How is he like a robot? Speaking of robots. She paused. Actually, it is still quite similar. The way he travels is simply not like a beast man. I suspect he has modified his body, embedded a super energy core. Otherwise, how could he not be tired at all? The team members deeply agreed. Indeed, General Qin Su was a true robot. If at first the nickname was just a joke, now some people were suspecting that Qing Su was a super weapon developed by the Empire's greatest secret. Li Si shook his head. How could he be a robot? Suddenly, Li Si thought of the day he brought his cousin back from Lanhua Star. He had never heard of anyone turning back into a cub after being injured. His cousin had been a white tiger beast man since childhood, let alone that he turned into a white-furred cat cub, not a white tiger. Li Si was startled. When he was young, he had taken his little cousin to fight with the neighboring white bear. His cousin's head was broken and blood flowed all over the ground. He was sure that his cousin was a beast man. Could it be that during the missing time his cousin had been transformed into a robot? Was the white cat his robot's second transformation form? Li Si was frightened by his own speculation, but he couldn't control his mind and even became more certain of his guess. That final battle was extremely brutal. There was no possibility of his cousin surviving. But he returned to the stars in only 3 months, turned into a white cat, gained an additional personality, and his combat power skyrocketed. Li Si's eyes reddened. Jing Song returned carrying a huge alien beast, and found that the camp members were looking at him with strange expressions. He couldn't be bothered to think about it, threw the beast to the ground. Food. Eat, and then we move on. The team members wisely stepped forward to cut the meat and start a fire. Li Si did not go. He sat beside Jing Song, his eyes complex. Cousin. Jing Song responded, continuing to spread his divine sense, but still not finding Yunqing's team. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the inheritance hall ahead. Since he couldn't find them, he would head to the inheritance hall. Arriving earlier would secure a spot, so that when Yunqing arrived they could rest. Jing Song relaxed against the tree trunk, tilting his head back as a beam of sunlight fell from above, casting light on him. Li Si was speechless. He had never seen his cousin like this. Pure ethereal. Do you need something? Jing Song spoke. He was sensitive to people's gazes. He guessed that this cheap cousin had some opinion to raise. Weak and troublesome interstellar people. Huh. Li Si snapped back to reality, turned to look ahead. Cousin, if you could have one wish granted, what would you choose? Jing Song laughed out loud. He really didn't expect that his seemingly shrewd, cheap cousin would believe in such illusory things. What's the point of answering this question? No one will help you fulfill your wish. The only one who can turn a wish into reality is yourself. But looking at the high mountain at the end with misty white clouds floating around it, and the inheritance palace hidden in the clouds faintly visible, Jing Song quietly gazed into the distance with no emotion in his eyes. I choose to become myself. He actually didn't like Qing Su's body. But he couldn't leave the body, nor could he separate from the main soul to become a complete different person. Only 2 choices lay before him. Become nourishment for the main soul, completing the original mission of soul separation, or devour the main soul and take its place. Jing Song closed his eyes and stopped speaking. At this moment, this personality's face overlapped with the main personality's, unexpectedly similar. Li Si did not continue to ask. He seemed to understand this cousin's wish. Was it to become an independent robot? Li Si sighed inwardly. After the secret realm ended, he would customize a robot body. His cousin should like it. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the team members regained their strength. Jing Song didn't want to waste time on traveling. He walked into the forest, pulled several long vines, infused them with spiritual energy, and tossed them into the team. Tie them on. Team members, tie them on. Where? How? Tie them around your waist. 20 people per vine. Bind yourselves securely with the vines. If anyone falls behind, I won't come back to find you. After speaking, Jing Song turned around, maintaining his aloof persona. The team members were baffled. Was that what they thought it meant? The brown bare-headed woman who had been saying Qing Su was a robot shed tears in the wind. General Qing Su is truly a good beast. He is so empathetic and considerate of us. How could he be a robot? He is just cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. As she spoke, she picked up a vine and wrapped it around her waist. Then she handed one end to the next person. Tie it on. At worst, when they ran later, they would run faster, so that General Qing Su wouldn't bear too much tension. Soon everyone was tied up. Jing Song walked over and grabbed 5 vines with one hand. General Qing Su, rest assured. Thanks to your beast meat, we are now full and will definitely keep up with your speed. The brown bear woman assured. The leopard-headed man standing at the front of the 5 vines also spoke. General Qing Su, rest assured. I am very fast, I can share some of the burden. He stood at the forefront of this vine. As long as he ran fast enough, he could transfer the tension to himself. Jing Song smiled enigmatically and said nothing. He broke off a branch above his head and tossed it into the air. The branch lay horizontally, slowly descending from the air to half a meter above the ground. Let's go. After giving the warning, Jing Song stepped onto the branch, infused it with spiritual energy, and flew using the sword technique. Whoosh. The team in the dense forest vanished from the spot. Ruer. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be running? The team members were terrified, lost their facial expressions, and their mouths were filled with strong wind, unable to close no matter how hard they tried. Flying. They were flying. Li Si gripped the vine tightly, his body almost horizontal to the ground as the wind howled past. Li Si clenched his teeth. He must not open his mouth at this moment. Otherwise the wind would blow into his mouth. Li Si regretted. If he had known his cousin would take them flying, he would have tied the vine tighter, so he wouldn't be terrified of flying off. Cousin, slow down. Any faster, and your robot identity will be exposed. A single man dragged 100 General Qing, so was invincible. The team member's thoughts remained unknown to Jing Song. At present his spiritual energy reserves were insufficient, otherwise he would not have hesitated to cast a spiritual shield. But now bound by vines infused with spiritual energy, as long as they did not fall, comfort was not a priority. Flying above the dense forest, groups of anomalous beasts charged toward them with clear intent. Jing Song still did not recognize these beasts, but he could sense their combat power was roughly at the Foundation establishment stage. According to the hierarchy of the Heritage Hall, the beasts in the secret realm should have been stronger than this. The high-level beasts had vanished, leaving only those that posed a threat to the interstellar people, yet not too great a threat. It was as if the place had been tailor-made as a low-level trial ground for the interstellar people. Jing Song slowed his pace. Li Si finally found his voice gripping the vines and crawling forward, whispering a reminder. Cousin, you must be tired. I told you there's no rush. Don't push yourself. This speed is already the limit of human endurance. No. This had already exceeded the limits of interstellar people. Even the modified humans with upgraded legs and power cores were not this exaggerated. Li Si still felt unsettled. Until he confirmed whether his cousin had truly been turned into a robot, he should keep a low profile. Besides, he genuinely could not endure this speed. Jing Song replied casually, you're right. He also needed to conserve energy. He still had no idea what the Heritage Hall looked like, and scouting always carried risks. He could not be careless. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the 5 vines in front of him. Without Jing Song's high-speed flight, the vines hung naturally, and the team members steadied themselves like beads on a string, each standing on the shoulders of the one below. Only the team member at the end of the vine had no foothold, his legs wrapped around the vine and tangled together. Prepare for battle. Jing Song's cold voice rang out. The team members. Battle. One by one they opened their wind-burned eyes, facing the anomalous beasts flying ahead, quickly adjusting their state. Under Jing Song's command were 90 core soldiers, 5 military academy cadets, 2 researchers, and 3 professors. The Empire revered martial prowess. Researchers affiliated with the Imperial official laboratories all underwent physical training, which was why they had been able to keep up during the previous high-speed march. The 3 professors were protected in the center, with soldiers taking turns to assist them. At that moment, they were observing the newly appeared anomalous beasts. Without light brains or auxiliary tools, they could only rely on their eyes and memories. Woo! The leading beast let out a roar, and the horde accelerated its charge. Within the team, Jing Song was the captain, Li Si the vice-captain. In truth, Jing Song rarely involved himself in team management, leaving it entirely to Li Si. Of course, he did not completely ignore things. After scouting, Jing Song informed the group of the beast's details. Their level is at the early Foundation establishment stage. Their beaks are the sharpest, and their claws carry toxins. Li Si's expression turned solemn. Attack the wings and eyes. 10 people per squad, execute immediately. Yes. Formation tactics had become a mandatory training item in the Corps. After a year of drills, the soldiers had developed tacit understanding, ensuring each squad had a balanced distribution of elemental abilities evenly spread according to the 5 phases. At Li Si's command, the soldiers raised their ability weapons and formed an attack formation. Boom! A towering blaze was born from the formation patterns, surging toward the horde of beasts. Chirp! The beasts' cries echoed from within the flames. Amplified by the formation patterns, the attack power doubled. The formation patterns acted like an amplifier, converting the various elemental energies flowing into the formation into more potent energy for the assault. Based on the theory of the 5 phases generating each other, the formation patterns integrated a sliver of the laws of heaven and earth, transforming multiple elemental energies into a single type. Naturally, the power was even greater. Raw strength combined with well-crafted tools yielded twice the result with half the effort. And the formation patterns were that tool. Watching the group adeptly use the formation, Jing Song had a guess about its origin. He said nothing, merely using soul force attacks to finish off the beasts that escaped the attack range. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Everyone was still in a daze. We killed a group of Foundation establishment stage beasts. A team member asked incredulously. Foundation establishment stage. The number of Foundation establishment star beasts appearing in the interstellar was limited, and they were usually dealt with using weapons. For most of the soldiers in the team, this was the first Foundation establishment stage beast they had ever slain. They were all below ability level 10, the Qi refining stage. With equal numbers on both sides, they had annihilated a group of Foundation establishment stage beasts using formation patterns without mecha weapons. At that moment, they could only shout Yunqing's name. I absolutely love President Yunqing. The bear-like woman bellowed. Jing Song frowned, tightening his grip on the vines. Enough. Keep moving. Without giving them a chance to continue, he accelerated again. A woo. The team members, unprepared, were suddenly hit with a mouthful of wind, their teeth frozen. Li Si tightened his hold on the vines, even wrapping his legs around them, his body parallel to the ground. He found it more comfortable this way. The 3 professors pressed their heads against the vines, straining to open their eyes and observe the forest below, searching for landmarks to gradually sketch a mental map. Should they ever be able to enter again, this map would be invaluable. Jing Tsang never descended, flying all the way, encountering beast attacks repeatedly and repelling them each time. After a week of flight, they finally neared the heritage mountain. A thin membrane blocked their path, imperceptible to those not sensitive to barriers. None of the team could see the barrier, their eyes shut tight, ears alert, occasionally prying open their eyes against the wind to survey the surroundings. Jing Tsang raised an eyebrow. A realm within a realm. It seemed this was indeed a fine place. Without pausing, he dragged the vines straight through the barrier, and the world before them changed abruptly. The sound of water gushed. The heritage mountain had expanded several times, suddenly magnified. Even the heritage hall atop it gleamed with golden radiance. Jing Tsang stopped. Everyone on the vines lifted their heads, their eyes flying open, struck speechless by awe. Before the colossal mountain that stretched beyond the next reach, they were insignificant as motes of dust. Every palace was larger than the current starships built in the interstellar, and the countless palaces stretched on beyond measure. Even if the entire interstellar population arrived, they could be easily accommodated. What a vast undertaking. How could this be? How is it possible? This. Li Si muttered, not even aware of what he was saying. The heritage mountain they had seen earlier was nothing like this. If this was a mountain, then what they had seen before was merely a small mound, utterly incomparable. The overwhelming enormity of the mountain beyond their comprehension stirred a primal fear within them. Having seen the depths of the ocean floor and the vastness of gas giants, Li Si realized for the first time that he could be terrified by such monstrous scale. The heritage halls were not built against the mountain as they had imagined. Instead, they floated around the giant peak, arranged in a scattered yet orderly fashion, veiled in mist and clouds. Oh! The professor, who had been quietly recording the map throughout their journey, screamed and pointed downward. The entire group followed his finger, their hearts skipping a beat. Only a moment ago the only sound had been the rushing wind, but now beneath their feet lay an endless abyss. The land near Chengchuan Mountain seemed to have collapsed into the void, leaving only a colossal mountain floating above the ground. The waterfall cascaded right at the edge of Chengchuan Mountain. Where did this waterfall come from? Li Si emerged from his shock, and only then realized the roaring sound of water had joined his ears. This was deep within the dense forest. This is madness. Li Si's eyes widened in disbelief, yet the world before him remained entirely unchanged. How could such a vast, immovable mountain actually float above the ground? What kind of energy could possibly sustain such weight? Everyone clung tightly to the vines, terrified they might snap. At that moment, the person dangling at the vines and felt even more terror. His hands and feet wrapped desperately around the vine, while the beast man above him pressed his foot onto his shoulders. Even through the combat suit, the vibration from that leg was palpable. The people above were trembling, and wasn't he shaking just as badly? Cousin, take a closer look. Are we caught in some kind of illusion? Could there be an illusory formation here? Li Si gripped the vine with one hand and cautiously extended the other, poking at Jing Tsang's foot. Jing Tsang. So cowardly. The group. It wasn't about courage. Falling from here meant certain death. They were simply being cautious. It's not an illusion. Jing Tsang was observing the surroundings. A world within a world was a miniature realm often used to store treasures, complete with its own laws. Each appearance invariably sparked brutal conflicts, and the treasure hunting journey was fraught with peril. It would absolutely not be this simple and effortless. It was as if someone had deliberately eliminated all dangers and placed the treasures within easy reach for them to choose from. The easier something seemed to obtain, the more cautious Jing Tsang grew. Opportunity always came with risk. If he couldn't perceive the danger, it must be lurking somewhere hidden. Cousin, should we make landfall first? Li Si gazed at Chengchuan Mountain, no, more accurately Chengchuan Island. A floating massive island. Yes. Jing Tsang swept his divine sense across the area 3 times, but detected no danger, so he could only proceed step by step. From the dense forest to Chengchuan Island, flying through the air seemed to be the only option. But upon closer inspection, a thin rope connecting both sides became visible along the island's edge. However, Chengchuan Island was so enormous and the abyss below so dark that this slender rope was easily overlooked. Nothing existed without purpose. Jing Tsang flew above the thin rope and instructed, hold on tight. I'm moving forward. Everyone held their breath, muscles tensed. Accelerated blood flow triggered their body's self-protection mode, sharpening their 5 senses to the extreme so they could swiftly detect danger and react. The moment Jing Tsang took a step forward, everything changed. Spiritual energy suppression. Forbidden sky domain. Team members. They fell. 100 people strung along the vines plummeted in free fall, their spiritual power unusable. All expressions shifted from tension to terror. Only Jing Tsang appeared relieved, a trace of ease visible between his brows. Indeed, there was danger. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough. There's a rope below, grab it. Jing Tsang's voice reached everyone's ears. Those words became their lifeline. Everyone looked down to search for the rope Jing Tsang mentioned. That was their only hope for survival. And indeed, they spotted that thin rope. I see it. Li Si calculated the distance and the impact of the fall, yet he did not relax. The advantage of 100 people connected together was that once someone successfully grabbed the rope, the odds of survival for everyone on that vine increased significantly. The disadvantage was the compounded pulling force, which made things far worse for whoever caught the rope. Without mecha weapons, relying on bare flesh to bear the impact could tear their hands apart. Just as he was calculating how many people could grab the rope simultaneously to minimize danger, Li's mind grew chaotic. Damn the calculations. He simply couldn't compute it. At that critical moment, a crimson flash streaked past. Everyone felt a sudden tightening around their waists. Their downward fall halted. A tremendous force bound them and propelled them back toward the dense forest. The beast man at the very bottom had already reverted to a kangaroo form. Watching helplessly as he plummeted into the abyss, a profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him. He had already accepted his fate, prepared to sacrifice himself. Yet against all odds, fate reversed itself, and a pulling force dragged him back from the brink. Following that crimson thread back, the kangaroo beastman's eyes blazed with brilliance. Overwhelmed by surging emotion, he opened his mouth and roared with all his strength toward the source. Dean Yunqing. The figure leading the group forward was precisely Yunqing. That small silhouette radiated immense confidence and strength. The joy of survival permeated everyone's hearts. In that moment, all their gratitude toward Yunqing reached its peak. Li's eyes filled with tears. Every formula had been cast aside. Inside his heart, he cried out again and again. Sister-in-law, no, Dean Yunqing. A younger brother like him did not deserve someone as magnificent as Dean Yunqing. Dean Yunqing, you deserve someone better. Jing Song had no idea of his thoughtful cousin Li's inner turmoil. Seeing Yunqing intervene, Jing Song also retracted his own movements, allowing the bloodthirsty vine to coil around his waist, a faint smile touching his lips. Now they owed yet another life debt. Perhaps he could afford to be a bit warmer. Gently stroking the bloodthirsty vine around his waist, Jing Song felt quite pleased. On his wrist, the bloodthirsty vine's thrashing motion froze. Yunqing looked down. What's wrong? The vine trembled slightly, then extended a tendril before Yunqing. Then the tendril broke off in sections like a gecko's tail, snapping away once, twice, 3 times consecutively. Yunqing. How is this one more than what was previously agreed upon? However, Yunqing made no objection and agreed. Very well. I'll allow you to soak 3 times in the little green vine's pool. The bloodthirsty vine was satisfied. When the bloodthirsty vine learned that a little green vine had taken up residence in its territory, it grew unstable, charging at foreign beasts with frenzied ferocity, then dragging its wounded body before Yunqing to play the victim. There was only one demand. It wanted to soak in the little green vine's pool, and do so right in front of that rival vine. Since they needed to travel, Yunqing had stored the green vine within a spatial dimension without having time to tame and bind it. Currently, the little green vine remained confined within that space. The bloodthirsty vine could only seize this window to secure favor, ideally driving that other vine to despair. To achieve this goal, a little sacrifice was nothing. Just as the bloodthirsty vine was about to bring the person back, its leaves burst open in fright, the branches went limp, and the entire vine wilted. In an instant, all its strength was drained. Without any tension, the entire team fell downward again. The orc at the bottom scraped against the thin rope as he felt a patch of fur on his arm torn away, causing him to howl in pain. A woo, a woo, a woo, a woo. On Yunqing's side, a wind element student stepped forward, attempting to use his ability to hold the person up. The cyan wind whirl suddenly vanished as it neared the abyss. The ability could not penetrate. Yunqing grabbed the vine and lashed it toward Jing Song, wrapping it around his waist several times. She then yanked hard, pulling Jing Song back. Yet in his hand, he still tightly gripped 5 vines. Jing Song landed gracefully, twisted his wrist, and once again swung the vines with force to toss his team members upward. Thump, thump, thump. The team members crashed onto the ground and rolled several times. The surviving members sat on the ground, their legs truly weak. After days of flying through the air and narrowly escaping death by falling off a cliff, they now set foot on solid ground again, yet they felt a dizzying, top-heavy disorientation. It wasn't that they didn't want to stand straight, they simply couldn't. The only one still standing in the entire team was Jing Song. Are you guys alright? Meiyu was startled. Why did they all look as if their vitality had been drained? Their eyes and noses were reddened too. Good heavens, could they have cried out of fear? The Legion soldiers couldn't be this useless, could they? Facing the skeptical gazes of these military academy students, the soldiers had no way to voice their grievances. Their faces were frozen stiff by the fierce wind, unable to even force a smile. They really should let those who love extreme sports experience what true extreme sports are. Li Si didn't want to speak. His face was numb with a tight sensation, and his head was buzzing. He felt it was all because of the wind. He wanted to ask his cousin if he had known about the rope below all along, if he had already guessed what was about to happen, and why he hadn't told him earlier, at least to give him some mental preparation. But when he looked up, his cousin had already sidled up to Yunqing, his complexion ruddy and his expression relaxed. Such a healthy face, clearly not frightened by the previous situation and even in the mood to chat with his crush. Well, he already had his answer. Heart-weary. At this moment, Jing Song had already walked up to Yunqing to thank her. Instructor Yunqing, thank you for the rescue. You arrived so quickly. If you hadn't acted, our squad would have been completely wiped out. Yunqing. The thanks were sincere, but she felt that the other party's mood was a little too cheerful. Was it an illusion? Yunqing replied politely, you're welcome. According to past experience, General Qing Su would have left by now. However, he did not. He even stepped forward, standing beside her, and pointed at the hair-thin rope. No abilities can be used in the area ahead. This rope should be the only passage to the inheritance hall. Without careful observation, it was impossible to notice. The black rope almost merged with the pitch-black abyss extending from this into the opposite shore. The distance between the two sides was estimated to be 1,000 meters. Jing Tsong glanced at Yun Qing from the corner of his eye and thanked her again. Thanks to Instructor Yun Qing, I owe you my life, and have no way to repay it except. Yun Qing, what are you talking about? Jing Tsong paused, except to wait for the next opportunity to repay you a little. Yun Qing stared at his face for a few moments. She felt that the General Qing Su she met this time was somewhat strange. Is there anything else, General Qing Su? Yun Qing inquired. Jing Tsong. Nothing, just wanted to thank you. You're too kind. Yun Qing recalled the abnormality of the bloodthirsty vine and had already formed a rough guess about the situation ahead. She agreed with Qing Su's thoughts. To reach the inheritance hall, they could only use this thin rope. The most urgent thing now was to check the rope's load-bearing capacity and its sturdiness. Yun Qing had thought her team was the first to arrive, but unexpectedly the team, led by General Qing Su, had arrived before them. Other than the time she spent collecting the little green vine, Yun Qing had led the team forward quickly the rest of the time. Occasionally the bloodthirsty vine even helped. She suspected that the drop-off points for all teams were at different distances from the inheritance hall. If so, it was very likely that other teams were also on their way. Yun Qing pondered. Jing Tsong followed her gaze to the front and asked, Instructor Yun Qing, do you want to cross now? He had never had much sense of group identity, preferring to act alone, and with his experience in the cultivation world, the first thing upon entering a secret realm was to seek treasures lest others beat him to it. With Yun Qing here, he felt more at ease traveling together. No. Yun Qing shook her head. Let's wait until the teams behind have all arrived. The Empire had over 100 teams totaling 35,000 people. They already outnumbered the other countries, so to cross safely they had to be wary of the dangerous natural environment, as well as potential attacks from other nations. Of course, attacks were merely her speculation. Yun Qing would consider the worst-case scenario. It was safer for everyone to gather together, and since the orcs entering the secret realm were all elite of the Empire, Yun Qing did not want to lose any of them. For other countries, if they could kill any one of her Yun Zheng or Qing Su here, the Empire's strength would be weakened. Yun Qing decided to wait for her uncle to arrive and discuss it with him. Knowing Yun Qing's choice, Jing Tsong had no objection. He had confidence in his and Yun Qing's abilities. Even if everyone entered the inheritance hall simultaneously, among those who might obtain the inheritance, they were the most likely. Waiting a while wouldn't hurt. He had almost forgotten that he was now the Empire's general. At this moment, Jing Tsong finally remembered his team and turned his head to meet the resentful gaze of his cheap cousin. General Qing Su, are you all right? Li Si asked in a sarcastic tone. Chatting for so long, and only now remembering them. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Bai Jingming, after checking the soldiers' bodies with her team and finding no injuries, distributed some dried meat. Teacher, what do we need to do now? Bai Jingming stepped forward and stood beside Yun Qing. Yun Lang and a few other students also came over, surrounding Yun Qing, cutting off Jing Tsong. Just as Yun Qing had something to arrange, she nodded at this strange general and led her team away to the side. Jing Tsong remained standing there staring at their retreating figures. Still looking? Can't get enough. Go after her then. Li Si, supporting himself on his legs, walked behind Jing Tsong and lightly bumped his shoulder. Cousin, don't even think about it. Do you think she'd bother with you? Look, she smiles brightly at her students, but the smile disappears when facing you. The cousin said nothing. Li Si was just feeling that his words were too blunt and might hurt his pride, so he prepared to offer some comfort. But when he turned his head, he found this cousin smiling with a look of bliss. Li Si was full of question marks, his expression extremely puzzled. What the hell, what are you smiling about? Let's go, cousin, let's survey the environment over there. Jing Tsong turned and walked in the opposite direction. His mood was quite good now. Yun Qing wasn't cold toward him. Jing Tsong, she just didn't like Qing Su. He could tell the difference. Yun Qing led her team along the edge, searching for other ropes. If only that single rope led to the other side, how long would it take 100,000 people to cross? Was there a time limit for the inheritance hall? These were all questions that needed consideration. Fortunately, the situation was not that dire. As Yun Qing continued forward, she found 3 more ropes. The inheritance island was vast, so after finding 3 ropes, she stopped exploring and chose one to test. Step back. Yun Qing's command was met with obedience as the team moved away from the cliff's edge. The rope was slender, and grasping it with bare hands could easily cause injury. Yun Qing drew her spirit sword and made a gentle slash at the rope. The rope undulated like waves, but remained unscathed. A second attempt. She infused spiritual energy into the blade, and the sword aura swept out, landing precisely on the rope. The rope's oscillations intensified, making the team members' hearts race. The waves are too violent. If someone were hanging on it, they'd be flung off. Bai Jingming peered at the spot where Yun Qing's sword aura had struck, but the rope was still intact. He knew that Yun Qing's ability weapon was different from theirs. If her weapon was a sword, theirs were mere toys for infants. This rope really is a treasure. Bai Jingming even mused about dismantling it and taking it back as a weapon. The yellow dog beast man stared enviously at Yunqing's radiant spirit sword, his eyes brimming with covetousness. Why is Dean Yunqing's ability weapon's light mode still functional? He couldn't help but ask. All technological devices had been damaged upon entering the secret realm, and the embedded dazzling light modes of ability weapons naturally suffered the same fate. However, the improved ability weapons forged with a different method still worked normally. Yet Yunqing's spirit sword seemed completely unaffected. Mao Zuping scratched his head. Maybe it's because the ability weapon was stored in a spatial button. Isn't Mentor Yunqing's spatial button undamaged too? The yellow dog beast man suddenly understood. That made sense. The spatial button wasn't damaged, so the items inside must be fine too. It's really beautiful. Mao Zuping thought about making a spirit sword with the same dazzling light mode as Dean Yunqing once they got out. Yunqing, with her back to them, gradually increased the intensity of her attacks until she unleashed the most powerful sword technique she knew. The rope remained steadfast. Let's go. Yunqing concluded her test, sheathed her spirit sword and beckoned. The rope's strength was fine, but the amplitude of its swaying was too great, increasing the danger. The closer to the middle, the more violent the oscillations. If no one sabotaged it, one could cross the chasm safely. But if someone deliberately shook the rope halfway, the death rate would skyrocket. Returning to the original spot, not knowing when the main force would arrive, Yunqing led the team back into the dense forest to find a suitable place to camp. Li Si and Jing Song returned from the other side and quickened their pace upon seeing Yunqing's assembled team. Mentor Yunqing, where are you headed? Jing Song guessed her intentions and proposed, shall we go together? Our two teams combined would be safer. Li Si was already organizing his team. Yunqing nodded in agreement. Sure, I'm planning to rest in the forest. Without nutrient fluids, the team needed sufficient water and food every day. She intended to retreat to a nearby water source. As for Qin Si's team, since they had encountered them, Yunqing planned to bring them along as well. The two teams merged and set off together. Yunqing walked at the front, while Jing Song walked beside her, sharing his reconnaissance findings. On the other side, I found 4 ropes, each spaced about 1 kilometer apart. I didn't explore further, but there should be quite a few. Jing Song had also conducted tests. In his judgment, even if the rope were packed with people, it wouldn't break. Yunqing thought that with enough ropes, the Empire could occupy one to ensure rear security. The two discussed ahead, their atmosphere harmonious. Behind them, the team members of both groups also exchanged words. Mentor Yunqing's meat soup is especially delicious. After drinking it, my body feels full of power, and I think my physique is about to break through again. A Yunqing team member boasted. Jing Song's team member responded with a cold face. Oh. Mentor Yunqing also has a little red vine that's super cute and can understand what we say. Jing Song's team member remained stone-faced. Oh. Our team relies entirely on Dean Yunqing to carry us through. We've encountered almost no danger along the way. A Yunqing team member said proudly. Jing Song's team member, with a weary expression and still swollen eyes and nose, grew more uncomfortable the more he heard. Our team is also carried by General Qin Su alone. We don't even need to move. Under what circumstances would one not need to move at all? That's too exaggerated. However, after learning the details, the Yunqing team members fell silent. Fortunately, Mentor Yunqing wouldn't drag them through the air. After less than half an hour of walking, they reached the campsite. Yunqing, along with a few formation class students, began setting up formations around the camp. The secret realm was rich in spiritual energy and abundant in spiritual plants. The materials for formations were not limited to formation plates. Spiritual plants and beast bones or horns containing spiritual energy could also meet the requirements. Li Si assigned team members to clear weeds and tidy the camp. Jing Song ambled over to Yunqing and followed her. A spirit-gathering herb can be placed here. As Yunqing spoke, a slender large hand holding a spirit-gathering herb dropped it precisely into the formation spot. An unfamiliar presence approached from behind. Yunqing looked up. General Qin Su. Jing Song asked with a smile. I came to see if I could help. Mentor Yunqing, is this the spot you mentioned? Behind Jing Song, Lu Xuanfei's face darkened as he glared at the back of Jing Song's head. Correct position. Yunqing moved to the next formation point, and Lu Xuanfei circumvented Jing Song to follow her. A beast bone can be placed here. Pay attention to the bone's grade. It affects the formation's final power. Yunqing pulled a spiritual energy-rich beast bone from her storage ring and tossed it to the ground. They paused and moved, explaining as they placed items. When the last spirit plant was planted, all previously placed items vanished. A faint formation fluctuation emanated. The students' eyes lit up, ready to praise, but Jing Song beat them to it. Jing Song was full of amazement. Plants can also be used for formations. Your formation technique is so flexible and versatile. It's truly unforgettable. You are very skilled, Mentor Yunqing. The students. Do you feel something? Mei Yu tugged at Liao Yuan's sleeve, whispering. I feel like General Qin Su is a bit strange, as if he's different from what we saw in the Soul Refining Tower. Is there a... Liao Yuan squinted, examining Jing Song without any trace of suspicion. It did seem somewhat off. Everyone possesses a unique aura. Some people, even if all you see is their silhouette, are so distinctive that you can recognize them at a glance. Liao Yuan stared at Jing Song's back. His build remained unchanged. Yet his aura had shifted. As if sensing his gaze, Jing Song turned his head slightly and glanced over. His gaze was ice-cold, betraying no emotion whatsoever. "You're probably overthinking it," Liao Yuan said. "General Qin so only acts differently when he's around Dean Yunqing." He felt he had stumbled upon a secret. Everyone claimed General Qin so harbored no romantic feelings toward Instructor Yunqing, but he wasn't so sure. Perhaps General Qin Su was the type to hide his emotions deep within, a passionate soul concealed too well, fooling everyone. Liao Yuan was startled by his own speculation. Forget it, these were mere conjectures. No need to dwell on it. Pondering would serve no purpose. Yet while he brushed aside his thoughts, others couldn't help but contemplate. Nearly all the soldiers in the unit led by Jing Song were subordinates of Qin Su. Had they not entered the soul refining tower alongside Qin Su and rushed to Dragon Ascension Star afterward, they would have suspected General Qin Su had been replaced by an imposter. Finally landing from the air, they huddled together to discuss. General Qin Su's approach has changed, becoming somewhat more aggressive. He speaks less now, with orders given directly to Major General Li Si, who then relays them. Previously, all commands came directly from Qin Su with clear instructions, so everyone understood their tasks and had clarity about what lay ahead. But now they remained perpetually confused, tethered by a vine and flown for days on end. From the moment they entered the Inheritance Hall's secret realm, every step he took defied expectations. The team members arrived at their destination bewildered and perplexed. It seemed they had exerted minimal effort, encountering no significant dangers along the way, yet the entire journey left them feeling more exhausted. Emotionally drained, with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Unable to reach a consensus through discussion, the team selected a representative to approach Li Si for clarification. "Major General Li Si, what do you think?" When the question was directed at him, Li Si found himself stunned, his head spinning from the list of evidence presented. The matter of dual personalities couldn't be disclosed, so Li Si had to make excuses for his cousin. Making a mountain out of a molehill. What exactly seems abnormal? You're overthinking this. The other person stared at Li Si in silence, then glanced up at the general assisting Yunqing. He remained quiet, yet somehow conveyed everything. Li Si. He and Dean Yunqing. Li Si deliberately paused for a few seconds before continuing. "These are private matters I cannot elaborate on, and I suggest you refrain from asking. Work and personal life are separate. What you see is only his professional self, not his true nature in private. Now the Inheritance Hall is what truly matters. You think he's abnormal? Nothing abnormal. One demeanor at work, another in life. Having two sides is problematic. No. When it comes to Qin Su using vines to bind people, Li Si had even more justification. Our high-speed flight didn't waste any time, but look at the result. We arrived nearly simultaneously with Dean Yunqing's team. If General Qin Su hadn't carried us using vines, we'd still be trailing behind." The soldier contemplated. Li Si sighed deeply, timing is fleeting. The soldier comprehended. Over there the formation was complete, and the spiritual energy concentration in the surroundings surged to a higher level. As spiritual energy flooded her body, Yunqing felt on the verge of breaking through again. What dense pure energy! Bai Jingning beamed radiantly. "Sister Qingqing, the pure energy concentration here surpasses even the training room." Since entering the secret realm, 10 members of Yunqing's team had achieved minor breakthroughs. Yun Lang had also advanced to foundation establishment yesterday, becoming the first in the team to successfully reach this stage. The team members were determined to catch up. Yunqing waved her hand. "Go cultivate." Before entering the Inheritance Hall, every bit of strength you gain provides more security. Here, without technological aid, only cultivation level and physical constitution matter. She planned to capture another beast to draw blood for their medicinal baths. Sister Qingqing is right. Bai Jingning invited Jing Song. The pure energy inside the formation is 10 times denser than outside. General Qin Su, will you arrange for your team members to join as well? He bore no ill will toward Qin Su, especially since the man was the little cub's father. Not to mention Qin Su was a formidable powerhouse. Jing Song studied Bai Jingning for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. As Bai Jingning was about to add a few more words, Jing Song had already turned to thank Yunqing again. "We've benefited greatly from Instructor Yunqing's help. Is there anything else I can assist with? Please give orders." A hint of amusement flickered in Jing Song's eyes, though his tone remained ice-cold. "No need." Yunqing also sensed something peculiar. Her probing gaze swept across Qin Su's face as Yunqing concealed her suspicion. "General Qin Su also helped just now. What kind of help was that?" Jing Song felt somewhat helpless. Bai Jingning cleared his throat. "General Qin Su, shall we go?" Even someone as obtuse as him had detected the problem. What was this General Qin Su thinking? Had it taken a whole year to decide to take initiative? "Let's go." After taking just 2 steps, he realized Yunqing hadn't followed. Jing Song turned his head. Behind him, Yunqing's figure had vanished without a trace. "General Qin Su." Bai Jingning called out again. Let's go." Jing Song lifted his leg and strode toward the group without any intention of waiting for them. Just moments ago, they had been arranging the formation together. Bai Jingning. In the dense forest. Following the images transmitted by her spiritual sense, Yunqing moved to the right, entering the territory of a foundation establishment beast. During these days, Yunqing had not encountered a single beast above golden core level. She gradually realized this secret realm was specifically designed for interstellar cultivators. Otherwise, facing a golden core beast would leave them with no chance of survival. With no rush to move forward, Yunqing planned to arrange beast bloodbaths for her team to refine their bloodlines and enhance their physical constitution. Walking beneath a massive tree, Yunqing halted. Lucky, a patch of clear-wind grass grew on the ground. Yunqing crouched down, covering her hands with spiritual energy, and began digging. 2 were tossed into the planting space, the rest stored in her storage ring for later use. After harvesting this patch, Yunqing shook her hands and continued forward. Barely 2 steps later, she spotted several deer-bite grass plants. Perfect for the medicinal bath. Yunqing kept digging. There were so many spiritual plants here that Yunqing resembled a ferret diving into a melon patch, unwilling to leave a single one behind. Many of the spiritual plants were rare herbs, even in the cultivation world. The limited space in the planting space was proving insufficient. Yunqing uprooted some basic spiritual plants, keeping only their seeds, and planted all the rare herbs she had collected in the freed space. Now that was better. With enough materials, many pills could be refined. In the planting space, a green vine lay sprawled across the ground, idly whipping the earth with its branches. Watching the constantly uprooted spiritual plants around it, its leaves trembled. The vine shifted direction. Gathering the spiritual plants slowed Yunqing's pace. As she stepped into the forest, the strange beasts within sensed the unfamiliar presence and left their lairs to drive her away. Roar! The beast coiled down from a tree trunk. It had a serpentine body, a bull's head, and long green fur around its neck. Upon spotting Yunqing, the beast spat a jet of saliva, a corrosive pale green liquid that landed precisely over her head. Splat! The liquid was blocked by an invisible barrier of spiritual energy trickling down in a thin stream. A heavy stench of gore continuously emanated from the beast's wide-open maw. Yunqing furrowed her nose. On the ground, a large cluster of colt's foot was already withering. Yunqing. She had only dug up half of it. Seeing the spiritual plant in Yunqing's hand, the beast lashed its tail and soared into the air. Roar! With a flick of her finger, a soul needle as fine as a hair pierced through the beast's eye into its brain, instantly destroying its spiritual sense. The beast's massive body crashed to the ground. Yunqing stowed it into her storage ring. One is not enough. She collected the last spiritual plant into her planting space, cast a regretful glance at the withered colt's foot, and continued toward the next beast's territory. At the camp, the 2 teams exchanged information. In Yunqing's team, she was the captain, with Bai Jingning as the vice-captain. Li Si approached Bai Jingning and asked, "Dean, Yunqing still hasn't returned. Aren't you all worried?" Yunqing had been out alone for a while now. Li Si glanced around the team, but no one seemed concerned about her safety. Their faces showed no urgency, and they were all seizing the time to cultivate. As Li Si spoke, he glanced at his cousin, who was sitting cross-legged. Just moments ago, he had been quite enthusiastic, but now he sat in silence. Incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Bai Jingning smiled. "Don't worry. Sister Qingqing is strong, she'll be back soon." The team members nodded in unison. True. The previous times they had followed her out of concern, only to find they couldn't help and became burdens instead. As long as they weren't tagging along and slowing her down, Dean Yunqing would never be in danger. In truth, rather than worrying about her encountering danger outside, they should worry about their own safety without her. Li Si was half convinced. Then he remembered that formation plates could be brought in, so perhaps there really was no need to worry. "Dean Yunqing is back," Meiyu exclaimed in surprise. The students jumped up and rushed over. "Dean Yunqing. Sister Qingqing." Bai Jingning strode forward while Yunlang had already dashed to the front and taken the beast from Yunqing's hands. One beast was enough to feed their entire team, yet Yunqing brought back 3, likely considering General Qin Su's team as well. Yunlang glanced at Qin Su, who was meditating cross-legged, and felt a hint of displeasure. Sensing the familiar aura, Jing Song opened his eyes, pushed himself up from the ground, and ambled over. Li Si. Quite intelligent. Upon learning that the 3 beasts included their food, Jing Song offered to help. "Dean Yunqing has already handled the most dangerous part. Leave the rest to us. We can't just eat your meat for free without contributing anything." Jing Song picked up the beast with a bull's head and serpentine body, scanning its parts. The belly meat should be more tender. Cousin, find a few people to help with the butchering. Jing Song wasn't familiar with the team members and didn't even know their names, so he had to delegate this to Li Si. Bai Jingning looked at Yunqing. Yunqing nodded. "Let them help." Bai Jingning smiled and stepped aside. "General Qin Su will trouble you then." Yunqing added, "Keep the beast blood separate." It was an abrupt instruction, but Jing Song knew what she intended to do. Jing Song felled a few trees, hollowed them out into buckets to hold the blood. What could Li Si do? Follow orders, of course. They were getting the better end of the deal with both the formation and the food. It was only fair to put in more effort. Soon the beasts were fully butchered. 2 large campfires were built on the ground. The team members lit the fires and threaded the meat onto skewers. Jing Song also skewered his chosen cuts, then wandered nearby to gather some common seasonings, ground them up, and sprinkled them over the meat. "What did you put on it?" Li Si leaned in. "Seasoning." Jing Song calculated the time and flipped the skewers when they were nearly done. Sizzling. Fat dripped into the fire. An exotic fragrance rose from the roasted meat. Lisi looked skeptical. Are you sure it's seasoning? It won't upset our stomachs, will it? He truly didn't trust his cousin. After all, how could someone who didn't even know about the starnet possibly understand seasonings? But the aroma was too tempting. Lisi swallowed lightly. Want some? Jing Song was unusually generous. After all, his cheap cousin had helped him a lot and taught him how to use the starnet. Lisi's expression changed as he refused. No thanks, keep them for yourself. I prefer the pure taste of roasted meat. He was still uneasy. Are you sure these aren't poisonous? Without a light brain or a detector, how could he know if those wild plants were toxic? If they were, there was no hospital or healing fluid nearby. No, you shouldn't eat them. Lisi reached out to grab the skewer. Jing Song switched the skewer from his right hand to his left, then sprinkled another handful of seasoning. The rich aroma grew even more enticing, carried by the breeze. The people around turned to look. Unfazed, Jing Song walked over to Qing with the roasted meat. Instructor Qing, I heard you're knowledgeable about medicine. Could you check if these plants are poisonous? Jing Song opened his hand to reveal several spiritual plants. Qing recognized them. They were ingredients she often used to make seasonings. In his other hand, the golden brown roasted meat gave off a bold, irresistible fragrance, even more pleasant than food made by a cooking robot. The scent invaded her nostrils. Qing took a breath and cast another glance at the skewer. It's not poisonous. It's usable. As soon as Qing finished speaking, Yunlang handed Lisi the spiritual plants wrapped in leaves. These are all the plants the dean found that can be used as seasonings. Share them among yourselves. They're all common seasoning plants. Lisi took a glance and compared them. They were quite similar to the plants his cousin had found. Oh, they really are. Lisi clicked his tongue in surprise and thanked Yunlang. He didn't trust what his cousin had brought out, but since Qing had presented them, he no longer doubted and happily accepted them. Seasonings certainly made dry roasted meat taste better. Lisi handed the plants to his team members, asking them to search nearby, as there weren't enough plants for everyone. When he turned around, he found his cousin still lingering over there. Instructor Qing really knows plants well. It's a huge help. Jing Song extended the skewers of meat forward. Thank you for your help, Instructor Qing. Please accept this roasted meat. By the campfire, silence suddenly fell. Mei Yu secretly tugged at Liao Yuan's clothes. What's normal about this? Nothing's normal. He's clearly a different person. Liao Yu only cast a meaningful glance at Mei Yu. Lisi gave an awkward laugh and patted Jing Song on the shoulder. Yeah, we're really grateful for your help. Without you, we'd only have dry roasted meat. My cousin's grilling skills are pretty good. Dean Qing, would you like to try some? No one knew how he grilled it, but the aroma was much richer than anyone else's. Even Mei Yu and Liao Yuan, who sold roasted meat in Qingxiu City, couldn't match it. Qing paused for 2 seconds, then took the skewer. You're welcome. I'll take the roasted meat. It was just roasted meat. She had saved the beast's life, though a few skewers of meat were nothing. Qing bit into the roasted meat, and the savory fragrance soared straight to her head. Not only was the grilling technique excellent, but the meat was also tender and smooth. Jing Song could clearly sense that Qing's gaze toward him had softened considerably. Objective achieved. Jing Song returned to his team with satisfaction. The people who had gone to find seasonings also returned. Thinking of his cousin's grilling skills, Lisi handed the ground plant powder to Jing Song. Cousin, your roasted meat smells great. Grill a few skewers for me. Don't you have hands? Jing Song looked puzzled. Jing Song ignored him and continued grilling. After finishing under Lisi's expectant gaze, he took a bite of the roasted meat and ate it all without leaving a single piece. Lisi, seriously, don't I deserve any? After finishing the roasted meat, Qing began preparing the materials for the herbal bath. She called Bai Jingning over and told them to make bathtubs. Bathtubs? Bai Jingning looked at the small river not far from the camp. Is Qing Jia planning to bathe? That made sense. Bathing in the river was inconvenient and not clean enough. Since there was no rush to travel now and conditions allowed a wash wouldn't hurt, Bai Jingning assured her, don't worry Qing Jia, I'll go right away. I could even build a bathroom if needed. It's for making bathtubs for yourselves. The place is full of spiritual plants and I plan to give you an herbal bath before the Heritage Hall opens. Qing shook her head and began sorting the spiritual plants. Bai Jingning rubbed his nose, gathered his team members, and before leaving came back to ask one more question. Then does General Qing's team need it too? Qing nodded. Go ask them. If they need it, have them prepare their own bathtubs. Got it. Bai Jingning set off again. Soon the two teams left together. Winter sunflower grass, Daijing root, Tussilago flower, Su, Duan, Xianling flower. Qing portioned out the spiritual plants for the herbal bath according to the dosage, then began to process the beast blood. She released the bloodthirsty vine. Qing set up a large iron pot. Chaogua. With a whoosh, the bloodthirsty vine picked out the chaogua and handed it to Qing. As if accustomed to this, Qing took it and tossed it into the pot. The white chaogua melted into a milky white liquid. Jiangxianghua, Tiandong, Dengxin Chao, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A slender red shadow darted among the spiritual plants, picking out the ones Qing named, acting as a thoughtful little assistant. In the iron pot, the deep blue medicinal liquid separated and solidified, eventually condensing into pills. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the pot. These were concentrated pills that stimulated the energy of the beast blood and removed its violent factors. They were easier to refine than elixirs and could be made in large quantities. One pot of liquid could solidify into 80 pills. Qing used all the materials and produced over 200 pills in total. The bloodthirsty vine climbed up from Qing's feet. Qing pulled out a pill and tossed it. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty vine shot out, caught the pill, and coiled around a tree to digest it. Qing also selected a tree, chopped it down, hollowed it out to make a small bathtub, poured in some beast blood, filled it halfway with water, and dropped a small pill inside. Sizzle! The moment the pill dropped, the mixture of beast blood and water began to boil. Meanwhile, the teams that had gone out returned carrying wood, and Qing was instantly surrounded by people. Teacher Qing, what is this? Bai Jingning crouched down and peered at the bottom of the wooden tub. There was no fire source, so how was the liquid in the tub boiling? Yunlang's face stiffened. The liquid in the tub was a deep purple with bubbles rising from the bottom and bursting, giving off a strong bloody smell. Yunlang recalled the dark green medicinal liquid from before. This wasn't meant for all of them to drink, was it? Yunlang silently took a step back, giving up his spot beside Qing. As soon as he moved, Meiyu squeezed in. Teacher Qing, what is this? The color looks quite nice. Deep purple. Qing was in a good mood. It's a medicinal liquid prepared for you. Meiyu's smile froze. What? Medicinal liquid? Her first reaction, like Yunlang's, was that this was a drinkable medicinal liquid, but soon she noticed that the container seemed to be a bathtub. Recalling that Bai Jingning had asked them to prepare bathtubs, Meiyu relaxed. It probably wasn't for drinking, but for external use. External use was fine. Meiyu's mood lightened, and she asked, Teacher, is this for soaking? What's its effect? She had never heard of Qing being skilled in alchemy. But this wasn't a potion, just a liquid for soaking, maybe a recipe to relieve fatigue and tiredness. It's for body tempering. Qing then began adding spiritual plants. One plant went in, instantly submerged in the deep purple liquid, and the liquid reacted, producing another color. A thick black spread from the edges, eventually replacing the deep purple. Qing added another spiritual plant. The liquid continued to change. It turned from black to deep blue, rose red, liver color, and finally to dark green. Meiyu's face changed colors too. Could this stuff really be used? And everyone else around Qing thought the same. This bath wasn't something they absolutely had to take. Who will go first? Qing prepared the body-tempering medicinal liquid, lifted her head, and glanced around, only to find no one dared to meet her gaze. Qing, what happened? The tree Qing had cut was not big. She cast her gaze to the side. Meiyu clutched her stomach. Oh no, I think I ate too much barbecue. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom. With that, she rushed into the woods with a pained expression. Qing turned her head again, and everyone she saw reflexively clutched their stomachs, their faces turning green. Qing was uncertain whether their complexion was reflected by the dark green body-tempering liquid or their own natural color. Jing Song kept a close watch on the situation. Just as he was about to speak, someone else got ahead of him. Let me, sister. Yunlang stepped forward with trembling lips. She had some experience after all, and besides, this wasn't an oral medicine. Her sister had worked so hard for so long, yet no one was willing to try. She must be feeling sad, right? Yunlang encouraged herself. It was just a bit smelly. The stuff was good anyway. Since everyone had to soak eventually, what difference did it make whether it was early or late? Jing Song. Lu Xuanfei hesitated for a long while. I'll do it. I'm very interested in this liquid. After speaking, he looked at Yunlang, only to meet a pair of eyes brimming with anger. Lu Xuanfei. Yunlang raised her head, pushed aside the person blocking her, and stood forward with a firm tone. I'll do it. Let's start now. She knew it. This gray rabbit was up to something. She had already stepped forward, yet this gray rabbit still wanted to compete with her. Yunlang felt threatened. Little wolf, come on. Yunqing comforted Lu Xuanfei. Don't rush either. You can soak later. Get the tub ready first. Everyone not in a hurry, really not in a hurry at all. Yunlang stood at the edge of the wooden tub. The dark green liquid emitted a foul, fishy smell, evoking distant memories. Holding her breath, Yunlang stepped in. Splash. Yunlang sat fully in the tub, the liquid just reaching her shoulders. The intense, fishy odor enveloped her body completely, leaving her mind blank with no escape. This smell was definitely more terrifying than the last liquid. Yunlang's face turned pale. Just then a faint, refreshing fragrance lingered at the tip of her nose, blocking the previous stench. Yunlang then noticed a small bone talisman hanging around her neck. The fragrance emanated from the bone talisman. Yunqing patted Little Wolf's head. It might hurt a bit later. The medicinal properties will penetrate into the body, expel impurities, and purify the bloodline. I can endure it, Yunlang said. She was not afraid of pain. I know Little Wolf is very strong. Yunqing couldn't change the smell of the liquid, so she had to work from other angles. This fragrant bone talisman was engraved with a blocking array that could keep the odor out. Soon the liquid took effect. Yunlang's complexion worsened, and she had no strength to speak. Yunlang was a mixed-blood gray wolf. Within her body, the gray wolf bloodline accounted for more than half, besides that there were also white wolf, elephant, and mink bloodlines. The liquid would purify the excess bloodlines. Yin Lang could also feel something being stripped away from her body, and her cultivation speed increased once again. The pain in her body gradually subsided, though later she no longer felt the tearing agony, only streams of warmth continuously washing through her meridians. Spiritual energy flowed along these warm currents circulating within her body. Her meridians expanded bit by bit. Boom. Her aura surged. Foundation establishment midstage. A wave of spiritual power radiated from the tub, and everyone stopped what they were doing to look over. Yunqing nodded. Adding so many spirit plants, it was normal to raise one minor realm. If the beast blood had been of a higher grade, it would not have been impossible to raise an entire major realm. Too bad there were no high-level exotic beasts in this secret realm. The team members standing nearby were frozen in place. Hadn't Yin Lang just broken through from ability level 10 to foundation establishment initial stage not long ago? How could she break through again in such a short time? Was it this strange green liquid? The crowd's gaze toward the green liquid gradually turned fervent. If this liquid really had this effect, what did a little stink matter? They were not the kind of beastmen who couldn't endure hardship. Teacher Yunqing, can I soak in this liquid? Mao Juping with a fluffy orange cat head blinked his eyes. I knew Teacher Yunqing makes only good things. I can't wait. Lu Xuanfei was silent. When Yunqing first asked, he had seen Mao Juping hiding up a tree. Now saying that, wasn't his face red? Mao Juping rubbed his hands, twitched his ears, his eyes sparkling. The yellow dog beast man also squeezed his dog head out. Me too, Teacher Yunqing, I'm your loyal fan. The team members all spoke up, each more eager than the last. Yunqing simply said, just prepare the tubs. Oh, whoa. Thank you, Teacher Yunqing. Teacher Yunqing, I love you. The team members scattered and began to make their own tubs. Meanwhile, the members of Jing Song's team knew that Yunqing had prepared liquid for them as well, and the smiles never left their faces. Dean Yunqing was truly reliable, more reliable than their captain. With so many people soaking in the medicinal bath, Yunqing did not do everything herself, instead she distributed the pills. The bloodthirsty vine helped with the spirit plant additions. The strong odors converged and drifted farther away. By the time the bath ended, everyone had raised one minor realm. Apart from the cultivation boost, the greatest benefit the liquid brought was the expansion of their meridians, making spiritual energy absorption more efficient and their cultivation speed faster. Jing Song's cultivation remained stable at foundation establishment peak. As long as the soul was not fused, his cultivation could not break through further. The others did not know this, and were still lamenting, wishing that General Qing Su had also broken through. They had yet to see what realms above foundation establishment were like. Having experienced the effects of the bath, the crowd was pleasantly surprised, and then thought of another question. Dean Yunqing was not only skilled in a raise, but also in making medicinal liquids. Able to raise one realm and change cultivation speed, this liquid's effect was almost identical to the marrow cleansing liquid in the contribution point shop. No, the effect of this liquid was even better than the marrow cleansing liquid. And as everyone knew, the marrow cleansing liquid was provided to the empire by the pharmacy owner. What did this mean? It meant Dean Yunqing's alchemy talent was even greater than the shop owner's. Truly worthy of Dean Yunqing. The shop owner was already the empire's greatest alchemy master. Unexpectedly, Teacher Yunqing was even better. Teacher Yunqing also knew arrays and could cultivate exotic plants. Meiyu propped her chin, staring dreamily at Yunqing's back. Oh no, my heart is out of control. I think I'm falling in love with her. Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan asked with a dark face. Is there a possibility that Teacher Yunqing is the shop owner herself? Meiyu. Countless details surfaced in her mind. Meiyu couldn't help but recall everything that had happened over the past year. The mysterious shopkeeper and Dean Yunqing had emerged at the same time. When Dean Yunqing revealed her identity as a mentor, the shopkeeper had also stepped forward to conduct a lottery using potions. After the Alchemy Association was reorganized, the shopkeeper released the formula for the marrow cleansing liquid. Yet to this day, the shopkeeper's true identity remained undiscovered. There were only a few master alchemists in the empire. If the shopkeeper were Yunqing, it would be easy to understand. However, Meiyu still found it hard to believe. A person's energy was limited. Yunqing was already a formation mentor, having reached the pinnacle of formation mastery. How could she possibly be the top-ranked alchemist? The alchemist who had refined the elixir. Meiyu looked up again. Yunqing's figure suddenly seemed to tower before her. Logic told her it was impossible, yet a voice in her heart kept reminding her that it was true. Meiyu secretly observed the formation class. Those who had been studying under Yunqing from the very beginning had spent the most time with her. Upon closer inspection, their faces indeed showed no great surprise. Don't overthink it. Liao Yuan reminded her. The Federation already has its eye on Dean Yunqing. If the shopkeeper really is her, there will be even more trouble. Formations had already brought Yunqing to the Federation's attention. Adding the identity of someone who could refine miraculous elixirs would not be good for her. I know. Meiyu suppressed her excitement. I'm just too shocked. It's terrifying. Does such a genius truly exist? Muttering to herself, Meiyu couldn't articulate what she meant. The effects of the medicinal bath were remarkably significant. Except for Jing Song, everyone had improved by at least one level. Yunqing's status soared infinitely, and even during rest, everyone thought only of getting closer to her. As the only human among a group of beastmen, Yunqing received the highest treatment. She could sit in the midst of a sea of fluffy creatures. This nightly contest was repeated every single evening. Sister Qing over here. I've padded this with the softest leaves. You can rest here tonight. Bai Jingning shook his fur, spread his wings, and pointed to a green bird's nest near the fire. The leaves on it were all carefully collected by him. Trust the nest-building talent of a bird. If he said it was soft, then it was soft. Dean Yunqing, why not come to our side? I'm big enough to block the wind. An elephant beast man waved his trunk. Bai Jingning let out in awe, and asked curiously, but you're so big and have no fur. What if you accidentally roll over and crush Sister Qing? The elephant beastman. Bai Jingning's tone was gentle, his expression innocent. Other beastmen picked up on the question he had raised. Exactly, Xiang Susu. You're huge, so you can block the wind anywhere for Dean Yunqing. But if you lie next to her, what if you accidentally hurt her while cultivating? The vice captain has a point. Xiang Susu is out. Captain, come to our side. That dog went out and didn't wash his feet. He stinks. We're cleaner. The yellow dog beast man who hadn't washed his feet. He stared in disbelief at his buddy Mao Juping. Weren't they friends? Stepping on him to flatter the captain. Cat, you're finished. Woof. The dog lunged, baring his teeth and grabbing the orange cat. After dodging, the cat executed a shoulder throw. The dog. Xiang Susu froze as well. Didn't everyone maintain a fixed posture while cultivating? Who rolls over while cultivating? With Mao Juping's betrayal, the team members started exposing each other. You only brush your teeth once every 2 days without a cleaning device. You just rinse off when you shower, don't scrub. There's dirt in your nails, your fur is tangled, and there's a piece of vegetable leaf stuck to your teeth. The situation spiraled out of control. Listening to the team members' one-upmanship, Yunqing felt the air grow thick with a cacophony of odors. Enough. Her voice, infused with spiritual energy, rang clearly in everyone's ears. The arguing stopped. Are you done? Yunqing rubbed her forehead helplessly. If you're done, start cultivating. 1 minute. Yes, Captain. The team members cheered and rushed to their chosen spots, ending the scuffle within a minute, then assumed their positions and began cultivating. The strongest few succeeded in securing spots beside Yunqing, closing their eyes with satisfaction. While the scene was lively, other beastmen looked on, unable to comprehend this behavior. Young beastmen, so reckless. The professors shook their heads. Listen to them, bringing up not bathing or brushing teeth. What's the benefit? It's understandable. If I could get closer to Dean Yunqing, I'd be overjoyed too. It has nothing to do with age, Professor. You don't understand. A young soldier in the team disagreed. For someone you truly admire, sitting next to her for just a few minutes can make you happy all day. He was a die-hard fan of Dean Yunqing. He had been a fan since she was still a formation mentor. Damn it, he hadn't secured a spot in the initial batch. Otherwise he'd be in that circle right now, wouldn't he? The soldier cast an envious glance, then forced himself to look away. If he kept looking, he'd cry. The professors exchanged glances. Was that even possible? The world of the young was truly beyond them. Jing Tsang nodded quietly. Indeed, when he first arrived in this unfamiliar world, just knowing that he was breathing the same air as her was enough to make him feel content. But desire was insatiable. Now he wanted more. What spots are they fighting over? When you cultivate, you close your eyes. You can't see anything. Li Si asked, Cousin, do you know why? Jing Tsang said nothing. Yunqing was surrounded by 100 people, and the giant beastmen blocked his view completely. Li Si. Fine, he was used to his cousin's 2 faces. Li Si stretched his arms, his bones cracking. What are you looking at? Dean Yunqing has set up the formation. Don't waste time. Everyone except the patrol start cultivating. Jing Tsang's tone was cold. Li Si clicked his tongue, then stood up to patrol the perimeter. After the team settled into cultivation, Jing Tsang quietly climbed a tree, his back against a branch. From above, he could see the only human in the encirclement. To her left was a gray wolf, to her right a peregrine falcon, and in front of her sat a rabbit. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Jing Tsang's eyes. Then he closed his eyes. Yunqing looked up, detecting no anomalies, and cast aside distracting thoughts to activate her cultivation technique. Her cultivation had remained at the peak of the nascent soul stage for nearly a year, and upon entering the secret realm, her realm began to show signs of looseness. As she cultivated, the surrounding free-floating spiritual energy, as if drawn by a guiding force, surged frantically into her body. From above, one could clearly see the spiritual energy in this area condensing into a tangible form, forming a swirling vortex of misty white qi. The beastmen cultivating in this region found their practice smoother than before. At that moment, the members of Qin Su's team finally understood why they had been vying for positions near Yunqing. The closer they were to her, the denser the pure qi became. Even without activating the cultivation technique, spiritual energy was burrowing into their bodies. How many times faster would their cultivation speed be? They had just been laughing at each other earlier. Unexpectedly, they themselves were the ones to be laughed at. The professor stood up in astonishment. So that's how it is? The air grew hazy, and the surrounding spiritual energy concentration increased further. The spirit gathering array absorbed the accumulated qi into its range, while distant qi also converged toward this spot. Quick! Seize the opportunity to cultivate, someone shouted. The entire team under Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, eagerly activating their cultivation techniques. Cultivation speed within the secret realm was already several times faster than outside, and now within the array efficiency was several times higher than outside the array. Following Dean Yunqing was the right path. Li Si, who was on patrol, thought. No way. Was he this unlucky? A shadow loomed over his head, and Li Si stepped aside. Jing Song's figure descended gracefully. I'll patrol, you go back and cultivate. After Jing Song spoke, Li Si was moved and shook his head in refusal. No need, I said I'd patrol. You go back and cultivate. Opportunities like this are rare. Stop babbling, you, I know what I'm doing. Jing Song impatiently pushed Li Si away. He was genuinely annoyed. With a soul deficiency, his cultivation could not advance. His body's spiritual energy was already saturated, and further cultivation was futile. Better to focus on training soul power instead. Li Si, however, felt he had been gravely mistaken. His cousin had given him such a wonderful opportunity. This was his warm-hearted, cold-faced kin. Li Si gazed at Jing Song's receding figure, his emotions a tangled mess. Yunqing cultivated for 3 days straight. Her body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, reducing visibility in the camp to 2 meters. Has Dean Yunqing still not stopped? Li Si asked. This was his umpteenth inquiry. Jing Song had responded a few times earlier, but now couldn't be bothered with him. He kept a close watch on Yunqing's condition, and soon noticed something unusual. The rate of spiritual energy convergence around them increased once more, and the concentration of qi in the air grew higher. Yet everyone's cultivation speed actually decreased, and those with weaker talent could no longer absorb any qi at all. What's happening? Those immersed in cultivation were startled awake, and found that the concentration of pure qi around them was significantly higher. Jing Song's expression changed. She was about to break through. The minor world had its own rules allowing breakthroughs, and thunder tribulations could descend normally. Everyone leave. Don't get near her. Boom. Dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. The crowd was startled. This was a tribulation. Without waiting for Jing Song's command, everyone simultaneously retreated at top speed from the tribulation's range. They had witnessed Yunlang's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, and were not too worried about Yunqing's advancement. After retreating a certain distance, they stopped. Observing someone else's tribulation process was beneficial for their own mental cultivation. Keep retreating, Jing Song ordered. The crowd was puzzled but obeyed. Further back. Keep retreating. Until Yunqing's figure was no longer visible, and the surrounding spiritual energy concentration returned to normal. Jing Song began assigning tasks. 30 people per team disperse and guard the perimeter. No one is allowed to enter the tribulation center during the process. The thunder tribulation of the divine transformation stage was not something ordinary people could withstand. Jing Song feared that someone might deliberately sabotage the tribulation, sacrificing one or a few lives to bring about Yunqing's death. Therefore, he doubled the guard radius. Without the dense fog obstructing their view, they could now clearly see the thunderclouds above. Mao Zuping exclaimed, such enormous thunderclouds. They were several times larger than the thunderclouds on the day of Yunlang's foundation establishment, and even the nearby sky was tinged with gray. What was Dean Yunqing's actual cultivation level? Yunlang, Lu Xuanfei, Xiang Susu. Bai Jingming rapidly recited several names. You each lead a team and guard the 4 directions. He himself led a team to guard another direction. Li Si also assigned teams and set out together. Only Jing Song remained behind. He extended his divine sense to the maximum range, and the withered branch in his hand trembled at his fingertips, emitting a sound akin to the hum of a sword. In the dense forest, the Dragon Kingdom team advancing in the wilderness was drawn by the thunder and looked up. Look, what's that? Someone is undergoing a tribulation. This intensity is off. Xiao Yi frowned. He knew these were thunder tribulation clouds, but their intensity was clearly not that of a foundation establishment tribulation. Could it be Marshal Xia? That's right, Marshal Xia had already broken through to the peak of foundation establishment before entering the inheritance hall. Damn. Xiao Yi waved his hand. Everyone form up. Get ready for battle. Fortunately, they were not far from the thunderclouds and could arrive before other nations. There were no lightning rods here. They must not allow anyone to disrupt the tribulation. Yun Zheng, upon seeing the thunderclouds, felt a sense of unease. Intuition told him these clouds were caused by his little niece. Outside, with energy conversion devices and lightning rods, even the strongest tribulation could be neutralized, but this was a secret realm. If even one person inadvertently entered, the tribulation would double. Yun Zheng clenched his fists and led his team to quicken their pace. He was not far from the thunderclouds, hoping he would make it in time. Elsewhere, Sichuan Neili narrowed her eyes, calculating the distance. Where there is abnormality, there must be a reason. 10 seconds to prepare, everyone accelerate. Yes. The team members tore off chunks of beast meat, gulped them down, wiped the blood from their mouths, and swiftly returned to formation. Sichuan Neili drank a mouthful of blood to replenish her body's salt, then tossed the beast carcass aside. Move out. At her command, the team advanced with a clear purpose toward the thunderclouds. The thunderclouds were vast and imposing. More than just this team saw them. All groups instinctively set out toward the location of the thunderclouds. The energy circulation route had been transmitted to the Federation a year ago. Now within the Federation, except for the Dragon Kingdom, which had obtained the foundation establishment technique from the Heavenly Tao system, the level cap of other nations remained at the 10th layer of Qi refining, also known as the 10th level of superpower. At this moment, they did not yet know the meaning behind these thunderclouds. Even Qing, who was undergoing tribulation transcendence, was stunned. She had just awakened from her meditative state when she realized the thunderclouds above her head had already gathered, and the tribulation lightning was about to strike at any moment. She had no experience advancing to the nascent soul stage, having expected to remain at the foundation establishment stage for a considerable time. Yet she ascended with such ease as if, like the previous breakthroughs, she encountered no bottleneck. Qing's eyes widened. Could it be that she was a genius? Something had changed since she made a deal with the Heavenly Tao, and her talent had subtly transformed. Snapping back to reality, Qing noted that her teammates were not within the range of her tribulation. Relief washed over her. She glanced at the complete set of tribulation crossing devices stored in her storage ring. They should still be intact, shouldn't they? Boom. Thunder exploded. Qing pulled out the formation disc and placed it beside her, then took out a small iron pot as a precaution, reserving the lightning rod as a last resort. Layer upon layer of formations were superimposed to ensure no one could intrude into the tribulation zone. The nascent soul stage was an entirely unfamiliar realm with no experience to guide her. From now on, she must focus solely on surviving the tribulation. Qing looked up, staring straight at the thunderclouds. Her blood was boiling. With her body tempered by merit, her physical condition was already superior to most. If she still failed to survive the nascent soul tribulation, then she could only say it was a worthy death. Meanwhile, the team guarding the outer perimeter encountered the first group. It's Morikawa and Neri from the Sakura Nation. Bai Jingning's spiritual sense detected their presence first. 10 minutes later, the Sakura Nation's signature earth-yellow uniforms appeared amidst the lush green jungle. Morikawa and Neri, with her bobbed hair, led the charge. Someone's ahead. Morikawa and Neri raised her hand, slowing the marching pace behind her. She stepped forward, her hands resting on the twin swords at her waist, her tone certain. You're the Imperial team. The Imperial team was easily recognizable. Mismatched hair colors, varied irises, and their half-beast state during combat. She had a list of important Imperial personnel and their dossiers. The moment their eyes met, she recognized the subtle leader of the group, Bai Jingning, a student of Yunzheng. If she remembered correctly, Bai Jingning and the special observation target Qing were on the same team. A quick scan revealed the numbers didn't add up. 30 people. Where were the remaining 70? And most crucially, where was Qing? Countless conjectures flashed through Morikawa and Neri's mind. She smiled nonchalantly. Mister. Why, there's an anomaly ahead. We intend to investigate. What are your plans? I'm sorry, miss. Morikawa, but there's a dangerous thunderstorm ahead. For your safety, please stop here. Bai Jingning wore an open expression. Just then, boom. A bolt of lightning laced with violet light struck straight down from the thunderclouds. Though far from the epicenter, the thunderclap seemed to explode right beside their ears. The thunderbolts seemed to corroborate his words. Morikawa and Neri didn't believe it. Ever since the toxic gas leak incident at the lab contaminated a star sector, the Sakura Nation had been shunned by the Empire. If there truly were danger ahead, the Imperials would have gladly stepped aside and urged them forward. No danger meant there was a benefit. They were stalling. Qing was definitely ahead. Is that so? What if I insist on going through? Morikawa and Neri's pupils constricted. She licked her lips and released a wave of pressure. This was her newly developed attack method, fusing spiritual energy into her psychic power and releasing it together, creating a mental assault with coercive force. This pressure could target specific individuals, instilling fear and stress in those with lower power levels, thereby incapacitating them. Human psychic power was inherently stronger than that of beastmen, and her own power level was far from low. After practicing the techniques passed down from above, she had broken through to the 10th level of psychic power. She was certain that few in the galaxy could surpass her. Without Qing, this team was merely an appetizer. She wondered if the situation in this secret realm would be broadcast like the first soul refining tower realm. She truly wanted to eliminate this entire group right here. After all, this was a rare opportunity. 100 against 30. She also spotted several key targets under observation from the formation class. Morikawa and Neri clenched her fists, blood trickling down. She used pain to suppress her bloodlust. Lifting a finger, she pointed behind Bai Jingning and smiled. Mister, why please step aside. Behind her, 100 soldiers in earth-yellow uniforms released their pressure, simultaneously converging into a crushing wave aimed at the opposite side. The smile on Morikawa and Neri's face widened. She could already envision the 30 people before her bleeding from their mouths and noses under the combined pressure of her team. Yet as the seconds ticked by, her smile faded. The 30-man team stood in a line, their expressions unchanged, their aura undiminished. I'm sorry, miss. Morikawa, for your safety, please do not enter the thunderstorm zone. Bai Jingning shrugged, completely unaffected. Morikawa was startled. You. Why aren't you affected? No, it wasn't just Bai Jingning. Even his teammates were immune. Bai Jingning felt the faint aura emanating from the group of Qi condensation novices and smiled without speaking. His teammates also maintained polite smiles. How could they dare to split into small teams to intercept if they didn't have the strength to back it up? Bai Jingming had broken through to Foundation Establishment 13 of his team, were at the 10th layer of Qi condensation, and even the weakest thanks to Yunqing's medicinal baths had reached the 8th layer of Qi condensation. The resources were unequal. While others marveled at the dense spiritual energy in the secret realm, they followed Dean Yunqing and bathed in 10 times that concentration. While others still had to run cultivation techniques, they didn't need to exert any effort. Spiritual energy naturally entered their bodies with every breath. And they had formations. Bai Jingming dared to claim that even if another team arrived, they could intercept them without pressure. On the opposing side, only Morikawa Neri was a 10th layer Qi condensation cultivator. The outcome was beyond doubt. Are you certain about this? Morikawa Neri's voice was low. Rest assured, Miss Morikawa, once the thunderstorm passes and the danger is gone, we will naturally step aside. Bai Jingming spoke with genuine sincerity. I'm only doing this for your own good. Morikawa Neri. She stared at Bai Jingming in astonishment. Have you no shame? For our own good. You clearly want to hog all the benefits. No more delays. Delay breeds change. Morikawa Neri raised her hand and brought it down sharply. Since you insist, then we have no choice but to fight. She drew the twin sword strapped to her legs, metallic energy swirling around the blades. With lightning speed, she thrust toward Bai Jingming. Combat erupted instantly. Among the Imperial team, the Beastmen's eyes blazed with barely contained excitement. They had just broken through, and now opponents had come to them for practice. Uncertain whether the mysterious Heavenly Tao broadcast room was active, the Beastmen let out a symbolic roar before attacking, proving they were forced to retaliate. Oh whoa, you Sakura bullies. Outnumbering us. Take this. The yellow dog Beastman's arm muscles bulged, his beastified claws slammed into the soldier, holding the bayonet. Smack. A crisp sound rang out. A delicate little plum blossom print appeared on the soldier's face. The yellow dog Beastman grew even more ecstatic. His punching power had risen a level and his speed was faster, easily dodging the soldier's attacks. The bayonet couldn't even graze a single hair of his. Such oppression. He howled again, then struck proactively, imprinting a symmetrical plum blossom on the soldier's other cheek. Mao Juping reverted to his beast form. In battle, his beast form was more advantageous. His small size made it easier to dodge and ambush, and his agility, speed, and flexibility were doubled. Everyone was howling, and Mao Juping also let out a howl. You're asking for trouble. Deliberately provoking. You actually want to violate the Galactic Convention and kill us. Sakura country, don't go too far. As he spoke, he leaped onto the neck of an enemy soldier. Using his body's flexibility and the forward momentum, he threw the soldier to the ground and slammed a fist down. Up. The soldier screamed. Clang. The bayonet dropped. In front of the petite orange cat, he was like a giant toy, his attacks always missing. Punch after punch. Mao Juping was practicing his attack techniques. A free sparring partner, why not use it? The entire field was filled with the cries of pain from the Sakura country soldiers, rising and falling in an unending stream. Sichuan Nali's eyes were bloodshot. She had been careless. The opponents could withstand the pressure not because of some formation, but because they themselves had the strength to resist it. These Imperial Beastmen. They really deserve to die. Ms. Sichuan, although you deliberately attacked with ill intentions, it's okay. We are all members of the Galactic Alliance. We'll forgive you this time, but I hope there won't be a next time. Bai Jingming blinked, his tone playful. But his attacks were exceptionally fierce, with no intention of holding back, as tongues of fire licked Sichuan's smooth short hair. A faint scent of roasted meat wafted in the air. Sichuan trembled with rage. Stop. But before the order to cease fighting could be given, Bai Jingming blocked it. Bam. A khaki-colored figure flew out of the battlefield in a parabolic arc. Bam. 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 One after another khaki figures flew backward. Not a single person remained standing among the 100-strong Sakura country team. Cease combat. Bai Jingming twisted his neck, his warm-up complete. Yes, Vice Captain. The Beastmen shouted in unison. I might have been a bit too heavy-handed. Bai Jingming looked surprised. We're still military academy students, and this is our first time fighting against regular Sakura country soldiers. I didn't expect the gap. Unspeakable. Sichuan Nali, who had just gotten up, heard Bai Jingming's words and felt a bitter taste rising in her throat. How dare he? Bai Jingming smiled apologetically at Sichuan Nali. There was no choice. Not knowing how many more teams would head to the Tribulation Transcendence area to avoid being surrounded, they had to incapacitate the Sakura country soldiers. A few days of rest would be enough. Soon the next team arrived. This time it was the Bar country team. What does your empire think it's doing? The secret realm belongs to the entire galaxy, not just your empire. You have no right to block me. Is this how your empire treats other nations? The team leader, after being blocked, pointed at Bai Jingming and cursed. Do you understand fair competition? Blocking us here means you're opposing the entire galaxy. Do you think you can stop everyone? After a few more grumbles, he led his team to the side. The Beastmen, who had been waiting patiently, were speechless. Captain, there are only 30 of them. Why don't we? The team member winked, suggestively reaching out to touch his own neck. Kill them. Are you blind? The captain turned his head in annoyance, whispering, Didn't you see that Sichuan didn't say anything? Wait a little longer. If Sakura country makes no move, then we'll. The beastmen pricked up their ears. Then they heard the arrogant bar country captain quietly instructing his men. We'll wait for the next country's team. In short, don't rush to the front, be smart. The beastmen. The louder they cursed, the more cowardly they became. However, Bai Jingning would not give them a chance. The tribulation was important, he dared not be overconfident. The more insignificant a person seemed, the easier they were to overlook and the more likely they were to cause trouble. His only concern was encountering the Dragon Country team. He was still wary of Dragon Country's boxing technique. Besides the boxing, their level of energy weapon manufacturing also led the entire galaxy. If he ran into a team led by Xiaobai, and Bai Jingning was not entirely confident he could stop them. In battle, any slight disturbance could trigger a chain reaction. Muttering a silent apology, Bai Jingning shot a glance at Mao Zuping. Ooh. Mao Zuping received the order and stealthily crept into the dense forest. The Sakura Country team was badly injured and could only sit and rest while the Bar Country team was at a distance clearing a camp to set up. Mao Zuping lay in the grass, his orange cat eyes observing the soldiers in the camp. Soon he found an opportunity. A soldier passed by carrying a piece of wood, and Mao Zuping flicked his tail, placing it under the soldier's feet. Meow! A scream rang out. The wood on the soldier's shoulder rolled off. He stared blankly downward, his foot unconsciously grinding. Mao Zuping. My tail. Just as Mao Zuping raised his paw, the beastman squad waiting nearby charged in. Ambush. Bai Jingning and his team jumped out of the forest. Seeing the Bar Country people bullying the Imperial Beastmen, the team members' eyes reddened with anger, and they naturally beat up the Bar Country people. The Bar Country team was incapacitated. Their own lost one cat's tail. As darkness fell, Bai Jingning led the formation squad to set up a mystic maze formation around the two teams. Once the tribulation lightning passed, he would remove the formation. For now, they would have to endure. All the teams that had gathered were blocked outside. There was only one realm of difference between Foundation establishment and Qi refining, but the actual combat power was worlds apart. With the aid of formation plates, no team could break through the blockade. Boom. Thunderclouds churned, and the tribulation lightning was nearing its end. To the west, Jing Tsang stood on a tree branch looking down at the Dragon Country team below. General Qin Su. Xiao Baiyan's light-colored eyes reflected Jing Tsang's figure. His gaze fell to the withered branch in Jing Tsang's hand, and his eyes flickered. On that ordinary withered branch, he saw a wisp of green airflow. You are. Jing Tsang tilted his head. Marshal Xia. Save us. The trees nearby were covered with people. Xiao Baiyan's arrival ignited their hope, and they shook their bodies desperately. Marshal Xia, the Empire has a conspiracy. They're blocking everyone. There must be a treasure under those thunderclouds. If you save me, Sakura Country will fully assist you in seizing the treasure. Marshal Xia. General Qin Su violated the Galactic Convention. Don't let him get away. Sybil, let us down first. Countless voices came from the forest. Xiao Baiyan did not respond. He certainly knew what those thunderclouds signified. Compared to the one undergoing tribulation, he was now more concerned with the person before him. This General Qin Su seemed even stronger than when he had seen him before. The Dragon Kingdom's contingent was not small. Xiao Yi encountered Xiao Baiyan on the way, and the two teams merged. Upon seeing that the interceptors were Imperial personnel, their suspicions were confirmed. The Empire had indeed held back a trump card. Not only did they possess energy circulation methods to awaken abilities, but they also had Foundation establishment techniques to break through level 10. Judging by the intensity of the lightning tribulation, this was definitely not a mere Foundation establishment tribulation. The two nations were allies, so Xiao Baiyan naturally would not force a confrontation with the Empire. The standoff stretched on. The people hanging from the trees grew impatient and began shouting loudly. Dragon Kingdom people, arrest all of them. Can you let us down? Hey, do you hear me? The translation software failed, and William shouted in broken Dragon Kingdom language. Mr. Xiao, the Empire hit us, arrest them. Arrest them. We are all Federation citizens. They are beasts. Beasts are not human. Arrest them all. Xiao Yang covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. They were beastmen, not beasts. He craned his neck toward the sound and saw countless people hanging from the lush trees, their different colors representing different nations. Red, white, gray, green, blue, earthy, yellow. Truly terrifying. It felt like watching a holographic horror film. Deep night mist, forest, people hanging from trees. Combined, it inexplicably instilled fear. Xiao Yang touched his arm, feeling a chill run through him. Are you heading ahead as well? Jing Tsang twirled a withered branch in his hand, and an invisible sword aura swept across the ground, leaving a deep trench in front of the Dragon Kingdom team. Fallen leaves stirred without wind, spinning and flying in all directions. Xiao Yang turned his gaze forward again and realized they were familiar faces. It was his grandnephew's biological father, General Qin Su. Could it be that the one undergoing tribulation ahead was his cousin? Or perhaps it was Corps Commander Yunzheng. Xiao Yang glanced at the back of his father's head and quietly retreated. With his father around, everything would be fine. Xiao Baiyan did not answer Jing Tsang's question, but instead asked, why did General Qin Su hang all of them up? The people on the trees fell silent, waiting to hear Qin Su's response. Their mouths were filthy. They hurt me. Bai Jingning and the others worried about the live broadcast of the situation in the secret realm, so they always insisted on a just cause before each attack. Jing Song did not care at all. He felt no prying eyes. Even if it were broadcast live, he would not mind. Wasn't finding an excuse easy. Excuses were everywhere. Xiao Bian was taken aback, his expression strange. What kind of excuse was that? Xiao Yi frowned, hurt. You. On one side were over 1,000 people hanging in trees pitifully calling for help. On the other was Qin Su unscathed and leisurely. Who was truly hurting whom? But he had said filthy mouths. One man indeed could not out-argue 1,000. Despite thinking that Xiao, he could not help but curse under his breath. What a lousy excuse. Jing Song expressionlessly raised his hand to cover his chest. It hurts. Fake. Too fake. The people on the trees cursed angrily. They had not even gotten close before Qin Su flipped them over with a withered branch. What pretentious Imperials. Pairs of eyes turned to Xiao Bian. With such a flimsy excuse, what were they waiting for? Attack. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Bian's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. I see. This is a matter between you all. It would be improper for us to interfere. Fortunately, no major incident occurred. The people on the trees. Their minds struggled to comprehend the meaning of those words, and they nearly cursed aloud. Personal dignity must not be trampled. For interstellar peace, we should lead by example and respect others. Since they offended you, an apology is only fitting. Of course, I trust General Qin Su has his limits. Having said that, Xiao Bian raised his hand. Reform the ranks. Set up camp here. The team dispersed in an orderly fashion, not crossing the trench, expressing their stance through action. Jing Song also lowered his hand and leaned back against the tree trunk. General Qin Su, perhaps we could have a talk. Xiao Bian extended an invitation, hoping to probe the Empire's current ability level. Based on his understanding of Qin Su, the other would agree. No need. Jing Song did not accept. Seeing that the other party did not intend to push through, he leaped into the tree and concealed himself among the branches. He was not foolish. He had no memories of Qin Su in his mind and knew little about the Federation. Better to speak less and avoid mistakes. Xiao Bian looked at Xiao Yi in astonishment. Xiao Yi. Don't look at him, he didn't understand either. They weren't close. Xiao Bian chuckled. Then let's wait until the thunderclouds dissipate. The tribulation had not yet passed. The other party's lack of mood was understandable. After all, to the Imperials, only they possessed foundation establishment techniques in the entire interstellar. The Dragon Kingdom team cleared the campsite and began to make a fire and roast meat. The team that had been hanging on the trees for 2 days. Hey, why aren't you fighting? The Imperials were skulking and blocking the way. There must be treasure behind. Good stuff. You have so many people, yet you're afraid of one man. A team member proficient in Dragon Kingdom language began to shout. Marshal Xiao Bian, didn't you hear? There's treasure behind. Rescue us, and we swear we won't compete with you. We've been hanging here for 2 days. If you don't go, the shameless Imperials will take the treasure. Better you Dragon Kingdom people have it than them. With such a deal, why aren't you accepting it? Seeing the Dragon Kingdom team remain unmoved, William said to the team member who knew Dragon Kingdom. Translate this for him, tell him to let me down, and after leaving the secret realm, I'll give him a space button's worth of clean chi crystals. The team member nodded and continued shouting. Marshal Xia, our General William has a proposal. If you let him down, he'll give you a massive amount of clean chi crystals after the secret realm ends. Then he emphasized a huge amount of clean chi crystals. Free. Xiao Yi turned to look at Xiao Bian. Xiao Bian acted as if he hadn't heard, adding firewood to the campfire. Rest well tonight. Lead a team to catch more spirit beasts and conserve energy. Understood. Xiao Yi stood up and led the team away. Jing Song noticed they were retreating, so he closed his eyes, letting his divine sense fall on the other intercepting teams. The Federation people who had anticipated a great battle. Their hopes were dashed. Damn Dragon Kingdom people. We hand you a treasure on a silver platter, and you ungratefully push it away. Stupid Dragon Kingdom people, a bunch of fools. Dogs hit Imperial beasts. Why don't you hang them up too? Foolish Dragon Kingdom people, do you have any idea what you're losing? It's the most precious trust of the Bang Kingdom. You don't deserve it. The curses grew louder. Xiao Yang, who understood all languages, was displeased. When the hunting party returned, Xiao Yang took a skewer of roasted meat and strolled under the tree where people were hanging. The aroma of roasted meat rose upward. Gulp, rumble. The sound of swallowing and stomach growling intermingled. So fragrant. Xiao Yang took a bite of the skewer. The slightly hot meat gave him a sense of security, and the aroma of the food dispelled the fear in his heart. Thinking of the loudest curses earlier, Xiao Yang switched languages and began to describe the taste of the roasted meat in detail. A night breeze blew. The aroma of roasted meat from the camp drifted over. Smelling the fragrance and listening to the food report, the hunger nearly drove people mad. Ah, so fragrant. Xiao Yang repeated the phrase in different languages. The team members on the trees. Are you crazy? So learning foreign languages does come in handy. Returning from beneath the tree, Xiao Yang's spirits soared. No matter how fiercely they cursed, weren't they still going hungry? Not bad, little brother. I heard everything. You've taken after our mother with such a strong learning ability. Shui Hung draped an arm over Xiao Yang's shoulder, lifting the skewer of meat to his lips. Here, the meat I grilled is all for you. Eat up, eat more. This frail little frame was so thin. Xiaoyong. Cui Hong, having finally found a chance to get close to his brother, certainly wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slip away. He noticed that his brother's attitude toward him seemed to have softened, and he no longer fainted in fear at the mere sight of him like before. Thank heavens. He could finally experience what it felt like to be an older brother. How many languages did you just speak? I could only identify 4, truly worthy of being my little brother. Cui Hong latched onto this topic, showering him with praise. Once we get out, I'm planning to learn several more languages too. They might come in handy. Xiaoyong. Speaking of languages, he was reminded of that little sweetheart who had deceived his feelings. The other party had only sought him out, this gullible fool, to learn the Longhua language for free. Xiao Yang's upturned lips fell, and his face became sullen. Cui Hong's hand froze. No way. Had he said something wrong again? The tall, sturdy man who could remain calm in the face of utter despair was now flustered beyond belief, even his snake tail emerging. Snake. Xiao Yang's eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he fainted. Cui Hong. What now? It seemed he had messed things up again. After eating, Xia Bian arranged the order for night watch duty and began to cultivate. The people hanging from the trees finally quieted down. They had finally understood no matter how much they shouted it was useless. They might as well conserve their strength. Those damn Digwa people wouldn't give them any food or water. Another day passed. Boom. Thunder resounded across the entire sky and earth. Jing Song turned around, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. With a push of his feet, he vanished from the treetop in the blink of an eye. It's over. Xiao Bian opened his eyes. Form up, move out. Before leaving, they lowered the people from the trees. After hanging for 3 days, the people from various nations, trembling with hunger, thought they had assumed they would be left hanging in the trees to die. The Longhua team released the captives, then formed up and marched forward. Those left behind looked up weakly, only to see the sky ahead bright and clear, the dark clouds dissipating and colorful clouds gathering from the edges toward the center. Their ears seemed to catch the faint melodious sound of music. Wei Lian's dry, cracked lips moved slightly. Damn it, this is the moment when the treasure appears. They must know. They knew it all along. He couldn't figure out when the Longhua and Digwa people had gotten tangled up together and how they were splitting the profits. Why weren't they fighting each other? The moment the dark clouds dispersed, the scattered team members, also as if by tacit agreement, packed up and prepared to return to camp. Time to go. Bai Jingning withdrew the maze confusion array and led the team away quietly. Inside the array, the people who had been trapped for 5 days had no idea what was happening. When they looked up at the sunset clouds on the horizon and realized they had finally found their way out of the labyrinthine dense forest one by one, they were moved to tears. Thank God for guiding us. We can finally escape this damned maze. What's going on? Magnetic field disturbance. Could it be that we've unknowingly left the area with a magnetic field disturbance? Huh. Wait, why are there teams from other countries here? They had been walking alone in the dense forest for 5 days, and in an instant the area was filled with teams from other nations. Counting them. Good heavens. 8 teams, 800 people. Why hadn't they seen any of them before? The Tribulation Transcendence Center was a mess, covered in charred traces everywhere. Cough, cough. Yunqing stood up, coughed twice, and spat out a puff of black qi. Impurities and filth had condensed into a black hard shell encasing Yunqing. As she stood up, the intact shell shattered, falling off in pieces, revealing fair skin beneath. Yunqing changed clothes, cast a dust-clearing art, and restored her body to cleanliness. Her cultivation base was now firmly at the divine transformation initial stage. Through this Tribulation Transcendence, Yunqing had also confirmed one thing: her cultivation talent had changed. Now she was even more confident about the inheritance hall. Instructor Yunqing. Jing Song stepped across the gray-black scorched earth, walking over step by step, a hint of smile in his azure eyes. He stopped before Yunqing, a heartfelt congratulations escaping his lips. Congratulations. Thank you. Yunqing smiled back. For Yunqing, the boost in her cultivation level was an unexpected delight. The thunder tribulation had come suddenly, but luckily the team members helped guard her. She was grateful for their kindness. This was the first time she had smiled at him so openly and unreservedly. Jing Song's heart trembled, and his voice softened even more. Instructor Yunqing, you. Dean Yunqing. Sister Qingqing. Oh, whoa, Dean, are you okay? Jing Song's voice was drowned under the wave of shouts as figures came running from afar. Wow, Dean Yunqing, you're glowing all over. Gozi covered his eyes with both hands. I can barely keep my eyes open. Mao Juping kicked the flattering Gozi aside, his 2 orange cat ears standing straight up on his head and twitching. Dean Yunqing, congratulations, congratulations. May you have good fortune every day. Thank you. Yunqing smiled and patted Mao Juping's head. Thank you all for your help. You're welcome. Sister Qingqing, you've grown even stronger. Yunqing was surrounded by beast men. Jing Song stood at the outer edge, his face cold, as if someone owed him 10 million star coins. Cousin, why don't you go and congratulate her? This is a rare good opportunity. Li Si gave Jing Song a push and whispered, go on. The range of this Tribulation Transcendence was too wide. If you hadn't warned us, it would have been a disaster. Haven't you figured out what to say? Think fast, think now. You need to be more proactive. It's driving me crazy. Jing Song. Annoying. Why did these beastmen have to come so quickly? Yunqing's breakthrough injected a powerful tonic into the team, and their effortless interception of other teams' accomplishments further bolstered the members' confidence. At least within this secret realm, the Empire held absolute superiority in both numbers and strength. Nor were all the teams they intercepted during the blockade from other countries. Imperial forces were also converging on the crossing point. Unlike the other nations, they understood that beneath those thunderclouds lay the Empire's tribulation crossers, and they needed to hurry to their aid. The Empire's teams were gradually assembling. Bai Jingming's team returned first, followed by Yun Lang's team, Lu Xuanfei's team. All the Imperial teams encountered during the blockade were consolidated together and returned alongside the interception squad, stirring up no small commotion in their movements. It really is Director Yunqing. I knew it. Director Yunqing is advancing. Director Yunqing has broken through. Director Yunqing, the strongest in the galaxy. Roar, roar, roar. Teacher Yunqing. The tribulation crosser was Yunqing, and they were not surprised. Yunqing's rank remained a mystery, yet everyone was certain she had far surpassed Yunzhang and seized the position of the Empire's #1 powerhouse. Countless beastmen poured out from the forest. Half-beasts and full beast forms mingled together. Yunqing spotted a little panda riding a white horse, a purple-furred marten dangling from a tiger's neck, a half-beast with a crocodile's head, and someone with a pair of black fluffy ears. Uncle. Meeting her uncle's deep dark gaze, Yunqing's shoulders slumped, and a wave of guilt surged within her. In an instant she snapped out of it. Wait, what exactly did she feel guilty about? She hadn't expected to unexpectedly break through to the divine transformation stage at this very moment, and in this very place. She hadn't deliberately courted danger. What was there to feel guilty about? With that thought, Yunqing straightened her shoulders, once more radiating unshakable justification. Having watched her entire transformation, Yunzhang's taut expression relaxed. He turned his head, pressing his right fist against his lips, nearly laughing from exasperation. You've made quite a commotion. Yunzhang stepped forward and placed a hand on Yunqing's shoulder. He was still somewhat shaken. The intensity of the lightning would double with every additional person entering the tribulation zone. What if something had gone wrong? Uncle's heart is fragile. He can't handle being startled. Be more careful next time. Safety comes first. Yunzhang's hand resting on his little niece's shoulder was still trembling faintly. He had been truly frightened. Technology within the secret realm had been destroyed, leaving the tribulation unprotected, and teams from other nations who knew nothing of the situation were causing trouble, and he was too far away to do anything about it. Yunzhang had kept his heart raised throughout the entire journey, only finally setting it at ease upon seeing his living, breathing little niece before him. I didn't expect to break through either. I thought it would take at least 10 more years. By the time I realized it was happening, it was already too late. Yunqing answered honestly. Fortunately, Admiral Qin Su and the team helped me, and I passed safely. She softened her tone, reached out, and tugged gently at Yunzhang's sleeve. I'll definitely pay more attention to safety next time. Yunqing mimicked Father Fox's gesture, perfectly replicating the fox-like blink. Gazing into those black fox-like eyes so identical to his own, Yunzhang found he couldn't stay angry. He covered Yunqing's head with his large hand and ruffled her hair fiercely before letting go. After all, this had been an accident. He only regretted that he hadn't been by his little niece's side when it happened. Foundation Establishment Tribulation Thunder is the kind of extraordinary phenomenon beyond the scope of science. Those who haven't experienced it cannot fathom the dangers involved. Just as people from other nations, upon seeing the anomalous tribulation clouds, would only think of treasure. You tell them there's danger ahead. They won't believe you. They'll only think you're planting false traps and raising false alarms, simply wishing to monopolize the benefits for yourself. Thankfully, Yunzhang cast a glance toward Qin Su outside the circle, his opinion of him having improved considerably, his gaze softening. Jing Song. Was he supposed to smile or something? Just as his lips began to rise, Yunzhang turned his head back around. Jing Song. His face fell again. Drip, drip. Raindrops fell from the sky, striking the ground, and the scorched soil began to revive. Experienced beastmen joyfully welcomed the baptism of spiritual rain. Smaller beast forms reverted to human forms, while larger ones remained in beast form, all to maximize their exposure to the rain and absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. A verdant green spread from beneath their feet, covering the scorched earth. Beastmen of all shapes and forms tilted their heads back, opened their mouths, and let the rain flow freely inside. It was at this moment that the Dragon Kingdom's team appeared. Xiao Yang stretched his neck, but before he could find his cousin, a massive black and white patterned python coiled itself around the perimeter of the crowd. In an instant, Xiao Yang's face turned ghostly pale. Then a cold hand covered his eyes, sending shivers through him. Don't look. Cui Heng stepped forward, his tall frame completely blocking Xiao Yang's line of sight. He truly was a considerate older brother. Xiao Yang. The image of the giant snake lingered in his mind, its icy touch making his scalp tingle, especially since that coldness came from his very own snake brother. Xiao Yang's vision went dark, his sense of security plummeting to rock bottom. Thank you. Now he was even more terrified. Xiao Bian stood where he was, and the Imperial team before him reminded him of the animal documentaries he'd seen in historical archives. While not entirely accurate, There were also half-beasts among them. Perhaps one should say, harmony between humanity and nature. Wearing a thoroughly earnest expression, Xiaobain's mind automatically kicked on a rhythmic electronic soundtrack. Lions thundered across the savannah, migratory birds took flight, zebras quenched at the river, and hyenas hunted in coordinated packs. A deep, resonant narrator's voice echoed. Spring has arrived and all things revive. Biting his tongue, Xiaobain focused his mind and dispelled the untimely imagery from his thoughts. Every time he encountered an imperial team, he couldn't help but think of the documentaries he'd watched. How presumptuous. People from other nations say there's treasure here. Xiaobain stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Yun Zheng, who sported black fox ears atop his head. Commandant Yun Zheng, have you discovered anything? The Beastman team turned their heads, their multicolored eyes fixating on him intently. Some beastmen bared their teeth, revealing fangs that gleamed with a chilling light, full of wild ferocity. Upon spotting the Dragon Kingdom emblem, however, they promptly retracted their fangs. Oh, it's old friends. Licking the raindrops from the corners of their lips, the beastmen returned to their previous state, continuing to tilt their heads and open their mouths to catch the spiritual rain. Yun Zheng's ears twitched. He looked up at the sky and asked in mild confusion, "Treasure? Do you mean this rain, Marshal Xia?" Saying such things with his eyes wide open. Xiaobain extended his hand, and the spiritual raindrops fell into his palm, dissolving into spiritual energy absorbed into his body. He knew perfectly well the source of this spiritual rain. After all, without technological means, one's cultivation aura could not be concealed. Yun Zheng perceived that Xiaobain's cultivation level was at the foundation establishment stage, while Xiaobain equally sensed that Yun Zheng's cultivation was no less than his own. The two exchanged smiles and reached a mutual understanding. Nothing unusual, no treasure. Only this abrupt, sudden rain. Spiritual rain is a gift and reward from the rules, also a downpour of rain imbued with vitality and dense spiritual energy, meant to compensate for the spiritual energy deficit in this area caused by the tribulation transcender. Agreement was reached with Yun Zheng on the matter of the treasure. Xiaobain led his team to openly bask in the spiritual rain, this so-called treasure. The Empire did not stop them either. Each team occupied a separate area, sitting in meditation and practicing their cultivation techniques. The spiritual energy that Yun Qing had attracted earlier had not yet dissipated. As they absorbed it, the mist gradually thinned, eventually returning to normal spiritual energy concentration. Auras rose one after another, each advancing a minor realm. Yin Lang's beast form was not much different from her human form. She did not revert to her beast form, but instead sat cross-legged beside Yun Qing. Having undergone a medicinal bath, her body absorbed spiritual energy much faster, breaking through from ability level 9 all the way to foundation establishment. Now her cultivation had further risen to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Stabilizing her cultivation, Yun Lang opened her eyes. All of this was brought about by Sister Yun Qing. She swore in her heart that she would never betray Sister Yun Qing. She had not become a qualified child-rearing teacher, but she wished to be an excellent guardian, a small satellite orbiting a star. When the teams from other countries passed through the dense forest, they also discovered the peculiarity of this spiritual rain. William leaned on his longsword and walked out of the forest step by step. Dark circles hung under his eyes. Hunger rendered him unable to think, and he could only rely on sheer willpower to drag his body toward the location draped in colorful clouds. When Yun Qing underwent tribulation, lightning reduced the forest within a radius of 1 li to black ash. As the spiritual rain fell, the pitted ground was once again covered by newly sprouted plants, looking at a glance like a lush grassland. Oh my God! A grassland in the middle of the dense forest. Incredible! William opened his mouth wide, and a drop of rain slid down the bridge of his nose, falling from the tip into his mouth. The cool rain carried a hint of sweetness. The hunger that had tormented him for so long vanished, and he regained his vitality. William loosened his grip, letting his weapon fall to the ground while he raised his hands above his head, opened his mouth wide, and walked forward step by step. This is a gift from God. Oh, my God. I can feel it. I am becoming stronger, incredible. It is holy water. This must be the holy water bestowed by God. He clearly had not activated any energy circulation route, yet energy was accumulating in his body. It must be the work of the holy water. Only holy water could infuse power into the body in such an effortless manner. William's eyes cleared. At this moment, he finally noticed the Dragon Kingdom team sitting cross-legged on the grassland, as well as the Empire's beastmen who had reverted to their beast forms and were using their size advantage to plunder the precious holy water. Without time to think, William turned and roared, "Forward! All soldiers! Get over here! Haven't you eaten enough? Hurry up!" The Eagle Kingdom soldiers. They had been starving for days. What did he expect? The soldiers tried to speed up, but their legs felt as heavy as lead. Having been beaten by Jingtsong, their whole bodies ached, and after 5 consecutive days of hunger, it was already a feat for them to stand steady. William opened his mouth to catch a few mouthfuls of rain, and his depleted stamina gradually recovered. He picked up his long sword and rushed back into the forest, his voice resounding with strength. "Pull yourselves together and charge forward. Do you see up ahead? That is holy water. Precious holy water. While speaking, William kicked the soldiers forward with his feet. Lift your legs and run with all your might, do you hear me? Whether it was an illusion or not, after drinking the holy water, he felt his body brimming with strength. His depleted ability energy was fully restored, and his fatigue vanished completely. The effect was immediate. Even the most top-notch pharmaceutical company back home could not produce such an effective potion. The kicked soldier stumbled, sprinted a few steps, and fell outside the forest. Drip! The rain fell on his body. His limp limbs seemed to be able to move again. Holy water! It was true. Holy water! He had thought his commander had lost his mind, but it turned out to be true. This rain could dispel evil and heal. It must be water blessed by God. The Eagle Kingdom soldiers lay prostrate on the ground, smiling with their mouths wide open. A very bizarre scene. Jing Tsong, who had transformed back into a white tiger, flicked his tail. He could not understand the Eagle Kingdom language, but he could still sense their excitement from their body language. It was merely rain imbued with spiritual energy and healing effects. Why get so excited? Treasure! A hoarse voice rang out. The Bang Kingdom army, which had fallen behind, finally arrived. They took one look and knew the rain was a good thing. Without wasting time, they directly imitated the Eagle Kingdom team and rushed into the grassland to soak in the rain. The rain fell on their bodies. The stagnant ability energy finally began to accumulate again. Absorbing energy was as simple as drinking water. Kim Jae-woo trembled all over, thinking of the ancient texts treasured at home. This situation was exactly as recorded in those texts. This was spiritual energy infusion. The ancestors were right. It's true. Kim Jae-woo waved his arms in the rain, shouting excitedly. Our ancestors' ancient texts have such records. This secret realm. This inheritance hall. It must be the treasure left to us by our ancestors. Oh! The Bang Kingdom soldiers ran and cheered in the rain. No matter what it was, they first branded it with their own mark and made their presence known, which would benefit them when resources were allocated later. If you want to open a window, first you must tear off the roof. Jing Tsong couldn't understand. So noisy. Puff, puff, puff. Xiao Yang struggled to hold back his laughter. How lonely it was to understand all languages. His joy had no one to share it with. They had all immigrated from another star region. The ancestors of the Bang Kingdom could actually perform spatial teleportation and leave a treasure here. Truly amazing. Focus. The caring big brother Chui Hung always kept an eye on his younger brother. Seize the time to comprehend. Xiao Yang's laughter got stuck in his throat, and he obediently sat down, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his cultivation technique. He suspected that his old father had sent his big brother to his side just to scare him. Xiao Yang was truly miserable. Morikawa and Neri stood quietly in the rain, casting a contemptuous glance at the Bang Kingdom team, sneering at their claims. What ancestors? Their Sakura Kingdom Intelligence Department had long verified it. Through information comparison, over half of the existing ancient texts in the Bang Kingdom were actually web novels that were popular in the Dragon Kingdom before they wandered the stars. Another small portion consisted of Dragon Kingdom's antique-style personal autobiographies and fictional folk tales. Genuine ancient texts were extremely rare. And among these rare texts, how many truly belonged to them remained unknown. Morikawa and Neri pondered for a moment and walked over to the Dragon Kingdom team. Marshal Xia. She scanned the Dragon Kingdom team, finding no abnormalities or signs of battle. Could it be that there really were no other treasures here? No, she is more inclined to believe that the Empire took the treasure first. Sichuan Neli chuckled lightly. You must have seen the previous anomaly. Do you really believe the only treasure here is the rain? They entered with their own missions, all to grab resources. The effect of this rain is so remarkable. In the face of sufficient benefits, she doesn't believe anyone would remain unmoved. Xia Baiyan pondered, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Miss Sichuan, what do you mean? Sichuan's lips curled slightly, her gaze sweeping across Xia Baiyan's waist. I have no other intention. I just feel indignant on your behalf. The reason the Empire's medical technology is advanced is that they occupied this star region earlier than us and have a better understanding of plant habits. But that was 300 years ago. The Dragon Kingdom ranks first in weapon strength and has a considerable number of people, but is fully capable of contending with the Empire. Then when both sides suffer losses, it would be the perfect opportunity for them to exploit the weakness. Sichuan Neli stopped there and shifted the topic to the long spear hanging at Xia Baiyan's waist. This must be the new superpower weapon your country has developed, right? It looks extraordinary. I wonder if our Sakura Kingdom has the opportunity to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. Xia Baiyan tapped his fingers lightly on the spear's shaft, not taking the bait. Sorry, this is not my area of responsibility. If there is a need, you can go through the relevant departments and follow the procedures. They chatted for a while longer. Sichuan Neli didn't get any useful information. The Dragon Kingdom's people had also arrived not long ago, indicating that before they came, only the Empire's people were here. They had been guarding this grassland for several days. Who would believe there's no trickery? But I don't understand why the Dragon Kingdom's people turned a blind eye. Could it be that the two countries have secretly reached an agreement to split the benefits equally? Sichuan Neli's face darkened. If she could persuade the Dragon Kingdom, she would still have a chance to force the Empire to give an explanation. However, now that the teams are gathered together, it won't be so easy to avoid everyone's eyes and monopolize the good stuff. The spiritual rain from the tribulation transcendence fell for an entire day. Most people advanced one minor realm under the infusion of spiritual energy. The entire grassland was packed with people, each face beaming with joy, exclaiming at the miraculous. This was the first benefit they gained upon entering the Inheritance Hall's secret realm. Another benefit was that, guided by the thundercloud, the scattered teams finally gathered together again. The various countries took this grassland as their base camp and sent out squads to scout. Qing also had by Jingning lead a team to set out, guiding everyone to discover the barrier. The vanguard team almost ran back. A miracle. Oh my god, this must be a miracle. The Inheritance Hall. We've reached the Inheritance Hall. Such a huge mountain. A giant mountain floating in the sky. There's a waterfall at the base. You can't even imagine the scene. The returning team members gesticulated frantically, unable to speak coherently. They had never seen such a miraculous structure. It was simply beyond human capability. The Empire's team also pretended as if they were seeing the Inheritance Hall for the first time, running back to their team with excited faces, and no one noticed anything amiss. Did you really see the Inheritance Hall? Jin Ziyu grabbed the returning messenger, nearly choking him. The team member, face flushed red, shouted excitedly. Yes, yes, Captain. The Inheritance Hall, which looked far away, suddenly appeared close to me with a pop sound. I thought I was dreaming. The Inheritance Hall suddenly appeared before me. A miracle. A miracle. Jin Ziyu let go and grabbed another member of the vanguard team. You say, did you really see the Inheritance Hall? The team member couldn't speak, just nodded repeatedly. Jin Ziyu looked up. The Inheritance Hall still stood in the distance. According to the vanguard's speed, the place they explored shouldn't be too far from here. Is it possible? Could the Inheritance Hall be moving? He then looked at the vanguard teams from other countries. The excitement and surprise on their faces were not fake. Let's go, take me to see it. Jin Ziyu waved his hand. Everyone assemble. Move out. Upon learning from the vanguard that the Inheritance Hall was right before them, people from various countries exchanged glances and decided to send more people to investigate. The Bang Kingdom's team, being small in number, set off before everyone else. We'll go first. Jin Ziyu laughed heartily and rushed forward. Inheritance Hall, here I come. Jin Ziyu took the entire Bang Kingdom team. Seeing this, the other countries thought, do we still need to investigate further? What do you think? Yunzheng asked Yunqing for her opinion. He felt that his little niece might know something. The captain of the Empire's scouting vanguard team was Bai Jingning. Although he also appeared very surprised, Yunzheng was after all Bai Jingning's teacher. Yunzheng believed he could tell whether Bai Jingning was faking it or genuinely surprised. Going back and forth is too troublesome. Let's just go directly. The Inheritance Hall is the final destination, or whether it's dangerous or not, we have to go there. After Yunqing finished, Jing Song was the first to agree. The team ahead can serve as scouts. As soon as he said that, he noticed Yunqing's gaze on him had changed. Jing Song, did he say something wrong? Yunqing coughed lightly. The Bang Kingdom team has already set off ahead. Oh, let's follow them. She just hadn't expected General Qin Su to say such a thing. The Bang Kingdom team could certainly be used as scouts, but such thoughts should be kept in mind, not spoken aloud. Yunzheng gave Qin Su a meaningful look and issued the order. Let's go. In case the Bang Kingdom team encounters danger, we can still help them. The Empire's team set off. The Dragon Kingdom followed closely. Seeing this, the other countries also followed suit. Strange, where are the Bang Kingdom people? Running so fast. Xiaoyang stood on tiptoe and craned his neck to look ahead. Not a trace could be seen, but seemed they were really in a hurry. Xiaoyang walked at the front of the Dragon Kingdom team. The disappearance of the heavenly Tao system seemed to have taken away his bad luck. In fact, now his luck was even better than most people's. This was probably the turning point after extreme adversity. As Xiaoyang finished speaking, a figure in the Empire's team not far ahead stiffened. Feng Chang's ears twitched. This familiar voice, he feared he would never forget it for a lifetime. After all, just one mistake had cost him 30,000 star coins. TSK. Would he be recognized? Feng Chang hesitated for a moment, then fully beastified his head. A black and white cow cat head was perched on his neck. Feng Chang was satisfied. Now, let's see how he would be recognized. When communicating on the star net, not only were the voice and appearance fake, but even the beast form in the avatar was false. This former Dragon Kingdom language teacher did not know he was a cow cat. Safe. Feng Chang puffed out his chest and turned to look at the Dragon Kingdom's team. He spotted Xiao Yang and the team almost immediately. Among a group of bronze-skinned muscular soldiers stood a little dwarf, so white that he glowed. It was truly eye-catching. Huh. Xiao Yang also noticed this cow cat. Was it looking at him? Xiao Yang raised his hand and waved it in front of his chest. The calico cat widened its eyes, turned its head away as if startled. Xiao Yang couldn't quite understand what was happening, but he noticed this beast man was different from the others. They all maintained a half-beast form, while he alone did not. Still, the cat's head was rather round. Xiao Yang couldn't help stealing glances. It seemed familiar somehow, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At the edge of the barrier, Yunzheng passed through, and for a moment his ears were filled with silence. Then the sound of rushing water suddenly appeared beside him. The massive floating inheritance mountain occupied his entire field of vision. Yunzheng couldn't help but look up from the foot of the mountain, layer upon layer of inheritance palaces floating upon the mountain body, the summit hidden from view. Yun Zheng forgot to breathe. Such extraordinary architecture and methods were no wonder the scout who returned to report had been so excited he could barely speak coherently. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Wow. Really? It seems we've been teleported directly to the inheritance hall. Could this be some kind of spatial technology? The entire Empire team entered the barrier. The researchers in the team kept shuttling back and forth at the barrier's edge. How could it be so seamless? Could this be the spatial technology of a higher civilization? As expected of a higher civilization. Unable to study the barrier, they turned their attention to the inheritance mountain before them once again, exclaiming in admiration and praise. What a massive undertaking. I wonder what power system this building uses and what energy source sustains it. So magnificent. As expected of a higher civilization. I wonder how long this building has stood here. The waterfall's water source has not yet been exhausted. Even with all the resources of the Empire, we could never build such a floating giant mountain. Unimaginable. As the Dragon Kingdom team entered, another wave of exclamations erupted. Before the giant mountain, these 100,000 people were no more than a dense cluster of ants. Everyone's attention was fixed on the inheritance palace. Only Yunqing and Jingsang's team, who had entered once before, could maintain composure. But it was only relative calm. Even having seen it once, they could not help but be awestruck again by the spectacle before them. Sister, look over there. Yunlang gently tugged on Yunqing's hand. What? Yunqing turned her head, following Yunlang's gaze. A string of people hung from the rope connecting the two banks. Upon closer inspection, it was the Korean team that had set out earlier. Their black uniforms blended into the pitch-black abyss, making them difficult to spot. The roar of the waterfall drowned out their cries for help, and with everyone's attention seized by the colossal inheritance mountain upon entering the barrier, no one noticed the team on the rope. Help! Over here! Help! Kim Jae-woo gripped the rope with all his might, but it was too thin. He felt his hands would be cut through by the rope. Warm liquid dripped into his eyes, turning the world crimson. Kim Jae-woo panicked even more. Help! Look here! Damn it! They must be doing it on purpose, trying to eliminate formidable competitors, watching coldly, sending them to their deaths. Kim Jae-woo was filled with hatred. Among the 100,000 people, the Korean team made up 300. After losing 100 to dangers along the way, 200 remained. All 200 were hanging from a single rope. Mixed sobs rose in despair. I want to go home, I want to go back, let me go. Are we going to die? I don't want to die. Hey, people over there. Look here. Come save me. The rope cut into their palms, the smell of blood growing stronger, some barely holding on. Kim Jae-woo's emotions finally broke down, and he burst into curses. Damn Empire. Damn Dragon Kingdom. Damn you all. If I die, none of you will live, none of you will cross. Without the rope, none of you will get the inheritance. When Yunqing looked over, she saw Kim Jae-woo viciously biting the rope with his teeth, his lips torn, his face covered in blood. She hadn't heard what he said before, and seeing this she sighed. Truly tenacious. The other Korean team members noticed Yunqing's gaze and became excited. They knew Yunqing. They had hope of survival. Help! Help! Goddess of slaughter! Goddess! Save me! Please save me! I don't want to die. You saw me. You saw me. Some couldn't recall Yunqing's name, but remembered only the video of the Formation Massacre on Meteor Star that had topped the interstellar media, and the title given to her, Goddess of Slaughter. They called out over and over, the light in their eyes rekindling. Prepare to rescue. Yunqing called her team and walked to the rope. Jing Song's gaze followed, knowing what she intended, and he walked over as well. Spiritual energy could not be used ahead. The cruelest part was that the spiritual suppression field descended suddenly. Before the field descended, you could freely use spiritual energy, and just as you thought you could cross safely with it, the field would suddenly descend, leaving you unable to return or reach the other side. The Korean team had encountered this situation. Yunqing did not take out the bloodthirsty vine for sturdiness. The little green vine was better. The little green vine, just freed from confinement, had barely seen the light of day when one end was seized by that terrifying woman, then stretched out completely beyond its control. The green vine coiled around a person's waist and yanked hard. A figure flew up from the abyss, and the team members caught it. The shaken Korean soldier collapsed on the ground, covering his blood-stained face with his hands, sobbing loudly. I thought I was going to die. The commotion finally drew the attention of others. Seeing the Korean team's peril, everyone sprang into action. Yunqing continued pulling the next person. She worked quickly. One by one, she pulled the Korean team members back. Finally, it was Kim Jae-woo's turn. Yunqing was a little troubled. The previous ones were easy to save. Given the urgency, Yunqing had started with the most endangered. But Kim Jae-woo had both hands gripping the rope and his teeth clenched on it, clearly safer than the others. However, he seemed to have entered a self-absorbed state, unable to hear outside sounds. If she forced him back, she feared she might break his teeth. Captain, save our captain. The recovered Korean team members, seeing their captain still hanging on the rope, begged Yunqing for help. Huff, huff. Kim Jae-woo panted heavily, gritting his teeth harder, trying to bite through the rope. Crack. 2 teeth flew out of his mouth. Excruciating pain shot through his body. Kim Jae-woo's grip loosened, and his body plummeted straight down. Captain. Yunqing flicked her wrist, and the green vine extended, wrapping around Jin Zayu's waist. Heh. Jin Ziyu was pulled back. A streak of blood spurted from his mouth. It wasn't until someone rescued him that he sat on the ground, stunned, his sluggish mind finally grasping what had happened. He wasn't dead. He didn't have to die. Captain, great Captain, were saved. Earlier when Jin Ziyu was dangling from the rope, the team members had wailed, as if they had lost their own father, unable to feel joy even in their own salvation. It wasn't that they cared deeply for Jin Ziyu. It was his special status. He was the nephew of Park Chanyoung. If Jin Ziyu died in the secret realm, their own fates would be bleak upon return. Thank goodness. The faces of the Korean team members were filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. Mr. Jin, are you alright? Xiaobain asked. And me? Jin Ziyu was stunned. He didn't answer Xiaobain's question. Instead, he raised his right hand to touch his teeth, a neat row now missing a piece. No wonder his speech was slurred. With the threat of death gone, his senses returned, and the excruciating pain in his mouth worsened his mood, along with the sight of his hands. Blood and flesh were mangled, bones exposed through the skin. Damn it, that bitch. Jin Ziyu felt no gratitude toward Yun Qing, who had saved him. Instead, he was furious, because he realized he was the last to be rescued. If Yun Qing had saved him just a bit earlier, his teeth wouldn't have been shattered, and he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Why did you save me last? Their lives combined aren't worth as much as mine. I shouted for so long, and you deliberately ignored me. You wanted me dead, didn't you? Damn. Back in his home country, Jin Ziyu was always surrounded by flattery and had never endured such humiliation. As he stood up, everyone expected him to thank his savior. But the moment he opened his mouth, he shocked them all. Xiaobain was stunned. Is he crazy? Damn it, all of you are damned. This is deliberate murder. Yun Qing frowned, unable to understand. Jing Song couldn't understand either, but he could see the resentment in Jin Ziyu's eyes toward Yun Qing. What the hell? Blabbering on and on. What did you say? Xiao Yang couldn't take it anymore. He jumped out and pointed at Jin Ziyu's nose, cursing. If it weren't for my sister Qing saving you, you'd be dead. Did I say? Do you have any conscience? Is this how you treat your savior? Shameless bastard. Say it again, go on. Imperial dog beastman. Jin Ziyu was stunned by the barrage of Longwa language. Xiao Yang spoke so fast that he missed several words. His mouth agape. Jin Ziyu was speechless for a long time. Can't understand. Xiao Yang realized the problem and switched to Korean, continuing his tirade. Bastard, got it now. Shameless bastard. Open your eyes wide and see who saved you. I should have let you fall to your death. Still cursing? How dare you? Are you blaming my sister Qing for saving you? Then go die? Jump off this cliff right now. Curse. Go on, curse. Xiao Yang's Korean flowed fluently. At first, Jin Ziyu tried to curse back, but his missing teeth made his speech unclear, and he was soon left utterly defenseless against Xiao Yang's verbal assault. No one stopped him. Everyone was watching the spectacle. Even the Korean team members lay on the ground, pretending not to see. They had endured enough on this journey. If it hadn't been for Jin Ziyu's constant troubles, they wouldn't have lost nearly 100 team members. As long as no one died, they couldn't care less. He's cursing. Jing Song gleaned the key information from Xiao Yang's words and pulled Li Si aside to confirm. Li Si had long been disgusted by Jin Ziyu's attitude. If Xiao Yang hadn't stepped in, he would have rolled up his sleeves and thrown a punch. What a piece of trash. Saving someone and being wronged. Hearing his cousin's question, Li Si nodded. Yeah, this bastard's curses are filthy. Dog beastman. Why not say cat thing, snake thing, tiger thing? What did we dog beastmen ever do wrong? Jing Song said nothing. He stepped forward and kicked Jin Ziyu square in the chest. With a thud, Jin Ziyu was sent flying into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. No one caught him because Jing Song's kick was so fast they had no time to react. Everyone, why did he suddenly attack? Xiao Yang, where's the guy? Jin Ziyu. Damn tiger. If you want to die, then die. Jing Song curled his lips slightly. If he didn't need to maintain his persona, he would have. Jin Ziyu sat up ready to curse at Jing Song, but the oppressive aura radiating from him sent a chill down his spine, as if he were being stared down by a ferocious beast. This aura didn't resemble a soldier honed in the legions. It was more like a demon god who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Jin Ziyu shut his mouth, still defiant in his expression, but he dared not speak again. In his experience, such situations were always resolved with verbal sparring. Whoever cursed the loudest won. Didn't this damn beast man understand the rules? Jin Ziyu recalled that his uncle had once been publicly kicked by the Lion Emperor of the Empire. The Empire's people were all uncivilized beasts, unreasonable. He held back, but Jing Song wasn't about to let it go. He produced a vine, tied it around Jin Ziyu's wrist, dragged him to the edge of the abyss, and kicked him off. Aunt, save me. Damn Empire people, this is murder. I'll take you to the military court. Oh. Although he couldn't understand, Jing Song knew Jin Ziyu wasn't saying anything good. With a flick of his wrist, the man at the end of the vine was flung up again, then plummeted straight down. This series of actions stunned everyone. What the? Was the Empire's general of strategic policy always this violent? They had never heard of it before. The Korean team members were terrified, fearing the vine would snap and drop Jin Ziyu, but they dared not plead with Jing Song. Instead, they looked toward the British. William. The Longwa shorty cursed well. A blind bastard who only causes trouble. Considering the covert relations between the two countries, William stepped forward. Beautiful and kind lady, he has received his due punishment. Could your people pull him up so we can discuss how to cross this abyss? He tried to approach Yunqing, but failed. Yunlang, Bai Jingming, Lu Xuanfei, and others surrounded her, leaving no room for him to get close. William shrugged and turned his attention to Jing Tsong. Oh, honestly, you don't need to be so cautious. I come with a peaceful and friendly attitude. General of strategic policy, your actions seem reckless and don't contribute to interstellar peace. Don't you agree, Miss Yunqing? William smoothed his golden hair, his blue eyes both affectionate and gentle. He walked through the crowd smiling as he gazed at Yunqing. In handling interstellar issues, we should be friendly and magnanimous, not escalate a small matter into a big problem. Don't you agree, Miss Yunqing? William, like a peacock in full display, exuded his charm. Yet Yunqing, the target of his efforts, remained as blind as a bat, smiling without a word and offering no response. Yunqing. She couldn't understand what he was saying, so smiling was the right thing to do. Having had no need to learn foreign languages before, Yunqing decided that once this secret realm was over, she would go and supplement her knowledge. She smiled. Witnessing the change in Yunqing's expression, William felt a surge of pride and turned to Jing Tsong. General Qing, Su, please pull Mr. Jing back. Jing Tsong didn't understand, and he didn't need to care. Since Li Si hadn't interrupted him, it meant the problem was minor, and he didn't need to listen to others. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to kill someone in front of everyone. Jing Tsong leisurely swung the vine, flicking it upward. Jin Ziyuo. Ow. Ow. He flicked it downward. Jin Ziyuo. Ow. Ow. He swung it left and right, forming a complete circle. To William, Jing Tsong's actions were a blatant provocation, showing no regard for him at all. General Qin, Su, aren't you going too far? There's a saying in the Long Kingdom, one should be lenient when possible. We should unite and not be too strict. Pa, it's not you, he's scolding. Xiao Yang, still unsatisfied and not yet done cursing, saw William approaching again. He was a person who was protective of his own. After all, Qin Su was the biological father of his nephews, and the one being beaten was a bastard who had insulted his beloved cousin. He was not in the wrong. Xiao Yang rolled up his sleeves and walked up to William. Shouldn't he be beaten? If it weren't for my cousin, they would all be doomed this time. Not a single one would survive. My cousin saved their lives. He doesn't know gratitude and he's still cursing. Shouldn't he be beaten? William opened his mouth, his tone shocked. What did you say? Cousin. Xiao Yang stood on tiptoe, lifting his chin. I said he deserves to be beaten. On what grounds, and in what capacity are you speaking for him? At this moment, William completely disregarded the Bang Kingdom, Jin Ziyu, or any internal agreements. His mind was full of the word cousin that Xiao Yang had blurted out. My God, did he hear correctly? The other half of Yunqing's bloodline actually came from the Long Kingdom, that cunning nation. William's expression twisted, and he reached out to grab Xiao Yang's shoulder. Say it again, who did you say Yunqing is? She is. What are you doing? Xiao Yang shuddered in fright, thinking William was about to hit him, and quickly retreated, slipping like an eel into the beast folk's protective circle, hiding behind Yunqing. The beast folk who had been guarding empty space. Shorty really hard to guard against. Yunlang frowned, and looked at the Lu Xuanfei beside her. It was this guy who had just bumped into her shoulder, allowing the Long Kingdom person to slip through. Useless thing. Lu Xuanfei stood up awkwardly. He had thought Yunlang would go left, but who knew she would go right? This was probably a lack of coordination. As for Xiao Yang, who had luckily escaped into the encirclement, he once again stood on tiptoe to look at William outside. This man dared to lay hands on him. Xiao Yang grew even angrier and opened his mouth to mock. Easier said than done. When the Bang Kingdom people were about to be finished, you were still shouting, wow wow, to God, admiring the scenery of the Inheritance Hall, without a single person caring about the Bang Kingdom's life or death. Now where do you get the face to blame the ones who saved them? William said nothing. He looked at Xiao Yang, who was being accepted into the center and tightly protected by the Imperials, and only one thought occupied his mind. The Empire and the Long Kingdom were conspiring behind their backs. The Empire's rising star actually had the bloodline of the Long Kingdom. The Empire knew about this. The Long Kingdom also knew. They had joined forces, weaving a great lie that deceived everyone. The Bang Kingdom people were even more incredulous. What? Wasn't the other half of Yunqing's bloodline supposed to be theirs, the Bang Kingdom? All eyes focused on Yunqing and Xiao Yang. Silence spread through the crowd. Only Jin Ziyu's hoarse yell mixed with the roar of the waterfall became the sole background music. What? What's wrong? Xiao Yang shrank his neck, grabbing Yunqing's sleeve, his voice dropping considerably. Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Xia Baiyan chuckled softly, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, Xia Baiyan finally spoke. That's right, you're correct. As for those who disrupt interstellar peace, we cannot always yield and encourage their arrogance. Mr. Jin's attitude in this matter is indeed excessive. As for Yunqing's identity, Xia Baiyan did not explain, because this was the truth. Yunqing indeed had the bloodline of the Long Kingdom. Although it had not been acknowledged for some reasons, the relationship between the two countries was quietly drawing closer, and cooperation was deepening. Yunzheng finally spoke up at this moment. General Qin Su, I think Mr. Jin should now realize his mistake. Please pull him back. Jing Song reached out and yanked. A dark figure flew into the air and crashed into the dense forest. Captain, are you alright? The Bang Kingdom team members rushed over, extending their hands under Jin Ziyu's nose. Feeling a faint breath, the team member wept with joy. As long as he's not dead, that's fine. The farce was over. Xia Bian proposed. Everyone has seen the situation of the Bang Kingdom. Crossing to the opposite bank is not a simple matter. Let's gather together tomorrow to discuss. No one objected to Xia Bian's proposal. They also needed time to digest and change their strategies. The various nations found suitable positions to camp and rest. The main force of the Long Kingdom also left, but Xiao Yi and Cui Heng stood still in place. They were waiting for Qiao Yang. Of course, they were also looking at Yunqing. This was the first time the father and son had seen Yunqing. Cui Heng bared a mouthful of white teeth, arms crossed over his chest, grinning foolishly. Xiao Yi was much the same. He looked at Yunzheng, then at Yunqing, his brows furrowing and relaxing by turns. Cousin, you're really amazing. You have no idea how annoying that Jin Ziyu is. Now he's lost a row of teeth, speaks with a lisp, and will definitely dare not speak recklessly in the future. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. He then asked, Cousin, how are my nephews doing? Have they grown a bit? I wonder if the little clothes I sent fit them. Talking about the little cubs, Xiao Yang gesticulated excitedly. Although he had been deceived by a trickster cat, he had not lost his enthusiasm for cute fluffy creatures, let alone the soft and obedient little cubs. Although he was in the Long Kingdom, the little clothes he sent had never stopped. Yunqing, did the cheap cousin send things over? Why hadn't she received them? Yunqing looked at her uncle. Yunzheng turned around, pulled Xiao Yi aside, and started chatting. Yunqing. Xiao Yi, who was being dragged away, was utterly bewildered. He wasn't that close to Yunzheng, was he? Once they were far from the crowd, Yunzheng deliberated for a moment before speaking. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Due to certain reasons, all items coming from abroad are being intercepted. This situation should be familiar to you. Oh, Xiao Yi frowned, waiting for him to continue. Interception was interception, but why was Yunzheng telling him this? The next sentence left Xiao Yi stunned. During this time, the Empire also received the packages you sent, but they have been stored in the Empire's transit warehouse. Yunzheng spoke with a hint of guilt. But then he reasoned that he hadn't broken any rules. Yunqing's identity was sensitive. No unknown packages would be delivered directly to her. Unless clearly marked, these packages would remain in the warehouse. The intercepted packages, aside from the gifts sent by the Qiao family of Longhua, mostly consisted of items from Bonghua, Inghua, and other countries. Apart from some normal small gifts, there were also threatening letters and weapon models. There were also all sorts of offensive love letters, selfies, and personal clothing. The sheer volume made them difficult to manage, so the Empire gathered all these items together. After the danger period passed, they would ask if the recipient wanted to claim the packages. Upon hearing that the items were from strangers and vast in number, Yunqing naturally refused them all, never imagining that the Qiao family would have sent her anything. And Yunzheng, who knew about this, did not remind her. What? You mixed the packages we sent with other people's stuff? Xiao Yi was shocked. So none of the packages they had sent periodically had reached Yunqing. Yunzheng rubbed his fingers together. All overseas packages were mixed together unless specifically marked. But you didn't recognize her as family, did you? Without recognition, there was naturally no connection. The packages wouldn't be singled out for a green channel. Did they think sending a few small gifts could win over his little niece? What did they take his younger brother for? Feeling more confident, Yunzheng continued. At least your younger son came to see my niece, but that was only once. Your Qiao family wouldn't just send a child to acknowledge kinship, would you? Not a single person of any weight showed up. Oh, I almost forgot. Besides the child, there was also the current husband of Ms. Xiao. Yunzheng brushed some non-existent dust off his chest. When we first learned of my little niece's existence, our Yun family's patriarch personally went to bring her back. Xiao Yi was left speechless. On this point, they had indeed done less well than the Yun family. Xiao Yang had suddenly acquired the heavenly Dao system, and they were busy reorganizing internally and upgrading weapons. Plus, Xiao Shu refused to apologize and simply disappeared, forcing them to shelve the matter. Since they couldn't make Xiao Shu apologize, they dared not even call, only sending packages continuously. Who knew these things had never reached Yunqing? Others might not know our relationship, but you do, don't you? Xiao Yi stared at Yunzheng. You could have taken out the packages. They were gifts carefully chosen by us for Qingqing and the little one. This fox was dishonest. Yunzheng, under the gaze of the burly Xiao Yi, remained impassive. I haven't left Liuguang Star all year. Package handling isn't my responsibility. I only learned about it a few days ago when I came out of the lab. Otherwise, I would have definitely helped. Yunzheng looked righteous. I told you in advance because I didn't want you to misunderstand. Xiao Yi. Really? He didn't believe it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qiao Yang was still excitedly talking to Yunqing. Cousin, I wanted to find you yesterday, but there were so many guards around you. Do you remember me? I'm Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang. Of course, Yunqing remembered. The last time she saw Qiao Yang, his fortune was low, but now he seemed reborn, radiant with immense luck. Yunqing withdrew her probing gaze and smiled. We met last year, little cousin. Joy crept onto Qiao Yang's face, and he excitedly grabbed Yunqing's arm. It's me, cousin. Yesterday, he had deliberately walked past the Empire's team, but Yunqing showed no reaction, leaving him a little disappointed. Turns out she hadn't reacted not because she didn't recognize him. She must not have seen him. Since Yunqing had given no response all year, Qiaoyang thought she wanted nothing to do with them. Now that he had called out their relationship, he was nervous. But now all uncertainty vanished in Yunqing's smile. Cousin remembered him. She acknowledged him. She recognized him. Qiaoyang smiled, foolishly oblivious to how the surrounding beastmen's gazes had changed. Yunlang hung his head, his eyelids concealing his sharp eyes. He was staring at Qiaoyang's hands. Those hands. Was this kid still a child? Jingcong also disapproved, but he had no standing to criticize, so he simply turned away, ignoring the sight. During their conversation, people around Yunqing gathered curiously, eyeing the short fellow who called her cousin. He had just stood up to curse Kim Jae-woo, earning a lot of goodwill. Being Yunqing's own cousin, the team members easily accepted him. Qiaoyang was 19 this year and had grown to 173 centimeters, but he was still a shorty in the Empire's team. Longwa people liked fluffy, adorable beastmen, and beastmen likewise adored petite Longwa people. You're Yunqing's cousin, so you're our cousin too. Cousin, you really know how to curse. And you even speak such a niche language as Bangwa. Mei was astonished. Translation software allowed interstellar people to communicate without barriers, so learning a second language was often unnecessary. They studied Imperial language from childhood, and then Longwa. Longwa had more advanced weapons, and many students went there to study each year. Learning Longwa was for better integration and easier access to documents. Bangwa was too niche. No, it's nothing. Qiaoyang blushed at the praise. I've studied 18 languages. Bangwa is quite simple, you just haven't learned it. To him, Bangwa was like a dialect, easy to pick up. Whoa! Everyone gasped. 18. You're really impressive. Mei Yu's eyes seemed ready to pop out. She didn't think language learning was easy at all. Longwa alone had nearly cost her dear life, and she still hadn't mastered it. It was hard to imagine how Qiaoyang's little brain managed to learn 18 foreign languages. Had he been learning since birth? The other beastmen, recalling the Longwa proficiency test, nodded in agreement, looking at Qiaoyang with a hint of awe. He was a tough one. Not at all, hee. Qiaoyang, elated by the admiring gazes, switched to Imperial and chatted enthusiastically with the beastmen. Soon he was calling them brothers and arranging to eat barbecue together. When his father He came to fetch him, Qiaoyang waved him off impatiently. Dad, go ahead. I'll stay with cousin. Don't worry, you can go. Qiao Yi clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. How dare he address me like that? Let one day go unchecked, and he'll burn down the roof. You little brat. As Qiao Yi raised his palm-sized hand, he collided with Yunqing's crystal-clear gaze, pure and serene. His mind went blank with a buzz. Flustered, Qiao Yi veered his words mid-sentence. Got it. You're at your elder cousin's place. Don't cause trouble, and listen to her. Qiao Yi grinned, raising his palm to the back of his head and scratching it. With Qing here, I have nothing to worry about. He couldn't just strike out in front of his niece. What if she mistook him for a violent maniac? Qiao Yi forced his anger down, squeezing out a grin. Perhaps he seldom smiled, for his facial muscles still twitched. Yunqing. She had seen it. Yunqing glanced at the oblivious Qiaoyang without revealing anything. Of course. Not that I'm boasting, but Dad might not even stand a chance against my elder cousin. What danger could there possibly be? After finishing his remark with a grin, Qiaoyang's expression shifted to panic, and he clamped a hand over his mouth. The anticipated slap never fell. Only then did he realize. In front of his elder cousin, his father wouldn't dare strike him. A valuable ally. His elder cousin was his guarantee of safety. Qiaoyang clung to Yunqing's arm, once more grinning smugly. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be perfectly obedient. Qiao Yi's hands itched again. That little rascal truly deserved a beating. Yet with Yunqing present, he felt reassured about his youngest son's safety. Since the package had not yet been delivered, allowing his son more contact with Yunqing might prove beneficial. Perhaps through Qiaoyang's mouth, he could clarify the situation to Yunqing and dispel any misunderstandings. Then Qing, shouting, I'll leave this troublesome child in your care. You're his elder cousin. Spank him as you see fit. When he misbehaves, just don't kill him. Qiao Yi rubbed his palms together. After we leave, we should have a proper talk. Without a glance at Qiaoyang and forgetting Cui Heng entirely, he flushed and hurried to catch up with the Long Nation contingent. Cui Heng did not look back at Qiao Yi either. Though of Long Nation descent, he had inherited the serpent beastman lineage from his mother, a fully 8-meter sea serpent. Within the empire, Cui Heng was far more popular than Qiaoyang. As Qiao Yi departed, several furtive figures slipped away from the nearby dense forest. Yun Lang cast a glance in that direction. Sister. Them. Yunqing shook her head. It's fine. There is nothing to hide. Those individuals merely wished to confirm her relationship with the Qiao family, a fact that was already public knowledge. What could they possibly do after confirming it? Who? Qiaoyang turned his head, but the figures in the forest had already vanished. Who else would it be? Naturally, representatives from other nations. After saying this, Yun Lang shot the diminutive boy a disdainful glance. If he had not called her elder cousin, where would this trouble come from? She detested those who brought trouble to Yunqing. What a... Qiaoyang leapt up. Where? What are they sneaking around for? Perhaps attempting an ambush. Yun Lang. How foolish. Who would dare ambush here, and throw their life away. Since the main force had assembled, surveillance from other nations had increased, but they had chosen to disregard it. Meiyu glanced at Jing Song and asked, "The leader from Bang is so arrogant. Should we simply let this go?" Meiyu had rarely encountered such a person. It was Dean Yunqing who had saved him, yet he showed not an ounce of gratitude, not even a single thank you. He deserved to be cast out by General Qin Su. Even so, she felt uneasy. He had gotten off too lightly. General Qin Su had only threatened him, causing no actual harm. He even dared to curse Dean Yunqing. Lu Xuanfei nodded. Indeed, far too excessive. The others bore identical expressions of indignation, their visible anger palpable. They secretly debated challenging Kim Jae-woo after leaving the secret realm and uploading the combat footage to the external network, allowing the people of Bang to watch it repeatedly. Yunqing was not as furious as they imagined. "We rescued them. That is a fact. With so many witnesses, Bang cannot deny it." Yunqing reached out and patted Yunlang's head, soothing her emotions. "Without me, not a single one of those 200 would have survived, nor could they have entered the Heritage Hall. Bang will surely share a portion of the benefits obtained within the Heritage Hall, correct?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to her in astonishment. Could it be done this way? Is that not reasonable? Yunqing had not originally intended to press the matter. Rescuing people might be difficult for others, but for her, it was merely a trivial effort. Yet Kim Jae-woo's attitude had been truly despicable. That perfunctory thanks and apology meant little to Yunqing. If reasoning proved futile, she would make them suffer losses. When it is their own flesh being cut, they will surely feel the pain. She had performed a good deed. How could a hollow apology suffice to brush her off? Bai Jingning clapped and chuckled softly. "Exactly what you said, Qingqingjia. That's right. We saved so many lives." Everyone gathered together and laughed. "Precisely. We saved their lives. How could they offer nothing in return? There's no such free lunch." Judging by his atrocious attitude, he probably thinks we were the ones who pushed them down. Half isn't nearly enough. Given his attitude, he should receive barely a crumb. Exactly. If he dares refuse, we'll hang him up. Humph. We won't accept his apology now. We'll peel back a layer of his skin. Listening to her teammates, Yunqing also chuckled. At that moment, they resembled conspiring villains, their laughter carrying a sinister edge. However, she was not as optimistic as her team members. She seriously doubted whether the people of Bang truly possessed the strength to obtain the heritage. Nevertheless, it did not matter. If there was no heritage to claim, resources would serve as compensation instead. Yunqing also revealed a villainous smile. "Gagaga. He. Sixixi." The beastman's spirits surged. Sandwiched among them, Xiao Yang shrank his shoulders, his very heart trembling. Surrounded on all sides by towering beastmen, their low laughs filled him with fear. Help! Beastmen seemed rather different from his imagination. Did they all harbor so many schemes? The scouts who completed their reconnaissance missions returned to their homeland carrying the intelligence they had gathered. Legion Commander Yun Zheng and Dragon Kingdom Minister Qiao Yi met in private away from the crowds, seemingly plotting something significant. Qiao Yi's son Xiao Yang addressed Yunqing as his cousin and was accepted into the Beastman ranks, engaging in lively conversations with Yunqing's apprentices. Meanwhile, Qiao Yi's eldest son Cui Hung maintained overly close ties with the Serpent Beastmen. The reactions varied across nations, with none more furious than General William of the Eagle Kingdom. Their initial plan was to sow discord, isolate the Dragon Kingdom, and collude with the Empire. They would guarantee the Empire's top position in the interstellar order, while the Empire would help them surpass the Dragon Kingdom and seize control of the Federation. His target was none other than Yunqing. Now everything had gone up in flames. Damn Xiao Yi. That cunning, venomous Dragon Kingdom man, a traitor to the Federation. They all deserve to burn in hell. William suddenly understood. Xiao Yi's wife was an Imperial Serpent Beastman, and though her family was minor, that was precisely the brilliance of his scheme. The Cui family had indeed been a minor clan back then. But over the past year, they had risen from Blue Moon Star, swallowed most of the Lin family's assets, and vaulted into the position of the Empire's top nutrient fluid manufacturer, even venturing into energy plant cultivation. What was the Empire's most advanced field? Medicine and space technology. Was the Cui family trying to replace the Lin family and seize control of the Empire's lifeblood? William broke out in a cold sweat. Was the Cui family still small now? Weak? No. The Cui family was not weak, nor was the Yun family, and Yunqing was an extraordinary array genius who had burst onto the scene in the Empire. A single formation could rival an entire army. All of this was premeditated. William had to admire the Dragon Kingdom people. They planned one step ahead and saw 3 steps forward. They had laid this thread decades ago, initiating a secret plan that had only now been uncovered. No wonder the Empire had handed over the space wormhole technology to the Dragon Kingdom. Damn bastards. Was the Dragon Kingdom trying to sell out the Federation and go it alone with the Empire? Impressive indeed, but your conspiracy has been exposed. Once I leave this secret realm, I will reveal your sinister intentions to the entire interstellar community. William paced back and forth in a rage, finally slamming his fist into a nearby tree. Bang! Damn Xiao Yi, not a single honest bone in his body. No one in the Dragon Kingdom was good. Morikawa Neri was also reeling from the explosive news, her mind buzzing. Mixed blood individuals were common. Back when they tried to steal the Empire's wormhole technology, they had sent an entire team to live in the Empire, breeding hybrid offspring who would later infiltrate the upper echelons and help their country gain resources. With the threat of star beasts looming, the interstellar era had entered a period of peace, and mixed bloods became even more numerous. Who would have thought that Qing was actually a mixed blood of the Yun and Xiao families? This was completely different from ordinary mixed bloods. Is the intelligence division just a bunch of slackers? Morikawa, Neri muttered under her breath. Why did no one catch such vital information? Qing was connected to the Dragon Kingdom. All plans targeting her would have to be shelved and reorganized. And Qing was the centerpiece of their next phase of operations. Ruined. Morikawa and Neri wanted to curse out loud without caring about her image. This was a colossal joke. The intelligence division was a bunch of useless idiots, worthless trash. Below the intelligence chief's pale face still bore traces of bewilderment. He recalled that at the beginning of the year, the intelligence team stationed in the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly lost contact. When they dispatched new personnel to the Dragon Kingdom, they encountered numerous obstacles and could not establish a complete intelligence network. New weapons had emerged, and he assumed the Dragon Kingdom's internal purge was to keep the weapons secret. But now it seemed they were only trying to conceal the secret between Qing and the Dragon Kingdom's Qiao family. After all, weapon development was not something that could be completed overnight. The Dragon Kingdom must have been researching it in secret for years, and their security measures were already so tight that there was no need for another internal purge. So is that how it is? The intelligence chief murmured to himself. He finally understood the key point. This was indeed the fault of their intelligence division. They had concentrated all their efforts on the Empire, neglecting the Dragon Kingdom. From now on, keep a close watch on Qing and the Dragon Kingdom. Note down any abnormality. You'd better pray you can gather valuable intelligence in this secret realm. Morikawa Neri sneered. Otherwise your term as intelligence chief is over. Yes. The man lowered his head, his mind racing as he tried to sift through the existing intelligence for any breakthrough. If the Dragon Kingdom's recent large-scale actions were not to conceal the existence of the weapons, then why were they deliberately hiding their relationship? The Empires erased the Dragon Kingdom's new weapons. Was there a larger conspiracy behind this? What exactly were they trying to do? The intelligence chief turned and stared blankly toward the Empire's location. He realized that the Empire was not as simple as they had imagined, nor was the Dragon Kingdom as innocent. The Bear Kingdom people were surprised by Qing's background, but nothing more. Her nationality had little impact. Having Dragon Kingdom blood was easier for them to accept than having Stick Kingdom blood. The secret realm was more important. They accepted it, but Jin Ziyu could not. Thrown into the abyss by Jing Tsung, all the strength had drained from his body. He was completely limp, and his team had to drag him back by his limbs. Jing Tsung's actions had successfully drawn hatred. Jin Ziyu had long forgotten about Qing and spent the whole time cursing him. That violent, stupid tiger. Who does he think he is? How dare he do that? Disgusting savage beast man. One day I'll skin him and use his hide as a rug. I'll soak his bones in wine, cook his organs for a meal, and mount his head as a trophy. I'll scoop out his brain, rip out his. The team members wished they could sew his mouth shut. Just shut up already. You dare say it, but we dare not even listen. The vice captain carrying Jin Ziyu's shoulder noticed a stone ahead, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. As they reached the stone, he pretended to trip and let go. Jin Ziyu's head slammed into the rock. Bang. Up. Jin Ziyu, who had barely been able to speak, let out a roar, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and 2 more of his already loose teeth flew out. A flicker of regret passed through the vice captain's eyes. What a pity. Jin Ziyu touched the back of his head with trembling fingers. It was swollen. He shouted furiously, "You son of a bitch. Can't you watch where you're walking at?" Jin Ziyu glared at vice captain and Minjun. Sorry, my fault. I didn't look at the ground. Seeing this, one team member took all the blame upon himself, fearing that Jin Ziyu would vent his anger on the vice captain. Originally, the vice captain was the leader of this team, but his relatives were under the control of Park Chanrong, so he had no choice but to obey Jin Ziyu's orders. If something happened to the vice captain, they would have no hope left. "Captain Jin, you're bleeding a lot. Don't talk, save your strength." Another team member, in a panic, simply stuffed a handkerchief into Jin Ziyu's mouth. After doing so, he realized what he had done, but strangely, he felt an unusual calm and a surge of courage. Seeing Jin Ziyu unable to speak, he said calmly, "A cloth strip should stop the bleeding." "Sorry, Captain, you must take care of yourself. Don't let anything happen." Jin Ziyu. Let go. You little brat. Let go. Jin Ziyu's eyes bulged as if they would pop out of their sockets, his words muffled by the sweat-stinking towel. Yes, we understand. Don't worry, Captain. Take care of yourself. Vice Captain will trouble you to look after the Captain during his recovery. Everyone, don't keep disturbing the Captain's rest. Captain, you should talk less, or the bleeding won't stop. The team member said, pushing the towel deeper. Jin Ziyu rolled his eyes, his stomach convulsing as acid reflux rose, and he swallowed it back. The team members pretended not to see. They had long been fed up with Jin Ziyu's arrogant attitude. They had endured all the way, and under his leadership the team's numbers had dwindled by a third. Look at other nations, which had suffered such heavy losses. If they endured any longer, none of them would survive. They believed Park Chan-rong would understand their actions. The team members lifted Jin Ziyu again and moved on. Without his voice, everyone felt much lighter. If only he could stay silent forever. After securing the camp, representatives from each nation dispatched teams to scout along the abyss edge. The findings were unanimous. This slender rope was the sole passage leading across to the opposite bank. They had also discovered additional ropes, and after testing their tensile strength, returned to the encampment. Early the next morning, envoys from all nations convened for a meeting. The Empire sent 4 delegates, Yunzheng, Yunqing, Qin Su, and Bian Shui. Long was sent 3, Xia Bai, Xiao Yi, and Hu Xian. Other nations also sent between 1 and 4 representatives. Kim Jae-woo from South Korea did not attend. His place was taken by Vice Captain On Min-jun. Morikawa Naruri glanced at him and spoke plainly. Yesterday we inspected the rope's strength. By rough estimation, the load-bearing capacity is formidable. Judging from yesterday's observations, it can certainly support 200 people at once. South Korea had personally conducted the experiment on their behalf, saving considerable effort. On Min-jun remained composed, nodding silently before volunteering to speak. Initially we intended to use wind element espers to carry everyone across. Our team had quite a number of wind espers. By condensing a small amount of energy into a wind vortex beneath their feet, they could suspend themselves in midair. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the entire team walked upon the air. But when everyone had left the ground, an accident occurred. On Min-jun still felt a chill recalling the perils of the previous day. He raised his head, looked at Yunqing, rose to his feet, and bowed deeply in gratitude. Dean Yunqing, we are truly grateful for your rescue. On Min-jun lifted his gaze. Hanging from that rope, I nearly believed I would not survive. Just as I was about to give up, you appeared and saved us. Dean Yunqing, on behalf of everyone, thank you once more. Such a solemn apology. Yunqing accepted it gracefully. You are welcome. Her reply was swift and straightforward, drawing frequent glances from the others. Was that it? On Min-jun also breathed a sigh of relief. At least she had accepted it. Having expressed his gratitude before everyone present, he had salvaged a measure of dignity for his nation, if not entirely, then somewhat. He looked toward Yunqing, his heart swelling with emotion. What a virtuous person she was. In that moment, a radiant white light seemed to emanate from behind her, enveloping her figure in a gentle, holy glow. The next instant, this seemingly saintly woman spoke with a serene smile. After all, they were living souls. How could I have stood idly by and watched them perish? However, the rescue took a tremendous toll on my body, and I have not yet fully recovered. Yunqing sighed, her complexion appearing notably pale. On Min-jun. What did she mean? Bian Shui fixed on Min-jun with a stern stare. All 200 of your people were rescued one by Dean Yunqing. Do you truly believe this was an effortless deed? The hardships involved may not have been voiced by Dean Yunqing, but that does not give you license to ignore them. She was Bian Gaogao's aunt, and having collaborated with Yunqing, she had long regarded her as family. Jin Ziyu's ungrateful betrayal only fueled her resolve to defend Yunqing's interests. Before Yunqing's intentions were even known, Bian Shui had already begun plotting how to secure proper compensation on her behalf. She habitually reached for her glasses, but grasped only empty air. Bian Shui showed no embarrassment. Dean Yunqing is the Empire's most promising vanguard. Yet she has injured herself rescuing your people, which will undoubtedly affect our forthcoming exploration. This constitutes a grave loss to the Empire. On Min-jun opened his mouth. I'm sorry. Save your apologies. Do sorries truly matter? Can they restore Dean Yunqing to full health? Bian Shui cut him off. This is no trivial matter. Once we leave the secret realm, we will negotiate formally with South Korea. Very well. On Min-jun closed his lips. Negotiations with South Korea? That was not his concern. He was only responsible for leading his team within the secret realm. Xiao Bian also nodded. Quite right. The Inheritance Hall represents an extraordinary opportunity, and those who enter are the elite of every nation. Lady Yunqing's conduct is truly noble. South Korea is a nation of propriety, and will surely render proper thanks to the Empire for its assistance. Xiao Yi concurred with a nod. Indeed. Compensation. Apologies. Neither could be omitted. On Min-jun remained unmoved. As long as he obtained something of value from the secret realm, he would not be adversely affected. The mistake was Jin Ziyu's, not his. Enough. Let us continue. William grew impatient at the spectacle. He had seriously misjudged the situation. Xia Bian had sided with the Empire on numerous occasions, and he had once believed Long Gui shared the same aspirations, seeking to draw closer to the Empire for their own benefit. Bah! What pretenders! These people had already struck their deals. They were all in league. How tedious! All he wanted now was to enter the Inheritance Hall, swiftly obtain the inheritance, and shatter their hypocritical facades. So you're saying espers lose their powers above the abyss? Are we left with nothing but gripping that rope to cross? The Russian delegate clenched his fist. He wondered whether his hands would survive the journey. On Min-jun extended his palm. Impossible. Gripping the rope would render your hands useless long before reaching the other side. The rope was impossibly thin, as fine as a strand of hair. Perhaps we could employ some tools, for instance our clothing. Morikawa Naruri pondered deeply. The garments they wore were crafted from special materials both supple and durable, more than capable of bearing a single person's weight. Xiaobian, it is worth attempting. Having learned from the near-naked experience in the Soul Refining Tower secret realm, all nations made improvements to their clothing this time. The garments were tough, water-resistant, and durable, sparing them the trouble of seeking animal fur to knit sweaters. Heaven knows the video of their soldiers knitting sweaters shirtless in the Soul Refining Tower secret realm had gone viral on military networks, terribly damaging their image. And Minjun touched his collar, his face darkening. Kim Jae-woo was too impatient, only wanting to reach the other side ahead of the others and enter the inheritance hall, even hoping to seize the initiative by destroying the rope to cut off others' path. But in the end, he nearly caused everyone to die here. Once they left the secret realm, he would report every incident that occurred here in full. As long as he obtained the inheritance, he wouldn't have to worry about facing difficulties. Perhaps he could even advance further. By the abyss, Xiao Yi directly took off his olive green coat, twisted it several times into a long strip. Let me try. With that, Xiao Yi leaped down into the abyss, swinging the twisted coat, stripped to loop around the rope with one hand, while quickly grabbing the other end with his other hand. His body swayed a few times before hanging steadily on the rope. Not bad. As he spoke, Xiao Yi began doing pull-ups. After doing 10 consecutively, he used his core strength to swing and slid forward a short distance. After struggling for a while, when Xiao Yi was pulled back, his coat showed no damage at all, proving that the fabric's quality could withstand the test. But it's hard to exert force, and it's dangerous. Xiao Yi thought of the researchers and scholars in the team whose physical strength couldn't keep up, making this method too strenuous for them. If they ran out of energy halfway and let go, they would fall to their doom. Then wrap the hands with clothes and do the same for the legs and waist, hanging them on the rope. Bian Shui gestured with her hand. Like roasting a whole beast, tie the hands and feet together on the rope, then move them little by little. It's absolutely safe. Roasting. That was their empire's specialty. Everyone fell silent. The method was good, but the analogy was a bit odd. While roasting it was, at least it was safe. Having found a way, no one wanted to wait any longer. They returned to the team and prepared to arrange for people to cross the cliff. Just then a scream pierced the sky. Meiyu opened her mouth wide, pointing her finger toward the dense forest behind them, astonishment creeping into her eyes. Yunqing looked in the direction she pointed. Red light illuminated half the sky, and the distant space warped under the intense heat. It was fire. Someone flew into the air and witnessed a massive wildfire sweeping across the entire secret realm, rapidly approaching from afar. At this speed, the flames would reach the abyss in no time. Everything in the secret realm was extraordinary, and this fire was no ordinary flame. They had no time left. Go! Xiao Yi roared with a hoarse voice. The others snapped out of their daze, hastening their movements. They took off their coats, twisted them, and climbed onto the rope one by one. Countries with smaller teams totaling only a few hundred people were not in a hurry. They moved while glancing at the Empire and the Dragon Kingdom. Some showed concern, while others secretly felt excited. Kim Jae-woo smirked, darkly staring at the Empire's team. This wildfire came just in time. Perfect. With so many people, they might as well get a stomachache. Now let's see how many of them you can save. Let's go. And Minjun roughly tore off Kim Jae-woo's shirt, ripping it in half. He twisted one half into a strip to bind Kim Jae-woo's hands, and the other half for his feet. Several people lifted Kim Jae-woo, carefully placed him on the rope, and hooked the clothes. Kim Jae-woo sensed something was wrong. Why was he first? And what kind of posture was this, eh? His hands and feet weren't injured. Don't hang him up like a beast. MMPH'd. A cloth was stuffed into his mouth, so Kim Jae-woo could only glare in fury. Damn, and Minjun, you're seizing power. Captain, you've worked hard. And Minjun smiled slightly, then gave a hard push. Kim Jae-woo slid like a stranded boat, smoothly entering the water, or like a suckling pig on a roasting rack, full of resistance, and struggling, but unable to escape. The abyss beneath him felt like flames scorching his body. The moment he slid out, Kim Jae-woo's body stiffened, and he dared not move. He valued his life above all. Behind him, the members of the Bang State team watched his back in silence, with no one raising any objection. The captain should be the one at the front, shouldn't he? All right, everyone, prepare to depart. I'll take the rear. And Minjun gave the order. Hurry, our numbers are small. That's a disadvantage, but also an advantage. He looked at the distant Empire team, frowning slightly. He wondered how many would remain after this great fire. With luck, the casualties might be kept within 1/3. But that was not his concern. And Minjun bound his hands and feet, focusing on moving forward. Within the Empire's team, time was of the essence. Yunzheng delegated tasks, and the massive team immediately sprang into action. The Empire occupied 3 ropes, each line filled with people. Keep up, hurry. Speed it up. Those behind, tie your clothes tightly. Small beastmen, don't get nervous. Don't switch to beast form. No abilities can be used on the cliff, and if you fall, no one can save you. As each order was issued, the ropes were soon covered with people. The team members slid from the edge to the center, wriggling with effort like upside-down caterpillars. Yunqing looked at the slack, sagging rope, and an idea slowly formed in her mind. The rope was not a taut straight line, but a loose curve that sagged downward. When people first hung on, gravity pulled them toward the middle. The first half was easy like a downhill slope, but the second half required climbing up. As long as someone moved, the rope would keep swaying. The weight on both ends was uneven, and those who climbed ahead might fall back. A test for everyone. Seeing the right moment, Yunqing flicked her green vine, wrapping it around the rope. Jingsong silently watched Yunqing's every move. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He walked to another rope covering his palm with barely visible spiritual energy, then reached out and grasped the rope. A beastman tied upside down on the rope stared blankly at the person who suddenly crouched down. General Qin Su. Watch your head. I'm coming through. Jingsong rarely offered such a patient reminder. The beastman, huh? Was General Qin so concerned about him? The beastman blushed a little shy. I know, thank you, General. The words, you be careful too, had yet to leave his mouth when his body was suddenly flung into the air by a powerful force. Although the curved rope was lifted by Jingsong with a single force. He hung in midair, the rope in his hand finally taut one end high and the other low. The beastmen on the rope didn't need to struggle. Gravity would carry them straight down to the opposite shore. The beastmen collided, cries of surprise rising one after another. What's going on? My head. You in front bumped into my head. Are you sick back there? You rhino, why did you beastify your head? Put away your horns, you're killing me. Sorry. After the initial chaos, the beastmen quickly figured out the situation and adjusted their state. With the wind howling in his ears, the beastman who had been flung into the air rolled 360 degrees around the rope and crashed into the soul of the teammate. Ahead finally understood the meaning of watch your head. Fortunately, beastmen had thick skin and tough flesh, otherwise they couldn't withstand such rough handling. Opposite was a sheer cliff, and the team had adjusted before departure, placing the beastmen skilled in climbing at the front. The leading beastman slid all the way to the opposite shore, beastifying both feet, his slender and powerful rock goat legs steadily stepping on the nearly vertical cliff, quickly climbing ashore. Just a small slope, far too easy for a rock goat, no difficulty at all. Turning his head, he finally saw what was happening behind. With this taut rope, they didn't need to move painfully. They could simply slide down. Move aside, hey. The beastman behind shouted, and after a moment of distraction, he immediately yielded his position. Having left the area above the abyss, the vanished supernatural abilities returned to their bodies, making it easy to assist the arriving teammates. Yunqing withdrew her gaze from Jingsong and pulled up the rope in her hand. Compared to Jingsong's roughness, Yunqing appeared much gentler. The team members were mentally prepared, and no collision accidents occurred. While other countries were still slowly moving, the Empire team had already arrived at the opposite shore one after another. The situation here was quickly noticed by other countries. Is that possible? William twisted his neck, eager to try. Move aside, I'll do it. Wrapping his jacket around his hands before acting, he cast a sidelong glance at the Empire's direction. William confidently stepped forward, grasped the rope, took a deep breath, and pulled hard. Ouch! Pain. Too painful. Even through the clothes, his palm was still painfully chafed by the rope. He suspected his hand might break. Even more embarrassing, he found that he couldn't lift it at all. Countless eyes focused on him, and William's smile gradually froze. They were all top experts from various countries. There was no reason why others could do it while he couldn't. He must have used the wrong force, a mistake, just a mistake. Exhaling a silent breath, William spread his legs, adjusted his posture, took a deep breath, and exerted force again. 3 seconds later. What the hell? The rope didn't budge at all. The Ingwa team members dared not utter a word, pretending not to see their commander's failure silently speeding up. William frowned and cast his gaze toward the Empire team again. Just then, Yunqing with one free hand whipped out a green vine that coiled around another rope. As she gently lifted her wrist, the rope was pulled taut again. Pulling 2 ropes alone, there was not a trace of strain on her face. She wasn't flushed or out of breath, her body remained relaxed. It looked so easy. William frowned deeply, gritted his teeth, and looked down at his trembling palms. After a brief silence, he tried again, and unsurprisingly, it ended in failure. The thin rope was stable and tough, not rising an inch despite his efforts. Damn it! How could the gap be so huge? Even if he couldn't make it taut, at least he should be able to lift it a little, right? But the truth was he couldn't lift it at all. William's world collapsed at that moment. Even though he knew there was a gap between his country and the Empire, he had always thought it wasn't that big, that there was a chance to catch up. He had never felt so viscerally the vastness of the gap between himself and others, so vast that it was despairing, robbing him of the motivation to strive. The others' effortless success made him look like a joke. The world turned unreal. William felt that perhaps in the next second he would wake from this dream, ending this absurd and bizarre nightmare. Dean, you're amazing. Dean, I'll wait for you on the opposite shore, woof. Take off. Quack, quack, quack. Yunqing's team members roared as they hooked onto the rope, cheers ringing out. William tilted his head and couldn't help but slap his own face. The sting on his cheek constantly reminded him that this was real, not a dream. His entire demeanor visibly wilted. Those who hadn't yet tried felt immensely relieved. No need to embarrass themselves. Sichuan Nali took a deep look at Yunqing and directed the team. Those who haven't gone up yet don't go. Wind element ability users, step forward and raise the rope with me. Since one person couldn't pull it, they would reduce the number of people on the rope and increase the number pulling it taut. They didn't have many people, so they didn't worry about time. Yes, A dozen people stepped forward, wrapped their hands in jackets, and activated wind element abilities to fly into the air. Only when they actually tried did they realize that the Empire's method was not so easy to learn. The rope was too long and too thin, requiring immense strength to pull. 10 wind element ability users working together could barely make it taut, and the energy consumption was substantial. In contrast, both Yun Qing and Qin Su of the Empire handled it with such ease, looking completely relaxed. Covert glances swept toward the Empire team. Something was wrong. Their strength was unnaturally high. Keeping the Empire's anomaly in mind, everyone quickened their pace. The wildfire was approaching, but the cliffside was no longer in panic. The Bangwa team had few members, and all of them had already gotten on the rope and advanced some distance. Turning back was unrealistic. They could only watch helplessly as other teams set foot on the opposite shore. The Interstellar Convention prohibited malicious attacks on other nations, but allowed standing by coldly. After all, at this moment they were all competitors. Having fewer competitors was always better. The wildfire was closing in rapidly. Before ensuring the safety of their own people, no one would care about the situation of other countries. Jin Ziyu had originally been pushed forward by the teammate behind him. But when he saw that the first to reach the opposite shore was a beastman, he didn't need any pushing. He used his limbs to crawl forward desperately. He feared that the Empire people would find a way to cut this rope. It was true that the Empire had saved them, but who could guarantee they wouldn't get any bad ideas now? Jin Ziyu naturally thought that if their Bangwa team were the first to reach the opposite shore, he would absolutely cut all the ropes leading there, so that everything in the inheritance hall would belong to Bangwa. With such a huge temptation before them, he didn't believe the Empire people were not tempted. Thinking this, Jin Ziyu gritted his teeth and sped up. The Bangwa team member behind him breathed a sigh of relief. If the captain didn't use force, he was really about to collapse. With this method, efficiency improved by more than a little. When the wildfire was still 50 meters from the cliff edge, only a large part of the Empire and Longwa teams remained on the shore. For safety and convenience, the remaining members gathered around the rope managed by Yun Qing and worked together. Firelight illuminated half the sky. The air temperature suddenly rose. The atmosphere at the cliff edge became strangely tense. Everyone speed up. Quick, quick, quick. Wind element ability users helped transport team members onto the rope overhead, with flying beastmen also assisting. Finally, before the wildfire reached the cliff edge, everyone was sent onto the rope, with Yun Qing covering the rear. Sister Qingqing, I'll wait for you on the other side. Without time to say more, Bai Jingning flicked her hand, draped her jacket over the rope, then swung her legs, gliding toward the opposite shore. The other wind element ability users followed closely. Jing Song was the last one except for Yun Qing. Just as he hooked onto the rope, a huge explosion blasted in his ears, and the land on this side of the cliff completely collapsed. The rocks at the cliff edge, as if losing support, fell one after another, and the rope connecting the two sides also plunged into the endless abyss. Cries of shock rose from the opposite shore. At the moment of the sudden change, the vine in Yun Qing's hand swiftly wrapped around Jing Song's waist, pulling him back to her front. Earth-yellow spiritual energy lines flowed from her fingertips, instantly outlining a half-man-high array pattern, with one end of the broken rope fixed at the center of the array. Feeling the tense body in front of her, Yun Qing whispered, "Don't be afraid." Then she gave a vigorous swing, and the two glided lightly toward the opposite shore. The fierce wind stirred the stray hairs by her ear. Behind her, the world was gradually collapsing under the scorching flames. In the orange firelight, no one saw the faint red on Jing Song's earlobe. Standing at the cliff's edge, Yun Qing glanced back. Within a mere dozen seconds, the entire secret realm had collapsed, leaving only the inheritance island beneath their feet, suspended in midair. The jungle they had traversed crumbled and disintegrated, swallowed by the wildfire. In the pitch-black, boundless void, they were the sole survivors on a solitary island. Yet at that moment, clang, a deep metallic collision echoed from the distant sky, as if muffled by a layer indistinct and elusive. Clang, clang, each ring grew more urgent. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure descended, stifling any thought of resistance in their hearts. Those with weak mental fortitude fainted before they could even react. Silence reigned. A blinding white light burst from the inheritance mountain. When the radiance faded, only the empty mountain remained. The wind howled through the rocks, a mournful sound lingering in the air. Jin Ziyu curled into a ball, cautiously surveying his surroundings, his eyes still filled with lingering terror. He whispered, "Anyone here?" Where was everyone? The white light had transported him to an unknown place. He had been with his teammates, but now looking around, there was not a single soul in sight. After a moment of silent observation, no beast suddenly leaped out from the stillness. Jin Ziyu relaxed, his shoulders relieved, and began to examine his surroundings carefully. Suddenly he looked up and discovered that directly ahead stood towering gates so vast that he had to crane his neck just to glimpse their tops. Each gate bore golden characters seemingly enveloped in a halo. He recognized none of the characters, yet the moment his gaze fell upon them, their meaning became clear. Sword Dao, array formation, alchemy, divination, soul power, body refinement, inheritance. At that moment, Jin Ziyu's eyes blazed with light. His gaze locked onto the characters for array formation, And he thought to himself, this must be what that brat from the Empire used to wipe out the star beasts on a massive scale, right? It had to be. So that's it. Jin Ziyu suddenly understood. Indeed, the Empire had secretly obtained the inheritance from somewhere, but had kept it from them. Truly worthy of that despicable country of beasts. But the universe is fair. A star prodigy. A genius fabricated by obtaining the inheritance early, actually just a low-level marginal star dweller in his 20s who had never even attended university. If he had obtained the inheritance, he would have done far better than that brat. Trembling with excitement, Jin Ziyu didn't even spare a glance at the other inheritance gates. He rushed straight toward the array formation gate. Passing through the gate, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and the world before him blurred and twisted. A black silhouette, its face indistinct, materialized in midair. Who are you? Jin Ziyu had just asked when the shadow raised its hand. His mind buzzed, as if something surged in swelling his head, until he lost consciousness within moments. The shadow flicked its sleeve. Then Jin Ziyu was expelled from that space, and entered a white eggshell-shaped cocoon of spiritual energy. Around him, countless white eggshells were scattered. In the inheritance hall, every person who had been separated encountered the same situation. Facing the myriad inheritance gates, those who knew nothing could only rely on intuition and guesswork, gritting their teeth to choose a gate that might suit them. Unsurprisingly, all of Yunqing's students chose the array formation inheritance. The alchemists opted for alchemy. Yunzheng pondered for a moment and walked toward the soul power gate. His physical constitution was not his strength, but his mental power was not lacking. By playing to his strengths, he could gain as much as possible from the inheritance hall. Jing Song, without a moment's hesitation, strode toward the Sword Dao inheritance. He also wanted to test his own level of swordsmanship, and if he could find an opportunity for breakthrough here, that would be ideal. Everyone's experience was identical to Jin Ziyu's. None escaped being expelled. The difference lay in the color of the eggshell space they entered after being thrown out. Most entered white spaces. Next were blue, purple, and red. The white eggshells contained the largest number of people, red had the fewest. So far, fewer than 10 had entered a red space. Elsewhere, after a brief dizziness, Yunqing opened her eyes. The world around her had transformed entirely. Inheritance. Gazing at the countless gates before her, Yunqing's breath caught. The pounding of her heart echoed in her mind. She had visited many secret realms, but this one felt distinctly different. The spiritual energy was so dense it had liquefied with a faint trace of chaos energy mixed in. The inheritance here was undoubtedly extraordinary. At the same time, a sense of urgency arose. Opportunity often accompanies danger. Facing the unknown, she too could not help but feel doubt and unease. Yunqing did not dwell on it for long. Whatever dangers lay ahead were matters for the future. But now the opportunity was right before her. She had to seize what she could to strengthen herself, ensuring greater security when facing peril. Standing still for a moment, Yunqing's gaze fell on the alchemy gate. Alchemy was her forte, but in battle its lethality was insufficient. She withdrew her gaze and walked straight to the array formation gate, entering without hesitation. This was not the cultivation world. Without countless powerful figures to shield her, she had to become stronger to protect what she cherished. The space shifted. Standing in an empty void-like world, Yunqing extended her divine sense to probe. The moment the black silhouette appeared, she was on full alert. She did not know whether this shadow was the guardian of the inheritance or a trial she had to overcome to reach the final inheritance. They stood facing each other. Yunqing felt an immense pressure emanating from the shadow, but since it made no move, she remained still. Suddenly, a white light shot from the shadow's hand, hurtling toward her. So fast. Yunqing moved to dodge, but a powerful divine sense locked onto her. In that split second of hesitation, the white light was already at her forehead, vanishing into her brow. After entering her sea of consciousness, the white light coalesced into a white sphere hovering above and spinning wildly. Wisps of white mist seeped along the edges of her sea of consciousness, expanding it. The white light was actually widening her sea of consciousness. Ignoring the shadow, Yunqing furrowed her brows and sat cross-legged. At that moment, her sea of consciousness was undergoing a dramatic transformation. A vast sea of consciousness could accommodate stronger divine sense, enhance comprehension, and multiply the speed of enlightenment. In the cultivation world, there was no method to expand the sea of consciousness. She had never expected to encounter such a technique here. For Yunqing, this was a rare and invaluable opportunity. But before she could savor the joy, she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her face turned pale instantly. It was too painful. It felt as if someone were swinging a hammer inside her mind, recklessly demolishing and rebuilding, intent on shattering her brain and reassembling it. Her divine sense repeatedly collapsed, reaching the brink of exhaustion. More agonizing than a thunder tribulation. Perhaps death and oblivion were no worse than this. Yunqing knew that if she fainted, all the pain would cease. Surrender would be easy. But she refused. Having once been weak, she would never let go of any chance to grow stronger, especially when this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime. Just hold on a little longer. It would be over soon. It would end very soon. The vast sea of consciousness gradually expanded under the fusion of the white mist. Cracks spread from the edges toward the center, making the entire sea look like a brittle eggshell ready to shatter at the slightest touch. If the sea of consciousness shattered, her divine sense would dissipate. And now, even though her divine sense had not yet vanished, it was nearly as good as gone. The intact divine sense had already fragmented. Only golden threads clinging to the shards of consciousness gave her a slim chance of survival. Yunqing's awareness began to blur. Gradually, Yunqing forgot the pain. She forgot her name. She forgot everything. Yet every time the sea of consciousness seemed on the verge of collapse, the fragmented divine sense would struggle to pull it back together over and over, cycling endlessly. The white sphere continued to spin, gradually shrinking until it fully merged into the sea of consciousness. The moment it vanished, Yunqing lost consciousness. The still shadow tilted its head, gazed at her for a moment, then raised its sleeve and flicked. Yunqing, lying limp on the ground, appeared inside an orange eggshell. Her dried-up sea of consciousness frantically absorbed the dense spiritual energy within the shell, repairing the shattered cracks. Within the sea of consciousness, her divine sense was silently undergoing a transformation. Clang! A deep bell toll echoed throughout the secret realm. Everyone looked up, puzzled by the bell's origin. As they wondered, the eggshells obscuring their vision turned translucent, allowing them to finally see everything around them. Jin Ziyu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. The white eggshells all around him were packed with people. Some familiar, some not, humans and beastmen alike. When he looked up past the scattered red eggshells, the orange eggshell above shone so brilliantly. It seemed the event just witnessed was merely a selection process. That was the prevailing thought in everyone's minds. And now it was undeniably clear that the results of the screening had been revealed. The distribution of inheritors resembled an upright pyramid, with numbers gradually increasing from the top tier downward. The orange at the apex stood alone and unmatched. Those positioned within the red shell of the second echelon were mostly figures ranked among the finest across the interstellar domain. Yet within the third echelon's purple aura, an unexpected proliferation of youthful faces emerged. Judging by their attire, nearly all of them hailed as young disciples from the Empire and the Dragon Nation, their numbers surpassing every expectation. Prior to this day, they remained utterly unknown. The existence of private advantages between the Empire and Dragon Nation had long been an unspoken understanding, yet the current pyramid arrangement laid everything bare. They had already carved out a substantial gap from other interstellar nations. Should they be granted more time to mature, who could possibly rival them in the future? A chill crept down many spines as ominous realizations began to take root. The rise of these two nations was unstoppable. They must adapt to the shifting tides and unite to close the gap. Otherwise, fragmented resistance would only serve as nourishment for their growth, ultimately being consumed entirely. Within the boundless expanse, Jing Tsang tilted his head upward. The amber radiance cascading above softened his typically austere features. The hazy figure above reflected in his pupils, and his gaze warmed involuntarily as a secret sweetness stirred within him. He had always known Yunqing would occupy the highest position. No one understood her better than he did. It was a pity. If not for the fracture in his soul, he could stand beside her right now. That would make them seem more fitting together. Perhaps this was for the best. Her brilliance would remain untainted by any, not even diminished by his own presence. Xiao Yang surveyed the crowd with keen interest. Yun Zheng and Qin Si stood to his left, while Marshal Xiaobian of the Dragon Nation and weapons specialist Qin Shu were positioned to his right. Further away, General and of the Coalition, all renowned as their faction's deadliest warrior, in her golden combat uniform, and researcher Talia from the Bear Nation. These were all familiar faces regularly featured in Interstellar Star News, renowned prodigies with established reputations. And he, Xiao Yang, now stood among them. I am indeed a genius. Xiao Yang raised his hand, tapping his chin proudly with his index finger as soaring ambition filled his chest. He, the chosen one, was simply that exceptional. Unlike Xiao Yang's triumphant demeanor, William looked thoroughly dejected, muttering to himself, "Could I possibly be inferior to some nameless, faceless, thin monkey? On what grounds? And who is he?" As the Eagle Nation's premier warrior, renowned alongside Yunzheng, he took great pride in his nationality. The fact that not a single person from a powerful nation like the Eagle Nation had reached the second echelon was what truly troubled him. The reality he couldn't bring himself to accept. A student who consistently ranked third in his grade had entered the competition only to discover he hadn't even qualified for advancement, while the first and second ranked students had both achieved perfect scores. I thought we were evenly matched, but you were merely concealing your strength. William suffered a devastating blow. His once proud, curling golden hair drooped lifelessly, completely stripped of its luster. His confidence crumbled under successive blows. Similarly distressed, Kim Jae-woo craned his neck, glaring fiercely at the figures above, counting with stubborn reluctance. 1, 2, 3. Damn it, so many. Before he could finish counting, the bell tolled again, shifted, and the world around him transformed. Kim Jae-woo lost control of his body, watching white spiritual energy threads flow from his hands and condense into distinct patterns suspended in the air. Earthen walls, water dragons, metal spikes. Different elemental energies alternated and shifted with the evolving formations. His body felt seized by a powerful entity array, patterns emerging effortlessly from his hands as multicolored spiritual orbs danced at his fingertips, manipulation as natural as drinking water. He passively experienced everything, drifting into a trance, where he became an unparalleled master capable of summoning clouds with a flick of his hand and commanding rain with another. The sensation of absolute control proved irresistibly addictive. Kim Jae-woo's gaze remained fixed on the formation patterns, desperately memorizing the sensation of casting arrays. At the thought of becoming a sought-after interstellar powerhouse upon exiting the secret realm, he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Formation arrays, so straightforward after all. Defensive formation, Golden Gate formation, Water Dragon formation, Wooden Bind formation. Strangle formation. Wait, what did the Strangle formation's pattern look like? Sweat beaded on Kim Jae-woo's forehead as he struggled to recall the Strangle formation's pattern, yet the formations before his eyes continued shifting. His mind had dissolved into chaos. He'd lost all capacity to think, forced into passive reception. Formation patterns flooded his mind only to swiftly retreat, leaving behind only faint traces of memory. The subsequent patterns grew increasingly intricate, accelerating beyond comprehension. Before he could commit the initial strokes to memory, the next formation surged forward to override it, showing no consideration for his pace, indifferent to how much he could retain. A treasure trove lay before him, yet no matter how desperately he grasped, he could only clutch a handful. Kim Jae-woo burned with urgency. No, I can't forget. Remember, it's all or nothing. Dizzy and overwhelmed, he suddenly found himself back in his student days, listening to professors dissect convoluted calculations while all he wanted was to collapse in his sleep, having comprehended absolutely none of it. Moments later, Kim Jae-woo's eyelids fell shut, and he fainted. When consciousness returned, he stood upon solid ground outside the secret realm. A full month had passed in the outside world, and without any live broadcast from within the secret realm, they remained completely unaware of what transpired inside. As the first to emerge from the secret realm, Kim Jae-woo drew every pair of eyes. A Korean soldier carefully supported him, addressing him respectfully. Mr. Kim, how are you feeling? What about the others? What's happening inside the secret realm? Were you in danger? Stirring to awareness, Kim Jae-woo stared blankly ahead as his sluggish mind gradually kicked into gear. Mr. Kim, are you alright? The voice persisted beside him, but Kim Jae-woo fixated on the man's shoulder insignia, studying it intently. This was their Korean soldier, and what was he asking? Other people. Glancing around, Kim Jae-woo echoed dazedly. What about everyone else? Have they already left? You are the sole person to safely exit the secret realm, Mr. Kim. Upon hearing these words, realization dawned on Kim Jae-woo. He had made it out. He was the first to emerge. Elation surged through him, and he concentrated, urgently attempting to grasp the 4 formation patterns etched in his memory. Despite forcing himself to recall repeatedly, the 5th pattern remained frustratingly out of reach. Kim Jae-woo consoled himself, for patterns retained was nothing to dismiss. At minimum, the power of these 4 held considerable strength. When he attempted to channel the formation patterns, the spiritual energy orbs in the air refused to coalesce, as though anchored to the ground. Stripped of the secret realm, he felt utterly powerless. Kim Jae-woo fell silent. The silver lining, he might have learned formation arrays. The bitter reality, thousands of patterns existed, and he'd only retained 4, which he couldn't even activate. Overwhelmed by the emotional turmoil, Kim Jae-woo's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. The gathered crowd stared in disbelief. Hadn't he at least finished explaining what transpired inside before passing out again? Why haven't they come out yet? Nangong's heart burned with anxiety. Synthesizing the information from the secret realm, they speculated that the later one emerged, the more inheritance they received, and the higher its quality. Yet days passed one after another. A full month had elapsed since the last person left the secret realm, and among those who had successfully entered the inheritance palace, only Qing and Qing had yet to appear. Gazing at the colossal planet reflected through the warship's porthole, Nangong let out a silent sigh. Time was running out. As more and more people left the secret realm, news from within spread, and piece by piece a mysterious world beyond the scope of existing scientific systems began to surface. Towering floating palace complexes. Enchantments that could instantly trigger spatial jumps. Methods of inheritance and fusion. All of these undeniably revealed the existence of another civilization system to the onlookers. Yet they knew far too little about this mysterious, unknown civilization. From the mere glimpses of a few secret realms in the present world, they could only catch a fragment of its brilliant civilization. Whoever could first master this power would reshape the interstellar landscape. The long-dormant interstellar space suddenly boiled like heated water, with surging heat waves and rising mists, and the blazing flames of war instantly swept through every corner of the Liuguang Star region. War was imminent. Sakura Nation. Conference Hall. Morikawa and Neri reported the events of the secret realm one by one, recalling that unique orange light orb. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. My lord, the inheritance of the secret realm is a treasure that can change the cosmic order. The Dragon Nation and the Empire have already obtained the most precious legacies. Once they are given time to develop, the universe will have no place for our Sakura nation. The reactions in the conference hall were varied. The man seated at the head narrowed his triangular eyes, his palm pressing down on the star map spread across the table. In the vast universe, the territory belonging to their Sakura nation was only a sesame-sized patch, while the broader and more resource-rich star systems belonged to the indigenous empire and the Dragon Nation, their eternal enemy, which had later mastered wormhole travel. Content. No. He dreamed of occupying that vast and prosperous star system. Morikawa nary stepped forward. This is our only chance and our last. Never give them any more time to develop. For the great Sakura Nation, Morikawa requests to fight. Eagle Nation. Conference hall. The team members who had emerged from the secret realm were giving their reports. William sat rigidly in his chair, his face scrunched up, his eyes vacant, clearly lost in thought. He was still immersed in the world of the secret realm. More than the importance of the inheritance to the Eagle Nation, William, who had coasted through life rising amidst countless flowers and applause to become the Eagle Nation's foremost warrior, cared more about the fact that his talent was inferior to that of the Dragon Nation's brat, ranking only in the 3rd tier. The belief of a strong man was gradually crumbling, and William began to doubt his own abilities. Admiral William, your opinion. Admiral William. Admiral William. The intensified voice echoed through the conference room, pulling William back from his self-doubt. He abruptly stood up and looked toward the head of the table. The Prime Minister's misty blue eyes locked onto him as he issued the final directive of the meeting. Initiate Project Nightfall, authorize the use of forbidden weapons, and occupy Liuguang Star at the fastest speed, no matter the cost. All for the glory of the Empire. Yes. William's eyes blazed with resolve. He saluted, and his voice rang out with a desperate determination. The lost faith needed to be rebuilt, and he needed a victorious battle to prove himself. Bear Nation. The group gathered around, staring at the documents in their hands with troubled expressions. Talia was the only Bear Nation person to obtain a 2nd-tier resource. Being in the 2nd tier, the inheritance was naturally good, but it was utterly baffling as to how to use it. Cultivation and care of spirit plants. Domestication and breeding of spirit beasts. The art of beast taming. After entering the interstellar era, the Bear Nation had fully developed heavy industry, mass-producing weapons and becoming an arms supplier. To occupy more territory, they had abandoned fertile lands, and coupled with miasma pollution, their agriculture had nearly collapsed, relying almost entirely on imports of nutrient fluids from the Dragon Nation. Farming. They had no idea how. Perhaps we can seek help from the Dragon Nation. Remaining historical records mention that before Earth's destruction, the former Dragon Nation was a great agricultural nation. Every single person there was a genius at farming, possessing a racial talent etched into their genes, much like the Beastman Empire. As incredible as it sounds, their talent seems to be farming. Talia pulled up historical documents and displayed them to the audience, calmly pointing out, the miasma has polluted the universe, but the dragon people have been researching methods to dispel the miasma for cultivation. This inheritance probably meets their needs. Though she didn't understand their obsession with farming, that didn't stop the Bear Nation from profiting from it. Everyone stared in astonishment, then burst into a flurry of discussion. Are the documents reliable? Is such a talent even possible? Farming. They don't really look like a nation that loves farming. They have strong combat power and will, and their weapon RD isn't weak either. They're born warriors. Maybe. Their territory is vast, and they jointly developed countless planets with the Empire. They have plenty of land for farming and many life-bearing planets. Only they have the conditions to engage in agriculture and animal husbandry. For a moment, the conference room was filled with debate. In the end, the president made the decision to immediately contact the Dragon Nation. The allied nations remained oddly quiet, as if plotting something. The chaotic regions stirred restlessly, and under the calm surface undercurrents swirled. All forces were converging on the Liuguang star system. The interstellar space, which had barely maintained peace, was about to witness an unprecedented great melee. This was the best opportunity to reallocate resources, and he, from the traces of surviving history, had already glimpsed the final victor. His choice would not be wrong. Outskirts of the Liuguang star region. A massive fortress warship glided through the gray nebula, charging straight toward the blockade zone. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. This is the Empire's No. 3 blockade line of the Liuguang star system. Passage is prohibited. Please alter your course. Warning. This is Liuguang. Inside the warship, alarm sirens echoed through the central control room. Head the Liuguang star system blockade zone. Your grandpa here is going to break through it. Come and catch me if you can. A man clad in a black robe leaned on the starship's console with one hand and decisively pressed the turret button. Bang! With his soft murmur, a beam of light struck the patrolling sentinel craft in the void, shattering it into countless stardust. The piercing alarm abruptly ceased. With the monitor eliminated, the warship drove straight in, entering the Liuguang star region. Behind the fortress, warship vessels of various shapes followed, a mighty fleet blatantly charging into the forbidden zone, blockaded by all nations, provocatively shooting down every sentinel craft along the way. A mysterious civilization's supreme power converging in one place. To this grand and lively feast they came uninvited. It was an ordinary day. War descended without warning, shattering centuries of interstellar peace so abruptly that everyone thought it was a prank, yet the subsequent mobilization order clearly told everyone. The war had begun. The trending headlines on the StarNet were completely dominated by war news. Prince Yuan of Yinhuagua died suddenly on Liuguang Star, and Yinhuagua launched a punitive expedition against the Empire. Yinghua revealed that the Empire had secretly conducted human experiments on star beast gene modification. The vanished medical family, the Lin family, was once again thrust into the spotlight. Yinghua took the opportunity to launch a wartime alliance against the evil Empire, with Yinhuagua and some forces of the multi-state alliance joining. The fragmented space pirate organizations coalesced into the Star Legion and joined the battlefield. Mao Xiongua and Longhua united to form the anti-war alliance. As the first planet-class weapon detonated in the Liuguang Star domain, the melee began. Empire Central Command. Wei 6 star has fallen. Star chain base damage exceeds 70. Core energy leaking, entering self-destruct mode. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Wei 2 star under Liuguang Star has been invaded by an unknown toxic gas with extreme virulence and high contagion. Level 1 lockdown has been implemented. Requesting support. The perimeter security drone in Zone 3 of the Fringe Star has been destroyed. Space pirate gang illegally intruding. Please advise. Beep. A sharp buzzing sound mingled with the noise. Alert. Meng Hu Fierce Tiger 240 unmanned cruiser attacked. Coordinates. A huge star map was projected in midair. Among the 246 star chain bases around the Liuguang Star domain, more than half had been attacked by the enemy. Dazzling red lights spread from the bases toward the center. Each red light was labeled with the name of the hostile force, Yinghua, the multi-state alliance, and Yinhuagua, whose red light covered the largest area and was the most intense. The unknown virus spreads at an abnormal rate. Perhaps it is a virus specifically designed against our Beastman gene modifications. Its effect on human soldiers is negligible. Beastman warriors retreat. The rear star chain bases are left unguarded. Yunjing's finger landed on the area of Yinhuagua. His narrow fox-like eyes grew even sharper. Who would have thought that the most inconspicuous would be the ones jumping the highest? They are not inconspicuous little bugs. They are notorious venomous pests. Xiao Baiyan's brows carried a hint of sarcasm. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Even though their culture was broken by the Great Migration, their insidious methods and despicable character have been passed down, as always. The vast command room was filled with humans and beastmen. The Empire Longhua, Mao Xiongua, and the splintered forces of the multi-state alliance sat around a round table. Hovering projection screens transmitted real-time images from the front line. Cylindrical canisters falling from the sky emitted endless white mist. Wherever the mist spread, the already mindless star beasts became even more frenzied. Plants withered, and the once verdant planet gradually turned into a paradise for star beasts. In the images from the battlefield, some weapons could even be seen aimed at the membrane planet. Taking advantage of the membrane's barrier, they attacked the star beasts that had just emerged with impunity, plundering resources. Bang! Nangong Ci slammed his fist on the table. Are they insane? I don't know if they're insane, but I'm certain they want to die. Xiao Baiyan furrowed his brow. The star beasts inside the membrane planet were an apocalyptic level disaster for the current interstellar community. Without the power to completely overwhelm the star beasts, they dared not test too aggressively for fear of damaging the membrane. These people are truly insane. Report enemy base detected. The data was transmitted to a blue holographic screen. Dense space bases surrounded the membrane planet, confident that they dared not launch a large-scale attack on it. Meanwhile, they hunted the star beasts that emerged, processed the materials into weapons and potions, and continuously sent them to the front line. With the aid of toxic gas, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Tisk, these guys are really sly. Xiao Yi stroked his chin. Seems they don't have much confidence in their own strength. They're afraid we'll attack them. Beep. It was a communication request from the Eagle side. Yunzheng answered, and a weathered but powerful voice came from the blue screen. Everything we do is for interstellar peace. Precious resources belong to the entire interstellar community and should not be controlled by a few nations. We demand the integration of secret realm resources, a redistribution of the gains from the secret realms, and the territory of the Liuguang star system. If you agree, peace will return. Beep. The communication ended. That sneaky old man. Xiao Yi curled his lips. A bunch of useless guys who got nothing trying to get something for nothing. Despite the war's grand scale, almost every nation was involved, yet the actual casualties were absurdly low. They all knew that a complete rupture was impossible. Once large-scale heavy weapons were deployed, the entire interstellar space would become a hell and no one could escape. The other side revealed their trump cards, flexed their muscles to increase their bargaining power with the aim of tearing a piece of meat from the mouths of the Empire and Longhua. However, they miscalculated the opponent's strength. Beep. A special alert tone brought good news. The main brain has successfully countered the enemy AI brain. Base energy has been locked. Longxing Squad 1 has infiltrated the designated position and is awaiting orders. Xiao Baiyan's furrowed brow relaxed. The materials forged with the basic artifact forging method indeed evaded current technological detection. With the Empire's main brain assisting in cutting off the energy supply, the war was essentially won. Then came the war of attrition and negotiations. On the battlefield, the two sides engaged in probing exchanges back and forth. In a corner of the battlefield, the space pirates quietly began exploring the membrane planet. Longtung Star under Long Guo was heavily guarded, and the Empire's star domain was in the war zone. They didn't want to get involved for now, at least, until they had a clear picture of the Liuguang star system's environment. Boss, is this bubble-like thing a new type of shield? It can actually seal off a planet full of star beasts, high-end tech. The white-haired, blue-eyed snake beast man looked covetous. Good stuff. I told you there was something good here. If we can raise star beasts in captivity, won't we have endless resources? No wonder they sealed it off. The person who came up with this idea must be a genius. The man in the white mask remained silent, merely staring at the dense swarm of star beasts on the planet, lost in thought. So this is the secret of the Liuguang star system. Things seem to be getting interesting. Just then a one-horned star beast slowly poked its head out. The next second a red light flashed, and half the star beast's head was blown off. A silver-white hook pierced the beast's eye socket, slowly dragging the corpse out. Attack! The masked man suddenly laughed, a wild madness flickering in his dark eyes. Attack the planet! As the words fell, a ripple seemed to stir in the silent space. The snake beast man did not hesitate. Energy cannons slammed into the membrane, one after another, blooming into brilliant fireworks. He laughed with delight. Orders received. Boom! At that moment, people on countless life-bearing planets looked up at the sky above. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rolled. The sky seemed to have a hole torn open, and torrential rain blurred the clear world as a violent gale swept in. The fading world consciousness finally exhausted its last strength and withdrew its protection. The membrane vanished. As the dissipating membrane vanished, the snake beast man tilted his head. That's it. Though he intended to shatter the bubble, the ease of it seemed too deliberate, as if a trap laid by the enemy. Yet it was indeed a trap. This planet resembled the lowest grade breeding ground, filthy, chaotic, and overcrowded. The entire world was teeming with star beasts, likely deployed as living weapons to drain the enemy's energy. Spatial environment detection. Passed. Jump countdown 3, 2, 1. Before the snake beast man could execute his command, the masked man initiated the battleship's jump. The moment the fortress vessel vanished, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire star sector, locking the spatial fabric. The other pirate crews were not so fortunate. Except for a few low-level stragglers on the periphery who had time to react, the major fleets near the planet were nearly annihilated. Emerging from the jump channel, the view expanded once more. Recalling the sudden crisis sensed in the final second of the jump, the snake beastman's heart raced. He turned, leaned against the wall, and let out a whistle. I saw heaps of SSS-level star beasts on that planet, and there might even be higher-tier ones. Boss, you're a genius, eliminating rivals without lifting a finger. Huh, we've leaped to become the top pirate crew. Thrilling. He flicked his snake tongue, gazing at the masked man with a mix of resentment. But without those allies, we'll turn into a sweet, tender morsel, an easy gulp for the Empire. As he spoke, the man chuckled, as if amused by something. Losing one's mind and killing comrades before a great battle sounded utterly insane. But it didn't matter. Death would come eventually. What difference did today or tomorrow make? Happiness was paramount. As long as he was pleased, he could die the very next second. Death was but the most trivial of matters, as long as it wasn't a stupid death. He didn't want his intelligence questioned. A morsel. The masked man raised his hand, removed the white mask, and touched his face. We've always been morsels. Before we were tough nuts to crack. Now, we're contagious morsels. He curved his brows. See, we've turned the entire galaxy into a morsel. That's only fair, isn't it? His body was riddled with wounds. Even simple breathing was agony. His family had been wiped out in the Empire's counter-espionage operations, while the one who destroyed him thrived and climbed the ranks. Why should that be? If he couldn't survive, then no one should. There were 18 star B-sealed planets in the Radiant Star sector, classified by scale and danger: 3 high-risk, 5 medium-risk, and 10 low-risk planets. These 18 planets were allocated to various nations as resource extraction zones. With the membrane intact, the planets were safe for resource gathering. Once it vanished, they became deadly threats. The star beasts trapped within were far beyond SSS level. There were even more beyond their current detection capability. Yet that wasn't what they feared most. Stellar-level weapons could annihilate most star beasts in the Radiant Star system. If not, they had already dispatched expeditionary forces to pioneer new galaxies, enabling a grand civilization migration. The real trouble was the sealed vile energy within the planets. It would never dissipate, like the most intractable pollution, infecting every inch of land and eventually spreading across the universe. One day this star sector would have no place for them to live. Beasts unleashed. Even alloy warships couldn't withstand the frenzied charge of billions of star beasts. When the disaster, long simulated countless times, truly struck, its destructive power exceeded all expectations. The first to fall were the anti-Empire coalition forces stationed at military bases around the membrane planets. Beep, beep, beep. Flashing red light bathed the entire base in a sea of blood. The piercing alarms drowned out panicked shouts. The moment the membrane vanished, countless star beasts swarmed out, like locusts pouring into the vast cosmos in endless waves. Oh! The soldiers in the patrol ship uttered their final cry before losing consciousness. Woo! The prolonged howl of star beasts sounded like a charge. Unrecorded species poked their heads out of the planet, sensing the vanished containment, and driven by bloodlust, they surged out of the planet for the first time. Frost lightning hurricane golden spikes. The interstellar masses realized then that the proportion of star beasts with awakened abilities was far from negligible. The anti-Empire coalition's base crumbled like a cheap toy torn apart by star beasts' claws. Human figures were exposed to the void, becoming snacks at the beasts' maws. The army collapsed. Within a single minute, the technological fortress was reduced to cosmic debris. Dismembered limbs slid from blood-stained beast fangs, drifting toward the gaping jaws of the next star beast. The pungent odor of blood constantly assaulted everyone's nerves, driving many soldiers into a complete breakdown. This is divine punishment. A punishment for starting the war. We were wrong. Cosmic God, please forgive me. Oh, my mech is breached. Damn it, we're doomed, totally doomed. I want to go home. I shouldn't have come. Mother, forgive me. A wave of despair spread. Sichuan Nali's eyes turned crimson. She never imagined the seemingly indestructible membrane would vanish so easily. Facing the crisis, she chose to retreat immediately. But it was too late. Jumping required time and a stable spatial channel. Neither condition was met now. Their roles had reversed with the star beasts. They were now caged prey, unable to escape, while the hunters had become the hunted. Wei Lian in the main control room directed the warship's energy cannons, relentlessly firing at the star beasts. The death line drew closer. When the last bit of energy was exhausted, Wei Lian released his grip and slumped against the icy bulkhead. Watching his kin struggle in their final moments, he twitched a faint smile and waited quietly for death. The warship breached, star beasts crawled inside. In the final moment of life, he didn't recall his past glory or his loved ones. What occupied his mind was that flexible vine in the secret realm and the indifferent imperial woman who held it. The Radiant Star sector underwent a sudden change. The elite forces of the anti-Empire coalition were all deployed and completely annihilated. At the first sign of danger and interception, Net rose abruptly from the edge of the Radiant Star domain, its intangible energy waves disrupting spatial fluctuations. The jump channel closed. The Radiant Star domain was completely isolated from the outside world. The star beasts could not teleport away, and the military was trapped within. All life signatures have vanished. In the meeting room, the crowd stared at the holographic sand table where the Allied forces had been completely devoured, exchanging glances of disbelief. Before negotiations could even begin, all the elite forces the enemy had deployed were lost among the star beasts, leaving them unable to recover for centuries. In the past, this would have been good news, ensuring long-term peace across the galaxy. But now, with the membrane gone, the entire interstellar civilization faced extinction. The Allied forces were annihilated, and the Interstellar Alliance lost a powerful army to fight the star beasts. If the star beast problem could not be resolved, there would be no future, let alone development. The moment all living beings were corrupted into aberration, civilization would be wiped out. Initiate the migration order. Nangong Ci looked at Xiaobayan. The expeditionary force has just returned. Oh, let them lead the way. Whatever the final outcome, at least we can preserve a spark. Perhaps when they found a way to dissolve the foul energy, they could return to this star domain. The news breaking on the interstellar net kept everyone awake. Having barely accepted the incredible reality of war, a migration order struck them dizzy, leaving them unable to sleep even if they wanted to. The interstellar net page was blank. All topics had vanished, leaving only a migration order centered on the screen. Emergency evacuation notice. An outbreak of star beasts in the Radiant Star domain is spreading high concentration foul energy. Please pack personal belongings and board designated starships as instructed for an orderly evacuation. The final transit points for this evacuation are Blue Moon Star System, Seeking Moon Star, with the destination being New Moon Star System. Those with means may proceed to the transit points on their own. White text on a black background. A fixed page. The unusual migration order caused great unease. Then the optical brain began to vibrate as urgent messages were sent to individual terminals. The planet's loudspeakers broadcast the notice at maximum volume, ensuring everyone received the information in time. Relatives and friends notified each other. Amid the wait for evacuation, forum discussions were unusually intense. Chi training trash dog New Moon Star System. What does that mean? Is our galaxy about to explode? Don't be cowards, isn't it just a star beast outbreak? Call me if you need people, I'll pilot a mech to help blast them to bits. Wild yellow dog, huh? An interstellar migration. Excuse me, but friends from Eagle Country, are we still fighting? Sun System Grass, I sense doom. I have a private starship and have already departed for Blue Moon Star System, waiting to join the expeditionary force. Those with means should leave early. An interstellar migration is no small matter. Ocean Overlord, are there any students from the Logistics Department Year 2 Class 4 at Zhongin Military Academy on Rose Galaxy? I can't reach it. Does anyone know them? Heavy reward for help. Rose Star First Love. Ocean Overlord, that silly fish stayed up late playing games during the holiday and is sleeping soundly. Don't worry, we've boarded the second transport ship. Warm Sun, my daughter is still on the battlefield. Can I go to Radiant Star to pick her up? Spring Sorrow, my son is too. I don't know how he's doing. I really don't want war. Under the migration topic, every second was filled with netizens seeking information. The starports of every planet were crowded with departing starships. Jump channels were fully open with stationed guards at the entrances, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. At the Cloud Manor. When the migration order came out, Cloudly tried to contact Cloud Jung, but each attempt failed. The three cubs stood quietly, hope fading in their eyes during the prolonged silence. Outside, the royal guard urged silently. Still can't reach Uncle. The little fox pouted. And Mom, is she coming back soon? Cloudly slowly shook his head. Can't reach them, but don't worry, no news is good news. Your uncle is formidable, he can definitely protect your mother. Your grandfather went too. It'll be fine, it'll definitely be fine. Cloudly repeated to himself. Oh. The little fox stared at the two streams of tears flowing down Cloudly's face, unconvinced by his comfort. He lowered his head and used his own optical brain to dial Cloud Qing's number again and again. No one answered. He then dialed Qing's number, still no answer. He kept his head down, stubbornly staring at the optical brain screen. The kitten frowned, quickly browsing the interstellar net for news about Radiant Star. The children stood rooted to the spot, refusing to move. The tiger cub worried about his family on Radiant Star, and also felt guilty for causing trouble for the guards outside, so anxious that his tiger ears popped out. Grandpa, the melancholy tiger cub reached out and grabbed Cloudly's sleeve. The uncle outside has been waiting a long time. You take younger brother and sister and go first. I can stay and wait for Mom. You can contact me so you won't worry. Huh. Cloudly's dazed eyes moved downward, looking at the worried, pretending to be grown-up little tiger cub, feeling his own heart equally bitter. Wah! Tears streamed uncontrollably. Cloudly cried like a faucet turned on, squatting down and hugging the tiger cub, sobbing. Cub, I can't reach them anymore. They're all on Radiant Star. What do we do? Wah! Star beast outbreak, hic. And foul energy, it's too dangerous, wah wah wah. Cloud Rong hurried over from outside, stopped, gave an apologetic look to the guard, then stepped inside. Stop crying, pack up, and come with me now. Without further words, he gave Cloudly a firm slap on the forehead, then picked up the kitten and soothed it gently. Don't be afraid, second grandpa is here. After comforting each cub, Cloud Rong packed the important items from the house into a space button and dragged Cloudly, still pushing him, onto the hover car. I left emergency starships for your grandfather and mother. No matter what's happening there, we must evacuate now. At least by ensuring our own safety, we can let them worry less. Cloud Rong ignored Cloudly entirely, turning to explain the situation in detail to the three cubs. Though he too was worried, he could not afford to panic. Cloud Rong's calm composure brought unprecedented reassurance to the four cubs. The adult-sized cub Cloudly pressed close to his second brother, secretly wiping away his tears, pretending he had never cried. No one called him out. At least until news from Radiant Star arrived, they had no spare energy for anything else. And at that moment, a fierce war was erupting in the Radiant Star domain. The protective net suppressed spatial fluctuations to prevent the star beasts from utilizing their spatial abilities for teleportation. However, they had long prepared a contingency plan. The Liuguang Star Spaceport Base was the only location where normal teleportation could still be conducted, and all surviving military forces within the starfield were converging toward it. Once everyone was safely evacuated, the passage would be destroyed, trapping the star beasts within the Liuguang starfield until the moment the stellar-class weapon was fired. The first batch to be transferred were the researchers from Liuguang Star, followed by the wounded soldiers. The legions of several nations intercepted the star beasts, while simultaneously contracting their perimeter toward Liuguang Star. How much time do we have left? Yunzheng asked sideways, his eyes fixed on the energy fluctuation distribution chart on the blue screen. The biomembrane did not vanish all at once. Low-risk planets lost control first, then the membranes on medium-risk planets began to fluctuate. By that time, they had already activated planetary shields to replace the membranes. To cope with such emergencies, the entire interstellar community had invested massive amounts of energy crystals annually as reserves for the Liuguang star system crisis. Now the energy for the protective net suppressing spatial fluctuations across the entire starfield, the shields enveloping the star beast planets, and the stellar-class weapon set for timed launch all came from these reserves. Hundreds of years of accumulated energy were being consumed at a furious rate. The star beasts are too numerous. After discovering the membrane's disappearance, they attacked the shields with frenzied ferocity, coupled with the immense consumption of the starfield protective net at most. The adjutant's face was grim. At most we can hold out for 8 days. Yunzheng's hand on the command console suddenly clenched. After 8 days, regardless of whether the external mass migration had been completed, they would have to launch the stellar-class weapon to annihilate the Liuguang starfield, maximizing the destruction of star beasts. The chain reaction from this devastating weapon would affect several neighboring star systems, accelerating the spread of miasma. Yet this was the best option available. What concerned Yunzheng now was his niece, who had yet to emerge from the secret realm. He would remain until the very last moment, unwilling to abandon hope, however faint. Qing Bao, it's been too long. You should come out now. Activate the planetary class weapon. Lock onto the planet. Xia Baiyan stood in the main control room of the battleship issuing commands. The space weapon fully charged with stellar energy aimed at the Star Beast planet. Command confirmed. Mainframe verifying. SSSS level crisis alert. Priority confirmed. Marshal Xia Baiyan's identity verified. Phylong 001 planetary class weapon ready. Countdown 3, 2, 1 launch. Accompanied by the cold mechanical voice of brilliant radiance streaked across the pristine starry sky. The light carried enough energy to destroy an entire planet, ultimately striking a low-risk planet. The planet collapsed. According to real-time data, only half of the Star Beast's life signs vanished. The survivors converged from all directions toward the human base. Marshal, the shield's energy has been replenished. However, a medium-risk planet in the territory occupied by the Union forces could not activate its shield in time. The Star Beasts within have escaped, and among them 3 exhibit the strongest energy fluctuations, designated as transcendent Star Beasts. The adjutant's lips trembled. Their level exceeds the detection threshold. Particle cannons cannot lock on. Continue tracking. Xia Baiyan turned and strode out of the main control room. A silvery white light flowed from his wristband, gradually enveloping his entire body. The battleship hatch opened. Xia Baiyan released his mecha following the coordinates of the most powerful Star Beasts on the mecha screen. Having received a legacy from the secret realm, his mental strength had broken through to SSS level, and his mecha had been reforged using Longwa's artifact refining method. Before the main force evacuated the Liuguang Star system, he intended to hold the Star Beasts back. On the battlefield of Zhuguang Star, the Imperial forces encountered one of the transcendent Star Beasts head-on. The colossal creature, never seen before, opened its mouth, unleashing an intangible wave that drilled into their minds. Alert! Yun Shu's mecha shielded a group of cadets, activating its protective barrier. Retreat now. Head back to Liuguang Star. As she spoke, Yun Shu felt as if her brain had been stirred by a ladle. The excruciating pain blurred her vision for a moment. Blood trickled from her mouth, nose, and ears, dripping onto her silver-white combat suit. Instructor Yun Shu. The cadets did not want to leave. Their group formation had a clear suppressive effect on the Star Beasts, and with their abilities they naturally wished to contribute to the entire interstellar community. Yet reality left them no choice. The transcendent Star Beast's power far exceeded imagination. The weapons mounted on the battleship struck the creature without even scratching its hide. Its speed was too fast to track. A blur streaked past, and the starship was cleaved in two. Soldiers caught in the breach were bisected, their floating red blood droplets casting a shadow of death over everyone's hearts. Yun Shu's eyes turned red. She piloted her mecha, charging at the Star Beast, swinging the tempered energy sword. Qing. The Star Beast vanished in an instant, then eerily reappeared directly behind Yun Shu's mecha, extending a claw toward her, about to touch the machine. A blue array pattern unfolded like ripples before the Star Beast's claw. Fierce ice crystals precipitated along the array, slowly creeping up the creature's forelimb. Yun Lang held the formation disc with one hand, pouring in her full ability. Behind her, the cadets of the formation class arranged themselves into a formation. Lines of energy interwove into a complex array pattern, pressing down on the Star Beast's head. It's working. Yun Lang's eyes brightened as she increased her output. The Star Beast's movement slowed. The remaining battleships immediately locked onto the creature, unleashing all their particle cannons. Inside the mecha, Yun Shu's hair stood on end. She had felt a lethal threat moments earlier, but her blood seemed to have frozen, rendering her body immobile. Only when the array appeared did she break free from that paralytic state. Once she could move, Yun Shu swung her sword in a reverse arc. Everyone held their breath, watching the Star Beast. Reality was always cruel. The particle cannons and energy sword had inflicted little damage on the Star Beast, and the array shattered the next moment. Freed, the Star Beast opened its mouth. Under the indiscriminate mental assault, half of the soldiers collapsed unconscious, their minds shattered. The rest could only endure with sheer will. An undefeatable monster. That was the thought in everyone's mind. They could never escape alive. Survive. Yun Shu gritted her teeth. Her fingers rapidly input commands. Dozens of battleships were taken over by the mainframe, racing toward Liuguang Star at full speed. Those who wanted to stay were forcibly dragged back by alloy cables shot from the ships. Instructor Yun Shu. I want to stay. You damned fox. Let me stay. Yun Shu closed the voice channel, and the angry shouts of her comrades faded away. She smiled silently. The young have their battlefield, and I have my mission. The future belonged to them. May the Empire thrive forever. Her eyes were covered in blood, her brain roared. She lost her sight, and her hearing was slowly fading. Yun Shu thrust her mental strength into her ability core. Cracks spread across its surface. The moment the core shattered, a tremendous energy erupted from within her body. Enduring the agony, she released all the items carrying energy from her space storage device. A hovercar, a small starship formation discs, a 7-colored flying sword, energy cartridges, energy, or an automatic drill machine. A blinding white light flashed, and everything was obliterated. Successive explosions hurled the Star Beast backward, and the immense energy tore spatial fissures through the region. When the light dissipated, only floating dust remained. Released from the mental control of the transcendent star beast, the crew's lost five senses returned. The battleship was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Despite Yunshu issuing orders as quickly as possible, the death toll had already exceeded half. Scalding tears fell silently. Inside the battleship, a deathly silence reigned. Whimper. Low sobs spread from a corner. Someone clenched their fists and slammed them against the floor again and again. Even without the ability to perform space jumps, the transcendent star beast's speed still far surpassed the battleship. They had evacuated from the guarded planet the moment the star beast erupted, tracking the energy fluctuation map to evade it, yet they still collided with it. Yunshu bought her students a brief respite with her death. However, they still could not escape their predetermined fate. Beep, 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 beep. Alert. The transcendent star beast is rapidly approaching the battleship. Estimated encounter in 10 seconds. Rescue ship arriving in 1 minute. 10 seconds. Just enough time to catch 2 more breaths. Yunlang shook her head, flinging off the blood droplets from her hair tips. Her eyes harbored a terrifying madness and hatred. We can't let teacher Yunshu's sacrifice be in vain. Among us some must survive. They had all obtained the secret realm inheritance, even if they immediately replicated and uploaded the inheritance content to the main brain. Some insights from the inheritance could not be put into words. And in the future, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would all be leaders in their respective fields. That was why Yunshu had fought with all her might to keep them alive. Struggling to stand, Yunlang quickly inventoried the items in her space button, then moved toward the cabin door. Yunlang. Bai Jingning reached out to block her. You don't have enough. Let me do it. Before anyone could react, Bai Jingning transformed into his beast form. The rope tied around his waist fell to the floor, and a peregrine falcon covered in metallic mecha spread its wings and shot out of the battleship. Colorful energy stones surrounded him, forming a magnificent, resplendent river of stars. The battleship sped past. Silent screams were deafening, and intense emotions poured into his back as everyone's gazes locked onto him. The platinum-white peregrine falcon did not look back. It gently raised one wing as a farewell. Good luck to us future formation masters. Hum. The familiar piercing pain struck again. It was that star beast. Layer upon layer of shields, formation plates, and mecha were all draped over him. Even if it was futile, Bai Jingning still fought for a sliver of a chance to survive. How what if I'm just that lucky? Bai Jingning exhaled, his sharp eagle eyes turning unusually fierce. He didn't want to die either, but energy stones were extremely stable. To cause a massive explosion, a powerful trigger that could connect and ignite them was necessary. And coincidentally, a precious ability core could do the job. The ferocious star beast charged toward him head-on. Bai Jingning ripped open his abdomen, pulled out his ability core, and detonated it as the star beast drew near. In an instant, fireworks burst in all directions, meteors cascaded like waterfalls. Beautiful starlight once again descended upon this polluted star region. Behind the cascading waterfall of energy stones, the battered battleship rode the wind and waves, forging ahead without hesitation. Bai Jingning. Inside the battleship, Yunlang's entire body stiffened, frozen in place. Thick blood clogged her nose and mouth, making her feel as if she were drowning. Death and parting came too suddenly for her. Rescue ship arriving in 40 seconds. The transcendent star beast is moving away from the battleship. Reporting coordinates. Yunlang closed her eyes, then raised her head again, the emotions in her eyes wiped clean. Freeing herself from the rope, she tossed her space button to the floor. 40 seconds left. To prevent any surprises, how many energy stones does everyone still have? Take them out. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound broke the stagnation in the air. Mine are all here. Chang'an wiped away his tears, took off the space button around his neck, and dropped it down. I only have 1,000. Lu Xuanfei also tossed down his space button. Tap, tap, tap. In no time, the floor was covered with energy stones, energy cartridges, and space buttons. The deadly alarm sounded again. Warning. The transcendent star beast is rapidly closing in on the battleship. Estimated encounter in 15 seconds. Rescue ship arriving in 30 seconds. The others exchanged glances, but no one moved. The countdown in their ears grew smaller, and the atmosphere inside the battleship became tense. Lu Xuanfei lowered his eyes. Inner struggle made him hesitate. Remembering his grandfather who had lost contact outside, his hand never lifted. Estimated encounter in 4 seconds. At that moment, several hands moved. A bare paw had just reached out when it was frozen by ice. Green vines slithered nimbly, bodies collided, and several strands of mental energy entangled. Lu Xuanfei grabbed the space button filled with energy stones, but the next second his body went rigid. A slender hand snatched the space button away. A breeze brushed past, and Yunlang's figure disappeared through the cabin door. A rare violent rabbit. Better keep it as research material. Stepping into the cosmos, Yunlang awaited the star beast's arrival. This is the last time. The small dot in her field of vision gradually grew larger. Seemingly enraged by the 2 previous attacks, the star beast did not immediately approach the lone figure. Its massive eyes were filled with ferocity. Staring at the tiny thing before it, the star beast rolled its eyes and actually bypassed Yunlang, chasing after the battleship. Yunlang was taken aback, but immediately responded. She aimed the mecha's energy cannon at the star beast's tail and fired. The vulnerable spots on a star beast should be the same as those on humans and beastmen, she thought. Perhaps due to the limited damage from the energy cannon, the star beast only paused and still did not turn back. Yunlang chased after it in her mecha, but in the next second a gaping maw opened wide and turned to bite down. The sturdy metal mecha shattered, revealing the cockpit inside. SSSHH. Blood droplets flew and a severed arm drifted away. The star beast opened its mouth again. Yunlang went berserk. Gripping the star beast's gleaming white teeth with one hand, she released the energy stones, while kicking off to dive into the beast's throat. Her ability core was seething, screaming for mutual destruction. It's over. Yunlang held her breath, accepting death with calm. Yet in the blink of an eye, the massive star beast was hurled backward. Rescue ship arrived. Please ensure your safety. The mechanical voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. The rope coiled around her waist pulled her into a gentle ocean. Yunlang's forcibly ignited ability core gradually calmed down. A faint white radiance spread from behind, carving out a safe zone. Good child, come back. In the connected mecha channel, a familiar voice carried a gentle strength, making one relax involuntarily. Principal Nangong. Yunlang felt as if she were dreaming. Nangong, clad in combat armor, looked at the blood-drenched student in the starry sky. Overwhelming grief reddened her eyes in an instant. The principal came too late. Don't be afraid. A sky-covering iron behemoth and a scaled beast stared at each other across the shield. Inside the main control room, the central brain captured information about the star beast and streams of data uploaded to the base system. Nangong Li's eyes turned cold as her psychic energy connected through the warship, instantly locking onto the furious star beast. The alloy plate at the front of the warship rose, revealing the dark muzzle of an energy cannon. Points of starlight gathered. The next moment, a massive energy particle beam pierced through space, landing precisely on the star beast's throat. Blue sparks flew at the contact point, but the scales remained undamaged. Seeing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Li's weathered eyes. Their hypothesis was correct. Such an aberrant creature should not exist in this world. And they absolutely would not allow this thing to leave the Liuguang star domain. 10 times charge. Nangong Li aimed again, her psychic energy simulating the star beast's trajectory, while vast streams of information flooded into her mind, forming a dynamic map under the refinement of her psychic power. Found it. Her psychic threads triggered the launcher. A particle beam brighter than before shot through the air. Under everyone's gaze, a scorched wound spread and bloomed across the star beast's scales. This single strike drained 10% of the super warship's energy reserves, enough to power a planet through 2 SSS-level star beast rampages. Prepare for sampling. Nangong Li breathed a sigh of relief, but her psychic energy remained taut. Retreat immediately after successful sampling and prepare for combat. Received. A nearly invisible black line flashed across the field of view. The sampling device, enhanced with a formation array, possessed formidable stealth only traceable by those with powerful psychic abilities. The head of the black metal cable unfurled like an octopus's tentacle as it struck the wound on the star beast. It probed into the injury, and the sharp, yet supple tendrils wrapped around a small piece of flesh, then fully contracted and closed. All of this happened too fast. Sampling successful. The cable bearing the sample retracted instantly. The enraged star beast gave chase, its physical body crashing against the shield with a violent psychic assault. Beep. The warship's energy reserves dropped by 1% in an instant. Everyone gasped. Just one hit. What level of monster was this? Retreat. The massive warship began to move. The super warship guided the battered fleet toward the Liuguang star base. Before departing, 2 formation discs were ejected from the open hatch. As the array patterns flickered, a hazy purple mist spread, accompanied by a faint stench. The star beast pursued, and as it passed through this purple nebula, wisps of gas seeped into its wound. Instantly, the vast, boundless universe vanished from its sight. It was surrounded by star beasts on all sides, as if it had returned to the planet where it was once confined, with that bubble-like thing still hanging overhead. Hull! Its drooping eyelids snapped open, the beast's ferocious eyes wide with confusion. Where had its food gone? Hull! In the cosmos, a scaled star beast charged aimlessly back and forth in place. By the time it left the formation's range, the warship had already vanished into the distance beyond the reach of its psychic tendrils. Inside the fleet, Yunlang lay in the medical pod. The gentle medicinal energy washed over her body repeatedly, and the severed arm began to itch and sting. Immersed in the healing liquid, Yunlang kept her eyes tightly shut. The images of Yun Shu and Bai Jingning lingered in her mind. She should have met the same fate, yet she had survived by chance. Losing just one arm. At that moment, the strength she had forced herself to muster drained away completely. Transparent tears mingled with the treatment fluid, and she briefly allowed herself to be vulnerable. Beep. Treatment complete. Physical examination report sent to the optical brain. Splash. Yunlang stepped out of the medical pod. The discomfort of the missing arm made her stagger, but she quickly adapted to her new physical state. Changing out of her blood-soaked combat suit, she found Nangong Li waiting quietly outside the door. Their eyes met, and neither spoke. Nangong Li sighed and stepped forward, pressing Yunlang into her warm embrace. You did very well. Truly you did very well. Because of you the warship held out until reinforcements arrived and more people survived. Thinking of the fallen Nangong Li's fingertips trembled as she suppressed the grief within. So young. If it were possible, she would rather have died herself. Under the principal's gentle voice, the tall beastkin girl silently reddened her eyes. She understood the principal's meaning. She shouldn't blame herself for others' deaths. Yet she could not console herself, could not accept the reality, and could not stop the pain. If today on this starship it had been Yunqing Qin Xiaobayan, would the outcome have been different? No, it's not enough. I'm not strong enough. Yunlang whispered. Because she wasn't strong enough, she constantly had to make choices. Because she wasn't strong enough, she kept losing. Then, become stronger. The confusion in Yunlang's eyes faded, gradually replaced by a resolute gleam. There were geniuses in the world, oh she would chase them and make up for her lack of talent with double the time. She would never accept a mediocre self. The Imperial fleet successfully withdrew, but the Dragon Kingdom encountered trouble. Longstar, a planet belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, had been heavily invested with manpower and resources. With the secret realm appearing on this planet, the Dragon Kingdom had also dispatched an additional legion to guard the planet. The membrane suddenly vanished, and the surging star beasts naturally converged on the densely populated planet. Just as the first fleet had evacuated, Longstar was besieged by a massive horde of star beasts. Worse still, there was a spatial-type, transcendent star beast here. Even in the Liuguang star domain, which suppressed spatial fluctuations, it could perform brief space jumps. The space jumps were short-ranged, but that didn't stop it from piercing the shield and descending upon the planet. For Longstar, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. Activate the shields and evacuate quickly. I'll try to draw its attention. Xiaobayan issued the command. Spatial-type star beasts excelled at space jumps, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, far surpassing psychic-type star beasts. If it weren't for his breakthrough in psychic power, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect the beast's movements in time and respond. However, the high-intensity use of psychic energy took a heavy toll, and he might not last much longer. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Xiaobayan piloted the mech narrowly, avoiding a spatial rift. Almost all current energy weapons couldn't penetrate its defenses. The weapons that could breach its defenses were too powerful, and with its bizarre spatial abilities, he couldn't land a hit. What the hell was this thing? Xiaobayan cursed under his breath, replenished his psychic energy recovery potion, and continued toying with the star beast. The two sides exchanged rapid blows. Teammates who wanted to assist had no way to intervene, so they could only continuously increase energy output to suppress spatial fluctuations. The prolonged psychic energy consumption was unbearable. In a moment of distraction, the mech Xiaobayan piloted was struck by a spatial blade at the energy cell. The second before the explosion, Xiaobayan ejected from the cockpit and fell to the ground. Chirp! The star beast's glassy eyes shifted slightly, revealing a hint of human-like cruelty. Witnessing this, Xiaobayan had a bad feeling. Could higher-level star beasts develop intelligence? What kind of creature was this? The bird-like spatial star beast spread its wings and dove down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With several consecutive space jumps, a blurry black shadow flickered in different directions, making it impossible to guess its next position. The massive bone wings stirred up a strong wind. Chirp! A dense array of spatial blades converged from all sides, about to slice Xiaobayan into pieces. Several energy blasts were fired, but they couldn't match the speed of the spatial blades. Marshal! No. In the blink of an eye, the spatial blades were upon him. At the critical moment, a silver-white stream of light descended from the sky, and explosive spatial energy swept out like a hurricane, devouring the power of all the spatial blades. The distorted space was riddled with cracks, but Xiaobayan at the center of the storm remained unscathed. Those familiar patterns. Xiaobayan looked up, a few simple lines forming a mysterious figure. It's a formation array. Yunqing, who had just left the secret realm and stumbled upon this battle, flipped her wrist. Two strands of soul power intertwined into a formation, a wind-type array, fused with the laws of time and space, effortlessly devouring the opponent's attack. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the star beast, Yunqing frowned. Refining void stage. The star beast's eyes rolled around, its legs bent, and its flexible bone wings fluttered gently as it let out a fierce roar at Yunqing. Jiao! Xiaobayan, seeing the star beast assume an attacking posture, quickly warned, be careful, it can teleport. The teammates in the distance were on high alert. They knew how difficult this creature was to deal with. Impossible to hit, impossible to kill, and one flap of its wings could slice through a battleship's hull. It was a super beast. Jiao! The star beast pushed off with its legs and shot toward Yunqing. So fast, everyone inwardly panicked. Chua! The star beast's body flickered. That move again. It vanished. Everyone focused their attention. The star beast performed a massive teleport in the opposite direction, using a feint to forcefully create distance from Yunqing. Then, without pause, it used its spatial ability to flee toward space. Its crooked wings and legs that kicked up after images clearly revealed its panic. Its flickering figure appeared as frequently as a lagging optical computer signal. Everyone, it ran away. Wait, star beasts have evolved intelligence now and even know how to deceive before fleeing. Xiaobayan was also stunned, never expecting that the star beast which had just pushed him to the brink would turn tail and flee. At the same time, his heart sank deeply. This star beast was indeed abnormal. It knew how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Yunqing looked up, and an icy blue spiritual light flew from her palm. Everyone saw only a flash of blue light. The next moment, the star beast that had soared into the sky let out a pitiful howl. Following the scream, they saw a blue ribbon coiling like a water snake binding the star beast's 2 feet. Jill, its spatial ability was sealed. The star beast flapped its wings desperately, but its body kept falling. Its dry, bony wings perhaps were not meant for flight. A strange thought crossed everyone's mind. Those little wings looked quite pitiful. Bang! The 100-story-tall behemoth crashed into the muddy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the star beast landed, Yunqing's soul power condensed into a needle, piercing the star beast's sea of consciousness, killing it silently. Dead. The star beast's life signs vanished from the light screen. The distant teammates cheered and piloted the battleship toward the two. Xiaobayan took out a healing potion and drank it, his wounds slowly healing. After probing the star beast's condition with his spiritual power, he walked toward Yunqing and sincerely thanked her. Thank you. Do you know what level this star beast is? Xiaobayan appeared to be asking about the star beast's level, but in truth, he was also probing. He was curious what level had Yunqing reached who could easily defeat a transcendence-level star beast. Don't you know? Yunqing replied with a question. The path of cultivation in the interstellar realm had just begun. Golden core cultivators were already considered super experts, and star beast levels were kept below the strongest in the interstellar. Yet now a refining void stage star beast had appeared. Yunqing quickly surveyed her surroundings. The ground at the entrance of the secret realm was covered in cracks with black-yellow soil, turned up, covering patches of starry green, no longer the vibrant scene it once was. An Imperial rescue team. None. A refining void stage star beast that should have been restricted by the membrane. Present. Yunqing's gaze finally settled on Xiaobayan, whose pale face and stubble made him look much older. Could it be that she had stayed in the secret realm for many years? I don't know. Xiaobayan shook his head. Catching the strangeness in Yunqing's eyes, he hesitantly raised a hand to touch his face. Is there something on my face? Nothing. Yunqing turned her head, seriously changing the subject. What happened here? Did the Imperial team all get out safely? In the secret realm, she had felt no passage of time. She only felt that she had spent an extremely long time there, transforming into mountains, rivers, grass, trees, wind, clouds, and the pure and turbid Qi, living from the beginning of heaven and earth to the fall of civilization. In a trance, she witnessed the magnificent finale of a brilliant civilization from the perspective of a creator, and the gains were enormous. Before entering the secret realm, her cultivation was at the peak of nascent soul. Now she had broken through the unity stage and reached the Mahayana stage. The breakthrough in formations was even more. Xiaobayan's voice pulled Yunqing back from her thoughts. One day ago, the membranes on low-risk planets disappeared, and the medium-risk and high-risk planets gradually lost control. Star beasts from several planets escaped, including 3 transcendence-level star beasts. Xiaobayan paused. Star beasts that exceed the current level limits are called transcendence-level star beasts. We are preparing to evacuate to Liuguang Star. The Imperial team has all safely left the secret realm and are now gathered on Liuguang Star. Would you like to come with us? All left, huh? Yunqing gladly accepted Xiaobayan's invitation. Who would refuse a convenient starship ride? As they stored the star beast's corpse and were about to leave, a gaze that was impossible to ignore pierced into their backs like needles. Xiaobayan turned around warily, but the ability he had been about to unleash dissipated weakly the moment he looked back. At the entrance of the secret realm, a ghost-like man stared straight at him. Though he said nothing, his eyes seemed to contain countless words. He was Qing. So General. His confused mind cleared, and Xiaobayan parted his lips slightly, his expression blank. Thank you for remembering me. Jing Tsang's tone was profound. He strode over, and facing Yunqing, his usually cold face carried a hint of grievance. I just came out. Where are you all going? If he had come out a step later, he would have been left behind. Jing Tsang ground his teeth, inwardly glad he had emerged in time. Xiaobayan was deeply apologetic. Sorry, I momentarily forgot. Under the immense shock of death, he had indeed forgotten about Qin Su. Perhaps subconsciously, he thought the last person to leave the secret realm was Yunqing, so he didn't recall him. Now seeing Qin Su safely out of the secret realm, Xiaobayan felt genuinely happy and tried to make amends. Since you're out, let's evacuate together. Xiaobayan extended the invitation. Jing Tsang accepted unobtrusively, squeezing in between the two. The 3 boarded the battleship heading to Liuguang Star, escorting the long evacuation convoy. Along the way, Yunqing also dealt with the 2 refining void stage star beasts that had escaped. By the battleship's porthole, Jing Tsang clutched his chest, his eyes chasing the figure outside the cabin, an involuntary smile appearing. Soon, this trip to the secret realm had greatly increased his chances of devouring the main soul. He could feel the suppression on his soul weakening, and the heavenly Tao had gone silent. Everything has its reason for existence. Since this split soul of his had developed consciousness, this was his fortune and opportunity. Why couldn't he turn the tables and become the main soul? Devour him. As long as he survived the backlash period, he could be reborn. Ching ching. Jing Tsang murmured. One more step and success was his. He finally stopped cautiously restraining his emotions and let them rise in his eyes. At that moment his eyes shone brighter than the stars. Radiant Star Frontline Defense Satellite A01 evacuation failed, requesting nearby support. Beep. Beep. Receiving the distress signal from the Imperial Channel, Jing Tsang reluctantly withdrew his gaze and with some unskillfulness manipulated the optical brain. A string of numerical coordinates materialized before him. The crimson coordinates emitted a faint red glow and Jing Tsang's relaxed brow gradually furrowed. Exactly where is this coordinate located? The next instant an instruction frame popped up. This is the Imperial Radiant Star Base Command Post, General Qing Su speaking. Detected your position coinciding with the Dragon Nation fleet. We have initiated a support request to Dragon Nation. Please coordinate with Dragon Nation for rescue. Jing Tsang scanned the information at a glance, committing every detail to memory. Sweeping his divine sense across the fleet and locating Xia Bian's position, he strode forward. When in trouble, seek allies. No problem, right? Beyond the viewport, Yunqing also received this universally broadcast rescue signal. Glancing at the coordinates. Zhuguang Star. Yunqing recalled this planet. It was the Star Beast planet she had traded with the Empire for belonging solely to her. She had also buried a teleportation array connecting to the capital star on a nearby small satellite. She wondered if it was still functional. After leaving a message for the fleet behind her, Yunqing condensed a spatial array infused with the laws of time-space covering the mech surface. Using the array's assistance, she briefly performed a spatial jump. The 3 nascent soul stage star beasts roaming outside had been resolved, so the Dragon Nation fleet would face the ordinary star beast tide without issue. The mech soared away. Jing Tsang stumbled mid-step, nodding farewell to someone nearby. The Imperial evacuation fleet has run into trouble. Dean Yunqing and I will go to the rescue. With that, Jing Tsang vanished in a flash, appearing outside the fleet and activating his mech to chase after her. It seemed his entire trip was merely to deliver this message. Xia Bian. So fast. Change course. Let's bring our allies home. After issuing the order, Xia Bian turned to the adjutant beside him. Is Qin Su's ability attribute space? Recalling that troublesome space-type star beast, he still shuddered. The adjutant furrowed his brow, not entirely sure. Should be. Not possible. The intelligence department's database showed no spatial attributes for Imperial Qin Su, but the adjutant had witnessed everything that just transpired. Without any equipment, a living person had simply vanished in an instant. This was clearly spatial ability. Eventually, he could only console himself. Perhaps he gained some fortuitous encounter in the inheritance hall, just like Yunqing. Yunqing. Xia Bian murmured these 2 words, his expression indecipherable. Was it really only because of the inheritance? Dragon Nation had Xiao Yang's heavenly Dao system, from which they obtained special refinement methods. Their weapons and equipment were completely upgraded and military power was firmly ranked first among the stars. And the Empire? What secrets were they hiding? Satellite A01. A battered starship rested on the cratered surface. In the starship's main hall, 2 groups faced off. Stop blocking me. Let me go kill these idiots whose brains are smaller than boogers. How didn't the star beast tide drown you all? Bian Gaogao's face was crimson with rage as he kicked repeatedly at the air. If not for the people holding him back, he would have rushed over and kicked the Korean team to death for dragging them down. Unable to kick anyone, his mouth didn't stop either. We're all going to die anyway. Why are you holding me back? Can't I go crazy before I die? Bian Gaogao was so furious he couldn't maintain his human form, with a black and white dog head bearing his fangs at the opposite side. The sparsely numbered Korean team shrank their shoulders, each one timid and not daring to speak. Kim Jae-yu had retreated to the corner. Looking at Bian Gaogao's sharp fangs, he felt the wounds on his face and shoulder begin to throb painfully. Ouch! Being bitten by a dog really hurt. Kim Jae-yu prayed silently that the Imperial people wouldn't let go. Beep. Shield energy remaining 23, star beast tide scale expanding. Please replenish energy. Promptly. Dangerous toxic gas detected. Please stay away from gas zone. 3 notifications appeared. The hall fell silent for a moment. Each alarm was a death notice for them. When the energy was depleted, the star beast tide would rush in and devour their flesh and bodies, and the toxic gas wouldn't spare any survivors. The ship's core was damaged. They didn't even know if the distress signal had been successfully sent. Even if it had, it was probably too late. Lin Yu was the first to let go. She thought Bian Gaogao was right. They were all people about to die anyway. Dying sooner or later, being bitten by star beasts or beastkin, what difference did it make? These culprits who hid behind and launched toxic gas shells, delaying the retreat timing and getting them trapped here, deserved to die. But at least they successfully completed their mission and raised the shield over Zhuguang Star. At least no one else would die. Lin Yu released her grip and gave an eye signal to Gong Yusin on the other side. Gong Yusin, huh? What does that mean? In the second she hesitated, the black and white shadow broke free from her grasp and instantly burst into the opposing team's ranks, causing chaos. Stop biting, we're sorry. I don't know, I really don't know what happened. Kim Jae-yu covered his head with both hands, continuously apologizing. He truly had no idea. After the Secret Realm team's failure, he was transferred to a border unit as a mobile support soldier. His mission was to carry toxic gas shells and star beast attractant shells to launch a full-scale attack on the Imperial Beastkin. Because of delayed information, he didn't know that the Allied core base had been destroyed the moment the star beast tide erupted. He had escaped that disaster only to find himself trapped here. If he had known, he would have secretly run home. He didn't want to die, even if it meant being a deserter. Yelp. After Bien Gao Gao had dealt with the Korean soldiers one by one, he locked them with electronic shackles. The screams of pain were pleasing to the Beastkin's ears. Meanwhile, chaos erupted over there. Here the surviving Imperial people were recording their final messages. The shield was surrounded and bombarded by endless star beasts. The stored energy was constantly depleting. Toxic gas that couldn't be blocked seeped in through the broken ship's openings, and some beastkin were already affected. Lin Yu had nothing to record. She quietly walked to the wounded. Am I going to die soon? A small panda in combat gear lay on the ground, eyes unfocused. Sensing someone stop beside her, she suddenly smiled. She was about to die, yet suddenly her desire to share flourished. I have a very cute granddaughter. She looks exactly like me, glossy fur, vibrant colors. She's clearly going to be a beautiful beast. Lin Yu took out a collection device and inserted the needle into the little panda's arm. How old are you? Do you have cubs? Lin Yu transferred the blood into an analyzer, calmly recording data, uploading various indicator values, changing over time. After poisoning, each stage of toxic gas reaction differed. She needed more data. Why aren't you talking? Oh, could I be deaf? Is the Sakura nation's poison this potent? Lin Yu. Save your energy. You can survive a bit longer. Lin Yu coldly advised. Sensing her voice, the little panda cheered up. It's you. You researchers really are calm. Are you going to study the virus in my body? Then I really should save my energy and provide you with more research data. With that, the little panda gradually quieted down, her misty eyes filled with pity. Dying here wasn't a big deal for her. It's just that these young ones would a waste. After Gong Yusin finished recording her final message, she carefully placed the signal-lacking optical brain into an alloy case. She had originally chosen a place to quietly wait for death. But seeing Lin Yu so focused on experiments, Gong Yusin suddenly felt she could do something in her final moments. After all, her mother was the Empire's grand pharmaceutical master, Gong Ling. She refused to die silently. That would make her death seem rather pathetic. I'll help you. Gong Yusin took a deep breath, pulled out experimental tools from her space pocket, and joined in. I'm not a pharmacist, but I understand medical research. Four eyes met, and an unspoken understanding flowed between them. With help, Lin Yu quickly uploaded the data samples. This was her mission accompanying the team. Now that they couldn't return the virus sampling data could. Getting busy made it easy to lose track of time. After uploading a set of data, the death-defying alarm sounded again. Beep. Shield energy remaining 1. The death alarm became a battle cry. The beastkin tidied their combat gear, grabbed their weapons, fighting spirits surging without a trace of dejection. Before death arrived, they were already prepared to bid farewell to the world. Fear could never shatter a beastkin's will. They would fight until their last drop of blood was spilled. Resistance is the innate character of the beastmen. The shield shattered. The first star beast invaded the warship. With a squelch, the energy light sword sliced through flesh, gradually staining the cold white bulkhead with blood. The ugly star beast's head had not yet hit the ground before it was kicked away by a foot. The beastmen held the line firmly. The narrow crack limited the number of star beasts, making it less difficult for them to handle. Lin Yu flicked her wrist. The combat techniques she had learned at the military academy transitioned from rusty to proficient. For a pharmacist, every close-quarters fight was like dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep, and she would perish without a burial place. Yet the surging adrenaline also brought an extreme exhilaration. It was a completely different feeling from the sense of achievement of developing a new drug, and it fascinated her. The battle ahead reached a fever pitch. Behind them, Bang was team descended into madness. Isn't there a rescue fleet? Someone, help. Kill me, please. Anyone kill me. Let us all die. No one will survive, ha ha. Some had already gone mad. Jin Ziyu looked in terror at the bulkhead behind him. The originally smooth metal wall had bulged inward, a small dent, and the dull thuds could no longer be distinguished as coming from a single place. Perhaps it was everywhere. He could almost imagine the starships stripped of their shields, surrounded by star beasts being battered madly. Tears and mucus mingled. Jin Ziyu collapsed in rage and cursed. Why hasn't the Empire's rescue fleet come? Have they abandoned these people? Hypocritical little people of Longhua, aren't you the ones who love peace the most? Why don't you come? Oh, it's you who should die. Alliance Base Command Center. I want to connect to the command center. No, you can't do this to me. At the end of his howling, Jin Ziyu could no longer speak. He only crawled instinctively toward the corner, toward what he thought was safe. Bang! Under the impact of the star beast horde, a fine crack appeared on the hard alloy bulkhead. Bang! Bang! With the thuds, the crack widened. An eyeball the size of a human head pressed against the gap, observing the prey inside. Another dull thud, and the bulkhead shattered completely. Roar! The dark breach became a second battlefield, and Bang was team became nourishment for the star beast horde. Watch out! Gong Yusin hoisted the energy cannon, turned, and blasted, turning the star beast that had charged in into a paste. Enemies were both ahead and behind. Everyone had to stand back to back, forming a circle. We can't stay here. Get into the mecha and get out. By now the warship had lost its defensive purpose. Staying would only restrict their movements. Lin Yu released her mecha, grabbed the little panda by the scruff of its neck, and jumped into the cockpit. Hold tight. An energy blast opened the exit. The mecha squad charged through the breach, and the battlefield shifted to the air. The moment she emerged, Lin Yu was struck speechless by the seemingly endless star beasts. Born into a family of medicine, and having studied on the capital planet, she was luckier than most, and had never experienced a star beast tide. Facing such a massive star beast tide for the first time, Lin Yu's face turned pale, and a wave of nausea rose in her stomach. The star beasts had the word beast in their name, but they had nothing to do with beast men. Their deformed bodies were ugly no matter how many times one saw them. Some star beasts even had 2 heads and 10 legs with wrinkled, poison-dripping skin covered in red eyeballs. Even a single one was hideous, but thousands upon thousands clustered together created an overwhelming impact. Lin Yu suppressed her discomfort with a cold face, aimed at the star beast horde, and fired energy blasts. The star beasts surged forward in endless waves, constantly filling the gaps. But their energy was limited, and their living space would only shrink until there was nowhere left to retreat. Crack! The mecha split open. Roar! From the star beast's split mouth, a long, slender tongue shot out. Sucker-like mouthparts grabbed the mecha, lifted it, and slammed it hard to the ground. The moment the cockpit shattered, Lin Yu looked up in shock and anger. The star beast's drooling maw pressed down like a towering mountain. Soon it would pierce through her body, and she would be drained in an instant, leaving only a thin sheet of skin. Lin Yu closed her eyes. In her mind, a heroic face flashed by. She couldn't describe the feeling, only a faint sense of regret. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated death did not come. Her closed eyelids trembled slightly, and Lin Yu felt a gentle, warm breeze brush across her cheek. She thought it was a hallucination before death. The clamor vanished instantly. In its place came the cheers of her companions. Cheers. Sounds. Lin Yu opened her eyes. The star beasts had disappeared. The dark, oppressive horde above had become a high dome. They still surrounded her, but were blocked by a luminous white light, unable to approach. Propping herself up, Lin Yu saw Dean Yun Qing through the gray haze. She stood in the ashes like a beam of heavenly light piercing the dark clouds. In the not-so-quiet environment, Lin Yu heard her own heartbeat clearly. Ow, we're saved. Ching ching. Ow. Gong Yusin excitedly jumped out of the mecha cabin, stumbling toward the person at the center of the formation. It's you. You saved me again. I won't die. Haha, darling. I love you to death, baby. Halfway, Gong Yusin transformed into a gibbon using all 4 limbs and finally collapsed into Yun Qing's arms, completely exhausted. Yun Qing. She supported Gong Yusin's sliding body with one hand and casually stuffed a spirit restoration pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering, and the fatigue in her body vanished instantly. Gong Yusin perked up again, her 2 furry arms tightly embracing the person, her bared teeth conveying her joy to everyone. Whoa, she was really scared to death. She was just a researcher, not a combatant. Her legs were weak. She didn't want to move. She wanted to be held by her savior forever. Just as she was secretly rejoicing, lightning accompanied by howling wind swept past her ear, traveling all the way from behind her. The sword energy plunged into the star beast horde, and their wails resounded across the sky. Gong Yusin, what flew past? She turned around warily and saw a figure slowly descending from the air. That familiar face. It was General Qin Su. He was here too. Touching her cold ear, Gong Yusin suspected he had done it on purpose. But they were not acquainted. She really couldn't figure out why he would target her. It must be an illusion. Can you still walk? Yin Qing moved her arm, her tone helpless. You're hugging too tightly. Being hugged by a bloody monkey was indeed not a pleasant experience. Yun Qing thought that she still preferred soft, fragrant, fluffy creatures, preferably with fluffy fur like the little cub at her home. She hadn't seen it for a long time, as she was a bit homesick. Gong Yusin blushed and immediately let go. Whoa! As she spoke, another bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and the strong wind it brought stung her face. Gong Yusin secretly glanced behind her. The legendary aloof beauty General Qin Su was staring at her with a curved smile. She didn't think the smile was friendly, she felt a chill all over, as if targeted by a ferocious beast. After she let go, the discomfort in her body indeed decreased. Gong Yusin. Case closed. He really did it on purpose. Jing Tsong sheathed his light, sort of bright smile, tinged with innocence. He only glanced at the hairy monkey, then focused all his attention on Yun Qing. She looked beautiful piloting the mecha. She looked beautiful setting up the formation. Even standing casually on the ground, she looked beautiful. Woof! Woof! The drawn-out howl was hoarse and raspy. The black border collie lay at the mech hatch, wagging its tail weakly. Woof! My good sister. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. She had saved her precarious research career at their first meeting, and now she had saved her dog's life in a crisis. Bian Gao Gao was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. If her physical strength allowed, she would have sung a song of joy for this earth-shattering friendship. With the crisis resolved, reason returned. Hearing her teammates' weak bark, Gong Yusin jerked her head around. Ignoring the unharmed black and white dog, Gong Yusin quickly scanned the battlefield. The exhausted members lay scattered on the ground. All survivors were wounded, and those who had been poisoned had lost consciousness. Quick! Gong Yusin pulled Yunqing's arm tightly, as if grasping the last straw. They've been poisoned. Can you still save them? Pills, yes. Do you have any pills that can cure this poison? Remembering Yunqing's identity, a faint glimmer of hope lit up in Gong Yusin's eyes. Let me see. Yunqing stepped forward quickly, sweeping her spiritual sense. She soon locked onto the little panda whose life force was the weakest. Perhaps because she was the oldest, the little panda's body had the lowest resistance to the virus. The fact that she had held on until now without succumbing was a testament to her strong will. Yunqing took out a pill and fed it to her, stabilizing her condition. She handed the bottle to Gong Yusin without looking up. Give this to the others first. It can save their lives. Gong Yusin clutched the bottle and dashed out. Her flexible arms scooped up the fallen members, and without caring whether they were conscious, she pried open their mouths and forced the pills down. She feared that even a moment's delay would cause someone who could have survived to die. Lin Yu propped herself up, intending to help, but before she could take 2 steps, Yunqing called out, "This bottle restores ability and stamina. Take it and distribute it among yourselves." A fist-sized bottle was tossed over. Lin Yu caught it, the heavy weight settled in her palm. "Thank you, Dean." She opened the stopper, took 1 pill immediately, and the effect was instantaneous. Her lost strength returned, and her depleted abilities were fully restored without any side effects. This was a recovery agent that even the Lin family couldn't produce. Adoration nearly overflowed from Lin Yu's eyes. "Woof!" Bian Gao Gao crawled forward excitedly. "Woof! Feed me, feed me. I'll help too." "Coming, hold on." Lin Yu took a deep look at the person kneeling on the ground, then hurriedly turned and walked toward Bian Gao Gao. She thought she would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. When she was on the brink of death, someone descended from the sky and pulled her back to the world. It turned out that some people really do shine. The examination results were not satisfactory. This was not the traditional toxin Yunqing knew. Or rather, it wasn't a toxin. The pill she had fed had detoxifying effects, but while the little panda's condition no longer worsened, it showed no signs of improvement either. Yunqing could sense that once the pill's medicinal power fully dissipated, the body would continue to deteriorate until it completely collapsed. This is a gene weapon developed by Sakura Country, specifically targeting our beastman's genes. Gong Yusin had returned after administering the pills and explained to Yunqing. "We're near the poison gas frontline and a mid-risk planet. Our fleet's mission was to inspect and maintain the shielding while also escorting the defending troops during their retreat. But before we could withdraw, the Stick Country team attacked and released the poison gas. Though the Stick Country team had already died in the star beast's stomachs, Gong Yusin still ground her teeth in hatred. She finally understood why some people opposed war. Because war was too cruel. The battlefield was a meat grinder. Regardless of victory or defeat, the dead would not be reborn, and the living were not as happy as they imagined. Can you still save her?" Gong Yusin suppressed her rage and asked anxiously. "I don't know much about gene-level matters." Yunqing was honest. "My pills can only maintain her basic vital signs. The specific situation requires professionals to handle." Gong Yusin wasn't disappointed. It's good enough that she's alive. As for the gene virus, as long as there was time, a solution would eventually be found, but she feared time wouldn't wait. With her greatest worry relieved, Gong Yusin hugged Yunqing and sobbed, "Thank you. This outcome is already very good. Really, I thought we would all die here. It's so wonderful to be alive." In front of someone she trusted, she briefly became a child, crying without restraint. Yunqing gently patted the ape's back with her warm hand, offering dry comfort. "It's okay." The sobbing continued intermittently, never stopping. Yunqing, not good at comforting others, could only stroke her fur over and over. Their conversation was not quiet. The other beastmen, who had been eavesdropping, set aside their worries. They exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. "Yes, as long as you're alive, it's good." The kangaroo beastman squeezed her thigh stump. Her entire leg had been bitten off by a star beast. "And when I get back, I'm going to apply for a super-powered mechanical leg made of the best materials. Next time I'll make those star beasts break their teeth." "Good idea." The lizard beastman also moved his severed arm. "I want a metal arm plated in rainbow colors. My kid should like it, huh?" The others laughed and chimed in. "Then I'll add a flight module. My kid always complains that I'm not a bird beast and can't take him flying. My girlfriend likes fluffy tails. Since my tail is broken, I wonder if she'll like the new one. Do you think a fake foxtail goes with my scales? My mom has been wanting to hold a little cub. When I get back, I'll make one for her to play with so she'll stop bothering me, ha." The forced light-hearted chat didn't last long. People laughed until they cried. The ground was littered with bones, all familiar comrades. They had only lost parts of their bodies, but these people could never return. After crying, those who could still move silently got up and collected the remains of their fallen comrades, placing them into black boxes stored in space buttons. No one spoke. The immense grief was so thick it suffocated. Jing Song watched it all quietly. He had little sense of belonging to the empire, but this body was an imperial citizen, and some responsibilities couldn't be shirked. Yet at this moment, a surge of anger that wasn't his own rose in his heart, making him uncomfortable. Not wanting to stay any longer, Jing Song turned and walked toward the edge of the formation. Roar! The encircling star beasts surged forward. A streak of cold light sliced across. Jing Song's hand holding the sword flicked upward. Thousands of sword shadows scattered brilliant sword light piercing through space. From drawing the sword to sheathing it, it was but a blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Large chunks of star beast fragments fell from the sky, piling up into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The air grew even thicker with the stench of gore, but Jing Song was unaffected. He merely flipped his wrist and kept swinging his sword. Such a commotion naturally couldn't escape everyone's notice. Yunqing looked over from a distance. These sword techniques. Was it her imagination? They looked somewhat familiar. Or did all sword techniques look alike? As Yunqing pondered, an energy cannonball landed in the midst of the star beasts. Dense bombardments blasted a gap in the tightly packed beast tide. A black and gold fleet aggressively charged into the center of the star beast swarm, beginning a massacre of the beasts. Dragon Kingdom's reinforcement fleet had arrived. A rain of light fell into the star beast horde. The star beasts, touched by the raindrops, dissolved bit by bit, silently vaporizing, leaving no flesh or blood behind, only beast cores clattering to the ground. Target located. A safe passage was opened and a team of mecha warriors leaped out of the hatch, rushing toward the trapped personnel. Firepower coverage ensure rescue safety. Xia Baiyan finished speaking and also jumped into a mecha to join the rescue. Without the obstruction of transcendent star beasts, sufficient energy could make them invincible. Even if they couldn't eliminate the beast tide, they could retreat unharmed with their shields. Of course, sufficient did not mean an ordinary amount of energy. The accumulated investment of the entire interstellar community over hundreds of years could only seal the star beast planet for 8 days. Ordinary small countries, even if they used all their energy reserves, could not sustain themselves for long in a beast tide of this level, let alone allocate energy for attacks. Only a nation of long kingdom scale could guarantee energy supply. Even so, energy remained precious and could not be wasted. Otherwise, if an accident occurred and energy was insufficient to withstand the consumption of the beast tide, they would be trapped in place waiting to die, just like the previous Imperial fleet. First Aid Team seized the opportunity. Under the cover of the mecha team, the Long Kingdom medical team dared not delay and rushed in with intelligent assistant robots. The intelligent assistant first performed diagnosis. Critical cases were immediately given emergency treatment and placed in treatment pods for transport. Captain, they are infected with the genetic virus of Yinghua Kingdom. Detecting a genetic collapse in someone, the team member immediately reported quite a number are poisoned. Collapse progress. 70%. The first aid team captain was startled. 70%. Over half. Logically, this person should not have been able to endure the pain of genetic collapse, with flesh rotting and organs dissolving, their sanity dissipating before their body dying in extreme agony. Yet currently the poisoned showed no expression of pain and their skin and organs showed no signs of dissolution. The genetic collapse progress was frozen, which was unreasonable. I used an elixir, but it cannot restore them, only maintain the current state. Yunqing had unknowingly walked to the side of the medical captain, silently observing their treatment methods. Seeing their confusion, Yunqing explained. Oh, what kind? The captain turned and saw Yunqing, and joy surged within her. Dean Yunqing. The current situation was not suitable for conversation. Suppressing her excitement, the captain quickly returned to work mode. After a brief greeting, she immediately arranged for assistants to place the poisoned into treatment pods and waved her hand, move them out. The waiting intelligent assistants stepped forward and began the hauling work. Before heading to the next location, the captain quickly explained to Yunqing, the patient's conditions will be synchronized to the system. We will also research the antidote here. If there is a breakthrough, we will contact the Empire in time. All right. Yunqing watched the captain leave and walked toward the battlefield outside. Outside the formation, a large number of star beasts turned to attack the Long Kingdom warship. As former top-tier combatants of the beast tide after the membrane disappeared, Foundation Establishment Stage star beasts became the bottom tier of the tide, with the majority being Golden Core and Nascent Soul Stage star beasts. The mecha was struck by a star beast's pincer and flew backward. Xia Baiyan controlled the mecha to roll and dissipate the force. Under his mental perception, a crack had appeared at the struck part. What a tough shell. Hemp. The compound eyes of the insectoid star beast locked onto the mecha in front of it, charging again. Xia Baiyan met it head on. When I get your pincer, I'll use it to upgrade my mecha. Boom. Sparks flew at the impact point. Under the suppression of the warship's firepower, Xia Baiyan clashed with this nascent soul stage star beast. Within a minute, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The battered mecha could no longer withstand the high-intensity attacks. The entire mecha arm exploded. However, Xia Baiyan had found the star beast's weakness. He converted the remaining mecha arm into a cannon barrel, pressing it against a soft spot beneath the star beast's compound eye. White light condensed. The energy ball charged and blasted. The towering star beast crashed to the ground. The mecha also exhausted its energy and fell onto the beast's body. At that moment, a small nascent soul stage star beast broke through the energy ball blockade, and lunged at Xiaobain's mecha, the alarm emitting a piercing wail. Chirp! Watch out! Splat! A sword light collided with the star beast at an unbelievable speed. Black feathers scattered. The bird beast was sliced in half by the sword light and fell onto the shattered mecha. Jing Song walked over lazily, holding a light sword as he picked through the debris. Finally, he selected a feather stained with green and put it away. Not bad. It was barely enough to make gifts for the little ones. Saved a special grade shield. Xiaobain released the shield switch, climbed out of the mecha cockpit, and thanked Jing Song. Thank you, General Qin for your excellent skills. You're welcome. Jing Song remained expressionless, playing the role of a cold general. He turned and continued killing the targets he had his eye on. As for saving people, that was merely incidental. After all, since Qing seemed to dislike death, he didn't mind saving these people. Jing Song's sword light had a strong presence. In any corner of the battlefield, whenever someone was in danger, the sword light would arrive in an instant, as precise as if an intelligent brain were attached. Every strike was flawless. It was hard to imagine how much mental power was required to maintain such a state. Another flash of sword light passed. Qing's gaze involuntarily shifted. The tall man was wrapped in a white and gold uniform. The highly technological light sword moved with a touch of ancient charm. Was it because of the sword technique legacy? General Qin, watch your back. Many people were observing Jing Song, so as soon as something happened, someone immediately warned him. But the man seemed exhausted and weak. The star beast's venom was about to land on his back, but he didn't react. Xiaobain threw out a shield. But the next second the man stumbled and was carried into the air by a flying star beast. Another star beast in the sky opened its mouth wide to bite him. Xiaobain, Qing. In the nick of time, Qing reached out her hand. In her open palm, a yin-yang fish swam in a circle, playing tail to head. Urged by spiritual energy, the yin-yang fish turned into two beams of black and white light shooting out of her palm and into the sky. A vast aura suddenly descended upon heaven and earth. Everyone looked up. They saw a huge yin-yang 8 trigram formation disc floating high in the sky with black and white air currents entwining around it. Staring at it for too long made one feel as if their soul would be sucked into the black and white vortex. Time slowed down. The noise around faded away. The rotating disc seemed to have a pulling force. Air currents surged toward the nearby star beasts, easily dragging this troublesome group into the black and white vortex, leaving only the figure falling from the sky. Qing shot out vines to pull the person back to her side. The frozen time continued to flow. In the blink of an eye, the person had escaped from the beast's mouth and returned to safety. Gasps rose and fell. Witnessing the power of the formation at close range, Xiaobain was deeply shocked. He was about to ask Qing for information when he turned and saw the usually cold General Qin, known throughout the world as a war machine, grinning like a fool. Xiaobain felt dazed. The man's cheerful voice rang in his ears. Dean Qing, I will repay your life-saving grace double in the future. Xiaobain. The rumors were wrong. Which one was the real him? The sudden warmth left Qing momentarily stunned. She regained her composure in an instant, affixing a polite smile. No need to be so formal. As companions, it's only natural for us to help each other. Yes, I do need it. Jing Song held her gaze unwaveringly, his eyes fixed on Qing. After all, it's a life. I owe you my thanks. A smile bloomed across his face, like the first thaw of winter snow, softening the cold, distant barrier and lending him a captivating, almost hypnotic charm. To those who knew him well, this smile was nothing short of terrifying, as if he had been possessed. Xiaobain's jaw tightened. He turned away, unable to bear the sight. Has spring arrived? Or has he forgotten there's a living, breathing person here? Ahem, the rescue team seems just about done. We should prepare to leave. Xiaobain brushed the dust off his clothes and reminded, yes, let's go now while we can. The mecha squad's clearing perimeter began to constrict. Recalling Qing's formidable strength, Xiaobain ultimately decided not to linger. He kept walking toward the warship's hatch, waving his hands idly while scanning his surroundings. Pretending to be busy helped ease his embarrassment. He had just remembered that despite their seemingly distant relationship, the two shared the same bloodline. 3 children with common ancestry. So it was understandable that they might be close in private. There was no need for him to make a fuss. Yet his gradually quickening steps betrayed the turmoil within. Commander Qin, so let's go as well. Qing issued the invitation naturally. She believed that keeping their distance and maintaining a harmonious relationship was an unspoken consensus. After all, that was how they had always interacted since the gene map changed. Neither interfered with the other. If there was any connection between them, it was probably just friends or colleagues. After speaking, Qing turned and followed her expression unchanged from start to finish, leaving Jing Song frozen in place. Jing Song. The smile he had worn faded. He touched his own face. Not good looking. It didn't matter if it wasn't. Besides his looks, he had other merits. At least in terms of strength, no one in this world could surpass him. Convincing himself, Jing Song followed in Qing's footsteps. No matter. He would use the life-saving favor to bridge the distance first. The rest could wait. The yin-yang fish in the sky ceaselessly absorbed the star beasts from the battlefield. Almost no star beasts could break through the formation's blockade and intrude into this area, greatly accelerating the rescue progress. Once everyone was aboard the starship, Qing dissolved the formation. The black and white fish tumbled twice in the air, released a ball of mist, and then darted back into Qing's hand. The two lively fish vanished into her palm, disappearing without a trace. Qing's face was somewhat pale. Continuously deploying two large formations had drained her considerably. What kind of formation is this? It's like living fish. Sci-Fi finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, I've never seen anything like it before. The adjutant also pricked up his ears, brimming with curiosity. It's a treasure obtained from the secret realm, used as an auxiliary core to construct formations. You can think of it as a formation master's weapon. As for the rest, Qing didn't elaborate, and the others knew better than to pry inappropriately. I see. Sci-Fi fell into contemplation. The inheritance they obtained from the secret realm couldn't be instantly converted into combat power. They had to continuously comprehend and learn, growing step by step. But for Qing it seemed different. Her strength was visibly increasing. Sci-Fi grew even more curious. What good things were hidden in the inheritance of that orange light orb? No wonder the Alliance army was desperate to make resources public and equal. Even he, seeing Qing's abilities, couldn't help but feel envious. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sci-Fi left with his adjutant. Soon the warship accelerated through the path blasted by energy and shot forward. The quiet hall was left with only two people. Qing stood by the porthole. She closed her eyes. The ball of mist that had just fallen formed a tiny array pattern on the ground before drilling into the rock. Now, by stirring the yin-yang fish in her divine sense, Qing could clearly sense the location of that array pattern. It was a positioning anchor. This satellite happened to be the planet where Qing had once laid a teleportation array, the one leading to the capital star. Leaving an anchor at least gave her a retreat. It would be best if it was never needed. The loss of control over the star beast planet was too abnormal. She had a nagging sense of foreboding. Qing summoned the yin-yang fish again, her eyes fixed on them as she gradually emptied her mind. This was originally the core of the grand celestial formation. With the array core, she could construct formations one level above her own ability and amplify them 100-fold. Qing's current cultivation was at the Mahayana stage. With the array core, she could build formations capable of contending with star beasts at the tribulation transcendent stage, and that was only the most basic function of the core. She had never expected to acquire such a divine artifact. It seemed that from the moment she was chosen by the system, the ordinary her had ceased to be ordinary. Before the massive wave of star beasts arrived, the fleet sped back at full throttle. The closer they got to Liuguang Star, the more star beasts gathered. It could be said that almost all the star beasts were converging here, and beyond Liuguang Star there were hardly any survivors left. Not that there were none. There was still one team. A fortress battleship was docked on a satellite. The battleship's surface was covered with a layer of shimmering ripples, a special material that could temporarily block spiritual sense detection, avoiding becoming a target for star beasts. But it was ineffective against high-level star beasts. High-level star beasts were already leading the beast tide toward them. Inside a completely sealed space, a dozen people sat in a circle with an unfolded star map suspended in midair. They're all gathered in one place. Yubai speculated, they can't just abandon everyone. That must be the only path to survival. Haha, what if they leave? They can't deal with so many star beasts anyway. The miasma will pollute the entire galaxy and all humans and beastmen will die. It's just that we'll go a little earlier. The snake beastman sprawled crookedly on the ground. I can't wait to see the despair on their faces. Yubai ignored this lunatic and turned to the masked man instead. Boss, what's the next move? Everyone was waiting for the masked man's orders. They weren't afraid of death. Those who feared it had already left. Those who remained had already made their choice. Even if they had to face death the next moment, they would have no second thoughts. The substance that controls the opening of space passages is X. The secret they guarded for 200 years has finally been uncovered by us. Though we can't yet stabilize and expand a space passage, causing destruction. The man's face twisted with pride. That's what I'm best at. A towering building could collapse in an instant, no matter how solid its foundation. Who would have thought that substance X would appear in an uncharted death zone? The substance that opens space passages exists in the perilous space turbulence within every spatial rift. The secret's preservation for 200 years was largely thanks to the Dragon Kingdom's involvement. If not for the misleading information they released, the truth would have been discovered 30 years earlier. Wait a little longer. The man calmed his excitement, staring at a team on the star map that was hurrying back. Let everyone gather, and then let them experience this surprise firsthand. Inside the quiet cabin, they sat in a circle, eyes fixed on the star map. Finally, the green dot wobbled and aligned with the position of Liuguang Star. The man exhaled, his face contorted with excitement. Fire! The weapon shell, loaded with a massive amount of X substance, accelerated, mingled with the star beast tide, and slammed violently into Liuguang Star's protective shield. Bang! A tiny, inconspicuous spark flared for only an instant. But the burst of X substance instantly disrupted Liuguang Star's magnetic field. Descending from the warship, the abundant spiritual energy of Liuguang planet enveloped them entirely. Above the starport within the opened wormhole space, countless warships shuttled back and forth, transporting personnel away, while every available space on the starport base teemed with people. Qing raised her head and immediately spotted a group of familiar faces. They were students from the formation class. Not everyone is here. Qing strode over, her gaze sweeping across them as she identified the missing person. Where's Bai Jingning? At the familiar voice, everyone turned. The moment they saw Qing, they resembled children reunited with their parent. Their tightly restrained emotions completely unraveled as they broke down into unrestrained wailing. Dean, why did you only arrive now? Bai Jingning is gone. Teacher Yunshu is also gone. So many people have died. Dean, they're all dead. We're so useless. We're sorry, so sorry. Self-blame and collapse threatened to bend the young backs. They hadn't even graduated yet they had already experienced the pain of parting and death. Their fearlessness, their confidence, believing humans could conquer all had finally shattered against the harsh reality. Dead. Qing's footsteps faltered. Her gaze swept across the haggard faces, precisely finding Yunlang. The empty sleeve where his arm should have been stabbed her eyes like a blade. Her hanging hands clenched into fists, and something lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless. Sister. Yunlang walked over. After confirming it was truly her, his joy was gradually overwhelmed by guilt. Bai Jingning self-destructed to buy us time, and teacher Yunshu was the first to self-destruct. I was supposed to die too, but the rescue fleet saved me. The Star Beast tide was too massive. The warships couldn't leave Liuguang planet. Fortunately, you returned. I'm sorry I couldn't save them. No one had anticipated the membrane would vanish or that the Star Beast tide would erupt. The formation class students gathered for practical formation exercises, revisiting the inheritances gained from the secret realm. However, accidents always arrived uninvited. The energy equipped in the warships was sufficient to withstand attacks from the Alliance forces and enough to intermittently activate the protective shield for a return to Liuguang planet. But it was nowhere near enough to resist a single transcendent tier Star Beast. Just one Star Beast. Whenever Yunlang closed his eyes, he would see the beast's cold, menacing teeth, and Bai Jingning and Yunshu drenched in blood. Thinking of that Star Beast, thinking of how it could render everyone immobile with a single bite, the weight pressing against his heart felt like a mountain. It's all right. Yunqing's hand rested on Yunlang's head, applying gentle pressure. That Star Beast is already dead. A transcendent stage Star Beast. For students only at the Foundation establishment realm, wasn't it precisely an insurmountable mountain? The current battle situation could be stabilized through massive energy expenditure. Fortunately, with energy weapons and protective shields in balance, despite the enormous consumption, they at least wouldn't suffer total defeat against the overwhelming Star Beast tide. Yunqing comforted the wounded students, but her heart was in turmoil. Behind her, Jing Tsong frowned deeply. Suddenly, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the Star Beast tide into the void. Warning. Spatial channel fluctuation detected. Spatial jumping prohibited. Attention. Warp passage closing imminently. Please evacuate warp entrance immediately. The wormhole channel opened at the starport gradually shrank amid the alarms, finally closing entirely. The forced to dock star vessels could only retreat, crushing together with other ships in chaos. The entire starport base erupted in cries of alarm. What's happening? Why did the channel close? We're still here. It was almost our turn. Why did we get pulled back? Imperial friends, did something happen? Our nation's fleet is still queuing behind us. Why did you stop? Outside the planetary protective shield, Star Beast densely crashed against it, blocking out all light. In the darkened base, panic fermented. Yunqing and Jing Tsong exchanged a glance, settled the students securely, and headed for the command center together. In the main control room, Cloud Zheng rubbed his weary temples. His spiritual sense had been continuously monitoring the battlefield, coordinating rescue and retreat missions based on energy reserves across each combat line. Even with the main computer's assistance, the strain on his spiritual sense was immense. Before he could even catch his breath, after all teams successfully retreated to Liuguang planet, the alarm blared again. What's wrong? Seeing the message, Cloud Zheng instantly straightened. The spatial channel has problems. What kind of joke was this? Star Beast combat power had exceeded estimates. The energy reserves originally projected to sustain for a year could now only maintain the planetary shield for a mere 8 days, with excess energy almost entirely allocated to several Star Beast planets. Liuguang planet could only hold out for another 3 days. Half the people hadn't left yet. If the channel couldn't be opened normally, everyone would die. Exiting the main control room, Cloud Zheng rushed toward the base conference room while contacting his deputy. Have you identified the cause? Investigating. It appears to be excessive X substance. Cloud Zheng. How could X substance be excessive? In the conference room, as Cloud Zheng entered, many people were already seated, engaged in heated arguments. This spatial channel was your two nations' responsibility. Now we're at the critical juncture. What do we do? If we can't open it, we're finished. Didn't die at the hands of the Alliance army, but we're going to die in a Star Beast tide. Good heavens. At this point, you can at least tell us which link has the problem, right? I don't want to die for nothing. The formerly cordial allied nation had also changed its tune. After all, the combat forces deployed this time were essentially their respective elite teams. If they were all wiped out here, what difference would victory or defeat make? Commander Cloud Jung. Good timing. Now what's the situation? How long until it's resolved? What could Cloud Jung say? He had just stepped down from the command platform and knew even less than they did. Fortunately, a Longwa researcher arrived with the report. X substance is in excess, affecting the spatial channel and preventing normal operation. The researcher scratched his head, thoroughly puzzled. X substance is difficult to capture, hard to preserve, and exists near dangerous spatial rifts. Interstellar voyages generally avoid these areas. How could large quantities suddenly appear here? Unless... Cloud Jung looked up. Artificially increased. Xia Bianen, someone did this deliberately. X substance is the essential material for opening and maintaining spatial channels. As long as spatial jumping occurs, given enough time, someone will always discover it. This is our only lifeline, but... Xia Bianen's fingers drummed against the table. At a time like this, who would cut off their own escape route? The Star Raider gang. Everyone shouted in unison. Thinking of the crazed Star Raiders, they felt like cursing. These lunatics. Turns out they weren't completely annihilated after all. They had thought that when the beast tide erupted, the Star Raiders had been wiped out alongside the Alliance army. Who would have thought there would be survivors, lurking until the final moment to strike them down? The Bear Nation researcher asked. Are there any remedial measures? Since X substance is in excess, can we collect it? Excess? Surely we just need to collect it, right? It's not that simple. The researcher shook his head. Maintaining spatial channel stability requires strict control of X substance. Can spatial rifts disappear? No, because the X substance has become so excessive it's out of control, and human intervention cannot play a positive role. Currently, spatial rifts have already begun forming outside Liuguang planet. The researcher sighed. Just as the human body has self-healing abilities after injury, so does space. Some spatial rifts are tiny and disappear after a brief existence. Minor injuries gradually heal through self-recovery. But when the damage exceeds a certain threshold, surpassing self-healing capacity, it becomes chaotic and uncontrollable. People die, and here it would become a death zone riddled with spatial rifts. Cloud Jung asked directly, so you're saying we can't leave? A long silence gave the answer. Cloud Jung rubbed his forehead, enduring the stabbing pain in his mind to comfort everyone. We still have time. We'll continue seeking solutions. No need to panic yet. Liuguang planet must not fall into chaos. Yet not everyone was a fool. With the apocalyptic star beast tide surging forth, who knew how many days the energy reserves could hold out? Bear Country researcher Talia stated bluntly, in our previous century-long plan, we allocated 1/3 of our national energy reserves annually for crisis stockpiling. A century's accumulation under the onslaught of the star beasts could only sustain us for 8 days. She spoke, a cold sweat breaking out on her back, and her voice grew impassioned. This is terrifying, isn't it? We still cannot accurately gauge the strength of the star beasts. Time is short. We cannot afford to wait. Now they said there were 3 days. But in reality, solving the problem required time, transportation and evacuation required time. Everything required time. If the star beast tide once again proved unpredictable, spawning insurmountable issues, the remaining time would shrink even further. Some would inevitably be left behind, and none wished to be among those forsaken. Can the channel be opened in half a day? The General of the United Nations asked softly. I presume you have other solutions, do you not? I recall you have an ancient saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. I'm sorry. Xiao Bian held his forehead, forcing a bitter smile. Under the full blockade of the star domain, the conditions for opening a jump channel are stringent. We originally reserved 2 channel ports. Besides, Liuguang, Star Longting Star could also perform spatial jumps. Before the crowd could feel relieved, his next words dashed them into despair. As you know, Longting Star was previously attacked by a transcendent star beast. That beast possessed spatial attributes capable of ignoring space to traverse. Xiao Bian sighed. The jump base on Longting Star was destroyed by the beast. No material, however sturdy, could withstand a single strike from a transcendent star beast. Even reinforced with the latest technology, the base was still crushed by a single claw. Compared to these monsters, they were truly too weak. So there's no way? The General of the United Nations asked, and Xiao Bian slowly nodded. Silence. The crowd was lost and speechless for a long time. Unless they lifted the spatial blockade, they could ride warships out of Liuguang Star and find any jump point to traverse. But that would also let the star beast tide escape the Liuguang Star domain. And the great migration outside was not yet complete. Allowing these star beasts to break out would spell true doom for everyone. They could not do that, could not lift the restrictions, and could not escape. The result was obvious. In the silent meeting room, only heavy breathing interwove, and the air seemed to solidify, pressing down on everyone until they could scarcely breathe. To hell with the star beasts. A curse shattered the silence, a deep voice laced with a hint of resolve. Xiao Yi threw off his hat and cursed, even if I die here, even if my 2 sons die here, we won't let them out to harm others. The people of the Dragon Nation exchanged glances, corners of their mouths lifting in helpless smiles. Soon, one after another, steadfast figures rose to their feet. Don't give up until the last moment. But if truly there is no way, then we will accept our fate. Behind us lies an entire star domain civilization. Friends, the war is not over. Dying on the battlefield is a glorious badge of honor. Xia Baiyan gently stroked the shoulder badge on his uniform, his gaze tender beyond words. He would guard the final battlefield. The ancestors had staked everything to flee their dying homeworld, preserving the spark of civilization. Only today had it grown into a vast nation. And now they were to walk the same path as their predecessors. At this moment Xia Baiyan felt little fear, instead a surge of pride rose within him. If he could be recorded in the annals of history, what fear was there in death? The empire will not retreat either. Yunzheng slammed his palm on the table, his voice resounding. We must not retreat. The empire's generals rose one by one, saluting with military honor and shouting for the glory of the empire. We will defend Liuguang's star to the death. Talia let out a long sigh. When she stood, her eyes grew resolute. The Bear Country shall stand with you. The great powers had spoken. The smaller nations followed suit. The general of the United Nations slammed his fist on the table. Fine. No retreat then. Aren't they just star beasts? I've slain countless over the years. Why should I fear them? Let's do it. One by one people stood. Firm oaths filled the entire space. No matter what they thought inside at that moment, no one uttered a word of dissent. The meeting room brimmed with fervor and battle spirit, as if a war could erupt at any moment. It was at this moment that Yunqing and Jing Song pushed open the door and entered. Yunqing. Had she come at a bad time? Under the scrutiny of all the big shots in the room, Yunqing hesitated whether to step in. Being stared at made her whole body felt awkward. Qing. The pet name Qing Bao was forcibly swallowed. Yunzheng immediately put on a stern expression. Dean Yunqing, General Qing, so welcome back. At that moment the heart that had been hanging high finally settled. In the command center his spiritual energy had been fully invested in the simulated battlefield, leaving no time to gather information. Seeing his intact little niece standing before him, Yunzheng could finally breathe easy. Perhaps they might still not escape death, but at least they could die together, not alone. The base's jump channel is closed. Is there a problem? Yunqing walked to the conference table, and the shadow-like man behind her followed silently. A researcher nearby repeated the explanation. X-substance. Yunqing considered for a moment. Perhaps I have a solution for the transmission issue. It's okay you don't. Yunjing's words cut off abruptly. He whirled around. Qingbao, what did you say? You have a solution. Two furry ears stood atop his head, and Yunjing's eyes gleamed. Feeling the burning gazes of the crowd upon her, Yunqing's face remained impassive. A faint light of spiritual energy glowed in her open palm. Perhaps you are aware of an array called the teleportation array. Yunqing flipped her wrist. Two beams of light landed not far apart, forming arrays on the ground. The array patterns shimmered brilliantly. A piece of star beast horn fell into the formation. In a flash of light, the horn vanished from the array and appeared in the center of the other array an instant later. Yunqing explained, I left a teleportation anchor on one of the moons of Zhuguang star. And on that moon, there is an anchor leading to the capital star. Chain by chain, the crowd finally understood. The moon was a relay station. But, Dean Yun, moving so many people will surely require a cost, won't it? Xia Baiyan asked curiously. Or is there a limit on the number of people? Though it was a technologically advanced operation, the total number of troops involved was no small figure. He couldn't help but worry. Spirit stones are needed. Yunqing produced a clear energy crystal and showed it to everyone. The more of these the better. They are the energy source to sustain the teleportation array. How many people can be teleported depends on how many spirit stones we have. And besides that, will it harm you? Yunzheng was more concerned about this. Teleporting so many people sounded like a fantasy. Such a method was unheard of. But now with superstar beasts appearing and secret realms emerging, teleporting living beings seemed not entirely impossible. Yunqing shook her head. It only requires a bit of energy to set up the array. With the array core, she dared to make such a bold claim. For a moment, the entire conference room was exceptionally harmonious. Praises poured out like water showering Yunqing. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. The future belongs to the youth. No wonder your empire kept it hidden. What a treasure you have. Dean Yun, if you ever have the chance, do visit our bear country. We are naturally warm and curious, and we adore Empire Beastmen. The overwhelming praise did not overwhelm Yunqing, but beside her Yunzheng straightened his back, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. Yunzheng struggled to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Ahem, enough. Stop the nonsense. Every one of them was so hypocritical. He had to guard his little niece. Couldn't let those black-hearted ones trick her away. The final outcome isn't out yet. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Let me say this first, sending so many away was originally an impossible task. If it ultimately fails, then, Xia Baiyan picked up the thread. We will never blame you. Dean Yun, just do your best. Yunzheng nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yunqing. So shall we start now? Yes. Yunqing thought for a moment. Let's set up the teleportation array connecting to the moon above the training chamber in Qingxiu City. The spiritual energy there is dense. More importantly, the space was open and could accommodate more people. One more issue, the moon's defense. Yunqing said the transfer won't be short. If the moon lacks defensive measures, it will easily be hit by the star beast tide. But the protective shield on Liuguang star couldn't be removed. That would increase the energy consumption. We'll handle these problems, Xia Baiyan promised solemnly. Compared to the previous death sentence, this was already much better. A large pattern appeared out of thin air above the training ground. Qing stood at the center of the teleportation array, waving to those outside. No need to follow me. I'll be less conspicuous alone, and I have ways to conceal my aura, so the star beast tide won't notice me. Setting up the formation will take some time, but I'll return immediately once it's done. Qing declined Zhang's offer to accompany her. Liuguang's star was still in chaos, and to save time the best course was for her to complete the preliminary tasks alone. Once the teleportation array was fully expanded and connected, the situation here would stabilize. Then orderly teleportation would save even more time. Alright then, take care of yourself and be safe. If things get too difficult, retreat. Zhang touched the spatial button on his neck and handed it over. Use any weapon inside freely. Compared to life, everything else is a disposable consumable. No need to save. Having said that, he took the box from his adjutant and passed it over. This is all the pure Qi crystals we can gather right now. Zhang had already dispatched an emergency team to mine the pure Qi crystal deposits on Liuguang's star. We'll get as many as we can. There should be another batch of crystals later. The Dragon Kingdom's reserves are bound to have some left. People from other nations can also contribute from their own collections, which will add up to a considerable amount. A heavy palm landed on Qing's head, and Zhang rubbed it reassuringly. We'll do our best. No need to worry. I know. Lifting her face, Qing saw the worry in her uncle's eyes and smiled helplessly. I'll be careful. Accepting all the items, she activated the teleportation array. Her figure vanished at the center of the array. Gazing at the empty pattern, Zhang set aside his concerns and turned to glare at the man standing motionless like a pillar. General Jingsong, are you that idol? Jingsong, who was singled out, looked confused. Zhang continued. Have you forgotten that you're still a soldier of our empire? After returning from the secret realm, you've been following my niece like a shadow. Don't you have your own duties? Ah, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Jingsong's eyes. What? Your legion, your troops. Seeing the man feigning ignorance, Zhang gritted his teeth. Shouldn't you be returning to your unit? Jingsong was silent. Sorry, he had truly forgotten. As a lone operative, he had little sense of group belonging. He had only just grown accustomed to leading a team, and after spending a long time in the inheritance hall, he had reverted to his old habits upon leaving. Confronted with the elder's anger, Jingsong stood obediently straight and answered loudly, Yes, Commander. He snapped to attention, gave a proper military salute, and turned to leave. Midway, the feeling of being watched faded, and Jingsong stopped. He opened his optical brain, found a contact, and typed a message. Jingsong, where are you? Li Si, who was about to head to the mine, received the message and was baffled. Seriously, cousin? You're out, and you didn't contact me. I thought you were done for, trapped on Longting Star. Wait, what kind of question is that? Where am I? Of course I'm at the base. Feeling something was off, Li Si replied hesitantly. Li Si, is it really you? A location ping appeared, immediately followed by another message. Jingsong, can't find the way. Come pick me up. Li Si. That flavor, it was definitely him. Li Si arranged the Legion's tasks and hurried to the location. On the satellite. The moment Qing appeared, a pattern inscribed itself from above her head into her entire body, sealing her aura. Extending her divine sense, she soon located an alloy rest chamber she had previously placed beneath the surface. She excavated the entire chamber. Inside, as spiritual energy infused it, a teleportation array emerged from the cold white floor. Qing stepped onto it. A faint light flashed, and her vision went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she was back on the capital planet in the residential area of the First Military Academy. Back. Leaving the Liuguang Star region, the signal reconnected to the interstellar network. Her optical brain immediately exploded with a barrage of message notifications. Qing scanned them quickly. First, the latest updates from the three little ones. Second, baby mom. Are you out? We're on a spaceship with second uncle. We're going home to wait for you. First, baby mom, I cleaned the house. Please come home soon. Third, baby, we're safe. Mom, you be safe too. Qing saw the photos they had sent. Each cub sent over a dozen messages a day, each accompanied by a picture. There were photos of the cubs aboard the starship grimacing while drinking nutrient fluid, close-ups of their faces, and a candid shot of Yun Li wiping tears with reddened eyes. A faint smile touched Qing's lips. She didn't reply. Closing the message window, she opened the messages from her second uncle. Second Uncle Qingbao, don't worry about the cubs. I've picked them up safely. We're on your private planet in the Blue Moon Star system. Your father is with me too. We didn't leave with the expeditionary force. We're waiting for news from you. If necessary, I'll take the cubs on a starship to another star system. We're safe. Please reply. Confirming that the family outside had successfully evacuated to a safe area, Qing only replied with 4 words, safe, no worries. Tom was critical. After replying, she closed her optical brain and headed to her battlefield. Blue Moon Star System. Planet 622,202. Yun Rong was arranging the company's evacuation. He had decided to stay in the Blue Moon Star System to wait for news of his family, but he would also ensure the orderly relocation of his employees. After all, once they reached a new star region, he would still need to do business, and he couldn't afford to mistreat his people. How many are left? If the company's starships aren't enough, rent more. Bring everyone over as fast as possible to catch the next migration fleet. Don't worry about the cost. The company will cover it. Set aside another sum of money as relocation allowance. Yunrong stood under a tree speaking with his assistant on the phone. On the other side of the grove, a large white fox was sprawled on the grass, fast asleep, with 3 cubs curled up around him. Hung up the phone, Yunrong scanned the message box and was about to close it. But then he noticed a flash from the special contacts. Yunrong's eyes widened. Safe, no worries, a message from his niece. Yunrong, have you left Liuguang Star? Is the problem solved? The sent message remained unanswered for a long time, but Yunrong was no longer as worried as before. As long as she was safe, that was what mattered. Glancing at the 4 cubs, he thought for a moment and decided not to tell them yet. He would wait until everything was completely safe. Leaving the residence, Yunqing searched for a suitable location to anchor the teleportation array. The residential area of the Imperial Military Academy wasn't spacious enough. Perhaps the plaza would be a good place. With a flicker of her form, Yunqing teleported to the Academy's Martial Plaza. The Great Migration had begun, and the capital planet was a primary target. The students of various academies were among the first to be relocated. By now the military academy was empty. Standing in the plaza, Yunqing waved her hand and released the Yin-Yang fish. Her divine sense merged with the array's core, and a surge of vast spiritual energy poured out, spreading across the ground. Gradually, a massive teleportation array pattern etched itself into the earth. The moment the array was complete, a flash of spiritual light flickered and vanished. Yunqing expanded the array's coverage as much as possible so that more people could be teleported at once. But the larger the array, the greater the consumption on the array setter. Yunqing felt her abundant spiritual power depleting rapidly. The spirit stones at her hand continuously absorbed and turned to dust, and aided by the array core, the formation amplified 100-fold. Finally, the array expanded to its limit. Diameter 10 kilometers. Each teleportation consumed 10,000 spirit stones. Teleporting back to the satellite, Yunqing used the same method to expand the teleportation array there and re-establish the array connecting the satellite to Liuguang Star. In the end, both pairs of teleportation arrays were expanded to their limits. We can begin. After sending the message, Yunqing leaned against the top of the cultivation tower to recover her spiritual power. The wind was strong as she closed her eyes, letting her thoughts drift. Yet faces stained with blood flashed in her mind one after another. Yunqing opened her eyes, feeling a weight in her heart. Star beasts, secret realms, inheritances. They kept emerging one after another, as if hiding a great secret behind them. But what secret it was she had no way of knowing. This sense of uncertainty unsettled her. The first batch of evacuees arrived aboard the starships. The massive formation diverted everyone's gaze from the tide of star beasts, and the once noisy cabin suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Above the tower's summit, the teleportation array's radiance enveloped the entire inner city of Qingxiu City, its faint milky white patterns blooming like a magnificent flower. Tendrils of spiritual energy seeped into their bodies, refreshing their spirits. All restlessness was soothed by a gentle hand. No need to panic. Prepare for teleportation. Xia Baiyan's voice crackled through the loudspeaker. The first transfer fleet consisted of 10 starships, half from the Empire and half from the Dragon Kingdom. Only after the first batch successfully passed through the teleportation array and arrived safely at the Empire's capital planet would the fleets of other nations gradually join in. This was the result of their negotiations. Yun Zheng was not angered by it. Under the current circumstances, staying meant certain death, while taking the lead and risking the teleportation array could mean death at best, no real loss. Crisis and opportunity coexisted. If it succeeded, they would have evacuated a group ahead of time. Xia Baiyan had no objections, and even volunteered, becoming one of the first to experience the teleportation array. Dean Yunqing, what should we do now? Leaping from the open hatch, Xia Baiyan flew toward Yunqing's position. Behind him, the starships hovered in midair. No need to disembark, just fly the starships directly into the teleportation array's range. Yunqing leaped from the tower top, floating in the air, the biting wind stirring her tightly bound hair. Hearing this, Xia Baiyan spoke briefly into his optical computer. Soon one starship moved, its massive volume nearly filling the entire teleportation array. Can only one be teleported at a time? Wouldn't that be too slow? Xia Baiyan pondered for a moment, then pointed toward the sky. Dean Yunqing, does the range of your teleportation array extend upward? Is there a limit? Limit? Yunqing looked up, understanding his meaning, and replied directly. It can cover the height of 10 starships, but the required spirit stones would increase exponentially. Xia Baiyan was delighted. Spirit stones are no problem, we'll provide them ourselves. After clarifying, he spoke a few words into his optical computer. Soon another starship moved, slowly ascending and entering the teleportation array's range, aligning vertically with the first. One by one, the warships stacked like a tower, forming a starship column that pierced the clouds. Yunqing craned her neck, unable to see the topmost starship. Ready. I'll leave it to you, Dean Yunqing. Xia Baiyan tossed a space buckle filled with spirit stones, nodded to Yunqing, and then propelled by his exoskeleton armor dove into the hatch of the first starship. As the Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom, he had to lead by example, seeing the teleportation array's effect with his own eyes. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the woman within the formation. Each person in the cabin harbored different thoughts and emotions, a tangled mess. suspicion, worship, fanaticism, terror. The intense focus did not pressure Yunqing. She cast her eyes down, waved her hand, and countless spirit stones spread out, spinning under her control into the array's core. Activation. The faint milky glow suddenly intensified, the white light extending from the array patterns upward, eventually enveloping all the warships. Whoosh. The light flickered, and the colossal objects vanished from the teleportation array. Success, eh? The recorder nearby watched in excitement, nearly crushing the optical computer used for documentation. Onlookers from various nations exclaim in awe. A miracle. There really is a miracle. This is utterly incredible. How? Opening such a massive space channel in such a short time, even while suppressing spatial fluctuations. Heavens, I'm going insane. Is this something a human can do? Is this a real ability? Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, his heart burning with desire. Truly a mysterious civilization. If he had this power, which perilous or forbidden place in the entire galaxy, could he not go? If everyone possessed such strength, wouldn't the star beasts be wiped out clean? Perhaps they could even farm endangered star beasts. Immersed in this pleasant fantasy, feeling that the future wasn't entirely bleak, Xiao Yi's lips curled into a wild grin. On the satellite, 10 starships materialized abruptly. Watching the shifting scenery outside the window, the passengers held their breath, clearly still in shock. The next moment, they all pressed against the windows, eager to scrutinize every inch of the landscape. The original city had vanished, replaced by desolation. They were truly no longer on Liuguang Star. Success. Xia Baiyan braced his right hand against the window, pressing his forehead against the cool glass. Not a single jolt, no discomfort at all. In the span of a single breath, spatial transition was complete. Xia Baiyan stood straight, the gravity on his face replaced by joy, murmuring to himself, "Excellent. We are saved." Marshal Xia. A familiar voice reached his ears. "Marshal Xia, the teleportation array to the capital planet is ahead. You need to arrange the starships." Xia Baiyan replied with a lighter tone, "Understood, Dean Yun." In fact, even without Yunqing's instructions, Xia Baiyan could see it. The faint glimmer was the unique guiding mark of the teleportation array, their only path to survival. Soon another teleportation commenced. Capital planet. Military Academy Square. The moment 10 starships appeared, a piercing alarm resounded across the capital planet. Warning. Unknown starship fleet has entered the capital planet. Initiating identification. The alarm rang only twice before abruptly ceasing. The mainframe verified the information, canceled the alarm, and uploaded the data. Soon the anxiously waiting group in the virtual meeting room finally received news from Liuguang Star. Nangong Ci was astounded. "They came out." "Where did you say they came from?" The mechanical voice responded coldly. "Capital Planet Empire, First Military Academy Square." "Impossible." Hearing the mainframe's confirmation, Nangong Ci shot to his feet. The capital planet, the Empire's heart, had no jump channels for absolute safety, only transport spaceports. All starship jumps occurred on satellites near the capital planet, each channel thoroughly checked by the mainframe, ensuring extreme safety and stability. No other force could infiltrate the capital planet unnoticed. Yet now the mainframe told him that 10 starships had inexplicably, without reason, suddenly appeared on the capital planet. Not at the capital spaceport, but in the Military Academy Square. Absolutely impossible. Nangong Ci laughed bitterly. "If you said at the spaceport, I might doubt it, but in the Military Academy, the square. Don't joke. Has your core malfunctioned?" The mainframe did not reply, but others could not sit still, clamoring to investigate. Feedback came swiftly. "It's not fake." Song Weihua opened his optical computer, relieved. "I received a message from our Marshal Xia Baiyan confirming they are indeed on the capital planet, First Military Academy Square." They really made it out. After the Liuguang Star domain was sealed, the two realms lost contact, leaving only the jump channel open. They had been waiting for everyone to evacuate. But since this morning the evacuation channel suddenly closed, and they received no information, so they gathered in the virtual meeting room to discuss countermeasures. Just as worry peaked, good news arrived. Rationality aside, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, chatting easily. "Great, I was afraid they had an accident. We've invested too much in this counterattack, we can't afford losses." "Haha, I knew it would be fine. It's safe following the big brother. By the way, thanks to Emperor Nangong and your country's help. Thank goodness." Amid the chorus of praise, only Nangong Ci's eyes were filled with confusion. Human joys and sorrows are not shared, nor are those of humans and beastmen. Nangong Ci sat rigidly in his chair, his heart pounding like a drum, consumed by a single thought. Oh no, his most secure capital planet had developed a fatal flaw. Yunqing received a meeting invitation and found a safe place to connect to the optical brain. A layer of light screen covered the surroundings, and soon the virtual meeting room was projected into reality. She stood at the side of the meeting room, enduring glances from various directions. Xia Baiyan took the lead and gave a concise report. The moment he heard that Liuguang Star was disrupted by X-matter and a spatial rift appeared, Nangong Ci felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. Another Imperial satellite starbit always felt unsafe everywhere. The others, however, secretly felt relieved. Once a spatial rift appeared, if there was no sign of repair, in a short time the place would inevitably become a dead zone from which no one who fell in could ever escape. That was close. If not for Yunqing's teleportation array, all those elite forces and researchers would have been left behind on Liuguang Star. The report ended. The urgent issue to be resolved was the transfer of all personnel. Yunqing clearly felt the gazes falling on her become warm and friendly. Song Weihua stepped forward solemnly and extended his palm. The spatial rift will spread faster and faster. From now on I entrust this to you, Dean Yunqing. Yunqing understood. She stepped forward, slightly bent her waist, and also extended her hand. The moment their hands clasped, Yunqing sensed a profound gratitude from the other, which stirred a ripple in her heart. This is my duty. May the friendship between our two nations endure forever. Naturally, Nangong Ci squeezed and pulled Song Weihua's hand away forcefully with a big hand, and held it in his own, shaking it. You're too polite, too polite. No need to be so courteous. That scheming Longhua man. The Lion Emperor blocked with his body, isolating Yunqing. On the other side, the isolated Yunqing was immediately surrounded by others, and in a short while her hand had been shaken by everyone. Thank you so much, Dean Yun. Thank you for the Empire's help. Dean Yun, if you have the chance in the future, please do come to my country. Let me give you a proper welcome. Great powers losing this portion of their forces might not be a fatal blow, but they could not afford such sacrifices. To show sincerity and board this great ship, they had staked everything this time. Stared at by eyes filled with hot tears, Yunqing pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, I will do my utmost to bring everyone back safely. Time was urgent. Yunqing brought Xia Baiyan back to Liuguang Star. The personnel from various countries who had been waiting nearby gathered around, asking questions in a flurry, eager to obtain information. How is it? Was it really successfully sent to the capital star? Were there any dangers? Marshal Xia, how long did it take you? Is the passage safe? Have any star beasts gathered outside? Xia Baiyan raised his hand and pressed down, and the surrounding noise vanished. He turned and found the adjutant waiting nearby. The teleportation was successful. I have contacted the outside world. The capital star is ready to receive. Let the next batch of starships come over. The adjutant recorded earnestly, Marshal, the next batch of starships is being transferred. The news of the successful transfer spread through the crowd, and the people on the planet spontaneously gathered towards Qingxiu City. The fierce wind howled past. During the waiting gap, Yunqing leaned against the metal wall of the city, gazing into the sky dome. As far as the eye could see, a pitch-black gash split open in the void. Nearby star beasts were swallowed and cut by the suction force. An empty area appeared around the gash, and the bottomless black spatial rift resembled a black hole devouring everything. There was where the X-matter erupted. It was also the origin of the spatial rift's generation and expansion. Noticing Yunqing's gaze, Xia Baiyan also looked over. Seeing the spatial rift expanding and cracks spreading all around, his expression turned grim. Speed up. Mecha team assist. Everyone immediately right now gather here. The order was given. Soon everyone moved into action. With the passage to the capital star open, the spirit stones also had a replenishment channel. Groups of personnel entered the capital star through the teleportation array, then departed from the capital star's spaceport, heading to the Blue Moon star system to catch up with the Great Migration Fleet. Watching the rift expand and extend at an incredible speed, pressing down towards the planet. In the blink of an eye, the spaceport was swallowed. They were still some distance from the rift, yet they could feel the deadly threat constantly approaching. Xia Baiyan urged again, speed up. No one wasted time. They just desperately squeezed into the empty spaces of the array, not wasting a bit of space. The last batch. Yunqing followed and stood on the teleportation array. By then the spatial rift had already swallowed half of Qingxiu City, rushing in with lightning speed. As the teleportation array's light shone, the city collapsed. Everything was reduced to nothingness. On one satellite the final transfer was underway, while on another satellite the first star beast arrived. A four-legged crawling beast landed on the top of the fortress starship, its flaring nostrils breathing heavily, trying to detect a particular scent. What kind of star beast is this? How can it be so ugly? The serpentine beast man looked disdainfully at the star beast on the real-time monitor. This Liuguang starfield is really cursed, full of monsters. This star beast's energy fluctuation exceeded the detection range. Its danger value was the highest among all the star beasts they had encountered. Even if they couldn't know its true strength, it was certain that it was formidable. The invincible fortress, built at great cost, was as fragile as paper under the star beast's claws. No energy supply. No retreat. It seems we can't wait any longer. I've never seen such a star beast in my life. Let me test the waters for everyone. Yubai stood up and walked slowly towards the hatch. His mental energy had been severely damaged in the previous mission. This time he would scout the path for everyone. As the hatch opened, the airflow blew the stray hairs on his forehead. The moment before stepping out, he turned back and whispered, "See you later." Everyone inside the cabin silently watched him leave. The black mecha swam through the air, attracting the crawling beast's attention. The four-legged beast twisted its neck, kicked its hind legs, and shot towards the target. Meanwhile, the solid fortress starship instantly dented. Boom. After just 2 exchanges, the mecha was torn apart by the star beast's claws, and the energy module was damaged and exploded. The light of the explosion subsided, and the crawling beast opened its mouth to roar. In the vast cabin, a whistle sounded. The serpentine beast man stood up and stretched. I thought it was something impressive. Couldn't last 3 seconds. Forget it, I'll go. The serpentine mecha exited the cabin, but only lasted 5 seconds before becoming a meal for the crawling beast. Laughter of derision rose from the crowd. Not much better either. There were only about a dozen people in the cabin. Next, some went together, some went alone, stepping out with smiles into the death they had chosen for themselves. In the end, only the masked man remained. The four-legged beast approached rapidly. He sat motionless with a cold expression. Just as he thought death was imminent, the beast, at the moment it neared the starship, its pitch-black body collapsed like flowing water. The man watched the powerful star beast before him, its oppressive aura even stronger. Suddenly, the masked man's eyes widened. This is a smooth arm extended from the liquid. The monster roared. A human arm, a hideous head covered in scales, the lower limbs and tail of a crawling beast. A bizarre thing like a fusion of human beastman and star beast. Good. The man laughed uncontrollably, reaching up to wipe tears from his eyes. With such a powerful opponent, he no longer had to worry. Everyone would die. The star beast bared its fangs, and he did not struggle. His waist was bitten through by the star beast. Before his consciousness faded, he vaguely saw green life signs disappearing one by one on Liuguang's star. Were they torn apart by the spatial rift? Or... He tried to open his eyes wide, but could see nothing. Having successfully sent away the final batch of people, only Qing remained on the satellite. She intended to destroy the teleportation array to prevent the space beasts from pursuing them through it. Spiritual energy coiled around her fingers, and the moment her palm descended, a vast and profound aura descended abruptly. A ball of golden mist shot forth from the void, racing at extreme speed into Qing's sea of consciousness. Instantly, thousand-layered waves surged within her consciousness. Qing's form froze. After a long while, the spiritual energy in her raised palm gradually dissipated. The golden mist contained a piece of information. What surprised Qing was that this ball of golden mist was the final remnant of the heavenly Tao before its dissolution. Before this, Qing had not known that the heavenly Tao had already collapsed. With this, the reason for the membrane's disappearance had been found. The membrane was a special protection bestowed upon this world by the heavenly Tao. The successive emergence of secret realms was not a precursor to spiritual energy revival, but merely a thread of survival found for them by the weakened heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, there was simply not enough time. Even with obtaining the legacy, they would be unable to rapidly develop sufficient strength to oppose the space beasts. Heavenly Tao. Recalling the information's contents, Qing felt a chill spread across her back, as if an enormous mountain pressed down upon her. The heavenly Tao had told her there was no escape. Whether fleeing this star domain or annihilating the entire Liuguang galaxy, no one could escape. Because the space beast horde, or rather the magical beast horde. Among the entire magical beast horde, the beast overlord had begun to be born. It would possess extraordinary intelligence, a formidable physique, and the absolute dominion to mobilize all magical beasts into an ultra-scale magical beast tide. Even worse news, it was a space attribute magical beast. Anywhere spatial fluctuations had occurred, it could capture the spatial trajectory and track and hunt them down without mercy. Even if they abandoned this star domain and followed the expeditionary force to distant places, the magical beasts would follow in its wake, hunting them down relentlessly. Without sufficient energy to compete, the interstellar nations would eventually perish. Qing had traversed the cultivation world and witnessed the demon realm's army's assault. In such wars, even Mahayana ancestors faced the risk of falling. She understood all too well how devastating these beings could be. With a silent sigh, Qing gazed upward. Her gaze could not penetrate this star domain, but she knew with absolute certainty that the quasi-overlord magical beast lurked behind the gray nebula, gathering its strength. What must be done? Qing asked herself. From an orphan mediocrity on a marginal star to the renowned alchemy master and dean of the first military academy on the capital star, she had risen too quickly. Adorned with glory at this age, she appeared to have no equal. Seemingly glamorous and extraordinary, yet countless moments had left her with a floating, groundless sensation. At this moment of making a choice, her wavering heart finally settled firmly. The capital star. Let's go, we must leave the capital star too. Outside the teleportation array, Yunzheng leaned against the hover car. When Qing's figure emerged from the formation, he straightened up. His curved eyes seemed to be smiling, but upon closer inspection, there was little joy within them. He had seen the sacrifice roster. Yunshu and Bai Jingning's names were prominently listed. Rubbing his face, Yunzheng adjusted his mood and opened the hover car's door. Qingbao, get in. Qing did not step forward. Uncle. Taking out a space cube, she handed it to Yunzheng. This contains some alchemy records, formation insights, and cultivation manuals. Please take it back and submit them. His hand habitually extended drew back. Yunzheng tilted his head, suspecting he had misheard. Two pairs of similar eyes met. Within her gaze, he saw warm, gentle smiles along with some indescribable, intangible emotions that made one's heart race. Some premonitions arrive inexplicably, yet cannot be ignored. Following his instinct, Yunzheng smiled and declined. On second thought, it's better if you keep such important things. You're the safer keeper. Yunzheng made a gesturing motion once more. Shall we? The little ones wanted to wait for you and refused to leave. They're afraid they'll cry their eyes out if they don't see you again. I may not be able to leave. Placing the space cube into Yunzheng's rigid palm, Yunqing explained everything directly. The crisis had not vanished. The quasi-demon king's level was the tribulation transcendent stage. What level it would reach after promotion, no one could say for certain. Yunzheng's face paled, and the unease in his heart spread rapidly. What can one person possibly do? If the crisis is unavoidable, then we shall not avoid it. This is not your burden alone. It concerns all of interstellar space. If stellar-class weapons cannot destroy it, we keep migrating until we are finally caught. Let's go to the conference room and discuss anew. As he spoke, Yunzheng reached for Yunqing's wrist, but grasped only empty air. There is no time. I have a method that can resolve this space beast. Yunqing retreated to the center of the formation. If fortune favors us, perhaps I can resolve the Liuguang star's problems as well. Then everyone won't have to endure the hardship of migration. Uncle, please take care of the little ones and my father. If after 3 days you receive any message, that means I have successfully resolved the crisis. As for failure, Yunqing did not speak of it. Even if unsuccessful, she was confident she could perish together with the pre-promotion quasi-overlord, buying more time. She believed the national machine would provide the optimal solution for confronting the crisis. A flicker of faint light, and the figure at the formation's center vanished without a trace. The teleportation array's patterns spread across the ground also concealed themselves. No matter how many spirit stones Yunzheng invested, he could not successfully activate it. Among the pile of spirit stones, Yunzheng stood motionless in place, like a lifeless sculpture. Until someone came looking. Where is Dean Yunqing? Jing Tsang vaulted down from the air, gazing at the pile of spirit stones on the ground, confusion rising in his heart. Why is there still a pile of spirit stones? Was there another team from the Liuguang star domain that was found? As he looked, his expression grew grave. Something was wrong. The formation was sealed. This was a common one-way sealing technique from the cultivation world. The only one who would do this was Yunqing. Jing Tsang's heart shuddered. He grabbed Yunzheng and demanded, "What is Yunqing doing?" Clearly, everyone had evacuated. Why would she return? It could only be that the Liuguang star domain was in trouble. Jing Tsang's released pressure pulled Yunzheng back from his emotional swamp. Sharp pain pervaded his heart. Yunzheng slumped, taking a deep breath. She went alone to confront the space beasts. I tried, but the teleportation array won't open. The specifics. While asking, Jing Tsang waved his hand to collect the spirit stones, searching for the formation's pattern. Bountiful spiritual energy surged from his body, pouring into the ground beneath his feet. The oppressive feeling in the air grew astonishingly intense. Yunzheng silently watched this scene, feeling the man before him was terrifyingly unfamiliar. A wealth of emotions played across his face, so different from that Cold War machine. He quickly recounted everything. Yunzheng no longer paid attention to Jing Tsang, opening his optical brain to contact Nangong CI, conveying Yunqing's crisis to the parliament word for word. An emergency meeting was immediately convened. Beep, beep, beep. Emergency meeting invitation notifications kept sounding while Jing Tsang remained silent, his mind always immersed in the formation patterns. Finally, found it. Unlocking the one-way seal, Jing Tsang activated the formation without the slightest hesitation. The moment he stepped into the formation, a black shadow flew from his hand. Jing Tsang shouted to Yunzheng, "Please do me the favor of delivering this to the little ones. Tell them this is a gift from Bai Yun." Yunzheng raised his hand and caught the unknown object. He lowered his head. In his palm lay another space cube, while the person who had been shouting had already vanished within the teleportation array. Guided by the golden mist, Yunqing hovered outside a planet. Under the protective shield, frenzied star beasts charged outward like mad, the shield's light flickering dimly and brightly as energy continuously flowed through the transmission chains. This is the place. That star beast was hidden within this planet. The shield's one-way mechanism allowed entry, but no exit. Without hesitation, for time was of the essence, Yunqing stepped inside and was instantly targeted by countless bloodthirsty eyes. The surrounding area fell silent for a moment, then the next deafening roars erupted. All high-tier star beasts that sensed her presence charged toward the same direction. Several powerful auras locked onto her. From the oppressive aura, they were all demonic beasts at the tribulation transcendent stage, a level higher than Yunqing. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she decided to finish the battle swiftly. With the aid of the array core and the soul needle as her weapon, she could challenge those above her rank, but the quasi-king demonic beast was rapidly evolving. What she lacked was time. At that moment, the first wave of star beasts was already upon her. Wind rise. Cyan airflow surged from beneath Yunqing's feet, spreading outward, and in an instant coalesced into a wind-type killing array. At the storm's center, Yunqing's hair tousled slightly. She coldly watched the star beasts that entered the array being minced by dense wind blades. The burst of blood mist blurred her vision, but only drove the beasts more frenzied. Like a swarm of locusts, the star beasts rushed in moths to a flame, courting destruction. The golden mist in her mind condensed into a directional marker. Following its guidance, Yunqing shifted her gaze, extended her divine sense, and locked onto the target. Found it. Black and white mist flew from her palm, wrapping around her body. The array's faint light flickered, and in an instant the mist carried her, teleporting her 10,000 miles away. In her original spot, only the star beasts remained, wandering aimlessly like headless flies. Yunqing stood on a patch of scorched earth. Before her was a tall barren hill, its pitch-black surface devoid of any plant, appearing ordinary and blending seamlessly with the environment. Yet Yunqing knew that beneath this hill a star beast was quietly evolving. At the hill's base, inside a cocoon of light woven from demonic qi, a blurry shadow gradually revealed a hint of a humanoid silhouette. As if sensing Yunqing's presence, the pulsating cocoon surged violently, a smooth arm emerging from it, followed by a shoulder. Yunqing wasted no time. Almost as soon as she detected the cocoon's location, she reacted. The yin-yang fish burrowed into the ground. The black fish writhed nimbly, its open mouth absorbing all the demonic qi that nourished the star beast, the thumb-sized fish instantly swelling into a colossal beast. Yunqing's fingers swiftly formed seals. Imprisoned, the colossal fish plunged into the ground, and black array patterns spread from it to the entire hill. Ominous black chains extended from the array patterns, wrapping around the cocoon in layers as if to seal it. Break! The white fish transformed into a sword, carrying a sharp sword intent, and pierced the cocoon. Sizzle! Sizzle! The corrosive sound grated on the ears. Spiritual energy and demonic qi consumed each other. The cocoon, cut off from its supply, flickered a few times before shattering completely, revealing the not yet fully evolved demonic beast within. Half its body was human, half beast. By its aura, it had 1 foot already in the Demon King realm. Interrupted in its ascension, the beast's single human eye lifted, meeting Yunqing's gaze across the hill. Raging fury burned in that eye. Boom! The hill exploded under the domineering demonic qi, mingled with black soil debris as a pitch-black figure shot out from the base like a cannonball. Without giving any chance to dodge, the beast's gleaming claws swung at Yunqing, bringing a powerful gust. So fast. Startled by the speed, Yunqing raised her wrist. Dong! A crisp sound rang out. Leaping back a few steps with the impact to evade the beast's attack, Yunqing glanced at her life-bound weapon. Thankfully, her beloved small iron pot's defensive prowess remained formidable. After returning to interstellar space for so long, her iron pot had finally seen real use. Roar! The beast's half-animal face twisted as it charged again. Dong! 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 The two figures collided, exchanging no fewer than hundreds of moves in an instant. Sharp claws thrust again. Yunqing leaned back to dodge, seizing the beast's wrist with her right hand. The warm touch and texture were indistinguishable from a human's. If it had successfully transformed, it could easily blend into the crowd unnoticed. Spiritual energy threads, channeling wind and thunder, crawled up the beast's body from the point of contact, coalescing into an array. A sizzling, corrosive sound arose. The beast's half-human body began to show signs of beastification. Heh! Die! The enraged beast twisted its lips, opening and closing them to spit out clear words. It was becoming more and more human-like. Yunqing's eyes sharpened, killing intent surging within her. When the star beast opened its mouth to bite, she did not retreat. Instead, she covered the beast's mouth with her iron pot, charged forward, and slammed her forehead hard against the beast's skull. This was the location of the Sea of Consciousness. Now, Soul Art. Pouring all her soul power into activating the secret art of the soul art, at the moment of activation, Yunqing's cultivation began to drop layer by layer. Great Vehicle Stage, Body Integration Stage, Void Refining Stage, Deity Transformation Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Golden Core Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Qi Refining Stage. Abandoning her physical body, dispersing her cultivation, starting anew to seek the Tao of immortality. The instant her cultivation was completely zeroed, Yunqing's soul departed her body and forcibly entered the beast's sea of consciousness. The moment she entered, dense demonic qi rushed toward her. Even though it was only a demonic beast with 1 foot in the Demon King realm, its strength was vastly different from that of a tribulation transcendence beast. The demonic qi and soul power in its sea of consciousness were thick and formidable, so much so that even Yunqing could not budge a single corner. But she had a cheat. The white soul was shielded by the golden mist, preventing Yunqing from being devoured by the dense demonic qi in the star beast sea. The black fish shrank beneath the golden mist, opening its mouth to frantically absorb the demonic qi. Yunqing sat cross-legged. The soul art began to circulate. The soul art had 3 stages, each requiring a vast amount of energy for advancement, accompanied by excruciating pain, with failure meaning death, an extremely high risk. When she had obtained it in the soul refining tower secret realm, Yunqing had discarded it. She never expected to finally use it. Using the quasi-king demonic beast soul as nourishment for the soul art's advancement, this give-and-take idea was utterly insane, yet it was Yunqing's only chance. The soul power with a master filtered through the golden mist became ownerless, and was absorbed by Yunqing. The demonic qi attribute soul entering her own soul superimposed the pain of demonic erosion with the devastating agony of the soul art. Yunqing's mind went blank, nearly interrupting the secret art's operation, but she managed to summon her reason back through sheer willpower. She could not fail. Accept the pain. Become accustomed to the pain. Utilize the pain. Her soul's aura weakened to the brink of dissipating only to be condensed back into shape by the golden mist's interference. The intense pain was no longer a flaw that clearly reminded Qing that she was still alive. Hundreds, thousands of times. Cycle after cycle. The white soul gradually took on a hint of black, its cool and gentle aura turning eerie and sinister. Heh. Oh. Die. Oh. Oh. The demonic beast writhed frantically, the pain of soul tearing unbearable. It clutched its head with its arms rolling on the ground in agony. Bang. Qing's soulless body collapsed to the ground. The white fish emerged from the earth, danced around the body twice, then settled on her heart, emitting a faint white glow from that area. Under the white light, the bones and blood of her body, tempered by merit, showed signs of melting. Jingsong traced Qing's aura all the way. Bursting into the planet from beyond the stars, he had finally located her, only to find a tribulation-transcendent star beast crouched on the ground, its raised claws descending toward her. On the ground, Qing's body lay motionless, offering no resistance. Jingsong's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, a sword beam flew from his hand. Blood splattered with a sharp sound. The star beast roared, retreating a few steps, its furious gaze fixed on the tiny figure beside it. Seizing the moment, Jingsong teleported to Qing's side and reached out to pull her to safety, only to find her body frozen stiff. It seemed as if she had grown naturally into the earth itself, immovable. What had happened? As he probed carefully, a shock ran through Jingsong's heart. There was no breath at all. How could this be? A fierce gust of wind swept toward him. Jingsong flipped his wrist, using his sword tip to deflect the star beast's claw. Rising to his feet, sword in hand, Jingsong shielded Qing's body firmly behind him, a surge of violent rage spreading through his chest. You all deserve to die. Several powerful auras were approaching from afar. Jingsong did not know what had transpired, but he chose to trust Qing. All he could do now was block every interferer for her. Nothing must be allowed to disrupt her plan. Jingsong lifted his gaze. His eyes had turned icy cold, and his murderous intent nearly solidified into substance. The star beast roared, digging its hind legs into the ground as it charged through billowing dust, countless golden spines sprouting from its skin to cover its body. With a swift slash, Jingsong teleported to its side. He kicked the star beast the immense force, sending it flying. With a casual wave, he cast a maze formation. Jingsong lured the star beast away, shifting the battlefield. Thanks to his deliberate exposure and provocation, several other tribulation-transcendent star beasts on the path also changed direction. Of course, besides these powerful star beasts, the rest of the planet's star beasts, under the command of the higher-ranked ones, were also converging toward the center to encircle them. Sword intent surged. On the brutal battlefield, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Jingsong spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up, and saw 5 tribulation-transcendent star beasts standing like towering mountains, surrounding him with no escape. Compared to the colossal bodies of the star beasts, he was but a speck of dust. The division of his soul had caused his cultivation to stagnate, but despite his peerless swordsmanship, he could not withstand the surging beast tide and the combined assaults of star beasts far beyond his own cultivation level. Having killed 2 tribulation-transcendent star beasts beyond his rank, Jingsong was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The star beasts roared, their voices filled with bloodlust and cruelty. The star beasts' lowered eyes gleamed with savagery and malice. Jingsong's sword hand did not tremble, but he turned his head toward the direction of Qing and murmured to himself, "What a pity. Just one step short. Heaven's will is such, human strength cannot alter the ordained fate." A soft, low laugh escaped his lips. He had never resigned himself to fate. Jingsong closed his eyes, a sense of relief washing over him. But this time it is my choice. His divine sense delved into the depths of his soul. The sphere that contained Qing's soul body had become so thin, it was nearly non-existent. With a single push, he could shatter it, devour the main soul, and truly gain a new life. Across the sphere, 2 identical faces gazed at each other. "It's you." Qing's cold, stern face remained emotionless, showing no impatience, even after being trapped for so long. "It's me." Qingsu had long been prepared, his face betraying no emotion as he coldly instructed, "You can kill my soul and take my identity, but you must swear eternal loyalty to the Empire and do nothing harmful to it." Jingsong let out a bitter laugh. "Your mind is filled only with the Empire." Before Qingsu could respond, Jingsong waved his hand. A thin thread then extended from Jingsong's heart, reaching toward the sphere. With a crack, the sphere shattered, and the thread climbed onto Qingsu's shoulder, burrowing into his heart. The radiant white thread pulsed with golden currents. "Time to get to work." Jingsong stepped forward, leaning close to Qingsu with a mocking smile. "Commander Qingsu." Soul power flowed from his own body through the thread into Qingsu's. The surge of strength shattered Qingsu's calm expression. You will die," Qingsu said, incredulous. Jingsong shrugged it off. "I was meant to die long ago. It's just that your luck makes me jealous." Transmitting everything that had happened in the outside world through soul fragments, Jingsong offered his strategy. "If I devour you, the backlash will severely reduce my cultivation. But you are the main soul. If you devour me, your cultivation will skyrocket, buying a little more time." There was no question of fairness or unfairness. He was merely a vessel split off to receive and transport merit. Only by chance had this vessel gained intelligence and was unwilling to fade away when it should have merged. Now everything was returning to its rightful course. I have only one request. Jing Song mimicked Qin Su's earlier tone, furrowing his brow as if thinking, don't tell anyone about my existence, erase all traces I left behind, take good care of the cub, and Yunqing clean up my social media accounts. That's 3 requests, Qin Su interrupted. Jing Song glared, so can you do it? Qin Su straightened his body, bowed solemnly to Jing Song in the Empire's highest salute. I swear to do it. The Empire will remember your sacrifice. Don't. Jing Song refused. I just want to be a nobody. All right, before I merge and disappear, you'd better learn more. Withdrawing from the depths of his soul, Jing Song opened his eyes and raised his sword. Watch closely. His hair stirred without wind. A domineering sword intent erupted from his hand. Jing Song whispered, this is the culmination of my life's insights. You're lucky. First move. With a single swing of his sword, all fell silent. The gale carrying the sword intent cut through everything in its path, unstoppable. The terrifying pressure made the surrounding star beasts prostrate themselves, and even the tribulation transcendent star beasts had to retreat to avoid the edge. The star beasts' roars of agony rose and fell in waves. Through the soul link, Qin Su felt as if he himself were the one wielding the sword. The profound sword intent was etched into his mind. Second move. A cry like a crane piercing the clouds. Cold light radiated everywhere, and the glowing sword began to hum. Qin Su was immersed in it. The soul power, merging into his body, carried a vast amount of merit, and the sword manual insights that Jing Song had deliberately left in his soul allowed him to grow at an incredible speed. Jing Song's soul gradually weakened. Conversely, Qin Su's soul aura soared. His cultivation skyrocketed and merit tempered his body. This was a belated gift. Amid mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a lone figure wielded a sword holding back thousands of troops, his silhouette ethereal, as if dancing in the wind. A soft white glow lent the figure an air of dreamlike mystery. The rest is up to you, Jing Song said, and then his wrist loosened. With the last remnants of his soul power, he shaped the memories he wished to keep hidden into a spirit butterfly, separating it from his soul. In this life his memories were false, his existence fabricated. Only a single genuine affection that had bloomed unnoticed was truly his own. That sincerity he did not wish to leave for anyone, not even Yunqing. He would take it all away. The moment Qin Su opened his eyes, he saw a colorful spirit butterfly fluttering, its wings stumbling into the sky, as if struggling to escape a cage. A gust of wind blew, and the spirit butterfly dissolved into specks of starlight, scattering into the vast Milky Way. Thank you. Qin Su watched the butterfly vanish, picked up the glowing sword, and turned to face the surrounding star beast. A trace of sorrow added to his resolute gaze. Now this was his war. Enduring excruciating torment, Yunqing was unaware of the events unfolding outside. Like a balloon, she strove to absorb the soul power of the magical beast. Her pure white soul was nearly consumed by demonic energy, dissipating and reforming. Gradually, Yunqing emanated a soul aura akin to that of a quasi-king magical beast. She became a parasite, taking root in the beast's soul to draw soul force as her nourishment. There was only one ultimate goal: to replace it and become the demon lord ruling over all magical beasts. With the final resort left by the heavenly Tao, Yunqing need not worry about other matters. She only had to ensure she could endure the endless pain while remaining conscious. Survive. Die? Heh. Get out. Get out. The humanoid beast's soul body slammed violently against the golden mist, cursing loudly. Yunqing turned a deaf ear and accelerated the operation of the soul art. She had to be faster, still faster. Outside, Yan Yu was refining his own body. The formation she had left could hold off for a while, but if her progress here was even slightly delayed, everything would be in vain. Gritting her teeth, Yunqing accelerated her absorption once more. Soul force was drawn in through the golden mist, forming a massive vortex above her head. Accompanying the howling fragments of soul force came the beast's sharp screams once again. Ah, come back. The enraged beast emitted a quasi-king aura and issued a recall order to all magical beasts. Come back and guard their king. For a moment, all magical beasts across the interstellar world halted their attacks and rushed toward the Liuguang star. Lanhui Galaxy. As the galaxy with the highest population density at present, the Lanhui Galaxy had attracted nearly all the unaffected star beasts outside the Liuguang star domain. The star beasts converging from all directions formed a rare massive star beast tide. Faster increased the speed of evacuation. The more people we transport away, the lighter the defensive pressure will be. The transport fleet operated without a moment's pause. The star domain was vast, and the current energy reserves could not afford the massive consumption required to seal off the Liuguang star domain. The Legion could only keep clearing the beasts with no time to rest. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Look, what's happening? Hearing this, the people around followed her gaze, and their eyes widened in shock. The murmurs grew louder. Star beasts. Are they fleeing? How is that possible? They seem to be attracted by something. Not a single star beast chose to stay. What is over there? A warrior in a mech instinctively swung his blade at the fleeing star beasts. Clang! The lightsaber sheared off half of a star beast's head. Yet even so, dragging the remaining half of its skull, the beast only let out a scream and continued running, its limbs still clawing forward. They really fled. Wonderful. Whatever the reason, at least the pressure is reduced and fewer people will die. The star beast tide has receded. Cheers drowned the entire Lanua galaxy. The people of the defeated nation finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their country had lost its high-end combat power in the last war and was on strained terms with the two major powers. The permission for them to perform space jumps was already the greatest grace. In a critical moment, they would definitely be the ones abandoned. Wiping away tears, the people of the defeated nation felt fortunate to have survived this terrifying star beast tide. While everyone was cheering, some keen individuals sensed something from the strange behavior of the star beasts, silently adjusting their plans and gathering intelligence. The Liuguang star domain was already fully sealed. With so many star beasts charging in, the remaining energy reserves of the blockade network were being consumed at an alarming rate, leaving them even less time to escape. The current safety and calm came at a cost. The higher-ups seemed to sense something as well, mobilizing all resources to accelerate the progress of the voyage. The treasure-seeking rat family, with its abundant resources, safely delivered its own clan and then surrendered all its transport ships to the nation, contributing their share. Groups of people embarked on the path of migration. Yun Rong watched the video transmitted by his employees through his optical brain, but an uneasy feeling lingered. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. Yun Rong breathed rapidly. That direction is the Liuguang star domain. He tapped his optical brain. Beep. The optical brain you are connecting to is temporarily unresponsive. Useless thing. Yun Rong nearly smashed his optical brain. In the depths of the palace where signals were blocked, Yun Zheng alone remained. In a pure white space, a massive blue eyeball floated in midair, streams of data flowing through it. Air 03, latest changes in Lanua Galaxy. Star beast tide heading toward the Liuguang star domain may impact the blockade network. Estimated blockade time has changed. Pay attention to the weapon annihilation activation time. Specific data is being calculated. The launch of a stellar-level weapon required the authorization key of the Supreme Commander. Furthermore, it also needed approval from the main brain. Personal desires must not override the law. The main brain, unaffected by emotions, absolutely rational, fair, and impartial, was the final gatekeeper restraining human desires. Yun Zheng felt a pang in his heart. I know, Lord Main Brain. The shortening of the blockade time meant the annihilation of the Liuguang star domain would accelerate. If Yun Qing did not come out in time, he would have to personally press the launch button of this weapon when the time ended. If she succeeded in coming out, then he as her uncle would personally welcome her home. The outside world was in turmoil. Having burrowed into the beast sea of consciousness, Yun Qing had successfully stepped into the first stage of the soul art, her soul aura strengthening. Dense black mist danced around her intimately. Ah, that's mine. The beast's eyes turned crimson, its soul aching as another piece of soul fragment was torn off by the golden mist and fed to Yun Qing's mouth. Give it back. Give it. Thief. Shameless. Get out. The furious beast stomped in its sea of consciousness, able only to vent with words, hoping to affect the one inside. It had thought of stopping her, but it was useless. It didn't know what this golden mist was, but it could actually decompose its soul. Since its birth, it had known that no existence in this world could threaten it. Yet this golden mist had appeared. The power of laws contained within the golden mist filled it with fear. It could not understand why this weak human could control and command such a powerful thing. Get out. The beast charged forward once again. Bang. A massive recoil sent it flying backward. This golden mist clearly possessed terrifying law power, yet it did not attack proactively. The beast's still developing brain turned over, and its body twisted to press against the golden mist. Die. You will die. Choke you. Choke. Explode. Look at me. Don't absorb, look at me. The reinforcements it had summoned had not yet arrived, so it could only use the simplest, most primitive way to try to disturb Yun Qing's mind. It could see that the person inside the golden mist was at a critical moment. Dense, evil aura emanated from its soul, enveloping the golden mist. But Yun Qing, tormented by excruciating pain, had long honed the ability to block out interference. She was using the dense demonic qi to construct her new sea of consciousness. The sharp, enduring pain reminded her that she was still alive. Pain was never a torment. It was the force that drove her forward. The soul art spun at an astonishing speed. Yun Qing began her sprint toward the second stage. The energy required for each subsequent stage multiplied exponentially. The torrent of soul force flooded in like food crammed into the mouth of a starving beast. Brutal feeding could quell hunger in an instant, yet the very urgency might inflict agony and death. At this moment, Yun Qing was that ravenous creature. She devoured soul force, urgently stuffing it into her rapidly expanding sea of consciousness. But if the sea's expansion could not keep pace with the influx, cracks would fracture its surface. As the fissures multiplied, the sea of consciousness could collapse, leading to the destruction of her body and Tao. Yet Yun Qing had no time to expand it slowly. She could only repeat the cycle: accelerate absorption, fracture the sea of consciousness, repair it, accelerate absorption again. The entire loop was precarious. Any misstep in the chain would trigger collapse. Each crack brought the searing pain of reconstructing the sea, which swelled from the size of a palm to a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers in a mere heartbeat. The fissures were both indispensable ornaments and soul-snatching chains poised to strike. The tottering sea of consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse multiple times, yet it held on by sheer force. Second stage. The moment the sea of consciousness stabilized, the external vortex of soul force intensified once more. A new cycle began. The beast wailed in torment, thin cracks spreading across its solid sea of consciousness. A single fissure made it suffer beyond endurance, and its interference with Yunqing ceased. Boom. The beast rolled on the ground, writhing in agony, smashing its head against the earth and roaring to vent its pain. As if sensing its intense emotions, the beasts outside grew even more restless. Outside the Liuguang star domain, the first wave of stellar beasts had already reached the blockade net. At the summons of the quasi-sovereign beast, low-tier beasts, their eyes bloodshot, charged recklessly into the net. Sizzle. At the moment of collision, flames burst from the contact surface. The stellar beasts were incinerated by the immense energy. Yet countless more such beasts remained. They had no reason, only obedience. Even the death of their kin could not halt their march toward dissolution. Streaks of fire flared across the tide of beasts. Herd after herd of stellar beasts arrived from afar to take up the relay. Amid the massive slaughter, the energy reserves of the Liuguang star domain's blockade net dwindled rapidly, while the beasts inside the domain gathered to assault the planetary shield. Outside, everyone waited for the final moment of resolution. Yunzheng stood motionless, his heart pounding. Beside him, the blue eyeball form of the main brain calmly reported real-time data. The remaining time shrank from 7 days to 5, then 4. Until now? Error 03, anomalous data detected within the Liuguang star domain. Energy reserves recalculating. Calculation result: remaining startup time is 2 days. Yunzheng's face turned deathly pale. He swayed and nearly fell. 2 days. Would it be enough? It must. It must. Bloodshot eyes wide, he stared at the screen, afraid to miss any clue. You must come out. A day and a night passed. When Yunqing successfully stepped into the third stage, the sovereign aura radiating from her body had already firmly overpowered that of the quasi-sovereign beast. Moreover, the aura continued to surge with the infusion of demonic energy. The demonic energy of the entire planet converged into her sea of consciousness, drawn by the Yin fish. The nearby beast had long fallen into a coma from endless torment, its body twitching only occasionally, proving it was still alive. At this moment, Yunqing's sea of consciousness had expanded beyond the horizon. A vast ocean of pitch-black energy roiled freely within it. Though devoid of living creatures, it resembled a small world. The golden mist's radiance dimmed. The last fragment of soul merged into the golden mist, and the beast's soul turned transparent, before finally dissipating completely. Third stage. Yunqing snapped her eyes open. The moment the sea of consciousness took shape, an oppressive and domineering pressure radiated from her soul. The pressure pierced through the cosmic rivers, reaching every corner of this world, proclaiming the birth of a sovereign of the race. Roar! Woo-wah! Ka-ka-cheep! The beasts bent their limbs, kneeling prostrate, bowing their heads to their sole sovereign. Where the pressure reached, myriad beasts paid homage. This subtle anomaly seemed to be sensed even by people far away on Blue Moon Star. The sky above gathered dark clouds, and lightning flickered. The oppressive weather suffocated the soul. This unnatural weather mirrored the signs before the relocation order issued days ago, casting a pall of unease over everyone. On the stellar beast planet, Qing slumped to the ground, his clothes tattered. Of the 5 top-tier stellar beasts, only one tribulation transcendence beast remained alive. But now that beast seemed to have forgotten the battle, turning its back to him. The tribulation transcendence beast, missing one hoof, crashed to its knees. Its massive forehead slammed into the earth, and it opened its maw to emit an excited roar, roar, roar. The tide of stellar beasts that had besieged him also ceased their attack, performing the same gesture. Even without understanding the beast's language, Qin Su could perceive the purest joy, excitement, and fervor. Did it succeed? Qin Su looked toward the direction the beasts were revering. There a powerful aura was ascending. But this aura was too sinister, too malevolent. It seemed hardly good. Qin Su gripped his sword tightly, on high alert. He did not know whether Yunqing would succeed, nor did he know her specific plan. At that moment, realizing he might not survive this planet, a rare melancholy washed over him. This unfamiliar emotion flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was this what emotion felt like? Pressing a hand to his chest, Qin Su shook off his daze, fixed his gaze on the distance, and slowly moved forward. He wanted to see what exactly had caused the stellar beast horde's anomaly. When he reached the spot where Jing Song had set up the maze-trapping array, Qin Su saw a human skeleton. A skeleton. An exquisite human skeleton, like a work of art. The bones, white as jade, lay flat on the barren, dark, scorched earth, lending them a touch of holiness. From the eye socket of the smooth skull, a plump, white fish leaped out. Yunqing's fish. Qin approached in surprise. He gauged the length of the bones, quickly estimated the approximate height, reconstructed the facial features with his spiritual sense, and made deductions based on the fragments of soul information. Is it her? In that instant of shock, a sinister and eerie aura erupted not far away. The deafening roars of the stellar beast tide added a layer of uncanny atmosphere. Within the thick black mist, a hazy figure walked with unhurried steps. Tap, tap, tap. Each footstep landed on Qin's heart. As the figure approached, the oppressive pressure, mixed with evil, grew more intense. The bone-chilling cold seemed to freeze space itself. Qin could not determine the other's cultivation level, but the warning in his soul blazed red. Danger. Extreme danger. He raised his sword slightly, muscles taut, ready for battle. Finally, the figure revealed its true face. The person before him was undeniably the owner of the skeleton. Qin's heart, which had just settled halfway, was suddenly lifted again. No, you are not her. Qin raised his sword. Who are you? From their few encounters, Qin had formed a general impression of Yunqing. Her eyes were pure, uncontaminated by power and desire, and her aura was always serene and gentle, just like the gleaming white bones on the ground. But the one before him, despite having the same face, could not conceal the gloom and madness in her eyes. Such eyes. Qin was reminded of the inmates in a high-security prison. Sword intent coiled around his light blade, but before it could be unleashed, a stream of air rushed toward him, dispelling his sharp sword intent before it could manifest. It's me. Yunqing instantly teleported before Qin grabbed his wrist and applied slight pressure. Clang. The light sword fell to the ground. General Qin I succeeded. The overwhelming malice made Qin frown. He scrutinized Yunqing's pitch-black eyes as if trying to peel back her skin to see the soul hidden beneath. You? Their eyes met, neither flinching. Qin suddenly averted his gaze and murmured, "You've changed." Oh. Yunqing did not argue. Having advanced rapidly in a short time and absorbed a vast amount of demonic qi, she was temporarily unable to completely eliminate the negative effects it had on her. Under the influence of demonic qi, her emotions became prone to anger, irritability, gloom, and cruelty. Combined with the chaotic thoughts transmitted by the countless demonic beasts, Yunqing's heart was now filled with overwhelming murderous intent. A bloodthirsty desire made her feel a strong craving for the human, before her hunger incessantly clamoring for her to devour him. Swallowing hard, Yunqing restrained herself and closed her eyes. Leaving a trace of her aura on Qin, she released his hand and stepped back a few paces. From now on, the demonic beasts will remain in their own territory. Half of the star map of Liuguang Star will become the world of demonic beasts. You may choose to enter the demonic beast world for training, hunt them, and obtain resources. I cannot leave this place, so I must trouble General Qin to bring the message back. Qin was startled by the murderous intent radiating from Yunqing. He was also shocked by the information she revealed. You? Recalling how the star beasts had prostrated themselves in worship, a conjecture formed in his mind, and his tone turned certain. You have become their new leader. Yunqing did not deny it. There are still many secret realms within the Liuguang Star domain. These secret realms are beneficial to the development of the interstellar nations. Demonic beasts are the best whetstones for consolidating cultivation, as well as sources of various materials. Moreover, a sinister smile crept onto her lips. Yunqing stared straight at Qin. Your time is running out. After a brief silence, Qin nodded. I will leave immediately. Before turning around, he gave Yunqing a deep look. The cub is my responsibility. I will not have any other cubs in the future, so you need not worry too much. I will also tell them that you are stationed in the Liuguang Star domain. You are the guardian of the empire. They should be proud of you. After Qin left, Yunqing stood alone among the star beasts, silently laughing. Actually, there is no need to remind me. Of course I remember where I came from, and I will keep my original heart and become a role model for the cub. I will not defect. Even though she had become the leader of the star beasts and possessed uncontrollable absolute power, Yunqing never forgot why she had embarked on this path. From beginning to end, she only wanted to live this life peacefully. She also wanted to protect those close to her. Roar. A tall tribulation transcendent stage, star beast crawled forward, swaying its hips, and cautiously extended its claw to press in front of Yunqing. Its eyes, wide as bronze bells, were brimming with worship. Roar woo. Seeing no reaction from Yunqing, the star beast twisted its waist again. Yunqing could sense that every command she gave this star beast would execute without hesitation. Not just it. All the star beasts in this world would obey her commands. Possessing an ultra-powerful star beast legion that obeys every command without any restrictive measures is a disaster for everyone, and for her as well. She could only guarantee that at this moment she had no selfish motives and was willing and happy to give. But in the distant future, who could guarantee? Not interested in the thoughts of the star beasts, Yunqing raised her head coldly, her gaze piercing through the void, and issued the first command after becoming the sovereign. Come back. She summoned all the star beasts from the entire interstellar world back to the Liuguang Star domain. Dots of dark red blood light silently eroded her eyes, and Yunqing's body trembled uncontrollably. Violence, contention, devouring bloodshed. Surging chaotic desires assaulted her mind. Qing was dazed for a moment, then her eyes became resolute again. I will not let any unstable factors affect the future of the interstellar. As she spoke, the last wisp of golden mist in her sea of consciousness completely dissipated. Qing understood in her heart. Having received such a great fortune, I will inevitably have to repay it manifold at some point. The heavenly Tao pushes me to the heights, yet asks me to willingly fall. Her heart was calm, and she even felt a bit amused. Dismissing further thoughts, sensing that Qin Su had left the planet, Qing transmitted the final message. The journey back for Qin Su was incredibly smooth. All the star beasts he encountered along the way made way for him respectfully, watching him leave. Even the low-level star beasts which lacked reason did not bare their fangs at him. At that moment, Qin Su directly experienced the terrifying dominion of the Star Beast King. His heart could not help but feel heavy. Yet he still chose to trust Qing, to trust the person who was willing to hand over resources to the nation, to trust that she would long confine the star beasts and restore peace to the interstellar. Suddenly, Qing's voice echoed in his mind. Qin Su stopped in his tracks and turned around in shock. Behind him, there was no trace of Qing, only the dense sea of star beasts. After a moment of silence, Qin Su straightened his posture, saluted in the direction of Qing, and quickened his pace to leave. He teleported back to the capital planet from the satellite's teleportation array. The moment he appeared on the military academy square, he was detected by the mainframe. The surveillance device left on the square immediately projected a weathered hologram of Yunzheng. General Qin Su, how is the situation? Have you returned ahead of time? Yunzheng wanted to ask where is his little niece. But he was afraid of not getting the answer he wanted, so he stared intently at Qin Su's face, trying to glean something from his expression. Commander Director Qing has completed her mission. Before Yunzheng's smile could bloom, Qin Su continued in a low voice. Director Qing has become the new leader of the Star Beasts. She has recalled all star beasts and requests the activation of the Liuguang Star Domain containment net. She will restrict the activity area of the star beasts, turning them into a sustainable development resource. And, hesitating, Qin Su revealed the final piece of information Qing had transmitted to him. She will turn herself into an array, becoming a prison to confine the star beasts. She said that the star beast group will never have a leader that threatens the interstellar. Yunzheng froze on the spot. What does that mean? Was it what he was thinking? Qin Su said nothing, only nodded slightly. Yunzheng could not believe it. His joints stiffened inch by inch, and he gasped for breath. In that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into the deep sea, the icy water suffocating him. The mainframe floated in the air, its blue eye flickering, its mechanical voice still calm and rational. Air 03, General Qin Su, I need to verify the authenticity. Qin Su handed over his light brain to the eye, which contained recordings of the star beast's reactions as he evacuated the Liuguang Star Domain. After a few seconds, Air 03, sorry, verification failed. The danger level of target Qing cannot be estimated, and whether the threat can be eliminated is doubtful. Please convene an imperial meeting for a vote. Air 03, due to time constraints, the meeting has been urgently convened. The Long was smart brain, which had remained silent and only supervised the recording, also emerged. A small cyan dragon formed from data streams wagged its tail and initiated a joint conference. Tens of thousands of projections appeared simultaneously on the empty square. Some looked puzzled, some frowned in thought, some wore grim expressions. Air 03, weapon activation countdown 7 hours. Should the Liuguang Star Domain containment net be lifted? Please vote. The mainframe stepped aside, handing the stage to the humans. What? Lift the containment? The leader of Bangwo was so shocked that his hair stood on end. Does this require a vote? This is unacceptable. Absolutely not. The containment must never be lifted. You don't actually believe the star beasts will stay inside obediently, do you? The elite of our nation were devoured in an instant by the star beast tide. The star beasts inside are nothing like the weak ones outside. Glancing hastily at the report, he shouted, sticking to the original plan is the safest, isn't it? No one responded. The leaders of the defeated nations were like tigers with their claws and fangs removed, afraid to speak. At least they would not choose to be the first to jump out until they had read the situation. Most people thought to follow the major powers. They would not bring about their own destruction. I believe it's worth a try. Xiao Bian had interacted with Qing and witnessed her slay a transfinite star beast with a single strike. Her true strength remained an enigma. He was willing to trust her, but this was no trivial matter, so he offered a suggestion. How about this? We form a joint expedition team to enter the Radiant Star Domain and assess the situation. If General Qin's claim holds true, then I believe we can take the gamble. In a short span, the scales in Song Weihua's mind had tipped back and forth multiple times. Each option carried risks. The original plan was no safer, as the new star domain for migration was resource poor and devoid of pure qi. If the Radiant Star Domain were destroyed, the entire interstellar cultivation system built upon secret realms would collapse completely. That would mean losing the ability to resist turbid qi. And as turbid qi spread, the surviving star beasts would breed frantically in the more favorable environment. Would they ever find a solution by then? Well said. Song Weihua made the final call. We must act fast. And so it was. An emergency multinational team was assembled, entered the capital star, and passed through the teleportation array into the sealed radiant star domain. You're insane, all of you. You're too naive. Who is Qing? She's not even 30. A young woman who could be my great-granddaughter, and you expect her to control the entire star beast horde. Stop dreaming. If she could control the star beast, this universe would explode. No one responded. Park Chan-young sat red-faced to the side, until the expedition team returned with news. It included a short video recorded by Qing along with footage of the star beast horde taken along the route. In the footage, a team member even approached a tribulation transcendent stage, star beast unscathed. The mainframe retrieved surveillance footage from outside the blockade net. In the video, the star beast tied outside was no longer violently crashing against the net. All the star beasts sat obediently, their eyes fixed in the same direction, matching what Qing had said in her video. For a moment, the atmosphere in the meeting hall lightened. Remarkable. This young one has ability and talent. We've grown old afraid of everything. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth, and times forge heroes. This means fortune is on our side. Haha, wonderful. What an awe-inspiring and admirable lady. May our friendship endure forever. Genuine smiles adorned every face. They had only just begun to taste the benefits of the secret realms. Now that there was a way to preserve them and resolve the star beast crisis without migrating to barren distant star domains, they were naturally delighted. Another reason was that they couldn't guarantee the stellar-grade weapons would annihilate all star beasts. Not to mention their terrifying reproductive rate. Even a fraction of surviving star beasts could spawn a new army, and the untreatable demonic chi alone was enough to give them headaches. Furthermore, there was the intense radiation and chain reactions unleashed by large-scale weapons. Too many uncontrollable factors. I agree to cancel. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom was the first to cast a vote in favor. With the outcome already clear, it was better to align with the prevailing sentiment and save some goodwill for future reckoning. I agree. I agree too. The defeated nations raised their hands one after another. I disagree. Bang Kingdom's leader Park Chan-young jumped up. Can't you see? She's a monster. She can command star beasts. Not just one or two, but all of them all. His hoarse voice carried intense emotion. Yunzheng, burning with anger, was about to speak in Qing's defense when Nangong Ci stopped him with a gentle shake of his head. Yunzheng forced down his fury and turned away. Such an uncontrollable, dangerous element must not be left alive. I propose we stick to the original plan. Suddenly Park Chan-young paused for a second, then continued. Or first lift the blockade, let all the star beasts from outside enter the radiant star domain, then immediately activate the weapon to annihilate them all. That way we can completely eliminate the star beast problem that has plagued us for a century. Completely eliminate. His voice was resounding and impassioned as he looked around, hoping for a response. What he received was a heavy punch. You old fool, can you guarantee that weapon will destroy every star beast? Didn't your army tell you how strong the star beasts that attacked them were? Hiding, what's the point? You're half in the grave, so you should just lie down and shut up, or I'll slap you. Xiao Yi's massive fist slammed into the virtual projection. Even though it was a hologram, the sensation was transmitted directly to the mind. Barbarian. Holding his face, he glared at Xiao. Yiha, you'll regret this absolutely. I vote against. Since you trust that woman so much, save me a seat on the transport ship. I'm taking my people to migrate first. What did it matter if the new star domain was barren? What if it couldn't develop? At least he could live safely until his death. As for whether his descendants would be wiped out by star beasts afterward, what did he care? With that, Park Chan-young's projection vanished. His concerns were not entirely baseless. Many shared his worries, but they didn't voice them outright. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom's prime minister shook his head. An old dragon kingdom, saying when a wise man adapts to circumstances. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. He never worried. With Bang Kingdom out of the way, the vote proceeded smoothly. The blockade net around the radiant star domain was gradually withdrawn, and the star beasts inside did not riot. Everyone breathed a little easier. The meeting was temporarily adjourned. After the outsiders left, Yunzheng turned to Nangong Ci, seeking an explanation. Why didn't you let me speak? Everything she has done for this interstellar realm. Everyone under her protection should know. She deserves gratitude, not malicious suspicion. Nangong Ci's eyes held a faint sorrow. I know. He sighed. That's precisely why we can't say it. If we speak now, they will still doubt, still harbor malicious suspicions, and even take it for granted that Qing should do all this. They might even complain that she hasn't done enough, or that she acted too late. He had seen such ingratitude and backstabbing before. Beastmen were indeed straightforward and less tactful, but after years of international conferences and reading countless Dragon Kingdom booklets, he had become a qualified leader lion who understood the twists and turns. Let them be wary. Let them fear and panic. Let them see the purified radiant star and be unwilling to let go of the gains at hand. Only then will they feel gratitude. Nangong Ci's deep eyes were calm. And in the meantime, we can see clearly which of our allies are truly trustworthy. Yunzheng lowered his head, his eyes dry. This was indeed a good method, achieving the goal while maximizing benefits. But Yunzheng could only feel a heavy oppression in his heart. Qing, who cultivated soul power, extended her spiritual tendrils outward and naturally observed the meeting that concerned her. She withdrew her spiritual tendrils. Qing stood high in the sky atop the black Yin fish, which was as massive as a kunpung, while the plump white Yang fish carried the exquisite bones. Black and white faced each other. Qing closed her eyes. Her thoughts returned to the inheritance palace. After leaving the orange eggshell and entering the formation inheritance hall, Qing's consciousness was pulled away as if she were suspended in a void, transformed into a tiny speck of dust. She floated and sank in the pitch-black world. After an unknown time, a brilliant white light descended, splitting the space. From then on, the world had color. Qing was carried by a cyan current, drifting everywhere. She watched white light spots rise to form the sky, black light spots fall to condense into earth, green struggle to break through the soil, blue light spots float into the sky, then plummet. Finally, brilliant colors intertwined and transformed incessantly. The outline of the entire world gradually became clear. Following the light spots, Qing sometimes felt she was a tiny grain of dust, sometimes a stunted plant, sometimes flowing wind, sometimes falling rain. In the endless cycle, she realized that energy always flows between different forms. Metal generates water. Water generates wood. Wood generates fire. Fire generates earth. Earth generates metal. The pure and turbid qi mutually generate and restrain, depend on each other, and transform into each other. All things are interconnected. A gentle breeze dispersed the mist. At that moment, Qing's mind was clearer than ever. She looked up and saw a colossal Yin-Yang Bagua disc hanging high above with chaotic qi flowing within it. Through the rules, Qing saw the origin of the world. Snapping back from the memory, Qing spread her hand, and a Yin-Yang Bagua mark appeared on her palm. Array arise. As Qing murmured, strands of rule power descended from the sky, and the demonic qi scattered in every corner gathered back, as if summoned. The suppressed spiritual energy in the radiant star domain also chased after the Yang fish, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. Black and white facing each other from afar. The Yin and Yang fish intertwined and chased each other. In the sky, the solidified, pure, and turbid qi twisted into a massive vortex of air currents as the fish rotated. Heaven and earth recreated, Yin and Yang first divided. As the words fell, a hidden glimmer shot out from Qing's sea of consciousness and fell into the array. The power of the rules turned into shackles, binding her soul. The soul and bones originated from the same source, but were opposite in nature, making them the perfect material for the core of this grand celestial array. The gleaming white bones scattered into starlight, falling into the vortex of spiritual energy. The black fish followed closely, dropping a single drop of black ink into the pure white world. Qing's soul body was also torn by the spinning demonic qi, gradually filling the demonic qi vortex. As her consciousness faded, the white fish swam over, lightly plunging into the surging black tide, becoming an unsinkable white boat. Heaven and earth as the array rules as the chess pieces. Qing offered herself as a sacrifice to the array. From then on, the world was divided into pure and turbid. The moment the formation landed, the space of Liuguang star domain trembled. The black and white patterns, distinct and simple, formed a Taiji diagram, drawing all the spiritual energy and demonic qi in the star domain into it. The patterns expanded. When the formation covered the entire Liuguang star domain, the clear qi and turbid qi of heaven and earth finally returned peacefully, circling at two ends of the formation, clearly separated. From then on, the demonic qi was forever sealed in one region, while the clear qi would be confined to the other. The flesh, blood, and bones of Qing became the formation's eye, and her soul would forever guard the new demon realm. The anomaly in Liuguang star domain lasted an entire week. During this week, countless people outside anxiously awaited the result. Day 1. The star beasts that had entered Liuguang star domain remained docile, with no sign of them rushing out. Day 2. The Research Institute discovered that the turbid qi across the entire star domain was converging toward the same direction. The decrease in turbid qi concentration gave the interstellar agriculture industry a trend of revival. Without turbid qi, it meant that the fatal disease of mental collapse would completely vanish from interstellar history, and the plants grown would also return to normal. They would not contain harmful impurities. As long as professional detection equipment was used, the results could be verified. The reduction in turbid qi concentration was an indisputable fact. This shocking discovery instantly caused a stir across the interstellar realm. Many turned their eyes to Liuguang star domain, curious about what had happened there. The StarNet forum gradually became active. Desperate groundhog, according to reliable sources, the future trend of interstellar is agriculture. I'm planning to set up a farming planet. Anyone want to invest? A leisurely beast. Fake news. Agriculture is dead beyond dead. If it weren't for the shop owner, I wouldn't have known how delicious impurity-free food tastes. What a pity. Why must there be impurities? Cosmic number 1 invincible beautiful beast. If the impurities in food could completely disappear, I'd marry into the dragon kingdom. A beast man like me is very sought after. I can guard the house. Just need good cooking and room and board. Don't touch me, you're not that beautiful ugly thing. I love eating melons. Hey, have you heard? The food goddess of the Dragon Kingdom is missing. I was hoping to see what new cuisine she could develop. Various messages were mixed together. Below, an inconspicuous comment appeared. Cosmic God, aren't you curious about what really happened in Liuguang's star domain? It was said it would be opened, but there's no news. Is there a conspiracy? This message was ignored. The mainframe monitoring public opinion quickly banned all posts containing sensitive information and also blocked the accounts. Groping to post again, Piao Sanrong saw the glaring red exclamation mark and gritted his teeth. Only despicable beasts would try to control people's mouths. He went to another place to post, but found his identity locked and all registered accounts banned. You win. Muttering curses while slumping in his chair, Piao Sanrong was furious enough to go mad. Bang country was already lacking in population and had lost many top-tier warriors. Now as a leader he lived worse than a minor clan head. Some families of the Dragon Kingdom could easily overpower his country. Being a leader like this was meaningless. He wished to stir up chaos as he would only be scolded and suffer no real loss. But seeing other countries' reputations damaged, he was delighted. Just wait, I'll see how you all end up. Having held power, he knew too well the greed of human nature. That was a star beast army that could rival the entire interstellar realm. The Empire woman wielding this sword would definitely not resist temptation, even if she has no intention now over time. Piao Sanrong smirked coldly. I don't believe she can resist the thrill of being above everyone. Capital Star. An anomaly was detected, and an exploration team set out again to delve into Liuguang Star. Seeing that the Star Beast group did not attack them, the exploration team slowly approached the most energy-dense center. This time the starship was blocked after reaching a certain distance. Is that a formation? The breathtaking black and white vortex seemed like a living thing. With each breath it kept expanding outward. It looks a bit like a nebula, but from instrument data, it should be a high-concentration aggregate of clear qi and turbid qi. Only Dean Yunqing could achieve such a feat. The beastmen of the Empire unconditionally trusted Yunqing. Even before knowing the result, words of praise had already slipped out. Dean Yunqing must have also absorbed the external turbid qi. If the turbid qi can really be controlled, that would be wonderful. Clear qi is also being drawn and so dense that it's forming mist. If we cultivate inside, wouldn't our cultivation skyrocket? It looks like the range will expand further. From now on, Liuguang Star Domain will be a true cultivation paradise. The beastmen were naively optimistic, while the other team members exchanged glances. Besides shock, they felt fear. Controlling the turbid and clear qi of an entire interstellar realm and possessing a top-tier star beast army. Is it truly good to place such power in the hands of one person? They could only take it one step at a time. The exploration team shuttled between the two places every day, transmitting data and videos back. This exploration lasted a week. Until the 7th day, the formation had covered the entire Liuguang Star Domain. A dazzling light shone from the center of the formation, blindingly bright. After an hour, the light gradually dimmed. Once their eyes readjusted, they opened them again. The black and white vortex, like two fish chasing each other, had vanished without a trace. The star beasts scattered across the star domain landed on various planets. This time, without the film restriction, none of the star beasts showed any sign of rushing out. The originally gray and hazy Liuguang Star Domain seemed to have been washed clean by a rainstorm. All the bloodshed and chaos were erased, revealing a clean, clear, and beautiful appearance. Is it over? Seems. Yes. A canine beast man looked at the numbers on the instrument and sniffed hard at Chu. It's gone. The turbid qi is gone. In this area, there's only the energy index of clear qi. The century-old problem was solved. Clear qi and turbid qi had truly been separated. It worked. Dean Yunqing succeeded. On the exploration ship, everyone cheered and embraced each other. Woo, it's over. This time it's really over. Great. We don't have to leave here. Good brother, don't cry. We've won this war. A tall beast man secretly walked to a corner and pulled a cheering team member. Dear friend from the Dragon Kingdom, you said before that I could visit your home. Does that still count? Yes. Come, I'll have my whole family welcome you. The Dragon Kingdom native extended his hand. The panda beastman, thinking of the delicious Dragon Kingdom recipes with impurity-free ingredients, first wiped the drool from his mouth with his paw, then firmly grasped the other's outstretched hand. Thank you, I will definitely come. The Dragon Kingdom native smiled with satisfaction. Hee panda. Both were very happy. When this news reached Capital Star, the joyful mood spread among the crowd. Capital Star. Yunzheng took off his military cap and strode forward. I request to enter Liuguang Star Domain to conduct regional clearance operations. Because it was uncertain whether Liuguang Star Domain was truly safe. Apart from Yunzheng and the members of the exploration team, the others in the virtual meeting room were not on the Empire's capital star. Most had followed the civilians to the Blue Moon Galaxy. Yunzheng, as the highest-ranking commander currently, was the most qualified to take on this task. Nangong Ci agreed. I will dispatch a group of researchers and a legion to assist you. The support team will arrive at Capital Star in about 2 days. After saying this, Nangong Ci nodded amiably to Song Weihua. What about your side? We will also form a clearance team to ensure no safety hazards. Every country dispatched teams. As long as the danger was confirmed to be completely eliminated, they would immediately enter Liuguang Star and rebuild bases. In the future, Liuguang Star Domain would become an important central fortress. The members of the defeated nations looked at each other with bitter faces. Perhaps after the clearance, the regions and resources they had originally occupied in Liuguang Star Domain would be redistributed. Even if unwilling, they had to accept this result. Thus, every country was organizing teams. Meanwhile, Yunzheng, along with Qin Su and the Empire Beastmen of the exploration team, had already entered Liuguang Star Domain ahead of everyone. The Liuguang Star Domain has changed. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Yunzheng beheld a beautiful shimmering white nebula. The star domain, long shrouded in a gray haze from demonic Qi contamination, now radiated its original resplendent brilliance. Before the star beasts appeared here, the Liuguang Star Domain was exactly like this. Otherwise, why would it be named Liuguang? Qin Su stood silently to the side. He had traversed the cosmic galaxies countless times, long familiar with the environment of star systems, and had witnessed all manner of fantastical and beautiful sacred lands. But at this moment, gazing at the completely purified Liuguang Star Domain, a profound shock surged within him. Was this something humans could achieve? After a brief moment of distraction, Yunzheng quickly assigned the tasks. You go and scout the Empire's life-bearing planets first. Before the Research Institute members arrive, make a rough record of the pure Qi concentration on each planet, and then hand it over to the Institute directly. I'll go with General Qin Su to survey the surroundings. After the team members left in their starship, Yunzheng turned to Qin Su. General Qin Su, please take me to the place where Qing was last seen. He wanted to see for himself. Qin Su nodded. Follow me. A small starship advanced silently. They landed on a giant planet. Two figures leaped out of the open hatch, adjusting their crooked hats. Qin Su raised his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto a star beast walking ahead. Roar. The star beast raised its head and roared, about to charge, but suddenly caught a terrifying scent. It slammed on the brakes, skidding 5 meters on the ground, then turned and ran off in the other direction. Qin Su retracted all his battle intent. Is it you? Qingbao. Yunzheng excitedly stepped forward 2 paces, his eyes not missing any movement, hoping to see that familiar figure. In response, only the gentle wind brushing his cheeks. Tears fell unconsciously. Yunzheng raised his hand to grasp, but caught nothing. Feeling the wind softly blow, Yunzheng forced a bitter smile. Rest assured, all the honors and applause you deserve I will obtain for you. Qin Su silently opened the detector. On this planet where a star beast king had once been born, the demonic Qi concentration was unexpectedly low, and as the scope of the survey expanded, they would discover that among all the planets under the demonic Qi region, only this one had the lowest star beast danger level, the lowest demonic Qi concentration, and was the most suitable beginner-level demon beast planet for newcomers to train on. Another week passed. The investigation had ended. The Empire secretly used a search formation, deploying a large number of personnel to comb the entire star domain hundreds of times, yet still found no trace of Yunqing. Only then did they confirm that Yunqing had indeed, as she said, used her soul to fill the gap in the grand formation. Indeed, how could such a vast and terrifying formation not require a price? The pure Qi and turbid Qi of the entire Liuguang Star Domain, just like the black and white mist pattern captured earlier, were evenly distributed in 2 regions. One region was entirely pure Qi. The other region was entirely demonic Qi, with demon beasts trapped on the planets. Some special spiritual plants and demonic plants now had more suitable land to grow, bursting with vitality, and new secret realm entrances were already showing signs of emergence. During the investigation, a beastman whose lifespan had reached its limit due to a temporary breakthrough transformed from a dying state into a vigorous young beastman with bodily functions returning to their peak. This discovery equated cultivation level with lifespan. For the interstellar people whose average lifespan was 300 years, this was an irresistible temptation. With this example, everyone became even more determined to seize the Liuguang Star. But the issue of safety was once again on the table. That day, on the Imperial Star Network, a public announcement was released revealing Yunqing's hidden identity and all her contributions. Lady Yunqing, born in Cloud Star Orphanage, joined the first military academy of Capital Star in the year of the star calendar, served as a formation course teacher, founded the formation department, developed the energy circulation route, broke the terminal illness of mental breakdown, and formulated potions, including a long list of contributions dazzled the eyes. They reached the last page of the announcement. Seeing the final line of text, they realized that this was not a single-person honor display announcement, but a death notice. Lady Yunqing used her life to fill the flaw of the Liuguang Star Domain, completely solving the problems of turbid Qi pollution and star beast tides. The Empire will add a metal alloy sculpture of Lady Yunqing in the Imperial Square and the main city of Liuguang Star, and establish the Yunqing Immortal Academy. Besides this separate announcement, the Empire also released another notification about the anomalies in the Liuguang Star Domain, including the truth about the film planet and the sealed star beast, the joint melee, the loss of control of Liuguang Star, and the final solution. Public opinion erupted instantly. Roll up and leave. Good heavens, really good heavens, no wonder they were in such a hurry to run. So many things happened after all. I thought Sakura. Ahem, the Sakura country was up to some mischief, but I didn't expect something big really happened. Steel A Panda, no way wasn't it said that the prince of Sakura country died suddenly in the empire, triggering a righteous war. So someone was jealous. Apple Peace Park Chanyang. You started a war for your selfish motives. What will you use to compensate for my son's life? Besides the condemnation of the country that started the war, there was more regret and wishes for Yunqing. Wild Yellow Dog, no. You're lying to me. Say it. Oh, well, this isn't true. Sunshine Grass, respected lady, Yun, may the glory of the empire accompany you forever. Shark loves surfing, yeah. Don't lie to the beast. How could Dean Yunqing have an accident? Even if I die, she must live. She won't die. She can't die. I don't believe it. Divine sound, it's true. Hearing this news makes me very sad. Thank you, Lady Yunqing of the Empire, for your selfless dedication. That day, cries of sorrow echoed in every corner of the planets. Countless people spontaneously prayed for Yunqing regardless of country or race. Without any warning, suddenly facing this page of announcement, Yun Li directly fainted from crying on planet 622-202. The three cubs felt as if the sky had fallen, unable even to cry. Meanwhile, Yun Rong could only endure his grief dealing with the return and resettlement of employees while taking care of the four cubs who were like walking corpses. In his spare moments, he desperately tried to contact Yun Zheng and the old man. After the communication connected, there was a torrent of scolding. The person on the other end didn't utter a word. Yun Rong felt a surge of inexplicable anger rush to his head. Useless. In an unknown corner, subtle changes were silently taking place. Countless sincere prayers condensed into specks of white light streaming into the Liuguang star domain. The power of faith turned into ropes sinking into the Yang fish, seeking the master of the prayer's thought power, know the main soul. The shattered soul fragments were reconnected in the white light. Yunqing, briefly regaining consciousness, looked toward the sky and curled a faint smile. Heaven's Tao, this time I have won. From the moment she realized that Heaven's Tao had actively intervened and provided merit, Yunqing accepted it with apparent joy, but secretly remained vigilant. Later, in the final secret realm, she was pulled into the creation illusion, obtained the yin-yang fish, and comprehended the creation formation. Everything was too smooth. Cultivators have a certain perception of their own fate. Yunqing vaguely sensed her ending, but she did not believe in fate. The space-type demon king had to be killed. Yunqing used the soul art to gamble on a future of survival. But when she became the new demon king bound to the demonic Qi attribute and her soul was being eroded, Yunqing knew that even if she could control the star beasts to commit suicide, she would never be able to survive. As the Heaven's Tao of this world, it would not allow it either. Yunqing was merely a useful pawn from beginning to end. The pawn fought against the demon beasts that destroyed this world. When Yunqing herself became a source of destruction, she became the target for Heaven's Tao to annihilate. Therefore, Yunqing spoke words for the greater good. She proposed a solution that Heaven's Tao could not refuse. The Heaven and Earth Grand Formation had absolute control over demonic Qi and demon beasts. It could repair the riddled Liuguang star domain, provide a stable cultivation ground for the interstellar world, cause minimal damage to the world, prevent the collapse of the cultivation system, and ensure that the attributes of the recondensed Heaven's Tao would not change. And Yunqing actively tore her own soul apart. Her soul bones were completely blended into the formation. She was truly dead, otherwise she would not have tricked Heaven's Tao into pouring its last power into the formation. After all, the Heaven and Earth Grand Formation was vast and magnificent. No matter how talented Yunqing was, how could she guarantee success relying solely on her own comprehension? Yunqing narrowed her eyes and smiled silently. Survive through death. Yin and Yang are opposite, yet interconnected. Life and death are the same. Yunqing did not cast her soul into the spiritual Qi vortex. Instead, she placed the Yin fish there in order to bluff her way through. If the Heaven and Earth Grand Formation was seen as a yin-yang fish pattern, the fish eyes themselves were the yin-yang fish, and the demonic Qi and spiritual Qi were the fish bodies. And Yunqing's soul naturally belonged to herself. Wait a little longer. Thinking of her family and friends in the interstellar world, Yunqing slowly closed her eyes, activating the soul art. When the power of prayer pieced together the shattered soul fragments, washing away the rules binding the soul force, and reassembled the soul, she would obtain a complete rebirth. A complete powerful self free from the constraints of the demonic Qi attribute and beyond the control of Heaven's Tao. Time passed. The reconstruction of Liuguang Star was nearing its end. On this day, Qin Su picked up the three cubs and piloted the starship to take them to that star beast planet. The beast planet, rated as the lowest E level, was given the beautiful name, Facian Star. The fallen demon lord to them was an immortal who had ascended. The place where they had bid farewell was now overgrown with lush vegetation. Dark green demon plants swayed in the wind, and the roars of star beasts could be heard in the distance. Most of the low-level star beasts living outside the Liuguang star domain had gathered on this planet. With Qin Su's current strength, there was no need to worry about accidents. Qin Su stood quietly behind the cubs. The little fox transformed back into its fluffy beast form, pounced on the ground, and desperately sniffed, trying to catch a familiar scent. As it sniffed, tears rolled down. Whoa, I can't smell anything. Not a single trace. The little fox crawled on the ground, its nose almost digging into the earth, its voice muffled. Liar. Mom said besides her words no one else's can be trusted. You are all liars. Bad beast, big liar. Qing calmly stroked the cub's head. It's true. What? You're a liar. The little fox lay on the ground wailing. You're tricking me. Make her come out and tell me, then I'll believe. You adults are best at deceiving children. Let her come out and say it herself. Let her come and deceive me. The little cub, whose 4 hooves kept paddling, looked like a stranded turtle. The tiger cub silently walked over and lay down beside it, its thick large paw pressing down on the younger brother's head, its eyes filled with melancholy and utter confusion. Brother, don't cry. The tiger cub instinctively comforted. Don't cry. Crying doesn't look good. As it spoke, the tiger cub's body jerked and tears blurred its vision. Lifting its head and opening its mouth wide to control the sobbing sounds, the tiger cub patted the little fox's head one by one. Don't sob. Don't. The falling tears wet its fur, making it look pitiful. Qing grabbed a towel and covered the cub's face frantically, wiping, afraid of hurting the cub with heavy hands. Behind him, the cat cub observed the surroundings with sharp eyes, found a spot and wind elemental ability coiled around its claws. Chua! Its front paws forcefully dug a pit. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. Qing, holding the handkerchief, was somewhat surprised by this scene. The spot where the cat cub was digging was exactly where he had discovered Qing's bones. Cough. Cough. Sis, what are you? Cough. Doing? The little fox, its nose clogged with mud and struggling to breathe, was also hit by the dust, its throat full of irritating grit, almost suffocating. Mom. The cat cub stared intently at the ground and sighed. In no time it had dug a small pit about a meter deep. Hearing this, the little fox almost jumped up, but was pushed back down by the big brother's large paw, taking a solid mouthful of mud. Uff, uff. Ignoring the dirt, the little fox crawled over on all fours. Are you serious? Without waiting for a reply, it almost immediately believed this very reliable sister mustered strength from its whole body, raised its claws, and joined in. Sis, I believe you. Wait, big brother is here to help. The tiger cub blinked its eyes, shook its head, and joined in. Qing did not help nor stop them. The 3 cubs visibly improved their mood while digging, letting them vent their energy was good. However, he hadn't expected that something could really be dug up from beneath the ground. From the partial memories of the Xianxiao world left by Jing Song, he knew it was a storage ring. Really? It's Mom's stuff. The little fox's expression brightened, and it reached out a claw to touch. The storage ring had a restriction. As the cub touched it, a flash of spiritual light flickered, and the contents spilled out. Toys, weapons, formation plates, spirit stones. Everything was divided into 3 portions, each labeled with a different colored sticker. The cubs easily knew which color belonged to whom. The little fox pounced into a pink ocean and rolled around, turning tears into laughter. Mom gave it to me. Without knowing what it touched, a fierce wind blew. Rustle. A pitch-black demon she rabbit hopped out of the forest, instantly appeared before the cub, and started dancing. Its clumsy, flailing movements left the little fox dumbfounded. Little fox. While the little fox was bewildered, the rabbit unexpectedly pulled out a light brain and raised it. Click, the image froze. Then the rabbit dissolved into demon chi, and the light brain disappeared without a trace. The little fox's eyes gradually lit up, and its limbs trembled uncontrollably. Mom. It's Mom. Did you see that? It's Mom, it must be Mom. This was an intimate interaction between them. Wiping its tears, the little fox suddenly burst into laughter. I knew it, ha. My mom is super awesome. She just can't come out for now, but she's also very obedient, knowing to give us a reminder. Wait, when I grow up and become strong, I'll be able to help Mom. No matter what the adults said, the cubs had their own conclusions in their hearts and believed them deeply. The tiger cub charged over with big strides, sniffing left and right at the edge of the forest, its large paws gripping the ground, full of confusion. Why didn't Mom take a picture of me? The cat cub's sharp eyes ignited with boundless fighting spirit, planning to double its training upon return. Wind elemental currents swirled around the cat cub. Qing looked closely and saw that the little cub had actually broken through. This is also good. Qing fell into thought. Perhaps this was the purpose of Qing leaving these things. She hoped the cubs wouldn't be sad over her passing. Seeing the innocent smiles of the cubs, Qing no longer said that Qing was dead. The cubs, holding on to a beautiful hope, would strive to live and eventually grow into excellent imperial warriors just like their mother. This was probably what Qing had wanted to see. Returning to the Liuguang star. The original Liuguang star had been devoured by a spatial rift, but after the white mist dissipated, the spatial rift seemed to have been repaired by a formation, leaving behind fragments of the star where it once stood. The fragments were scattered at varying heights, some large and some small. Each fragment floated in a sphere-like shape, surrounded by spiritual mist, with plants sprouting on every piece, resembling a dreamlike virtual world. The largest fragment was about half the size of the original Liuguang star. The Empire's engineering corps had already begun reconstruction work. A vast imperial academy now stood atop this colossal fragment. This was the Qing Immortal Academy, established by the Empire specifically for cultivation. Before the academy's gates, a towering statue of Qing gazed down, with resplendent formation patterns gleaming in her upward opening palm. Qin and the cubs sat in the hovering vehicle, not yet descending. Wow, so many people. The little fox leaned by the window, pointing at the long queue before the statue, and turning to ask, "Are they all here to see Mom?" Qing Su replied softly, "Your mother is a very great person." His gaze also fell involuntarily upon the statue. An indescribable bitterness permeated his chest. The emotions that had been stripped away returned with the fusion of his separated soul, yet he seemed to have grown accustomed to rational detachment, sensing no discernible difference. At that moment memories surged forth, and the neglected emotions gradually took root, sprouting like wild grass nourished by spring rain growing unchecked. Regret came belatedly, bringing sorrow. Qing Su held the cat cub, his face bearing a rare expression of bewilderment. "What school is this? I want to go here and see Big Mom every day." The little fox turned and grabbed Qing Su's large hand, shaking it coquettishly. Her eyes darted, and she let out a sweet, "Daddy, can we please?" Qing Su tensed and snapped back to reality. Those eyes of the cub, so similar to Qing's, softened his heart. Qing Su's voice turned gentle. "Not yet. This academy only accepts the most outstanding students. To get in, you'll have to rely on your own abilities." "Rely on my own abilities?" The little fox clenched her fist. "Then I'm definitely getting in." The tiger cub and the cat cub exchanged glances, having made their decision. Returning the cubs to the Yun family. Before parting, Qing Su crouched down and took out 3 spatial buttons. "Are these gifts for us?" The little fox looked curiously at this unfamiliar father, but did not reach out. Qing Su took out the items from the spatial buttons. "Only 3 things. These are gifts someone asked me to pass on to you." For the tiger cub, there was an artifact refining manual, for the little fox an immortal level movement technique, and for the cat cub a drop of 9-tailed cat demon's essence blood. Jing Song said that this essence blood had been processed to help the cat cub purify its bloodline. The cubs, having received the gifts, curiously asked who had sent them. Qing Su hesitated for a long while before uttering a name. "Bai Yun. It's Bai Yun. Bai Yun, little brother." The cubs exclaimed in surprise. The little companion who had lived with them on the star had actually sent them gifts. How could they not be thrilled? Yet no matter how much they pressed, Qing Su refused to reveal any further news about Bai Yun. "Really not." The little fox wrapped her arms around Qing Su's calf, looking up with pleading eyes. A polite cub should return the favor. "Bai Yun." Qing Su bent down, stroking the fox from her head to her tail. "Bai Yun has gone to a very faraway place, and won't be able to receive your gifts. But knowing that you still remember him will make him very happy." After settling the cubs and arranging the next meeting time, Qing Su walked alone back to the Legion. Late at night, he opened his light brain, and following Jing Song's instructions, deleted all his social accounts one by one. During the deletion, Qing Su inevitably saw the various posts these accounts had made, all without exception related to Qing, most of them filled with praise and admiration. Beyond that, Qing Su even saw thousands of replies engaging in arguments. The words were brimming with emotion. Such a vivid and lively person should not have been merely a vessel for transporting merit. Who would have thought? Qing Su pressed the delete button. Everything was wiped clean, leaving no trace, just like Jing Song himself. 10 years later, on the Feishan star. Some said that on the Feishan star they had seen a celestial being in flowing white robes. As a low-level adventure planet, almost every interstellar person who stepped into cultivation would enter the Feishan star to begin their journey toward the peak. The legend of the celestial being spread widely, but had never been confirmed. On this day, a young exploration team rode flying swords into the dense forest. The leader, a young man with immense spiritual power, swept past in a flash, startling a flock of hidden flying beasts, and leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Behind him, the team members followed closely, each brimming with confidence. The fox-eyed youth bellowed, "Yun Yaoan, slow down." Whoosh whoosh. The figure that had just been visible shrank into a tiny black dot. The youth's voice was full of grievance. "You always rush ahead like this. Can't you give me a break? I'm the older brother, you know." The white-haired youth with a strong aura landed behind him, his eyes curved in a silent smile.